the apocalypse descended, and all living creatures on Earth began their evolution. Having awakened no special abilities, I became the trash in everyone's eyes. To survive in this dog-eat-dog world, I lived like a wild beast. To grow stronger, I participated in trial after trial. Even when only 2 survivors remained from a trial of 10,000, the trial tower remained sacred in people's hearts, and this path I had walked 7 times already. When I walked out of the clearance tunnel once again, all the staff looked at me with strange expressions. They couldn't understand why this person always managed to survive the trials, yet never emerged as the ultimate victor. In this particular trial, I was hunted for over a month. In the end, I defeated my pursuer before they could use their special ability, though at the cost of a dislocated joint. This was how I survived the ordeal. Ignoring these peculiar stares, I walked with practiced ease to the administration desk to collect my survival compensation. The blinding sunlight poured down from the sky, and even though I'd been here so many times, I couldn't help but glance back at this towering structure. Although the 9 trial grounds differed slightly, the awe they inspired was equally divine, without exception. Looking at the pitiful compensation in my hand, I could only smile wryly. 6 months of bloodshed and evasion in a place where only one could emerge victorious. Death came more easily than eating or drinking. This 10,000 yuan seems so laughable, but I can only keep moving forward, because only within the trial tower lies what can change my fate. In this post-apocalyptic world being rebuilt, I might be the only one without supernatural abilities, so I must pass 9 trials to have a chance at awakening my powers. Then, dragging my battered and bruised body, I returned home. Standing at the door of our house in the slums, I straightened my collar, endured the pain from the wounds on my chest, and forced a normal smile as I knocked. "Mom, I'm back." Seeing her son standing at the door after half a year, Huang Liling secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I wanted to go up and give my son a hug, but I held back and instead burst into angry scolding. "You still remember to come back? Half a year without coming home. Not even a single phone call. You might as well die out there. Why come back at all? Have you been out causing trouble again?" Seeing this, I quickly defended myself. "Mom, I wasn't causing trouble. I found a job working on road construction. It's just that my phone didn't work out there." Huang Liling stepped aside, hands on her hips, and continued yelling. "What are you standing at the door for? Hurry up and come inside. Do you want the neighbors to laugh at us? Next time, if I can't reach you for half a year, just don't come back at all, just like your father." All I could do was force a bitter smile and walk toward my room. From behind came my mother's voice. "I suppose you've already eaten outside. No need to save food for you anymore. Might as well throw away the leftovers in the pot." "Mom, I'm tired. I'll rest for a bit and then eat," I said helplessly before closing the door. Only after hearing my mother return to her room did I collapse onto the bed. Recalling the past 6 months, every struggle at the brink of death, I slowly drifted into sleep. At this very moment, even I myself was unaware that with every breath I took, the pores all over my body were rhythmically opening and closing. A faint red light emanated from between my eyebrows, spreading throughout my entire body, and even the fatal wound on my chest inexplicably improved slightly. Suddenly, I jolted awake from the dream, as if the punch from the superhuman in the trial had once again materialized before my eyes. Involuntarily clutching my chest, I glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already 1 a.m. I stepped out and hailed a self-driving taxi. 30 years have passed since the apocalypse arrived, and the social landscape has completely changed. Driverless taxis are everywhere, and there are designated special roads in mid-air for flying cars. Of course, none of this means anything to me. I can't fly, nor can I afford it. Although I've saved up some money, it won't do much to change my family's circumstances. There's something I must obtain, so I haven't told my family about it. I firmly believe that as long as I possess supernatural abilities, I can change my fate, because I've suffered enough from not having them. This society is not kind to the weak. More than 10 minutes later, the taxi stopped outside a small building by the roadside. I knocked on the door at the end of the hallway in the building. Soon, a middle-aged man in a white lab coat emerged from around the corner of the room. Frowning, he said unhappily, "You went to the Wu Xian trial?" I nodded and directly took off my shirt, revealing my scar-riddled upper body. On my chest was a horrifying sight, as if something had pierced through it, leaving behind a ghastly mark. Seeing this, the man frowned with displeasure. "You're really pushing yourself, huh? The trial ended in the morning, and with injuries like these, you dared to wait until evening to come see me. Do you have a death wish? How come nothing happened to you during the trial? Yet, even as he scolded me, he pointed to the crude operating table behind him, signaling for me to lie down. The man walked over carrying a medical kit. When Li Chang'an was lying down, the man also walked over with a medical kit. While drumming on Li Chang'an's wounds and ignoring the fact that Li Chang'an was gritting his teeth to endure the pain, the man said, "Almost enough. Together with this time, you've already traveled through 7 trials. Do you really want to go through all 9? Gambling once is gambling with your life. Gambling 9 times is called seeking death." Li Chang'an gritted his teeth and didn't say anything. The pain of open-heart surgery without anesthesia was almost fainting. If it wasn't for the man in front of him whose supernatural ability was aiding him, the bloodshed alone would have caused Li Chang'an to die here. The two had known each other for more than a decade, and Li Chang'an just called the man Lin, never bothering to ask about Lin's psychic ability or psychic level. But according to the 4 grades of S, A, C, and D divided by the Empire, he guessed that Lin belonged to the A-class alien, but A-class aliens not only had human rights, they also had privileges. Running a crappy clinic on the black market always felt inconsistent with the status of an A rank. Lin also didn't ask about Li Chang'an's supernatural ability and rank. Instead, Li Chang'an pretended to mention that he was a D rank, strength enhancement, without meaning to in order to cover it up. A few moments later, the chest wound had been bandaged, and based on past experience, it would be completely healed in about 2 days. All of the people are far more physically fit than they were before the end of the world, but he does have much better self-healing than the average person. I'll give you the medical bills after a while. I have to catch the next trial and I'm worried that I won't have enough money. Li Chang'an got dressed, intending to slip away before Lin got angry. What are you running for? Did I say I'd charge you? I'm in a good mood to give you a free ride, can't I? Lin packed himself up, spitting out his toothpick in a bad mood. Next time? How many next times are there in life? And if you go again, it might be your last. The surprised Li Chang'an is not pretentious since he does not need to slip away. He is not in a hurry to go. While Lin is in a good mood at this moment, he can stay and drink 2 cups of tea. As if he could see through Li Chang'an's small thoughts, Lin poured 2 cups of tea on the table and handed one to Li Chang'an, while sitting down on the sofa on one side with a distant gaze. A moment later, Ringo said as if to himself, "How does it feel this time?" "Not so good." Li Chang'an shook his head as he picked up his tea. There are even more powerful people this time. An S-ranked powerhouse has already appeared to take part, and has been hunted down by him for more than a month. After fighting for over a month, I finally tried to kill back, but I still failed and almost died in the trial. "So you're going to continue?" Ringo rolled his eyes, more caring than blaming. Li Chang'an took a deep breath and looked serious. "Brother Lin, there are tens of millions of people in this city, but how many strong people are there and how many weak people are there?" The weak ones he was talking about were more than just low-level aliens. Aliens were divided into 2 main categories, one part of which was the 4 classes just mentioned, and the other was the producers. Producers were not graded because there was no need for them, their powers were too weak, and if a D-ranked alien was compared to a fireplace, then a producer would be considered a match at best. At the bottom of the world are the producers, whose powers are limited to things like lighting cigarettes to a degree, and who can do little more than manual labor. Li Chang'an's mother was a producer, and Li Chang'an remembered the suffering his mother had endured. So he wished more than anything that he possessed a powerful psychic ability. The producers are still like grass, not to mention him, a guy with no powers. The best thing that can happen to him is to be studied in a lab. Lin frowned. Producers make up more than half. S ranks are less than 5,000. A ranks are around 100,000. And the remaining C ranks and D ranks are in the tens of millions. After weighing his words, Li Chang'an continued, "My natural talent is limited, and if there are no accidents, I'm afraid that in the future, I will always be a D-class alien. If there were another way to change my talent, I wouldn't have gone for this most dangerous path as a weakling. If you don't even dare to fight, you might as well die while you can. Don't be dead all day." Lin didn't have the heart to slap Li Chang'an on the head. Li Chang'an wasn't angry and grinned a silly grin. The world treated him poorly. It was good that some people treated him well. He could tell the difference between good and bad. "It's actually okay, everyone is made of meat. It's not like I'm gonna fight them head on. I'm still very strong just in terms of sneak attacks." Li Chang'an responded solemnly. Lin didn't say a word. He was certainly aware of Li Chang'an's fighting strength. If a person practiced for 10 years, integrating the skill of killing into their daily life, then as long as they were approached by that person, it was basically the same as the word death. Li Chang'an is this person. On the sidelines he seems to be focused, but for him, without his powers, these skills are the only thing he relies on to stay alive. Also because he didn't have powers, he couldn't intuitively know what level of strength he was at, and as long as the other person was too late to react, anyone could be killed. Lin lit a cigarette for himself. Get lost if you're fine, and don't think I'll treat your injuries next time if you're bolting again. Come on, you're the big man. I'll go okay. Li Chang'an stood up and pushed the door open. The moment before he stepped out of the door, he suddenly turned his head with a wide smile. Ringo, thanks. Get out. Turning around and taking the door with him, Li Chang'an's smile dissipated. Even if Lin was one of his only 2 friends, he couldn't tell the secret that he didn't have supernatural powers. This secret has been weighing on his heart for more than 10 years, and he suffers daily, and the only way he can let it go is to get his powers. Starting from a little kid with no psychic ability, struggling through one narrow escape from death to another, step by step, killing was as commonplace to him as eating and drinking water. In his eyes, any alien was stronger than him, so he was often used to striking first when he sensed the other's malice. After all, by the time the other used his powers, he might not have a chance. The scars that crawled over his entire body were his medals. Anyone who knows Li Chang'an well knows that underneath his caution lies a crazy soul. The 8th trial. Shaking his head helplessly, Li Chang'an left the building. You have to eat before you do anything. Chapter 3. The road ahead waits for you. No one remembers when the trials appeared. Some say it was created by God and suddenly appeared one day after a pillar of light fell from the sky, destroying most of the region. Others say it was built by the empire, but no one who has actually been to the trials thinks so. Participants waited inside the trial house. When the trial started, everyone would be transported inside the trial space. Li Chang'an had participated in it 7 times, and he determined that it was a real space. Sometimes it's the middle of nowhere, sometimes it's the city, and no one time the venue is exactly the same. The only thing that's the same is that each trial venue isn't small, giving room for full play. Even so, it can't change the fact that the trial space is a purgatory, where it is filled with the most brutal side of human nature, and it's already considered lucky to be able to die a dry death. If he met an opponent with a special preference, there was no telling what kind of torture he would have to endure. Weakness is hell everywhere. The difference is that here you at least have alcohol to drink. The young man who was polishing his glass pushed the bridge of his nose up to his eyes and glanced indifferently at Li Chang'an, who was drinking artificial milk at his wine stand. Li Chang'an laughed bitterly, as one of the few people he could call a friend. This Jiang Shuibu guy's mouth was the most unpleasant. But a pleasant mouth isn't that important when it comes to surviving in a place like the black market. Putting down the cup that had been polished to a clanking shine in his hand, Jiang Shuibu picked up another glass. The guy who suffered from a heavy cleanliness fetish could never stop his hand. The winner must go to the Ministry of War to serve in the military, and although they eat royal food, they are subject to state control. Are you really sure that's what you want? Nodding his head, Li Chang'an smiled. Of course. Isn't it good to eat royal food? Just manage it. Snort. Jiang Shuibu sneered as usual. This is different from before. The whole society is different after the end of the world. It's not like you don't know what those aliens are doing now. It's not just humans that evolve in the end times, but also beasts that total far more than humans, and are called monsters after evolving in great numbers. Weird means something that is different from a person, something that is frightening. Monsters ravage the world, led by those with high intelligence, and they bring no safer disasters than when the end comes. The pillar of light that fell from the sky 30 years ago killed a third of the world's population, and disease and famine caused chaos that ravaged the earth along with monsters, and the number of people who died in just 1 year caught up with the pillar of light at the end of time. After the establishment of the empire, the Ranger Guild appeared in the folklore, and was taken over by the empire afterward, and hunted monsters in exchange for points which could be exchanged for weapons and, most importantly, gene potions. Genetic potions can permanently increase the power of psychic abilities by a small margin, as well as drastically improve physical fitness. After all, basically all psychics are physically weak except for the enhanced ones. With the gene potion, they will also become stronger and stronger in terms of physical quality, except that the body is resistant to the drug, and there is an upper limit to the taking of the gene potion. This made the lower-ranked reinforcement alien even more unpopular. After all, the reinforcement was limited and wouldn't be too much more powerful than those who had been injected with genetic potions. Certain powerful wanderers also receive recruitment from the empire, and if they refuse, then their lives afterward are monitored by the empire. As Jiang Shuibu slammed the cup heavily on the table, Li Chang'an only came back to reality from his delirium, smiling sarcastically and looking around. He didn't know how to answer Jiang Shuibu's question. How could he not understand his best friend's concern? To listen to it nicely, he was a hawk and dog, but to listen to it unpleasantly, of course he was a running dog. Look what's going on over there. So many people. Putting on an innocent and clueless look, Li Chang'an was glad that the clamor on the street corner gave him the opportunity to change the topic. Jiang Shuibu also did not bother to look deeply into Li Chang'an's poor tactics to change the topic, glanced over there, and coldly replied, "If you owe money and don't pay it back, you can take your daughter's wife to offset the debt. That woman is also ruthless. Their own suicide, leaving a teenage daughter, more than 10 years old, did not awaken supernormal ability. This life is also so. Physical quality is not good, early death less suffer. Don't be so cold, in fact. Throw away the self-esteem and face after the weak can also live quite well." Li Chang'an heatedly laughed. In return, Jiang Shuibu's undisguised blank stare. He couldn't help but be a bit curious. The later the time of awakening, the worse the natural talent would be. Awakening almost to adulthood, 80% of them were producers. For example, 99% of humans born before the end of time are productive, so in the current society, the older ones live the worst. What's the difference between abandoning your pride and face and dying? Throwing the rag in the trash, Jiang Shuibu took out a fresh, white towel and wiped his glass from the top. "Go see it if you want to. Don't dilly-dally." Li Chang'an smiled sarcastically and stepped straight over, carelessly paving through the crowd to the center. In the center of the crowd were several tall men, one of whom carried a chain in his hand, the other end of which was attached to the neck of the little girl sitting on her knees. The girl was thin and frail, her dirty and tattered clothes barely covering her body, and her hair hanging down so that one could not really see her face. "Skinny dog, you ing overdo it. On this kind of goods you all open price 10,000. Even if it is a chick are not ing worth this money. A bite price of 3,000. I take back to masked face can also be cool." A man in the crowd was haggling with the man holding the girl. The man called Skinny Dog was actually a tall man like a small giant. At this time, he did not pay attention to the man who wanted to press the price. His attention was on Li Chang'an, who suddenly appeared. The more he looked, the more familiar he felt, and he always felt as if he had seen this face of Li Chang'an somewhere. "Look at me." Li Chang'an crouched down and picked the girl's chin to make her look at herself. A ghastly maroon birthmark covering most of her face. Perhaps originally the features are clear, but under the birthmark only intimidating. The most cannot let a person look directly at the pair of gray colorless eyes. No light cannot see a little vitality. But in those eyes, Li Chang'an could see himself. "Do you need me to help you?" As soon as Li Chang'an finished speaking, the skinny dog on the side frowned. The girl didn't say anything, just spread her face and smiled. The hideous birthmarks on her face, as if they were tentacles, became even more gruesome as the corners of her mouth tugged. Li Chang'an nodded and said indifferently, "It seems that you don't want to live anymore, but compared to you dying here by experiencing all kinds of pain, dying with me will be much drier and faster. Do you want to reconsider?" This time, the girl didn't smile again. Her eyes seemed to have a little more color in them, and after a moment's hesitation she asked softly, "Trouble?" Li Chang'an finally revealed a smile, shook his head and stood up, saying to the skinny dog, "I'm going to take her away. You name a price." After a few moments of deliberation, the thin dog gritted his teeth and said, "Brother, I see that you have some good looks, and you should also know our rules, only sell not sell. But give brother a face, as long as brother you give a $30,000. She is yours. Play as you like. In the future it has nothing to do with us." "Yes." Li Chang'an nodded, ripped the chain from the girl's neck, lifted her up, and pointed to the wine stall in Jiang Shuibu and said, "Go sit over there, and let that big brother make you something to eat. Is $30,000 a lot? Too much, not to mention 30,000. Li Chang'an cannot even get 300, 30 can still be considered." With this scene of Li Chang'an ripping the thick iron chain from his wrist with his bare hands, the crowd automatically parted to let the girl go, and the skinny dog was even more thankful that he didn't offer an overly high price. "I don't have any money. How about credit?" Li Chang'an spread his two hands in a rogue-like manner. "Skinny dog is angry but not angry. Playing tricks on our brother dog. You're tired of living." This junior brother was very dutiful, shouting as he took out 10% of his strength and swung his fist. "This punch is not as heavy as Taishan, not as fast as thunder, but it is real so that people can see at a glance is to make strength. Count this punch as 30,000. As he said this, Li Chang'an leaned over slightly and resisted the punch with his shoulder, no one noticing that his right hand had been handed out from the shadows. With his right hand and palm like a knife, he stabbed under the youngster's throat, breaking through the flesh and grabbing a handful of his throat and ripping it off. Watching their companions lose, the remaining four rushed forward in a group hug and fell to their knees again at a faster pace. Li Chang'an was like a swimming fish, weaving in and out of the middle of the four, always with his back to one, striking out viciously without any emotion. Although the 4 people on the ground did not die, but also the least injured one was also twisted arm, stubble through the skin, blood dripping. The skinny dog was only stunned for a moment, and then it was too late to tell his men to stop. The last skinny dog was then lifted up by Li Chang'an by pinching his head. San. Third master. Just after spitting out a word, the skinny dog felt the intensity on his skull tighten violently, and hurriedly shouted out loudly before taking his last breath. And then he felt his body fall to the ground with a lightness. I should have known that I wouldn't be recognized if I killed you first. Li Chang'an sighed helplessly and let go of his hand. There was no point in killing again after being recognized. After all, the other party called the real thing, in this street to make a living always have to abide by some rules. Skinny dog life, cold sweat, this life is the most fortunate thing, is probably fast-mouthed. In front of this is the top of the black street, cannot tolerate the most ruthless characters. 2 years ago it was this third master who looked like a loser, and his 2 friends who wiped out the biggest gang on the street in one night. A large gang of several hundred people. Overnight even a can breathe are not left. Dawn someone saw the third master sitting in front of the door smoking cigarettes. That all the scars can stop the child night cry. Li Chang'an casually waved his hand and walked out from the separated crowd. He did not know what the skinny dog thought in his heart. Anyway, he really did not have any money. He was called the third master, but he could not even take 30,000. Shame on him. Just after returning to the wine stall and sitting down, Jiang Shuibu smiled narrowly. Yo, third master. When will you pay me the money you owe me for the wine? Li Chang'an bristled and ignored Jiang Shuibu's flirting. If he wanted to blame it, he had to blame Jiang Shuibu. If it wasn't for the fact that Jiang Shuibu had killed the boss of another gang, and the other party had gathered their men with the intention of coming to take revenge, he had infiltrated the other party's headquarters out of desperation. He killed the whole night, until his hands and feet were weak, until finally Lin and Jiang Shuibu arrived to finish off the remaining remnants, and that battle made him completely famous. I won't talk to you anymore. I still have some things to do. The little girl will be put here with you for a few days. Li Chang'an stood up and said that he stood up and was about to leave, just in time to meet those gray eyes. Li Chang'an didn't know when he would die. Maybe it would be the next trial. He wanted to leave some explanation. It was just a sudden impulsive thought. Maybe he couldn't use it. Gently rubbing the top of the girl's head, Li Chang'an laughed. You'll follow this uncle for now, and help me later. It's very easy to die. By the way, what's your name? Gory again. The girl replied with an expressionless face. Surname 5? My name is Li Chang'an. Call me whatever you want. After a pause, Li Chang'an added, if you want to ditch the name, do you want to take my surname? My surname is Li. The girl was slightly stunned and then firmly shook her head. Li Chang'an could only give up and quickly leave. Just now the voice of uncle has already made Jiang Shuibu's forehead veins rippled. If you do not go, cannot say what will happen. Gazing at Li Chang'an's departing back, the girl with the strange name suddenly wanted to say something to him. Actually, living isn't that bad. Chapter 4. The world cannot be bright. Your name is Barbarian God? Yes. Inside the room, the teenager answered the question dryly, and when he said he was a teenager, his tall head, which was a little lower than the ceiling, was not. The old man with gray hair was sitting at the table in a straight military uniform, and in his hand was the resume of the teenager in front of him, which was much more oozing in comparison to that of an ordinary person. Are you sure you want me to register this name instead of your real name? You should know that even if you're a genius, the last thing this place lacks is geniuses, and this word God can be considered provocative. The old man picked his eyes to look at the teenager, even if he was standing. He only came up to the teenager's chest. Raising his head was too tiring, and he simply didn't look at the unruly face. Yes. With the usual simple answer, the teenager smiled and revealed the large mouth with sharp teeth, as if it was a giant beast. I'm all about provocation. The old man laughed softly and waved his hand. Go on, and deduct from your allowance if something breaks. The teenager was unconcerned, his eyes blazing towards the door. And within that door was a group of madmen who represented the highest fighting force in the Federation. Another prick, huh? The middle-aged man beside the old man who hadn't made a sound smiled and handed over a cup of tea to the old man beside him. The old man took the tea and laughed. Which one here is not a prick? But this kid does have this capital. Look at this information. Saying that, he handed over the resume of the teenager in his hand. The middle-aged man took the resume and couldn't help but marvel after only 2 glances. 150 people in this trial, and he killed 103 by himself? This isn't a prick anymore. This is a time bomb. A time bomb? Ha ha ha, indeed, but this kind of person is actually better. Times are different. As long as he's a bomb, then we want it. The old man's face gradually became gloomy. Time is running out. The middle-aged man nodded, and casually flipped through the resume, and suddenly exclaimed with wide eyes. This guy is not even the only winner. There is still a surviving kid. Wait, the barbarian god teleported out with injuries. Is the other one that survived also a monster? Aha! The old man nodded. I found someone to check and confirmed that there is still one person surviving, and no body was found in the trial house, which means that it wasn't just barely surviving out of the trial house. This kid didn't win, so we can't find out what he did in the trial house, and we don't know if he fought the barbarian god or not, so we can't be arbitrary. I'll find someone to talk to about the barbarian god's mouth. Nodding approvingly, the middle-aged man suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said, I remember that the trials these past few years didn't seem to be the only ones to survive, as if there was a lucky winner in every one of them. Do you think it could be the same person? The old man oohed and awed, his face grave as he nodded vigorously. It's possible. I can't believe we missed this. He might not be underpowered, he just met a stronger genius. But since he survives every time, this kid is at least a talent. No, you have someone check it out immediately, you must find him. No, keep an eye on the next trial. Since he didn't die, he will definitely go again. So what if he dies in the next trial? Dead? Then die. A dead genius is no longer a genius. A dead genius isn't a genius? Is a dead pig still a pig then? Don't eat meat if you're capable. No matter how much the stooped old man cursed, Li Chang'an just compensated with a smile, not daring to be half dissatisfied. You old man, calm down, I don't mean that, we've known each other for 6 years. And you know me, I really can't get more money. Those geniuses didn't bring any money with them. I really need it now, besides, it's still a bit risky. Can you consider it a discount? Li Chang'an felt that he must look like a eunuch at this moment when he was fawning. The old man looked at Li Chang'an with cold eyes and said, whether this thing is worth anything depends on who it is sold to. Maybe it is not worth much to sell it to someone else, but I know it can be more expensive to sell it to you. Big brother, Grand Master, you old man, do me a favor. I really need it. Seriously, if I can't use it this time, this thing won't be useful to me next time. Li Chang'an's face was grave. This old man in front of him, he has been cooperating for 6 years, said cooperation. In fact, it is just to come to deliver money every time, the whole 7 million. The 6 years he used any way to earn every penny is smashed in here, and to this day still short of 2,000. The old man was not moved in the slightest, skimming his mouth impatiently. Don't bother me. Could you still be 2,000 short? How much was agreed upon in the first place is how much. I do business is to pay with one hand and deliver with the other, not to mention this thing. I've been waiting for you here for 6 years. It's already enough to give you face, but to haggle can be broken my principle. I am really short of these 2,000. Li Chang'an smiled bitterly and had no choice but to give a truthful account. I will leave here tonight to participate in the Taiyé trial. As you old man knows, I've been injured more than once, and I've already encountered newcomers with dual psychic abilities in this No Shen trial, and I don't know if I'll make it out of the next one alive or not, so this is really vital to me. 8th? The old man asked with a frown. Li Chang'an nodded with a bitter smile. The old man stared for a moment and pulled out 2 tiny bird-shaped sculptures from within his ragged clothes and handed them to him. This? Li Chang'an was a bit shocked. Didn't your old man say that this would break your principles? Kid, remember, principle this kind of thing is used to break. The old man was very serious in every word, and then smiled cheerfully. Not for nothing, if you survive, try to live a productive life. A dead genius is a genius, but not if you're dead. After saying that, the old man pulled out a slim dagger from somewhere, and just a little bit in front of Li Chang'an's face inserted it into his chest straight through his heart. The only people who can keep secrets in this world are the dead. Li Chang'an did not say a word from the beginning to the end, lifting his hand to the old man's neck and snapping his neck before the old man broke his breath. This was the old man's rule, and Li Chang'an had known for a long time that the old man would kill himself after the deal was completed. It's so fake. Li Chang'an doesn't believe at all that someone commits suicide after taking the money. It's 80% a special psychic ability. So Li Chang'an tried to make a move to help the old man leave this world as soon as possible. But when he saw the old man's body turn into ashes and disappear, he felt as if he had not helped the old man. In the eyes of others, he was nearly inhuman, yet there was enough of such a thing as humanity, and too much of it was a liability. When she returned to the wine stand, the little girl was picking at the little grains of rice left in her bowl, and stacked to her left were 3 other large bowls with mouths the size of her faceplate. Li Chang'an couldn't help but smile. This little guy didn't have much of a desire to survive, but his meal size was not bad. Jiang, take it. Li Chang'an threw the object in his hand. Jiang Shuibu did not even look at it but lifted his hand and took it in his hand. Gazing at it carefully, it was a small copper sparrow, plain and ordinary, except for the fact that it was quite delicate. There was nothing outstanding about it. However, Jiang Shuibu immediately slowed down after being slightly stunned, glancing at the other identical copper sparrow in Li Chang'an's hand and asking, "Is this the contraption you spent almost 6 years earning money to buy?" What's called a contraption? This is called sending love. It's a very powerful thing. It seems to be called a magic treasure before the end of the day. Li Chang'an fell in love with the small copper sparrow in his hand. Nonsense. It's 6,998,000. Looking at Jiang Shuibu's look of playing with it with a care in the world, Li Chang'an was heartbroken. Busily snatching it from Jiang Shuibu's hands, Li Chang'an complained, "Can you pay attention? In any case, this has cost me all my belongings." Jiang Shuibu smiled disdainfully, skillfully tossing the bowls and plates around Go Lu Yen into the sink, cleaning them nimbly with one hand, while looking straight at Li Chang'an and said, "You took all your belongings to gamble on such a contraption, and if you lose the bet?" "Lost the bet? Losing is losing. What's the use of more money when you really lose? Do you leave it to you as an inheritance? You are not my son." As soon as the words fell, Li Chang'an's head tilted and raised his hand to catch the flying plate in his own ear. Snatching the plate from Li Chang'an's hands, Jiang Shuibu brushed this plate several more times without a word. Little 5. Pulling over the little girl who had been watching the show from the beginning to the end, Li Chang'an hugged her and placed her on the chair beside him, smiling at the little girl who had wiped her face clean but hadn't wiped the rice grains from the corners of her mouth. Removing the grains of rice for her, Li Chang'an said, "As for me, I'm a person who doesn't have much to offer. I might have a bit of talent, but I discovered it too late, so I'm trying hard to recover it now. You're definitely more talented than me, but I won't give you much time. I'm leaving later, so stay here with this uncle." "Hey, I didn't promise to take her in." Jiang Shuibu was very dissatisfied, but Li Chang'an, who had known him for a long time, didn't care. Li Chang'an continued, "I'll give you a year to learn your skills here, and if I don't come back after a year, you'll go to the trial. The first 8 times you are not allowed to win, you can only try to survive, and the last time it is up to you whether you win or survive. It's a shame I don't have much time left. Otherwise I'd have a lot more to teach you. So how about you return the favor now?" After saying that, Li Chang'an stood up. He knew that the little girl wouldn't digest it so quickly, but he didn't have much time left. If she survived this time, she might have some more time, but if not, then the little girl named Guryuyan should also endure what she had to face at her age. Even though you are a decision I made out of the blue, I look forward to the surprises you will give me in the future, and if I die, I want you to live radiantly in my place." Tossing the bronze sparrow in his hand to Jiang Shuibu, Li Chang'an turned around and left with a smile, leaving Wu Lian with only a back. Until Li Chang'an's back completely disappeared, Wu Lian finally turned her head to look at Jiang Shuibu, who had always been afraid of this person who looked so beautiful that she couldn't tell her gender. "He gave you to me, but I have no intention of taking you. I don't need a punk." For the first time today, Jiang Shuibu stopped wiping. Guryuyan nodded without saying a word. "Learning to do things for me can be exhausting, and not at all something you can handle in this body. I'll eat more. You can die working with me? Are you afraid of dying?" Turning his head to look at the direction where Li Chang'an had disappeared, Wu Lian looked towards Jiang Shuibu and nodded heavily. "Fear. Then you stay, go upstairs and take a shower, and wear my clothes first." Jiang Shuibu resumed wiping down the cups and tables and chairs, just a little more gently. "Fear of death is what keeps you from running to it. Turn your fear into motivation so you have a chance." Jiang Shuibu smiled to himself. How could anyone in this world possibly be able to catch up with Chang'an? I'm overthinking it. Chapter 5, Hair Not Pink Enough. The initial pillar of light took billions of lives, thus causing certain small countries to disappear from the world map, even as large swaths of land sank into the ocean. The social order was already near collapse when the alien powers appeared, and with the monsters coming, mankind was plunged into an unprecedented crisis. So the remaining regimes around the world banded together, put aside their old grudges, and united their technologies and military strengths. And when the war was won, this alliance became the Restricted Empire. The North City where Li Chang'an was located belonged to the scope of the East Continent, while the next trial site was within the 12 cities of the West Continent, which should have been called Europe before the end of the day. Without the barrier between countries, Mankind's technological advances are soaring, they just won't be too obvious in everyday life, such as transportation, which has simply become more convenient and faster. In fact, only 30 years have passed since the end of the world, and compared to any civilization, 30 years is a snap of the fingers, and is not insignificant in the long river of history. But for the past 30 years, people have identified with the empire as if it had been around for centuries, everyone speaking the same language and writing the same script. There was no more entertainment, and it was extremely difficult to see pre-apocalyptic books, but people seemed to take it in stride, and it was as if a long, long time had passed before the end. It was all more or less dysfunctional and just never bothered to be thought about deeply. Because of the attacks of the bird monsters, airplanes became a real luxury that was only enjoyed by the dignitaries. After all, one trip would be accompanied by a squad of escorts. However, the new trains now created with electromagnetism are not slow and don't have to worry about derailment and are perfectly capable of moving at 900 km/h. The trouble is the construction of the roads and the daily maintenance. Each train has 7 psychics accompanying it, including 6A ranks and 1S rank, which is enough to ensure safety on the road. Besides, one of the 6A ranks must be equipped with a precious information seeker, similar to clairvoyance or smooth ears and other psychic abilities. Excuse me. Please. Feet closed. Melon seeds. Peanuts. 8-ball porridge. The stewardess pushing the trolley walked past the edge. Li Chang'an silently leaned against the window, an induction headset clipped to his earlobe, which played sound without the need to plug it into his ear. The fingernail-sized headset. The limited development of civilian technology is a far cry from military items, but it still comes with a hefty price tag. His first cell phone and headphones were given to him by Jiang Shuibu on his birthday, the year he passed his first trial. At this high speed, there is only a blur outside the window. No one will waste their energy in such a place. What Li Chang'an cares about is that there is someone lying on the roof of the car. There had been an extra person on top of the car since the last stop, and although the sound was subtle, it couldn't escape his ears, and the music playing in his ear clips had stopped long ago, just to hear what the guy on top was trying to do. The world still has no shortage of extreme guys trying to prove something pointless by hurting others, guys who are more dangerous than the monsters outside the city and have learned to use their brains after all. Most of the thousands of passengers in the train were normal producer level, with a few C and D level, which would have killed this train's passengers with explosions alone, except for the special powers. I don't know what kind of psychic ability the spotter on this train is. Li Chang'an frowned and whispered to himself. If it was a far-sighted ability like clairvoyance, it was normal that he couldn't discover the guy on the roof of the car. I just hope that nothing happens along the way. He has a way to protect himself, but can't help but waste time. Can't catch up with this trial, will have to wait until the end of the trial to participate in the next round. That's the shortest 1 month, the longest half a year. The youth on the side who was looking at the book unexpectedly had sharp ears and heard Li Chang'an's self-talk, smiled and interjected. I happen to know about this. It's the precognition ability. Oh, I heard that it's a newcomer, but it's very reliable. Precognition? Ah, that's safe. Li Chang'an quietly nodded and turned his head and smiled. So that's how it is. Then I feel relieved. Precognition belongs to the mystic system of abilities, capable of detecting imminent danger, and depending on the level of the ability, the time to sense danger in advance varies. The S-class precognition alien was said to be able to sense danger a day in advance, and with this kind of alien in place, this trip could at least be guaranteed safe. Yes, precognition powers are not common. I've been fortunate enough to see a few of them. Where is little brother going? The man put down the book with a smile on his face. Going to the Western continent. I heard that the environment of Luo City over there is not bad. Go and make a living. Stretching his hand, Li Chang'an didn't reject anyone, because he knew that soon the guy in front of him would flip his face. The man nodded and laughed. Yes, Luo City in the 12 cities is the most suitable for human habitation. This is my business card. My humble self has a small company in Luo City, specializing in introducing jobs to all of you alienists who want to make a little bit of money. Little brother is a talented man, so maybe we'll have frequent dealings in the future. Sorry, I'm a producer. Li Chang'an smiled slightly and narrowed the corners of his eyes. Retrieving his business card at the speed of light, the man picked up his book, shook his head and muttered, "Why a little sleepy?" Li Chang'an guffawed. This society was like that. When they heard the words producer, certain people wouldn't even want to waste a second. They wouldn't even question the truth of the words. After all, who would want to describe themselves as the lowest of the lowly races? Just after turning his head to look out of the window, Li Chang'an realized that the guy above his head seemed to have lost his voice, and just as he was chatting with this man, the guy above his head seemed to have departed. Forget it. More than 2 hours later, the train pulled into Luo City, and Li Chang'an got off the train with his own small backpack on his back. and just swept it up at the door with his identity card before leaving the station. As a survivor of the trials, you get 3 free rides on the train each year, and it takes a few seconds to swipe your ID card when you collect your pension. Standing on the street where people came and went, the blonde hair and blue eyes around him could not give Lee Chang'an the strange feeling of being in a foreign land. The towering spires of the trials are a city's most distinctive landmarks, visible from a distance, and it's just a matter of walking in that direction. It's better to eat first. The things on the train are too expensive. I'm all. Covering his stomach, Lee Chang'an was suddenly startled. Gave 2,000 to my mom and the remaining 8,000 to the old man for the free ride. So how much money do I have left? Taking out the translucent ID card and shaking it, he watched the amount on it stop at 15. I can't afford to eat? Lee Chang'an, who has a huge appetite, finally finds the strangeness of being in a foreign land. The side of the restaurant emanating the aroma of meat seems to be dressed in a revealing woman, twisting the palm-thick thin waist, shaking the handkerchief with that bone-softening stress, shouted, "Customer, come on." And Lee Chang'an was like a eunuch who had purified himself. "Help me." This sudden sound caused Lee Chang'an to immediately turn his head to look. Dozens of meters away, several strong men were dragging a girl towards the alley. The strong men were all wearing different colored undershirts, and each of them had an identical tattoo on their shoulders. Great, organized and disciplined crime. How rich this should be. Joyful, Lee Chang'an was busy hurrying towards the front at a fast pace. The passersby turned a blind eye to the brutality of the burly man, which confirmed Lee Chang'an's suspicions. "Calling you a mother. If you don't tell me where your husband went, I'll do you on the street." Just as he approached, he could hear the sound of drinking and cursing in the alley. "Stop. Let go of that woman." The voice did not come from Lee Chang'an, but a girl with pink hair, and when Lee Chang'an was about to walk into the alley, this short-haired girl who looked to be in her 20s flung her head of pink hair and rushed in first. Lee Chang'an was stunned. A business robber? Hastily, he poked half his head out to look down the alley. Chapter 6. Lee Chang'an, the envoy. At this moment, Lee Chang'an felt that the proverb was right. The pinker the hair, the harder the blow. Didn't even have time to listen to what the girl said. A light on the hand, 3 strong man, 2 strengthened type special ability, 1 should be elemental system, only that can only wrap to the fist of the flame is really no deterrent. By the time all 3 were lying on the ground, the pink-haired woman hadn't used her powers, simply relying on a nunchaku. "Ah, beat it." The pink-haired woman daintily put away her nunchucks and pinned them to her waist, picking up the faceless young woman on the floor. As he walked out of the alley, he took one more look at Lee Chang'an, who was squatting on the side of the road smoking. Perception is so sharp. Laughing bitterly as he got up and stomped out his cigarette, Lee Chang'an turned around and walked into the alley. Although the pink-haired woman's hands were ruthless, the 2 reinforced adepts, one of which was strength enhanced and the other body surface hardened, actually suffered no more than superficial injuries, and only the elemental-based flame adept appeared to have cracked bones, clutching his shins as he wailed. "Brothers, little brother, I didn't bring any money when I went out. My hands are a bit tight. Please support me, brothers." Lee Chang'an stood in front of the trio, his not-so-strong body but seemed to block the sunlight that shone into the alley. As soon as the hardened alien with an ink-black body surface took a look that it wasn't the pink-haired woman, he immediately cursed, "Screw you, X," extorting into the master's head. Before he finished speaking, he spewed blood and crooked his head. He didn't even see how Lee Chang'an struck before he was kicked and had half of his teeth broken. "You're in league with that bleep just now?" The power-enhanced alien stood up and took 2 careful steps back, certain that his opponent was an alien of the same type as himself, only quite a bit stronger. Unfortunately, power reinforcement has no future, so it's hardly intimidating himself as power reinforcement, and he certainly knows best where power reinforcement is today. Don't get me wrong, it's just that she robbed me first. Luckily, she only wanted the person and I wanted the money, otherwise I would have had to fight with her, and that would have given me a headache. While saying that, Lee Chang'an stretched out his hand. The smile on his face had disappeared. Seeing that the other party stretched out his hand, it was clear that he could see it clearly, but this poor fellow found that he could not dodge it no matter what and was just grabbed by the elbow and then watched as his elbow was pinched into a twist. "Ah!" A howl of pain escaped from his throat, only to be terminated by a crushed jaw. Lee Chang'an's smile dispersed. His expression was fierce and vicious. "I've left you a hand for transferring money. Do you understand?" The Hanyu took out his identity card with his only remaining hand and tremblingly reached towards Lee Chang'an. Transferring money in person only requires overlapping the 2 people's ID cards, with the recipients placed on top, and in a matter of seconds no matter how large the amount is. Very good. Now on to the next one. The smile returned to Li Chang'an's hands, and one couldn't help but feel that his fists were a little gentler as well. In less than a minute, all the money on the three people's accounts came to Li Chang'an's hands, only worthy of the bottom. The three people added up to less than $100,000, making Li Chang'an a little disappointed. The three big men hunkered down comically, eyeing the demon, hoping that the demon would leave sooner rather than later. All right, the money is in hand. Li Chang'an put away his identity card and smiled faintly. Since I took the money, there's no way I'll harm your lives. Phew, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Just make sure you don't come back to get me later. I don't like trouble. No, we will never retaliate. The same thought surfaced in the minds of the three. Even a temporary plea for survival could not admit to future retaliation. However, by the time those words were said, Li Chang'an had already made his move. None of them could have time to hiss in agony before they fainted in extreme pain. When he left the alley, Li Chang'an held a white undershirt that he had stripped from one of the men, and relentlessly wiped the thick blood in his hand. But even if the white undershirt was completely dyed red, there was still some bright red in the palm lines and finger crevices that was hard to erase. In the future, if the awakened supernormal ability is water, it will be convenient to wash my hands. Throwing the undershirt into the garbage can by the side of the road, Li Chang'an turned around and walked into the restaurant by the side, as if he was a harmless uncle. Boss, 5 orders of fried noodles, 2 bowls of pork soup, and an elbow for dine-in. The owner, who was cutting up the meat, poked his head out and frowned slightly. Fat consumption or devouring? No whoops. Li Chang'an smiled and shook his head. It's power enhancement. Oh, give you a bigger portion. Count the money for your smaller portion. Eat more to have the strength to work. Obviously, with a fierce face, the boss was unexpectedly gentle. Instead, Li Chang'an was a bit uncomfortable, and only after a long time did he say thank you in a sarcastic manner. If the boss had said, "Get out, I don't do business with inferior people here," Li Chang'an would have been somewhat more comfortable instead. The lowest in addition to the producer is only strength-type alien. A brute force in the past can also go to the construction site to carry the package, but now the construction site, as long as a few Earth system will be enough, high-grade point of the building will be invited among the mysterious system of the alien to a reinforcement, a little bit similar to the pre-doomsday of the Enlightenment. First served a bowl of pork soup. The mouth of the bowl is the size of a basketball. The flavor is not outstanding, but wins in the amount of rice. Interesting. Li Chang'an laughed and hugged the bowl. A bowl of pork soup went down, and outside, a mellifluous bell rang out, playing 3 chimes and then stopping. The owner of the restaurant carried a large plate of fried noodles and put it in front of Li Chang'an, looked at the door and frowned. The bell of the trial, it's like a life-suppressing charm. I don't know how many people are going to die this time. Luckily, it's only the 3rd sound. When it's 12, it's really hypnotizing. Li Chang'an picked up his chopsticks and ate the chow mein with a grunt. Eat slowly. The flavor of my store is not good, but it's enough. The boss smiled and shook his head, turning around and walking into the kitchen. He was the only one in this not-so-big store. There wasn't even a food server. But it is also true that the taste is general, whether it is fried noodles or pork soup. Li Chang'an ate a cooking-class pot meal flavor. Now how the military treatment is also higher than the opening of the restaurant, this boss is estimated to be a person with a story. It didn't take long for the layers of stacked plates to pile up to half a person's height. Li Chang'an put down his chopsticks in contentment. Nothing made him feel happier than when he was full. This sense of security was unrivaled. There was a sensor at the corner of the table, and the ID card could be tapped on it to pay the bill. But Li Chang'an still nodded slightly toward the kitchen and said with a smile, "Thank you. You are going to participate in the trial, right?" The boss stepped out from behind the kitchen with a cigarette in his mouth and watched Li Chang'an stop before slowly saying, "If you don't mind sitting for a while, I'll tell you about the opponents you'll meet." Wow. Li Chang'an looked back and smiled lightly. Why? The tall, burly boss tapped the side table. "You just went and taught those 3 evildoers a lesson, didn't you? I just hope that people like you will just survive well." Li Chang'an did not move, nodded his head and then sat down at the table, but inwardly his thoughts were actually flowing. He saw it. Should we silence him? Chapter 7 Life is more than chicken soup. A genius from the 12 cities of the Law City, red hair and blue eyes, thunder system ability in the elemental system, strength above the A rank and below the S rank. Perhaps he can break through to the S rank in this trial, and he has the greatest chance of winning in the black market openings. In second place is a young girl from Sakura Castle in the Eastern Continent. carrying a sword with her, very conspicuous, alone with a boat across the ocean to get here. The dangers of the ocean are known to you, and her powers are unknown, and she's in second place in terms of winning. The third one is a guy from the eastern continent just like you, only awakened his powers at the age of 13, only know that the powers belong to the battle system, no one knows the specifics, came out of the slums, and his hands are extremely ruthless, never a survivor. Li Chang'an silently listened, the third person's information he was clear, after all, they were all from the eastern continent. The appearance of psychic abilities has been more than 20 years since then, and human beings have been divided into various faculties, based on the characteristics of psychic abilities. And it is recognized that the one that is most suitable for combat is the battle faculty. The battle department includes powers like bio-lock and sure hit that have no basis to speak of, and there have even been elemental immune guys, the natural nemesis of the elemental department. Only what Li Chang'an was curious about was not the information about these people, but why the boss, who was unknown to him, was telling him this. Seemingly seeing Li Chang'an's doubt, the boss smiled and shook his head. Don't look at me like this now. I used to be very powerful. You should have also seen that I used to be a soldier. Back then, I was the only one left in the team to survive a mission that ran into a second evolution of the beast, and I haven't been able to get my hands on anyone since. The boss said and rolled up his sleeve, under which was a pair of mechanical arms. You're also strength enhanced? Li Chang'an suddenly realized that with the loss of his arms, his already unexceptional strength enhancement was completely reduced to a waste. That's right. The boss laughed cheerfully, pulled down his sleeve and continued. That's why I see you kid extraordinarily well. So what if you're power enhanced? I'm just a C rank, but I've also personally killed an evolved monster once. Slapping Li Chang'an on the shoulder, the somewhat blonde boss suddenly became serious. You kid is not bad, don't die in there. As much as I would like to advise that the future is still long and there's no need to take risks now, I'm afraid that the trial is the best way out for you. There's no such thing as a wasted psychic ability. It's just that the time for it hasn't come yet. So live and wait, or turn it on yourself. Ha ha ha. I'm just kidding. Although you are as handsome as I was when I was young, how can you do something like start an era? Looking at the big hand on his shoulder, Li Chang'an stood up after a long time and nodded, turned around and walked towards the door, walking out 2 steps. Inexplicably he wanted to stop and said without any weight. My name is Li Chang'an. Dully looking at Li Chang'an's departing back, the boss suddenly shook his head and laughed bitterly. Is it to make me memorize your name so that I can watch you start a new era with my own eyes? Are all the young people nowadays so crazy? It's good to be young. After eating his fill, Li Chang'an should make a trip to the underground market according to the usual practice. The city was mixed with dragons and snakes, and people from all 3 religions came and went, but no one could escape the ears and eyes of the intelligence peddlers. The trials do not require participants to enter naked, and families who can afford it will certainly bring better equipment, except that the trials have a set of rules of their own, and crushing and borrowing too much from outside forces have all been proven to affect the strength of the final baptism. However, preparation for weaknesses is not included in this. Doing your best to gather information about your opponent and preparing things to restrain them before entering the trial house are all part of your own strength. There is no absolute fairness in the world, only relative fairness. There were handicappers in the underground market, people squatting at the entrance of the trial house and running around the city every day just to collect information about the participants for those gamblers to place their bets, and they could only be at night a few times a year, but every time they played tremendously. And the bookmakers are happy to sell the information to other players. There's no way to make a profit from a blowout, and that's not going to happen in the dark. However, today, Li Chang'an decided to walk through the trial house first. The information was not in a hurry. Why don't we go and see what kind of scary guys are there? Well, facing the scary opponents directly and understanding from the information was not the same thing at all. There are enough rooms in the trial house for participants to rest. As long as you sign up to participate, you will get free food and lodging. If you run away in the middle of the day, you will be wanted by the local guards to hunt them down. Teasing the Federation is a punishable offense. 5 feet high door is open. This door never closed, carved beams and painted buildings, but does not show exquisite, through a rough beauty, like a giant beast with its mouth open waiting for food to step in by itself. But the people who enter this place are endless. There is always someone who expects that he or she will be a warrior who will behead the dragon. From a long distance away, Li Chang'an saw the black market's eyes planted here. Mainly the other party was not professional enough to set up a fruit stand. Even if it was far enough away from the trial house, it did not help. Not only was there no shortage of food in the doomsday, on the contrary, because of the high production it contributed to the low price of food. However, most of the aliens do not eat a small amount of food, and it is a fact that cars that run fast do not burn low fuel, but that's about it, and refined fruits are not produced and sold in the end of the world, and belong to the exclusive products of the rich. A fruit stand on the street is simply in the equivalent of writing on the stand, I have a problem. Every person who stepped into the trial institute would be recorded and then deeply. Into the investigation, Li Chang'an did not want to be the target of others' bets for the time being. So he just stayed outside the door for a few moments, then walked towards the fruit stand. "Boss, how do you sell this apple?" Li Chang'an smiled slightly. The boss with a face full of horizontal meat is more like a butcher. But at this moment, he said with a winking smile, 277 apiece. "Do you want to have a few, handsome?" Giving apples to girls is a great tool for confession. I heard that it was like that before the end of the day. One apple for one room, one night until dawn. Sounds good. But I just want to eat it myself. Li Chang'an picked up an apple and wiped it, directly biting down. "It's quite sweet." The owner frowned slightly. "Brother hasn't paid yet, that's not good." Watching the boss reach out to touch the bottom of the stall, Li Chang'an laughed. "Don't get excited. I didn't say I won't pay. Let's do it this way. You give me the information of the first three. I'll pay for it together." Boss frowned stretch, laughed. "Brother said earlier on goodwill, an apple is nothing, as please brother to quench his thirst. Information I have, but here cannot be traded, brother with me to go." "Okay. What about this stall of yours?" Li Chang'an stared at the oranges on the stall. "It's not my stall, it's our stall. Someone will be watching." Following Li Chang'an's gaze, the boss thought about it or didn't skimp, grabbing 2 oranges and putting them into Li Chang'an's hands. "Shangdao." Li Chang'an smiled and nodded, looking like a brainless guy. He was actually still very good at doing business. The black market in the city was developing well, and behind it 80% of it was a family. One family means that outsiders have to be as peaceful as possible. It was just that the money left in the identity card was too little, which made Li Chang'an a bit distressed, and he blamed the owner of that restaurant for pulling him to say something inexplicable, which wasted a bit of time to make money. The brass bell on top of the trysting place struck 4 times. Chapter 8: The Killing Machine. Li Chang'an hadn't thought that the so-called safe place was actually so close to the trial center. The Federation, which was unified after the Armageddon, had trouble deciding which country's laws to follow, and then simply voted to harmonize the laws of each country by taking the best from the worst. Information protection was prioritized after all. When personal force took the stage and became a significant enough bargaining chip to sway political affairs, everyone became fond of hiding, and this was especially true of the big players. Buying and selling information is an illegal act, expressly prohibited. Once discovered, can be directly arrested without a search warrant. But these guys are even in the most heavily guarded side of the trial, which catnip cannot help but make people reverie. Entering a fairly secluded room, the owner, who called himself Long Da, closed the door, and the noise of the street suddenly disappeared. There were 2 other people in the room with glasses, copying something at the table. Long Da picked up a few sheets of paper from the table, flicked the ash on it and laughed. "Brother, the information of the first 3 is all right here. There is a risk of leakage if you share it through your identity card, so we only have paper documents here. The 3 people with the highest winning percentage, each person's fighting style and fighting characteristics are all here. The new customer discount counts you 70,000. If you want more detail, that's fine, but it's an extra charge. I can only have 80,000 years old on me." Li Chang'an smiled slightly and said, "You are not a new customer discount. It is better to say that you can slaughter a knife." "Yo-ho. Brother is an understanding person, nah." Long Da also does not hide. Everyone knows that going into the trial has death without life. These people on the information will not be long as dead, will not have to sell a second chance, can only earn money once, lo how to do. But for those guys who go to their deaths, this is something that can save their lives. Brother, give a clear word to take or not to take. Li Chang'an smiled helplessly. "Of course I want it. It's just that I don't like this price of yours. 30,000 is fine, including their researched weaknesses, usual habits, and hobbies altogether." Long Da laughed back in anger and pointed at the door. "Your business, old man, is not doing. It's not good to go out and make a grudge, so please walk out by yourself and don't cause trouble for yourself." As he was talking, the door was violently pushed open. Li Chang'an was now tilting his head to check the ceiling. Then he was violently peeled and pushed to the side to hit the wall. The dark man, who was as tall as 2 meters, was like swatting a fly, tossed Li Chang'an to the side and said in a jarring voice, "Where is the information I want?" "It's all here." Long Da immediately changed his face, fawningly picked up a thick stack of documents from the side and handed it over. All the information of the top 3, their birthdays, hobbies, fighting habits, and their weaknesses that can be targeted are all listed, totaling $1 million. After deducting the advance payment, you will still need to give me $300,000. The big man took the information and turned it over in his hands, nodded, and threw an inconspicuous black bag in his hands. Long Da opened it and saw that it happened to be a $300,000 paper bill, using special alien energy to prevent counterfeiting. It couldn't be faked. You take your time. Longda grinned. It's still good to do business with this kind of people, giving money crisply. Without a word, the big man was about to leave when he frowned and looked down to see that the kid who had just been thrown out of the way was actually in his way. Don't be in a hurry to leave. Li Chang'an moved his shoulders. You just bumped into me. Don't you want to apologize and make amends? Hee hee. What kind of gift do you want to compensate? The big man laughed coldly, but he struck out in an instant, his human head-sized fist slamming down. Letting the big man's fist fall, Li Chang'an took half a step forward and joined his fingers like a sword. A fist fell and smashed on Li Chang'an's right shoulder. The sound of bone cracking was clearly audible, and Li Chang'an took this opportunity to close in on the big man. His left hand pierced through the gap between the big man's ribs, and his two fingers clasped one of the left ribs and violently jerked it outward. With a crisp bone-breaking sound, Li Chang'an had an extra broken rib in his hand, like a dagger in his hand. Muffled grunt. The big man faced grimace, hands from both sides to slap to Li Chang'an's head. This if shoot real, must be a watermelon explosion scene. At the same time, a layer of earth-colored armor in the big man's body outside the slow cohesion. Earthen armor. Too bad it's too slow. Li Chang'an held his ribs and crouched down to sidestep. The rib plunged into the big man's armpit, accurately piercing through the axillary artery. Not waiting for the big man to return to defense, Li Chang'an drew out the rib, avoiding the spray of blood. Bending his knees and leaping, the rib passed along the big man's jaw, all the way to the brain. The first time an Earth-type psychic fights with someone is surprisingly not to protect his head and heart, too weak. The fight ended in an instant. Li Chang'an rubbed his somewhat sore shoulder and silently watched the big man fall backwards. Blood stained half the wall like a fountain. Bending down and grabbing the information from the big man who hadn't quite broken, Li Chang'an took his sleeve and wiped off the blood splattered on it, casually flipping through it to make sure that the blood marks wouldn't interfere with the viewing before turning away, starting to take off his jacket as he closed the door. Killing machine. Without even displaying his powers, he killed an A-ranked alien with his physical strength alone, or the Earth system with the strongest defense. Longda's heart could not suppress the fear floating up, mixing with the black market for many years. But at this moment, he felt that his hands and feet were cold. Check. Quickly go check for me. This kid is definitely this year's dark horse. Longda seemed to see the god of wealth beckoning to him. As soon as he lowered his head and looked at the corpses on the ground, he frowned and said, "We can't stay here. Set a fire to burn this. We need to change the place. And by the way, take the mourner's identity card with you, and think of a way to transfer the money out." While his men started to get busy, Ryudai walked out of the room and pulled out his cell phone and carefully dialed a call. "Boss, I found a dark horse. We can make a fortune." On the other end, Li Chang'an threw his jacket into the garbage can on the side of the road, which was connected to the city's garbage decomposition channel underneath, and unless it was special garbage, it would go directly into the decomposition channel. The information in his hand could be worth $1 million, and he had memorized it all in his head and in his cell phone albums. It's not easy to remember in your head alone, and the information won't go to waste. Being $1 million, I'm $500,000. I don't believe I can't sell it. Carrying his own small backpack into the trial institute, Li Chang'an stopped at the registration desk at the entrance. Signing up for the trial? The little girl at the registration desk raised her head to look, and quickly lowered her head again. This person was so fierce. Yes. Li Chang'an nodded. It was the exact same process every time. Name: Li Chang'an, the Chang'an of Long Rule. Age: 29 weeks old. Should the type and class be published? Enhanced psychic powers. Nothing else is necessary. Okay. Do you need housing and meals provided? Needs: no smoke-free rooms. Windows don't face the street. No spicy food. No parsley, celery, or carrots. Good. Do you think this is a hotel? But the poor little girl only dared to say in her heart that the man looked too vicious, and that it would be better to finish the formalities early and let him leave. Chapter 9. A talented young man gives a way out. Whistling as he walked to the backyard, Li Chang'an felt at peace as if he were home. It was sick. The large trial house was divided into 3 main areas: the cathedral-like facade, the living area tucked away in the northwest corner, and the main body in the northeast corner, which was the real trial house. Going in and out many times, Li Chang'an's biggest feeling was that the facade and the living quarters were afraid that they were really built by humans to build around the body of the trial house. After all, apart from the external mold, the style of the interior was not the same. The living quarters and facade were built more like an imitation of the trials. There was nothing humanized in the trials, not even a chair. Everyone had to stand or simply sit on the floor. And at the entry point, the enrollment is to fill in your name, not to enter your ID card, and the ID card is entered not by a computer, but by a slate. When the trial opens, there will be a stone screen at the door of the room where you enter the trial with a number on it but no name visible, and the number will only change to a name if the person with this number dies. Lee Chang'an wasn't worried about his information being accessed. It was because he was certain that the Empire couldn't control the Trial Institute. He had already tried to use an alias at the enrollment office, and again, it wasn't detected. That was enough to explain the problem. The test house might really be the creation of some kind of being, and the so-called some kind of being is not limited to gods but includes them, and no one's clear on what a god is anyway. Wow, this is a nice room. Satisfied, Lee Chang'an collapsed onto the bed. The soft mattress accommodated him. Although the living quarters of each trial house were basically the same, the details were full of styles that belonged to each of them. Luo City was one of the oldest cities in the world, and the scholars were glad that the city had been preserved in the apocalypse. Today's Luo City has changed very little, and is still full of the charm of the ancient capital it once was, and one or two of them are reflected in this room. Lighting a cigarette, Lee Chang'an woodenly looked at the ceiling. Thinking about the too long future is not his habit, but whenever the heart is at peace also cannot help but to think freely. The 9th trial, United. Bond Eagle Dogs. What exactly do I want? Is it possible to buy a house here and survive like a normal person? Be a nomad, earn some living, marry a gentle wife, have 2 kids? Forget it. What G8 bull? The bell would still continue. The trial would open in the early hours of tomorrow morning, and no one could go on to predict whether or not they would survive. Not even Lee Chang'an, who had already participated in it 7 times. Every time one participates in the trial, one will clearly feel the intensity of the opponents rising. This is not an illusion. The Empire has already had people confirming that the babies born every year are slightly stronger than the ones in the past, whether it is the intensity of the powers or the baby's own talent. The upper limit of humanity was being pulled up, and I was afraid that it wouldn't be long before a new class would be born above the S-class. The participants were getting stronger every year, which was not good news for Lee Chang'an. Life had no margin for error. One failure was a permanent failure. First, applying medicine to the shoulder that had just been injured, Lee Chang'an took out the copper bird in his backpack and carried it with him, leaving the rest in the room. It wasn't a valuable contraption anyway. Eat and sleep well before the trials, for I fear there will never be such a good time once the trials begin. Endless hunting and being hunted is the main motto of the trials, and he is all too familiar with it, having had 7 days without squinting. The cafeteria was large enough to hold 500 people at the same time, but at this moment there were only a few dozen people, all separated from each other by several tables, full of wariness. Lee Chang'an was oblivious to the atmosphere. After choosing his food at the ordering port, he found a place to sit down. Someone would serve his food for him later. The Empire's emphasis on talent was obvious, even if there would only be one person left in the end. Not long after sitting down, Lee Chang'an felt a burning line of sight fall on his body, looked up, and met with a pair of sharp eyes not far away. Your body smells like blood. Just based on the shape of his mouth, Lee Chang'an could also tell what the other party was saying, but what made him care was the other party's sharp teeth like a wild beast. Lee Chang'an frowned. Was it the strengthening or beast line? A few years ago, the Empire announced the results of a major research by extracting genes from the bodies of the monsters outside the city to create a potion that could improve the human body, thus causing humans to awaken special beastly powers and inherit some of the abilities only found in beasts. The eyesight of an eagle, the strength of a bear, and the agility of a panther could all be gathered in one person, which was tantamount to changing the pattern of the world, and even the weakest alien possessed the hope of becoming stronger. However, there are still flaws in this method, so it is not popularized and is only applied in the military. In other words, if this guy was a beast system, it also meant that he was actually a military man, and it wasn't often that someone from the military came to participate in the trial, not to mention that not everyone had the chance to use such a precious potion. It was definitely the elite among them who were qualified. So, the military would allow an elite so valuable to participate in the trials? Sure enough, the difficulty has increased again. Lee Chang'an sighed and took the bucket of rice brought by the waiter. Eating the meal, Lee Chang'an still can't help the heartache. Originally also thought to save the copper sparrow to the 9th trial, but now it seems that this time will have to be used. This is all money. That said, we still made $80,000 today. Should we give up our faces and go robbing? 10 days is 800,000, 100 days is 8 million. Ramblingly eating his meal, when Lee Chang'an actually did not realize that someone was approaching, until the other party sat down beside him. He instinctively used his chopsticks to plunge into the other party's throat. Wait! The visitor narrowly avoided it, and was busy holding up his hands to show that he was harmless. What's the matter with you? Li Chang'an frowned. Despite his own wandering, not just anyone could get close. This guy was dangerous. Sweeping his eyes from the opponent's face, Li Chang'an realized that it was indeed a dangerous person. The Eastern Continent teenager who ranked third in terms of winning percentage. It's too lonely to eat alone. Let's take a ride together. The teenager sat down and incidentally moved the roasted whole lamb on the side to Li Chang'an's face. Taste it? I roasted it with my own hands. Li Chang'an looked around and sneered. Of all the people, why did you pick me? Because you have a murderous aura when you eat, and we're old folks. I can't eat with those colorful hair guys. The teenager tore off a leg of lamb and handed it to Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an didn't take it. The cafeteria allows you to cook your own food, but hell knows what's added to it. He wouldn't dare to eat it. Looking at Li Chang'an and not accepting his good intentions, the teenager wasn't angry, grabbing the leg of lamb with both hands and gnawing on it big time while laughing. Li Chang'an right, Chang'an of long-lasting peace. I heard it behind you yesterday, and there was still the smell of blood on my body when I came here, so I turned back to take a look. There's a room on fire in the alley behind us. I know that's where the black market buys and sells information. There's a corpse inside. It's a class A Earth elemental, nicknamed the Mourner. Did you kill it? I watched the body before it was burned. The technique was crisp and clean. Every blow was aimed at lethal death, and it didn't match the C-rank enhancement powers you're disguising on the outside. Besides, you should have guessed who I was. After all, you bought the information, probably robbed it, but you still look wary. I would have added a little fear if I were you. Li Chang'an put down his chopsticks. The guy who couldn't be beaten was really the most troublesome. Chapter 10. The trial opens. Hey. I don't have any malice towards you. Don't think about killing me. With innocent words on his lips, the teenager instead moved a little closer to Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an frowned. When Anrin, 19 years old, born. Not waiting for Li Chang'an to finish, when Anrin reported himself. Born in 9 cities at the northern end of the Eastern Continent, 1.71 m in height, 53 kilograms in weight. His hobbies are barbecuing and shopping. His physical fitness is extremely strong, and he had once individually killed a team of roaming hunter squads that coveted his trophies. The information they gave you is unreliable. For example, there's nothing about my psychic ability, right? My psychic ability is tendency to evade evil in the mystic department. And although I can't know what the upcoming danger is, it's best suited for alliances. Li Chang'an took his chopsticks to deal with the soon-to-be cold rice, as if the conversation he had just had didn't exist at all. So cold. When Anrin gnawed on the leg of lamb in a regretful manner. You mean I'm the safest amongst these people? It won't make anyone happy to hear that. Li Chang'an slightly tilted his head sideways and spread a cold smile. When Anrin was stunned and continued to laugh. It's strange, your behavior doesn't match your disguise. A low-level alien in the district, showing strong and also undisguised killing intent in the face of me time and time again. Your persona will collapse. Isn't a persona meant to collapse? Li Chang'an put down his chopsticks. The table was already finished and there was no reason to stay here. But before leaving, Li Chang'an walked towards a tall and thin youth in the corner and lowered his voice. My friend, do you want the first 3 profiles? The full version. I'm the only one on the market. See that teenager over there? When Anrin with the 3rd highest winning percentage. His powers can be known only to me. You just saw me talking to him too. A few minutes later, the identity card touched, $500,000 arrived. Li Chang'an was quite satisfied. After all, he did not have any talent for business, and it was already considered good to be able to sell at the price he expected at the beginning. Returning to the table just now, Li Chang'an put down several stacks of cash. I sold your information for $100,000. Let's split it 50-50. This is your share. Then it's considered an alliance, yo? When Anrin couldn't wait to accept the money and watched Li Chang'an leave without a word before he spat out the bones in his mouth unhappily. Selling my information in front of me. This kid is too nasty, isn't he? Instead of his persona collapsing, it's the conversation with me that's a disguise, and it's being done on purpose so that I'll look at him squarely in the eye. But I only sold my information for $100,000? It's really unscientific. Back in his room, Li Chang'an transferred the cash from his card to Jiang Shuibu's account. Within a few minutes, Jiang Shuibu's call came through as expected. Hey, you kids aren't going to kill again, are you? Li Chang'an half lay on the edge of the bed and laughed. I don't have any. This is what I earned from selling things. Bull, you couldn't sell a single glass of wine while you were helping me out here. Luo City is too far away for me to make it there at a moment's notice, so don't kill anyone else. I'm afraid I won't be able to make it here in time. Having long since gotten used to Jiang Shuibu's ramblings, Li Chang'an nodded his head repeatedly. Fine. Don't worry. I'm peaceful. Even if I kill someone, I'll clean it up. Clearly heard the phone end. Jiang Shuibu sighed. You really just want to kill someone? Forget it. How long will it take to get out this time? I'll go ahead and pick you up. Counting in his heart, Li Chang'an only continued. There are quite a few more experts. From the time I came in until now I've already seen 4 ranks. Unless the trial site is too big, I'm afraid that I'll be able to come out in a month or so, and the longest won't be more than 2 months. That's not bad. I'll take the girl you keep here to see the world by the way. Jiang Shuibu never doubted Li Chang'an's judgment. If he said 2 months at most, he would definitely not take even 1 day more. Right-o. Speaking of which, Li Chang'an sat up straight. Little 5 or little 6 again. Is she okay? You left the person with me. Well, at least memorize her name for me. But it's not bad. Maybe she really does have talent. She's catching on fast to what I'm teaching her. It's only been a day and she can already make omelet rice. For a moment Li Chang'an didn't know whether to feel or spit. Okay. If you have time you should teach something else. Urge her to eat more. Too thin is not good. That copper sparrow? Carry it with you, don't worry. Jiang Shuibu replied tacitly. After chatting for a few sentences, Li Chang'an hung up the phone and sat cross-legged on the ground, letting the sunlight outside the window pour over his body. There is no real alliance in the Trial Institute. The so-called alliance is still to act individually. 2 people can exchange information and materials when they meet, but they will not join forces even if one party is on the verge of death. The best result is to send him to a dry place. It wasn't as if anyone had ever thought of gathering a whole bunch of henchmen to beat the other participants to death, and then getting points for mopping up by themselves. However, such a victory would end up with a baptism equivalent to a bath, which would serve no purpose other than to make the body a little cleaner, and secondly this would invite an uncharacteristic mobbing of all the participants. Once someone discovers that the participants are hugging the group, they will immediately stroll out the message to unite all of them in a siege, and the participants who are injured in this kind of battle won't be killed by people taking advantage of the opportunity, and will have a short recovery period. It was a rule agreed upon by the first few winners of the trials, and it was even put out in the open, with a certain bigwig who had come out of the trials and was now in the upper echelons of the empire letting it be known. Is the power behind you greater than the old man's fist? So nowadays, the alliance of the Trial Institute is just a formality. There will only be one winner, and who is really willing to do the graft for others? Li Chang'an is willing. He couldn't wait for an invincible heavenly pride to sweep through the Trial Institute, as long as he could survive. After the points reached half of the total score, most people would stop killing unless they themselves were addicted to killing. When Anren's powers were even more perverted than they sounded, simply put, they were Huang. Being able to pick the best path to victory outside of battle, and being able to easily see through the path to life in the opponent's offense during battle. If one followed one Anren, this trial might be simple to survive. What a surprise! Maintaining the posture of sitting in a coiled position, Li Chang'an fell into a deep sleep amidst his thoughts. It was halfway through the night, and the clock struck 11. When Li Chang'an opened his eyes and picked up his backpack on the side and walked towards the cafeteria. There's not much to do for a whole day, so why not eat and rest? The reason why the 3 with the highest winning percentage are considered to have a high winning percentage is that they have the most information available to them, and the others have too little information available to them to be considered weak. So there was no need to spend time investigating the rest of the people, and besides, with hundreds of participants, it was impossible for Li Chang'an to investigate them one by one. True understanding is guessed and confirmed between life and death struggles. The rest of the understanding is on paper. There are 4 hours until the next bell rings, and when it does, it's the start of the trials. The entire trial house was shrouded in a murderous aura, and it was at the last moment that the pressure would really blow up, and some people would go crazy, some people would go insane. Chapter 11. I'm home. The cafeteria was filled with people, perhaps just a handful of 1 or 2 were the same as Li Chang'an, the rest were first-timers, but they were all aware of what the 11 bells represented, which led them to gather in unison in the cafeteria. They need to prepare some of the food. The customary name for a battle site is still a proving ground, not an empty field with nothing in it, but the same as in the real world, with different things in different sites, perhaps mountains or rivers. This was why Li Chang'an was basically certain that the trial house was not built by the empire, and that the current manpower was not capable of doing so. Anything that the human world had could be found in the proving ground, and anything that the human world didn't have, the proving ground had. Unfortunately, no matter how valuable it is, only the winner can bring it out at the end, and it can't be too large. Surviving participants are sent away in a pillar of light, carrying no more than the pillar, and anything beyond the range of the pillar is forcibly intercepted, such as your head. Objects carried in and out are subject to this rule, which is a blood lesson from those who have gone before. As a result, excess food could not be brought in, and most opted for the military rations sold by the Empire, which were the latest in research, a single tooth-sized pill that could satisfy an adult's physical needs for a day, only at an expensive yuppie price. For the alien whose meal size exceeded that of an ordinary person, every purchase of military food was a nightmare. A small pill sold for $3,000, and a person like Li Chang'an would have to eat $30,000 a day. In order to survive, the usual wanderers would buy a few to take with them, not to mention those involved in the trials. Military food is sold in the canteen, and the all-abominable capitalism takes care of everyone's thoughtfulness, and that's when you can see the financial strength of each. For example, a certain teenager asked for 3 big bottles, totaling 300p. I should have known that I shouldn't have given him 50,000. Giving a 10,000 would have been enough. Li Chang'an secretly skimmed his lips and bought 20 pills on the window. In fact, there was no need to purchase even these 20. After all, he still had a large bottle of military food in his small backpack, except that if he didn't buy a few of them, it would be easy to draw attention to himself instead. In the corner sat a few guys who had absolutely no intention of purchasing military rations, which was a complete failure to hide their own flailing. Their eyes sweeping over each participant's body and occasionally licking the corners of their mouths, like perverts eyeing their prey. When Anren was being targeted, anyone would have targeted him young, looking skinny, and with money. Isn't this a fat sheep? Li Chang'an helplessly shook his head. Really cannot, and this kid then brainpower, deliberately open to attract attention. With his tend to good fortune and avoid bad luck ability, these guys will only one by his anti-hunting. The game hasn't even started yet, and some people are already ready for a 10-kill start. The second floor of the Trial Institute was like a waiting hall of a station, with about half a meter separating one chair from another, empty and nothing else, except for the large slate screen on the wall in front of it. On the upper and lower levels, Li Chang'an had roughly calculated about 500 seats, which meant that at most 500 people would be able to participate at a time, and this time the first level wasn't full. Casually choosing a chair to sit down, Li Chang'an leaned against the back of the chair, ready to take a nap. Before closing his eyes, something flashed in front of him. Blinking to see, Li Chang'an smiled. The pink-haired girl that I saw yesterday was even here, and I guess I didn't live in the trial house, so I didn't realize it until now. What has it got to do with me? Li Chang'an smiled and closed his eyes, waiting for the bell to wake up. Many people closed their eyes to take a nap in general with Li Chang'an, while others observed left and right, taking this time to pay more attention to their opponents in a while. When the bell rang, Li Chang'an slowly opened his eyes, and the familiar pillar of light fell onto his body. Obviously, there was no light above his head, and he didn't know where this pillar of light came from. The Tae trial is open. Participants are requested not to step out of the range of the light pillar. 5, 4, 3. The same familiar feeling of weightlessness surged up, and Li Chang'an stretched home. The door of the Trial Institute was pushed open, and the little girl at the front desk, who was responsible for registration, walked in with a nail-cap-thick tablet computer, followed by a middle-aged man in a dark green uniform. From today until the end of the day, everyone's name should not be left behind. There is no access to the Empire's network here, so it's up to you to register one by one. The middle-aged man looked up at the screen. The originally gray slate screen was now densely populated with names. These were the names that everyone had when they registered. Maybe they were pseudonyms or maybe they were real names, but as long as they died in the proving ground, all the names that were originally green would turn into their real names in red. The only thing the loser can leave behind is his or her name. The little girl nodded her head back and forth, half afraid to slack off. The middle-aged man's gaze swept over each name, then jerked to a stop and laughed. Li Chang'an? Is he the one you're talking about? Yes. The little girl answered hastily, nearly hiccuping from over-nervousness, managed to swallow back and said sharply, "He looks similar to the photo you brought, but it's a bit blurry, so I'm not sure." "It's fine, I guess this one is also an alias, it can't be traced or anything. When the last 10 people are left, if he's still alive, you remember to notify me first." The middle-aged man turned around and left. Bowing deeply to see the middle-aged man leave, the little girl turned her head and suddenly her face changed drastically as she panicked and started registering on the tablet. 197 turquoise names, more than 10 of them read in a flash. A touchdown sensation came from his feet. Li Chang'an opened his eyes, and at the first instinct, he rolled on the ground, then chose a concrete pillar to hide behind at the closest distance. Waited a few seconds before starting to look around. All participants are randomly assigned to a designated range, and the size of the range is related to the total size of the proving ground this time, which means that it is possible for several people to land in the same place. He was quite lucky this time, there was no one around, at least he didn't see anyone within the range of the naked eye, but he had to be careful to avoid the perception system powers, the same place couldn't stay for long. This time the location is the metropolis? After a few moments of surveying, Li Chang'an could ascertain that what he was in was not a wreckage, but the ruins of an entire city. There were still some buildings in the slight distance that hadn't completely collapsed, like a metropolis after a war, but the vegetation crawling over the buildings was telling him again this place had been destroyed for a long time. The city is good. Li Chang'an happily walked into the shadows. The city means there is water and food. Of course, most of the food must be expired, but at least foraging for food to come easily, and then you can also eat leaves. He landed without a single sound. Every muscle on his body was like an arm flexing, as agile and weird as feline. Everyone gathered within a range, so he didn't need to think about escaping. As long as he dodged the first wave of fighting, the rest of the people would naturally leave the area. The so-called blackout under the lights was just like that. Only a few steps later, Li Chang'an stopped with an odd expression on his face, looking at the corner ahead and muttering to himself. There should be a deli up ahead on the right. 2 steps out is the monolith left before the end. To the left is the road, and at the end of the road is a neighborhood. After muttering to himself with a grave expression, Li Chang'an looked along the corner and immediately froze in place. It was not that he would be unpredictable, to be more accurate, it was that he had been here before. Not only have they come and lived for 20 years, this is the North City of the Eastern Continent. Chapter 12, The Ubiquitous Crisis. How could it be North City? Looking around, Li Chang'an couldn't deceive himself. Even if most of the place had fallen into ruins, the sense of familiarity could not be concealed. That should have been a stationery store, a welfare store that belongs under the empire and provides free stationery. Li Chang'an stood in front of the collapsed store, raised his hand to brush away the dust on the signboard and frowned. The sign was for a grocery store, which was a little different than I remembered, and upon closer inspection, there were quite a few subtle differences all around. I see, this place is. The warning sign was born, and Li Chang'an leapt upwards without any hesitation. A sharp arrow pierced his calf. The enemy was in the distance, and the arrow came from the south. A quick judgment was made, while the body, without any stopping, darted into the half-collapsed store, lifting a huge slab of stone against the door with both hands, and shrinking his figure into a corner. While pondering the way back, Li Chang'an twitched a bundle of bandages on the side of his backpack, pulled on a long overlapping one, tied it solidly near his knee socket to stop the bleeding, grasped both sides of the arrow shaft penetrating through his calf with both hands, and with a little force, broke the shaft, leaving only the half of the arrow shaft that was still buried inside his calf. It's the only way to not impede movement, and as far as pain goes, it's completely bearable. Long-range sniping-type powers that use bows and arrows rather than hot weapons, meaning that the greater likelihood is that it's bow crossbow mastery among weapon mastery, and the greater likelihood is that it's not a perception-based power. Li Chang'an immediately had a judgment, pushed open the small door of the store, left from the back, turned into the dark alley behind the store, walked out 2 more steps, found a sewer opening from memory, confirmed that there was no blood dripping on the road, and only then opened the manhole cover. Still didn't forget to put the lid on after entering the sewer. 700 meters away, a young girl waited for a few moments and still did not see her target come out of that ruin, so she could only helplessly take her arrow back into her pouch. The first target is so tricky, it's not possible that the rest are just like him, right? Sure enough, I'm still carrying too few arrows. Li Chang'an stuck to the wall of the sewer, noiselessly sneaking at breakneck speeds until he turned 7 corners before stopping. With past experience, after 4 forks in the road the other party would lose them. For now it was considered safe for the time being. What bad luck, another lord who doesn't lack money, a few hundred meters away and not a perception system ability, then it could only be a single soldier auxiliary aiming device. The cheapest one is also $600,000 ah. Li Chang'an sighed enviously. After resting for only 2 minutes, Li Chang'an took out his palm-sized dagger and burned it with an igniter for a moment as a sterilizer, and then cut open the belly of the leg and drew out the arrow shaft with 2 fingers. Skillful stitching and dressing is no better than that of a surgeon, and a long illness makes a good doctor and a long injury makes a cobbler. Alas, just do less this time. Hide down there. This injury will still affect the action. Li Chang'an leaned against the wall to rest a little, and suddenly realized that there was not even a hint of the stench of the sewer in the surroundings, which reminded him of his reasoning that was interrupted when he was on the ground. By the way, this should still be the North City, only it was the North City that was destroyed in the disaster. When it was determined that there was a discrepancy between the ground and his memories, Li Chang'an had this idea. The current North City was built again after the end of the world, with changes made to the original old city, which was what gave Li Chang'an a sense of familiarity and unfamiliarity at the same time. Parallel space. Li Chang'an, who had at least read books, thought of these 4 words. The real space to which the trials transported them may be the ever-discussed parallel space, where doomsday destroyed the entire world instead of leaving some of humanity behind. That's what makes seeing the long-overdue destruction of the grocery store, and as a result, the original stench in the sewers has long since gone, and some of the facilities are still in operation, and now instead of sewage and filth, the sewers are flowing with clear water. Li Chang'an's heart was on fire. He only felt that he had discovered some great secret. However, a few seconds later, a touch of cool water poured down. What's the point of thinking about that? I'm here for the trials. This place can't stay for long. It's time to change places. Li Chang'an got up. His calves were tingling and itchy. This was the proof that the wounds were healing. In fact, he wasn't wrong to call himself a strengthening department psychic ability, except that it wasn't a strength strengthening, it was a whole body strengthening. The same goes for self-healing powers, which this injury will probably recover from after half a day. As a human born after the end of the world, Li Chang'an didn't know much about the world before the end of the world. It all came from the new textbooks, except that a dying participant had said a few words to him during one of the trials. What you know is false. Okay, whether it's true or not, no matter what the past was like, at least I know that the 2-meter-long one in front of me is a rat. The 2-meter-long spiky rat around the corner strides in, leisurely like a duck, approaching the height of an adult's chest, with incredibly thick limbs and sharp claws glowing with a cold light. Absolutely bad luck. Shaking his head, Li Chang'an snapped first, taking 2 steps forward, raising his hand and clenching his fist to pound the rat's eye. With equal body sizes, the vast majority of creatures are stronger than humans, not to mention the terrifying rats. In the nick of time, the rat did not panic and avoided, and even saw a trace of humanized disdain in those eyes, and the tail that was equal to the length of the body was like a steel whip, stabbing with a sharp whistle that cut through the air. Even though the tail was coming from behind, Li Chang'an was as if he could see it. His shoulders sank, the tail grazed his shoulders, and Li Chang'an raised his knees in obedience. The place is small and cramped, and the rat's sharp claws pierce the concrete wall upward to avoid it, where biological instincts and human intelligence are distinguished. It should have been a punch-knee strike. Li Chang'an twisted his waist, and the punch-knee turned into a spring leg, like a tomahawk uplift. A crisp bone-crushing sound rang out. The rat's skull dented a large chunk. Despite this, it was surprising that it still had the strength left to escape. Unfortunately, it was too late to think about escaping until this moment. Not to mention that places like the sewers were not suitable for turning around. It could only charge forward if it wanted to go. But Li Chang'an drove alongside it and sliced the rat's cervical vertebrae with a palm without waiting for it to scurry out a few meters. With a jerk of his body, the rat fell limply, the spirit in his gaze not yet fading. How troublesome if you didn't resist. I could have made your death a little easier, and you wouldn't have gotten blood everywhere now. Li Chang'an sighed. Blood meant evaporation and the odor spread around. There would always be someone who smelled something wrong. What's more, as long as it was a battle, it would be hard to keep it silent. The hearing of a shifter was stronger than that of any ordinary person, just to a different degree. The sewers that were still safe had instead become dangerous, and there was no telling how many more of these rats there were in the shadows. After rubbing on the rat's fur and getting some scent on it, Li Chang'an took out a dagger to slice open the rat's back fur, took out the tenderloin, put it in the water on the side, washed it and took a big bite out of it. Life roasts are the silliest of all. The smoke and the smell will be his fatal omission. It's just a shame he forgot the salt this time. The blood-stained fur in his hand could not be left behind, and he carried it all the way out for a few hundred meters and then found a fork in the road and threw it into the water to confuse people, and then it was time to go back to the surface. God, who doesn't know whether it exists or not, blesses. Don't let me happen to be ambushed. Casually praying twice, Li Chang'an pushed open the manhole cover above his head. Chapter 13, Everyone's Prey. Chapter 13. The wind rolled by, bringing up a handful of yellow sand, and the woman walking between the steel ruins was like a new flower after the destruction, brilliant and eye-catching, but also out of place in this deserted and broken city. Elegantly and calmly strolling through the streets, the woman pressed her saber with one hand and brushed the crumbling walls around her with the other in her eyes. Everything here was steeped in history, and the earth should have been the same. The woman stopped in her tracks. There was a sign a step away in front of her. The dust on the sign had been wiped away with a hand, and the lines of the hand were still vaguely visible. Taking a step forward, noting a few drops of still fresh red blood, the woman turned her head to the south, took an arrow in the calf and then went into the store. The woman muttered to herself as she pushed away the boulder blocking the entrance of the store and stood where Li Chang'an had originally taken cover. Bandaged the wound here, broke off the arrow, was calmly working on the injury, and analyzed where his opponent was and what he might be able to do. The woman looked to the small door on the other side. If Li Chang'an were here, he would be able to see that every step the woman took landed in the same spot he had once walked. Standing by the manhole cover, the woman hesitated. After a moment, the woman shook her head. "No, it's too dirty down there. Just let this guy go." Turning away without a care in the world, the woman's gait was light, as if she was hunting, more like she had come to pick flowers. Wow. Maybe gods do exist. Li Chang'an shrugged his shoulders, having just left the sewers with a supermarket in front of him. If it was just expired food, it usually couldn't harm a psychic, let alone a non-psychic with excellent physical conditions like Li Chang'an. But it wasn't the food and water that made Li Chang'an happiest. It was the time. Speculate on the time the place was destroyed by the time on the food packaging, which by the way can also be, "No, I'm here to try out restrain your curiosity well. Take a little water and hurry to leave." Li Chang'an shook his head with a bitter smile and carefully walked into the supermarket. "Take the water first. Distilled water? What's this? Isn't it sterile water? Forget it. Get a can. Braised pork. Were people eating so well before the end of the world?" Even in the process of shopping, Li Chang'an was not careless, still not making a single sound. The small backpack could not fit too many things. He tried his best to sift through the usable ones, except that quite a lot of things here had already become extinct in the current world, and it would take him a little while to sift through them. "Holding my beloved little donkey. Gently peel off its skin. It's white and tender with a slight aroma." Someone hummed as they walked into the supermarket, seemingly dragging something heavy with them, and the sound of fabric rubbing on the floor could be heard. Li Chang'an possessed himself and got down, like a spider, crawling noiselessly on the ground, listening sideways to the direction of the sound change, while climbing up the wall from the other side out of sight, hiding among the interlocking iron pipes on the top of the ceiling. The voice sounded like a teenager, but it wasn't one Anrin. Li Chang'an couldn't directly gaze at the visitor lest the other party noticed. He could only glance over with his afterglow. "Strange. It seems like someone looked at me." Innocent teenage voice, but coming from a scowling gnome, about 1.3 meters in height. His face was crisscrossed with scars, just barely able to make out the position of his features. The gnome, dragging an unconscious young girl in his hands, looked around and didn't notice anyone, dismissing it as an illusion, which wasn't the first or second time he'd done it anyway. Perception was so sharp, but it could be ruled out as a perception system ability. Li Chang'an sidestepped and completely hid behind the steel pipe. It just so happened that the other party was a midget, making it even less likely to see him. I had seen these two in the hall at that time. The gnome was still wearing a mask at that time, and the young girl was holding a book in the reader. She looked quite quiet. I really don't know why such a person would come to participate in the trial. "What is this place, a house?" Humming, the gnome dragged the young girl over to the side of the kitchenware cabinet. The stainless steel used for the cookware on top, and being in a near airtight condition, hadn't rusted and was still completely new. "Wake up, yo." The gnome, probably with a smile on his face, patted the young girl awake. The newly awakened girl squirmed in panic, but unfortunately her hands, feet, and mouth were bound. The gnome grinned, and this time you could tell he was smiling. "I wanted to untie you, but I was afraid that if you screamed too loudly, it wouldn't be good to attract others, so I'm going to entrust you with it. You don't have to think about asking for help. This is a trial, 1 point for killing you. Who do you think is going to let you go? Just bear with me. At least I'll leave you with a clean body. I don't know if you're still clean. I'll see for myself later." After saying that, the gnome chose and chose from the kitchenware, and finally picked out a bone chopper, unwrapped it, weighed it in his hand, and grinned a satisfied smile. "All right, we're starting now. It hurts to be alive. I'm going to help you cut that pain short. You don't have to thank me, but feel it." The gnome raised his sword and slashed it down. "It is now." Li Chang'an rolled over and leaped down, twisting his waist and crotch in the air, but unfortunately the midget was too short, and the kick was slightly deflected, ending up only on the midget's shoulder. Nonetheless, the short body still flew out horizontally like a cannonball, knocking over 7 or 8 shelves, and a muffled grunt was not heard until it hit the ground. It's a pity that the kick missed the head. Li Chang'an shook his head helplessly. The kick only shattered the midget's shoulder. One hit misses and it's time to start swimming. Hehehe. A chuckle tinged with pleasure came from among the shelves as the gnome peeled away the mess of groceries from his body and barely stood up, one arm dangling at his side. Do you know why this woman didn't resist? Even the lowest level alien should have some ability to resist, right? Because I am the protagonist of this world, I restrain all supernatural powers. Restraining all supernatural powers? Li Chang'an was shocked. You're the man of the world. What am I? Chapter 14. Surviving. The dwarf coughed and spat out some blood, and what was still in his throat was swallowed back as he took a step towards Li Chang'an. It doesn't matter what kind of heavenly talent you are. As soon as you touch me, you will lose everything you have. You'll start to feel weak in your limbs now. The powers that I was so proud of can no longer be used. Soon you'll be like the pigs on the ground. Save the heroics for another life. Li Chang'an gave a high five and laughed. I forgot about it if you didn't mention it. Looking down, he met the young girl on the ground in a four-eyed stare. The young girl hid behind Li Chang'an, clinging to his heels, tears sliding down her cheeks in a determined manner. The light of hope blossoming in her eyes. She was looking forward to it. Looking forward to Li Chang'an being her savior. And she was also afraid of it. Afraid that Li Chang'an would end up becoming the same as her. Don't cry, don't cry. It's already fine. You won't be in pain anymore. Li Chang'an squatted down, cupped the young girl's cheeks with both hands and gently broke her neck. The dwarf stopped and looked at all this with surprise. Not only did Li Chang'an not show the panic he expected, but he even had the strength left to snatch away the points. This kid wasn't here to heroically save the day at all? Thank you for the 1 point you sent me. No, it should be 2 points. Li Chang'an flexed his body, stomped the ground with both feet, and his person shot ahead like a discharged bullet. The dwarf wanted to dodge sideways, but for one thing it was not expected, and for another his speed was too slow, and he received a solid punch on his abdomen, and was lifted up for more than half a meter. Not only did his internal organs become fragmented under this, even his lumbar vertebrae had to emit the unbearable cracking sound. How is it possible? Shouldn't your powers be sealed? The blood could no longer be swallowed back. The dwarf vomited blood and stared at Li Chang'an's face with a pale face. He wanted to see panic. He wanted to see weakness after bravado. He wanted to see hope for his survival. Li Chang'an cocked his head and grabbed the midget's calf and slammed the 1-meter-3 body hard onto the ground with a loud bang. The floor tiles shattered and splattered, and the midget's body was similarly fragmented. Only when he was sure that the midget was dead beyond death did Li Chang'an smile slightly and say, I'm sorry, but I didn't have any supernatural powers in the first place. However, what a scary guy. No matter if it's temporary or permanent, this dwarf's psychic ability is a strategic weapon-level existence. It's a pity. Li Chang'an smiled and bent down, scavenging his loot on the dwarf's corpse. 10 seconds to search for one person. Half a minute later, Li Chang'an's figure flashed in the entrance of the supermarket, and then was once again invisible. As long as they were not clear about the gnome's psychic ability, the vast majority of people were afraid that they could not avoid contact with him. After all, Li Chang'an's attack was also through the clothes, but the gnome still thought that it would work, indicating that contact was literal and it was not necessary to collide flesh with flesh. If the weapon is long enough, it might be useful too. Half a minute after Li Chang'an left, 3 Xenos appeared at the entrance of the supermarket and entered the supermarket from 3 different directions. A moment later, one of them made a sneak attack, 2 of them fought together, and the remaining 1 continued to track in the direction Li Chang'an left. No wonder they say it's a new world. There are so many strange and bizarre powers. The red-haired, blue-eyed teenager stood by the midget's corpse, electric currents running through his fingertips, and as he flicked his finger out, silver-white currents landed on the midget's corpse. Even the girl's body, what a scum. The teenager walked towards the outside with his hands behind his back, as if the melee outside the door involving more and more people had nothing to do with him, leaving only 2 charred corpses behind him. Li Chang'an was like an ape, nimbly tumbling over the reinforced concrete forest. In just a few minutes' time, he had already left the place of occurrence for several kilometers and landed without a trace of panting. It's a pity that it's all guys without weapons. Li Chang'an shook his head. A good weapon was more important than anything else in this era, but it wasn't something anyone could afford. The young girl was presumably poor, but the dwarf was ruthless and a bit of a pervert, so theoretically she shouldn't be poor, and presumably had all her money saved up, otherwise she shouldn't be unarmed. Without supernatural ability, Li Chang'an's fighting style is close combat. If he meets some long-range sniping opponents, he is really at a disadvantage, but also fortunate that this time the battlefield is the city. There are many places to hide. However, most of the Exalted would choose to snipe from a distance. A top-quality sniper rifle coupled with long-term training would be enough to deal with most of the Exalted. After all, except for the enhanced lineage, most of the Exalted's bodies still couldn't carry a single shot. It's either two shots and the caliber can determine justice. Especially with perception-based psychic abilities, there was nowhere to hide under their guns. There are quite a few ways to deal with bullets. For example, elemental system adepts are able to briefly transform their bodies into the elements they control after reaching a rank. Bullets can kill the flames. This method consumes a great deal of energy and can't be turned on for the whole time, so judging whether an A-rank elemental system is powerful or not depends on his application of this method. Class A hardened alien, able to withstand a 20mm anti-material sniper rifle at a certain distance. Tendency to avoid evil. The alien is basically unhittable. A shotgun blast to the face is probably possible. Li Chang'an couldn't resist. He could only manage to dodge slingshots under 10mm from 2 meters away. There was a loud bang in the distance. Li Chang'an sweated and quickly left in the opposite direction. That bang was from the anti-material sniper rifle roughly 1,200 meters away, and his location should also be the other party's hitting range. No wonder there wasn't even half a sound in that area just now. It's been categorized as a forbidden area. Shaking his head, Li Chang'an began to descend, traveling through the tall buildings. The only narrow places were his battlegrounds, and for the rest of the situation just consider how to escape. The sky was darkening, the sun had set, the city had long since lost its power, and as night fell, there was nothing but infinite darkness all around. Under the bright moonlight, you can still vaguely see the direction of the road. In a building that had completely collapsed, Li Chang'an was cowering amidst the rubble. His body covered in debris and reinforced concrete, and even his heartbeat had slowed down, so that even if someone stepped over his body, they wouldn't notice his presence. Except for perception system powers. Perception system powers are the nightmare of all assassins. I see you, come on out. Someone approached with a teasing smile. Li Chang'an didn't move. After a moment's pause, and not getting the expected image, the man added, I really see you. Don't hide. Li Chang'an still didn't move. Okay. You do not come out, I can move to pull you out. The man gestured to move, but a few moments later there was still no movement. After waiting for a long time again, I heard someone squatting down in front of Li Chang'an, muttering to himself, It's not right. It's obvious that it's just to this side. How could it be gone? Do it? No, the atmosphere was wrong. Li Chang'an, who had just opened his eyes, closed them again. There seemed to be a flash of cold light, followed by the sound of a human body collapsing, and blood seeped into the ground along the gap, dripping little by little onto Li Chang'an's face and sliding down his cheek. There was the sound of clothing mopping overhead, and not long after that someone stepped on the gravel above Li Chang'an's head and drifted away. Li Chang'an kept his eyes closed. Chapter 15 Making a Decision When the Time Comes Mistake. Although Li Chang'an always laughed and called Jiang Shuibu's store a stall, it was actually a not-so-small tavern, and despite the exorbitant prices of the drinks, there was never a shortage of boozy customers. After all, it was considered the safest place in the northern city. On the wall of the tavern was written no noise, no fighting, and no one dared not to follow it after all. At one time this place had belonged to the largest gang in the North City, but in one night it had gone extinct because of those 3 men. Now that one of the 3 had gone to the trial, the remaining 2 were sitting face to face, looking not like close friends but rather like enemies. How can you have the nerve to come to my place and drink free alcohol? Jiang Shuibu rolled his eyes and lethargically leaned against the back of the chair, crossing his stool legs and swaying. Across the room, Lin still had that disheveled old man look, shaking the bottle in his hand and looking over at Goryu Yen, who was busy behind the counter. Jiang Shuibu knocked on the table unhappily. The little girl you picked up in Chang'an? Give it to me if you can't teach it. The moment Lin opened his mouth, Jiang Shuibu's anger couldn't help but rise. You're saying I won't teach? Jiang Shuibu braced himself on the table, his gaze icy cold. Lin nodded calmly. With your temperament, I'm afraid you'll mislead people. Back then you were the one who said you'd teach Chang'an how to get along with people, and what happened? Mentioning this matter, Jiang Shuibu was all puffed up and dispersed, lowering his head and unable to speak, his mouth still muttering unconvincingly. Every time you talk about me with this, you're a very boring guy. If you hadn't taken out someone else's boss, would Chang'an have sneaked into someone else's gang to exterminate them? It's also my fault for believing too much that you could actually teach him to get along with people that he now only chooses to kill or stay when faced with strangers other than you and I. He doesn't make friends at all. Lin was still talking relentlessly. Why wouldn't he be holding his fire? Don't curse, don't curse. I know I'm wrong. Aren't I trying to make up for it now? Besides, there's nothing wrong with it. It's not like you don't know that people's hearts are treacherous. Jiang Shuibu's defense was pale and feeble. After a long time Lin sighed. When the 3 of us met, He had just finished his third trial, right? Now it's the 8th time. So many years have passed in a flash. Don't suddenly reminisce about the past. It's not a good sign. I opened my store in this place where so many people died. It's already very bad luck. Don't you dare to crow about it again. A cup of wine was poured into Lin's mouth. Jiang Shuibu made a gesture to get up and leave. Lin got up first and pressed the river water step back down again, shaking his head. Not to kid you, I'm gonna go back. I don't agree. Jiang Shuibu dryly interrupted. Don't say anything. To say wait until Chang'an comes back. He's not here. I don't agree with anything you say. Brats. Am I asking for your opinion? No matter what, I always want to go back and take another look. So consider today as me coming to say goodbye. Patting Jiang Shuibu's shoulder, Lin lit a cigarette and walked out the door. Jiang Shuibu didn't look back. At least leave me the cup. When the light of day dawns, Li Chang'an pivots and crawls out of the rubble, and at the side is a headless body. The head is 10 paces away, full of shock and still with a footprint. How dare you talk in the middle of the night? Really not afraid of death? Li Chang'an shook his head and fumbled around the corpse, only finding an empty water bottle. Presumably the guy who killed him had already searched through it. After eating a few military food pills, Li Chang'an was about to leave when he suddenly stopped, took out the copper finch from his bosom. The finch tail was trembling slightly, gently flicked the finch tail, and the finch's beak came out with the sound of the river's water step. Calling Longacre, "Can you hear me?" "Hear that?" Lowering his voice, Li Chang'an smiled slightly. This thing was really useful. The Trial Institute was cut off from the outside world, and no matter what means were available, no news could be passed on, and this copper sparrow was the only means known to Li Chang'an to be effective. Of course, this copper sparrow, which had cost him all he had continued, could do more than just transmit sound. I'm glad to hear it. Lin is planning to make a trip home. You should know about him, right? I can't stop him now. How soon can you get out? Can you speed it up a bit? Ringo is going home? Crazy again. Li Chang'an frowned. I'll do it as soon as possible. This time there are nearly 200 people. But there are a few ruthless characters, so you should find a way to delay it first. Well, as soon as you can then. Li Chang'an put away the copper sparrow, stretched his waist to stretch his muscles and bones, and there was a gust of frying beans like the sound of opening bones all over his body. There is no way out, we can only speed up. This time we must take the initiative. For the first time, Li Chang'an was so anxious to get out. Walking through the concrete forest, Li Chang'an concentrated and listened for any suspicious sounds. Li Chang'an twisted his waist and rushed towards the north without the slightest pause. Just now there was a cracking sound resounding over there, and it sounded as if it was the sound of an arrowhead. If there is no one else with a bow in this trial house, then it can be an injustice. Plunging his hands into the concrete wall toward the high ground, Li Chang'an lay on his back on the roof of the building, like a dog and a rat, slightly tilting his head and wrinkling his nose to sniff the air. I'm afraid that there really isn't any alien who can be more sensitive to the smell of blood than him. Jiang Shuibu once laughed and said that Li Chang'an was a blood mastery alien. Li Chang'an shook his head. There was no smell of blood in the vicinity, at least not within 500 meters. The smell of blood became extremely faint beyond 500 meters, and it was easy to mix with other smells. Just as he was about to get up, Li Chang'an violently rolled on the ground, and the place where he was originally lying was shattered by a huge force. Found a little mouse, yo. The gruff male voice came from underfoot. Li Chang'an swept his leg, kicking the debris around him towards the broken hole in the ground, while he himself backflipped and landed on the ground, smashing 2 punches on the ground in a row. The already crumbling ground was tightly supported by the solidity of the cement and the steel reinforcement, and the ground cracked as much as it could when he punched down these 2 punches. A burning sensation of flames, C rank or above, flame mastery abnormalists. In a short moment, Li Chang'an had a judgment that only a C rank or above flame adept could reach the point of causing the flames to compress and explode. As long as there are the above 2 words, according to common sense, it should be upgraded by 1 rank to look at it, which means that the opponent this time is probably an A-class alien. Want to run? The man below opened his mouth, accompanied by crimson flames raging. Li Chang'an raised his foot and stomped violently. The ground collapsed, and the stones smashed down as much as they could, suppressing the flames. Letting the stones hit his body, Li Chang'an pressed down and rushed towards where the sound came from, the flames raging ahead. The raging heat pushed the not-so-big stones out of the way, but the overly big ones had to be avoided on their own. Hey! The man was heard sneering amidst the chaos. Trying to sneak up on me. Just as he was avoiding the boulder, Li Chang'an watched a fist wrapped in flames come face to face in front of him, and bent his knees, dryly falling to his knees as the flames grazed his scalp and passed by, carrying with it the stench of burnt hair. The man obviously did not expect Li Chang'an to avoid it by kneeling down, and before he expected it, he had let Li Chang'an get close to him. But in an instant the orange-red flames included his whole body. "If you want to get close to me, then burn me first." The thought had just surfaced in the man's mind, when he watched the kneeling Li Chang'an lunging forward to embrace his legs, and then he was unsteady on his feet and fell backward. Is this kid not afraid of death? With a startling glance, the man had already glimpsed Li Chang'an's burning sleeves, as well as his scorched arms, which were vaguely showing signs of scorching. Lifting the man down, Li Chang'an raised his hand. When the chickens come home to roost. Chapter 16. Within 2 steps. The flames climbed up his arms, and Li Chang'an could clearly sense the muscles drying out and rebuilding. The man in front of him was around his early 30s, and at the moment his hands were covered underneath, his expression twisted with pain. The howl of pain just now should have already attracted the attention of others, not to mention that there were already people fighting here, and there were still 2 minutes at most. Thinking wouldn't make Li Chang'an stop. Shaking off the blur of blood and flesh from his hand, that came from a vital part of the man's body, Li Chang'an once again possessed himself and rushed, near to the ground, on his hands and knees, like a wild animal. "I'm going to kill you!" The man roared and waved his hand in front of him, the flames forming a flaming wall 2 paces in front of him, while he himself quickly stepped back to cling to the wall. Those who dared to enter the trial either had enough confidence in their own strength or were ready to fight to the death, and few people used this place as a good place to commit suicide. Out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed that Li Chang'an's figure was coming from the left side. The man moved quickly to hide in the flames, and then with a clench of his fist, his left shoulder along with the upper half of his body was wrapped in flames. Elementalization, the strongest means of self-protection after an elemental system psychic ascends to a rank, by transforming the body into the element it masters, thus counteracting all tangible attacks. Even though he couldn't tell his opponent's powers, the man was aware that an opponent who relied on preferring to exchange injuries for injuries possessed powers that were most likely not applicable to the current battle. However, a few seconds passed. Li Chang'an did not appear as the man expected. The flames were still burning. At this rate, the first one to lose his combat power might be him, and the elementalization as superb defense also represented a great consumption. Where is he? Did he escape? The man kept turning his head to look around, but unfortunately, because of the flaming wall, his vision was instead obstructed, and he couldn't stare at Li Chang'an every moment. When the man finally noticed that something was wrong, a strong wind was already coming from the top of his head, and he couldn't bother to raise his head in time, instinctively turning the area of elementalization to the top of his head. There was a crunching sound, the sound of the elbow colliding with the skull. In haste, the head elementalization was only half complete, while the elbow only had to change direction slightly. Venus flashed in front of his eyes. The screen was spinning. He couldn't see anything. Even his body's reaction became sluggish. But after all, he was an A-class alien, and instinctively poured all of his strength into the explosion, and the flames exploded outward from his chest. Within this space bounded by walls, the power of the explosion was released to the maximum. Hearing a boom sound, endless flames filled the entire space. The massive impact knocked down the surrounding walls, and the already precarious building began to cave in, sending debris flying and dust into the air. The man curled up into a ball with his hands on his head, closing his eyes and feeling himself buried under all sorts of heavy objects until the shaking stopped. And then with a wave of his hand he pushed all the heavy objects off of him with a thrust of flame, wiping away the blood stains from the corners of his mouth and forehead. The severely injured man barely managed to hold himself up and climb to his feet. "That kid should be dead. Big loss, we need to hurry. I've been waiting for you." The voice ringing in his ears was like a hypnotic alarm. Kala. The neck that had been twisted through 180 degrees saw the youth behind him with that unmistakable hateful smile. Taking off the man's jacket and wrapping it around his body, Li Chang'an didn't stop for anything, and leapt straight down from the rubble of more than 10 meters, landing on the roof of the building on the side, rolling on the ground to unload the force, followed by several times of prancing, and disappeared completely in this place. In a different location in the same sewer, Li Chang'an squatted in a corner cleaning the wounds on his body. Both hands were heavily burned from the tips of his fingers to half of his upper arms, and the original skin had long since been turned into charcoal, which he simply ripped off and tossed aside, spraying it with skin like foam. A new product put into civilian use after advances in imperial medical technology, It is suitable for all skin conditions and cures in seconds after spraying to replace the skin's presence and prevent muscles and blood vessels from being exposed to the air. It contains ingredients that stimulate the growth of new skin. The trouble was the same burn on the left jaw, so much so that he spilled water when he drank. It's a bit of a loss then. That guy hid all the supplies elsewhere. Killing him won't get us anything. Sighing, Lee Chang'an couldn't help but smile again, as he felt the airflow exhale from his tattered cheeks. Da-da-da-da-da. In the darkness, someone's footsteps were getting closer. Lee Chang'an stood up. Despite knowing who the visitor was, he still couldn't let his guard down. The people he could trust were too few and far between. There's no need to be so wary of me. I had a hard time finding you. An oil lamp lit up in the darkness, illuminating Wen Anren's tender face. Lee Chang'an returned a cold smile. Wen Anren could not mind Lee Chang'an's indifference, but he could not ignore his wariness. Wen Anren, who grew up at the bottom, knew better. Every beast had its own safety range. Once stepping into it, he was afraid that it would be immortal. Stopping 2 meters away from Lee Chang'an was the optimal distance chosen for him by Wen Anren's supernatural ability. "What are you doing here?" Lee Chang'an finally spoke. "I thought you just got your vocal cords broken." Wen Anren smiled slightly and pulled out a bottle of spray from his pocket and tossed it over. "This is military skin-like foam. It's more useful than the one you're holding." The spray was brand new and in a sealed package, and Lee Chang'an looked at it and didn't pick it up immediately. "Come on, I don't have to lie to you." Wen Anren took 2 steps back, holding his hands up to show that he didn't mean to sneak up on him. After a slight hesitation, Lee Chang'an bent down to pick up the spray and frowned. "Don't come within 2 steps of me." "Thank you. I will always remember that advice." Wen Anren nodded, satisfied that he had finally gained a bit of trust. It wasn't until Lee Chang'an finished spraying the foam that Wen Anren spoke again. "How many points have you taken?" 3 points. Encountered a flame control alien. Delayed a lot of time. Lee Chang'an did not lie, and there was no need to. 3 points could exchange for the other party's trust and would not attract hostility. Wen Anren nodded and said, "I saw that a ranked flame mastery. I didn't expect you to be able to kill him. I'm really curious as to what kind of supernatural ability you have. How many points did you get?" Not wanting to waste time on this topic, Lee Chang'an changed the subject. 17 points. Wen Anren shrugged. "You also know my special ability, and the ones I encountered are the ones I can beat. But from today onwards, the routes available to me have become much less." "Become a lot less?" Lee Chang'an frowned imperceptibly, and quickly returned to his indifference as if it hadn't happened. "You don't need to pretend. You must have already thought of it, right?" When Anren moved slightly closer and lowered his voice, "I've checked the previous information. This time the speed of the participants' deaths is too fast. So fast that it's a bit abnormal. I'm afraid you and I are already prey to someone." Chapter 17. I cracked open. Hunter? Prey? Everyone here wears both identities, but if one person is too good, Lee Chang'an shook his head and said, "Not necessarily. The first day is nothing. The city is only so big. There are quite a few people who will be cleared on the first day. Those with low strength, those with too little combat experience, and those who didn't position themselves with the intention of grabbing points on the first day. All of these people will meet their deaths in a very short period of time, just like you who have already taken 17 points. If I remember correctly, there were 197 participants this time, and you and I together have 1/10 of the score." When Anren suddenly revealed a strange smile and looked Lee Chang'an up and down. "You turned out to be able to be so talkative. Don't be angry, I'm serious. Do you remember the guy who ranked first in win percentage on that profile? The one called Charles. Just entering yesterday. One of his thunderstorms reaped at least 20 lives and covered at least 500 meters. Phew." Lee Chang'an exhaled a breath and looked up at the ground. "Do you feel your body a bit numb?" "I felt it, but it doesn't matter." When Anren spread his hands. "My special ability tells me it's safe now, so it's all the more reason I shouldn't move." "Fine. But I'm going up there to see if it's just you and me at the end, hopefully." Lee Chang'an stood up and turned to leave with his small backpack. "What a pity." When Anren shook his head. Suddenly his face changed. No. Not here is safe places moving with him. It was safe around him. Could his powers be rubbery and insulating? There is an inexplicable sense of vestigiality. In order to avoid the danger overhead, Lee Chang'an made it a point to take a few extra steps and land from another street. Just now, when he was bandaged, he had already realized that there were already traces of people passing through the sewers. Now even the sewers would no longer be safe. Powers could be augmented by the environment, for example. water elemental mastery by the rivers and lakes, and the sewers would be the home ground of certain people. There was still no scent around. Li Chang'an placed the manhole cover and carefully moved forward along the gaps between the tall buildings. This time there was no need to ascend to the heights to see the silver-white lightning in the sky not far away, still glittering in this green day. The young man floating in mid-air was like the god of thunder, bathed in thunderous light standing under the dome of the sky, with the void beneath his feet. Is it magnetic? This guy seems to have a Mordor. Li Chang'an frowned and backed away. He heard that when the Thunder Elemental Mastery's supernatural ability was raised to a certain point, he could sense the magnetic field. But the whole letting yourself fly thing is a bit unscientific. Clothes and shoes made of metal? Li Chang'an did not intend to make a move. Making a move would be a death sentence. He just wanted to witness the battle at this level so that he could prepare for the possibility of being hunted down in the future. After looking at it for a few moments, he had a rough number in his heart for the opponent's combat strength, and multiplied that number by 3 before Li Chang'an turned around and left. Don't know who Charles is up against, but don't expect to live. A building was Li Chang'an's best hunting ground. The intricate place was convenient for him to get close to his opponents. Now he only hoped that Charles could attract some more guys who didn't know how to die over there. There must be quite a lot of guys thinking about sneak attacks. Maybe this trial would be over soon without him having to figure out what to do. A small 3-story building collapsed ahead, causing Li Chang'an to stop in his tracks. Seeing the dust filled the sky, Li Chang'an quickly retreated to hide himself behind the collapsed wall. Using the gap to check the situation in front of him, there might be a chance to pick up heads. A woman fell out of the dust, rolled twice on the ground, and landed on the street not far from Li Chang'an, with a head of powdered hair and a close-fitting sweatshirt that was torn and bloodied in many places. Pink hair? I've seen her. Li Chang'an revealed a smile. It's a pretty cute girl, and a little bit fierce. Will she scold me if she dies at my hands? So curious. Immediately after the woman, an emerald green figure rushed out, looking like a man, wearing a green tights, coupled with a slim body, as if an aloe vera had become a spirit. Don't run. The man was obviously not in a hurry to kill, holding the dagger and approaching step by step. My supernatural ability is poison. Ah, it's impossible for you to escape as long as you're injured. Give up. Really don't know how to die. Can't you see that the Thunderbolt Dharma King over there is on the rampage? Li Chang'an shook his head. He also planned to leave. If he delayed any longer and attracted Charles's attention, it might be another thunderstorm. But before leaving, Li Chang'an glanced at the afterglow and temporarily intended to stay. Not that he had any heroes to save the heart of the beauty, but just sharp-eyed to see the pink-haired girl propping up the right hand quietly clutched the sand. As Li Chang'an expected, when the aloe man took 2 more steps closer, the pink-haired woman violently threw out the sand in her hand. Then, without hesitation, she rushed towards the building Li Chang'an was in. Caught off guard, the aloe man was hit squarely in the face by the sand. His eyes were instantly transfixed, even if he quickly rubbed his eyes and chased after her. He was still a few steps slower than the woman, and watched as the woman rushed into the building, let out a furious curse, and leapt several meters high to rush into the upper floors. The pink-haired woman was already injured and immobile, and there were obstacles to traversing downstairs while the roof was empty, so as long as she wasn't afraid of heights, instead this arc was faster in distance. He was mentally calculating how he was going to torture the woman later, when the aloe man suddenly stalled and looked down at the arm coming through his chest. Lest the aloe man didn't die fast enough, Li Chang'an added another punch, doubling his fists through his chest, followed by a forceful outward tear. The power was a little insufficient and did not tear it in half, but it also tore a big hole in the chest, and the internal organs slid down to the ground. I was all set to leave. Li Chang'an helplessly crouched down, first picking up the aloe man's dagger, then bringing a conspicuous small bag on his waist with him. He rolled over and leaped down the stairs. 1 more point will move so you can't fall behind. Just as he stood, Li Chang'an collided with the pink-haired woman downstairs and was about to make a move. It's you. The pink-haired woman recognized Li Chang'an's identity and looked up again, immediately understanding, and softly said, "Thank you." Li Chang'an smiled and shook his head. "No need to thank you. I know you're actually just passing by, well, not deliberately coming to save me." The pink-haired woman guffawed. "My name is Lin Yubai. If it wasn't for you, I'd be dead today, but I've been poisoned now, so I can only abstain." No, actually you don't need to abstain." Li Chang'an grasped the dagger and took a step forward, his body relaxing like a willow fluttering and swaying. But as long as he took half a step further, it was a spring released after being tensed, killing someone in just an instant. Lin Yubai opened her arms and took half a step forward to hug Li Chang'an. Wearing a smile but choking slightly, "Thank you for still encouraging me, but I was wrong. I actually don't have the qualifications to come in here at all. You're going to live. I'll be waiting for you outside. It's too dangerous here for me to let you protect me. I can't hold you back. Actually, you were also trying to save that sister that day, right? I'm sorry I even glared at you. You really are a good person. Go for it." Li Chang'an watched Lin Yubai dissipate into a rain of light in his arms, knowing that she had chosen to abstain, and then looked at the dagger in his hand, puzzled. The judgment of the Trial Institute was very strict. The only way to choose to abstain was to be in absolute safety. Even if someone showed murderous intent on the sidelines, they couldn't abstain. So, why didn't I kill her? Chapter 18. Not good at fighting. Is this woman's ability to eliminate killing intent? A moment of confusion caused Li Chang'an not to think about the transfer for the time being. So he squatted down beside the Aloe Man and studied the wounds on the Aloe Man's body. Could the medium of initiation be contact? From the moment she touched me, I unconsciously forgot to kill her. It's possible that it wasn't the killing intent that was eliminated, but relaxation. Li Chang'an muttered to himself as he got up and turned his head to look behind him. When Anren stepped out from around the corner and shrugged, "I still think it's safer to follow you around. I don't know why, but I promise to go soon." Well, there's a psychic ability in the psychic department that can help treat psychological illnesses and make the patient drop their guard. Do you know what it's called? Estimating the distance between the two, Li Chang'an agreed. There is such a one, it's called mind pacification. It's relatively rare. When Anren hesitated for a moment, but still did not hold back his juvenile nature, and added, "I don't think her supernormal ability has anything to do with mind soothing. By the way, have you ever come into contact with a girl before?" Li Chang'an frowned and nodded. "Definitely contacted." "Okay, maybe I'm overthinking it." When Anren stopped talking and took 2 steps backwards to hide in the ruins. After this idle chat, Li Chang'an instead stopped bothering about it. Anyway, the person had already run away, and what when Anren said made sense. The thunder on the other side still hadn't stopped, and the rich bloody smell had already drifted across Li Chang'an's nostrils. He could imagine how many people had tried to take advantage of the opportunity to sneak attack, but had ended up dead. It wasn't a fight that an ordinary alien could intervene in. Charles was too strong, and the vertical and horizontal thunder made that heaven and earth a sea of thunder. But Charles's opponents were no slouches either. The 100-meter-long dragon spread its wings and swooped down, its sharp claws skimming over the top of Charles's head again and again, but each time it was blocked by the lightning barrier. Fantasy embodiment Li Chang'an sighed, known as the ability with the highest ceiling and the one with the most restrictions on casting out of all the current abilities. To materialize imagination into reality was simply a divine ability, but the battle power of the materialized thing was related to the details. Looking at the battle power of that giant dragon, its owner should be a guy with a rich imagination. Unfortunately, only one thing could materialize at a time, otherwise the world would be his. "Come on, there's nothing for me." Li Chang'an chose to leave. The gods were fighting. Whoever dared to go and persuade the fight was giving in vain, and from time to time, he could still see people being blown up to the sky by the thunder. There are too many people who don't know how to die, right? Li Chang'an shook his head and stopped in his tracks. There was a woman wearing a sword on the opposite side of the street who was walking this way. "Trouble." Li Chang'an turned his head and said helplessly, "Do you still feel safe following me now?" No one responded. Unreliable guy. He even ran away at this time. Li Chang'an frowned and turned his head to run. There's no way to fight. The opponent was Sakura Castle woman Sanshuga, who had the second highest winning percentage. A terrifying human capable of setting up a small boat to travel far away. Even more scary to Li Chang'an than Charles, who was like a heavenly god. Any guy who carries a sword with him Li Chang'an doesn't like. He's good at melee combat, and so is Mishoga. Li Chang'an would not waste his time on turning back. As long as the other party was still chasing after him, the killing intent was like a maggot in his hock. Even an ordinary person would be able to detect it. From time to time, like a reptile traveling through the bottom of a tall building, from time to time, like an ape climbing over the remnants of the stone pillars, Li Chang'an used all his strengths, except that this time, he did not step into the sewers. In that kind of open space is not good to hide. In most cases, the intricate sewers would be simple enough to get rid of a pursuer, but now it was the opposite, too empty to the point that any slightest sound leakage would become clear, and the moss that littered the area made it even easier to leave a trail. It took half an hour, and on the way there was avoiding other exalted with Li Chang'an's physical strength. He was panting when he stopped. and the exhaustion he had not experienced for a long time was used to his heart. In half an hour, he had crossed 3 city districts, and beyond that it was time to leave the city. Of course, you can't get out, there is a black line that wraps the city, but anyone who steps out is considered a foul, and no one knows what the consequences will be. After all, those who step out of the boundaries disappear from now on. Phew! Exhaling the turbid air in his lungs, Lee Chang'an walked into a long collapsed kiosk on the side, rummaged through the rubble, found 2 bottles of mineral water that were still intact, and gulped it down. The coldness of the hawk had dissipated, and only then did Lee Chang'an let go of his heart. After all, this is the northern city. I don't believe there will be anyone who knows this city better than me. It wasn't far from the border and would probably rest here today, and even though it was several kilometers away, Lee Chang'an could still see the fighting that hadn't stopped over there. The thunder didn't dissipate, but instead became more and more blazing, wondering where the limit of those heavenly pride's physical strength was. Just after closing his eyes, Lee Chang'an snapped them open, and 200 meters away, Senshuga walked slowly. You're familiar with this place? Mishoga's pace wasn't exactly fast, unhurried, the same as usual. Lee Chang'an stood up. This time there was no choice to flee again. If he couldn't get rid of it even after crossing half of the city, it meant that the other party naturally had a way of pursuing him. Well, there's only fighting to the death. Watching Lee Chang'an take 2 steps back to hide his figure into the shadows, Sanjing, he could feel a cold killing intent sweeping over his body, like thousands of ants skimming over it, causing his body to go numb. I won't kill you right away. You know this place like you've been here before. No, I should say it's as if you've lived here before. I'm curious about you. Mishoga drew his sword. There was less than 50 meters left between the two of them, and as Lee Chang'an disappeared, this distance was flying closer and further away at an even faster rate, coming and going repeatedly. A piece of rubble from the ruins shot towards Senshuga like a stray arrow, but in the next moment it was cleaved to pieces by Senshuga. Her height was less than 1 meter 7, her arm length was over 65 centimeters, and her blade was about 80 centimeters long, which meant that the range of her attack was about 150 centimeters. Lee Chang'an silently estimated the distance while his feet kept changing their orientation. Just like the evil spirit in the shadows, any hiding corner is where he strikes. Pieces of debris struck from every direction. However, none of the stones could touch Senshuga's body, and just as Lee Chang'an had estimated, every piece of debris would be shattered into pieces as it approached Senshuga's distance of about 150 centimeters. Without relying on the body of the blade, just the tip of the blade, it had yet to test Mishoga's supernatural ability, but Lee Chang'an already had a rough estimate of her blade skills. Are you testing my powers? Senshuga suddenly spoke, his tone soft but without emotional fluctuations. Your testing is futile. Come out and answer me a few questions and I can tell you directly. The strength was strong. This was Lee Chang'an's evaluation of Sanjing He. It was also very naive. It was still Lee Chang'an's evaluation of Sanjing He. This hand of deception was really not very clever. It's almost time for the trial to end. Chapter 19. But good at betting on life. The stones that flew towards Mishoga suddenly turned from 1 to dozens, and more than a dozen human head-sized pieces of debris were smashed together. Lee Chang'an followed the thrown debris and leapt down from the height, hiding his figure completely behind the debris, like a round ball with limbs, and rarely grasping the dagger in his hand. The dagger, bought for $15 at a roadside stand, had been nothing more than a kitchen utensil the vast majority of the time, and now made a cameo appearance as the murder weapon. The rubble, like before, still couldn't get close to Senshuga before it was crushed, and then it revealed Lee Chang'an behind the rubble. Before the dagger in his hand was handed out, Lee Chang'an felt cold sweat dampen his back. The premonition of death that he hadn't felt in a long time pressed on his heart, not bothering to attack again, sparing the danger of twisting his lumbar vertebrae and twisting it hard over. The landing point changed. Calling just landed on the ground. Lee Chang'an did not hesitate to roll on the ground, even with his ankles making a scalp-numbing tearing sound. Senshuga didn't pursue immediately. Just as she said she didn't intend to kill Lee Chang'an immediately, she just casually held her sword and frowned. You're almost like a wild beast, without any semblance of a martial artist's elegance, only instincts purely for the sake of hunting. Lee Chang'an stood up without haste. The other party didn't make an immediate move. There was no need for him to destroy his body anymore. It was only right to take advantage of the other party's nonsense to recover a little more. Before the blood spilled, he knew what he had suffered in that instant, as if he had been slashed by thin A4 paper, and it was only when he stood up that the wounds all over his body parted, and the blood wet his tattered shirt in an instant. The pain in his ankle was surging up, and Li Chang'an slowly stepped back, perhaps not quite accurately, but he had already made a judgment. It wasn't a knife, no matter how fast it was. There must be traces of swinging, but in that moment just now, it was as if he had hit the blade himself. So, your supernatural ability is to leave behind blade chi when you swing your own sword? Li Chang'an finally spoke, but his guarded stance remained unchanged. Meshoga was a bit surprised. You sure don't look like a human, guessing parts of it from just one injury. Partially. That means I haven't guessed it completely. Li Chang'an gently twisted his ankle to make sure the action was correct, then quickly leapt back. Senshuga's knife came after him and slashed against Li Chang'an's chest. The already tattered clothes were completely scrapped, and the wind of the knife brushed against Li Chang'an's chest, and his heart was slightly cold. Getting out of the range of Senshuga's attack, Li Chang'an scurried into the ruins on the side, and after a few leaps climbed along the window that had long since lost its glass, and stood against the wall waiting. He could be sure that his course of action was cutting from the dead center of the other side, and it was unlikely that he would be caught up directly. A few seconds later, Senshuga's figure leapt in through the window, looking at Li Chang'an standing in the room. She was obviously a bit surprised, but quickly broke out into a smile. "You're testing me? Right?" Li Chang'an slammed his elbow on the wall behind him and took 2 steps back. "You could see the trail I left behind when I left, right? You followed my footsteps to find me. Including the injuries I sustained, which were also traces left behind when you swung your sword, you can not only see the traces, but you can also turn the traces you leave behind into injuries. So no matter how much I try to run away, you'll always be able to find me." Senshuga nodded, the admiration in his eyes growing stronger, and said with a straight face, "To be able to see my powers in such a short period of time, you're better than I imagined. I won't hold back any longer. The strong deserve a decent death." Bending slightly, like a spring pressed to its limit, Meshoga shot out with an arrow, stabbing straight ahead with a blade. The concrete wall was easily pierced through like tofu, and only when the tip of the blade passed through the wall did the blistering wind follow in her footsteps, causing dust to fly. But the back of the wall was no longer occupied by Li Chang'an. Surprisingly, it's crawling away from the wall. Meshoga frowned. The wall had marks that only she could see. Li Chang'an climbed down the outer wall towards the roof of the building. This fight could not be fought. In a narrow space, the traces left behind by swinging the sword would limit his range of movement. While Sanjing, he didn't need to move at all. The traces alone would be able to force Li Chang'an to death little by little. And long range goes without saying unless there's a decisive weapon. That 20mm anti-material sniper rifle, for example, might be able to take down Meshoga. "Is running away all you do?" Senshuga's voice came from behind him. Li Chang'an didn't turn his head back. That's right, he would only run away. A fight where he couldn't see a chance to win was a joke. Bang! Despite feeling the danger coming his way, Li Chang'an did his best to skew his body, and a bullet still passed through his shoulder. Senshuga held a knife in one hand and a large caliber pistol in the other. Looking indifferently at Li Chang'an in front of him, "You forced me to do this." "I!" Li Chang'an burst out. How could he not expect Meshoga to pull out a gun? Except for the long-range large-caliber sniper rifle, the rest of the firearms were hardly effective against him. Moreover, firearms still belong to the scope of control of the Empire. The purchase of firearms requires very cumbersome procedures. The use of each bullet needs to be registered, and the price of firearms on the black market is terribly high. Not everyone can afford it. However, trials are supposed to be 9 deaths, and there are people who will gamble everything, so it's not surprising that a gun appears. It's just that, even with so many years of experience in killing, Li Chang'an would never have imagined that Sanjing he would pull out a gun. "As long as you don't run away, I can promise not to use the gun. This is an external force that I don't actually like." As a show of good faith, Meshoga put away his gun. "I've had 7 years of firearms training. You won't get away at this distance now." Li Chang'an covered his wound and laughed coldly. "Actually, I've always been curious if talented people like you are all so naive." "No, it is because we are gifted and powerful that we are allowed to be naive." Senshuga held his sword in both hands raised to the position of his head in what should have been some sort of starting stance for the school. "Ahem." Li Chang'an skimmed his lips and suddenly rushed towards Sanjing he, clinging to the ground and throwing the dagger in his hand with his backhand. Senshuga grasped the dagger with a slash and cut it diagonally with his backhand, but Li Chang'an, who was supposed to be close to the ground, leaped up to avoid the slash and caught the bouncing dagger in midair, holding it squarely in his right hand. Senshuga knife momentum does not pause, a knife faster than a knife. This is a real close combat to the death. With their own supernatural ability, Senshuga every knife swung out, then retreat half a step. Every knife leaves traces will seal the opponent's retreat. No matter if it was forward or backward, no one could avoid her blade. This was the domain that belonged to her. Li Chang'an's dagger swung down and collided with San Zhenghe's upward teasing. A not-so-small gash was immediately added to the dagger, but he also used the force of the recoil to stagger in the air for half a breath. Bingo! Li Chang'an suddenly uttered these words without a clue, stomped his foot on San Zhenghe's blade, and his figure backed up sharply. Sanshuga stabilized herself after taking a step back and rushed on again with her sword. Behind Li Chang'an was the blade mark she left behind. Li Chang'an had no way to retreat. He either had to run into the blade mark or face her sword straight on. What? Sanshuga was shocked that Li Chang'an had chosen to hit the rear blade mark, and the flesh and blood on his shoulder separated at once. Are you going to run away even if you're seriously injured? No. Sanshuga's eyes were crimson as she twisted around and heaved a slash towards her back. A rapidly approaching arrow split in half and slid past her cheek, but a second arrow followed closely behind this one. With her inability to swing the blade, she could only tilt her head to avoid it, and the arrowhead pierced her earlobe, ripping off half of it and breaking into the air. Is it cooperation? No. Is it using yourself as bait and betting your life that your opponent will attack me, who has the second best chance of winning? First. You beast. I will kill you. Chapter 20. It's cooling down. There was no longer time to care that the blood would reveal his trail. Li Chang'an ran furiously all the way, and in order not to reduce his speed, he could only hastily break the needle into a curved hook shape, so as to pull the wounds hard together, relying on his self-healing power to slow down his breath. He could be sure that the kid playing with the bow must be high up and would have noticed the fight over here, which was why he moved the battlefield to the roof of the building, thinking that his foreknowledge of the danger would be able to avoid it first. But Meshoga pulling out his gun became the first variable, and he couldn't be sure that he could escape from the gun, and was forced to respond. With the two of them intertwined in the fight, it was also unknown who the enemy from afar would choose as the first target to hit, and one could only hope that the vile long distance would prioritize Sanshuga's sights. After all, Sanshuga was the person with the second highest winning percentage in this trial, and he was just a nobody, but anyone who had bought information from the black market would have made the same choice. It also doesn't rule out the fact that the other person is a stupid X and wants to harvest the points first, then looking at the weaker self will be the target. And whether or not one could survive Meshoga's hand before the bowman struck was one of the variables. In short, this was a huge gamble on his life, Li Chang'an. It wasn't as if there hadn't been times in past battles when you needed to fight for your life, only unlike this time. This time it was a matter of gambling with someone else's intelligence on your own life. But I won the bet. The corner of Li Chang'an's mouth curled up slightly, and he kept stuffing military food pills into his mouth. He had lost too much blood, and an ordinary person would have long lost the ability to move, relying on his physical fitness to hold him up. There is no hospital blood transfusion in the Trial Institute, so he can only rely on his body's own blood production ability, and it's a good thing that he has a good blood production ability. The sewers are no longer accessible, and the strong smell of blood attracts rats and guys hiding in the shadows. With his memory, Li Chang'an flashed into the side building, which used to be a hotel, only that it had collapsed most of the way and only 3 floors were left, which was unimportant. Finding a room at random, Li Chang'an pushed the door and rushed all the way to the bathroom, turning on the faucet of the bathtub, and a few seconds later, the muddy water rushed out. Luckily it works. Li Chang'an turned around and went out the door. From the food packaging in the supermarket, he had been able to surmise that this place had been destroyed roughly 3 years ago, so some of the facilities might still be useful. While the bathtub was filled with water, Li Chang'an gathered all the nearby combustible objects together, while igniting them and spreading the flames. Combined with the grease, dry wood, the blazing fire engulfed the way it came. Li Chang'an returned to the room he had just been in. His backpack was also damaged in that battle. Fortunately, he was quick to collect some of his things, such as the sterilized water purification stone. Getting into the bathtub with the water purification stone, Li Chang'an closed his eyes. A fire wouldn't have attracted attention because now there were fires all over the city, and the battle for Charles was still going on, only the battlefield kept shifting. The green dragon was covered in scorched black, and most of its clanking scales had fallen off, but like a fighter it fought more and more bravely. The dragon's blood dyed the sky red, and then disappeared after a few seconds. Charles bathed in thunder, not only to kill his opponents, but also as if he wanted to exterminate the world. The already dilapidated city is even more precarious. Wherever he passes there is not an inch of grass. The city's vitality is being annihilated by him. Charles, how about you and I stop? The giant dragon spat out a human voice. I admit that I'm not your opponent, but if this goes on, you won't have a good time either. Rather than being picked up by someone else, how about we stop first? Charles, who stood in the void, despite his clothes being broken in many places, could not hide his calmness and nobility. He smiled slightly. You're trying to tell me that in the end, when it's just me and you left, we'll duke it out, right? The giant dragon hurriedly said, That's right, we have that qualification, don't we? It's only the second day of the trial. There's no need to divide life and death between us. Please allow me to refuse. This is against the spirit of nobility. Charles shook his head. I have royal blood flowing in me, which does not allow me to make any compromises. I shall die standing, not live meticulously. Seeing the thunder again attacked, the dragon can only curse to meet up. This is not the trial he wants, obviously with his strength. Should be the attention of all the people, hold back for so many years can be for the outbreak now. Why? 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 Li Chang'an sat up from the tub and surveyed himself. The speed of recovery from his injuries was far faster than he could have imagined. Even if his shoulder was penetrated by a bullet, at this moment there was already pink new flesh growing, which was different from usual. Barely standing up and looking at the injuries that grew new flesh all over his body, Li Chang'an frowned and muttered, Did I do something to cause this? Or did I come into contact with something? Is it water? No, no, no. And it's not the first time the wound has touched water. Or is this actually my psychic ability? Just too weak to be identified at all? No way, no way. There's no reason I can't sense my own powers. It's pure resilience. Or, I've gotten stronger. Incredulously, Chang'an swung out with a bare fist. The wound on his shoulder broke open and blood spilled out again. Well, I didn't get stronger. Covering his chest and sitting back in the bathtub, Li Chang'an felt the healing speed of his shoulder, and it seemed that only his self-healing power had gotten a little stronger. Sure enough, the guess at the very beginning was correct. Li Chang'an tilted his head bitterly. He had guessed in the previous trials that the reason for getting stronger was not only the trials, but I'm afraid it was also related to his non-stop fighting. It was just that the degree of getting stronger was not too obvious. The only way to feel the change in oneself was to survive after being near death. And this time it was considered to be a return from the dead, not a deadly battle, so it was just that the self-healing power was a little bit stronger. Damn. Getting stronger after a deadly battle, everyone can. Can you give me some good powers? Li Chang'an stood up. The flames outside were about to go out. This place couldn't stay any longer. If I awakened an ability, what would it be? Should it be elemental system or battle system? Mystic is actually not bad. Pulling off his already tattered pants and wringing them out, and wiping off the water stains on his body, Li Chang'an was planning to change his clothes. Where are my clothes? By the way, following the backpack has been destroyed. Grass. What to do about this? For the first time since entering the Trial Institute, Li Chang'an felt a big headache. Hehehe. A far larger than normal head poked through the door and licked the corners of his mouth. There's really someone hiding. See, you're badly injured, so don't resist. The big head rattled through the door and walked in, his head shoulder width apart, all weird tendon flesh that looked like it had been glued on, and the whole thing had an evil aura about it. In addition to the head, the man was carrying a huge kitchen knife in his hand. I'll take care of it. Before Big Head could finish his sentence, he watched his prey charge violently and hastily slashed the kitchen knife in front of himself. Sidestepping the blade, Li Chang'an swung his heavy fist and watched as the big head disappeared from in front of him. Teleportation? So it's in the back. Feeling the coolness on his back, Li Chang'an bent down and twisted his body to sweep his legs. Shins hit shins, and two crisp fracture sounds rang out near simultaneously. The big head stifled a howl of pain, just as he watched the man with the same broken leg as him charge again. No, don't you have any pain? A punch once again fell short. Li Chang'an did not hesitate to roll towards the side, and the big head's slash behind him once again fell short. Big Head staggered back holding the knife, staring at Li Chang'an's every movement dead on. He couldn't figure out why a guy who looked seriously injured would be so strong, and why didn't he use his supernatural powers? Is he looking down on me? Or is his psychic ability that he can add combat power without clothes? Li Chang'an gritted his teeth. The pain in his shins was not worth mentioning. It was just a bit cold without clothes. Chapter 21. There is no rest. There were quite a few powers that had encountered danger, but there weren't many troublesome powers like transience, and the degree of danger of a transient depended on the user. This was also why such a powerful ability as instant transmission was classified among the auxiliary department, also known as the non-direct combat department. Anyone who doesn't have the power to kill, but has the ability to turn a battle upside down, is classified in this department. There was no doubt that an instant shifter qualified as a decapitator in any fight. However, this big head was very average. The method of using the instantaneous transfer was still transferring and dodging, and didn't bring out its true offense. If it was usual, it would have already died more than once under Li Chang'an. But not today. In the eyes of outsiders, Li Chang'an only awakened his psychic abilities late, and in his childhood, when his classmates had already shown their greatness, he was still an ordinary human child, and suffered a lot of bullying as a result. One winter, after bloodletting, he was stopped by his classmates and robbed of his clothes, causing him to flee home naked in the middle of a snowstorm, and returning home to be severely beaten by his mother for the loss of his clothes, and ending up kneeling on the cold balcony until the middle of the night. From then on, Li Chang'an couldn't stand the cold. Even if there was a towel wrapped around it, he had taken everything in the hotel that could light a fire. The big head held the knife, a little curious about how the guy in front of him suddenly stopped making a move. Under the short contact, he already had fear and did not intend to continue the fight. Your battle spirit has disappeared. The corner of Li Chang'an's mouth curled up as he picked up a fragment of a tile and cupped it in his hand, forcing himself to hold back the chill as he rushed forward. Being broken through the fear of the heart, the average person may be broken, may also completely lose the will to fight. The big head is the second kind of people, bearing the ability to instantaneous movement. He is more good at the secret sneak attack, a fatal move. But I did not expect this time to encounter the guy as a fearless fool. Obviously the body wounds burst outside the blood, but also do not know the death of life rushed forward, which makes the big head retreat. Intention rose, the body shape of a wobbly, and disappeared in the house. Should have left a long time ago. The big head outside the house ran towards the stairs. There were still quite a few places on the road where the flames hadn't been completely extinguished. The teleportation was left to be used when crossing the flames. Strong wind from the top of the head down, the big head of the body hairs stand up, in the nick of time to move backward to avoid, but still not yet stood. The center of the eyebrows is a cold. There is a sharp sense of touch straight to. Empty of such a good psychic ability, but use it clumsily. Really jealous. Li Chang'an gritted his teeth. The tile shards were not strong enough after all, piercing through the large head's brow but shattering into two in front of the skull. Ah! It was only at this moment that Big Head remembered to let out an exclamation of surprise, and with his hands in a frenzy, he raised his sword to slash. He could avoid it, but if he avoided it again, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to catch up with this guy. Li Chang'an resisted the instinctive desire to dodge, and his palm like a knife pierced through the big head's neck, grabbing the neck bone in the middle of the blood and flesh before the chopper came to him. A few seconds later, Li Chang'an panted and crouched down beside the body to pull off the clothes of the big head. The kitchen knife embedded inside his thigh, half an inch into the bone. Wrapping up his clothes, he felt the coolness on his torso reduce a little before Li Chang'an gritted his teeth and pulled out the kitchen knife. I'm so jealous to the point of scalp numbness. Even trash like you can have psychic abilities. Casually bandaged, Li Chang'an left without looking back. The medicine on his body was no longer enough. The military food pills were also heavily consumed and lost in several battles. It was imperative to find enough supplies, and on top of that was medicine. Even the strongest self-healing power couldn't withstand a fight like his. The shin bone of his right leg wasn't completely broken, but it was also covered with fine cracks, and his left thigh was in dire need of medication after that slash into it. The hospital in his memory was still a bit far away. He could no longer avoid all the dangers. His injuries would reduce his mobility. Rushing would be a death wish instead, so he could only hope that he could make it to the hospital. I also hope the hospital medication is still available. The duel between the thunder and the dragon was still not over. Patches of tall buildings collapsed, the ruins covered with fresh dust. No matter what kind of heavenly pride under this might also equally lost color. But more than Charles, Li Chang'an didn't want to face Sanshuga. Crap! Li Chang'an's legs went limp. The world in front of him began to shake, staggered a few steps, and barely ducked into the corner of the road. His body temperature was rising, a rolling heat was coming from the wound at his thigh, and the rust-covered kitchen knife was contaminated with an unknown number of bacteria, and in less than an hour by now, his body was already showing signs of inflammation. Am I having a fever? Feeling the cold sweat that started to overflow from his forehead, Li Chang'an smiled helplessly. Serious injury plus fever. Probably this time is the real desperate situation. If there is enough food, maybe he can still rely on his metabolism to speed up his recovery. But there are only a few pathetic military food pills left. It was the damn woman's fault that all the food and medicine had been left over there, and there were no more supermarkets or grocery stores nearby from memory. Throwing a few military food pills all into his mouth, Li Chang'an took a big gulp of the remaining clean water and braced himself to continue walking in the direction of the hospital. Maybe it was an illusion or maybe it was a flashback, but in any case the body seemed to have a little more strength. The alarm of foreseeing danger sounded again, but Li Chang'an had no strength left to dodge, and could only use the swaying of his body to fall toward the side. The strong wind scraped against his arm and ripped off a piece of bloody flesh from Li Chang'an's shoulder. "Yo, it's you." The upright silhouette stood not far from Li Chang'an. The head of the arm exposed under the clothing was covered with light yellow fluff, and the palm of the hand had completely turned into the sharp claws of a feline. Bestialization. Li Chang'an stood up and removed the large kitchen knife from his waist, the image in front of him still shaking slightly. The visitor was stunned, and a smirk appeared on the face that looked more like a beast than a human face. "I'm surprised you know about bestiality, so you know where I'm from as well?" Li Chang'an didn't reply, just gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands hard. The military specialization potion had indeed been applied to people, and with the speed displayed during the sneak attack just now, as well as the sharp claws on his hands and feet and that face, it wasn't hard to tell that it was a feline creature, but it was impossible to tell if it was specifically a leopard or a tiger. Obviously, the lives of the military were more valuable than gold, and even some of the special departments had the right of preemptive action, so how could they come to the trial center to die? "I can tell you're confused, it doesn't hurt to tell you. Some people think that the potion extracted from the monster is too dangerous, but others think it's the key to the evolution of mankind, so I've become their test subject." The monster shrugged. "You can call me 11. 11? That means there are 10 more. It can't be that they are also in this trial." Li Chang'an took a deep breath. The other party was stalling for time, waiting for his situation to become worse. But he couldn't wait. Chapter 22. Death is not alone. 7 slashes in one practice, each of which was the fastest speed Li Chang'an could muster at the moment. But each of them was a fraction of a second off, seemingly narrowly avoided by 11. Yet Li Chang'an knew that it was a tease. It was as if a game of cat and mouse was being played, and he was now the mouse being toyed with. 11 stood not far from Li Chang'an, but just a step outside Li Chang'an's attack range, and with a mocking smile, said, "You should be running a fever, right? A wound is still dripping blood. Don't die yourself before I do it." "Oh." "Ha!" Li Chang'an carried his sword and slowly turned around, his face full of doubts. "You animalized a feline. Looking at you, it seems like you're a male. I have a question I want to ask you. I can't believe you're stalling yourself, so ask. I don't mind wasting more time on you." 11 clasped his hands to his chest in a completely defenseless manner. Li Chang'an smiled slightly. "I'm just curious. Do you go into heat when you see a female cat now? Or did the guys who made you out of you already sterilized you?" The smile dissipated a little bit from 11's face, followed by an icy cold smile. "I was going to save some energy to wear you out and attract some prey over in the meantime, but you're in such a hurry to get on your way, so I'll give you a ride." With a blur in front of his eyes, Li Chang'an felt his body lifting up in the air, and it was only then that the sharp pain on his chest began to spread. Pooh wow! Blood spurted out of his mouth. The pain was telling Li Chang'an that he had broken a few bones. Fortunately, his lung lobes and heart were still intact. Not waiting for Li Chang'an to fall, another huge force came. He had already prepared for it, but with the speed of the other party, he could only barely bend his elbow to block it under his ribs. Boom! His back hit the broken wall heavily. Li Chang'an didn't care about the pain all over his body, coughing up blood while crawling away to the side on his hands and knees, and the next second the sharp claws penetrated the broken wall. As long as he slowed down a little bit, the sharp claw that penetrated was his heart. What a strong battle sense. "I'm afraid you've experienced more battles than me." 11 pulled his claws out of the wall and looked at Li Chang'an, who stood up again. He couldn't help but tsk and praise. Despite being weak, this awareness is exceptionally rare. "However, I'm curious as to what your powers are and why you haven't used them until now. Is the burden too great for your severely injured body to use it all anymore?" Li Chang'an spat and sneered. "With you are not qualified to see my supernatural ability. When you do, it will be your death." "I see. You have to rely on your mouth to activate your supernormal ability, right?" 11's figure disappeared in front of Li Chang'an once again. "As long as you tear your mouth, you won't be able to use your powers." "Left? No, it's the right side." Leaning down, twisting his waist, Li Chang'an held the sword with both hands and made a horizontal slash. The figure of 11 appeared in the empty air in front of him, but this slash went through 11's body. "Sorry, that's a residual image left on your vision, yo." The voice came from his ears, followed by the pain of sharp claws penetrating his body. 11 stood behind Li Chang'an with the touch on his claws. He could be sure that he had already pierced through Li Chang'an's lungs. Next, even if he didn't do anything, Li Chang'an would die a little bit in pain. "I know it's a stump, nah. 11 looked at Li Chang'an, who turned his head in shock before realizing that his claws had been pinched by Li Chang'an. And this dying guy had ignored his injuries and twisted his waist hard, allowing the sharp claws to tear the flesh and blood from his waist. The half-meter-long chopper came down on his head. 11 tried to pull out his claws, but Li Chang'an's 5 fingers were like iron pincers, and he couldn't pull them out for a while. The other claw stabbed towards Li Chang'an's temple. He was going to bet that Li Chang'an wouldn't dare to die with him. He would have his head split open by the chopper, but less than a second before he died would also be enough time for him to cut open Li Chang'an's temple. The chopper was getting closer and closer. 11 stared at Li Chang'an's eyes dead on. His feline genes gave him several times the reaction of a normal human. He was able to make sure that there was no fear in those eyes, only madness in the face of death. Grass. 11 cursed. His claws eventually grazed Li Chang'an's scalp and turned to grip Li Chang'an's wrist that was holding the knife. The sharp claws were like knives, cutting through Li Chang'an's flesh and touching the wrist bone. Right at this moment, Li Chang'an let go of his hand, and the large kitchen knife fell high, the target point being 11's shoulder bone. This kid couldn't have been prepared for this from the start. Could he? But a knife that falls like this can't hurt me. A cold smile spread across the corners of 11's mouth, and just slightly sidestepping his head was enough to dodge it. It all happened in less than 2 seconds, and the two men will never know how many thoughts each flooded their minds in those 2 seconds. But the next moment Li Chang'an violently opened his arms and closed in on 11's embrace in a hugging stance. 11 had never even thought that Li Chang'an would make such a move. Much less could he understand what the significance of it was, and thus he was close to Li Chang'an without having the time to resist. Only then did 11 notice that Li Chang'an's speed and reaction were not much worse than his. There was a sharp pain in his neck, and his strong reaction nerves allowed 11 to distinguish the source of the pain as a crushing, then a tearing, then a gnawing. Woo! 11 roared miserably and threw his body fiercely to throw Li Chang'an away. But as his own wrist was torn, he realized that Li Chang'an had not let go of his hand so far. Gulping down the blood and meat in his mouth, Li Chang'an stabilized himself with a tug on 11 and lunged towards 11 once again. Crazy. Beasts. Beast. Unprecedented fear surged into 11's heart. His empty left claw once again grabbed towards Li Chang'an's wrist. As long as he cut off Li Chang'an's wrist, he could avoid it. And as long as he pulled away, the one who died first would definitely not be him. This guy is already dying. There's no need for me to trade wounds with him. Just get rid of him. When 11 rose to this thought, he could no longer fade away. The idea of escaping from Li Chang'an filled his heart. You're afraid of me. Li Chang'an's voice rang in 11's ears. A voice that was permeated with a sense of weakness and hunger. Before releasing 11's wrist, Li Chang'an used the force of a tug to once again close the distance between him and 11. Then released his wrist but climbed upward, wrapping his arms around 11's shoulders and around his neck again. The two of them embraced like lovers, but with boundless murderous intent. 11 felt his claws had pierced through Li Chang'an's chest, but the pain in his neck intensified again. Li Chang'an held 11 in a death grip, not allowing his claws room to withdraw. The blood spraying from 11's neck had splattered all over him, and he tore into 11's flesh and blood as if he didn't know how to get tired. I never thought I would die with you without even seeing your powers. 11 gave up struggling. The life was fading from his body. He knew he wouldn't survive. The massive bleeding couldn't be stopped anymore, and he would die from blood loss in 2 minutes at the most. Actually, I don't have any supernatural abilities at all. Li Chang'an's voice was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, completely destroying 11's nerves. I'm not happy about it. Why? I'm going to. With you. I'm going to. To the end. Chapter 23. Living Together. Chapter 23. Chang'an, you're the eldest son in the family. If one day Dad is no longer around, you'll have to take up the slack. Remember? Dad, why are you gone? All men have their day. Maybe mine will come sooner. You are my only son, the hope of the whole family. I can't do it. Do it even if you can't do it. I've been fighting all my life. When I fall down, I get up and keep fighting. When my bones are broken, I have to crawl forward. If one day you're gonna die, you'll have to die standing up for me too. Looking at the turquoise blue dome, Li Chang'an smiled bitterly. I'm sorry, Dad. I can't stand up anymore. Struggling to keep his eyes open, the darkness still descended. His heart no longer strong and weak, but straining for one more beat. Como, I'm sorry I couldn't say goodbye in person. Couldn't get to stop Ringo from going home. I'm sorry. Xiaowu, I'm really looking forward to how far you can go, and whether you can complete the 9 trials that I didn't do either. Mom, I'm sorry. I can rent out my room. I hope the money from the insurance payout will be enough for my sister's dowry. Forgetting what my sister looks like. I'm such a damn brother. You won't have to fight in the future. The moment he closed his eyes, the last thing that surfaced in Lee Chang'an's mind was a somewhat unfamiliar face. By the way, it was the owner of the restaurant who said something middle of the road like an idiot, making it completely incomprehensible, and I don't know why I told him my name at the end. All my life, I've always done something inexplicable. From the time she came to Jiang Shuibu's store, apart from sleeping and eating, Goriyen didn't have the rest of her free time, but in just a few short days, she had already gotten used to the life in the store. At this moment, while scrubbing the cup, it didn't stop her from talking. Uncle Jiang, when will Chang'an be back? Guess it'll be a couple days. What do you call me? Jiang Shuibu, who was sipping his wine, turned his head. You call me uncle and call him by his first name. Guryuyan nodded her head, without the youthfulness she once had. As for cowardice, she had never had it, and folded the cup carefully before continuing. I'm going to marry him in the future, so it's okay to be called by my name now, right? What? Jiang Shuibu stood up, shock, disdain, jealousy, and other emotions running across his face. I'm a female and Chang'an is a male. Is it weird to marry him? I know I don't look good, and I'm even a bit scary, but I just want the title, and since there's no monogamy nowadays anyway, I don't mind if he wants to take another wife. Goryu Yen said stone-cold words in a cloudy manner. Jiang Shuibu opened his mouth, but he didn't even think of any words to retort. Such a humble request. There really didn't seem to be anything to say, but it was just unpleasant. Auntie Jiang, you also like my family Chang'an, right? It's the kind of like that wants to be a lover. Goryu Yen spoke in a shocking manner. The breeze brushed by. Jiang Shuibu left a residual shadow in place. His real body had already lifted up Wulyuan by the throat, his face full of fierce color. What did you say? Am I wrong? Ever since I was a child, I've been able to see the likes and dislikes in other people's eyes. Auntie Jiang, lighten up. My neck is going to break. Wu Luyan grabbed Jiang Shuibu's wrist with no hint of the urgency she felt when her life was threatened. If you're asking how I can tell your Auntie Jiang, it's probably intuition. Can you let go now? Jiang Shuibu put down Go Luyan numbly. For a moment he didn't know what to say. Even though it wasn't a secret to him, it was just uncomfortable to say it from Go Luyan's mouth. Rubbing her neck, Wu Luyan picked up the cup that hadn't been washed yet and continued. If you teach me well, Auntie Jiang, it's not just about letting me cook and wash the dishes. Maybe I can help you out in the future as well. Don't say such strange things, don't mention such things in the future. I don't have that kind of idea about Chang'an, don't wash the cups. I'll teach you some self-defense techniques. Don't tell Chang'an if I'm a man or a woman. I heard that people go to hell after death. But why does hell smell like disinfectant? Lee Chang'an slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were dim and lightless. His body was soft underneath, and his nostrils were filled with the strange smell of various drugs mixed together. So hell doesn't have the smell of disinfectant water. Murmuring a self-deprecating smile, Lee Chang'an had already felt the gazes of the people around him. When Anren yawned and took down the dampened towel on Lee Chang'an's head. You're quite a heavy guy. At 1.76 m, you have to be over 80 kilograms, right? What a monster body fat percentage. Thank you. Lee Chang'an looked at Wen Anren. There was no more of his usual sharpness in this thank you, not to mention the coldness that rejected others. Obviously somewhat unaccustomed to the current tone of Lee Chang'an's speech, when Anren's hand shook, and the towel that had just been wrung out fell back into the washbasin. Ahem, don't thank me. I saved you as well as myself. The powers dictate it and I didn't want to. Lee Chang'an also don't know why, at this moment just want to laugh, along with the heart, then raised the corner of the mouth, smiled and said, I thought I was dead this time, but also recalled the past. Owes you a big favor. You can ask me to help you do one thing. Is it okay to ask you to sell your life for me? When Anren joked nonchalantly, of course he knew that Lee Chang'an would not agree. He just wanted to show that he did not ask Lee Chang'an to return the favor. Out of Wen Anren's expectation, Lee Chang'an nodded. Yes, as long as it's not a matter of 10 deaths. Even if there's only a thread of life, I can help you, but just once. With his intuition, Wen Anren knew that Lee Chang'an was not lying. The weight of this answer was as heavy as a mountain. As long as he, Wen Anren, opened his mouth, Lee Chang'an would not refuse. After a long time, Wen Anren didn't know what he was thinking about, and finally raised his head and said seriously, I want to win, more than just wanting to live with my ability. I can shine in the military. I might become a legend, but the prerequisite is that I have to win. Good. Lee Chang'an simply agreed. You think this is alive? When Anren was nonplussed instead. Li Chang'an nodded. Charles will clean up that fantasy materialization. The vast majority of the strongest people will be found and then removed by him one by one. With your supernatural ability, we will definitely survive until the end. With fewer competitors and only a handful of powerhouses left, we still have hope. But until then, we need a little weaponry. When Anren looked at Li Chang'an in a stupefied manner and asked woodenly, "What about you? Don't you want to win? Without you, it's impossible for me to win. So the chance to win is given to you. I'll abstain at the end, you go fulfill your dreams, and I'll go find my way." Li Chang'an raised his hand and clenched his fist towards Wen Anren. "Won't you touch a fist?" After touching fists with Li Chang'an, Wen Anren lowered his head and asked in a low voice, "Why did you choose to trust me? In fact, just now I was thinking of making a move to kill you when you and I were left at the end, in order to avoid you backstabbing me at the end." "It's normal." Li Chang'an struggled to hold himself up. "I also thought about recovering quickly and then twisting your head off in passing when I thanked you. But I can't always do that." "Which is always?" When Anren blurted out instinctively. Looking at the night sky, Li Chang'an smiled. "Always dying. You know what the first thing you do when you wake up after dying once? It's thinking about what I thought before I died. And only then did I know what I wanted. A few years ago I took a gamble and then had 2 friends. Before them the only meaning in my life was to live. After I met them I knew that living could be something meaningful." When Anren thought for a moment and held out his hand toward Li Chang'an. "Do you know about pulling the hook?" The teenager who had been living alone since the age of 11 after witnessing the murder of his family, hooked fingers with the young man who had lived as a walking corpse until he turned into a beast at the age of 16. And not forgetting thumbs stuck together for a stamp. Chapter 24 is easier than you think. In recent years, Li Chang'an had rarely been so talkative, and perhaps it had something to do with coming back from the dead. There had been more than one narrow escape from death, but this was the only time he was truly considered to be back from the dead. And when Anren found him, his heartbeat was faintly audible, and it was Anren who injected a large dose of adrenaline into his heart. Running furiously all the way to carry Li Chang'an to the hospital, and using a stun gun instead of a defibrillator after some operations, at least Li Chang'an's heartbeat was restored, followed by medication and bandages. It's your own life that's hard, losing blood to that extent and still manage to pull through. I don't have any blood for you to transfuse. When Anren boiled hot water and soaked the military food pills in it and mashed them up. That said, what kind of supernormal ability do you have in the end? I haven't seen you use it until now. I don't know. Li Chang'an shrugged his shoulders and took the kanji soaked in military food pills. I haven't awakened my powers yet. When Anren's small hands trembled, incredulously sizing up Li Chang'an. Are you serious? That said, you're in your 20s, right? I haven't heard of anyone who hasn't awakened at this age. It's not possible that you've actually awakened and it's you who doesn't know it, right? I did go and appraise it. And it's true that I don't have any supernatural abilities. Blowing on the hot air, Li Chang'an took small sips of porridge. His body was tingling and itching in many places, and his wounds were healing at a terrifying speed. As if seeing a monster, when Anren was too shocked to speak, and only after a long time did he swallow his saliva and asked, "If you don't have any supernormal abilities at all, how did you kill your previous opponents? Or is it that your family is rich and bought a lot of genetic potions? If you inject the potion to the point where it creates resistance, it's possible to get infinitely close to C rank." After finishing the porridge, Li Chang'an responded, "My family is quite poor. My father disappeared for many years, probably died, leaving my mom, who is a producer and can't make any money. Relying on the empire's funding and the money my mother earned, I barely managed to study for a few years as well, and then my sister awakened plant growth just in time for the Imperial University to recruit this type of specialized psychic ability. So in order to alleviate my family's burden I dropped out of school and went to work." When Anren frowned, "How come you, who have a family, seem to be worse off than me? But you shouldn't be able to find a job without your powers, right?" "Aha." Li Chang'an nodded. "In the society of the alien, it's true that it's not easy to find people like me. But as long as you're willing to sell your labor, you can at least make a living." As he was talking, Li Chang'an looked in the direction of the door and stepped down from the bed. "Someone's coming?" His footsteps are rhythmic, indicating that he knows where he's going. Presumably a perception system psychic, rushing towards us. "Or else I'll go, your injuries haven't healed yet." When Anren had a difficult look on his face. "To be honest, I think it's really bullish for you to survive until now, but instead, I'm a little less relieved." "Pfft, then you follow me." Li Chang'an laughed and got dressed. Since this is a collaboration, it's also important for you to have an estimate of my strength. How do you think that beastizing ability guy died? At first, of course, I thought you killed him, but after I learned that you don't have powers, I thought he was eaten by an alienated monster. When Anrin didn't say this out loud and followed behind Li Chang'an out the door, the footsteps stopped at the corner, apparently having discovered Li Chang'an at this end of the corridor. There's another guy hiding in the shadows? Are you guys violating the group? The guy who spoke from the corner had the voice of a teenager, but after experiencing the gnomes, Li Chang'an no longer recognized people by their voices. Moving his neck and wrists, Li Chang'an laughed. You're not a perception department, or not just a perception department. Whoa, why? The guy on the corner voiced a question. When Anrin, who was hiding in the back, bristled. This guy was too easily diverted. Li Chang'an continued to laugh. The strength of the perception department is not melee combat. It's either long-range sniping or outsmarting. You rushed all the way to me and didn't even worry about exposing yourself, so melee combat is what you're relying on. So either you're relying on expensive heat-sensing gear or you're a dual psychic, where one of the psychic abilities is of the perception family and the other one is suited for close combat. There was silence in the corner for a moment. Then there was applause, and out stepped a 7-foot man, who'd sked a few times in a juvenile voice, exclaiming, "Impressive, and I'm curious as to what you're basing your speculation on? Experience. It's not like you're the first dual alien I've encountered." Li Chang'an's words fell as he took the lead and charged up the narrow corridor straight ahead. A man's romance is to punch and kill each other with this pair of innate fists. The big man was perhaps the same as what Li Chang'an thought, only less than half a second of consternation, and then his face had more than a few points of frenzy, striding forward, sidestepping with his big arm to harden down Li Chang'an's punch. Good strength. The big man stifled a grunt, feeling a slight numbness in his arm, and returned to his body with a slap, a bushel-sized palm sweeping down. Li Chang'an leaned back to avoid it, and in the process he rolled back, intertwined his feet on the arm of the big man, and his 6'6" was like a pendant on the arm of the big man, and then he exerted a force on his waist and rolled over and sat on it. Secretly observing when Anrin looked dumbfounded, obviously no supernormal ability of Li Chang'an just by physical quality. In the first photo not only was not put down, but is gradually occupying the upper hand. However, the big man's second psychic ability had yet to be utilized, and the victory was unpredictable. Curved elbow slammed. Li Chang'an only felt that his elbow hit steel, not like human muscles at all. In an instant countless information flowed in front of his eyes, and all the supernormal abilities he knew in the past floated to the surface of his mind. As long as the supernormal abilities identified at the Trial Institute were registered on a stone board, any Trial Institute could simply check it, and every time a new supernormal ability appeared, it would be registered by a person and then sent to Jiang Shuabu's wine stall. Therefore, Li Chang'an was familiar with all the supernormal abilities in the world, and was able to project the other party's specific supernormal abilities based on the characteristics they displayed. Avoiding the big man's grasp, Li Chang'an backflipped, hands and feet on the ground, from the big man's crotch. Passing underneath, he held the big man's right leg and lifted it upwards, and the gods couldn't avoid the foot imbalance. The big man leaned forward with his face to the ground. Li Chang'an stepped forward and stomped on his waist, wrapped his hands around the big man's chest to lock his throat, pushed his knees against his waist, and wrenched back with all his strength. After a full 2 minutes, the big man feebly let go of his hand and rolled his eyes and fainted. After holding on for another half a minute, Li Chang'an let go and sat down with a heavy gasp. When Anrin stepped out from the room, staring dumbfounded at everything that had gone beyond perception, a no alien, putting down a dual alien in less than 10 minutes. Phew. Luckily this guy isn't strong, his fiber reinforcement can block bullets at most. Li Chang'an wiped the sweat from his forehead. Not a bad performance, right? When Anrin was dumbfounded, this is human language? Chapter 25 Who's the Prey? First of all, you have to exchange hands, except for some special powers. Other powers can't know the specific data just by looking. After judging the other party's powers, do a strike against the weakness of this power, that's it, it's very simple. Li Chang'an said truthfully, when Anrin was like a puppet, frozen for a moment before he shook his head and laughed bitterly. It's not simple at all, especially with this kind of supernormal ability that doesn't have a splendid appearance. How can one manage to guess it in such a short period of time? Anyone knows that they should target the opponent's weaknesses, but just guessing what the opponent's powers are is troublesome enough, let alone remembering his weaknesses right away. Are you a genius? Or do you have an unforgettable memory? Li Chang'an frowned, puzzled. If you can't remember it, go fight. If you fight enough, You'll definitely remember it, like fiber reinforcement. The hardened fibers are comparable to steel, and bullets can't penetrate them, and blunt force impacts are effective, again affecting the flexibility of the joints. Softening fibers will make the flesh immune to blunt force impacts, very ineffective against sharp force slashes, and increase muscle activity to stop bleeding and recovery, but no defense against strangulation. So locking the throat against the waist, he had to soften the muscles of the waist and chest so as not to compress the internal organs and harden the muscles near the neck to avoid being strangled by me. When Anren sighed and took over Lee Chang'an's words, so his waist will not be able to exert enough force to break free, but the hardened muscles will fatigue quickly under the strong pressure, and the end result will be to be strangled by you. Lee Chang'an nodded. Isn't it simple? Not really. When Anren couldn't go back to his refutation, it was indeed very simple to say from Lee Chang'an's mouth, but it was extremely difficult to apply in real combat. This battle was a victory of heart and experience. Lee Chang'an used his strength to prove that not having psychic abilities is not a waste, only that the inherent thinking of today's society honors psychic abilities, and those who don't have psychic abilities are equivalent to waste. But there was a limit with just a human body. No, it wasn't a human body either. At least the strength was already comparable to a C-rank strength enhancement in its normal state. Depending on the level of the rank, an alien has special abilities without activating their powers, such as the Fire Elemental Mastery, which is immune to a certain amount of high temperatures once awakened, and the immune temperatures gradually rise with the level of the rank. It was said that S-rank Flame Mastery was able to walk on lava even without activating his powers. Lee Chang'an's strength had already reached the norm of Class C strength enhancement, and his strong physical fitness was also the key to executing his plan. When Anren sipped the water, his mind was full of thoughts, the birth of supernormal abilities. Until now, nearly 30 years, more than 3,000 kinds of supernormal abilities were born. Even the producers, their physical quality exceeded the human beings before the end of the world, which was also a kind of evolution. But no one had ever cared about physical fitness, using this as one of the perks when their powers were enhanced. Thinking was also a weapon for Lee Chang'an. No one had ever thought about what would happen if they used their physical fitness to the limit. Maybe Lee Chang'an's appearance will be a reversal. However, he was destined to not be able to really stand up to the stage, and if his special nature was known, I'm afraid that the first thing that would happen is that he would be taken away to be studied or to receive taunts. When Anren was stunned, remembering with hindsight that he had already become one of the people in the know, as long as he spread the news that Lee Chang'an was not an alien, all it took was a hook. And you trust me that much? Eat your fill, we have to go. With this guy's points, you should still be ahead. Counters will appear in the sky when the number of deaths is over half. The fact that it hasn't appeared yet means that the number of deaths is less than half. Lee Chang'an finished his share. Whoa, good. When Anren nodded, a bit soulful. In his not-so-long life, such a simple harvest of trust never seemed possible. The battles in the city never stopped, and when all the participants first entered the trial, most of them had the idea of surviving first, and if they couldn't separate the battles in a short period of time, they would quickly withdraw. And the battle between Charles and that fantasy embodiment Exalt was like a burning tanker truck crashing into a gas station, causing the entire trial field to start burning, and that huge thunderstorm area became a forbidden zone, forcing the other Exalts to meet. So when the two of them left the hospital, it didn't take them long to see the counter that Lee Chang'an was talking about. The firmament seemed to have become a screen, and this screen reflected the words, survivors. 88. And this number was slowly decreasing, dropping by one person roughly every half hour. The participants are 197. The number of remaining people will be displayed when half of them are left, and the three with the highest points will be displayed when a quarter of them are left. Lee Chang'an was explaining in a low voice for Anren. When Anren nodded, these were all the information that could be found out there, and almost every participant knew about it. What Lee Chang'an had to say was certainly not nonsense. He continued, most people know this, but there is one thing that not everyone knows. When your name appears in the top 3, you can spend a point to learn the position of a random one of your opponents. What? When Anren furrowed his brows, he really didn't know that. But how did Lee Chang'an know? Could he have been involved more than once? The first guess given by instinct is overwhelmingly the one closest to the truth. Without noticing the change in Anren's demeanor, Lee Chang'an continued, that's why we're going to make sure that you're in the top 3 first, and then with a quarter of the people remaining, we can get started. Charles would definitely be one of the top 3. His powers aren't exactly strike, but his mental strength is so strike that it's been over 4 hours of fighting so far, and he still doesn't see the decline. And I'm a close combatant, even if he doesn't attack. Flying alone leaves me helpless, so we're going to have to go find a weapon first. And I know you have a pistol, but that's useless. Tend to good fortune and avoid bad fortune is both a passive and active ability. when Anren can actively activate his ability to be informed of the good fortune or bad fortune of things he judges. It's not a strike. It's an outlier. No essay on what Anren wanted can be judged by the direction of auspiciousness given by the supernatural power, as long as to look in the direction that represents auspicious, can always find. What Li Chang'an is looking for is the 20mm anti-material sniper rifle. The owner of this gun has not shown up so far, and the gun has not gone off a few times, a qualified sniper, and will be the biggest variable in this trial. Why not get rid of this guy first, both to harvest weapons and to resolve the uncertainty? Of course, if it wasn't for Wen Anren, Li Chang'an wouldn't have made this guy his target, and always traveling between buildings was also to avoid him. But everything was different now. It was the first time that Li Chang'an wanted to become a hunter. Chapter 26. The Human Heart. Releasing the trigger, Zhao Yi averted his gaze from the scope and rubbed the corners of his eyes, which were a little sore, and picked up a stone and scratched the floor beside him, filling in the last stroke of the word Zheng. It was time to get out of here. Over the past 3 days, 5 people had died under his gun. 4 of those 5 belonged to the more troublesome category, while the remaining 1 was attached. After all, bullets were precious and his ability was only penetrate, not the legendary sure hit of long-range abilities. Penetrate is not as good as sure shot, which can hit any target in the field of view, but the strength of penetrate is its applicability. No matter what kind of psychic ability the opponent has, no matter how strong the defense is, his attack will surely be able to penetrate the defense. Standing in mid-air Charles, outside his body there is a flow of lightning into a shield, but as long as he, Zhao Yi, is willing, but it is also a matter of a shot, invisible or tangible defense cannot stop him. But Charles couldn't die yet. Charles was still needed to clear out the other participants, and only when he and Charles were the only ones left at the end would the guns be pointed at Charles, and when that happened, he would be the final winner. Skillfully dismantled the sniper rifle and put it away in the box. Zhao Yi's every action was careful. In order to get this gun, spent all his savings. Just the gun itself cost a huge $50 million, and each round of bullets required $150,000. The money spent on making connections among them was not a small amount. He was from an ordinary family. Fortunately, he found a wife from a rich family, and it took a lot of effort to make that family die without any end. Before leaving, Zhao Yi took another look at the place where he was originally lying down. The building was cut off a layer, but the break was also too flat. It always felt like it was chopped off by someone with a fast knife, which was indescribably strange. 34-year-old Zhao Yi witnessed the end of the day. He is clear about the importance of strength, years of training to make him a qualified sniper, but also spent every cent of his money, whether it is a genetic agent or training, but all can be strong body cannot be left behind. 60-story building step by step down is also like walking on the ground. He believes that the physical body is the foundation, the gun is dead, the human body is the real weapon. So when he reached the 4th floor, Zhao Yi stopped, dropped the case quickly, and drew his twin guns from his waist. The door of the room in front of him exploded with a bang, and someone rushed towards him, using the door panel as a shield. Zhao Yi was unperturbed, holding his twin guns and shooting continuously, each shot trying to go as far as possible to a point, calculating based on the height of the opponents able to hide behind the door panel. As long as it pierced through the door panel, the bullet would be able to hit the opponent's chest. There was nothing that could not be penetrated in the presence of his powers. The speed of the people coming fast. 2 shots of the bullets have not finished. They have already approached within a meter. Zhao Yi hastily rolled sideways to avoid, turned the gun to shoot again. However, it was as if the visitor had perspective, clearly obscured from view by the door panel, but he turned around first, still facing Zhao Yi with the door panel. Through the bullet holes in the door panel, Zhao Yi was able to vaguely see a trace of bright red blood. This man had been shot at least 3 times. Although it wasn't considered vital, it was enough to temporarily slow down his movements. Can't imagine it. The door panel can't stop my bullets. Zhao Yi smiled icily, his gun raised upwards. He had already calculated the height of the other party, and was now aiming at the position of the other party's head. The next moment, the door panel came whistling, the visitor through the door panel. Zhao Yi only had to roll to avoid it. In the nick of time, he still didn't panic. He firmly remembered where the other party was. Even on the way to roll, he still shot repeatedly towards the memorized position. The sound of a bullet entering the flesh rang in his ears. Zhao Yi sneered, but he just didn't know which out of the other side the bullet had hit. And when he stabilized his body and half-kneeled on the ground, he suddenly realized that a silhouette was close at hand. The muzzle of the gun was raised up to aim at the head of the incoming enemy, and without hesitation, he pulled the trigger, and in the snap of the fingers, the incoming enemy pressed the muzzle of the gun with one hand, and hardened the direction of the gun. The bullet pierced through the palm of his hand, but as if he was fine, he smashed his fist down fiercely. Which was harder, the gun or the fist? The answer was obvious. Zhao Yi had nowhere to dodge, and in a desperate attempt to take a hard punch, the other gun also pulled the trigger. The fist smashed into the cheekbone. Zhao Yi only felt hit by a truck. His ears were filled with the sound of his own cheekbone shattering, and the expected sound of the bullet into the flesh was not heard. And then turned his head. The blood-stained fist in the shaking world in front of his eyes was rapidly enlarging. A punch dented this gunman's skull. But Li Chang'an still didn't stop, first breaking the opponent's arms, and then smashing this head to pieces with a punch, before he said into the wireless headset in his ear, "Settle it." Downstairs, when Anren took a deep breath and walked up the stairs quickly, just in time to see Li Chang'an take off his tattered top. "You're here. Come over and help me sew. I can't sew the wound on my back." Li Chang'an waved his hand. "It would be nice if you have psychic ability to change clothes out of thin air. By the way, is it safe here?" When Anren closed his eyes and activated his supernatural ability to perceive, nodded and took the needle and thread from Li Chang'an's hand. "You'd be better off breaking his neck than whacking his head off, right? This looks weirdly disgusting." Glancing at the headless corpse, when Anren frowned, he didn't reject killing, but he was still a bit resistant to this kind of gore. Turning his head to look at it, Li Chang'an thought about it and nodded. "Okay, I will pay attention in the future." When Anren's hand shook, and the needle in his hand almost pierced into Li Chang'an's back muscle. "Damn, this guy doesn't really think I'm his friend. Does he? He's got no brains at all." After sewing up the wound, Li Chang'an put on the clothes he picked up on the side of the road and handed the box containing the sniper rifle to one Anren. "Your psychic ability is also too good." Even if it wasn't the first day he remembered it, Li Chang'an still couldn't help but admire it. Just aim at the target and then rely on your psychic ability to feel the timing of the shot. When you win, you'll definitely be a very powerful person in the future. When Anren received the wooden box in a daze, from Li Chang'an's admiration he didn't feel any malice. No jealousy. No yin and yang. Just heartfelt happiness for him. Li Chang'an swept over one Anren. "Let's go. I'm relying on you for the next step. Besides shooting, you have to point me in a safe direction. Unfortunately, this walkie-talkie can only be effective within 100 meters, so you'll be in more danger. Be content. It's already good enough to find the battery." When Anren rolled his eyes, hesitated for a moment or said, "You can't rely on my instructions either. This isn't 100% accurate. Sometimes, although I think it's a danger, maybe your experience is more useful." Don't worry. I know, you were spot on just now when you told me to keep my head down. Otherwise that shot would have hit my head." Li Chang'an grinned, revealing his clanking white teeth. This was a completely changed person. When Anren sighed secretly, compared to the alertness when they first met. It was as if a warrior sitting in an armored car had stepped out of the car and had taken off his bulletproof vest. "Maybe you're acting?" Chapter 27, An Early Showdown. He was shot 3 times in the body and once in the palm of his hand, but in less than 2 hours, the wound in the palm of his hand left only a pink scar, and he could not feel any abnormality at all. Li Chang'an was clear that after retrieving a life, he had become a lot stronger, his reflexes and hearing had improved substantially, so that he could try to make evasions when facing the gunman, and none of the bullets hit the vitals. Strength is not much change, still, and before the difference is similar, speed also has a slight increase, not obvious. The biggest change is the self-healing ability. Now with the naked eye alone can be seen wounds are healing. Maybe I need to die a few more times to become stronger? Once the thought rose it could never be extricated. Li Chang'an thought back to each of his past battles and always felt that his guess seemed to be right. The closer to death, the greater the growth. Why don't you try it once? What a dangerous thought, but why can't I stop myself? Try it once, just once. If it fails, there won't be a next time, but what if it works? What are you thinking? When Anren's voice from his ear interrupted Li Chang'an's thoughts, he smiled helplessly and said, "It's fine. Charles is about to win. Keep your focus and see if his danger level has decreased." 90 meters away, when Anren was cowering in a metal box, using the scope of the sniper rifle to look at Charles in the distance, the feedback of his supernatural ability was telling him that that was one of the most dangerous people here, and with the strength that Charles had shown nowadays, there were even 3 other people in the city with a similar level of danger as Charles. The giant dragon that galloped heaven and earth has long lost half of its might. 1 day and 1 night passed. It is already at the end of its strength. Even spreading its wings also seems to be powerless. When it fell from the mid-air to the ground, this battle has already drawn a conclusion. What's left is nothing more than a negative. "Charles, let me go, I can't die here." The dragon spat out a human voice, and as they got closer they could see that there was a man standing in the dragon's mouth, and he was the one who was the alien, hiding himself in the dragon's belly to keep himself safe. Charles had no words, just a single thunderbolt hurled from his hands that seemed to be never ending. This monstrous teenager seemed to be tireless, never showing any fatigue from the start of the battle until now. Don't! The giant dragon raised its tattered dragon wings to block it. Please let me go. I can take you as my master, and as long as I'm allowed to grow, I'll definitely be a help to you. I can't die here, please. I still have revenge to go to avenge. My parents and brothers died in the hands of that man. The big deal is that I abstained from going out. Please let it go, I can't die here, Listening to the already confused words, Charles just gave a slight lurch. The thunder in his hand grew thicker, then raised his hand. What does that have to do with me? Silver-white thunder bloomed, and the dragon hissed in agony, like a soundtrack to a blossoming fire. And before the blossom had cleared, the music had taken a break. The 100-meter-long dragon's body was charred black as carbon, and in its unclosed mouth was the dried body of a human being, whose pre-mortem unwillingness and hideousness could still be vaguely seen. Everyone has their own story, but what does your story have to do with me? You and I are just opponents who deserve to be separated into life and death. Charles opened his hands like a cross, then bowed slightly with his right hand pressed to his chest. It's an honor to fight you, but that's all. At this very moment, I don't know how many eyes were gathered on Charles's body, each waiting for him to show his fatigue, to show his cracks. Li Chang'an hid in a large fish tank, his entire body sunk in the water, revealing only half of his head, and whispered, "How is it?" In the distance, when Anren was still holding the sniper rifle and whispered, "No, the sense of danger not only didn't decrease but also increased. His level of danger is now rising by the minute, more dangerous than at the beginning." Li Chang'an frowned, climbed out of the fish tank, landed noiselessly, carefully ducked into the windowless utility room next door, and dried himself off to change his clothes. Only after determining that no one was around did Li Chang'an return with a gloomy face. The probability is that he's a dual alien, or maybe even a triple alien, and the battle has lasted more than 24 hours up until now. This can't be explained by being gifted. The information says that the family that Charles is from was a noble before the end of the world, and that the end of the world didn't have much of an impact on his family, and that he had already awakened his psychic abilities when he was just born, and that he had been identified as having incredibly powerful psychic powers that far exceeded those of an ordinary psychic. But according to my calculations, he consumed enough mental energy to drag down 20 ranks in this one-day and one-night battle. It has nothing to do with talent anymore. I'm afraid he has other supernatural abilities to support him. When Anren lowered his sniper rifle and shifted his position while asking, "Did you already have a guess?" "That's right." Li Chang'an instinctively nodded before remembering that the two were talking remotely. "There are two possibilities. One is recovery from the auxiliary department. The other is false god from the mythological department. I hope it's not the latter." The mythological lineage, law god. Hearing these two words, when Anren's heart beat wildly, and it took him a long time to calm down. The most recognized strongest department is the battle department. Every single ability is extremely suitable for combat, but the highest ceiling is still the mythic department, and it is said that 100,000 aliens can't come up with a single one. The reason why it is called mythology is because the psychics in this department, the psychic abilities they possess are all tied to mythology before the end of the world. There were no psychics in the world, but there were still different myths that flowed. Things like Manhwa mending the sky and Shiha bathing in the sun in the eastern continent, Genesis in the western continent, and the world serpent in the northern continent all belong to the category of myths. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, powers began to appear, but the powers awakened in a certain number of people began to approach those of mythological characters, thus giving birth to the mythological lineage known as powers without a ceiling. A certain alien in the western continent known as Gabriel, who was S-class out of the world, was rumored to have been secretly protected by the Empire. The Fa Shen in Li Chang'an's mouth was on the side of assisting. The alien would have near endless mental power and an extremely high resistance to any elemental altars, and there was only one known Fa Shen alien ability. Maybe Charles is the second. Someone made a move. Li Chang'an, who was about to leave, turned back again. A figure leapt high from the roof of the building, unfurling wings of ice and fire behind him, and with a single lift of his hand, he turned mid-air into a flaming inferno, crimson and near-black flames raging towards Charles, while the man covered his body with armor made of ice. Another dual-system ability, and one that was extremely applicable to combat. Li Chang'an swallowed his saliva. He had a premonition that even though there was still a third of the remaining number of people, he was afraid that the duel had already begun. Chapter 28 with me. The flames obscured the firmament instead illuminating the entire city. The person who struck out had blonde hair and blue eyes, as if a heavenly god was approaching the world. No one had ever bothered to pay attention to him. From the time he had entered the trial arena until now, He had always tried to minimize his presence. Obviously a near S-class alien, he was doing his best to avoid any fight until this moment. And when he did, he struck out blatantly with a mighty blow. Charles, do you still remember me? 3 years ago I lost to you, and you stole my Aisha. Today I've come for revenge. Hearing the roar, Charles frowned. You are Salman? I didn't take your woman. She pestered me herself and I didn't accept her. She tried to drug me and I broke her arms and legs. Enough! Salman roared with orange flames rising from the top of his head. My Aisha is so pure and kind. How dare you accuse her falsely? She is an angel that descended from heaven. It's people like you who have defiled her. Charles was offended. I wasn't lying. If I remember correctly, she told me she was very skilled and could make me have a wonderful evening. And my valet told me that usually she charges $3,000. Enough said. Salman was enraged, and an ice lance was hurled behind him. Li Chang'an listened to everything with a blank stare and pressed the headset while shifting. There might be a change in the plan. This Charles will also use words to stimulate his opponents, not a reckless person. When Anren, who also heard everything, was dumbfounded. Why do I think he's just naturally dumb? No one was united, but there was a tacit agreement, and after Salman made the vanguard, those hiding in the shadows also started preparing to strike. Charles was too strong, so strong that it made this trial unbalanced, so strong that it made most people prioritize to be afraid of him, and this was also because Charles did not bother to hide his power in the slightest. He was just like his supernatural ability. The bright and righteous heavenly power was brilliant. From the beginning to the end, Charles had no intention of hiding his strength. All he had to do was push flat out, kill everyone, and win with strong invincibility. For such people, if they are not straight, instead the thoughts do not get through. The one who struck after Salman was an eccentric alien, appearing suddenly behind Charles and slashing down hard with a serrated scimitar in his hand. The blade slashed about a foot outside of Charles's body and was stopped by a barrier of transparent electricity, the currents climbing and intertwining with the blade but not affecting the sneak attacker. When Charles turned his head, the sneak attacker behind him had disappeared, coming without a sound and leaving no trace. Shadow ability. Charles was covered in lightning, so he couldn't see the shadow, and struck from the shadow of Salman throwing the ice gun. Li Chang'an stopped. That person struck out of his body, so it's not a grade A psychic ability, at most grade C. When Anren asked, and then what? Li Chang'an raised the corner of his mouth. The shadow range of a C rank is not large. He must strike within 200 meters of his target, and with the location of his strike as the center of the circle, I can give him an approximate location. I see. When Anren sighed quietly and said a few seconds later, in the south, on and off, he's probably changing positions. Li Chang'an grinned. A less than a ranked shadow. It was like giving points for nothing. A few minutes later, Li Chang'an reached the vicinity of the location when Anren had mentioned and found a suitable corner to look at the sky. The fight between Charles and Salman continued. Salman was strong. The heat of the flames could be felt from hundreds of meters away, and for the first time Charles took damage. His hair was scorched. In this level of heat, which Charles was not injured but could not completely avoid, beads of sweat could be seen wetting his shirt and his silky blonde hair was beginning to curl and scorch. Li Chang'an was waiting. As long as that shadow struck again, he would definitely be able to find his opponent's location. Without letting Li Chang'an wait for too long, after another ice lance hit the shield and became shattered, the same silhouette appeared beside Charles and slashed horizontally, still to no avail. Found you. Li Chang'an grinned. When the shadow ability was activated, the gaze should be directed towards the direction of the spell, and it was an instantly activated ability. It was difficult to change one's stance in that instant. So by the direction that shadow faces when he shows up, you can tell where this guy is hiding. Li Chang'an followed the direction to find it, and when the stench of burning hair filled the air, Li Chang'an knew he had it. The alien who was switching positions not far ahead turned his head and saw Li Chang'an who was following him. Without any panic, his figure flickered and disappeared. Li Chang'an twisted his waist and elbowed towards the back, hearing a muffled grunt. His elbow solidly struck the enemy's ribs. Then without any stop he ran towards the front. When the shadow lifted its ability and appeared in the same place, Li Chang'an also happened to arrive in front of him. Only after a punch collapsed his opponent's chest did Li Chang'an say, "Goodbye," with a smile on his face. It was too simple, so simple that it would make people feel very powerful. But Li Chang'an knew that it was the other party that was too weak. This alien had a good heart, but unfortunately the use of his powers was too one-dimensional. After watching 2 shadow strikes, Li Chang'an was able to determine the other party's understanding of the ability. A qualified shadow ability should move in shadow uninterruptedly, rather than sticking to returning to his position after each use of the ability. Carrying the enemy who had not yet completely broken, Li Chang'an ran furiously all the way, trying to stay as close as possible to the feet of Charles and Salman, which was the most dangerous route, but also the safest route. Half a minute later, Li Chang'an found Wen Anren who had come to meet him. "Hurry up, he's about to break. Do it quickly." Li Chang'an threw the man away and hurriedly handed the knife to Wen Anren. Under the urging, Wen Anren instinctively dropped his blade despite being confused, and then he heard the sound of a points alert that only he could hear. "Phew, luckily I caught up." Li Chang'an breathed a sigh of relief. Wen Anren asked dully, "You came over in such a hurry just to let me take points?" "Yeah, now you should be ahead in points. If you can't kill all the others in the end, you can still win as long as you live with you." Patting Wen Anren's shoulder, Li Chang'an took the knife and pinned it to his waist. Ugly as it is, the knife is sharp. When Anren was still dumbfounded, Li Chang'an had already searched cleanly, pulled Wen Anren and ran. "Hurry up, we can't stay here any longer. Salman is going crazy. I'm worried he'll use the same fight. We need to go far away." While running, Li Chang'an shook his head. "It's a pity that sniper rifle has too few bullets. The remaining 3 rounds have to be saved. Charles's shield can block knives and Salman's ice gun, and I don't know if the gun's bullets can be hit, so try to stay out and save your bullets." When Anren nodded, absent-mindedly not knowing what he was thinking. Chapter 29. The situation becomes clear. The latest intelligence was submitted layer by layer, skimming over the 4 major cities of the eastern continent and moving to the current capital of the empire, Tongtian City, which was located at the junction of 3 continents. There was only one building in the entire city, towering over 600,000 square kilometers, and it was still expanding. Both Tongtian City and Tongtian Tower, the military headquarters, was located in the middle section of the tower. One of the 3 marshals, Wang Jianjun, was based here and was currently the oldest of the 3 marshals, but no one questioned his battle prowess. Post-apocalyptic common sense doesn't apply to this old man. "Marshal, a battle report has come from the northwest." The soldier with 3 flowers on his shoulders knocked on the door, his palms covered in nervous cold sweat. "Come in." Inside the door, Wang Jianjun held his teacup in both hands and blew the hot air, took the war report from his subordinate's hand and laughed. "The winged tiger, it should be the one that escaped 10 years ago, and now it has grown again and dares to come to commit crimes. Marshal, the northwestern front has been broken by 30 miles. The brothers over there may not be able to hold out. The stationed S-class alien Captain Lung was tragically attacked and has already died. The soldier was anxious, he just couldn't show it. This kind of small matter will be handed directly to the Special Warfare Department in the future, with so much money allocated to support them every year. It can't be that this kind of thing is something that I have to bother with." Wang Jianjun threw the war report back. "Tell that brat that coming out of the trials is tops. Kill your own people, I don't want it. If you have the ability to get out and kill monsters, give him 3 days, 2 days to go back and forth, 1 day left to settle things, old man, or pack up, the whole Special Warfare Department get out." Walking out the door, the soldier gave himself 2 slaps in the face. "I've had my fill of this job. Can you slow down? The walkie-talkie signal is bad and I can't hear you out of range." Listening to Wen Anren's voice in the headset, Li Chang'an hesitated for a few seconds, but still slowed down and whispered in passing, "Your speed is too slow. I can't get too close to you, and if someone finds out about our alliance, the others will prioritize dealing with us." "You bull." Wen Anren was dissatisfied, but he was panting behind him. "Normal people are me this speed, and I'm not reinforced." "Me too," Li Chang'an said as a matter of course. Wen Anren's breath nodded and he was choked speechless. In the intercom, Li Chang'an continued, "You're a psychic, your physical qualities will be stronger than ordinary people, and tend to avert evil, doesn't directly enhance your combat power. You have to learn to maximize the use of your body, otherwise it's hard for me to protect you." "All right, what do you say?" Facing the expert, when Anren chose not to argue, Li Chang'an was the best example of a shifter-less person defeating a shifter. "It's a trial now, can't go and exercise you, you stay close to me and pretend you're following me. Then learn the way I move, I'll teach you after we leave the trial," Li Chang'an said, stopping his steps, waiting for Wen Anren to follow. Since the end of the world, alien powers have shone brightly, replacing the previous way of life of human beings. At the same time, the average life expectancy of human beings is increasing, and the limits of the body are also rising, and through long-term exercise it is easy to run into 7 seconds for 100 meters. This was an all-encompassing evolution, only that few people went to hammer their bodies as hard as Li Chang'an did. He had no choice. but where there was another option, no one would choose to suffer. 3 days had passed since he got the sniper rifle, and Salman had died without a doubt at the hands of Charles, so that it was his own choice, and from the very beginning perhaps with the idea of going down with him. Therefore the final self-detonation stained half of the sky red and the other half was a frosty hell. At the time of the self-detonation, Salman actually broke through to the S-class. If it was a little earlier, maybe he could have more chances of winning. It has to be said that the creation of the world is not a good thing. Salman's death was like a catastrophe, and once again most of the already dilapidated city stepped on it. And with the part previously destroyed by Charles, the city no longer had any buildings above 3 stories. The space available for survival continued to get smaller, and it was good to see that there were a lot of dead people. As Salman's self-explosion took away 20 eaters who had thought that they would be safe if they hid 100 meters away. Right now, the counter in the sky showed survivors, 31, and at the bottom were the top 3 rankings. First place Charles with 34 points. Second place Wen Anren with 22 points. Third place Lee Chang-en with 7 points. Cliffhanger rankings. Lee Chang-en never thought he would be among the top 3. When the rankings first appeared, the third place was not him but a guy named Bren who also had 11 points. However, after stumbling upon a duel exalted on the road and decapitating it with a lot of effort, Lee Chang-en realized that his name appeared in the third. Your ing name is Bren? Stealth plus Wind Elemental Mastery was indeed worthy of the third title, but Lee Chang-en didn't deserve the third. It wouldn't have been the turn of 7 points to be in third place if Charles's 2 fights hadn't rippled out so widely. There was little room for celebration, and one could only hope that Charles wouldn't waste points checking his location. Charles's lack of death so far was what bothered Lee Chang-en the most. First stand on your tiptoes, then kneel down. At the halfway point of kneeling, both hands support the ground to power up above you. At this time your feet stomp on the ground. The leap becomes a scamper. Lee Chang-en was explaining the steps for Wen Anren behind him. Wen Anren did as he was told, and it was true that the force used was a little less, but the most important thing was to reduce the burden on the joints. Only, there's always a sense of vestiges in this gesture. Isn't that a locust? Wen Anren stopped helplessly, holding his forehead. How did you learn this method? Learned from animals, switching from metatarsal walk to toe walk or hoof walk. If your flexibility is a little better, this way of moving will be more energy efficient. Lee Chang-en's tone had a few moments of joy in it. The book says that nature is the best teacher. I think it's very true. Are you a wolf boy? Why would a guy who grew up in human society go and learn about beasts? When Anren couldn't figure it out, he was trying hard to become human. Lee Chang-en thought for a moment. Shouldn't we go and learn from the stronger ones? There are a lot of monsters in the wild that don't have supernatural powers, but are able to hunt us, which means that they are doing it the right way. If psychic powers could be learned, then I'd definitely go for psychic powers because psychic powers can't be learned. That's why I went for monsters. There's someone in front. Both of them stopped at the same time, and Lee Chang-en slowed down his breathing. His voice was close to nothing, and even the beating of his heart began to be weak. At about 50 meters, there stood a knife-wielding woman with so many bodies scattered around her. But it was too scattered to tell exactly how many were left. The points ranking in the sky remains unchanged. It was Meshoga, and the last plot hadn't ended in her death, but rather the guy playing with the bow hadn't been heard from in a long time. The woman with the second highest winning percentage. When Anren's voice came, "Aha!" Lee Chang-en responded softly. "I've come across her, very strong. The supernatural ability is one I've never seen before. It's related to traces. It can see the traces left behind by anything, and the knives she cuts out will also leave behind knife marks." It was the first time that when Anren heard the words "very strong" from Lee Chang-en's mouth, and even he was a bit terrified, and once again lowered his voice and asked, "Then let's evacuate carefully?" Lee Chang-en didn't answer. He was hesitating. A bet? Chapter 30. You and I. In the end, the two quietly withdrew, and Lee Chang-en gave up on going for this gamble. When Anren didn't think that much, he just thought that since the other party was very strong, it would be better to leave. His supernatural ability didn't sense anything, but he still trusted Lee Chang-en's words unconditionally. In the past few days together, Lee Chang-en proved himself, even without any supernatural ability. His almost beast-like intuition had avoided danger several times. Obviously, he himself had personally killed more than 10 people, more than Lee Chang-en, but when Anren could not rise to a sense of superiority. Lee Chang-en's words, uttered in a cloudy manner, still don't remind him from time to time. The first one I killed was a gnome. He had an overbearing ability to seal other people's powers, but it didn't work on me, so it was a pretty easy kill. The second one was flame mastery. Sneak attacked me, pretty strong. The third was instantaneous. Not too clever, and solved fairly easily. The fourth one was that bestial alien power, when I was seriously injured plus feverish, and he almost killed me. Not a single human word. When Anrin even began to doubt Li Chang'an's luck, other than the first gnome, the next three were not easy to deal with, especially for an alienless person. Not knowing that when Anrin in the back was rambling, Li Chang'an was thinking about Senshuga, there were about 3 left hands in the body on the ground just now, which meant at least 3 people, but with these 3 points, Senshuga was surprisingly less than 7 points from the third place. In Li Chang'an's mind, the highest threat level was Charles, followed by Meshuga, but if the two were allowed to fight within 10 meters, Li Chang'an felt that the latter had a greater chance of winning. This was intuition that didn't need to go through the process of previewing the fight. There was no doubt that Senshuga was powerful. Those who saw her for the first time might have been skeptical, but after personally exchanging blows, Li Chang'an directly elevated Senshuga to the most unwilling opponent he would ever meet. There isn't one. Whatever she held in her hand, the blade marks she left behind were also impenetrable, and as long as she swung the blade fast enough, the marks could become an impenetrable shield wall. What the hell is such a powerful guy doing if he's not killing people? Can't be that you can't bear to kill, can it? No way. That handful of broken bodies was enough to show her mental toughness. The corpse was enough to show her mental toughness. I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out. Li Chang'an. When Anrin had held back his question for a long time, and in these few days down the line, he finally couldn't hold it in somewhat. Have you participated in more than one trial? Li Chang'an, who was running, had a beat on his feet, and a few seconds of hesitation was already tantamount to giving an answer. So he responded directly, yes, more than once. No wonder, you're very good at how to go about defending yourself against people. If you're a nomadic hunter, you should be more familiar with monsters. When Anrin had one more thing to say that he didn't say, Li Chang'an didn't have any mental burden about killing people without carrying a bit of guilt. Unless there was something wrong with their psyche, the vast majority of people couldn't control the guilt that arose within them. But Li Chang'an wouldn't hesitate to lay his hands on it, he wouldn't be intolerant like a monster. Then tell me about the trials you participated in before. Anyway, we are idle at this moment. I can be sure that there is no danger. Running all the way made one Enrin too bored. So bored that he started yawning. Listening to the yawns in the headphones, Li Chang'an sighed and said, the last time was the No Xian trial, and the final winner was a big man who called himself the Barbarian God, who captured a perception alien and chopped off his limbs to use as a pathfinder. More than 100 people ended up dying at his hands. That's a madman. If you end up winning, you'll run into him after you go to the military. When Anrin bristled, I don't want to meet this kind of person, but you're amazing that you survived. You're also amazing. Barely survived, his chest was almost pierced at that time, but his heart is fine. He didn't feel too good either. His ribs were broken out twice by me, and he also broke his kidney. If you meet him, don't ever say that you know me. I'm afraid that he'll make a move on you. Li Chang'an was a little worried and solemnly instructed 2 more times. When Anrin echoed, seemingly not taking it to heart. The direction the two were traveling stuck to the edge of the city, bordered by the black boundary, and with no danger in when Anrin senses, it was the most suitable direction to move in. But no sooner had he stopped than he watched as a figure stumbled out of the alley, drenched in blood, cradling something, struggling to crawl, as if a great horror was pursuing him in the rear. It seems that your psychic ability is also wrong. There is a battle here. Li Chang'an pressed himself against the wall, only revealing half of his head to observe. When Anrin froze and immediately retorted, no, my supernatural ability would not have made this kind of mistake. Otherwise, I would have died a long time ago. Even if there was even one mistake, I would have died. So what's going on here? You walk up and take a look. When Li Chang'an looked again, the man had stopped moving and felt as if he was lifeless. Bleeding to death? The imaginary pursuers didn't show up either. Half a minute later, when Anrin stood on the side of Li Chang'an without any cover, standing big and naked in the middle of the road. Come on. I'll give you proof that there's nothing wrong with my supernatural ability. There's just no danger right now. When Anrin stood there with her arms crossed, Li Chang'an helplessly pulled him to his side and whispered, you can't rely too much on your powers. Powers or weapons, you have to count the weapons separately from yourself. I'll go over and take a look. You wait for me here. Without any further ado, forcing when Anrin to stay where he was, Li Chang'an grabbed the wall and flipped up, lying on the top of this less than 5 meters high, like a gecko crawling forward. From high down, he saw a rat about 9 meters long, dead at the moment, its stomach cut open by a sharp blade, its innards falling all over the place, and the ground around it had traces of corrosion. and when he looked closely, there was blood in every bit of it. Only when he was sure that there was no more danger did Li Chang'an let Wen Anren come closer and simulated a fight in his mind. First the rat is attracted to something, then the person falls from a high place. The first blow is on the top of the rat's head, and the last blow is a sharp blade that cuts open the rat's stomach, resulting in a spurt of blood that has a corrosive effect causing the same death. There was no trace of a third person at the scene. Li Chang'an directly picked up a steel bar and walked towards the man's body. "What are you doing? This blood might be poisonous. Don't touch it." When Anren hurriedly stopped it. "Think carefully." Li Chang'an didn't charge hard. This is a trial, there is no extra points for killing monsters. If he is hungry, he can go and hunt the smaller rats. Why did he make a move on this big guy? It means that this big guy has value. Gently pushing Wen Anren away, Li Chang'an walked towards the corpse and used steel bars to pick at the other's body while saying, "There are occasionally some special things in the trials. Things like the Annihilator cannon that don't match the era have appeared, and there have been people who have picked up swords that can fly. If I'm not mistaken, I'm afraid this guy is holding something similar in his arms. It's a treasure. Just bring this with you, and you'll be taken more seriously when you win and go to the military." This was the first time that Li Chang'an had encountered the treasures in the trial house. And in his excitement, he didn't notice his behind. When Anren raised his hand, pointing it at Li Chang'an, and then shuddered slightly at the last sentence, finally lowering his hand. Chapter 31 Young Men's Fervor. Li Chang'an broke the corpse's arms and fingers and snatched what the guy was merely cradling before he died. "It's a glove." Flipping through it again, Li Chang'an helplessly realized that there was really only one half-finger glove with a round, odd pattern on the back of the hand and a circular arc in the middle that looked like a closed eye. Tugging on it, the glove was unexpectedly tough, and with his strength he didn't even deform it. "It's so strange, this seems to be the treasure, but I can't see anything special, although it's very sturdy. The gloves bought outside can be to this extent." Li Chang'an handed the glove to Wen Anren. Wen Anren didn't take it at first and shook his head. "You need the treasure more than me, whatever it does. It's better than you relying on your fists alone." "No way." Li Chang'an shook his head firmly and put it into Wen Anren's hand rigidly. "You don't know how fierce the competition in the military department is. If you want better resources, greater power, you have to show absolute strength. Tendency to avoid evil is a good ability, but you are too weak yourself. You will be easily bullied in the military department, and there might be people who will trip you up. Let's look into the ability of this glove a little more." When Anren shook his head, "There's no need to research any further. I even know how that guy died." Handing the glove to Li Chang'an, when Anren spread his hands and frowned. "As long as I hold this glove, I feel that the operation of my supernatural energy is a little rough, and even if I take it away now, it's still the same. Wait a little longer. I'll see if I guessed wrong." Without waiting too long, after about half a minute, that strange blocking feeling disappeared, when Anren had repeated the test several times and finally came up with a definite answer. "Anyone touched by this glove will be temporarily dysfunctional, unable to use their powers as they normally would at will. There will be some lag, and the power of their powers will be reduced, returning to normal after half a minute." After hearing this, Li Chang'an took the glove and put it on his hand. "I see. I'll give this to you after I kill Charles. You still need to carry it. It might become your killer weapon. You're a bit of a deadbeat. I don't want that." When Anren turned around and walked away, reaching the side of the giant rat and squatted down. "Why do you think this person found the treasure? Was it by luck?" Crouching down by Wen Anren's side, Li Chang'an frowned in contemplation. A moment later Li Chang'an shook his head. "I don't think it's luck. In fact, I've always suspected that the trial house is a real space and a parallel space to the world we are in. The proof of which is that this place is nearly identical to my hometown." Thinking back to the copper sparrow in his arms, Li Chang'an continued to add, "Perhaps the gamers already knew about the existence of this place before the Trial Institute appeared, and they know much more about it than we do. He might be one of the people in the know, or else." Li Chang'an didn't finish his sentence, but when Anren already understood that the boundary of the trial field, a mutated rat, there was nothing special about it all. It seemed to contain chance, but too much chance equals to inevitability. Next, Li Chang'an spoke to Wen Anren about his speculations about the similarities between this place and the North City, as well as what he had once seen and heard in other trial institutes. The killing that should have been tense and terrifying became a bit more leisurely after the two met, and Li Chang'an even had a bit of time to teach Wen Anren his own way of survival. "It really is like a beast." When Anren could only spit out powerlessly, Li Chang'an's survival ability all came from the wild. Without supernormal abilities, he wanted to hunt monsters. It was too much harder than the rest of the supernaturals. Li Chang'an squatted at the edge and built a campfire. Canned food was hot on the fire. Not far away when Anren was lying on the ground, he was getting used to climbing on all fours. Don't practice. Li Chang'an suddenly spoke, taking the can down to the bowl, which was filled with cool water to cool the can down and make it easier for one Anren to enter the mouth. What's wrong? I just got the hang of it. In fact, when Anren couldn't wait to stop practicing, this position was too shameful. Li Chang'an stood up and looked into the distance. Sanshuga is here. I didn't think she would choose us as her target. She probably found me. Not running away? When Anren looked up at the sky, the counter showed less than 20 people, and Li Chang'an had fallen from the third position, and now the third was none other than Sanshuga. 13 points. A short half-day had passed, and the number of people who had died at her hands had skyrocketed. Can't escape. This fight must be fought. I'll go to the front and fight him, you eat quickly. Li Chang'an rolled over the wall and rushed towards Sanshuga's direction. Instead of being face-to-face, he should try to see if he can ambush a hand. It should be fine. When Anren picked up the bowl, his supernatural ability didn't feel much danger, but his supernatural ability was only effective for himself, and he couldn't see if this trip of Li Chang'an was lucky or bad. One can only rely on reverse speculation. Li Chang'an being fine equals me being fine. Then me being fine equals Li Chang'an being fine. Sanshuga strolled through the weeds. Of course she knew that she could check the location of her opponents with her points, but it didn't cost her points to find Li Chang'an, and after decapitating a few of her opponents, she stumbled upon Li Chang'an's trail, and she chased after him all the way. Killing a dozen or so opponents who were planning to sneak up on her on the way by the way resulted in third in points, and now that Charles was on the other side of town, no one would bother her. As she walked, Mishoga stopped, turned her head to survey the surrounding area, and smiled sweetly. You should have already realized that I'm looking for you, so you shouldn't miss such a suitable place for an ambush, right? Li Chang'an, who was hiding in the corner like a corpse, did not reply. A qualified hunter should not expose himself until he gets his hands on him, even if the other party seems to have discovered him. No weapon in a hunter's hand should show its edge until the last moment. Don't hide. You know I can see the traces. Thanks to your blessing, I got slightly stronger while hunting that archer, and now I'm able to see the traces left by the breath in the air. Sanshuga drew his sword and took a step towards Li Chang'an's hiding place. My limit distance is 2 steps, which is about a meter away. This woman will definitely attack me first after drawing her knife plus her arm span, so I need to avoid the first knife. Li Chang'an stopped breathing and his heartbeat slammed. Strange. Sanshuga stopped her steps. The traces of that one spot suddenly disappeared, but in this breath of confusion, the breath reappeared, and by the time she reacted, Li Chang'an had already leaned down and rushed out of the messy pile of rocks. 3 steps. Li Chang'an stared at Sanshuga dead on, not even daring to blink. He wanted to memorize where Sanshuga had slashed with each slash. I can win. Even if I don't have psychic powers, even if I don't have the armament that comes with my family, even if you treat me like a dog or a pig, I can kill you. The blood in his body seemed to boil, and a feeling he had never felt before surged through him. Since he was a child, Li Chang'an felt for the first time what it meant to be a young man's hot blood. Chapter 32. How to Sorrow in Death. A figure smashed through the wall and fell to the dust. It wasn't Mishoga because he wasn't wearing a skirt. Even though his body was still sliding backwards due to the slashes, Li Chang'an's thinking ability was not disorganized. His 10 fingers clasped the ground, and when Sanjeng he passed through the broken wall, Li Chang'an's 10 fingers penetrated into the ground, stopping his body hard. Though this is a considerable load on the muscles of the arms. If Sanjeng he didn't immediately pursue, Li Chang'an would be willing to slide for a while longer, but Sanjeng he had already pursued with the intention of making up for it, so he had to regain control of his body by saying anything, and sliding uncontrollably was a way to find death. You're really strong. Li Chang'an licked the corner of his open mouth, the wound coming from the back of Sanshuga's blade counterattack. The same goes for you. Mishoga held her sword in both hands, with a deliberation in her demeanor that she didn't have when facing other opponents, and there was a bloodstain on her shoulder, left by Li Chang'an's first sneak attack. A palm-sized piece of gravel pierced 3 centimeters deep into her shoulder bone, which would have pierced her heart if she hadn't intentionally hit it herself in the nick of time. Li Chang'an bowed his body, his hands down. His eyes were cold, not seeing the emotions that humans should have. In those eyes, Sanshuga couldn't even see his own reflection. All he had was a single desire. Why don't you want to talk to me? I just have some questions I want to ask you. Sanshuga helplessly crossed his sword in front of him in a defensive stance. Li Chang'an crouched down, and for a moment Mishoga's sweaty hair stood on end. It clearly looked like a submissive gesture. but she knew full well that it was the gesture of a wild beast hunting for food. If I'm not dead, you can ask again. Li Chang'an's figure suddenly disappeared in front of San Jing-he. At this moment, Sanshuga finally determined that after meeting again, Li Chang'an had become stronger and faster, and she could only barely keep up, and without the restriction of the field, she fell behind instead. Completely without thinking, Meshoga swung his sword to cut into the air around him again and again. The speed of swinging the sword was going up again and again. In 10 seconds at the most, he would be able to spread his sword marks all over the outside of his body. But instead of doing that, she left a gaping hole at the end, a gaping hole that pointed straight to her heart. Invite the king in. Deliberately exposing a break must be a trick, but she just wanted to force Li Chang'an to make a move. Her supernatural ability was more suitable for counterattacking rather than meeting the enemy. Killing the opponent step by step while being stubborn was her style. You want to kill me, but there's only one way to kill me. Do you strike or not? Be a gambler who lays down his life, or a weak coward? A stone whistled and rushed towards San Jing-he's chest. Even the moment he struck Li Chang'an didn't reveal his figure. He was moving fast and irregularly. San Jing-he's eyes couldn't keep up with his speed. Can't you help it? Splitting the stone with a single slash, Meshoga flashed a smile. The defiance of a superior that she had seen so many times that she could naturally pick up on the kamikazes as well. A raging beast loses its mind, and a beast without a mind is not enough to worry about. The debris like a rain curtain attacked San Jing-he. San Jing-he did not panic and lifted her blade to slash. The old routine, Li Chang'an had already used it once in the first time they met. Not only would it be useless to her, but it would also leave more slash marks. No, if it didn't work, how could an outlaw like him use it again? Damn it! Sanshuga, no longer obsessed with the intentional and deliberate break left on her chest, and turned around to watch as Li Chang'an had stopped behind her without a sound, and was slamming his palm through the barrier of the blade marks. How could you possibly pass through the blade marks? Meshoga was shocked and used the power of his turn to lift his blade upwards without any delay. Because I memorized where you landed the knife every time. Li Chang'an didn't care. This punch went through the barrier and slammed straight into Meshoga's face, and then hastily drew his hand to avoid the blade. The tip of the blade only had time to separate the skin on Li Chang'an's arm. With her face heavily damaged, Meshoga was certain that the bridge of her nose was broken, and even her facial bones were slightly cracked. She still didn't take a step back, holding on to the already not-so-safe fortress of blade mark. Wiping the blood from his face, San Jing-he looked at Li Chang'an coldly. You memorized where I landed my sword every time? That's right. Li Chang'an was not in a hurry to strike again. The extreme run just now had used up a lot of physical strength. He also needed to recover, and he couldn't wait for the other party to be willing to pull trash talk to stall for time. You were able to find such a small gap between the blade marks. Your combat talent is the highest I've ever seen. Even as a rival, Sanshuga was not stingy with his praise. Li Chang'an smiled slightly. You are really interesting. You are not in a hurry to kill people, and you still have the leisure to praise me, not like a person participating in a trial, but like a martial arts nerd seeking a breakthrough in martial arts. You're half right. Meshoga sheathed his sword, his breath rising in steps. I didn't come here to participate in the trials, but I didn't come here to seek a breakthrough either. Meeting you was an unexpected pleasure. You made me want to fight in a different way. Damn. Li Chang'an turned around and ran without hesitation. He could finally be sure that this woman was not a single alien either. Just by the aura that was now surging, he could tell that the other alien was not simple. Too late. Meshoga shook his head and sheathed his sword moments later. Nothing happened. Sanshuga was shocked as he felt the alien energy in his body, if anything, and the gloves in Li Chang'an's hand came to his mind. He wasn't wearing gloves last time. For a no-nonsense life fighter, useless adornment might even drag himself down. So there's something wrong with those gloves? And his special ability is probably total strengthening of the strengthening department. Being able to make my powers sluggish should have something to do with the gloves. That's the heavenly gift. He actually found the heavenly gift in this proving ground. Meshoga began to hesitate to pursue. The ability of that glove lasted for an unknown amount of time, and there was a high chance that if he went after it in his current state, he would be countered. Could he be a dual psychic? If it's not the glove's ability, but his second psychic ability. No, if he did have a second psychic ability, he would have used it long ago. What a powerful talent and instinct, but just a weak, fully enhanced. Your life has long since decided the upper limit. Sighing, Sanshuga gave up the idea of chasing and killing. From the time she entered the trial field until now, Li Chang'an was the only opponent that could interest her. Even if it was Charles, she sympathized with the underdogs, especially the underdogs who tried desperately to make an effort. The underdog deserves respect, especially this kind of underdog who bets his life to get ahead, whose fate has long been predetermined, but still expects a miracle. Pathetic life, pathetic everything. Gathering up to, Sanshuga turned to leave, and had just taken 2 steps when the feeling of complete control over his powers returned. Only 30 seconds? Looking back at Li Chang'an's departing direction, Sanjing he wanted to take a step several times, but finally held back. Go and bloom your brightest before you die. It's too bad to die by my hand, even though it's a given fate, but at least make a splash. Chapter 33 The Invincible. When Anren, who was licking the canned food, watched Li Chang'an run all the way towards him, and then his feet left the ground and was carried on Li Chang'an's shoulder. Wait, what happened? Being carried on someone's shoulder was not pleasant, and with his abdomen pushed against his shoulder, when Anren felt that the canned food he had just eaten was for nothing. Without slowing down, Li Chang'an adjusted his breathing and replied, Mishoga's second ability is terrifying. She just retracted her blade and I felt a tearing sensation on my neck. If she had made a move, I might have died. No, it's not possible. Li Chang'an repeated again. It's a certain death. When Anren was dumbfounded, he did not doubt Li Chang'an. In terms of intuition in the face of danger, Li Chang'an was far beyond human, bordering on psychic ability. But how could Sanshuga be so strong? So far, Li Chang'an hadn't said anything about certain death, and had even dared to plot to kill Charles. So what kind of supernatural power could it be that made Li Chang'an so afraid? Mythic system. Li Chang'an directly stated. Sakura Castle's mythic system ability, the invincible Batusai. How can there be invincible powers? When Anren immediately retorted, he couldn't bring himself to believe it, and as for what Batusai, he had never heard of it. Li Chang'an did not say anything. He ran for several kilometers before stopping. The back of the did not have killing intent to follow. He could be sure that it was safe for the time being, and only then did he have the leisure to explain for one Anren. It's a supernatural ability that doesn't exist in the records of the Trial Institute, but it can be found on the black market. I've only heard about it before, but the one that Mishoga used is definitely that one. Li Chang'an gasped to calm his breathing. But even the mythic system isn't invincible. When Anren still insisted, Li Chang'an shook his head. It's invincible. You know the characteristics of supernatural abilities, right? For example, the burning and heat of the fire element. The characteristics of Batusai are sure hit and sure death. Any enemy within eyesight can be killed. Listening to you say that, it's really invincible. When Anren's face was grave as he asked again in return. If that's the case, she should have been the world's strongest long ago. It can't be done. Batusai belongs to the rare supernatural ability that possesses limitations. Firstly, it must be attacked. Secondly, the opponent must be a strong person recognized by Batusai. In short, there are other limitations, but that's all I know. Li Chang'an sat down on the ground with a palpitating heart. When Anren frowned as he digested everything Li Chang'an said, Batusai, an ability he had never heard of. Today was the first time he had heard of it, and it was different from the mythic system. He knew something was missing. Sakura Castle's Batusai originated from a folk tale from much further back. But it was only a tale. The protagonist of the tale was superbly forceful, yet still just an ordinary person, and the Batusai didn't reach the level of a myth. When Anren didn't say anything and waited for Li Chang'an to regain his strength, he hadn't seen the battle just now with his own eyes, but he knew it wasn't too simple from Li Chang'an's urgency. He saw Li Chang'an, who was still quite calm, suddenly reveal a smile. I hurt her. Li Chang'an's expression was frenzied. Just a little bit closer I could have killed her. But unfortunately I hadn't had time to familiarize myself with my current speed and hesitated a little. Phew. You're glad you almost got to kill her? Incomprehensible, what was there to be happy about? When Anren's head was full of questions. She thinks I'm strong. Batusai also thinks I'm strong. And I almost killed her, you don't understand. She proved that I'm not a waste. Li Chang'an's smile grew wider. But you weren't a waste in the first place. When Anren couldn't understand it even more and comforted with a less skillful voice. You're already very strong, and I also think you're strong. No one can be like the same, having no psychic ability but hunting down so many psychics. No. Li Chang'an shook his head, his expression bordering on madness. I'm a waste of space with no supernatural abilities. That's what everyone says. I've known since I was a child that I wasn't like everyone else. I have no supernatural abilities. I'm not even as good as a producer. They used their ice and fire powers to make boiling water to splash me in the summer. Li Chang'an took off his clothes and pointed to a large burn on his shoulder that spread to his chest. Winter will snatch my cotton jacket and pluck my clothes off to make me run home in the snow. They stomped on my head, and my teacher said it would help me awaken my powers, so no one cared. My first job was unloading cement at a construction site, and I tried my best to pretend to be a strength-based psychic, but my boss found out that I didn't have any psychic abilities, and he fired me, docking my salary for half a year on the grounds that I wasn't a psychic. I went to the Arbitration Institute to file a grievance to get my wages back, and it turns out I don't have Social Security because I can't register my powers. It's hard for you to understand a life like mine. It's not really bitter, but it's really bad. I love trials. Every opponent tries to treat me as an equal. They'll try their best to kill me, but she's the only one who recognizes that I'm strong. No, actually, it is already very bitter. When Anren gently patted Li Chang'en's shoulder, he didn't know how to comfort Li Chang'en. Maybe Li Chang'en didn't have a blood feud, but he was facing is the purest malice on earth. It is precisely the purest malice that is so unrelieved that he has no way of retaliating, and so avenges all his suffering on himself. Actually, you are very strong. Stronger than you think. Many Xenos are simply inferior to you. When Anren spoke softly, to compare yourself to a god with a mortal body, you are the only one in this era. Without supernormal abilities, aren't you the most special instead? Li Chang'en lifted his head, already calm, and smiled slightly. Isn't special an alien? When Anren was dumbfounded, unable to refute, he sensed the inferiority complex that Li Chang'en had hidden deep inside. Perhaps even Li Chang'en himself had never discovered it. It was hard to imagine that this ruthless guy would have such an emotion as inferiority complex. All right. Li Chang'en stood up and bent down while signaling when Anren to come up. I'll take you to kill the others. We can't kill Sanshuga. I like her a lot. This time I get it, your like is never a good thing. When Anren smiled helplessly and let Li Chang'en carry himself through the city. Li Chang'en was still carrying when Anren's backpack, which occasionally had the sound of bottles and cans clashing. Why did you bring so many trauma medicines? And you haven't even used them. Just in case. I'm not like you. I wouldn't last long with those injuries. It's okay. I won't let you get hurt. I heal myself well and I'll be on top if there's a fight. Then these medicines are for you. Netting such unlucky words. Chapter 34 The Duel. Thunder was like a blade, easily decapitating the mortal's head, charred and hot from the severance. Charles looked up and saw that he was firmly in first place with 41 points, with the second-place finisher called Fumi Enrin only having 27 points, and third-place finisher Mishoga having less than 20 points. Yet there were only 7 survivors. In any case, no one could catch him, at least in terms of scores, so the only way for the remaining guys to win was to kill him. Who will be the first to come? Looking at the bracelet in his palm, Charles smiled to himself. Will this thing really allow me to leave the trial grounds directly? I'll never be the strongest if I'm banking on this. Thunder gathered in Charles's palm like a thunderstorm in the palm of his hand as he sought to destroy the bracelet. The thunder came and went, quickly dispersing, and Charles eventually put the bracelet in his pocket. It's a shame to ruin it. Don't run. The smell of blood on you is very heavy. Even if you jump into the river, I can still find you. Li Chang'en leaned on the door frame while holding a dagger in his hand. Everything was available in the city, and this dagger was a surprise, made by who knows what company before the end of time, and with nearly no drawbacks other than the fact that it was so light in weight. For Li Chang'en, light is a disadvantage. The man who had been forced to hide in the corner had as many as 10 stab wounds on his body, stabbing him right in the vitals. Damn. How could there be an alien power like yours? If it wasn't for me being sneak attacked, you guys would be dead for sure. The man gritted his teeth. His speech leaked a little, and when he looked closely, there were few teeth left in his mouth. Whatever you say. Li Chang'en shrugged his shoulders and slowly approached, and when he was about 3 steps closer, he made an abrupt sideways move to avoid the man's last desperate attempt. The dagger stabbed twice in just a second, dislodging the man's arm. Not waiting for the man to let out a howl of pain, Li Chang'en raised his hand to cover his mouth and stabbed the dagger into his thigh as fast as he could, so that the limb was completely unloaded. Okay. Li Chang'en took out his pocket headphones. Come here. It didn't take long for the number of people stocked on the vault to become 6, and when Anren's points rose to 28. By the campfire, the 2 men sat opposite each other as Li Chang'en wiped the blood from his dagger. The care of the weapon was vital, though he still had replacements. So, now that there are 6 people left, besides you and me and Charles and Mishoga, there are only 2 people left. Do we still need to do it? Boredly turning over the campfire, when Anren felt that this trial was completely different from what he had imagined. It should be chasing and dodging, tense and exciting, thrilling, maybe 9 deaths, maybe 10, but he would never regret it, and looking for Li Chang'an was just to be safer. But now he just had to hide behind like a salted fish and wait until Li Chang'an had beaten his opponent to death before going up to make up the final cut. This is not the life I wanted. Li Chang'an shook his head and said seriously, "We can't make a move. The remaining 2 are either very strong or good at hiding. Your name is already on the list. We can't become a target. What we need to do now is to find a place. A place to kill Charles." After the battle that lasted for 7 days, the city had been completely destroyed, and there would be no more battles standing on the roofs of buildings, but Charles could still lift off, and all Li Chang'an had to do was to get him as close to the ground as possible. In the end, it would be when Anren who would settle the fight, and those 3 rounds remained untouched until now, all for Charles. Li Chang'an's prudence made him choose not to deal with the remaining 2. He also needed to rest from these days of fighting, and after when Anren chose a safe place, he leaned against the crumbling wall and closed his eyes. For his part, when Anren set up his sniper rifle on the far side, the 2 of them not so far apart as to make one guess that they were joining forces. Still really asleep, surveying Li Chang'an through the scope, when Anren smiled slightly. "The way things are going, I'm afraid my final baptism will be a bit weak. After all, more than half of the points weren't gained by me personally, so the final Charles will have to be killed by me personally, and it can't wait until Charles is weak. But even then, will it not be enough? But I'm not sure I'll get points for the remaining 2, and the alien ability gives the feeling of GI. Should I give it a try?" Looking at Li Chang'an again from the scope, when Anren frowned, if he left now, Li Chang'an might be attacked by someone. Forget it, since it was a promise to help him release the wind, one can't go back on one's word, so let's not take the 2 points for now. For hours later, Li Chang'an woke up as he said. Not only did he not snore, he even slept until he woke up in the same position, when Anren even suspected that this guy was not asleep, but just closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. Getting up and pouring water to wipe his face, Li Chang'an looked up and saw that the number of survivors had once again been reduced by 1 overnight. It was time to work. Li Chang'an smiled, turned on the headphones and asked, "Do you want to take a nap first? We still have time." "No. I slept on my back yesterday and I'm quite refreshed at the moment." "Then let's go." Vault above Enron's points were reduced by 3. The 3 points corresponded to the positions of each of the 3 remaining men, with Charles' position slightly farther away from the 2 men, while Meshuggah and the remaining man were closer, and these 2 men seemed to be showing signs of meeting up. The rest of that 1 would naturally be left to Sansuga, as Li Chang'an picked up when Anren on his back and rushed in the direction where Charles was. F-Asian can be called the most powerful plug-in of the elemental control alien, nearly unlimited spiritual power, increase the power of the ability, and also has a special spiritual sensing within a certain distance, as long as there is a spiritual power of the creatures can be perceived by him. Therefore, Li Chang'an did not approach Charles immediately. Stopping at a distance of about 200 meters away was actually enough to see Charles's figure, which would be when Anren's battlefield, while his battlefield was within 3 paces in front of Charles. 3 bullets can't be wasted. If I really can't get close, you can fire another shot to help me stay close to him. Otherwise, you must make sure that you can kill before firing. Li Chang'an gave 1,000 instructions. When Anren nodded heavily, this going was the end. The original dagger was discarded by Li Chang'an and replaced with a rubberized short stick. To put it bluntly, he wasn't trying to kill Charles, but rather he was just trying to create an opportunity for one Anren. On the other side of the city, Meshuggah looked at his opponent standing in front of him, shrouded in endless light to be more precise. Light elemental mastery. It is rumored that you are able to approach the speed of light. Meshuggah sheathed his sword. I don't know if my blade is faster, or if the light is faster. Chapter 35 is disgusting. Putting away his sword, Sansuga found a clean rock to sit on, unslung the small canteen at his waist, and took small sips of clean water, not far from where lay a dead body. He had held back from the opening until now, just for the final bloom, and as a result, his light was fleeting, and to his death, he couldn't understand how any blade could catch up with the light. Setting the small kettle down by his side, Meshuggah pulled a small paper bag from his lined pocket and opened it to reveal delicate pastries that smelled like peaches. Finally, I can eat. Joyfully picking up the pastry and putting it into her mouth, Sanjing he revealed the sweet smile of a young girl and turned her head to face the very direction where Li Chang'an and the others were fighting. With 3 pieces of pastry left, Meshuggah reluctantly put them away, tied up the kettle again, and got up to head in that direction. You want to get close to me? Charles smirked as he looked at the youth charging towards him from 50 meters away. You took care of a lowly sneak attacker for me while I was fighting Salmon. Abstain and I may not kill you. Li Chang'an didn't reply. Dodging the continuous thunder was a tiring task. Patches of thunder and lightning intertwined into a grid. Blocking his way forward, he needed to find a way out of it. Speed wasn't enough, reaction came to the rescue, unable to keep up with the speed of the thunder and lightning. But he was able to make out any of Charles's movements, as subtle as the fluttering of an eyelash. It was certain that Charles had broken through to S rank in the trial field, and he was still unable to master that terrifying power so skillfully that every time he unleashed the thunder, his gaze would involuntarily glance at the place he wanted to attack. This was Li Chang'an's only chance to make an evasive maneuver in the midst of the extreme when he felt the sight approaching. It took the least amount of evasive maneuvering to not compromise forward speed, and from being spotted at about 70 meters, he was now less than 50 meters away from Charles. Charles frowned. Of all the opponents he had come into contact with, he had never seen a guy who faced thunder in such a way. This was thunder where it was so easy to avoid. Since when are melee powers so brave? Break in. Burst in. Li Chang'an's mind was only left with this one thought. He could only create a chance for one Anren by getting close to Charles. Stop right there. Charles raised his hand, and the electric currents intertwined into an impenetrable giant net, covering his head towards Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an's speed does not reduce. See the grid face, peel off the jacket thrown forward, wrapped inside the rubber. Often used as insulation, rubber in the front of the thunder is still not enough. The strong current will make the rubber into a conductor. But all Li Chang'an needed was that moment of resistance. Following the gaping hole made by the clothes crashing out, Li Chang'an leapt over the fish, and after landing, he continued to charge forward without stopping, and he couldn't help but be glad that Charles hadn't even taken advantage of this time to make a move. The moment the fish leapt, he but lost his vision and couldn't see Charles's movements. That would have been the perfect time for Charles to strike. You seem to be well adapted to my attack style. Charles stepped back towards the back. This was the first time he stepped back since he entered the trial arena. The youth in front of him gave him immense pressure. Like an assassin who gambles everything just to deliver a sword. Someone will die under this sword. Li Chang'an had closed in to within 30 meters, and Charles had never been able to hit him. Rather than the original advantage, as a long range had become a weakness when facing Li Chang'an. The supernatural ability followed the operation of his brain and was activated. But right now his brain could not keep up with Li Chang'an's speed, and each dodge was like a drunkard's stagger, favoring just the right amount of time to avoid each thunderbolt. Charles was still retreating, but Li Chang'an was getting closer and closer to him. He could have chosen to turn around and leave, or rise into the air, but his damned pride got in the way and he couldn't do it. There are no cowards in the Pendragon family. Charles let out a roar, his conviction getting stronger and stronger at this moment, striding towards Li Chang'an, clutching thunder in his hands and throwing his spear of lightning as if he were a god. 10 meters. Can't slow down. Li Chang'an clenched his teeth and narrowly avoided the spear. He could even smell the smell of his sideburns burning, but he also used this to finally get within 5 meters of Charles. Holding the silver-white longsword condensed by thunder in his hand, Charles slashed horizontally towards his body, scorched blackness spreading everywhere in his path. Even the air was strewn with scorched scent. Leaning back to avoid the sword, Li Chang'an was like a spring under pressure, and more violently returned to charge at Charles. Make a fist. Smash. The transparent barrier was vaguely visible under Li Chang'an's punch, and the barrier shook violently, but eventually stabilized. Habit had taught Li Chang'an that he shouldn't be greedy for knives, and when a punch didn't take effect, he dodged back toward the back along the blind spot of Charles's vision. Feeling the trembling of the protective barrier, Charles instinctively slashed his sword down, but Li Chang'an was no longer in his original position, and the sword did not hit. Only the 4 shots of lightning tore through Li Chang'an's clothes, leaving some charred black color on his sturdy chest. Ben's scars from the boiling water burns were getting more and more hideous. Li Chang'an ripped off his shredded top. Now the clothes would start to be a drag instead. He even wanted to take off all of his clothes. The not-insulated material would increase the area he would be hit. It was only that Jiang Shuibu and Wen Anren had both said that fighting needed to be more graceful, and fighting without clothes would make him look lowly, like a human with no supernatural powers. So Li Chang'an ended up just taking off his top, which made him less comfortable. Phew! Charles sucked in a breath of cold air. It was the first time he had ever seen a man who could have so many scars on his body, be it from a knife, a gun, or a burn, as if he had become a mannequin presenting the marks of various injuries. You must be a madman. Charles gripped the sword tightly. The huge sword of about 1 meter and 5 meters began to shrink. The escaping thunder was constrained as much as it could be behind the sword that was less than a meter long, and around the silver-white blade, there was a slight distortion in space. Less than 10 seconds later, Li Chang'an was hit by a sword in his left rib. The blade of the sword cut through his skin, separating the flesh and blood. The heat scorched the wound, and the electric current raged through Li Chang'an's body. What a strong swordsmanship! It couldn't be that his killer skill was actually swordsmanship, right? Li Chang'an barely dodged the oncoming stabbing attack. The tingling from the electricity made him move a bit poorly. Charles gripped his sword and smiled slightly. I didn't expect it. I was 3 years old when I gripped a sword, and I've learned all the sword arts in the world in these past 10 years, and no one knows that my wish is actually to become a sword saint. I envy you. I envy a melee alien like you. If I had your physical qualities, I would be even stronger. Li Chang'an was stunned. His expression gradually turned cold, and he laughed back in anger. Envy me? Don't joke, becoming a waste like me, are you really willing? Letting you swap with me? Are you willing to do that? Facing Li Chang'an's serious tone, Charles was unable to make a response for a moment. See, it's just hypocrisy showing that the hypocrites have mercy on the weak. Li Chang'an raised his head violently. Don't need your pity. The killing intent was so great that it caused the lightning to sway. Chapter 36, When the Guns Go Off. The image seen from the scope was a bit confusing. When Anren didn't know what Charles said to Li Chang'an, causing Li Chang'an's speed to suddenly skyrocket and his attack to get faster and faster. The naked eye alone couldn't even keep up with him, leaving a trail of residual shadows on his retina. What the hell is he trying to do? When Anren couldn't figure it out, he hadn't found a chance to shoot so far, seeing that Li Chang'an had the upper hand, but that opportunity still never came. Suddenly, when Anren noticed that the strength displayed by the current Li Chang'an was somewhat different from when the two of them had gotten along before. Is he hiding his true strength from me? This thought could not be suppressed once it rose, and when Anren was certain that Li Chang'an's current performance was more than half as strong as the previous 2 days. You're hiding from me, defending me. The sniper rifle was loaded, and when Anren's finger was on the trigger. I wouldn't want to be born a loser. But fate is what it is, and I have no choice. I can only try to change my life as much as I can. But the only thing I can't stand is your condescending empathy. Li Chang'an roared and slammed his fist down. Charles had been completely unable to keep up with his full speed, and the transparent barrier was in jeopardy. Facing the thunderous lightsaber that chopped at him again, Li Chang'an no longer dodged and met the lightsaber, which chopped at his shoulder, while he also happened to pinch Charles's tiger's mouth. The lightsaber flickered and escaped from Charles's hand, returning to its primordial lightning bolt. My alien energy? Charles was shocked. The alien energy in his body seemed to be hindered. Every operation became obscure. He didn't dare to hesitate and decisively blew up the shield. The shockwave from the shield blowing up hit, and Li Chang'an was forced to fly backwards for more than 10 meters. Taking advantage of this time, Charles retreated back and pulled away. Rolling twice on the ground, Li Chang'an leaped up and rushed towards Charles once again. He didn't bother to look in when Anren's direction so as not to expose. Reveal when Anren's position. But with Charles's shield dispersing, it should have been the best time to shoot, so why didn't one Anren shoot? Maybe it was because Charles had left the killer weapon unused. When Anren's psychic ability shouldn't be wrong. Li Chang'an chose to trust when Anren and intended to add a little more damage while Charles was weak. But without waiting for him to get close, he watched as Charles's eyes turned. Not good. The warning sign was born. Li Chang'an lunged forward. The thick thunder brushed against his back and fell. But this was a thunder without entity. Even brushing a trace of it was equal to touching it. The raging electric current filled every corner of Li Chang'an's body in an instant. His flesh and skin twisted and tore, emitting the aroma of burning. And in just a second's time, half of his body was scorched black. Any of his physical quality is incredibly powerful, but also cannot fight against the real thunder. Now is not yet dead has been extremely difficult. If he did not have a flying attack, perhaps the consequences will be a little better. Charles didn't do anything right away, and after draping his fingertips in electricity and reinforcing the shields on his body, he slowly approached and said suspiciously, "Your psychic ability is the ability to suppress other people's psychic abilities?" For about 10 seconds or so, my powers became uncontrollable. Your abilities are terrifying, and you call yourself a loser like that? Li Chang'an was in agony. He had already guessed that it was because of the God of Law that made the suppression that originally had a half-minute effect turn into only 10 seconds. That 20-second lapse has left his life hanging in the balance now. As for what Charles had said, he hadn't listened to a word of it, and since Charles wasn't patching things up, he should have grabbed his recovery while he could. Not answering me? Charles frowned. He was a little reluctant to kill Li Chang'an. This was a talent, and the Pendragon family needed talent. Forget it, it's better to kill it. Charles made a decision and raised his hand to point at Li Chang'an, electric aura flowing from his fingertips. Li Chang'an's figure disappeared in front of Charles before the lightning bolt shot out, and Charles had a momentary wobble as he couldn't understand why Li Chang'an was still able to move. But there was no time for Charles to think. Li Chang'an, who was on all fours, was even faster in bursting forward, and in an instant he arrived in front of him, and without waiting for Charles to dodge, Li Chang'an slammed his fist down again, this time striking the shield with his glove. The powerful reaction force caused Li Chang'an's wrist bone to crack, but at the same time the shield declared a rupture. It was now. Li Chang'an felt time become sticky. He couldn't go and tell Wen Anren the timing of the shot. He could only let Wen Anren judge for himself, but missed the present. Vomit! Blood surged up from his throat as Li Chang'an looked down, and the thunder-condensed longsword passed through his lower ribs and pierced through his lung lobes. Charles gritted his teeth, his face full of anger like a provoked lion cub. When Anren's fingertips were on the trigger, both his psychic ability and the image in front of him were telling him that now was the best time. With a single shot, the shot would have pierced Li Chang'an's torso, and the 20mm bullet would have ripped through the upper half of Li Chang'an's body and eventually through Charles's chest. With just one shot, this trial will be resolved and all the points will be in my hands, and with Li Chang'an's performance in this battle, killing him will cause my evaluation to reach the highest level, and I will be baptized at the highest level. I should have shot. Shoot! Li Chang'an's voice came from the headset, and when Anren's fingertips trembled, nearly pulling the trigger. He was the one who told me to shoot. He was the one who told me to shoot. He was the one who told me to shoot. Li Chang'an, I'm sorry. After saying 2 words, Li Chang'an could no longer be distracted. Charles was twisting the hilt of his sword, and thunder was raging inside him. Even just saying 2 words was close to wiping out all his strength. You provoke me again and again. Charles grabbed Li Chang'an by the throat and lifted him up. You don't look like an alien. You don't have any demeanor that belongs to a strong man, you lowly beast. Li Chang'an sneered and merged his 2 fingers against Charles's forehead. Bang! Damn! Charles drew his thunder sword and viciously stabbed towards Li Chang'an's chest. But the next moment his eyes ached dramatically. Rage clouded Charles's mind, and despite his powers being suppressed, he could drop his shields to focus on attacking, and there was only one aspect that could be suppressed. However, allowing Li Chang'an to raise his hand was Charles's biggest mistake. The twin fingers on top of his forehead pierced into his eye sockets. Even if Li Chang'an couldn't exert much force at all because of the electric current, the pain in his eyes caused Charles to wail, causing a momentary pause in his movements, and in the next moment, Li Chang'an scrambled his entire body to lift his leg for a knee strike. The excruciating pain in his 5th limb emptied Charles's mind of all thoughts. He even suspected he was incapacitated, and as if some switch had been flipped in the midst of the infinite pain, Charles instinctively swung his sword. The sword split open Li Chang'an's chest, revealing the beating heart. The gun finally went off. Chapter 37. No longer a teenager. It's time for the game to end. When Anren walked towards that one spot of the battlefield with his gun still loaded and his finger still on the trigger, Li Chang'an leaned against the broken wall closed covering his ribs, carefully gasping for air like a man who had nearly drowned. But his exposed lungs couldn't withstand any stimulation, and his greed could only be careful. The bullet grazed his ribs and passed, let him strong physique, but also was torn off a large piece of flesh. Internal organs are exposed in the air. If not covered in time, this moment is aground Li Chang'an. Also, as Li Chang'an suspected, Charles's head exploded into brilliant fireworks, but the headless body dissipated into a rain of light before it could fully reach the ground. Certain people in the world really grasped the situation in the trial. Charles was obviously one of them, and the family behind him was afraid that they had prepared something for him. Even if his head was now crushed, Li Chang'an felt that he was still not dead. Hey! Come here and help me bandage it. I can't reach the back. Li Chang'an feebly beckoned towards Wen Anren and turned his body sideways to aim his back at Wen Anren. Bandaging? Wen Anren had a complicated look on his face and tried to raise the head of his gun several times. Hurry up, Li Chang'an weakly urged. The injury is too severe, I might die. Wen Anren was stunned and jogged over in a panic, tossing the gun aside and taking out the medication he had with him. Li Chang'an's face paled as he smiled bitterly. It's still a bit hard enough to hold Charles back. He's much stronger than we thought at first. But I didn't realize he was that strong in melee too. I thought I could create a better chance for you, sorry about that. Wen Anren impatiently chided. Say less if you're so heavily injured. But Li Chang'an turned her head slightly with difficulty. I'm afraid I'll fall asleep if I don't talk, so you can talk to me too. Shoulders trembling, when Anren hung his head and said in a good-natured manner, What can there be to say? You should retreat since you find it tricky. Don't you want to live? I escaped death when I was 13 with my powers, but had to watch my parents burn in a fire. After 3 days of being hungry and rummaging through garbage cans on the street trying to find something to eat, I came across a man who said he could give me food and I followed him. I thought the sky was the limit, but it turned out he was just going to sell me to a kiln, and I killed him and escaped with his money. I just killed someone and I just felt like throwing up, but I couldn't live without eating. So I threw up and ate and threw up again. It's disgusting, isn't it? My powers give me direction, but they also tell if a person means me good or ill, and I've seen too many people who use kind words to disguise malice. Yet I can always see through it, only you guys. There's only safety around you. I haven't felt the slightest bit of malice. Why is there someone like you in the world? His mouth rambled on, when Anren didn't even know what he was saying, just had a breath in his throat that wouldn't let go. Until the wound was bandaged, but Li Chang'an had no voice. Hey! When Anren's eyes widened as she held her breath and gently pushed Li Chang'an. Are you okay? Don't sleep. There was no response, and the heartbeat slowed a little, faintly. Don't you die, Li Chang'an. Hurry up and wake up. Don't pretend to be asleep. Hey! I didn't mean to hit you. I'm sorry. Wake up. Don't scare me. Please don't die. Okay? Please don't die. Please open your eyes and look at me. Don't give me hope and leave me alone. Li Chang'an. When Anren was in tears, holding Li Chang'an's body tightly and not daring to let go, while the temperature of the body in his arms was dropping. Are you cold? I'll give you my clothes. When Anren panicked and took off his jacket to wrap it around Li Chang'an, took out the chocolate he found from his pocket, carefully pried open Li Chang'an's mouth and stuffed it in. You eat this. You won't be cold if you're full. Really, eat it. Do you want to choke me to death? Li Chang'an slowly opened his eyes and let out a bitter smile. Well, at least give me a drink of water first. After a few seconds of stagnation, when Anren woke up as if from a dream, and fumbled to unscrew the bottle and hand it to Li Chang'an's mouth, Li Chang'an braced himself and sat up, took the water bottle and sipped the water in small sips. The bottle of water was all finished. His face was quite rosy. You're not dead. When Anren quietly wiped away the tears on her face and punched Li Chang'an without any good humor. Ahem. You seem disappointed that I didn't die. Putting his jacket on when Anren, Li Chang'an stood up holding onto the wall and looked into the distance. Sanshuga is coming. Walk away. When Anren shook his head firmly and picked up the sniper rifle and stood by Li Chang'an's side. Li Chang'an didn't insist. Although he had somehow survived, his body wasn't in a good condition. But as long as Meshoga didn't use Batusai, he still dared to fight once. Not letting the two wait too long, Sanshuga's form appeared dozens of meters away, as if he couldn't see the two on guard, still walking with brisk steps. Li Chang'an. Sanshuga suddenly raised his hand and waved it. Li Chang'an smiled faintly. Sanjing he, are you planning to come and harvest me? No whoops. Meshoga shook his head, stopping about 3 meters away from the two. I've come to say goodbye. The trials are coming to an end, so maybe I won't get to see them again. The trial is ending? You're planning to forfeit. Li Chang'an frowned, despite guessing that Meshoga didn't seem to be fighting for victory. It was still unbelievable coming from her. Without answering, Meshoga took out the pastry wrapped in a handkerchief hidden in the inner lining, opened it and then picked up a piece for himself and put it in his mouth before putting it on the ground together with the handkerchief and the pastry. I'll treat you to peach blossom cake. This is very expensive. Don't lose it. If we can meet again in the future, you have to treat me to this. Li Chang'an was a bit confused. He could not afford to kill Sanjing he, after all, he was an unbeatable opponent. But what was this about inviting the pastries? But what is the meaning of the invitation to eat the pastries? Just as Li Chang'an was puzzled, Sanjing he's figure gradually became illusory. You don't actually have powers, right? That's why you're a strong person who can be recognized by Batusai, and I look forward to the day you awaken. Meshoga's form completely disappeared. She actually saw that I don't have supernatural powers? Li Chang'an was dumbfounded. His biggest secret was seen through. It was false to say that he wasn't scared. He even wanted to immediately abandon his right to quit and go to the present world to kill Sanjing he. But it was just a thought. It wasn't really certain who would kill who, and it didn't look like Sanshuga would be the one who would go and proclaim the news, even though Li Chang'an thought that Sanshuga was too stupid. There's something wrong with this woman. When Anren bristled in displeasure, glancing at the pastries on the floor, about to step forward and stomp on them. Don't! Li Chang'an hurriedly blocked. She said this is very expensive. I haven't eaten it yet. When Anren gasped, can you have some backbone? She's an enemy, and you eat what the enemy gives you? Aren't you afraid she'll poison it? It's not poisoned. Li Chang'an shook his head. I can see that she really likes this pastry. She shouldn't have poisoned it. Picking it up with the handkerchief attached, Li Chang'an put the peach blossom scented pastry into his mouth and immediately revealed a happy smile. This is really good. And there's another piece for you. I don't want it. When Anren skimmed her head, unwilling to look at Li Chang'an's unproductive appearance, Li Chang'an thought about it and wrapped the rest of the pastries and put them into his pocket. He could bring them back to Xiao Wu. Girls should like this. Then I'll leave as well. Waving his hand towards Wen Anren, Li Chang'an looked to the sky, and the moment he chose to abstain, pillars of light fell on him from the sky. The Tai trial is over. Participant Li Chang'an, confirmed for the survivor, non-final winner, will clear the proceeds of this trial. Teleportation is about to begin. Please remain stationary. 5, 4. Chapter 38, The Dark Night to Come. Wait! Looking at Li Chang'an's disappearing figure, when Anren muttered, and then the sky swirled, and when he opened his eyes again, he had already left the trial field. But instead of the Tai trial house, there was a brightness in front of him, and nothing but light. The winner, when Anren, is about to open the baptism. 19 kills across the ranks to open the highest level of baptism. The winner is a triple alien and opens the potential for evolution. More than 10 light pillars of various colors descended on when Anren's body from different corners, and the fine wounds began to heal, and the exhaustion of the whole body was swept away. When Anren closed his eyes comfortably, his body was like soaking in warm water, and as if the child was in the mother's womb. In an unknown amount of time, the warmth that enveloped his body dispersed, and when Anren opened his eyes and was already standing in a room, not very large, with a chair, a bathroom, and a small bed. There was a set of clothes on the chair. When Anren knew that this was the preparation of the military, directly into the bathroom to open the shower. More than half an hour later, when Anren washed up and changed into the prepared clothes and walked out of the room. Outside the door stood a middle-aged man in military uniform, with 4 personal guards behind him. Although there is only one answer, I still have to ask you according to the process. The middle-aged man coughed lightly and asked solemnly, When Anren, are you willing to join the Imperial Military Department? Willing. When Anren nodded his head calmly, he thought that he would be too happy and lose his temper when he arrived at this day. But it was not until he was confronted with it that when Anren realized that he didn't seem to be that happy. The middle-aged man nodded and revealed a smile as well. I'm Brigadier General Jin Xinghai of the Imperial Special Warfare Department. I'm currently the Supreme Officer of the Special Warfare Department, and from now on, I'll be your superior. When Anren frowned and said suspiciously, generally speaking, the winners of the trial would be taken to Tongtian City, where they would meet the high officials of the military department. Yeah, but this time is different. Jin Xinghai shrugged and pulled out a picture from his chest pocket. Besides the winner of this time, I'm looking for this guy. Did you fight him in the trial? Receiving the photo, when Anren revealed a smile, the photo was exactly the likeness of Li Chang'an. Look at you know him? Jin Xinghai was happy. Not only did he know him, it seemed like there was a story. Yes, not only do I know him, but the last 3 people left know him. When Anren smiled and returned the photo, what are you looking for him for? Jin Xinghai put away the photo and truthfully replied, he is very special. He participated in the trial more than once but survived. The last winner was also injured at his hands. There is an order from above. If possible, it's best to let him join the Special Warfare Department. Then I'm afraid you made a trip for nothing. When Anren shook his head, it's impossible for him to join the military department for the time being. There's still something he has to do, but there should be an opportunity in the future. Could it be the sympathy of the strong? Jin Xinghai looked at Wen Anren suspiciously, not understanding how Wen Anren could make such an assertion, but Wen Anren was more important. The winner of the Taya trial would be a triple alien. This is an unexpected big gain. The most important thing now is to safely escort Wen Anren back to the military department. Anyway, that Li Chang'an already has someone to keep an eye on him, not afraid of not being able to find him. It was the same road again. Li Chang'an could walk right even with his eyes closed, and after receiving the pension and his cell phone and other valuables in a light manner, Li Chang'an left the trial house without stopping. After 11 days, he finally survived. It always feels like the sunlight outside the trial house is a bit dimmer. Li Chang'an smiled slightly, wrapped in his large trench coat and stopped the unmanned cab. He needed to make a trip to the hospital. Only that he couldn't be treated at the hospital. His current injuries couldn't be delayed until he returned to the North City to find Brother Lin. He needed to purchase some medication at the hospital and then head to the black market for treatment. If he used the black market drugs directly, with the hundreds of thousands of dollars he had on him, it wouldn't be enough. And with the proof of a trial survivor traveling to the hospital to buy the drugs, he could save a lot of money. More than an hour later, Li Chang'an walked out of this black clinic and couldn't help but look back with the urge of a medical emergency. It's so dark. The bandages for the trauma cost nearly $100,000. I really want to kill all of you. Sighing, Li Chang'an only thought about it. He had to rush back earlier for Lin's sake. The Taya trial took even less time than Li Chang'an had predicted, and the trials afterward would be the same. As the starting point of humanity became higher, the new generation would become stronger and stronger, and after that there might be a situation where the trial started off by slaughtering. A situation where half of the people are killed. There is no need to rush the last trial. The remaining one is still in progress. When he arrived at the station, Li Chang'an realized that it was not the right time to end. The next train would not depart until 4 hours later. In those 4 hours, he was able to eat a meal and take a short nap along the way. Ghostly, Li Chang'an returned to the street when he first came here, and he inexplicably wanted to meet the retired veteran, eat 10 more fried noodles, and have a bowl of large volume, manageable pork soup. More, perhaps, to tell the other side that he had survived. If I remember correctly, this should be the place, right? Li Chang'an stopped his steps, but the side was not the small, albeit clean, but hard to hide the depression. The store was obviously renovated, and it was now a butcher store. Walking into the store, Li Chang'an narrowed his eyes slightly behind the stall. Despite the fact that there was also a boss with a face full of meat, it was different from what he remembered, and if it wasn't that he was heavily face-blind, then it meant that the place had changed owners. Boss, how do you sell 2 pig's feet? Li Chang'an flipped through the pig's feet that were half a man tall on the stall. The boss frowned with his cigarette in his mouth. Are you blind? Can't you see it's written on the side? I'm not very literate. Li Chang'an smiled awkwardly. It seems like this wasn't a meat stall in the past. Could it be that I'm remembering it wrong? Kid, are you buying meat or looking for trouble? The boss copied the bone chopper on the side. Just by looking at Li Chang'an's clothes, he could tell that it wasn't a big shot. Otherwise his attitude wouldn't be so bad. Pedestrians on the side of the road heard a loud bang and instinctively looked towards where the sound was coming from, and they saw an obese figure being thrown out of a store. Li Chang'an carried the boning knife in his hand and slowly walked out from the door, and before the fat boss got up, he stomped on the top of his head and said in a cold voice, "Next I ask you to answer. Don't have any other nonsense. Kid, you're looking for..." Ah! The words had already turned into a howl of pain before they were finished. The tip of the knife stabbed into the fat man's shoulder, and with a slight force, Li Chang'an hung down a large piece of bloody flesh along the fat man's arm bone, and asked expressionlessly, "I repeat, where is the original owner of the store? There was a kid who injured someone from the Tiger Gang, and I heard that the kid was eating at his store, so the Tiger Gang people took him away, and then they dished out the store to me, and I heard that he went back to his hometown." Fatty endured the pain on his shoulder. The depths of his eyes still hid ferocity. Tiger Gang. Li Chang'an smiled coldly, the tip of the knife picking apart the boss's shoulder, revealing the tattoo on his shoulder. You're not being honest. The tip of the knife pierced into the fat boss's shoulder again. Li Chang'an skillfully cut away the ligaments and chipped away at the flesh, slicing off an arm intact in less than 2 seconds. But that was just the beginning. As Li Chang'an raised his sword once again, when Anren's words suddenly surfaced in his mind, Li Chang'an moved and spat, "Count yourself lucky." Just when Fatty thought he had escaped, the bone-ticking knife pierced through his brow. Unable to resist giving the dead body a kick, Li Chang'an pulled out the ticket and tore it to shreds. Shredded paper fluttered about as if it were flying paper money. Chapter 39 is already a legend. How could the trial end so quickly? Lin Yubai stood outside the hospital door, anxiously waiting for an unoccupied cab. After she was injured and abandoned that day, she was admitted to the hospital, and in a day or two's work, the poison she had been hit with would be completely removed. But how could she not expect that this trial would end so quickly? She had wanted to wait for the man who saved her in the trial house, but now that she rushed over, the other party was afraid that he had already left. I'm so stupid. Exasperated and stomping her feet, Lin Yubai suddenly remembered something. I think I forgot to ask him his name? How can I find out if he survived? Standing on the side of the road, Lin Yubai was dumbfounded. But no matter what she wanted to go and take another look, one should always have some hope. Trees the thickness of an adult's waist fell in pieces, revealing the pylon-like figures behind them. Wiping his face full of thick blood, the barbarian god dropped the 2-foot-long wolf corpse in his hands. Alita, who was in charge of logistics, laughed. "Seventh tool of the day, right?" The barbarian god nodded and grinned, his mouth full of sharp teeth. "What's the ranking now? Let's see." Alita pulled out her tactical tablet and flipped through it, smiling. "Tied for first place with a group of Po. Both of you have over 300 effective kills." Pol? Silently vocalizing the name, the barbarian god's mind conjured up the tall woman's appearance. Looking at the barbarian god who was simply sitting on the ground, Alita crowed, "It's been 6 days and you're finally going to sit down and rest for a while? I heard that you fought that trial for half a year. It's not the same." The barbarian god shook his head. "Battles with people are much more enjoyable. These monsters can't bring that feeling." Alita nodded, deep in thought. After all, she had survived the trials as well, only she actually preferred logistics to frontline combat. As he drifted off to sleep, the barbarian god had a jolt and turned to ask, "Jin Xinghai said that there was a special survivor from that trial of yours as well? He's presumably the same person I encountered, right?" "It's either a guess or it's the same person, good at close combat, great at stealth and survival." Alita described the appearance again, sighing heartily. "That's a beast, and I'd much rather go out there and kill those monsters and face women than face him. And before I met him, I thought looks were my weapon too, but it turns out this guy hits harder." The barbarian god touched his waist, and his smile suddenly became hideous. "If Jin Xinghai brings him back, there will be a good show." "Yes." Alita lit a cigarette. "Including you and I, there are a total of 7 people suspected of having fought him. So if it really is the same person." Alita shrugged. "It's none of my business anyway. I'm done fighting him. But I want to." The barbarian god stood up, glowing. "The thought of that guy suddenly puts me in the spirit again." Watching the barbarian god walk out of the tent, Alita spat out an eye roll and smiled slightly, her mind drifting back to the slash that had nearly cut her at the waist. "If I ever see you again, I'll have to ask you why you ended up abstaining. Was it pity for me? Or would someone like you, would like me too?" It wasn't even nighttime yet, and the bar was already hot, with bare-chested, burly men abounding. Some people use the flame of the fingertips to scald the wine, while others condense from round ice cubes in their palms and throw them into the wine, which is the preference of each person, and the shopkeeper does not intervene. "Damn, I've had too much to drink. I'm going to the restroom." The strong man put down his glass of wine, took off his undershirt and threw it onto the seat. The people on the way glanced at the tattoo on the strong man's shoulder and all carefully got out of the way. The Tiger Gang of Lo Chang, once also known as the Diggers, then after the world was united, the leader changed and turned into the harmonic tiger. In the form of the workers combine, it governs the vast majority of the producers and low-level aliens in the city of Ro, and is even able to influence the Rangers Guild. Now that it was one of the top powers in Luo City, no one would mess with the Tiger Gang. Li Chong and Will, following the burly man into the bathroom. When the burly man unzipped his pants, Li Chong'an walked up. One hand locked around the throat, the dagger in the other angled up from the back of the waist. Under the pain, the strong man was also unable to make any sound. He could not call for help or wail from the pain. "I have a few questions for you." Li Chong'an's voice was like a demon's whisper, without a trace of emotion. With just this one sentence, the strong man stopped struggling. Having been on the streets for years, he was able to tell which profession the visitor belonged to just by his voice. Listening to the voice and the speed and accuracy of the strike, the person coming was definitely a professional killer, although he didn't know who he had offended, but he shouldn't resist at such a time. "Some time ago, you sought revenge and took away a restaurant owner. Where is he now?" Li Chang'an exerted a slight force on the hilt of the knife. "You don't have much time. I'll pull out the knife and you'll be dead within 5 minutes. After desperately pondering in his mind, the strong man finally recalled and hurriedly said, "He was taken away by our team leader. This has nothing to do with me. I was not involved." "Take it where? Tell me everything you know. You have 1 minute. Cold sweat slid down the strong man's forehead drop by drop. He would rather Li Chang'an could carry some anger. What he feared the most was to have no emotion at all. Not daring to hesitate, the burly man immediately reported an address. Li Chang'an asked the last question. "Is that person still alive?" Alive, alive, alive. The burly man was busy answering. It was the only standard answer. The truth didn't matter to him. Li Chang'an nodded and released the dagger, crushing the strong man's windpipe the moment he happened to relax. Killing can't be too ugly. Li Chang'an silently recited a few words and took out his half-finger gloves and put them on. When Anren refused to take them away when he said anything, so he had to leave this behind. But it was just in time to be able to use it today. Lin Yubai walked down the street lost. In the end, he didn't see that person. But this time there were surprisingly many people who survived. Would there be him as well? Obviously so handsome and brave, and a gentle person. If he really died in the trial house, it's too bad, right? Lin Yubai sighed. It's rare to be attracted to a person of the opposite sex, and this is going to end without a trace? Wait, Lin Yubai violently stopped and turned back towards the opposite side of the street. The one who just walked past seems to be him, right? Lin Yubai was shocked and hurriedly followed quickly. A smile gradually appeared on his face, and as he got closer it seemed like it was really him. To tell him my heart, I must say it out loud, or else I may not have the chance later. Lin Yubai gathered her courage and wanted to shout out. No, he's walking so fast. Is there something urgent? Seeing the figure in front of him turn a corner into the alley, Lin Yubai hurriedly followed. But the alley was empty. Chapter 40, Leading the Neck to Kill. The small 4-story building with speckled spray paint on the exterior walls had a dozen or so burly men gathered around the door in 2s and 3s, smoking and chatting around the fire. The entire building is owned by the Tiger Gang. This is the branch of the Tiger Gang in this district. The daily station personnel reaches more than 50 people. The most is the reinforcement system alien. After all, among the reinforcement system alien, there are only a very few kinds of human rights that can be possessed. It could be said that the current grassroots of society is made up of reinforcement system adepts, and there are also some adepts whose adeptness is outstanding, but whose level is too low, and such adepts are not in the minority. The human race is mediocre at best. Li Chang'an was not far from the corner, separated by but a building's distance. He was not a department of perception, but he could distinguish the approximate number of people through the sounds and movements in the building. Forcing a breakthrough was impossible, not to mention whether or not he had the ability to do so, and I'm afraid it wouldn't take long for him to piss off the patrols if he went on a killing spree in the streets. Becoming the Empire's most wanted man wasn't his goal. However, dealing with this kind of people was not once or twice. Li Chang'an had his unique methods. Before approaching the main gate, Li Chang'an was stopped. The strong man stretched out his rock-like gray arm to block Li Chang'an's body and frowned. Kid, don't you know what this place is? I'm looking for your boss. Li Chang'an raised his head. His gaze was incredibly cold. Take your hands away. Don't be too arrogant. The burly man snorted coldly. Our boss isn't for everyone to see. Get back. Li Chang'an tilted his head and smiled slightly. A reinforcement department dares to be so arrogant in front of me? In the next moment, the dagger sliced through the big man's shoulder and circled around his large arm, the entire arm separating in an instant, and when it fell to the ground, the strong man's wail only just escaped from his mouth. Who's next? Li Chang'an looked around. His brazen strike and instantaneous display of terrifying strength shocked the crowd. In the face of these people who lived on the edge of the sword, there was nothing more intimidating to them than being powerful and cruel. There was a tall, thin man standing leaning against the wall by the door, always silently looking this way until Li Chang'an's gaze looked over. Then he walked forward with a slight smile. Chan Shui. What is the name of the brother? Chan Shui extended his hand towards Li Chang'an. This brother of mine doesn't know much about things. You forgive me? You're not qualified to know my name. Li Chang'an was as arrogant and cocky as he could be, sort of ruthlessly erecting Chan Shui's face. Chan Shui frowned slightly and did not get angry, continuing to smile. Brother wants to see our boss? I'll take you there. Is it convenient to tell me what you have to do? Come to negotiate a business deal on behalf of our young master. Li Chang'an uttered the prepared lines. With his strength, he could not yet command the respect of the Tiger Gang. But if with his strength he was only serving as a servant to someone, then it would be enough to draw the other party's attention. The point of a fox is not to be a tiger, but at least you have to be a fox. Chan Shui was really as Li Chang'an expected. Surprise could not be suppressed from surfacing on his face, and he could not help but ask again. Dare I ask which young master is the one the brother is talking about? You have a lot of words. Li Chang'an narrowed his eyes. Do you think you're qualified to know my young master's name? You should be glad that I don't like to kill the weak. Being provoked again and again. Even a clay man has 3 points of fire. Chan Shui snorted coldly. His dry and thin body seemed to rise as if inflated, and said in a cold voice, Do you think I'm weak? There are a few skills, but are you better than the mourner? Li Chang'an licked the corner of his mouth, and a bloodthirsty glow appeared on his face. You mentioned, wait. Chan Shui looked horrified and took half a step back, exclaiming, you killed the mourners. Li Chang'an nodded. Buying for the young master seems to have killed him in passing. Cut the crap and come prove that you are not weak. No more fighting, no more fighting. Chan Shui hurriedly waved his hand. The place where the mourner died was their territory. The information of the participants of the sale was also the personnel of the Tiger Gang, and after the mourner's death was reported to the police, it was Chan Shui who personally dealt with it. In the following description, the mourner was killed in seconds without even having a chance to react, and the youth who did it was feared to be at a danger level straight out of S-class. Brothers, this way. I'll take you to see the boss. After realizing the danger, Chan Shui no longer dared to make a move. He was no better than a mourner. Li Chang'an shook his head regretfully, put away the dagger, and followed Chan Shui towards the building. Thanks to the mourner, by the way, I didn't realize that the stupid big guy I killed in the first place was now a surprise. Passing through the titanium alloy iron door, the door exuded a fishy odor that made Li Chang'an extremely uncomfortable. He was familiar with this smell. It was mixed with human blood, decay, tobacco and alcohol, and the coitus. The stench left behind after coitus. In the house now, too, on the first floor you could faintly hear women's heart-rending cries, and men's ragged gasps, and every now and then you could hear the sound of a bottle rolling. Boss is on the third floor, brother, go this way. Chan Shui led the way in front, kicking aside his drunken subordinates in the process. Li Chang'an stopped his steps. There's no rush. I seem to see a woman that intrigues me. Mind if I take a closer look? Surprisingly, he's a horny guy. That would be good to deal with. Chan Shui laughed. Of course, if you don't mind, I'll have my men take her to get cleaned up, and you can just take her away when the brother leaves later. All the women here are sold to our Tiger Gang. Brothers can pick off as many as they want. That would be great. Li Chang'an revealed a smile and raised his hand to pat Chan Shui's shoulder. Thank you in advance then, but is that one okay? Following the direction that Li Chang'an pointed, Chan Shui turned his head to look, and the next moment when the killing intent was on his body, he instinctively wanted to explode his supernormal ability, but suddenly felt that it did not obey his command. In this less than a second's hesitation, the sharp dagger passed through Chan Shui's neck and stabbed along the intervertebral foramina of his cervical vertebrae. Thud! The man's head landed on the ground, and Chan Shui's consciousness still hadn't dissipated before the dust had settled. The first. Li Chang'an flung his dagger. No one noticed what was happening here in the dim light. Someone had already perished without a sound. In the dim light, Li Chang'an is like a hunting beast. Then people devour. Even those who were pinned. The women underneath could not escape. There were people outside the door watching. There were not many people on the first floor to begin with, and in less than 10 minutes, blood had flowed all over the floor. The number of people is a little less than expected. Li Chang'an took off his already soaked top and raised his hand to turn off the electric switch. The whole building was plunged into darkness. Stepping on the sticky blood, Li Chang'an walked towards the upper floor. The world has never given him kindness since he was born. And since he was a child, he has received nothing but blank stares and bullying from all but his family. No matter how good his grades were, without his powers he was just a loser, and from a young age he knew that he was not entitled to kindness. As he grows older, even that kindness from his family fades away, until the appearance of Jiang Shuebu and Lin pulls him back from the edge of depravity. If he had never met these two people, Li Chang'an did not know what he would have become. Perhaps a murderous maniac, perhaps an antisocial, perverted member of society. Until he met these two people, Li Chang'an didn't until maybe there are people in the world who will be good to him, who will talk to him about his heart, who will advise him to face life. Maybe these two were the only ones in the world who would be nice to him. Until he arrives in Luo City, first the owner of the restaurant and then when Anren, Li Chang'an is learning to believe that his luck is changing for the better. Maybe I'm also worthy of being believed in, worthy of being liked for the first time in his life. He had this thought, and even Li Chang'an himself didn't notice the joy in his heart. But now, that goodwill was destroyed, as if it had broken a certain shackle in Li Chang'an's heart. I'll kill you, assholes. Chapter 41. Death slows me down. Like a ghost walking in the darkness, each silent strike will take away a life. Not that there was no one who tried to use his powers to illuminate, but just as the powers struck, the next moment the sharp blade slashed across his throat, and before he died, the cackling sound due to the tearing of his windpipe seemed to still be lingering in the ears of the crowd. It wasn't as if no one had tried to speak up to get everyone together, but he had died in a much more gruesome fashion. his fallen head making a soft thud on the floor, blood spurting from his chest cavity staining the ceiling and everyone's faces. The warm blood was like a mother's hand, calming the fervor and wariness of the crowd. All that's left is fear. 3 minutes had passed by now. The brothers downstairs hadn't come up for support, and they were trapped in a room on the second floor, not even aware of each other's powers, and half of them had died so far. The windows should not have been nailed shut. The whole building is not open to half a light. Ventilation depends on the equipment. The ceiling added acoustic paint. The third floor also laid a soundproof carpet. It was clear that the boss didn't like to be disturbed, but now it would kill them instead. Everyone was trying to be as careful as possible to guard against the dangers in the shadows, feeling their way toward the door in passing, yet Lee Chang'an was sitting near it. Taking a short break, Lee Chang'an held his dagger and walked towards another person. The human eye adapts, and there is a period of discomfort in front of the eyes when going from light to darkness, which usually manifests itself as not being able to see anything at all. After a few dozen seconds of acclimatization, one's naked eyes could barely see something in the darkness. But the brightness in the room was now so low that the naked eye couldn't adjust to it for the average person. Perhaps the only thing Lee Chang'an prided himself on was his adaptability. No matter how bad the illusion was, he was able to adapt quickly after the initial struggle. It was the same now to his eyes. The darkness in the room was layered, and objects could be seen in vague outlines, which was more than enough for him to hunt. What's more, the sound of heartbeats was clearly audible, and the deliberately created terrifying atmosphere caused these people's adrenaline to raise and their heartbeats to become even more rapid and powerful, thus allowing Lee Chang'an to better judge the position of each person. The fastest heartbeats are saved for last, as they are already disorganized and can even be driven mad by the dangers of the darkness. When he felt the warmth on his throat, the man was too late to resist as a strong palm forcibly took his chin and wrenched it back, followed by the coolness of the dagger penetrating his throat. Even the sound of the tip of the knife slicing through the bones of his throat was so piercing. Death will eventually bring sound, perhaps the final proof that mankind is alive, a sort of extinction of life. Everyone looked at the same time to where the voice was coming from, and then the light shone brightly as a fireball the size of a facepalm emerged from the hand of one of the men at the side, illuminating the entire room. It also included Lee Chang'an, who stood behind the dead. Looking at the rushing crowd, Lee Chang'an instantly understood that these people had already abandoned their companions, and the 6-foot ice lance came head-on just to run both of them through at the same time. Faced with the threat of death, mankind, apart from running away and fearing, has only extreme anger, and in that anger, gives up everything to try to fight back. There was a machete attacking from the side. A knife cut across Lee Chang'an's arm. Lee Chang'an did not retreat but advanced, grabbed the opponent's wrist to prevent him from escaping, then stabbed into the opponent's solar plexus. The dagger was stuck in the middle of the bone and couldn't be pulled out. Lee Chang'an simply spilled his hand and ripped the man in front of his body as a shield, and in the next second the fireball exploded on the shield. Viciously throwing the shield forward, Lee Chang'an stuck to the corner of the wall and quickly rushed towards the fire elemental control aberration. Feeling the sharpness of a sharp blade coming from behind him, Lee Chang'an still didn't turn back and rushed in front of the fire-type alien regardless. The second large fireball had already coalesced, and it was too late to change the move. A hint of ruthlessness flashed under the fire alien's eyes as he looked at Lee Chang'an, who was getting closer and closer, and simply detonated the fireball. As a fire alien, the exploding fireball would not burn himself. At most, the impact would shock his lungs, but it was not good for others, at least to the extent of heavy burns. However, the expected scene of seriously injuring the other party did not appear, and what he saw was an evil ghost with the upper half of its body in charred form lunging towards him, which opened its mouth and extended its sharp claws, pulling out his heart. The room was plunged into darkness again, and it was certainly invigorating to know that the lone shot hadn't killed the assassin hiding in the shadows, but the attack had worked. Everyone, he's been burned. Watch out for the burning smell. Someone opened his mouth to alert his companions. The fact that the speaker wasn't killed in the first place also sat as confirmation that the assassin was indeed injured. There was a thud as what appeared to be a bottle shattered, and then the smell of alcohol filled the air, neutralizing the burnt smell and making it instantly less noticeable. Everyone could feel a drink spilling onto their face and body, and it wasn't just one bottle that was broken. The person who voiced it could only curse a few times. Had he known that he shouldn't have said it, he might as well find a way to run to the door himself, and as long as he went up to the third floor, he could get the boss to make a move. I don't know how much time passed in the midst of the fear and trepidation, but these people suddenly realized that no one seemed to be dead for a while. Finally, one man couldn't help himself and barely mustered up some courage to cough. After 2 or 3 minutes, the frightened fellow realized that he was still alive, and his courage rose, and he took a step in the direction of the door, one step after another. Probably too hurt to run. The man opened his mouth recklessly, not sensing danger, and ran against the wall in the direction of the door. The room would not stay a moment longer, not even for the rest of my life. While running fast and furiously, his feet seemed to have kicked a certain corpse, and then a coldness in the center of his legs, and a fast knife from the bottom up, as if chopping wood, lifted a knife to his chest. As the Tiger Gang's congregation, the people present for the sound of a fast knife splitting flesh and blood is certainly not unfamiliar, but it is also the first time to hear the sound of a knife in 2 halves. Just active heart suddenly cooled completely. Cough, cough. Li Chang'an coughed twice. Even though he held his breath, the heat wave of the fireball still hurt his respiratory tract. Not only that, the left corner of his mouth below all the way up to the vicinity of his belly button was all burned. The burning pain and itch were even more intense as the flesh and blood were exposed to the air. Even if they heard where the coughing was coming from, no one dared to come forward. The silhouettes of the remaining 4 people were becoming clearer and clearer in Li Chang'an's eyes. Originally a blurry outline, but now they were gradually able to make out their facial features. Death was getting closer and closer. Li Chang'an instead felt his consciousness clearer and clearer. His strength was constantly surging out, as if he had strength he couldn't use, and the pain brought about a madness that was gradually approaching the extreme. There are still 4 people left. Li Chang'an spoke up, the machete he picked up in his hand dripping blood. You guys go together. Li Chang'an took a step, followed by a running attack. There were no screams in the dark room. There was only the sound of blades cutting through flesh and picking out bones. Eventually, all that was left to listen to was the ticking sound of raindrops hitting the ground. Chapter 42. It's me. Holding on to the wall, Li Chang'an panted heavily. His physical strength was recovering rapidly, but the recovery of the injuries on his body was extremely slow, and he even saw in a trance a guy shrouded in black robes standing at the edge, with a large scythe in his hand. That sucks. Smiling to himself, Li Chang'an straightened up and headed upstairs. Just one last one left. The last 4 erupted with the light of the end of life, each fighting to the death to fight back. But only the last, tempered alien caused Li Chang'an to be seriously injured. The knife in his hand was ineffective against the man, and he ended up relying on his gloves to make multiple contacts that prevented part of the man's torso from staying steeled, and finally slashed through the top. And Li Chang'an had 3 ribs broken and a large chunk of flesh and blood ripped off. The wall next to the stairs had graffiti of unknown significance, seemingly a devil with 2 horns wreaking havoc on the earth. Li Chang'an held onto the wall as he stepped up and finally stood outside the only door on the 3rd floor. Standing outside the door, Li Chang'an tremblingly took out a syringe from his pocket and carefully stabbed it under his ribs, injecting all the light blue liquid in the syringe. The fatigue of the body was swept away, even the pain disappeared completely. The stimulant developed by the Empire now belongs to the controlled drugs, but in the black market to pay a high price is still able to buy, which was equally useful even for an S-rank psychic, except that the side effect was heart failure after 2 hours. The vast majority of people died under the side effects, which was considered Li Chang'an's last killer weapon, and would never be used as a last resort, and for him now was the time of last resort. Kicking the door open, Li Chang'an took a big step in. The empty room was furnished with a coffee table and a card table, centered on a large bed with a young blonde man and a couple of women, who weren't dressed, and there was a strange odor in the air. But Li Chang'an's eyes only fell on the heating duct in the corner, on which a body was bundled. I should say it was a partial body, a strong man from what was still left, except that the outer skin had been stripped away and appeared to have been divided into multiple parts, with some skin remaining on the flesh and blood. It had been chopped off below the crotch and laid out on the side as if it were a meat stall. The corpse had no eyes, no nose, and reeked of the stench of urine, with only the 2 blood-stained mechanical arms still intact. Li Chang'an's throat knotted slightly. His feet trembled as he walked towards the corpse. Each step he took seemed to exhaust his entire body. Even lifting his feet was such an effort. As long as a century had passed, Li Chang'an finally stood at the edge of the corpse. I. Crouching down, but not daring to touch, Li Chang'an learned how fragile the muscles under the skin were, and that a light touch could bring unspeakable sharp pain. I'm sorry. Unconsciously, Li Chang'an's face was filled with tears. He didn't know why he was crying, nor did he know that the feelings welling up in his heart were called guilt. Boy, who are you? The blond young man on the large bed sat up, grabbing the clothes on the side and pulling them on. picking up the revolver under his pillow in the process. Li Chang'an slowly stood up, always keeping his head lowered, and walked towards the blonde-haired youth step by step. The blonde youth smiled coldly and raised his hand to fire a shot. The bullet grazed by Li Chang'an's ear. 3 shots rang out in a row, but each of them grazed Li Chang'an's torso, and none of them hit. The blonde youth looked at the revolver in his hand in surprise. He was sure that he had no problem with his marksmanship, not to mention that it was less than 5 meters away. So this guy can dodge bullets? Haven't seen someone like you in many years. The blonde youth tossed his revolver onto the bed and began to move his wrist. How dare someone come to provoke our tiger gang? Glancing at the corpse behind Li Chang'an, the blonde youth smiled coldly. You're here to avenge him? Then you're too late. I see. You're the guy who wasted my little brother. My men are indebted to you for taking care of them, so I'm not slacking on this old guy. The blonde youth waved his hand and a large 50 or so inch television on the wall lit up. Li Chang'an turned his head to look at it, and then it was hard to remove his eyes. The TV was broadcasting a video. The protagonist of the video was the owner of the restaurant, but he had already been tortured beyond human form, and it was the blonde young man in front of him who was operating the knife. He has a very hard mouth. How he refused to explain where you are. Even until his death he didn't say anything, but I admire this kind of person. The blonde-haired youth smiled faintly, suddenly raised his hand, and the light red column of light from his fingertips shot towards Li Chang'an. The pillar of light pierced through Li Chang'an's shoulder, but this was just the beginning. The blonde youth flicked his 10 fingers in succession, and a pillar of light shot out from his fingertips. Only none of them ever hit again. My name is Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an deflected his body to avoid the pillar of light. Compared to Charles, this means of attack was far, far weaker. Whoops! Declaring yourself? The blonde youth sneered while actually raising his guard and starting to back away. Ignoring the mockery, Li Chang'an continued. There are some words I wanted to say to him, but now he can't hear them, so I can only say them to you, so please bring them to him. Li Chang'an, who had been staggering and dodging, suddenly rushed forward, like a cheetah, reaching extreme speed in a split second, and appeared in front of the blonde young man in a leap over a distance of several meters. The blonde-haired youth just raised his hand, only to see the flash of the knife, for fingers fell to the ground. The cry of surprise simply could not be exported, and watched as the fast knife stabbed into his mouth. Gently stirring, half of the tongue mixed with broken teeth fell. I'm really just an invalid. Li Chang'an leaned down and chopped off half of the youth's palm. I don't even have powers. The knife went into the knee, easily separating the youth's calf. I'm afraid of being expected and not living up to other people's expectations. As he spoke, Li Chang'an once again chopped off one of the youth's arms. But I'm really glad someone else is encouraging me. The youth's eyes glowed red, but Li Chang'an was faster, and his 2 fingers pierced into the eye sockets to crush the youth's eyeballs. Thank you for showing me that I'm actually capable of doing something. The youth could not utter a wail, and the final slash cut off his head. You make chow mein with too much oil, but it's really filling. I came back alive, and you won't be alone. Li Chang'an held his sword up and dropped it again and again, chopping at the already dead youth, and the crumbs of blood and flesh splattered on his face like a clear and elegant makeup. Putting down the knife, Li Chang'an picked up the revolver on his bed. The women who had long since woken up were cowering in the corner shivering, and with every gunshot, one of them would fall. I'll send a little more people down to keep you company. Li Chang'an stood in front of the ghastly corpse and spilled the high count of vodka in his hand. I won't die until I have the face to face you. I'll live to prove that people like us can be feared. The flames flared up, spreading the entire floor in an instant, then flared towards the downstairs as Li Chang'an took a step towards it. There was no longer a scythe-wielding Shinigami in front of him, but from now on he gripped the scythe. Noticing the smoke rising from the roof of the building, the gang members who were still outside the door rushed into the building and were greeted by a youth covered in blood. He. Before the leader could say anything, he felt the sky spinning and his last glance was of his own headless body. It just so happens that there is no need to light a second fire. Li Chang'an nodded and walked forward. Despite taking a lot of detours, Lin Yubai finally found the person he had longed for, only to freeze as he watched him walk into the Tiger Gang's territory. He wouldn't have anything to do with the Tiger Gang, right? Just as this thought had risen, it was immediately stifled hard by Lin Yubai herself. She couldn't believe that Li Chang'an would be that kind of person, and could only wait outside, wanting to ask for clarification in person. It was a 3-hour wait, until black smoke rose from the roof of the building, until the gangs outside surged toward the building, followed by a series of miserable screams. In the end, Lin Yubai couldn't restrain his curiosity and rushed towards the small building, and just as he reached the door, he was met with a pair of cold and stern eyes, and the blood in his body was like freezing, with a gust of coldness on his neck. Is this who I like me to be? The evil ghost-like stance made Lin Yubai self-doubt. It's you. The killing intent dispersed. Li Chang'an smiled faintly and fainted with a crooked head. Hey! Lin Yubai instinctively stepped forward to help, and at the same time looked into the room. Without the sweetheart in his arms, this scene would have been Lin Yubai's nightmare for the rest of his life. Chapter 43. Life has its own splendor. The TV was showing a soccer game, the battle was tight, the score was still 0-0, it was a game where you couldn't use your powers, and there were no spectators in the stands. Charles leaned back on the couch folding paper cranes, flanked by a cute little girl whose pockets were already full of them. Hurry up, brother. 2 more folds will make 99 and I can take them to George. The little girl had stars in both eyes. Charles smiled gently. Good. Vera, don't be in a hurry. You can't rush a gift to someone. The girl named Vera had to wait patiently. Handing the last 2 paper cranes to Vera, Charles beckoned to the butler behind him, who hastily bowed and listened in silence. Change that referee. I don't like his beard. Charles pointed to the referee on the TV. The butler owed a slight bow and turned to go out, and within a few minutes the bearded referee on the TV was replaced. This is a ball game for one person only. Witnessing Vera's joyful departure, Charles put away his own doting smile, stood up to straighten his collar, and commanded, "Let them rest first. I'm going to meet father." All the way to the top floor of the castle, Charles met his father in the attic. The current patriarch of the Pendragon family, Cohen's, was in his prime, with eyes as fierce as those of a tiger or leopard, but was actually a fairly kindly middle-aged man. "My baby boy." Cohen stepped forward and gave Charles a hug. "Are you willing to talk to Daddy about the story from the trial now? What kind of person seriously injured my baby boy?" Charles sighed, displeased with his father's disregard for his majestic image, but nodded and said, "To be more precise, it was 2 men. One who held me off while the other killed me with a sniper rifle from a distance." "Thanks, Dad." Charles bowed deeply. "If it wasn't for the amulet you gave me, I might have died." Cohen's looked at his son, who made him proud. The more he looked at him, the more satisfied he became and smiled. "You are the hope of the Pendragon family. I don't like to fight, but I can barely hold my own against all that pressure. Dad is waiting for you to grow up." "Aye." Charles looked up at his father, who seemed extraordinarily tall in front of him in this moment. "Okay." Cohen's took his son by the shoulders and walked over to his chair and sat down. "Tell me about those 2 opponents. What do you think of them? Are they scheming curmudgeons?" Charles didn't hesitate to shake his head. "It's not a conspiracy. I should say it's a tactic. The one who blocked me has very strange psychic powers that are able to suppress the functioning of my psychic powers." "It's a shame." Charles sighed. "He was a good opponent, he swayed my emotions and was intrepid enough to be a true war dead. But his companions seemed intent on sacrificing him along with them, so that last shot tore through him as well, and he might as well have been dead." Cohen's laughed. "No, he's not dead. He was seen leaving the trials, albeit badly injured." "That's great." Charles's eyes lit up and he stood up and said solemnly, "Father, I want to experience the life of an ordinary person. If I always rely on my family, I can't become a truly strong person." Cohen's frowned. Of course he didn't want his son to risk his life and suffer. But his son's greatest wish was to become stronger, and as a father he couldn't stop it. After pondering for a moment, Cohen's finally smiled helplessly. "Well, I can't refuse my precious son's request, but you should at least bring a little money with you, and a child from an ordinary family will have living expenses when they go out." "Okay. But I'm going to experience life, so I can't bring too much. I'll be learning how to earn money. So bring $30 million, do you think it's okay?" Charles was a vain person, so he would go and listen to his father's opinion. "No, bringing 30 million wouldn't be experiencing life." Cohen's shook his head firmly. "That's just pointless suffering. You bring 150 million. Saving it should last you half a month. It's better that Dad is considerate. I have a lot to learn." Charles nodded heavily. It was going to be tough, but he wasn't scared and was very much looking forward to it. "What will your lives be like?" In the cafeteria of the military headquarters, one of the 3 marshals, Wang Jianjun, and the 5-star general, Lin Jun, were sitting opposite each other, and no one dared to approach within a 30-meter radius around the 2 of them. These 2 men represent the highest center of power in the military ministry, And not only that, but Wang Jianjun is also a living myth. Xiao Lin Ah. Just after saying the title, Wang Jianjun grinned. Don't tell me. Every time I call you that, I especially want to laugh. Lin Jin held the bowl with chopsticks and said in a nonchalant manner, Marshall, please respect yourself. Self-esteem my ass, who doesn't know that our brother and sister grew up wearing the same pants. Besides, snitching is not still going to be handed over to me. Wang Jianjun rolled his eyes. You've had this D character since you were a kid. Lin Jin put down his chopsticks. Let go if you have an ass. Don't disturb my meal. Wang Jianjun heatedly smiled. That's what's right. We two brothers. Seeing Lin Jin's face gradually turn worse, Wang Jianjun immediately slapped up his face and said seriously, You go over to the northwest side. I don't know who the commander of the northwest is. Anyway, you directly replace him. Those boys in the special warfare department fought for their honor. Just that long-legged girl child alone held a gaping hole. As a result, the Northwest Army suffered heavy deaths and injuries. Say it out loud, do you believe it? Lin Jin frowned in slight contemplation. The current commander of the Northwest Army is surnamed Zhao, right? I read the battle report yesterday. The Special Warfare Department killed more than 7,000 monsters. The Northwest Army killed around 19,000, and 32,000 were killed or injured. Isn't it outrageous? Wang Jianjun slapped the table, angry at the mention of this. I'm giving military orders now. You go take over and prepare. You have 1 month to get the rest of the monsters out of the frontier and hold it until the walls are built. Wang Jianjun lowered his voice and smiled thievishly. The Northwest is definitely going to recruit. You let your granddaughter enlist in the army. This month the war credit is not still your say? When the time comes to follow directly back to the military department is not good. Lin Jun's eyes lit up, and then he hurriedly coughed twice to hide his joy. I won't show favoritism, and I don't think my Lin family's girls need favoritism either. Good, good, good. Wang Jianjun perfunctorily passed and changed the topic in a raw manner. How did this trial come out? Thinking of Jin Xinghai's report, Lin Jin also couldn't help but reveal a smile. A triple alien? You'd never guess what a triple alien is. Anyway, I've already decided to train him to take my place. As you wish anyway, you're a lonely old man. Make your own decisions. He has that ability on it. Wang Jianjun lowered his voice. I'm asking about that survivor. When will you bring it to me? Lin Jin picked up the chopsticks again and shook his head. Our people followed half of them and even lost them. After comparing the photos and the database, we have already found out his identity. I'm hesitating to go directly to his house to get him. Wang Jianjun shook his head and stood up. Give him some time. Isn't there another trial? Let's take another look. I'll go back to rest first. Lately I've always felt a backache. I can't help it if I don't serve my age. Watching Wang Jianjun leave, Lin Jin hesitated to speak, the color of worry in his eyes deeply hidden. Are the pillars of the empire coming down, too? Chapter 44. Returning as a young man. The air smelled like antiseptic, and the back of my hand seemed to have a needle stuck in it, and it was cold, which meant I was in a hospital. Li Chang'an opened his eyes, and his eyes were a snowy white color, with only a pinkish red on the side of the bed. It seems to be called Lin Yubai. Recalling the girl's name, Li Chang'an smiled slightly. The last image in his memory turned out to be not an illusion. And yes, non-family, the last vision shouldn't have been her either. Propping herself up on the bed and sitting up, Li Chang'an leaned over to try to reach the glass of water on the table. You're awake. Lin Yubai rubbed her sleepy eyes and handed over the cup of water on the table. Thanks. Li Chang'an reached out to take it, thought about it and felt it was inappropriate, and took it with both hands instead. He was a bit formal. When Li Chang'an drank water, Lin Yubai watched him silently from the side, and the atmosphere was quiet and a little weird. After cheering himself up several times in his heart, Li Chang'an finally broke the awkwardness. You're the one who sent me to the hospital, right? Thank you. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I would have died. Lin Yubai lowered her head and said softly, You injected forbidden drugs, and you yourself were injured so badly that you were already in heart failure when you arrived at the hospital. It's a miracle that you survived. So, Li Chang'an smiled and became silent again. In the end, it was still Li Chang'an who spoke first. There's a question I've always been quite curious about your supernatural ability. Is it erasing your opponent's killing intent or something like that? This question had been hidden in Li Chang'an's heart for a long time. He had always wanted to know if he hadn't put up a fight in the trial house because of Lin Yubai's supernatural ability or something else. No. Lin Yubai shook her head. My special ability is the immunity of the battle department, which is immune to attacks up to a certain level. but it is ineffective against poisons and other chronic injuries. It wasn't below a certain level, it was below lethal, and both the upper and lower limits depended on how powerful or not the psychic ability itself was. Li Chang'an knew about this psychic ability, and at the same time, he probably guessed Lin Yubai's identity. "I'll go get your medicine for today, and by the way, tell the doctor you're awake." Lin Yubai got up and left. Li Chang'an glanced at the call button beside the bed and then at the medicine packet on the table with today's date on it. Outside the door, Lin Yubai leaned against the wall, looking sullen and torn. During the time Li Chang'an was unconscious, she looked at Li Chang'an's face more than once and asked herself, is this the person I like? The gruesome scene in the small building was once again in front of his eyes. It was a hellish sight, with scattered limbs and broken arms, blood and flesh stuck to the walls and ceiling, as well as fragments of internal organs. Is this the guy I like? Can I still like him after seeing hell? The answer was no, no matter what Li Chang'an's purpose was. Whether it was good or evil, Lin Yubai couldn't convince herself to go on liking it. The hazy love can't beat the cruelty of reality. With a bitter smile, Lin Yubai shook his head. My first love ended before it even started. No matter what, I cannot convince myself to like a person with cruel means. Li Chang'an didn't wait for Lin Yubai, and waited only for the doctor. You've recovered well. The wound has already started to scar. The doctor in the white coat was a bit shocked. You seem to be a flesh reinforcement alien, right? I didn't expect the recovery to be this good as well. Li Chang'an smiled. Thank you. Where's the girl who sent me here? The doctor was still observing Li Chang'an's injuries, and without lifting his head, he said, just left? Don't worry. She settled all your expenses. You were in a coma for 3 days, and she didn't move an inch to take care of you for 3 days. Lifting his head, the doctor said seriously with an expression of a man who had been there before. Young man, such a good girl is not rare. If you miss it now, you will regret it later. Is it meant for me to pursue Lin Yubai? Li Chang'an quietly frowned, but it quickly dissipated. He didn't sense any malice in the words. But what constitutes a quest? Am I qualified to pursue even if I have no powers? All right. The doctor finally finished his examination, covered Li Chang'an with a blanket and smiled. You can be discharged after resting and resting again. If you have an emergency, you can also be discharged today. After all, your physical quality is frighteningly good. But there is no refund of hospital fees for early discharge. Li Chang'an chose to be discharged from the hospital today, changed his clothes in front of the doctor, and followed to get the bill, folding and storing the bill. The medical expenses will be returned to the person later. He killed a building full of people and no imperial army came after him. The only way to explain it is that Lin Yubai wrapped it up for him, and until there's an answer, that's the only answer. Favors should also be noted, and they should all be paid back later. Clothes are not his original set, it should be Lin Yubai bought later. There is still a slight fragrance, things are not missing, all put together. There was only one text message from Jiang Shuebu on his cell phone, asking when he was going back, and that was all there was on a cell phone capable of being on standby for a week, not even a missed call. Returning a message to Jiang Shuebu, Li Chang'an headed to the station, and this time his luck was pretty good. 20 minutes later, he was on a train to North City. Because his body was covered in bandages and smelled strongly of medicine, all the passengers on the side showed displeasure and a bit of dislike. How could Li Chang'an care about the gazes around him? Rather than saying that such gazes rather made him feel affectionate, he grew up in such gazes. When the train arrived at the northern city in the dark, Li Chang'an did not let Jiang Shuebu come to pick up. He stopped the car at the roadside. But the unmanned cab is a bit rigid. When more than one passenger beckons, the unmanned cab can't distinguish the order of precedence and will only prioritize the closer passenger. So the car Li Chang'an stopped was robbed. Wait! Before the man stepped into the car, Li Chang'an grabbed his collar. I think you just cursed me in the car, right? The man was furious and cursed again. What's wrong with cursing you? Get lost. Unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, he was punched square in the face and instantly lost his nose, falling backward in a dry heap, perhaps subconsciously using the wine stall as his haven. When Li Chang'an saw the wine stall, he only felt the fatigue of the past few days dissipate. Chang'an, Goryu Yen, who was wiping the table, was overjoyed and ran all the way to Li Chang'an. By the way, is Xiao Wu and I that close? Couldn't be that little Jiang tortured her. Despite some doubts, Li Chang'an still dotingly patted Gojiragane's head. Hey, you girl, let go of Chang'an first. Can't you see that he still has injuries on his body? Jiang Shuebu walked over in dissatisfaction, grabbing Wu Yan's collar and throwing her to the side. When he looked at Li Chang'an again, Jiang Shuibu changed his face again and said in a warm voice, "It's good to be back." "Probably not very good." Li Chang'an shook his head. "What?" Jiang Shuibu froze. "Chang'an, you dislike me?" Li Chang'an took out the bronze sparrow in his arms and handed it over, smiling slightly. "I came back this time to say goodbye. I'm going to join the army." Chapter 45. I'm going to chop Green Mountain. The wine stall put up a suspension of business sign, and Guryuyan insisted on sitting on Li Chang'an's lap. Although he didn't understand what was better about the legs than the stool, Wu Yuyan's thin frame was less than 70 pounds. So Li Chang'an let her go. The trouble is convincing Jiang Shuibu and Ringo. "I disagree, there are so many things to do. Why did you choose to join the army? You have to distinguish between joining the army and the Special Warfare Department are not the same." Jiang Shuibu's attitude was resolute, firmly disagreeing. Ringo didn't make an immediate statement, just frowned in thought. Li Chang'an laughed bitterly. "Don't be in a hurry, just hear me out. Okay? No matter what you say, I just don't agree anyway." Jiang Shuibu skimmed her head, looking as if nothing Li Chang'an said was useless. "All right." Ringo finally spoke. "Let's hear Nagi's reasoning first." Looking at Jiang Shuibu, Li Chang'an narrated the story, starting from his arrival in Luocheng until he woke up in the hospital at the end. During this period, Jiang Shuibu's eyes gradually changed. No one bothered Li Chang'an. His ability to tell stories was average, but the important thing was that this was the first time they heard Li Chang'an talking about his experiences. I don't know how long it took for the story to finish. Li Chang'an's eyes were resolute. "I hope you guys can support me in this life. I never had the chance to say thank you or apologize to him again, so I want to go and see." Li Chang'an lifted his head to show a smile. "A man who was full of expectations for me, for the world, what kind of life he would have had. Maybe someday I'll understand what drove him to give his life for someone he met on one side." Greeting Li Chang'an's smile, Jiang Shuibu's cheeks flushed. How could she not say anything against it? She could only turn her head away, pretending to be high and mighty. "As you wish. Anyway, even if I say no, you will still go." "No." Li Chang'an shook his head. "If you all don't support me, I won't go. I can't always live for myself." "Go for it." Lin patted Li Chang'an's shoulder. "If you can say something like that, I'm sure you know what you're doing. So if you want to do it, go for it." Li Chang'an grinned. "Brother Lin, then you have to promise me a condition." Lin crowed and scolded with a laugh. "Brat, are you trying to say that I shouldn't go back first? Do you think I can't see what you want to say?" All right, I'll promise you just that." Both of their gazes went to Jiang Shuibu, waiting for him to make a statement. "Why are you looking at me?" Jiang Shuibu became irritated. "If you want to go, go." Wu Yuyan pulled Li Chang'an and attached herself to Li Chang'an's ear and whispered, "Uncle Jiang is arrogant. What he means is that he supports you to go." "Ha ha ha." Li Chang'an didn't hold back his laughter, realizing that Jiang Shuibu's eyes were gradually turning grim, before he held it back alive. Lin looked at the scene with a smiling face. "Stop it. Where does Chang'an want to join the army?" "Northwest." On the way back, Li Chang'an had already thought about it, and at this moment gave the answer without hesitation. "The northwest border is in an emergency, a lot of people died, and now they are recruiting soldiers who don't need to be trained to go directly to the battlefield." After a little thought, Ringo nodded. "According to imperial law, conscription during the war is fine as long as you pass the provincial inspection, and you can transfer to the Imperial Officer School by accumulating enough military service, and you'll graduate with the rank of captain after passing the test 3 times. In addition to the Special Warfare Division, wartime recruiting is a path to success for a number of people in the same direction, and I don't know how many people are looking forward to war." Jiang Shuibu frowned tightly, hesitated several times, but still couldn't help but speak. "I know it's a bit of a pushover, but you have to promise me that you must come back alive, intact or not. Whatever you want, you must live." "That's for sure." Li Chang'an answered with a mouthful. He was also not confident that he would definitely come back alive, but if he didn't promise Jiang Shuibu would definitely not feel at ease. "I've learned about the war in the Northwest. It can't be ended without 2 or 3 months. This time the beast tide is more violent than any previous ones, and quite a few sea-borne monsters have also come ashore. You must be careful." Lin was older after all, taking special care not to go putting pressure on Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an nodded. "Don't worry, I'll be back after it's over. I still have to go to the 9th trial." The 3 of them clinked their glasses and wished Li Chang'an all the best, and Go Lu Yen made a scene with her juice. Li Chang'an's nature doesn't like to procrastinate, and he will do what he decides immediately, and after a few glasses of wine, He is ready to say goodbye. Brother Lin, please take care of my family for me while I'm away. Li Chang'an let out a bitter smile. I don't know how to face them for the time being. They don't know I'm going to join the army yet. After knowing each other for many years, this was the first time Li Chang'an had shown concern for his family. Lin was a bit stunned for a while, and it took him a long time to react, wondering, "You've forgiven them? Can't talk about forgiveness or not." Li Chang'an lowered his head and smiled sarcastically for a few moments. Actually, thinking about it, my mom has been trying very hard to be nice to me, only that her way wasn't quite right. I would have blamed her when I was a kid, and I would have blamed her when I was an adult. But this time I survived, and when I go back and think about the past, it doesn't seem so sad. She'll hit me, and only because she can't do anything else but hit me. She's just a producer. Not much power, much prominence. Not even a man in our family who can step up and help. She just wants me to survive. Born and bred. Broken heads can be paid back. She owes me nothing. Lin stood still for a long time, then suddenly smiled in relief and gently patted Li Chang'an's shoulder. It's really good that you can think like this. I won't hide it from you. Li Chang'an scratched his head in embarrassment. Actually, I quite want to go back to see them. Only I'm afraid that I won't be able to leave when the time comes. Go, go, go. Lin smiled and waved his hand. I'll take care of your family, but you should at least bring a few medals back with you when you return. Individuals who kill monsters of the same level with more than 500 can get a second-level medal, so you should at least bring me one back. Li Chang'an raised 2 fingers. At least 2. I want one too. Gojira raised her hand high. Jiang Shuebu wiped his cup and skimmed his lips. I wouldn't mind if there was more for me. Good. Then one for each. Li Chang'an walked out a few steps and waved his hand back. No need to send them off. Lin had never seen such a cheerful Li Chang'an before, and it could be said that for more than 10 years in the past, he had been trying to get Li Chang'an out of the haze in his heart, and the Li Chang'an of the present was what he had been looking forward to. It's a long way to go, so I wish you good luck in your martial arts endeavors. He won't stop at the northwest. Jiang Shuebu shook his head and put down his cup. Just wait. He will definitely bring a big surprise when he returns. Lin snorted. I don't care about surprises. I'm just happy from the bottom of my heart to watch him get a little bit better. I'll never be relieved that the first time I met him, there was disappointment in the world in his eyes, but now he's happy. It's good that he's happy. Li Chang'an boarded the train to the northwest. He didn't know what he was about to face, but he was fearless. He was still the same Li Chang'an. Nothing has changed from start to finish, just recovered something that was lost. If the Green Hills don't agree with me, I'll split the Green Hills. Chapter 46. A Man's Medal. Sibei City, one of the few large 3-character cities in the Empire cities, was situated in the border and Tibet region before the end of the day. The border of the eastern continent and the western continent's Xiqing stood watch over each other. Bringing about the end was a pillar of light that fell from the sky, obliterating life and causing horrific destruction, sinking what was once the Middle East, disappearing more than half of the islands of Oceania, and rendering the original map of the world useless. Nowadays, between the city of Sibei and the city of Xi is an ocean. Only 5 of the 7 continents are still the gathering place of human beings, and Africa, which is full of wild animals, has fallen, and it is a paradise for monsters. It took less than 40 minutes for freshwater creatures to adapt to saltwater when the end came and the waters became the most dangerous place on Earth. People set up defenses along the coast and built tall fences, but before that, there was a time that could be called a nightmare. Animals evolve faster than human beings. When human beings have only just mastered supernormal abilities, all kinds of strange monsters have already opened up to predation, their intelligence is elevated, and their combat power is far higher than that of human beings, and human beings can't stand a chance in front of these monsters. Doomsday took more than 1/3 of the population, and with the monsters magnifying that number again, the humans of the eastern continent were once forced to languish inland. It all happened within 2 years, after which the 3 great marshals came out of nowhere, like unrivaled gods of war, and led mankind to start a revolt. For the people of Dongzhou, Marshal Wang Jianjun is not only a god of war and an idol, but also a faith, and it was he who guided people in that dark day as if he were a torch that never went out. War feeds war. The corpses of monsters are food and stockpiles, as well as fodder for weapons and technological development. War is cruel and never-ending. It was hard for people living in inland cities to imagine that even in the current barely peaceful environment, a border city like Sibei City was still in a constant state of war readiness. The people here are undoubtedly unfortunate. When Li Chang'an, who had first arrived in Sibei City, tightened his backpack, a tent was set up in the square right outside the station. and the refugees were struggling to survive in the city under the organization of the military. There was not enough accommodation in the city, so they could only borrow public facilities for the time being, and there was vast land outside the city, but to go out was to seek death. Make way. Someone pushed Li Chang'an away and walked towards the square, raising the flyer in his hand towards the square and sweating loudly. Recruitment of laborers for the third city wall, priority to earth and steel system aberrations, double the wages, all workers take care of their meals, 100 per day, and only accept 2,000 people. Before the words were finished, the crowd swarmed away, and if it wasn't for the patrolling army managing order, I don't know how many people would be trampled to death at this moment. Li Chang'an raised an eyebrow. In the empire, the daily wage of 100 was already low to the dust. Automated machinery has been able to replace most of the labor force, but for the sake of employment issues the empire did not implement, but therefore the labor force is also extremely cheap, but at least the daily wages are more than 100. But even this kind of salary makes people grab their heads, so you can imagine how serious the war situation outside Sibei City is, and I'm afraid it's much more tragic than what is broadcast on TV. Stopping a cab, Li Chang'an headed to the outside of the second city wall, where the legion was stationed, and the recruitment was also outside the second city wall. Border cities and inland cities are a bit different, like the ancient division of inner and outer cities in general. There are multiple walls. Sibei City number 1 wall has already been declared lost, number 2 wall is today's line of defense, and the still under construction number 3 wall can't hold back the beast tide at all. A lot of people had already gathered outside the second wall. More people came to enroll than Li Chang'an had imagined, and there were even people with bedding in line. Li Chang'an had nothing but clothes. Half an hour later Li Chang'an was hungry. Why don't we go eat first? Looking at the line of nearly 100 people in front of him, Li Chang'an muttered a few words to himself, but then hesitated a little when he looked back. Forget it, it's better to eat first and buy some food and bedding. Once the decision was made, Li Chang'an did not hesitate to exit the long queue. Dude, wait! Someone shouted behind him. Is it calling me? Li Chang'an turned his head to look in confusion, and in front of him were pompous pectoral muscles. Bear man? Could this be the bear man that Jiang talked about? First time I've seen it. It's really big. Li Chang'an looked up and down, scanning the large man in front of him over and grinning. Can I take a picture with you? You know me? The big man scratched his head, obviously hearing this request for the first time. Don't recognize it. Li Chang'an shook his head. But it's the first time I've seen a bear man, and I want to take a picture to go back and send it to my friends to see. The big man blackened his face and said angrily, I'm not a bear man. I'm just a little bit longer and hairier. Holding his forehead, the big man remembered that he had business to attend to and didn't give Li Chang'an the chance to ask any more questions. Let me ask you, did you just plan to leave? Why did you suddenly plan to leave after waiting in such a long line? Because of hunger. Although the fact that the other party was not a bear made Li Chang'an feel lost, he still politely replied, I didn't know there were so many people lined up. I just got off the bus and rushed over here, and I haven't eaten my meal yet. Can't we go to dinner? The big man shook his head awkwardly. No, I just thought you suddenly regretted wanting to join the army. If you don't mind, how about you come with me to the cookhouse for some leftovers? It's okay. Li Chang'an nodded. He had heard that the army's meals were large and filling, and it wasn't like he didn't mind the taste. When the people in line on the side heard this, they cried out, Sir, I'm hungry too. Yeah, take me one. The big man raised his eyebrows crossly and angrily said, Get lost? Are you guys any match for them? The crowd was not happy. Why, there's no comparison. Yes, sir, you are overdoing it. Li Chang'an didn't say a word and waited quietly. The big man's face was ugly, pointing at Li Chang'an and yelling to the crowd, Look at the scar on his hand. If I guess correctly, this brother should be a wanderer. Wanderers have priority to enlist in the army, so what's wrong with me taking him to dinner? The scene quieted considerably upon hearing that it was a traveling hunter, though some were still unconvinced and muttered in low voices. Well then, the hunter's proof is out. Walking the line is so blatant and excessive. No, it's not right. It's not like having a relationship is going to be played out in front of our eyes. Is it? The big man's face was ugly. He just looked at Li Chang'an's eyes. Having been a soldier for many years, he could tell just by looking at his appearance whether a person was suitable for the army or not. Li Chang'an was undoubtedly suitable. But now that he was being questioned like this, he couldn't hold his face a bit. There was a sudden cry of alarm, and following the crowd's gazes, the big man looked at Li Chang'an beside him, watching as Li Chang'an took off his shirt. Grip it, bro. Did you fall into a meat grinder? The scars were mind-numbing. There were few intact places on the entire half of his body, and with experience, the big man could determine that quite a few of the scars belonged to fatal wounds. Is this okay? Li Chang'an's gaze swept through the crowd, and no one dared to meet his eyes. What more do you need a hunter's certificate? These scars are all medals. Walk. I'll take you to eat. The big man broke into a grin. I haven't asked what your name is yet? Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an? Laozi has picked up a treasure. The big man was overjoyed and had already decided to put Li Chang'an in his team. Li Chang'an hadn't realized that he hadn't even eaten his meal before he was set up in a clear way. Chapter 47. This newcomer is a bit strange. The leftovers left in the cooking class tasted pretty good, or at least better than Li Chang'an thought, but it was similar to the one made by the hitherto unnamed boss. Oily and flavorful. The big man Zhang Strong, who had already exchanged names, was still sizing up Li Chang'an more than just eating, and the more he looked at him, the more satisfied he became. It's almost like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. However, Li Chang'an was focused on eating, and he didn't even take it to heart when Zhang Chong rambled on. Don't just eat. Have you considered what I just said? Zhang Chong was anxious, seeing that the 2 pots of rice were almost finished, and in a few moments the other team should come to snatch people. With his mouth full of food, Li Chang'an slurred, "What?" Zhang Chong not. A good half a day cannot speak. After a few deep breaths, can only patiently continue to sell. You see, the 2 of us are also quite compatible. You are here to join the army anyway. Why not go to my team? How? What about the benefits? This time Li Chang'an finally listened. Benefits? Zhang Chong was stunned. What benefits can there be for joining the army? Li Chang'an asked rhetorically. If there's no benefit, why would you let me go to your team? In order to give the brothers a higher chance of surviving. Zhang Strong said as a matter of course. The stronger you are, the higher the chances of everyone surviving. That's normal. Picking up the empty plate, Li Chang'an threw the last steamed bun, dipped in vegetable juice, into his mouth before nodding. Good. You agree. Stopping and picking up Li Chang'an and spinning around. Zhang Changliang was as happy as a child. Li Chang'an didn't quite understand. Was it worth being so happy? Go, go, go. I'll take you to meet the others. Zhang Chong embarrassedly put down Li Chang'an and grabbed the backpack for him. Then froze again. The weight of this backpack was a bit exaggerated. It's better if I do it myself. Li Chang'an took back his backpack. Let's go. A few minutes later, the 2 stopped in front of a barracks with 3 people already sitting in the tent. The one who oiled the knife was Hu Chai. The short, stout kid who can't tie his shoes well is Meiho. The one with the heavy black eye is Haka. This mean-looking one is Li Chang'an. Look, fierce? Li Chang'an frowned but didn't retort. He had always thought he looked quite affable. The 3 men in the tent got up and greeted Li Chang'an, but it was obvious that they were not in high spirits. So each team is 5 people, right? Li Chang'an turned his head. There are only 4 of you. Did your original teammates die? The 3 people inside the tent looked at each other and laughed. The tall, skinny Hu Zhai walked up and patted Li Chang'an on the shoulder. I like that you're such a good talker. Me too. Meiho gave a thumbs up. Haka nodded back. With that one sentence, Li Chang'an was slightly integrated into the group. Strong Zhang explained in a low voice. It's 5 people, yes, but the one that's not there will assume he's dead. There was a new guy who came in earlier. A great little guy who told us on his first day here that his dream was to be a general. With that, Zhang Chong sighed. The last time we went out on a mission, that newcomer died in the middle of the beast tide in order to break the back for us. But he also fought to the death to kill a leopard bull. It was a credit to him, and on that credit, his family was able to collect a very large pension, and as a result, Hu Chai Station took over. Turns out that son of a hid the newcomer's credit from us, and counted that leopard cow on his head, and he got promoted to go. Li Chang'an nodded. This was quite common among the wanderers. He had even seen quite a few of them, and there were even some who intentionally didn't make a move waiting for their companions to die first. As for the credibility of these people's words, Li Chang'an didn't suspect anything. For one thing, there was no need for people who had just met each other, and secondly, many emotions could be disguised, but self-doubt couldn't. Let's not mention those unhappy things. Let's welcome our new comrades. Zhang Chong pulled Li Chang'an into the tent. By the way, let's explain to each other about our powers, so that we can cooperate in the future. Having finished talking about his powers first, Zhang Changliang left to help Li Chang'an with some formalities. As his name suggests, Zhang Strong's ability is strong, an ability belonging to the battle department, which is mainly reflected in breathing back blood, and the quality of all aspects of the battle rises dramatically. The toughest part is the extremely high resistance to weapon damage. In the face of a wave of beasts, this psychic trait is equal to nothing, and the monsters haven't evolved to use weapons yet. Currently, the ruling on weapons is stuck on metal items. Non-metal items don't seem to be ruled as weapons by strong. Playing with a knife, Huchai's ability is blink, which teleports to the place where his eyes are looking after 0.3 seconds, equivalent to the lowly instant shift. The destination of the teleportation must be visible to the eye, cannot go through walls, must be in a straight line, and cannot be teleported into the air, such as up into the sky, and must be somewhere with a landing spot. Manhwa's special ability was unexpectedly thermal weapon strengthening, which was considered beyond Li Changyan's expectation and extremely rare. Heat weapon enhancement can be applied to guns, cannons, and even tanks and airplanes, and all heat weapons used by him will be enhanced in some way. The effects were more random and belonged to an ability that could not be fully controlled, which made Li Changyan somewhat unhappy. The last one, Haka, was the eyes and ears of the squad, and his psychic ability was the psychic system's mental resonance. And all within 200 meters was the range of his psychic ability. Within this range, any living thing with a mind will be perceived by him, and thus can be used perfectly as a perception-based ability. The powers themselves are weakly offensive, and currently Haka can only manage to sing in his enemies' heads. Li Changyan was a bit dumbfounded. The configuration of this team was considered luxurious. If every squad was of this configuration and yet they still couldn't beat back the Beast Tide, how powerful the Beast Tide should be. The leopard cow. I think I killed it, didn't I? Seeing that Li Changyan seemed to be a bit lost in thought, Manhwa coughed lightly twice to wake him up. Changyan, what is your supernatural ability? Is it inconvenient to say? Li Changyan shook his head. I just got a bit lost in thought. My ability is hysteresis, which can cause the opponent's ability to operate at a slower speed and appear delayed. The three of them glanced at each other, and Huchai frowned. This psychic ability is very powerful, but it doesn't mean much when dealing with monsters. There aren't many monsters that can use psychic abilities. Those that can use psychic abilities belong to the high-ranking monsters. Those are under the responsibility of the Special Warfare Department and have nothing to do with us. Huchai's words were quite a euphemism, and he should have said that Li Changyan was not useful at all. Li Changyan smiled. It's okay. I know what you guys mean. I'm okay in close combat, so I shouldn't slow you guys down. Huchai was delighted. Brother Changyan, you're not kidding, right? Can I understand that without using your supernatural powers and just based on your ability to fight in close combat, you will not be able to drag your feet? Li Changyan nodded. His close quarters ability was recognized by one Anren, and those who could attest to it included Charles and the 50 or so lives of the Tiger Gang. Listening to Li Changyan's words without modesty, Manhwa was pondering. But Huchai couldn't sit still. Since you put it that way, how about we lend a hand? Don't worry, point blank, but fists and feet have no eyes, so we can't hold a grudge in case we get hurt. How about that? Li Changyan nodded dryly. Okay, I'll try to be careful not to hurt you. You're still panting? Huchai had his anger and threw the dagger aside, taking out two rubberized training daggers, throwing one to Li Changyan. Had to teach you a lesson as a new recruit who doesn't know any better. Chapter 48. Gotta find a chance. After all the formalities were completed, Li Changyan became a member of the squad completely, and Zhang Chong was overjoyed, and now no one could snatch it away from him unless the general himself ordered it. The addition of an experienced ranger would increase the survival rate of the squad dramatically, and it had nothing to do with what powers it was. Having just returned to the tent, Zhang Changjin blinked and retreated again, thinking about it before walking back in, finally sure that he wasn't hallucinating. The guy lying on the ground with a swollen nose is Huchai. Not only Huchai, Manhwa's face was also a bit bruised. Haka on the side looked as if he had no injuries. A closer look would reveal more bruises under his black eyes. What's going on with you guys? Did another squad come to bully us again? Zhang Changliang looked towards Li Changyan, who was the only one intact. Li Changyan shook his head. Huchai said he wanted to have some fun and see how good I was at close combat. So we sparred. Why did you say again? Then you can't beat him up like this. Zhang Chong swallowed his saliva. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that Li Changyan was taking it out on Huchai. It's normal to be angry when you've been questioned about your strength, but we'll all be teammates from now on. So it's not a good idea to be heavy-handed. Li Changyan bent down and pointed to a few wounds on Huchai's body. This is from the first cut. Then he said he wasn't good with daggers, so he wanted to do it again with his bare hands. These are the injuries from the second cut, and then he said he wasn't good at solo fighting, and with the three of them together, he took 3 hits, so there will be more injuries. Zhang Qiangliang looked at the other 2 comrades dumbfounded, and Meiho nodded silently. 3 guys up and they didn't win? Zhang Qiangliang was still a bit unable to believe it, although the squad hadn't accomplished much. It was because his orders were all based on saving his life, and in reality, the strength of the squad really wasn't that weak. Hu Chai barely opened his eyes and sighed. Captain, he was able to predict my blink position and hit it all 3 times. I didn't lose unfairly. Predicting the location of blink? Zhang Chong thought it was bull when he first heard it, and he still thought it was bull when he thought about it again, but he wasn't going to try it himself. And Hu Chai is already pretty miserable. I wanted to pull him up, but he said he wanted to lie down for a while, so I didn't lay a very heavy hand on him. Li Chang'an was helpless to Hu Chai's rascal. We are not weak. Hakka finally spoke, and for a moment, Li Chang'an thought he was mute. Now we'll be stronger. After saying that, Hakka closed his mouth again. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Meiho coughed lightly twice and made it a point to explain for Li Chang'an. It's true that we're strong, but at least you're stronger in close combat. And with you joining us, we'll be even stronger in the future. Does individual combat strength count towards team combat strength? Li Chang'an nodded in understanding. He knew his weaknesses, but he was still confident in close combat. Hu Chai just looked miserable. The injury is not serious. Even without medicine will be recovered in a few hours, no matter what the supernormal ability, as long as to reach the sea level can have a similar recovery power. Humans are evolving day by day and raising the lower limit by reproducing. Hu Chai got up from the ground and leaned over the edge of the bed. Captain, do you want to spar with him as well? You've been doubling as the commanding officer and breakout hand. Now you can relax. Looking deeply at Li Chang'an, Zhang Chong firmly shook his head to reject Hu Chai's proposal. What a stupid thing to say. He had seen Li Chang'an naked, the upper half of his body. Those scars weren't stray bullets or accidental wounds. Nearly every one of them was near a fatal location, and the person who could have left them wasn't a mediocre person. After so many years of guarding the borders for the empire, Zhang Chong only felt that compared to Li Chang'an, he counted himself as fine skin and flesh, and was unable to imagine what Li Chang'an had experienced. The good news was that through this brawl, it was obvious that Li Chang'an had already integrated into the group, and that half of a man's friendship depended on beating each other up. The remaining half relies on food and drink. It just so happens that a mission has just come down. A small one, so everyone can grind it out. Zhang Strong patted Li Chang'an's shoulder. It's just hard work for you. Li Chang'an smiled and did not speak. How about in anticipation? The formalities can be done on your behalf, but you have to collect the clothes yourself, and I don't know what the magical rule is, but in any case, there's already a big line on the logistics side. A whole team of people accompanied Li Chang'an to collect the clothes, beautifully called uneasy. Li Chang'an also did not point out that they were full of complacency. Delighted, of course, to go and show off their team's powerful companions. Being able to be the capital for others to show off, Li Chang'an was unspeakably but somewhat happy. Tens of thousands of men in the same barracks. What are the chances of meeting a rival? Very high. That's the way the world is. There are no coincidences. Li Chang'an hadn't been in line for 5 minutes when Hu Chai's ramblings in his ears suddenly stopped. That disgusting guy is here. As soon as Meiho finished speaking, Li Chang'an felt someone approaching, and then someone put a hand on his shoulder. Yo, you guys found another newcomer. The visitor not only put on Li Chang'an's shoulder, but also pinched it hard. A bit skinny. Shouldn't he be unable to come back after one mission with you guys? Zhang Chong frowned and chided. Zhou Mu, loosen your hands. You don't want to lose face in public. Captain Zhang, are you threatening me? Zhou Mu coldly smiled and once again heavily patted Li Chang'an's shoulder. A good newcomer died after one mission with you guys. Just you are qualified to bring up newcomers? You're also qualified to be the captain? Little brother, how about coming to my team? Zhou Mu looked down at Li Chang'an. He was tall and robust, a full head taller than Li Chang'an, and with Li Chang'an always keeping his head down, the size contrast was even more obvious. Get your hands off me. Zhou Mu looked from side to side, seemingly somewhat unable to believe that these words were coming from Li Chang'an's mouth. The hand that was resting on Li Chang'an's shoulder began to increase its force, while smiling sideways. What did you say? You're annoying. Li Chang'an twisted his body. Zhou Mu was caught off guard and did not let go of his hand in the first place. His body instinctively leaned forward under the force. Li Chang'an bowed slightly and impacted Zhou Mu's ribs with his left fist. Receiving a heavy blow, Zhou Mu involuntarily flinched backward. Taking a step forward, Li Chang'an stepped forward to punch. Zhou Mu raised his left arm to block. Although the block seemed a bit forced, he was completely unable to keep up with Li Chang'an's rhythm. It's all about rhythm when you can clearly see the moves coming, but you're always a beat behind your opponent. However, Li Chang'an changed his stance. Closing his fist and launching his elbow, he would not waste time on blocking and defending with his opponent. This elbow broke through Zhou Mu's defense and struck Zhou Mu's jaw heavily. Chucky stiffened up like a log and poofed to the ground. Li Chang'an rubbed his shoulder and looked unhappy. It didn't hurt. It was just nausea. That. Zhang Chong opened his mouth several times, but in the end, it turned into a bitter smile. You guys wait here. I'll go and report to the senior captain first, lest this guy turns things upside down at that time. Before leaving, Zhang Changliang smiled faintly at Li Chang'an and originally wanted to pat Li Chang'an's shoulder, but after seeing what happened to Zhou Mu, it was better to let it go. Hu Chai, who was self-acquainted and had no psychological barriers at all, took Li Chang'an's shoulder and laughed. Don't feel pressured. He is to blame. We will at most give him a verbal warning. Pressure? Li Chang'an nodded. There was indeed a bit of pressure. If you don't cut the grass, trouble will grow later. Unabashedly careful. Chucky will surely be secretly tripping in the future. Gotta kill him sometime. Chapter 49. The aim is to survive. Zhou Mu is to blame. Yeah, if you hit it, it's just a verbal warning. Aha! The last sentence Haka said. The atmosphere on the way back was cordial. Li Chang'an was sandwiched in the middle. Compared to the newcomers in the other teams, this side was more like comrades who had been together for a long time. The uniforms synthesized the characteristics of several countries before the end of the world, and then it became featureless, similar to the special military uniforms of the Eastern continent at one time, but completely different. The material of the clothes was mainly mutated silk, and some metals that Li Chang'an didn't understand. Just with the clothes, they could withstand bullets from small-caliber firearms. In short, they were warm in winter and cool in summer. Don't worry about the fit, he's a natural dresser anyway. It didn't take long for Zhang Changliang to return to the barracks as well, and as soon as he entered, he began to pack his things in a hurry. What the brigadier means is that we have a mission anyway, so we'll go out on it now, and we'll be fine when the mission is done with the credit and the blame. The remaining three nodded, obviously used to it. Zhang Strong handed the packed backpack to Li Chang'an and said, "This is yours. Inside is water, military food pills, and some other equipment will be introduced to you on the way. I'm going to take you to get your weapons now, and we'll leave after that." Li Chang'an didn't utter a word. Other than nodding his head, he just followed. With his character, he still wanted to find an opportunity to assassinate Zhou Mu, but for the time being, it was better to follow the crowd. Collar weapons are sort of simple. Freshly enlisted recruits can't touch a gun, so it's just a choice of cold weapons with a full range of lengths and weights. Li Chang'an chose a horizontal sword of less than 3 feet. The length and weight were quite handy. Of course, it would be better if it could be more focused, but the standardized weapons couldn't ask for too much. Picked up the car and rushed to the outskirts of town. There was still an armored area 5 kilometers or so away where the car had to be parked, and the only way the rest of the way was on foot. Away from the barracks, the crowd talked more. We were almost beaten back to the second wall before, but luckily the Special Operations Department arrived and implemented a decapitation program, red level and above. As he was speaking, Zhang Chong suddenly remembered the difference between the nomadic hunters and the army, and explained it again for Li Chang'an. Because many monsters don't have psychic abilities, so they can't follow the human grading, we categorize them into 4 levels: black, red, yellow, and blue, which basically correspond to the levels of psychic abilities. But the strengths aren't equal. For example, a red-ranked monster is basically equal to 3 to 4 ranked aliens, but the ones in the Special Warfare Department are geniuses. They can't calculate like that. With the help of the Special Operations Department, it was possible to drive those monsters 10 kilometers away. Li Chang'an frowned and asked, "Are there many monsters?" "More than more." Zhang Strong sighed. "I've been a soldier for 15 years, and the beast tides of the past 15 years combined weren't as much as this one. In previous years, the red level was even the top force of the beast tide, but this time even more than one black level has appeared. If you see a red level, don't hesitate and run immediately." The car arrived at the arming station. Zhang Chong handed over the car and led the 4 out of the defense line. About 3 kilometers ahead was where the target marked by the mission was located. "Captain, look over there." Hu Chai suddenly became excited. Looking in the direction Hu Chai pointed, Li Chang'an frowned and quietly moved back a few steps to hide behind Strong Zhang. "That one is the savage god from the Special Warfare Department. My idol. He's already reached double digits in killing red-level monsters alone." Strong Zhang couldn't contain himself with excitement. Hu Chai gulped. No, the one beside him is Pole, right? The big sister of the Special Warfare Department's group. She turned out to be so pretty in person. Look at that leg. Look at that waist. Seeing that the two had the intention of going forward to ask for autographs, Lee Chang'an hurriedly said, "Enough. Aren't we going to carry out our mission?" "That's right too." Zhang Strong scratched his head in embarrassment. "We're soldiers. Let's go on our mission first." A few people nodded, somewhat embarrassed, and hurried to follow, only taking one step and 3 turns. Not far away, the barbarian god wrinkled his nose and sniffed, looking back. "What's wrong?" Po, who stood at the same height as the barbarian god, turned his head and didn't see anything special. "I think I smell a familiar odor." The barbarian god frowned as he headed that way. "That squad just now was 4 people, right? But I smell 5 people." Curious to follow, Po put up a finger between his eyebrows and softly chanted, "Sight," under his breath, and his eyes suddenly turned a purple-gold color. After a few moments, Po shook his head. "For alien energy fluctuations, I think you smelled it wrong." "All right." The barbarian god looked deeply and shook his head. "Let's go back." Pole nodded and looked again in the direction of the barbarian god. Her sight was an ability attached to her powers. Any fluctuation within 3 kilometers could not escape the sight. But just now, on the near side of those 4 alien energy fluctuations, she also saw a black aura, if anything. Only that there was no need to tell the barbarian god that the two were rivals. Nor did Po notice the barbarian god's self-deprecating smile. How could that guy go to the bottom of the army? I must be wrong. 3 kilometers was nothing to any of the 5, but the target was going to be moving, and it was just the right time for the 5 to stop and rest for a while they investigated the direction in which the target was moving. The target is a couple of wandering wolf deer, nearby producers who have come to build Wall 1, and live near the remnants of Wall 1 at night. They live right next to the vanguard, and unless the beast tide breaks through the foremost line of defense, they are safe. But a number of producers have gone missing lately, seemingly taken while up for the night, and there have been sightings of wolf deer. The intelligence was all told to Lee Chang'an. The 4 of them silently waited for Lee Chang'an to open his mouth. It was time to see Lee Chang'an's level of professionalism. Lee Chang'an shrugged. "It's a wolf deer, but it's not a wolf deer either." The scent left at the scene was that of a wolverine deer, but wolverines are wolf-headed, deer-bodied monsters that can stomp over a truck on their hind legs and don't like the night despite being carnivorous. Zhang Chang said thoughtfully, "You mean they don't go hunting at night? But wolves are nocturnal animals, right?" "That's right." Lee Chang'an nodded his head in recognition. "Both wolves and deer can travel at night, but wolf deer can't. They like to rest where there is light. And wolf deer don't like to attack humans, and you rarely see them in the beast wave." Upon careful recollection, the 4 of them nodded. It was true that it was uncommon in the beast tide. Lee Chang'an continued, "That's why I say it's a wolf deer and not a wolf deer. The traces left behind are wolf deer, but the murderer is not a wolf deer. And this footprint is very mixed, not like passing through, more like fleeing." Raising his head, Lee Chang'an looked at the forest not far away. "Maybe we'll encounter a bit of unexpected joy." "All right, then we'll go back and report the news now." Zhang Changliang wrapped Lee Chang'an in his arms and headed back. "What's the situation?" Lee Chang'an couldn't get back to his senses. "Shouldn't we chase it down?" "Chang'an." Strong Zhang spoke in a low voice. "Do you know how to live better on the battlefield?" "One word for it." Lee Chang'an didn't think twice. "Yong." "No." Strong Zhang shook his head seriously. "You have to remember, if there is only one word, it must be goon." Chapter 50 Scalp Bugs. Without taking a few steps, Zhang Chang could not walk anymore. Lee Chang'an was like a big mountain standing on him, and even he was pulled down. One look at Lee Chang'an's face, Zhang Chang knew what he was thinking, having seen but a lot of recruits over the years with the same look on their faces. It's the expectant, righteous look that doesn't need to be attached to honor by others. However, there seemed to be something different about Lee Chang'an's demeanor, which looked more like displeasure at being interrupted in the middle of playing a game. "I know what you're going to ask." Strong Zhang sighed. "People who have just joined the army are always looking forward to the outside world, expecting to be heroes and such." Zhang Changliang had only started, but Lee Chang'an was already frowning with incomprehension written all over his face. "I don't care if I'm a hero or not, but I promised my friend I'd go back with the Medal of Honor, so I can't wimp out." Slightly stunned, Zhang Changliang intended to continue his rebuttal again, but he was still one step slower than Lee Chang'an. Do you idolize the men of the Special Warfare Department because they are powerful? There are plenty of powerful people, but are your idols not quite the same? Silence is the stuffing tonight. Couldn't go against it, but wasn't convinced yet. Li Chang'an's eyes swept over everyone. You guys aren't weak. At least at C rank. The barbarian god wasn't much stronger than you guys. How do you know? Strong Zhang looked up. In order to correct Strong Zhang's thoughts, Li Chang'an had put in his blood. I've fought with him, and I've punched him at the same sea level. Crap. Really? Blow me. None of the four could believe that the new recruit who had just joined them had fought the genius of the Special Warfare Department. Not just fought, but beat him up. Li Chang'an silently undid his collar and pointed to the large scar on his chest. This is what he left behind, and if he didn't fix the scar, he still has the scar I left on his waist now. No wonder. Meiho pondered. I thought there was something strange about your behavior just now. You were deliberately avoiding him, right? That's right. Li Chang'an smiled faintly. He was only C rank at that time, and later chased me after advancing to a rank. Now that he's S ranked, right, I'm not sure I can escape in case he holds a grudge, so you guys can check out the injury on his waist. All 6 lines of sight landed on Strong Zhang, who, as a fan of the barbarian god, had a say in the matter. Strong Zhang mused. There is indeed a very large scar on the idol's waist, and he has personally admitted that it was left by a very powerful guy. The sound of gulping in unison. When teammates are strong enough, people will inevitably be galvanized. Hu Chai hesitated. Captain, why don't we try? We know you're doing it for our own good, but we'd like to give it a try. 3 years in the military and I don't have a single medal. Meiho sighed. I actually feel sorry for the paycheck I'm holding in my hand. Haka patted Zhang Strong's shoulder. Captain, to be honest, I also want to have little girls cheering for me every time I go back. Eyes all fell on Haka. I'm only 26. Is it weird to have such thoughts? Haka blushed and lowered her head. So it's not high and cold, it's stuffy. Li Chang'an nodded silently. Looking at his comrades, it occurred to Strong Zhang that he had never bothered to ask for their opinions, even though he had chosen to goad them for their own good. Is imposed kindness considered kindness? Try it then. Strong Zhang grinned and immediately slapped his face again. If there is danger, you still have to listen to my evacuation. Okay. Li Chang'an nodded. Let's talk about it when there is really danger. At least for now, he didn't feel any danger. Li Chang'an could accept a lot. Only he couldn't accept the goons. Besides coming to feel the life of a soldier, what he wanted more was to become stronger. Now he had been able to determine that mere exercise had only brought him to his limit, and that only near death could break through the limit. He didn't have psychic abilities, so his upper limit was quite a bit lower than others, and only by breaking through the limits again and again could he catch up with the times. It's just survival in death. That's how it's been since I was a kid. There's nothing to be afraid of. Li Chang'an had no experience in teamwork, or even experienced teamwork at all, but he knew the importance of teamwork. So he would take a shot at Zhou, and aside from the fact that Zhou was indeed too annoying and disgusting, he was also using this as a pitch. As expected, he gained the approval of all 4. Getting recognition is not enough though. It is important to make them hungry for the fight, and a hopefully winnable fight coupled with attractive enough rewards can raise a person's desire to fight. Strength can be unequal, desire. Desire must be equal. If the pursuit of different, the relationship is bound to crack. Any team cannot avoid this. I don't want power, I don't want money. I just want the honor of being able to share it so that I don't always welcome the knife in the back. In the future, Li Chang'an will understand that what shows in the forest and the wind will destroy it, and that it is not doing wrong but being too good to be treated differently. Following the tracks of the wolf and deer, the 5 of them entered the dense forest, and Zhang Changliang wanted to hand over the command to Li Chang'an. But he was simply refused by Li Chang'an. You're the captain. I'm a member of the team, and I'm telling you that I've fought the barbarian god because I want you to trust me, not to take away your command. And I can't really command. Hearing Li Chang'an say this, Zhang Chang could only give up. Whether Li Chang'an had fought with the barbarian god or not was open to debate. But at least Li Chang'an was not annoying. In front of a tree, Li Chang'an stopped. Under the tree there were mottled bloodstains, and on the tree there was even a 3-inch deep claw mark. After taking the palm and comparing it to the claw marks, Li Chang'an said, those wolf deer were caught up. The one chasing them is a big guy, estimated to be around 10 meters long. Should we continue the chase? Haka closed his eyes and stared for a moment before opening them. There's a mental fluctuation less than a kilometer ahead. Around 10 meters was already considered dangerous in Strong Zhang's mind. Theoretically, the strength of a monster was linked to its size, but also to its size before evolution. For example, the nearly 4-meter-tall African elephant can be up to 40 meters after evolution, and a 10-meter one can only be considered a youngster, and the threat level is not high. And of course you don't meet African elephants here. Under the expectant gazes of several people, Zhang Strong clenched his teeth. Let's chase after them. Okay, we need to pick up the pace. If the wind stays the same, we'll stay upwind and may be spotted by it first. Li Chang'an rushed off first, interpreting for the crowd as he ran. Most monsters are not highly intelligent, retaining primitive feral instincts, and will hide downwind to avoid their prey's sense of smell when feeding. That's why we need a surprise attack, which must hit hard, and must not hesitate to opt for evacuation if we can't inflict some injuries in the first photo. To this, Strong Zhang recognizes. Getting closer and closer to the target, there was a fishy stench in the air, and based on the smell, Li Chang'an was enough to guess what the target was. Centipede. 10 meters. To be precise, will be 11 meters long centipede. Had to kill the bug before I got so sick I threw up. Chapter 51. A fight. While the crowd was shocked at the terrifying creature in front of them, Li Chang'an had already leaped up. As Li Chang'an had said, they were on the windward side, and if they didn't attack quickly enough, the identity of the hunter and the prey would immediately switch. Therefore Li Chang'an didn't have any hesitation. Even his speed explosively increased. And with a distance of 5 meters away he watched as he crossed over to Centipede's head like a stream of light. Raising his sword and slashing down fiercely, the Centipede's 2 tentacles snapped with a single touch. But Li Chang'an's horizontal sword also snapped into 2, and the half of the horizontal sword held in his hand was dryly and crisply here into the densely packed monoculars. Along with the Centipede's hiss, Li Chang'an rolled over and leapt down, roaring toward his still dazed companions. Fire! As if waking up from a dream, Meiho hastily removed the single semi-automatic grenade launcher from his waist and quickly pulled the trigger. By the direction Meiho was aiming, Li Chang'an estimated that this first shot could not cause much fatal damage, so he had to frown and withdraw towards the side. As expected, the flames and explosions from the hastily pulled trigger only caused cracks in the Centipede's armor, and the shot didn't do much damage. And the Centipede's long feet climbed and rushed towards the crowd, moving extremely fast and arriving in front of several people in a moment. Zhang Qiangliang roared, his bulging muscles holding up his extremely resilient uniform, his hands raised high to receive the long foot that was like a razor. After a delay of 0.3 seconds, Hu Chai stood on top of Centipede's head. The dagger in his hand struck 3 times within a second. The sharp blade slashed through, and the single eye that was as bouncy as a skinny egg was sliced in half. Blood rained down. Centipede struggled violently. Zhang Strong's tactical gloves had been scratched by the sharp long feet, and he could clearly feel the long feet leaving scratches on his palm bones. Come on! I can't hold out much longer. With a sniper shot, Centipede tilted his head back in agony, shrugging the Huchi far away from his head. The bullet enters through the Centipede's giant mouth and pierces the Centipede's head, but it remains alive. The 2 huge poisonous fangs bit at Zhang Chang's head like pincers, and Zhang Chang could only let go of his long feet and rolled on the ground to avoid the poisonous fangs. Before he could get up, he felt a lightness on his waist. Li Chang'an passed behind him at some point and fished away Zhang Chang's short sword. Meiho, don't stop. Hit it towards where its backplate links. Putting down these words, Li Chang'an once again rushed towards Centipede. Not far away, Haka set up his sniper rifle. Being the eyes and ears of the team, that was the end of his powers. All that was left was to show off his marksmanship. Incidentally, his first shot had pierced the Centipede's head. Only insects are extremely resilient. Zhang Qiangliang got up quickly. He could vaguely see what Li Chang'an wanted to do, and now was not the time to evacuate. Gamble your life to try out a man's hot blood. Li Chang'an's voice came from Centipede's body. It came from underneath. The words came from a TV program that he had once watched, and Li Chang'an didn't know if it was useful, so he just tried it anyway. The short blade stabbed into the Centipede's ventral armor link, which was much more fragile than the dorsal armor, but not a challenge for a dagger. Facing an enemy of huge size, all Li Chang'an could do was to wear down his opponent a little bit, such as scratching the link to bleed the Centipede. It was not a simple task to avoid the sharp long feet. Li Chang'an could feel the long feet slice through his back. Even the sturdy uniforms were easily cut through. Blood was pouring out of the gaping wound as Li Chang'an rolled over and climbed onto the Centipede's back, wrenching one of the long legs in the opposite direction with both hands in a death grip. The pained Centipede turned his head and opened his fangs to bite down. The poisonous fangs coming from behind had not yet approached. The fishy wind had already swept in. Li Chang'an did not turn his head back. gritting his teeth and hard breaking the long foot. When he turned back again, in front of him, Zhang Strong's burly body rushed across the room, his bloodied hands firmly grasping the fangs, even though they were pressing down a little bit closer to his chest. Li Chang'an grabbed Zhang Chang's shoulder and climbed up, his foot stepping on Zhang Chang's shoulder, leaping towards the centipede once again, his dagger stabbing through the gap between the fangs and the gums. If centipedes have gums, too. Retreat! With Li Chang'an's shout, Zhang Strong instinctively followed, and without any hesitation, he let go of his hand and retreated. Li Chang'an slapped the hilt hard, and the entire dagger disappeared into the link between the fangs and the bloody mouth, and the fangs could not be closed in a short time. Rolling over and leaping down, Li Chang'an had already predicted his end. The next moment the long foot would pass through his chest, and he would try his best to avoid the vitals while his body was airborne. But he could see just as well that Haka had pulled the trigger, and Meiho had attached his powers to the weapon, Centipede dying as he was impaled through his torso. The gun went off, the sniper rifle's bullet struck the root of the long foot, and the long foot of about 5 meters was knocked down with blood and flesh, and Li Chang'an's body grazed the centipede and fell to the ground. Hu Chai appeared at the side of Li Chang'an, shouldered Li Chang'an and ran. Ma Hao also pulled the trigger at this moment, and the semi-automatic grenade gun rang out more than once, with a roar interspersed with Centipede's hiss of pain. Blessed with a great life, Hu Chai chattered on, dropping Li Chang'an on the grass and breathing heavily. Why? Li Chang'an stood up. Its mouth is already closed. Why don't you shoot? Strong Zhang picked up. But then you might die. I don't know what means you have to save your life, but we can't gamble with your life. Li Chang'an couldn't speak. Is that the right choice from their point of view? The sniper rifle went off again and Haka proved his accuracy once again, and it was still 2 shots in a row. Once again, the bullet enters through the centipede's mouth and shoots through its brain. Li Chang'an frowned slightly. It tried to escape. It can't run away. Meiho grinned and stuffed a red bullet into the magazine. Taste the mom and dad are afraid of bullets that I've enchanted. The barrel of the gun flickered into flame, and in the next instant fire exploded from Centipede's back armor, which was already densely cracked and fragile as a potato chip. The 11-meter massive body broke off in a centipede's hiss, and the 2 different lengths of the body were still writhing, moving. The tenacity of life is evident, but the struggle weakened at a rate visible to the naked eye. It can't be left to call out. If there is a kindred nearby, its voice will attract its kind over. Li Chang'an frowned. Glancing at the grenades on Meiho's waist, Li Chang'an took one down and handed it to Hu Chai. I'll create the opportunity for you to throw this into its mouth and blink away. What chance can there be? Before Hu Chai could finish his sentence, Li Chang'an had already rushed towards Centipede. With a clench of his teeth, Hu Chai could only follow. The long, messy, swinging feet actually showed signs in Li Chang'an's eyes creatures that lost their minds were not to be feared, be they human or monstrous. In the midst of that rain of swords, Li Chang'an swam like a butterfly. His movements were not aesthetically pleasing, but he happened to be able to avoid every attack. Under the 3 people's shocked gazes, Li Chang'an climbed onto the centipede's back armor. Facing this enemy that it had been unable to capture, the centipede's remaining wisdom caused it to bite at Li Chang'an regardless. It's now! With a loud shout, Li Chang'an pounced on the centipede's large mouth, holding the fangs with both hands. The grenade flew out of Hu Chai's hand and right into the centipede's maw, while Li Chang'an dove at Hu Chai. After a delay of 0.3 seconds, the 2 appeared beside Strong Zhang and the others. Behind them was an explosion mixed with fishy-smelling blood and flesh. The battle ended with hot weapons. Chapter 52. I want to get credit. It's a good thing to celebrate, but not the time to celebrate. I cut off the centipede's tentacles at first, so it couldn't call its companions directly, but the smell of blood is too strong now, and it'll attract nearby monsters just the same. After this battle, several people were convinced of Li Chang'an's professional standard, even if Haka did not sense any mental fluctuations nearby. Zhang Chang immediately arranged that the scene be photographed first, and then to remove part of the centipede's limbs, and a report would need to be written when he returned. There were also a few wolf deer carcasses on the scene. The poor little guys were killed one by the centipede, and it was fortunate that the centipede was focused on feeding before Li Chang'an was able to get a hit from upwind. Sending the location to the intelligence department, there would be people from the logistics department coming here later to recover the centipede's body, and after getting the news back from the intelligence department, Zhang Chang and the others would be able to leave first. If it were a nomad, it would simply pick the most valuable part of the centipede's body and make a quick exit. But now that he was in the army, Li Chang'an followed the customs and quietly waited for Zhang Qiangjin to finish his arrangements before leaving with the team. On the way back, everyone had a happy face. Li Chang'an had some things to say, but recalling the TV he had watched, it seemed that he shouldn't discourage everyone. Strong Zhang doesn't shy away from this though. Hu Chai was too slow the first time he struck, and the timing was off, and the placement was off. Meiho is in a hurry. You need to stay calm in a battle. Not to mention that you are the firepower of the team. You might even hurt your teammates if you're not careful. Haka, there's nothing wrong with it. Li Chang'an laughed. Usually you choose to goad. It's rare to take the initiative. It's normal for everyone to be a little rusty. Haven't even talked about you yet. Zhang Strong's eyes stared. You don't even consider your teammates when you strike? Traveling hunters aren't fighting alone either, right? It's time for you to curb your personal heroism. After being slightly stunned, Li Chang'an responded seriously. I'm sorry. I'll correct it. Li Chang'an was too serious and Zhang Qiangliang was embarrassed instead. It's fine, it's fine. It's a rewarding day anyway. It's normal to have a bit of a flaw in your first collaboration. Hu Chai, who had the most to say, chimed in. That's right. This centipede is definitely red-ranked, and not only was it successfully hunted, but no one suffered anything. I'm sorry you're hurt. In fact, Zhang Qiangliang was also injured, but his strong physique recovered extremely quickly, and what everyone cared about was still Li Chang'an. A small injury, it will heal soon. Li Chang'an waved his hand. The injury on his back didn't hurt the bones. It was just a skin wound. By the way, this centipede is red-ranked? Thinking back, Li Chang'an vaguely remembered having killed 2 centipedes, one of which was similar in size to this one. That's it for the red level? Each trial opened at a different time, and occasionally Li Chang'an would have the leisure to earn a little money as a wanderer. Unquestionably red level. There was no hesitation in Strong Zhang's reply, much less thought. Showing Li Chang'an the watches on several people's wrists, Zhang Chong explained in passing, this is a microcomputer, which can look up information on monsters. Of course, it's only limited to monsters that humans have explored. If there are new species, you can also collect data and upload it. There are rewards for that. Tapping on the interface, an image of centipede appeared, while the words red level 103 bits were displayed below it. Even though it's the lowest ranked monster in the red class, it's still a red class. In addition to Chang'an's good belt, our luck was also good. Centipedes are single attribute monsters after all, and have only one trait of strong flesh. That's right, monsters with strong flesh can still be dealt with by heavy firepower. If we encounter the extremely fast kind, we might be in trouble. Li Chang'an was a bit puzzled. Is the Empire so idle? Not only did it include intelligence, but it also made a ranking. Then again, part of the intelligence came from the traveling hunters, right? Go back and celebrate while we eat. There was more than a little luck involved in the success of this battle, so don't be proud of yourselves. As the captain and older senior, Zhang Strong has the obligation to correct the mentality of his players. That! Li Chang'an awkwardly raised his hand and put it down again. Can I get a medal for killing this? Several people looked at each other and smiled. That's not good. Hu Chai patted Li Chang'an's shoulder and laughed unabashedly at Li Chang'an's naivety. Ma Hao also added, individual kills of red levels are fine, but we're killing as a team. The topic suddenly became a bit weird, and the atmosphere dropped even further to freezing point. As if he didn't notice the change in atmosphere, Li Chang'an continued to ask, then what does it take for a team kill to get a medal? There are no medals for feats below level 2. Medals start at level 2 and above, and we have to kill at least 5 more red levels if we want to reach level 2 and above. Zhang Chong said and looked at the crowd with unprecedented seriousness. Nagi won't be the kind of person Chuki is. After a short silence, Haka was the first to break it. I believe in Chang'an. Yeah. That punch he threw at Chuki was old and cool. It's an elbow strike, not a punch. Whatever. It's old and handsome anyway. The atmosphere was back in full swing. At this moment, Li Chang'an seemed to understand something, but also seemed to understand nothing, just inexplicably a little happy. When you arrive at the arming station, you will be able to turn in the samples and information you bring back, and you can also resupply on the way. What was more tragic was that Li Chang'an had no clothes to change. There were 4 sets of clothes in total, and apart from the ones he wore on his body, the rest of them were all in the tent. And he didn't have time to go back and change. The new mission was handed down just as he reached the arming station. By the way, let's get Chang'an's watch for him. New recruits get it when they complete their first mission. Chai explained for Li Chang'an as he ate a cookie. The rule is that you can only receive it after it's been cleared from above. But since we're on back-to-back assignments, it's okay to get it to you ahead of time. Li Chang'an nodded and waited silently. After a moment's silence, Chai reminded, the watch can't be claimed until you go along. Whoops. Li Chang'an woke up like a dream and looked around. Who do I go with? I'll take you there. It'll take a while for the captain to turn in his mission. Meiho smiled and led the way in front. Following behind Meiho, Li Chang'an looked around seemingly casually. But he didn't think that the arming station could still claim so many things. It was thought that the Empire should be planning to use this place as a boundary to create a new front, and the armored station should be quickly constructed into a new barracks in the near future. After all, the barracks outside the second wall were not perfect, and it was clear that it was not intended to be used for long. When he arrived at the place where he received his watch, Li Chang'an realized why it was Meiho who led the way. That one is my sister Yo. Meiho pointed at the girl surrounded by 7 or 8 computers. It's my most important sister. On Meiho's face, Li Chang'an saw a look called pride. Meiho quickened his pace, waving his hand as he shouted, Zhanshi, I've brought my comrades to collect my things. Ma Zhanshi? Li Chang'an crowed and laughed. Brother's name is Ma Hao. Sister's name is Ma Zhanshi. Your parents are really careless with their names. But, so nice. Chapter 53 What is a straight man? Hearing the voice, the girl turned her head and waved her hand repeatedly in surprise. Brother, Ma Hao introduced with a smiling face. Our team's newcomer Li Chang'an. Don't look at him as a newcomer. He's old and powerful. This is my own sister, Ma Jinsei. Li Chang'an smiled and nodded as a greeting. Hello. My brother is troubling you to take care of him. Ma Zhanshi instead owed his body in a very formal manner. Instead, it made Li Chang'an a bit formal. Don't be so polite. Chang'an is one of our own. Meiho grinned and angled his head. He's already with the team as the first mission. I'm bringing him to receive a watch. Ma Zhanshi took a tablet and handed it to Li Chang'an. Smiling, record your fingerprints and iris. It'll be ready in 15 minutes. No one can operate your hand unless they have higher clearance. This is called a miniature tactical computer. Whatever it was called, Li Chang'an did as he was told and recorded his fingerprints, and then his iris on an eye-like object. Then his personal information was displayed on the tablet. Name, Li Chang'an. Date of birth, February 18th, 01 Alien ability level, C untested. Li Chang'an frowned and pointed at the brackets. What does that undetected mean? It's the enlistment test. Ma Hao explained carelessly. Recruits 1 month after enlistment will gather for testing, mainly to see the rate of progress. Maybe there can be some hidden genius. Trouble. Li Chang'an didn't expect there to be this link. His supernatural ability couldn't stand up to scrutiny. It was an ability from the glove. As soon as he was tested, he would 80% reveal himself, but the information he had checked before didn't say that there was such a link. No one noticed something wrong with Li Chang'an's face, and Ma Zhanshi was still rambling. Brother, you turn logistics, you patrols are too dangerous, although you don't have to go up to the city walls. What if you happen to run into the assembled beasts? And you've been going to the patrol for 3 years now, and you don't have any merits, so it's just a mucking about anyway, so I'd feel a bit more comfortable going to the logistics mucking about. Being said so by his sister, Ma Hao's face was a little embarrassed and pulled a loud voice. Who's mixing it up? We were the squad that rounded up the red-level monsters this time. Ma Zhanshi turned his head in surprise and quickly poofed. Bragging as much as I can. If it was a red-level monster, Captain Zhang would have definitely taken you guys on the run. Li Chang'an on the side quietly skimmed his head and snickered. Zhang Strong is famous for being a goon. You're not wrong either. Ma Hao couldn't be smug anymore and scratched his head awkwardly. The captain did want to bring us to escape, but we were stopped by Chang'an, and after listening to what he said, we decided to give it a try. Looking at Li Chang'an in surprise, Ma Zhanshi quickly lowered his head. Mainly because Li Chang'an's face was too fierce, especially when his face was not smiling. What did you tell my brother and the others? Li Chang'an thought about it. Forgot. I forgot too. Meiho hemmed and hawed. Anyway, it's hot-blooded, and it's especially catchy to listen to. During the chat, the tactical watch belonging to Li Chang'an was ready. Handing over his watch to Li Chang'an, Ma Zhanshi lowered his head and suppressed his voice. I don't care what merit my brother makes. I just want him to live. If you want to get credit, can you go to another team? I have only one family member left, brother. I'm sorry. Please leave. Li Chang'an gave a start and took the watch and put it on. What are you guys chatting about? Meiho, who was in the middle of a blind stroll, turned his head and sensed a strange atmosphere. It's nothing. Ma Jinsei gathered his hair and smiled a youthful smile. Li Chang'an raised his head. She asked me to leave the team, afraid that I would harm you all if I was too aggressive. Ma Jinsher fiercely looked back at Li Chang'an. How could he not expect Li Chang'an to tell the whole story? Are you still not a man? Ah. Ha 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 ha. Meiho unexpectedly laughed. Don't be angry. My sister is like that. She was against me going to the Rangers at first, until she heard that my captain was Strong Zhang, and then she agreed to me going to the Rangers. Obviously not at the scene, Zhang Changjin took the blame repeatedly. Under his sister's burning gaze, Meiho's smile dispersed and he sighed with more than a bitter laugh. Sis, you didn't even ask me what I wanted, actually. You used to be little, and if I died you'd have to live alone, and I didn't even dare join the army. Now that you're older, even if I'm gone one day, you'll be able to take care of yourself. It's about time I went after my dreams. Straining to take Li Chang'an's shoulder, Meiho turned back and smiled, leading Li Chang'an far away. Looking at his brother's back, Ma Jinsher was speechless. As a teenager my brother was as tall as he is now, only malnutrition combined with excessive physical labor, and he never grew again. And now that she was half a head taller than her brother, he was still the same as he had been back then. Time had made him older and more vicissitudinous, but had never given him a gift. Li Chang'an thought about it, and in turn took Meiho's shoulders, so that Meiho would not have to quietly pat his feet. So what's your dream? Meiho grinned. I want to be a marshal. After hesitating for a long time, Li Chang'an pondered and decided to say it anyway. Has anyone ever said that your dreams are impractical? So has anyone ever told you you're straight? What's straight? Does it mean straight? No. When he returned to his teammates, he was just in time to see Strong Zhang walk by, and from the look on his face, it seemed that he had not so good news. As expected, the moment Zhang Strong opened his mouth, he caused the three people other than Li Chang'an to frown. Rescue mission. One scout team lost in the north. For men disconnected from command center in less than a minute, enemy information unknown. Our mission is to rescue the living if there are surviving crew members, and if there are no survivors, to bring back the recording devices on them. Strong Zhang took a deep breath. We may have been targeted. Li Chang'an was unsure. A mission was a mission. What did it have to do with targeting? Because of his sister's words, Ma Hao inadvertently drew closer to Li Chang'an and opened his mouth to explain. We are a subordinate squad of the patrol guard, and our main task is to clear the dangerous factors within the safety zone. That centipede today, for example, also needs to go into battle to face the beasts when necessary. But the rescue mission has nothing to do with us. It's usually an elite squad mission, or the special warfare division. How come it's not our turn? Zhang Changliang nodded and took over. The 4-member squad was annihilated by the group without any chance to fight back, and it's 80% of the time that we would be sending them to their deaths if we went. I just heard that Zhou Mu has an uncle in the Command Center Strategy Division, and this mission happens to be directly assigned by the Strategy Division on the grounds that were closest to the target location. Hu Chai was so angry that he cursed. Damn! What kind of skill is it to mess with us by relying on connections? Li Chang'an bit his nails and hesitated. Chang'an, do you have any ideas? As soon as Zhang Chang spoke, several people looked at Li Chang'an. How about? Li Chang'an was still a bit hesitant to speak up, and his trust in his teammates caused him to speak up. Let's pretend to set off. Then halfway through I'll turn back and kill Zhou Mu? After a short silence, the 4 people were sure that Li Chang'an was not joking and panicked. Make no mistake, make no mistake. Not so much, not so much. They're right, calm down. You can't say things like that in the army. Li Chang'an nodded. All right, then let's set off and talk about it on the way. The 4 of them wiped their cold sweat and finally realized what was abnormal about Li Chang'an. This guy has no common sense. Chapter 54 Man, Hand and Cat. Still on foot. Not even a night's rest was given on the grounds that the mission was urgent and the squad was not allowed to stop at the arming station. All 4 were killed in a minute with no semblance of useful intel on the enemy species that were unknown, just short of stating outright that it was a mission to die. The faces of the group along the way were not good. Only Li Chang'an was not bad. He was thinking about the way to survive. Unless Zhou Mu's connections were heavenly, a mission of certain death wouldn't be given to their squad, and it wasn't like the military department was all brainless. So there must be a way to live. Li Chang'an's self-talk attracted the attention of several people. Sensing everyone's line of sight, Li Chang'an spoke bluntly. I don't think it's actually as dangerous as the mission description. Or else how come the mission shouldn't have been handed over to us? After a long time, the contemplative Zhang Chong nodded. Indeed, the Ministry of Intelligence will assess the danger level of the mission, and we should just meet the minimum requirements. Unless General Lin himself asks, no one can send any squad to their deaths. The remaining 3 remained frowning. Hu Chai held his forehead in anguish. Even if you say so, Captain, we can't see any hope. Do we have to bet on luck again? Betting that we won't be able to touch the murderer. Stop it. Touching is a death sentence. Li Chang'an stopped, and there was a light in his eyes. Let's station ourselves in the vicinity of the target location, and then I'll go check out the vicinity of the mission site first. No way. Strong Zhang raised his eyebrows upside down. You told me you'd change. Individual heroism shouldn't be on the battlefield. Li Chang'an immediately retorted. It's not individual heroism. I'm safer alone than if we go together. Since we are powerless in the face of our enemies, there is little difference between my going alone and our going together, and I am better able to exert myself alone. My stealth skills are really quite good. Better than my close combat, trust me for once. A comment that left Zhang Strong speechless, with no reasoning to refute. He just couldn't manage to watch his teammate go on a solo adventure just yet. Hu Chai weakly spoke. Chang'an said before that his close combat ability was not bad. And then, all right, Zhang Chong finally compromised. But you have to promise me that if you find anything wrong, run away immediately, and we'll prepare firepower to cover for you. Having reached an agreement, Li Chang'an was much more relaxed. He wasn't good at bringing so many people together unless everyone could be like him. Bringing Wen Anren in the trial was already his limit. Any more people beyond that would be a drag. Picking up the pace, the squad was less than 2 kilometers from the target loss site before dark. That's it, the time of loss was 6 hours ago, and without being able to determine what kind of creature and what strength the enemy is, 2 kilometers is actually a bit risky enough. Li Chang'an stopped his teammates, and the rest of them had no objections and chose a more open location to set up camp. A couple of wooden mounds or rocks by the campfire, plus a warm blanket to carry with you. When the sky darkened, the well-fed and well-drunk Li Chang'an also reached the time to leave. Remember, once there is danger, immediately signal. We will cover you with fire coverage. As long as we see you, we will retreat immediately. Zhang Strong was still a bit uneasy. Li Chang'an nodded, gave a firm look, and turned to step into the darkness. Haka kept his powers on. 200 meters was better than nothing at this point, and it was mostly a guard. We may have underestimated Chang'an. Haka shrugged. He spoke even less after his persona crumbled. His stealth is strong, stronger than his close combat. Can you imagine? A person can lower his mental fluctuations, and he acts without any distractions. As long as there are no thoughts in the mind, even the mental fluctuations become sporadic, but normal people can't do it without thoughts. This is perhaps the best news I've heard all day, and it's uplifting enough. Strolling in the darkness, Li Chang'an was unimpeded. It was as if he was born for the darkness. For most people, the road would be a little blurry in the moonlight, not for Li Chang'an. Every bit of movement in the forest, any insect song, leaves falling, wind whipping through the trees, all sounds would show him the way, and he enjoyed the peace of the darkness. Bare your fangs in the darkness. 2 kilometers was not long, to say the least. Without a few minutes, Li Chang'an stopped at the edge of a large tree. He did not detect any danger, but there was a strong smell of blood in front of him. The smell of blood didn't come from one place, but the forest ahead was pervasive everywhere. From the canopy, from the ground, everywhere. It was estimated that none of them would be able to leave a whole body behind. Thinking like this, Li Chang'an slowly approached the target location, cautious of every branch and dry fallen leaf under his feet. Walking out more than 10 steps, Li Chang'an stopped, 2 steps away from the branches of the tree, hanging half of the body. Below the waist is missing, from the clothes should be the lost squad. The body severed to see that it had been bitten off by some strange creature, and the other half was not seen to the left or right, and the half face of the body still had the fear of the dying lingering on its face. Turning on the video on his shoulder, Li Chang'an continued to walk forward. At 30 paces he saw a left hand, a right foot, entrails and half a chewed head, and the monster that had done it was a bit of a picky eater. A few more steps out, and the scene opens up, with a blood-colored monster sprawled out on the small flat area, surrounded by scattered corpses. Seemingly freshly fed, the monster is taking an after-dinner nap. By the light of the moon, Li Chang'an squinted his eyes and surveyed. From the looks of it, it should be a feline, about 5 meters long and short excluding the tail, about 2 meters tall at the shoulder, and snoring at the moment. It's certainly not a wild guess to say it's feline. Despite the lack of fur and the large cat face that looks like flesh and blood rolled into ropes, which in turn intertwine to form the head. There seemed to be something else between the gaps in the rope, like closed eyes. But what made Li Chang'an hold his breath was the 2 arms on the monster's shoulders. Man's arm. Not glued to the top, 2 human arms clearly visible growing out of the flesh and blood. The 2 arms looked like stunted, deformed limbs compared to the monster's massive body. Li Chang'an opened his watch. He had never seen such a strange beast before, and hoped, well, there was nothing to be found on the watch either. Instinct drove Li Chang'an away. It was the unknown that was terrifying. This feline beast had been more than terrifying. Never had I seen a human body in a monster's body. Without making a single sound, Li Chang'an stared at the monster as it slowly backed away. Phew! With a heavy breath, the monster flicked its tail, carrying a gust of fishy air that blew away the fallen leaves on the ground. An uncountable number of eyes opened between the ropes of flesh and blood, and each of the eyes facing Li Chang'an looked over at the same time. Without any hesitation, Li Chang'an turned around and walked away, pulling down the flare on his waist and shooting it towards the sky. 3 in a row represents the highest danger level of black level warnings. Fishy air blew on the neck, and wordlessly the cat's head closed in on Li Chang'an. Chapter 55. Get the hell out of here. A few of the men around the campfire were wrapped in small blankets, and Hu Chai had taken a sharpened stick and skewered army food pills over the fire. How about, let's stay close. I'm still a little worried. Zhang Strong sighed. He couldn't be more worried. Today was still Chang'an's first day of enlistment. How could everything be left to him? Meiho was wrapped tightly in a small blanket, revealing only his head, and underneath the blanket, he was attaching alien energy to the bullets, and handing the attached bullets to his teammates. Except for Li Chang'an, who could not yet receive a sidearm, the other 4 had their own sidearms, only they were standard rifles. All soldiers are given a rifle with a pistol if not specifically requested, and some choose not to. In the era of ectoplasm, hot weapons are not necessarily more useful than ectoplasm in many cases, and for a large portion of ectoplasm, hot weapons get in the way instead. Charles wouldn't need any hot weapons. The dual alien Charles is a humanoid self-propelled turret, capable of leveling a city in less than 10 hours if there isn't someone strong enough to stop him. However, the squad had the presence of Meiho, and the bullets enchanted by his supernatural ability could be kept for 3 to 4 hours, and the bullets could be handed over to his teammates for use. Don't go, Chang'an said, for us to trust him. Trusting our comrades, we can still do it right. Meiho wiped the fist-sized grenade. Haka nodded his head mechanically in agreement. Old horse is right. Let's get ready to receive him. Right? Hu Chai had just dropped the roasted army food pills into his mouth when he watched the sky bloom with flare fireworks in the distance. 1 firework doesn't seem like much. 3. Black level danger alert. When he felt the monster's breath spraying on his neck, Li Chang'an didn't hesitate to turn around and stomp his feet back, kicking solidly on the monster's body. Thrown backward and high by the reaction force, the moment he turned his head before escaping, Li Chang'an clearly saw the monster angling its head towards the fireworks in the sky. And then all eyes fell on the flare at Li Chang'an's waist. Light convergent and highly intelligent. Having gotten part of the information with a glimpse, Li Chang'an continued to flee. Unfamiliarity with the table caused him to take a few extra seconds to share his position with his comrades. He also had to survive until he got support. But it wasn't easy. Behind the strong wind attacked, Li Chang'an fluttered forward to avoid. The uniform that can resist small-caliber bullets was miserably torn. Under the sharp claws is not much better than tofu. The landing point of the flying pounce was a large tree directly in front of him that was as thick as a man's ring. Li Chang'an landed more than that and rolled behind the tree, which could avoid the enemy's pursuit. The actual result was that the large tree of more than 30 centimeters was cut off most of the way under the sharp claws, and the tree slowly fell down with a sound of embarrassment. There was no longer a figure of Li Chang'an behind the tree. Li Chang'an, who was running away in front, once again made a note that the other party's hearing and sense of smell were not exactly sharp. Just glancing back and immediately being locked in the direction of the monster, Li Chang'an was sure enough that the monster's perception was extraordinarily outstanding. Sight is invisible, but people have an inexplicable sense of perception when they are being stared at. Cutting down half a tree trunk with a single claw was strength, an attack. Catching up with Li Chang'an twice in a row, all after the fact, that's speed. except the response time seems a little on the slow side. This unknown beast could easily kill the previous centipede in seconds, and there was no comparison between the two. Based on his current speed, Li Chang'an predicted that he would be caught up again in less than 3 seconds, and he began to choose a hiding spot. As for fighting back, talking in your sleep? Without a means of suppression, any counterattack would be suicidal, and if he was facing a human, Li Chang'an could still consider exchanging injuries for injuries. The strong wind came from the right side as expected. Li Chang'an was prepared, this time with towards the same direction as the strong wind, dodging towards the left side. The innocent forest would take the claw for him. However, there was also wind pressure coming from the left. After just one failed strike, the monster learned to strike in a different, more secure way, and also utilized Li Chang'an's experience. The high intelligence assessed at the outset is an insult to the beast. Cannot avoid. Li Chang'an's brain turned fast. The sharp claws could not be faster than his thinking. He was clear that the tiger hug would cut him off. The next moment he would be as common as a corpse hanging from a tree. If you can't avoid it, the best way is to meet it. Li Chang'an retreated towards the back. The sharp claws left bloody marks on his chest and abdomen. But in the end, it didn't kill him. Behind him was a bloody mouth, the same judgment as at the beginning. The monster did not react immediately. Otherwise, it should have grown its mouth to bite off Li Chang'an's head. When the monster opened its mouth, Li Chang'an looked at the throat that was like an abyss and smiled as he threw the flare in his hand, which disappeared into the abyss. Roar! The roar of a tiger came out from the huge mouth in front of him. Li Chang'an covered his ears and quickly backed away. The flares were laced with magnesium powder and white phosphorus or something like that, and Li Chang'an was carrying a flare that could be fired without the need for equipment, which was now blowing up in the monster's stomach. A dazzling white light glowed from the bloody mouth, and there was a charred odor that began to emanate, which strengthened Li Chang'an's determination to escape. The flare that could be used as an incendiary went into his stomach and still couldn't kill the creature. Maybe it really will die. Taking a deep breath, madness began to emerge in Li Chang'an's eyes. Setting his watch to the intercom channel, Li Chang'an coughed, and the captain's voice immediately came from over there. Are you hurt? We've called for backup. Come towards us. We'll cover you. It's nice to be cared about. Li Chang'an smiled. I'm fine for now. Remember what I say next, Captain. These are all our credits. Seemingly anticipating something, there was a heavy breathing from Zhang Chong on the other end, but it didn't make Li Chang'an wait. Zhang Chong briefly answered, yes. Li Chang'an quickly integrated the characteristics of the monster into a short sentence and sent it along with the captured video. After saying that without giving Zhang Changliang time to think, Li Chang'an explained his final words. Next, I'll drop the watch into the belly of the beast and I'll lead him out into the open. You guys just bomb towards the positioning. The call was hung up. Zhang Changliang looked at the gun in his hand. His heart was struggling. He thought that after listening to Li Chang'an's words, he would be able to leave without any psychological burden. But it seemed that it was not the case. Captain, what's going on? Meiho couldn't wait any longer. Strong Zhang raised his head. His expression was a bit strange. The trio had never seen such an expression on the captain's face. The captain, who would clearly only choose to goad, seemed to have the smoothness of a death sentence on his face. Listen to me. Strong Zhang raised his volume. Old me's suicide note is in the compartment of my pillow, and I don't have much family, so I'll leave the rest to you little bastards. Now, as your captain, listen to my last order. Get the hell out of here as far away as you can. Chapter 56. Always one step behind me. The watch was thrown into the bloody mouth with unerring precision. Li Chang'an's footsteps did not lag, and he continued to run away. Ben relied on the terrain of the forest, and he was barely able to escape from the claws of the furious beast. But as the monster was injured, the monster became frantic, and the trees that weren't thick enough to be chased directly head-on, regardless of the fact that they were being chased. The danger of death never dissipated, and Li Chang'an felt a rare cold sweat. A large gash was split in his back during the battle with Centipede, and now his clothes were even more completely shattered, with 3 more bloody marks scattered across his back. Li Chang'an felt that he was not facing a monster, but an experienced and powerful opponent who crushed him, more dangerous than a human. Humans have lost their wild instincts. Another claw slapped down. Li Chang'an didn't dart to avoid it like before. He just slightly sidestepped to avoid it a bit, and in the next instant, the sharp claw extended a few centimeters towards the front, and Li Chang'an moves half a step to avoid it easily. It had been guessed that this monster would utilize false movements, which was why Li Chang'an chose the movement with the least amount of power and deflection. If it's still a flying lunge, the stamina drain becomes greater and it's easy to get blitzed during the lunge. Despite possessing intelligence that even surpassed that of a human, a monster was still a monster, and it hadn't killed any more people than Li Chang'an had killed monsters. Not even close. Not to mention the experience of winning with weakness, it's so much worse. If it wasn't for the fact that his speed and strength couldn't keep up with his opponent, Li Chang'an was going to have a much easier time of it, and his dodging was now all based on anticipation. "Help me!" The voice that came from behind him nearly made Li Chang'an unsteady on his feet. "It hurts. Help me." Even without turning around, you can clearly tell where the voice is coming from. This beast speaks human? Although it was known that some monsters mimicked human voices to attract prey, and there were similar monsters in the urban legends of the past, this was the first one with such a pure pronunciation. There's even a bit of a Seabrook City accent. No, it's relatively unlike a parody. The voice would be the scout member who was eaten earlier. During Li Chang'an's pondering, another voice came from behind. "Don't go. Why don't you save me? I'm not dead yet." It's not mimicry. It can learn the voice of the prey it eats. Are you trying to confuse me with human words? You're making a big mistake. People who have nothing to do with me are dead. But it's a good opportunity. Hiding his smile, Li Chang'an pretended to hesitate. His feet slightly stumbled, and sure enough the monster did not let go of this opportunity, its sharp claws slapping down on its head. If it was slapped solidly, it would probably be able to slap Li Chang'an's head into his chest cavity. It was just a false move, though, and Li Chang'an spun around as the claw grazed his shoulder and landed, tearing off a modest piece of flesh and blood. However, Li Chang'an sheathed his short sword. The short blade from the captain's hand was incredibly sharp, the only drawback being that it was a little shorter, and this one slashed into that cat's head from the bottom up. Too late to see the results of the battle. Li Chang'an turned and fled again. Hearing the hissing behind him, Li Chang'an was sure that the slash had made a difference. Only next the speed of the monster behind him seemed to skyrocket once again, and it became more and more difficult for Li Chang'an to dodge. These guys from the army are also too slow in their support. Do they really intend to see me die? At this moment, Li Chang'an couldn't help but complain. Since he was a child, he was not used to placing his hopes on others, but Li Chang'an was now expecting support, and if the support was in place, he might not have to gamble on the same death. In the midst of his mind, Li Chang'an's face was delighted as two missiles came with fire in the distance. At this moment, he couldn't care about preserving his physical strength, and spelled out his full power burst, pulling away from the monster as fast as he could. Behind him came a roaring and burning, hot air waves. Through the force of the impact, Li Chang'an even scurried out a long way, only to stop and look back. Amidst the flames were the wails of the monster in pain, and as the flames obscuring the view faded, it was possible to see through the flames that the two missiles had inflicted a considerable wound on the monster. A large chunk of flesh behind his buttocks was blown away in a bloody mess, and his shoulder was even deeper into the bone. The caliber is worthy of the name of justice. Li Chang'an sighed a few times. It was already considered good that a missile that could penetrate a building could do this. This was no ordinary monster, after all. It was like the rope-wrapped body was extremely resilient, and the shock of the explosion or the kinetic energy of the impact did not result in fatal injuries. Instead, flying debris became the mainstay. But with enough missiles, the beast would still die. After all, it belonged to the category of living creatures, and there was an upper limit to its functionality. However, nothing. Li Chang'an looked dumbfounded at the direction the missiles were coming from. Just 2 shots. When the monster struggled to get up, Li Chang'an still didn't wait for any other support, and he could finally be sure that it was really just 2 rounds. Restraining himself from wanting to burst out in foul language, Li Chang'an held his short knife in his hand, the tip of the knife facing the ground, and was no longer able to escape. On the side of the monster, invisible currents were coalescing, just like the worst outcome guessed at the beginning. Altered powers. Although he didn't know why he didn't have to use his supernatural ability at the beginning, Li Chang'an's judgment was among the monsters that equated with supernatural ability. After all, there's so much weirdness, it's not surprising that you can use your powers. So what kind of powers? Feeling the air currents winding towards the monster's limbs, Li Chang'an's face flinched as he swung his sword towards his back. The monster's figure appeared just behind him, and the slash struck the monster's head. A straight slash that split the monster's head right in half. The feel is not right. Li Chang'an raised an eyebrow and rolled over and leapt back. The touch of the knife falling was not the touch of splitting flesh and bone. It was more like falling along a crack. Surprisingly, there wasn't a single sense of hindrance. It wasn't my head that split open. Did it do it of its own accord? The grotesque head in front of him parted to the sides, and rows of sharp teeth grew out of the fissure like an unfurling cannibalistic flower. But what caused Li Chang'an's pupils to suddenly shrink was the sight within the flowers. Inside the cracked head was a human face. No, it was 3 human faces, as strange as if they were fitted together. Each face was filled with pain, dry as tree roots, and more than a little hissing. "Help me! It hurts! It hurts so much! Why did you run away? I'm not dead! What kind of monster is this?" Li Chang'an's scalp tingled. Most humans did this when faced with the fear of the unknown, and would even paralyze their limbs and be unable to move. Li Chang'an wasn't so bad, but the original thoughts of resistance had completely dissipated, and now he only wanted to escape. The monster's figure shook again. No need to think. Li Chang'an instinctively raised his sword in front of his body. The sharp claws descended into the air and split the blade, but also from Li Chang'an's arm ripped off large chunks of flesh and blood. The left hand that held the knife could no longer be raised, and Li Chang'an gritted his teeth and retreated. The speed had been so fast that it was despairing. He had retreated 5 meters away from the monster for safety, but in less than a blink of an eye he was approached. He couldn't even escape. The monster didn't give him a chance to leave, still appearing in front of him in an instant, its open head biting towards Li Chang'an. The space to dodge was blocked. Li Chang'an barely tilted his body back, avoiding the sharp teeth in the nick of time, but not the tongue sticking out from his skull. The tongue started at the chest and licked up the face. A sharp pain came to his face, followed closely by the loss of vision on the left side. The threat of death was stronger than ever. The body was trembling. The internal organs seemed to be echoing a moan of despair, and the next moment of life seemed to be about to disappear. "That's what it feels like." Li Chang'an raised his head. His face, with half of his face skin licked off, was incomparably gruesome. Smashing the approaching blood bowl with a punch, Li Chang'an bullied his way closer, power surging out of his body, his mind incomparably clear. From now on, die with me. Chapter 57, Opening the Fight. The flesh's resilience exceeded Li Chang'an's imagination. The flesh and blood of his arm was growing, and his physical strength was rapidly recovering. Nothing can bring him down unless it's a killing blow. Sadly, the beast alone had the power to kill him with a single blow. A sound fight was out of the question. Maybe never in my life could I fight someone soundly. Every second was dodging and waiting for an opportunity. Escape was already a luxury. In a few seconds, Li Chang'an probably figured out the beast's psychic ability. A psychic ability to increase speed by eliminating air resistance. Therefore, he could never outpace the beast. The watch was dropped into the belly of the monster, and it would deliver location messages all the time until it was digested, and if it was determined that the location was still moving, it was thought that the military would continue to provide support. "I will survive." Shouting these words out loud, Li Chang'an was just cheering himself up. Negativity reduces physiology. Avoiding the tail that swept over his head, Li Chang'an stepped and punched the monster's ribs, the force penetrating through the skin and reaching the ribs. It felt like his fist hit the thick rubber, and Li Chang'an still felt a vague pain in his wrist as he retreated. The tough epidermis was fearless to Li Chang'an's fist, and even under the recoil Li Chang'an would be injured even more, and the missiles couldn't even pierce through, only blowing up the surface. If the short sword was not broken, Li Chang'an still had some chance to be able to rely on his superior reflexes to maneuver around, but now that he was without a weapon, he was struggling a bit. It would be too outrageous if he couldn't even do it with the same death, right? Letting out a bitter laugh, he stomped his foot on the monster's leg, and Li Chang'an rolled over and leaped up. The soft, bouncy touch from his feet reminded Li Chang'an that he suddenly realized what he had done wrong. The monster's body was covered in nasty green eyeballs. The rest of it was resilient, but the eyeballs were not. Before the monster reacted, Li Chang'an merged his 2 fingers randomly and chose the eyeball closest to the monster's spine to insert it. Fingers stabbed easily with no more effort than stabbing a human eyeball. The monster ate the pain, raised its head and roared, its steel whip-like tail flung with a cracking sound. Li Chang'an rolled over to avoid it, but his hand was even harder, and his wrist went into the gap where the eyeball was, and his hand was slippery. Slippery and sticky. Slippery, sticky, and disgusting, but he still accurately grasped the spine. It couldn't be drawn. The monster's spine was stronger than he thought, and after putting all his strength into it, he couldn't draw it out. Li Chang'an felt bad, but still laid on the step. The spine instantly grew bone spurs, not allowing him to react halfway. nor was it the palm of the hand that pushed away. Bone spurs rooted through the palm and out the back of the hand. At this moment, it was as if Li Chang'an saw a human smile on that strange face. The blood and flesh of his left arm had been cut away by the sharp claws and had not recovered at the moment, and the palm of his right hand had been pierced by the bone spikes. Li Chang'an seemed to be in a desperate situation. The huge head came up towards him. Right in the middle of it opened into a strange mouth like a flower was opening. The sharp teeth like terraces were clearly visible. Li Chang'an had no doubt that this large mouth could directly bite his neck. Swallowing a person's head was no more effort than a human eating a fish ball. The monster was stunned as it felt the hand on its spine suddenly increase in force, gripping tighter instead in the habit of being impaled on its palm. Yet, the next moment something even more puzzling happened to it. The young human opened his mouth and bit towards its body, more than mad. The sudden scene caused the monster to react in a way that it didn't think humans were supposed to. In this instant of its distraction, Li Chang'an took a bite on the eyeball of its neck, and the juice splashed out in all directions, and the foul-smelling liquid covered his mouth. The fishy stench ran down his throat, and Li Chang'an didn't care and took another bite, with his right hand gripping the spine tighter and tighter, and his left hand leaning against the monster's large head by his ear. Li Chang'an was like a crazed wild dog, biting his prey and then not letting go. The arm on the monster's shoulder tried to move, but realized that Li Chang'an happened to be outside the range of the attack, and the slightly closer one shattered under the missile again. Damn you! Damn you! Damn you! The three human faces made the same sound. Li Chang'an withdrew his hand in a panic, and the hole that his right hand had stabbed into was actually closing, nearly amputating his arm. Having never met such a tricky fellow, Li Chang'an couldn't be bothered with a bloodbath. His right hand covered in blood pounded on the back of the monster and used the force to retreat. It's too late. The voice rang in Li Chang'an's ears. He turned his head and watched as the massive head had closed, the vertical pupils showing the same sneer that one would expect from a human. Li Chang'an understood that the monster's intelligence decreased instead when its head cracked open. The three human faces in its head empowered it to use its supernatural abilities, but caused its intelligence to decrease. So now you've caught yourself in a trap again? The blood-colored rope wrapped around his waist confirmed his suspicions, and before he could break free, the nearly 3-meter-long tail struck again. The blood and flesh faded from the tail, revealing a sharp javelin-like tailbone that easily pierced through Li Chang'an's shoulder. The bang of a gunshot was accompanied by the monster's head tilting back as blood bloomed on the side of his head. A deformed bullet was ejected from his brain, and the monster's pupils looked away. I'm sorry we're late. With a roar overhead, Zhang Strong descended from the sky, clasping his hands together and smashing hard on the monster's head. You guys! Li Chang'an opened his mouth but couldn't speak. He didn't know why he was choking. Hu Chai appeared at Li Chang'an's side, holding a dagger in his hand and quickly cut those flesh and blood ropes. As soon as he picked Li Chang'an up on his shoulder, he ran. Same as last time. Strong Zhang clasped his fist again, whacked the monster's head down, and yelled, "Take Chang'an and run!" There was another gunshot. Zhang Chang turned back and broke out in cold sweat. That tail had appeared behind him at some point, if not for Hakka's timely shot. The monster raised its head and its bloody mouth bit towards Zhang Chang. The uniform was stretched out by his muscles, and Zhang Strong lashed out, holding the monster's upper and lower jaws apart in a death grip with both hands. Not good. Li Chang'an was alarmed that Zhang Chang and the others hadn't realized that the monster's head could open towards the sides. Embracing Hu Chai with both hands in reverse, Li Chang'an twisted his waist and threw Hu Chai far away, running wildly on all fours towards his captain. Zhang Strong only felt a loosening in his hand. The large mouth that he had propped open simply cracked open, and the head of the monster in front of him split from it, finger-length sharp teeth close at hand, and in front of him were 3 ghastly human faces. The sniper rifle went off again, hitting the human face squarely in the monster's mouth, which let out a wail as the giant mouth stuttered slightly. Yet it was only a lull. The giant mouth was still biting down. Are you going to die? Looking at the huge mouth opening in front of him, the corners of Zhang Strong's mouth gradually lifted up. Having lived for so many years, he had lived long enough. A silhouette suddenly appeared in front of Strong Zhang, lifting his foot and kicking him out several meters before raising his hand to elbow the monster in the jaw. Chang'an! Before the joy of the aftermath could well up, Zhang Chang's eyes widened in anger. The tailbone pierced through Li Chang'an's body once again, this time not giving him another chance to escape, picking Li Chang'an's body and smashing it hard on the ground. There was no telling how many bones in his body were broken, but Li Chang'an revealed a smile. Captain, run. Consciousness gradually blurred. Li Chang'an vaguely saw someone holding a sword descending from the sky. The sword aura is not like a mortal. Another redcoat is seen coming from outside the forest, stepping on the treetops and strolling under the moon, only to be transformed halfway into a hideous beast. So handsome. Li Chang'an closed his eyes. No one saw the envy in his eyes. Chapter 58. I've taken credit. You've come to Earth for a trip and you're going to see the sun. Chang'an. One day you'll realize there's more than darkness in front of you if you just take a step out. He's my Jiang Shuibu's brother. No matter what he did or how many people he killed, I think he's right. Don't talk to me about 3 views, I only recognize people. Please open your eyes and look at me. Don't give me hope and leave me alone. Nagi won't be the kind of person Chuki is. Don't be so polite. Chang'an is one of us. Son, Mom made you some pear soup. Come have some. It seemed like a long dream, and then it seemed like nothing, and there were a lot of people talking in the dream, and when I woke up I couldn't remember anything. Li Chang'an opened his eyes. He had gotten a little used to the excessive number of times he had passed out recently. You're awake. The blonde woman on the side reached out and probed on Li Chang'an's forehead. Nodding her head. Recovered well? Your fever has gone down. Skimming over the woman's shoulder out of the corner of his eye, Li Chang'an didn't say anything. What he saw was the insignia of the Special Warfare Department. The woman smiled slightly and stretched out a finger in front of Li Chang'an. How many is this? 1. Li Chang'an answered truthfully, though it was a bit silly. It seems that there is no problem with the brain. So do you remember me? The woman ambled closer to Li Chang'an. The fresh scent hit his nose, and Li Chang'an frowned slightly. I don't remember. Pfft. The woman guffawed. Looks like the memory is missing, so stay a while. Li Chang'an frowned and tried to get up, but found that his whole body was weak. Not like the anesthesia hadn't dissipated yet, but more like something was binding his body. There was no one else in the tent, so Li Chang'an could only say helplessly, Alita, can you let me get up first? Yo! The woman turned her head in surprise and covered her mouth. No more pretending! Li Chang'an didn't reply, he just looked at Alita fixedly. It was hard for him to forget this woman. After all, this was also once the winner of a trial. What's special is that Alita's powers belong to the auxiliary system, which is even rarer. Facing Li Chang'an's gaze, Alita had the intention to continue teasing, but her body moved unconsciously and lifted her supernatural ability with a point on Li Chang'an's brow. Feeling the strength return to his body, Li Chang'an simply got up and got off the ground, only to realize that he was naked but wrapped in bandages when he looked down. Don't you dare think about leaving. Alita pushed Li Chang'an back onto the bed. Though the wound is healing well, I'm afraid you don't know how badly you're hurt until it's time to get off the ground. You could never have been saved by medical equipment and medication alone, so you have me to thank for saving your life. Li Chang'an cocked his head and frowned. 1 life for 1 life. We're even. He was referring, of course, to the trial that ended up keeping Alita alive. Alita shook her head. I don't know what you're talking about. All I know is that you owe me your life. Don't renege. Women are so annoying. Li Chang'an looked around unhappily. There was a clean set of military uniform on the side cabinet. He directly took it and started to put on his clothes. Alita was angry and anxious, and reached out to Li Chang'an to stop him. You can't leave yet. Soon enough, Alita's hand stopped halfway up and instinctively angled her head slightly. Against her throat was the pen that should have been in her pocket. It's true that you shouldn't carry a fountain pen on you in this day and age, and you don't use it anyway. Alita didn't panic. She just silently looked at Li Chang'an. Come any closer and I'll kill you. Li Chang'an exerted a little force. The tip of the pen was less than 2 centimeters away from Alita's carotid artery. There is no ink in the fountain pen, though, and the point of existence is surprisingly not to use it. Pest! Alita was happy. You're going to kill me? I'm the captain of the logistics department now, and outside is the camp of the special operations department. Can you kill me to leave? I'm at the special warfare department's camp? Li Chang'an frowned and put down his pen. The scene before he passed out was remembered, and he finally reacted to what had happened. That! Li Chang'an handed the fountain pen to Alita. How long was I out? Alita put away the pen and pointed to the hospital bed, clasping her hands in front of her chest, watching Li Chang'an helplessly lie back on the bed with a dark smile in her heart. You were in a coma for 9 days, and when you were brought here you had only 1 breath left. It's a miracle you survived. In order to treat you, I've put off other patients to focus on saving you, and you haven't even said a word of thanks. It's too much. After a long silence, Li Chang'an whispered, "Thank you." Alita, who was still snickering, inexplicably lost her smile and unwrapped the bandages on Li Chang'an to check his injuries. Li Chang'an stopped resisting and let Alita have her way. After a few more moments, Alita tucked Li Chang'an in and tapped on the tablet to record something somehow. "Where are my teammates?" Li Chang'an slowly spoke before he passed out. He remembered someone coming to support him, so he should be fine. Glancing at Li Chang'an, Alita turned her head again. "They're much better than you. Your captain and the one who doesn't like to talk broke through to a rank." "That's good." Li Chang'an revealed a smile. Alita froze. "So you can laugh too. I thought you were a killer. Why should you blink when you kill someone?" Li Chang'an asked rhetorically. "You look especially cute now." Alita involuntarily raised the corners of her mouth. "You weren't like this back then in the trials? Why didn't you kill me in the end? What should be the answer?" Li Chang'an hesitated. The truth was, of course, that he couldn't be killed, and with the last 4 people left in that trial, he had his eye on the auxiliary, Alita. In the truth that Alita was dying, the other 2 died together, and once Alita died, he would be the final winner, so he stopped. The truth can't be told, and lies Li Chang'an can't make up. Then silence. Li Chang'an turned his head to look at the wall. After waiting for a long time, Alita still didn't hear an answer and looked down only to realize that Li Chang'an was staring at the wall. "Are you shy? After eliminating the impossible, all that's left is the possible, right? So, you can be shy even for a son of a who almost killed me. Someone from intelligence is coming by later to ask you about the beast. So if you're uncomfortable, I'll just say no for you first." Li Chang'an didn't turn around. "No, but before that, can you tell me what happened after I passed out?" Alita looked back at her desk, which was littered with unfinished work. "Sure." Moving a chair and sitting down, Alita tucked her hair around her ears, still holding back her cigarette. "Let's start with what you don't know. After the command received the black level warning, General Lin personally took over the command, thanks to your watch locating it. Incidentally, your team has a collective 2nd-class merit badge, and you have an individual 1st-class merit badge. I got merit badges." Li Chang'an was happy. Chapter 59. After the awakening. There would be no blocking of the black level alerts intelligence, and it would go straight across the otherwise cumbersome transit procedures and directly to the command post. Based on the size of the monster, General Linjin gave the order for the missiles to be fired. After all, based on the level of the mission squad, it was feared that they had already perished under the monster's sharp claws. Monsters are prioritized over saving a squad of 5. 2 missiles later, after confirming that the target's vital signs had decreased but not disappeared, the 2 Special Operations Department experts best suited for nighttime combat were dispatched. There is no shortage of missiles in Sibei City, it just tries to capture live black classes when possible, and no more than as many intact corpses as possible. That said, if Li Chang'an and the others had died, it probably would have been a collective 1st-class merit badge. As the person involved, Li Chang'an didn't have any fluctuations when he heard it, being treated as just an outcast. Rather, it was Alita who was a bit worried and quietly looked at Li Chang'an, and did not feel Li Chang'an's anger before continuing. 2 Special Operations troopers, one codenamed Night Demon, and the other codenamed Fenrir, both arrived just as Li Chang'an fell into a coma. Command drew up a code name for the Beast Ripper. With the 2 great talents of the Special Warfare Department joining forces, the Ripper erupted with a terrifying battle power that belonged to the Black Level, which Li Chang'an knew all too well. Never before had I met such a desperate creature, whose only shortcoming was his reflexes, but was compensated for by a high level of intelligence. When the Ripper opened its head again, Nightmare cleaved through one of the faces, and Fenrir came close to ripping the Ripper in half. "That monster is dead?" Li Chang'an felt excited, or rather, grateful. The Ripper possesses an extremely high level of intelligence and can be angry and complacent. So once it escapes, it will bring unending vengeance. Not really. Alita sighed. The leader of the Sibei Beast Group has appeared. A monster that exceeds the black level, codenamed Winged Tiger. Fenrir was seriously injured in a single shot, and General Lin used his psychic ability, Battle of the Stars, to save the others, but could only watch as the Rippers were rescued. Indeed, one should sigh, Li Chang'an was helpless, to be able to draw out the leader of the beasts in the northern part of Sibei. The importance of the Ripper was self-evident. Remembering the Ripper's appearance, it might be possible that he was the heir of a winged tiger, probably equal to the status of a vassal king's son. It's really a shame the more I think about it. During the battle, your captain, Zhang Strong, was tragically stabbed through the heart with a claw because he was covering the night demon. And not only did he not die, but he also broke through to a rank as a result. Third-class Sergeant Haka, using spiritual resonance, was backfired and broke through to Class A before his mental breakdown, the only Class A spiritual resonance psychic at the moment. After saying that, Alita looked at Li Chang'an and waited for him to speak. After 2 minutes or so, Li Chang'an cocked his head. No more. Yes, except you haven't been looking at me, and I think you're being disrespectful. Alita smirked. On the contrary, Li Chang'an ate this. Both his parents and Lin had taught him to send equal respect to others, so he immediately turned around. By the way, very solemnly apologized. Not expecting her prank to work, Alita froze for a moment before smirking sarcastically. Something else is about you. Someone is checking up on you. It's a lieutenant named Jin Xinghai. It's related to your participation in the trial many times. Is it convenient for you to say the reason why you participated in the trial? Li Chang'an instinctively blurted out. In order to fight more powerful people, the kind that divide life and death. Rather attached to your temper. Alita tried to say something else, but swallowed it. Get plenty of rest, you're recovering well. But as a doctor, I'd advise you to stay still for a while. Li Chang'an nodded and lay quietly on the bed. The reason, of course, was a fake, and after making it up he had trained his tone and expression in the mirror countless times, long before it was possible for anyone to see through it. Alita left the tent, and Li Chang'an began to think about what to answer when he faced the people from the intelligence department later. Let's hope it's just asking for intel on Rippers, not waiting for him to think better of it. Someone lifted the curtain of the tent and walked in. Hello, comrade. Do you mind if I sit down and ask? The one who came was a middle-aged man, slightly gray at the temples and dressed like an old cadre. Li Chang'an nodded but didn't get up. The intelligence department should be this steady. Not being surprised by changes is an important quality for intelligence workers. The man didn't have a tablet, just a tape recorder and a notebook that looked like it was intended for handwritten notes, which was kind of rare in the modern world. According to your teammates' report, you were the first to encounter the beast, correct? The man spread out his laptop and quickly got into the swing of things. Li Chang'an was about to reply when he suddenly felt that something was wrong, and the hand under the covers quietly touched the bedpan, silently spinning the screws. I don't think you've introduced yourself. Have you? The man froze, a slight smirk on his serious face. You're very cautious. Don't spin the screws, that one won't work on me. I am Lin Jun, the temporary commander of Sibei City. It was indeed useless. Li Chang'an stopped his small movements but didn't lower his guard. Commander Cheng, there's no need to conceal your identity and come over to ask me questions. Right? Just a little personal matter. Lin Jun closed his notebook and shut off the recorder as well, his eyes changing. What is your relationship to my granddaughter? Granddaughter? Li Chang'an, who was just about to answer that he didn't recognize it, flashed a figure in his mind and asked suspiciously, Lin Yubai? Lin Jun had just finished nodding when he watched Li Chang'an step down from the bed and bow solemnly. Miss Lin saved my life. Before I could thank her she left. I didn't expect to meet her elders. By the way, I still have the bill with me. Can you give me Ms. Lin's collection number? I'll pay her back the medical bills. Lin Jun reported a string of numbers, and Li Chang'an found his identity card in the clothes on the side and quickly transferred the medical bills. Is he serious? Lin Jun was a bit dumbfounded. He could tell that Li Chang'an wasn't acting. He really wanted to return the money to his granddaughter. Incomprehensible. Is my granddaughter unattractive? Or am I not a big enough official for you to be eager to get rid of me? After transferring the money, Li Chang'an sighed with relief. The owed favor cannot be returned for the time being. At least the money is returned. Fortunately, the medical expenses are not expensive. At that time, he was still curious about how the Empire's medical costs could be so inexpensive. But now that he knew Lin Yubai's identity, it was immediately clear. It's not unusual for a general's granddaughter to get a bit of a discount. All right, General Lin, you can continue to ask. Li Chang'an sat on the edge of the bed and frankly faced Lin Jun. There were still some things he wanted to say, but after seeing this operation of Li Chang'an, Lin Jun still planned to mention it later. Tell me about your encounter with the Ripper. So let's start with the first look. Li Chang'an narrated. As he listened, Lin Jun frowned, the chuan between his brows deepening. Chapter 60, The Family. Talk about the scene where Li Chang'an passes out and call it the end of the QA. Lin Jun closed the notebook and put away the recorder, stood up and whispered, Don't mention this to anyone else but me. I'll give orders that no one from intelligence will be allowed to bother you again. You know what I mean? Li Chang'an nodded his head. Not being allowed to leak the news meant that there were some hidden stories that he didn't know about, so it was better not to say anything. Lin Zhan, who was still serious, relaxed a bit and smiled slightly. Jin Xinghai from the Special Warfare Department lost you. I didn't expect you to come to Sibei. With your strength, you should go to a bigger battlefield. Any interest in getting into special operations? Li Chang'an shook his head, feeling that it was inappropriate and added, for the time being, I don't want to. Lin Jin frowned with some displeasure. Why? If you go to another battlefield, you can save more people. I didn't join the army to save lives. Li Chang'an hung his head, intent on shutting up. Luckily, Lin Jin didn't pursue the matter any further and put on a black-rimmed glasses and walked out. Could the chief commander of Sibei City be unrecognizable by wearing glasses? Li Chang'an suddenly rang that Alita was wearing the same type of glasses. Is it some kind of new weapon? It doesn't look like it. The injuries on the surface of his body had pretty much healed. It was the injuries inside his body that were the trouble, and Alita hadn't lied to him. He did need to recuperate. In addition to the merits, the benefits were obvious, and lying in bed Li Chang'an could feel the changes in himself. The first was the heart, which had been traumatized many times and was beating more forcefully and more slowly. Secondly, the smashed bones. The new life after the pain brings even more strength, especially in the spine. Looking at his palm, Li Chang'an couldn't help but laugh. I was right, death would make me stronger, but this time I almost died through. It was time to think of something to keep me alive. His eyes instinctively looked towards the curtain of the tent, as if Li Chang'an had found something to save his life. What better way to save your life than a shifter who can heal? Refusing to join the Special Warfare Department was a bit pushy. Thankfully, the word temporary was added, and Li Chang'an began to hunt for a way to bind Alita. What are you thinking? Alita picked open the curtain and walked in, and just as she finished, she saw Li Chang'an turn his head in panic. Usually so mean. Now you can't even look at me. How can you be so cute? Hiding the smile on her face, Alita closed the transparent door of the tent and lowered the curtain again, before walking towards Li Chang'an, while holding a half-finger glove in her hand. Sitting down on the side of Li Chang'an, Alita put on a cold demeanor. If you don't turn around, I'll hand over your gloves. Gloves? Li Chang'an was startled. No wonder he felt that something was missing from his palm just now, and hurriedly turned his head just in time to see Alita tossing the glove at him. Taking the gloves and putting them on, Li Chang'an was a bit puzzled. Why? Because it looks good to you. Alita turned away from looking at Li Chang'an. Couldn't help it. I could have used it to blackmail him, but I couldn't help but give it back to him. Li Chang'an scratched his head and said softly, You promise me that you won't tell anyone else. I owe you a favor. Well, you took the bait yourself. Alita raised the corner of her mouth. Fine. You spared my life then. We're even. But even if I don't say anything, you'll still be exposed in the next test. The powers you registered are clearly the abilities of this glove. You can't wear gloves during the test. You'll still have to reveal your original powers. Li Chang'an hesitated. He lacked common sense but was not stupid, and his limited culture did not know the bent of human interaction. But he knew how sinister the human heart was. If it was discovered that he didn't have supernatural powers, I'm afraid that not only would he be ostracized for being an alien, but he might even be taken away directly to be sliced up and investigated. It was normal for a powerful psychic to be different no matter what kind of abnormality he had. But without his psychic ability, he would be someone else's subject of experimentation no matter how powerful he showed. Li Chang'an hesitated for a long time and finally decided to speak. Do me a favor? Is there any way to muddle through the test? The joy in her heart was immense. Alita did not move on her face and kept her composure. Even Li Chang'an did not see the clues. Otherwise, how can it be said that women are natural actors? There is a way, but why should I help you? It's not like I owe you a favor now. Alita quietly gauged Li Chang'an's changing expression. A favor? Li Chang'an looked serious. I can promise you one thing or help you kill one person. You help me pass the trial, and don't let anyone else know. Killing people is even better. Alita waved her hand, unable to speak the words she had prepared in the face of Li Chang'an's seriousness. You don't have to worry about that anymore. I'll take care of it, and remember you owe me a favor. Li Chang'an nodded heavily and watched Alita leave the tent before lying back down on the bed. Women are really troublesome. No wonder when I was a child playing the game, the role of the warrior always say, women will affect the speed of my sword, and then steer away from the horse. But Li Chang'an never had the chance to say this. he did try it in the mirror at home. In normal games, he usually plays the horse, sometimes the villain who gets killed by the warrior. With a bit of luck, it's nice to play watchdog. Rather than being scolded, the watchdog just has to crouch to the side. Lying on the bed and fidgeting is a very boring thing. Lee Chang'an is adapted to it, not only adapted to it but also found it interesting. He had time to go over the battle with the Ripper, replaying each scene in his mind and then identifying details he hadn't noticed. Just because his body couldn't move didn't mean that his consciousness would stagnate as well. He had a good memory, more than most, and in addition to battle reenactments, the not-so-good memories surfaced from time to time. During that time, Alita came twice and brought Lee Chang'an internal medication, urging him to take it and then hurriedly leaving. When it was time for the evening meal, Lee Chang'an met the unexpected four people. "Surprise!" said Hu Chai, leaping forward with his lunchbox. Except for Zhang Changliang, the other three had a lunchbox in their hands. Strong Zhang served four. "You guys recovered better than us." Ma Hao squatted down beside Lee Chang'an's bed and raised his finger to poke Lee Chang'an's arm. Haka, on the other hand, was looking around and asked in a low voice, "Where's that beautiful healer? Hurry up and move something over to put the food on." Zhang Strong couldn't help it. There wasn't a single heartless guy. Playfully putting down the lunchbox, Hu Chai pulled Lee Chang'an to sit up. "Do you need me to feed you?" "No need. Just don't steal my food later." Lee Chang'an naturally sat up with a helpless smile. "Looks like you're in good shape." Zhang Changliang put down his lunchbox and directly sat on the ground. "Although I took credit thanks to you, I still have to scold you." Lee Chang'an's smile stalled and he lowered his head. Four hands rested on Lee Chang'an's shoulders, and it was followed by the unison of the four. Bull. Chapter 61. All brothers. 3 boxes of dishes, 4 boxes of rice, according to the is prepared for 8 people's meals. Zhang Chong Strong know Lee Chang'an's meals, so 3 of them are prepared for Lee Chang'an. The injured should eat more, eating more to get better faster. Ma Hao said and pinched another chopstick of vegetables into Lee Chang'an's bowl. Despite this statement, in reality, all 5 of them were carrying injuries. Only Lee Chang'an was hurt the most. Zhang Strong's waist is wrapped in thick bandages, Hu Chai's head is wrapped like a birthday peach, and Ma Hao's left arm is still splinted, so he can only eat with a spoon. Only Haka, who seemed to be unharmed by anything, but Lee Chang'an noticed that he was a few centimeters taller than usual when he sat down. And then it's time to find Haka's ass. The bandage wrapped around his stock. That monster was not being nice, and his tail smacked me in the ass. Shares. Haka couldn't pretend not to notice Lee Chang'an's gaze. Lee Chang'an couldn't hold back his laughter either. "Actually, you're the worst off." Having heard Lee Chang'an's consolation, Haka reported a perfunctory shrug. "Leave him alone." Xiaozhou Brain couldn't stop Hu Chai from getting weird. He's actually overjoyed. "We've made a name for ourselves on this mission. A black level alert. We survived the black level alert and brought back important information. Not a single person died." Zhang Chong knocked on the table, and Hu Chai hurriedly shut up. Then he made a wink towards Haka, and only after Haka nodded slightly did Strong Zhang continue in a low voice. "You should already know that a bigger guy appeared after you passed out, right? That's probably an existence above the black level. The order from above is that we can't disclose half a word. Any information about the codename Wing Tiger is at the highest level of secrecy, and only generals are able to view it. But we thought we should let you know too, while there's no one else." Lee Chang'an took over. "There's always been a legend in the traveling hunters that S rank and above is the beginning, and that the final form of the powers might be to become a god. Legends are all rather far-fetched." Hu Chai muttered with his mouth full of food. "However, the monster code named the Wing Tiger is pretty close to a mythological monster." Haka opened his hands and gestured. "Can you imagine? It's bigger than my mental senses can handle. It blew like a force 8 gale." Lee Chang'an put down his chopsticks and nodded. "Yes, I've seen similar ones." Everyone's eyes looked towards Lee Chang'an, waiting for his next words. Knowledge beyond the range of cognition would make people couldn't help but be curious. Once the world's highest peak, Mount Everest, was nearly 9,000 meters high, but now it's only 6,000 meters, and I was nearby when it broke. Recalling the scene at that time, Lee Chang'an also uncontrollably breathed a sigh of relief and continued to speak in front of the crowd's urgent desire for knowledge. "I was given the task of escorting a group of people to Mount Everest. I acted as a guide, and after I reached my destination and settled the payment, I went back. The weather was bad. I was not walking fast to save my strength, so I was still within the range of the mountains even after a day, and then I felt an earthquake. It was only when I looked back that I realized it wasn't an earthquake. There was a white tail sweeping over and smashing the top of Everest to pieces. Just one tail is thousands of meters long. And honestly, up until now I thought I was hallucinating. The four of them swallowed their saliva. Li Chang'an's ability to tell stories was average. After seeing the winged tiger, the four of them's association ability had become substantially stronger. It's not so inconceivable that you can break the tail of a mountain. Did you see the full extent of that thing? Hu Chai felt as if his voice was coming from his stomach, and it couldn't have been lower. Beware of the lack of spirit in his whispered words. Hu Chai wanted to ask again, but Li Chang'an had already shaken his head. No, after one tail it was never seen again, and now that I look back and think about it, the ones who escorted it might have gone just for that. With their pace and their style, I'm afraid they're the military going to Everest for the owner of that tail, only I don't know if they're dead or not. There are definitely realms on the S rank, I just don't know why the Empire doesn't announce it. It's pointless for us to worry about it. The crowd was happy and Zhang Chong said first, "That's right, this time we advanced to the A grade from death, and the S grade has nothing to do with us commoners. It's none of our business what's behind the world either. Celebrate surviving, and don't take any more chances in the future." Li Chang'an was stunned when he just picked up his chopsticks again and said, Don't you guys want to get a few more merit honors?" Several people looked at each other. A moment later, Hu Chai opened his mouth to break the silence. "The injuries you suffered this time were not light. I heard that you almost died. This time is considered lucky, but what about next time?" "Yes." Someone else opened his mouth, and Strong Zhang immediately chimed in. "There isn't that much good luck in life. What if we die next time?" Haka nodded back and forth. "Yeah, it's all collective second-class merit badge. It's almost as good, actually. We're the only team in the entire squadron with collective second-class merit badge." Only Meiho was silent. Li Chang'an also frowned without saying anything. The three of them looked at each other. Hu Chai pushed Meiho and anxiously lowered his voice. "You persuade them too." What I didn't expect was Ma Hao shaking his head. "Chang'an, he knows exactly what he's doing. There's no need for us to persuade. It's useless to persuade. Will he change his mind?" The three of them fell silent, having really been together for only a day. But it was clear that Li Chang'an didn't seem to be someone who could be easily swayed. "Captain, you should know about my birth." Meiho continued. "My parents were open soldiers from Sibei City. They were just ordinary soldiers without much colorful powers, so they died in the open field when I was 9 and my sister was 7. When I was a kid, I actually hated them. How could they leave such a small child behind? The pension was still low, barely enough for us two little kids to live. I hid my age to work for money and thought I was hiding it well. But really everyone knew except none of them said anything. Obviously small and physically weak, I don't do as much as everyone else. But I never get paid the same as anyone else." Meiho's sudden smile was one of relief. "When my sister graduated from college, I bought a lot of things to thank those who had helped our siblings. But guess what they said?" Ma Hao mimicked the tone of those neighbors. "Howsy, your parents put their lives on the line for Sibei City. What's a little help from us?" "It's not helping. It's us returning the favor. All these people living in the city owe it to them, to the soldiers who died. I signed up for the army the next day. I wanted to see where my mom and dad had been and see what was worth putting their lives on the line for." Zhang Strong pulled out a pack of cigarettes from somewhere and lit one for himself, his expression shifting in the smoke. Li Chang'an picked at his white rice, his whole head buried in his lunchbox, and his slurred voice came out. "I've been a loser all my life, at least that's what everyone tells me. There have been very few people who have given me kindness, so few that I can count them on one hand, but I met a man in LA. He was a stranger, but he wanted me to live. He used to be a soldier, but he broke both his hands and could never be a soldier again. So I came here, for myself and for him. I hope one day I can wear a bunch of medals to his grave and tell him that I deserve his kindness and that I deserve to live." Snap! Li Chang'an slammed down his lunchbox. "I'll still go. I'll apply for a transfer out of the squad later." Snap! Zhang Changliang slapped his hand on the table and angrily rebuked. "Shut up. Are you the captain or am I the captain? Eat your food. You were brought into this team by Laozi. Where can I put my face when you say leave? You can't leave this team until Laozi dies." Hu Chai also stood up and took Li Chang'an by the shoulders. "What do you kid think we are? The kind of people who leave their brothers behind? I'll punish you with a treat." "That's right." Haka nodded. "Remember to introduce me to my girlfriend." I forget when it was that I ran out of tears, but Li Chang'an only felt a little heat in his eyes now. Dad, look how many friends I have. Chapter 62. Confinement after receiving merits and honors. The good atmosphere was shattered by the appearance of Alita, shooing people out one by one on the grounds that the patients could not be disturbed much. He could only speed up and finish eating, but the four of them were still playful before they left, and Huchai even winked madly at Li Chang'an. But Li Chang'an didn't read it. Alita began to check on Li Chang'an's recovery again. Haven't we already checked twice today? Li Chang'an was a bit puzzled. Carefully unwrapping the bandages from Li Chang'an's body, Alita said without lifting her head, "You're recovering well. The extra checks are for your own good. In fact, that's a great-looking body." At 6'7", Li Chang'an had over 80 kilograms of weight. Yet there was no bloat to be seen, and his body fat percentage was so low that he didn't resemble a human being. Satisfied with tucking Li Chang'an in, Alita turned around and walked away so as not to be overheard by her gradually accelerating heartbeat. Li Chang'an continued to fume. The Ripper was undoubtedly a black class equal to the human's S-class and above it, and he was still too weak to face the Ripper. The biggest problem is the inability to do enough damage, and aside from his fists and feet, he's left with a mouth. After a monster's size reaches a certain level, ordinary hot weapons can't cause effective damage, let alone cold weapons. Alien powers are the strongest weapon after the end of mankind, but it's just that he doesn't have them, and he can't find a way to make up for his own shortcomings. Undoubtedly desperate, but having fallen into despair more than once over the years, Li Chang'an had long since stopped wallowing in despair. He would only work harder to climb out of the abyss. 2 days later, no matter how reluctant Alita was, she had to let Li Chang'an out of the hospital. Not a single injury could be seen on his body anymore, and all the physical indicators had long exceeded the standard line of health. The last reluctance could only be made up by watching Li Chang'an change his clothes. "Do you know when Anren?" Li Chang'an turned back as he put on his jacket. Alita nodded. The newest member of the Special Warfare Department, the winner of the Taie trial, the heavenly pride of the 3 alien powers, but he's still training at the military ministry. 3 supernormal abilities? Li Chang'an was slightly stunned, then elated, thinking that it was Anren who had awakened during the baptism. He was sincerely happy for when Anren. Knowing when Anren's recent situation was enough, Li Chang'an wouldn't pursue too much, grabbed his things and planned to leave the tent. Alita pulled Li Chang'an back as she bit her lip and whispered, "Don't you have anything to say to me?" "Right." Li Chang'an turned his head. "Please give me your contact information." It wasn't too stupid. Alita's heart rejoiced. Li Chang'an added, "My teammates want your contact information. And using your teammates to cover for yourself when it's obvious you want to. Here you go." Rather wanting to be a bit more reserved, but worrying that Li Chang'an would be shy, Alita simply gave it away. "Thanks." Li Chang'an nodded slightly and turned around. Sure enough, he was still shy. Looking at Li Chang'an's back, the more Alita looked at her, the more satisfied she became. Her supernatural ability, Fallen Angel, could bring unrivaled charm. Charisma is an aura so powerful that it needs to be suppressed with consciousness-hindering glasses developed by the military, and no male creature can resist it. In other words, there was no way in the world that a male would try to hurt her, including monsters and bugs, or even neutral creatures, but Li Chang'an did. That stunning slash made Alita start to doubt her powers, but after seeing Li Chang'an's shyness, her confidence returned. Leaving the Special Warfare Department, Li Chang'an tried his best to avoid everyone, not forgetting that the barbarian god was still around, and there were 2 or 3 other people who had also fought him in the Trial Institute. Just as he walked outside of the Special Warfare Department's camp, he watched the 4 of them, Zhang Strong, hooking shoulders and laughing as they looked at him. "Welcome back, Chang'an." As Huchai shouted, the 4 of them pulled out salvos from behind them. Boom! Ribbons and shredded paper fell all over Li Chang'an. "Why is it so loud?" Zhang Qiangliang's hands were busy patting away the shredded paper on Li Chang'an. "Quickly go. Don't disturb the geniuses of the Special Warfare Department." The few people who had just been laughing and smiling were now hastily fleeing like thieves. The Special Warfare Department is far more special than the rest of the team. Even most of the military rules don't need to be followed. They are strong and meritorious. The word special stands for exceptional. Already far enough away, Li Chang'an handed over Alita's cell phone number to Haka. "You said for me to introduce you to a girlfriend." Looking at the number in his hand, Haka looked at Li Chang'an with wide eyes and asked the 4 of them, "Isn't she having an affair with you?" The statement of having a leg made Li Chang'an couldn't help but frown. "I almost killed her in the trial. Is this considered having a leg?" "Shouldn't count." Haka gulped, not daring to ask again. A model for my generation. Meiho gave a hard thumbs up. Alita is the goddess of the entire army, and you're so willing to lay your hands on her. I'm convinced. I'm convinced too. Me too. Li Chang'an scratched his head and didn't understand what was wrong with this. As an opponent, it was that you should fight to kill the other party with all your might. This was survival and respect for the other party. Yo, come and see. Isn't this the good luck squad? A fat man walked up to him head-on, picking up a collective second-class honor from the geniuses of the Special Warfare Department. It's really enviable. There's also a personal first-class merit badge that has the nerve to shamelessly claim the credit. It really makes us admire it. The team members behind the fat man let out a sneer in tandem. Who is he? Li Chang'an pointed to the fat man. Zhang Changlian bitterly whispered. Some people say that we picked up the merit from the hands of the Special Warfare Department. After all, we're just the lowest squad. Just ignore them and let them talk. Why? Li Chang'an asked rhetorically. We fought to the death. Why should we let them dupe us? Zhang Chong, who had always been used to forbearance, froze, and actually didn't know how to answer. Just saying, we won't have any losses, so it shouldn't matter. Even he felt that the answer paled a bit. The fat man was still there sneering. Is brawling against the law? Li Chang'an quietly looked at Zhang Chong. Violation. Strong Zhang sighed. As long as you don't seriously injure the other party, the most you'll get is a verbal warning, on the condition that you never use your powers. As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Chang'an had already disappeared in front of Strong Zhang. The classic elbow is back, Meiho exclaimed, rolling up his sleeves and rushing forward. Hu Chai patted the captain's arm. Captain, Chang'an is right. We fight to the death. Why should we be ridiculed by others? Captain, your notions need to change. It should be courtesy, not forbearance. Besides, it's just a verbal warning. What are you afraid of? Even Hu Chai saw through it, and Zhang Chong was dumbfounded, turning his head to try to solicit the opinion of the last person. Haka. As a result, there was no one behind him, and Haka had long since silently rushed after Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an had asked for Alita's cell phone number for him, and from today on Li Chang'an had a renewed love for him. Chang'an, you go easy on him. Don't kill him. Little Yakuza dares to sneak up on me. Watch me teasing. Taste the iron fist of my ranked master. Listening to the shouts of his teammates, Zhang Changjin clenched his fists, nearly 40 years old. He should have run out of hot blood, but he felt a surge of bravado. The fat man who was put down by Li Chang'an's elbow struggled and shouted outward, Geez, I've been beaten up. Come and help quickly. Someone who was on good terms with Fatty rushed over to intervene. Damn it, don't move my soldiers. Strong Zhang let out a yell. Half an hour later, the five stood in the doorway of the confinement room. Chapter 63, No Need for Rules. Through the one-way glass, Lin Jin cried and laughed. Beat up a few? The school official behind him also had a bitter smile on his face. 32 of them. 19 of them were beaten up by that Li Chang'an you mentioned. He seems to be more used to fighting humans, and he's learned a great deal of refutation, being able to discern the shadows of many martial arts from before the end of time, only to be melded into his own style. Lin Jin turned his head. What style? After a slight hesitation, the school official straightened his chest and responded solemnly. Murderous style. Every move is designed to kill. I apply for a thorough investigation of his family. No need. Lin Jin waved his hand and turned back to continue looking in the mirror again. General Lin. The school official was anxious. He could be a killing machine trained by those organizations. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Jin turned around. Someone who would fight to the death to stop a Ripper wouldn't be that kind of killing machine. That wasn't a good enough reason. But the school official kept his mouth shut. Talent matters, and a talent that is willing to sacrifice itself for the uninvolved matters even more. Gathering his wits, the school official resumed his newly respectful demeanor. So what's the punishment to be given to them? A day of confinement. Penalty? Why should we give punishment? Lin Jin smiled faintly. They are soldiers as well as young people, and they are still our meritocracy. What's wrong with a meritorious man having a fight? It's not before the doomsday. Strong power inflates desire. The pre-doomsday routine doesn't work now. Instead of waiting for them to swell beyond their limits, let's give them the privilege of channeling their desires. The Special Warfare Division routine works for all soldiers. Direct differentiation, just give the meritocracy the rewards it deserves, and you don't have to worry about other people getting cold feet. They'll just get hot under the collar. Pass on my order that all the other hands-on brawls go for 50 laps of the schoolyard, except for their squad, which gets a day off to play. The reasoning was understood, but the school official was still a bit hesitant. Wouldn't it be a bad idea to take a day off? What's wrong with that? It's not like they're getting an allowance increase or a reward. So what's wrong with letting them go play for a day? Lin Jun responded rightfully. I'm an old curmudgeon. Are you too? The school official smiled helplessly. He didn't dare to say outright, where are you being old-fashioned? You're clearly being too enlightened. General Lin Jun was famous for keeping the rules. Why now? Rather forgetting that General Lin only keeps the rules he has set for himself. The 5 men in the confinement room were still whispering, certainly not in the least bit repentant, just exchanging ideas. Try to get as high as you can when one on many. Never allow yourself to be surrounded. And unless you're a big guy like the captain, roaming is the best. Li Chang'an is passing on the experience. Horse Hao was heartily convinced and exclaimed, Awesome Mayan. You must not have fought a lot when you were a kid. Never fought. Li Chang'an was very serious. The first time I fought, I should have been 16. It's been a lot of fighting since then. The 4 of them pondered, knowing that Li Chang'an had no common sense. The 4 of them had a new way of understanding Li Chang'an's words. For example, a little equals a lot. A lot. I would only be a little bit equal to me being strong. Then often should equal daily or more. Through eye contact, the 4 had pictures in their heads. A poor teenager who grew up on the streets and struggled to get enough to eat in the wind and rain joins a street gang at the age of 16, before launching a career of bloodshed. Scripts like this are common. The empire's subsidies for the poor are limited and restrictive, and street kids are no longer among them. In order to make a living, many people joined gangs, and the most suitable age was 16, and Li Chang'an attached the vast majority of conditions. He is brutal and decisive, and is not very good at getting along with people. He is childlike and naive, as if he were specially trained to be a fighter. The only point that doesn't quite fit is that he has no vices, at least not at the moment. Li Chang'an keenly noticed the distraction of the 4 people and guessed that they must have been thinking about his birth. And since they were recognized teammates, he was willing to explain it for them. Let me be clear. I'm not a gang member or a wandering orphan. Not as pathetic as you think. Because I didn't awaken my powers late and my father left early, so I really didn't have a very good childhood, and that's about it. Honestly, this is a disappointing answer with no storytelling or slots. Only Hu Chai's shoulders for an imperceptible shudder, and no one noticed. The door to the confinement room opened, and the 5 men rose to their feet in a hurry. There is no penalty for this brawl, given the contribution your squad made during the Ripper stop. Your rewards are announced next. The 5 of them listened with a dumbfounded look on their faces. Not only was there no punishment, but there was a reward as well. The 5 people standing in the tent 10 minutes later still felt a little surreal. Say, where can we go on a day off? Hu Chai held up his t-shirt not knowing what to wear. Haka changed as fast as she could and gave a strange smile. I have a great suggestion. I know a particularly great store. Hold it, we don't go to weird places like that. Strong Zhang rummaged through his civilian clothes. Meiho local, listen to him. Ma Hao set on carelessness, proudly pointed to himself. Sibei Xylingson is here. Today I will show you what is called Sibei flavor. We'll be back tomorrow by 12 noon, so we can try some local barbecue in the evening, and I'll take you guys out for a sing-along and a good night's sleep before we come back. Hu Chai threw his t-shirt at Meiho's head. We'll talk about the rest later. Didn't you guys notice that Chang'an has no clothes? Li Chang'an stood there awkwardly. He only had a sweater and a short sleeve, the same one he wore when he came. Because he was more sluggish to heat and cold, Li Chang'an didn't prepare a bunch of clothes to go out, let alone join the army with military uniforms. What I didn't expect was the severe cooling over the past few days, with nighttime temperatures reaching below 0, and I'm afraid it's a bit overwhelming to rely on short sleeves and sweatshirts alone. Our clothes don't fit for Chang'an either, so we'll just go and buy clothes first. Remember to bring your identity card. Zhang Chong took out his smallest jacket and handed it over. Commiserate about wearing mine for now, and buy 2 more later. It's a cold winter in the northern part of the country, and military uniforms alone won't be enough. The smallest size of the clothes was also much bigger than Li Chang'an's. After all, Zhang Changjin was more than 2 meters tall and still had a weight of about 300 pounds. Meiho called for a car in advance and saw the cab at the door just after registering to leave the barracks. Let's go to the city center to buy clothes first. I've already booked the hotel, so we can relax and play for a day. Ma Hao snapped his fingers, with the air of a full host. There were not many refugees in the city center, and Li Chang'an was able to see the style of Sibei City, which was no longer a scene of lamentation everywhere in his eyes. Neither Armageddon nor the beast tide could stop people from enjoying themselves, and the streets continued to be prosperous and hurried as people came and went. Perhaps because they were away from the barracks, everyone was a little less serious and actually competed to pick out clothes for Li Chang'an to see who could figure out the most satisfactory match for Li Chang'an. As long as they don't compete, Zhang Chang and Li Chang'an sit down in the point and survey the surrounding area. You don't shop often? Zhang Chang found that Li Chang'an was a bit formal. Li Chang'an nodded. I'm not too used to being in crowded places. Luckily, I have a friend he likes to buy clothes for me. It's not necessarily like that. Zhang Changliang smiled slightly. He should know that you don't like going to crowded places. Li Chang'an was stunned, then smiled and nodded. He was the one who had missed the tenderness of the others. Li Chang'an. A less than sure voice came from the side. Suddenly, Li Chang'an's face turned pale. Cold sweat fell from his forehead, and his hands shivered as he clenched his fists. Unwanted memories come flooding back and darkness hits like a tidal wave. Chapter 64. Help me. Zhang Changliang looked at Li Chang'an in surprise. What's going on? Without waiting for Li Chang'an to reply, four people came up on the side. The leading tall and thin youth sized up Li Chang'an. Yo, it's really you. Haven't seen you for a few years. You really haven't changed at all, you're still unpleasant looking. Why don't you know how to say hello when you see an old friend? Is that what I used to teach you? The youth raised his hand toward Li Chang'an's face, but did not succeed. Strong Zhang raised his hand to block it and frowned. Who are you? The youth sneered. Is this how you treat your old friend? Li Chang'an? Not going to introduce me. He is my junior high school classmate, Chun Zhen. Li Chang'an lowered his head, making it impossible to see his expression. But the voice was off, his voice was shaking with fear. Chang'an. Strong Zhang gently patted Li Chang'an's back, feeling a little bad. What's wrong with you? Tell me if something's wrong. Li Chang'an slowly looked up at the captain. Zhang Chang's heart thumped. From Li Chang'an's eyes he saw familiar and unfamiliar emotions. That's a cry for help. Li Chang'an. I haven't seen you for a few years and you're still doing well. Let's go out and talk? Chun Zhen once again reached out and grabbed Li Chang'an's shoulder. Get out of the way. Zhang Strong slapped that hand away with force and took half a step forward to block Li Chang'an's body. Despite not knowing exactly what was going on, he knew that Li Chang'an needed help now. The seemingly never-ending fear of Li Chang'an trembling because of a few humans would never have been believed before today. Chun Zhen's hands' muscles swelled, turning thicker than his thighs in an instant, and he looked at Zhang Chang with a mischievous expression. What do you mean, brother? It doesn't mean anything, just asking you to leave. Zhang Chang frowned. As a soldier, he couldn't use his powers outside. He should also ask if he wants me to leave. Chun Zhen stepped forward and pushed Zhang Chang away, his massive strength making it impossible for Zhang Chang to resist. The bushy hand cupped Li Chang'an's shoulder, and it was visible that Li Chang'an's face showed a color of pain, but he did not have the slightest intention of avoiding it. Chun Zhen wrapped his arm around Li Chang'an's shoulders. You've grown up. You dare to pretend you can't hear me when I'm talking to you. I didn't. There's. Li Chang'an lowered his head once again. Seat at you.m. Take your dirty hands off. Hu Chai, blinking, who was filled with anger, arrived at Chun Zhen's side and raised his hand to slam down a fist. Chun Zhen casually raised his hand to block it, waving it as if he was chasing away flies. The violent wind scraped across Hu Chai's face, like a blade brushing against his face, and if it hit him squarely, I was afraid that it would slap Hu Chai's bones. Li Chang'an grabbed Hu Chai's arm and threw it behind himself as hard as he could. You've grown a lot. Chun Zhen smiled coldly, somewhat surprised by Li Chang'an's actions, but more than that, he was still disdainful. Get down. With Chun Zhen's shout, several people were surprised to see that Li Chang'an seemed to intend to bend down. Hu Chai stepped forward to grab Li Chang'an and roared, You fight back. By what right are you being bullied and you don't fight back? Hu Chai. Zhang Strong whistled softly. Chang'an's state isn't quite right. Don't stimulate him. Stimulating my ass. Hu Chai continuously held his foul mouth. You're not the only one who awakened his powers late, and you're not the only one who was bullied because of it. UT-airs fight back. Zhang Chang instantly understood that Li Chang'an's misbehavior came from the shadows that could not be erased, not knowing what kind of bullying he had suffered, so much so that he could not raise the slightest thought of resistance when facing Chun Zhen. commonly known as post-traumatic stress disorder. A scene from the past may have resurfaced when confronted by a former abuser. Zhang Qiangliang clenched his fists. What kind of bullying would it take to make that person who was fearless even in the face of black-level monsters turn into the current appearance? Meiho and Haka, who hadn't picked out their clothes yet, also came this way, and they heard the rattling and Huchai's yelling. The three companions behind Qinzhen also sneered as they walked forward. I can't do it. Li Chang'an's voice was faintly audible. Still, Huchai heard it loud and clear, rather like a thunderous voice. Then go stand on the side. Huchai let go of Li Chang'an and turned to face Qinzhen and the others. I'll teach you a lesson. No! Li Chang'an exclaimed. Ma Hao walked forward and gently pulled Li Chang'an behind him, whispering, Don't blame Huchai. His younger brother was awakened too late to his supernormal abilities. Killed himself after enduring years of bullying. His only brother. The older brother is fighting on the front lines while the younger brother is committing suicide at home, and he can't go get back at those people yet. So please understand him. Li Chang'an clenched his fists, and before his eyes, he saw his former self wrapped in a piece of blanket running in the woods, while behind him, Qinzhen and the others were chasing with water bullet guns. Whoever hits him the fewest times gets the night on the house. The loser takes it out by hitting all the water bombs on Li Chang'an. To keep him from going back all colorful, he'd end up considerately washing him down with snow water. There were countless scenes such as these, and even after more than a decade had passed, when he saw Qinzhen again, Li Chang'an still instinctively began to tremble. Facing Huchai, who had rushed forward in front of the mountain, Qinzhen just raised his hand with a cold smile and called down with a slap. Almost there. Strong Zhang grabbed Qinzhen's wrist once more, only for the huge force that struck him to cause him to fly backwards uncontrollably as well. His special ability is the giant strength of the battle system, and he can definitely overpower his opponent in a power competition. The only limitation is that only the offense can get a special ability boost. Li Chang'an's voice rang out in a deep voice. Qinzhen laughed more than coldly. You've studied me thoroughly, but unfortunately you're a waste and so are your friends. It's true that things come in threes, and losers like you should just crouch on the ground honestly. Li Chang'an, come let me see what supernatural ability you've awakened. Strong Zhang pushed away the rack of clothes on his body and stood up, his rock-like muscles bursting through his top as he took a step towards Qinzhen. You want to see Chang'an's powers? You don't have that qualification. Come fight me. Meiho shouted anxiously. Captain, you can't use your powers outside. Zhang Strong turned around and smiled. That's why I waited for him to make the first move. The moment Zhang Chang turned his head back, a silhouette suddenly appeared behind him, and it was one of the people behind Qinzhen, holding a dagger in his hand and stabbing at Zhang Chang's shoulder blade. Hu Zhai immediately tried to blink, but one person was faster than him. Li Chang'an had appeared behind Strong Zhang at an unknown time and raised his hand to grab the sneak attacker's wrist and twist it off backwards. The dagger fell into Li Chang'an's hands, and as if he had changed into a different person, he raised his hand and dislodged his arm along the sneak attacker's elbow. The sneak attacker's wail was just coming out of his mouth when the dagger stabbed into his mouth again, gently stirring it to bring out a mouth full of broken teeth, the blade of the dagger slicing along the corner of the man's mouth. In moments, the man lost a hand and the corner of his mouth opened even further to his temple. My friend is not a waste. Li Chang'an stood up, his voice low and terrible. You dare to fight back? Qinzhen was shocked at Li Chang'an's determination and the ruthlessness. This is not the same little guy who cried and endured over a decade ago. Li Chang'an turned around and cocked his head. Not a trace of emotion was visible in his pupils. The massive pressure was causing his sanity to dissipate. Chang'an, leave it to us. Zhang Qiangliang suddenly turned around and hugged Li Chang'an. You were once very desperate. You must have wished that someone could come and help you. It's okay, we're family. Just leave the rest to us. The dagger fell to the ground, and Li Chang'an nodded lightly. Nobody move. Outside the door hooted and hollered a group of people, dressed in the uniforms of the city guards. The gun was aimed at Strong Zhang. Chapter 65 The Peacock. The city guards have come at a really good time. Zhang Chang snorted coldly and took out his identity card and threw it over Sibei City's 1st Army Patrol Guard. Hu Chai and the three of them then took a few steps forward to surround Li Chang'an in the center. What's the 1st Army doing in town? I remember it's still a time of war, right? The lead lieutenant took the ID card and scanned it to make sure the information was correct. After retrieving the information card, Zhang Qiangliang still had a cold face. I brought my team members here on vacation and was inexplicably attacked by these people. According to imperial law, it is a felony to attack imperial soldiers during times of war. I demand that you take them down, and I will contact my officers later to deal with them. The lieutenant spread his hands. Sorry, I can't do it. What do you mean? Zhang Strong frowned, despite knowing that the city guard was in internal chaos. It wasn't as if they were ignoring the laws of the empire. Chen Zhen came forward and sneered. Because my official position is greater than his. Saying that, Chen Zhen took out his ID from his pocket and waved it in front of Zhang Chong. Chen Zhen, the head of the 3rd Division of the City Guards. Originally I came up to arrest you because I saw that you looked like fugitives. However, right now I suspect that you are deserters, and by imperial law, any force enforcement agency that encounters a deserter during a time of war may kill them on the spot. Are you guys going to come back with me, or are we just going to beat you to death here? Chen Zhen leaned forward slightly and lowered his voice. How about Li Chang'an breaks one of my brother's hands? You hand Li Chang'an over to me and leave with your crew. Responding to Chen Zhen's head-on punch, Chen Zhen seemed to have anticipated this. Simultaneously raising his fist to meet the attack, the two fists clashed together, and Zhang Qiangjin retreated 3 steps in a row. The giant strength ability of the battle department, as long as the ability is unleashed in an attacking manner, it will definitely be able to suppress the opponent, and few abilities within the same class will be able to resist it. Shaking off his somewhat numb right hand, Zhang Qiangliang coldly looked at Chen Zhen. As imperial soldiers, you have abused your authority, and I will report it. Chen Zhen approached step by step. That is also a matter for later. Now bind your hands and go back with us. Chen Zhen, I'll go with you. Li Chang'an stepped forward. If it was just now, I might have agreed to you, but not now. Chen Zhen shook his head, not hiding his smugness at all. It upsets me that a loser like you could even join the First Army. You deserve to be stepped on for the rest of your life. Kneel down, kowtow to me and beg for forgiveness. Don't mention it until I'm satisfied, and maybe I'll let your friend go. Hu Chai whispered. Later, I'll blink over and subdue him first. Then you guys do it and we'll rush out from here. As soon as we get back to the barracks, they're done. But it was impossible. The city guard's combat strength was no weaker than a dozen or so Alterans on alert. No more than the Tiger Gang's people were in the beginning. There's too much of a difference between the regular army and the idle punks to be comparable. What's more, if it really comes to that, everyone present today won't be able to escape punishment. As soon as someone dies, the nature is immediately different. Outside the door walked into a group of people. The leader is a tall and thin youth, wearing a white trench coat, shoulder-length hair pulled up in a high ponytail. The face is so bewitching that it is almost impossible to distinguish between the sexes. The youth passed through the city guards and walked straight towards Li Chang'an. His eyes could no longer tolerate anyone but Li Chang'an. Chang'an! Kotomo? Li Chang'an looked at Jiang Shuebu, who had fallen from the sky. In surprise, why are you here? I just happened to come to Sibei City to do some business. A friend said that he saw you enter the city, and I couldn't get into the barracks, so I could only take advantage of the situation to come and see you now. Jiang Shuebu opened his hand and gave Li Chang'an a hug. After a short period of days, Li Chang'an immediately came to his senses and said joyfully, It's just as well that you're here, you cover me. I'll kill all these people and we'll get together again. You are at least a soldier now. Be a bit of a soldier. Jiang Shuebu cried and laughed, straightening Li Chang'an's collar for him. Leave it to me, you can't always kill people. Though I would love to fight with you again. Li Chang'an's voice was not restrained in any way. Everyone present could hear it clearly, and being his teammate would only give a bitter smile. And as if Chen Zhen had grasped Li Chang'an's handle, he laughed coldly. Did you just say you want to kill us? Do you know that you now pose a threat to imperial officials? So what if I threaten you? Jiang Shuebu lost his smile as soon as he turned his head, and his face was as frosty as it was full of killing intent. A white-clothed old man came out of the group of people immediately following Jiang Shuebu, wrinkled to the point where he couldn't see his eyes, and his breath was so weak that it seemed as if he would die at any moment. But it was the moment this old man appeared that Chen Zhen's smile froze on his face. Lord High Priest. Chen Zhen pounded his right hand on his left chest and bent down respectfully. The High Priest, expressionless, said in his pale, almost muffled voice, This is Bishop Peacock of the Holy Church. Do you understand what I mean? I understand. Without any hesitation, Chen Zhen turned his head and left, and the city guards didn't even dare to fall behind. The group left in a hurry. Jiang Shuebu opened his mouth towards the High Priestess, and despite not making a sound, the The high priestess still immediately understood, saluted with the others and turned to leave. You see, a lot of things don't necessarily require you to fight and kill with your own hands. There are many other ways to solve them. Zhang Xuebu enthusiastically wrapped his arm around Li Chang'an's shoulders. Even though he had long known that Xiao Zhangjiang had a very mysterious background, Li Chang'an did not expect to be able to make the city guards fearful. There was no way he could be wrong. There was definitely awe in Chen Zhen's eyes. Zhang Xuebu smiled faintly towards Zhang Changjiang and said in a warm voice, "If you don't mind, I would like to talk to Chang'an about something personal." "Of course." Zhang Changliang nodded, his face grave but not asking questions, and led his teammates to the edge. Li Chang'an looked at Zhang Xuebu and crowed, "You're not going to explain to me why you're hiding your identity, are you? The relationship between us doesn't seem to need this step. I don't bother explaining to you. I'm asking you if you're willing to join us." Zhang Xuebu's smile hid a bit of apprehension and more anticipation. "You've seen how depraved the city guards affiliated with the Empire are, and how the safety of civilians can really be put in the hands of these people? I recognize that not all of the Empire's executives are mealies, but the Empire is hopeless now, and sooner or later there will be chaos. It's in the nature of men, doomsday or not. They're all keen to fight for power, and the Empire needs a dose of that. When that day comes, no one can do it alone. Join us in changing the world." After a moment of silence, Li Chang'an helplessly scratched his head. "You know, I can't understand these words. If you are asking me to join as a friend, I will definitely agree with you. But if it's the status of the archbishop of whatever religion that is, forgive me for refusing. I'm not that ambitious, I'm just trying to take one step at a time." Suibu sighed. "I had guessed you would answer like that. I just thought it was the right time today. Take a good vacation today. There may be no rest after that." Waving his hand at Li Chang'an, Zhang Xuebu intended to leave. "Wait," Li Chang'an called out to him. "Forget about anything else. Tell me your real strength first. Don't tell me it's just a rank." Zhang Xuebu, who had just taken 2 steps out, turned his head and raised the corner of his mouth. "S rank. S rank for independently killing 4 black-level monsters." Li Chang'an laughed bitterly. "You guys, did you used to play house with me all the time?" Not far outside the store, the high priestess and the others waited respectfully until Zhang Xuebu. "My lord bishop, a squad has been sent to clear the 3rd division of the city guards. There won't be a living soul left. Do we still need to clear the trail?" Zhang Xuebu ripped off his trench coat, revealing the twin swords at his waist. "No need. The sect master should already be on his way to assassinate Lin Jin. It's time to make the Empire's mealies tremble." Chapter 66. Unachievable Revenge. After buying the clothes and getting in the car, several people remained in silence, each with something to say but not knowing how to say it. "I'll make a call to the restaurant now. Some of the dishes are more time-consuming. Let them do it first." Ma Hao opened his mouth to break the silence. After all, he was the one who was also a brother and a father. "It does sound like a couple of squirmy kids, to say the least." Li Chang'an asked softly, "Can you order more meat?" The silence dissipated completely. "Add half a yak to him. I'll pay for it." Hu Chai wrapped his arms around Li Chang'an's neck playfully. "You kid is hiding deep. You even have such a powerful friend." "To be honest, I only realized it today." Li Chang'an would not lie. Knowing that Li Chang'an was telling the truth, Zhang Chang still hurriedly pursued, "Are you serious? You just realized today that he is from that church?" Li Chang'an nodded. Of course it was true. It was only then that Zhang Strong breathed a sigh of relief and finally regained his smile. "That's good. You don't get too involved with them." "Why?" Li Chang'an asked rhetorically. He could ignore any religion, but he couldn't ignore Zhang Xuebu. If the church was in danger, he would choose to go and take Zhang Xuebu away immediately. Tie it off too. "I don't know what to tell you." Zhang Changliang shook his head. "Anyway, you listen to me and have less contact with them, those people. Most of them are crazy." Haka, who knew a little bit of the inside story, also added, "The church that appeared when the end of the world first came absorbed a lot of believers because of the end of the world. They preach equality for all, and before that most of them operated in the northern continent, the end of the ocean, and only a few years ago they started to enter the eastern continent. A lot of power. I heard there are many S-class exalts within. I don't understand why the Empire doesn't care. It's not the end of the world. How could they allow a religion to grow? The coming of Armageddon shattered the original beliefs of the people and was indeed the best time for religion to rise." Aside from television, Li Chang'an had only purchased information on the black market and knew very little about the development of the world. so he had never learned anything about the holy religion. But looking at the faces of the others, they seemed to know more or less. As a friend, don't I know too little about Xiao Jiangjiang? Li Chang'an doubted himself for the first time. Li Chang'an temporarily hid his heart and accompanied everyone along the way to chat. Chun Zhen's matter did not affect the several people's interest in having fun. After all, for the rest of the team things were over, only Li Chang'an didn't think so. The nightmare of more than 10 years should have an end. When Zhang Changliang stood by his side, when Jiang Shuibu appeared in front of him, Li Chang'an figured it out. I have no worries. I may be executed if I lose, or I may die in vengeance, but my family will be fine. Even though it was a very selfish thought and trusting his family to someone else's care, Li Chang'an couldn't wait. He couldn't wait to get to the end of everything. If I kill him, I can end the nightmare. The face was as calm as water, but inside, it was already like madness. What are you thinking about? Hu Chai raised his hand and waved it in front of Li Chang'an's face. Just thought it was nice for everyone to come out together like this. Li Chang'an smiled slightly. I'm trying to figure out how to kill him, torture him for 10 days and then let him die or let him live in pain forever. Hu Chai silently looked at Li Chang'an and suddenly patted his head. Don't hide anything in your heart. You have family and friends. We are all willing to listen to you. Good. Li Chang'an still smiled. Only no one knew if he had listened to his heart. Roasting half a yak in a hurry was of course impossible, but a separate beef leg was prepared for Li Chang'an. This was still because the chef was a fire elemental control shifter, and roasting this beef shank almost took half of his life. Too tired. I sure wouldn't have taken this dish if you boys hadn't come over. The manly chef came out and blew off a bottle of wine with a few people and went back to the back kitchen. The big, brash man from Sibei. Ma Hao held the beef shank as if offering a treasure. You are only allowed to taste one bite. The others are all from Chang'an. Not that I am bragging. This is the only store in Sibei City that has the most authentic flavor. I worked here back then, and the boss took some of the leftover beef every day for me to take home, and my sister grew up eating it. Several people laughed and made a gesture to grab it, but in reality no one cut off a piece, leaving the rest to Li Chang'an. Anyway, there's enough meat to go around today. A meal that lasted from late afternoon until nightfall, with bottles of wine on the table, and no one was left without a drink. Li Chang'an had a fair amount of alcohol and also made an effort to drink less, still could not hold the enthusiasm of his teammates, and in the end, his cheeks were also red. All right, let's go back to the hotel first. Let's change clothes and take a shower. I'll take you guys to a different place to continue drinking, Ma Hao said with a mysterious smile. You know about underground black boxing, right? I'll take you to a fight, the kind with no limits on fighting and powers that can be used. Doesn't Haka like to look at pretty girls? There's plenty of them over there, but let's say up front, we're fine with you hitting on them on merit. Don't be ashamed of the money deal. Haka, who was already red in the face, added 3 more reddish shades of crimson, practically wanting to drip blood, and she didn't know if it was shyness or excitement. Took a taxi back to the hotel. Ma Hao explained a few more words. I'll wake up, in the past to drink again. I look at the time. Meet in an hour. Watch 2 games and maybe catch a song. Back in the room, Li Chang'an, who was already a little bit drunk, had a straight face. All the drunkenness disappeared, took off his jacket, and leapt out of the window wearing just the long t-shirt underneath. The floor wasn't high enough, so he used his strength on the wall to jump to the roof of the short house next door, and after confirming the direction, he rushed towards the city guard's quarters. Twice during the meal, he took the opportunity to go to the restroom to find out where the city guards were stationed, which wasn't far from here. As a lieutenant, Chun Zhen had to live in the city guard's camp for half of the month, and the lieutenant's quarters were not hard to find. The only thing to worry about is Chun Zhen breaking the rules, which is highly likely from today and past encounters. It took 20 minutes to reach the outside of the city guard's premises. Li Chang'an set his watch. No matter what, 20 minutes later he had to leave or he wouldn't be able to make it back to the hotel. The infiltration was much easier than Li Chang'an had imagined. Except for the 2 dozing guards at the entrance, there was surprisingly not even a single patrol along the way. There was a new realization about the depravity of the city guard. But the more you walk, the more you feel wrong. The entire garrison is too quiet, and there is a faint smell of blood in the air. Li Chang'an couldn't help but quicken his pace, and when he reached the door of the lieutenant's quarters he knew he was coming and going. The smell of blood in the air was as thick as a slaughterhouse, and there were at least 40 freshly dead bodies in less than 7 floors. In the hallway of the 3rd floor, Li Chang'an saw Chun Zhen's body, a gash on his throat cut by a sharp blade. Based on this gash alone, Lee Chang'an could determine that the person who did it was a professional killer, and this wound severed all of Chen Zhen's vitality. No, there should have been someone else lying here originally. Lee Chang'an squatted in front of Chen Zhen's body. There was more than one attacker. Presumably the body was taken away. Who did this? The face of Jiang Shuibu immediately surfaced in Lee Chang'an's mind. The greatest possibility was Jiang Shuibu. Ding dong, the phone rang with a text message. Before even pulling out his cell phone, Lee Chang'an guessed who it would be. Chang'an. By the time you see this message, Chen Zhen is probably already dead. In fact, I've long known about the grudge between you two, and I've been waiting for a suitable opportunity to help you take revenge. Those who bullied you are lives too. They will die too. Your nightmare shouldn't end with revenge. I hope you don't hate me for taking matters into my own hands. Killing is necessary but not the only means. There is much more to life than revenge and being powerful. How I wanted to be the sword in your hands, but unfortunately there wasn't enough time. I took little Five. She wanted to chase your footsteps, so I wanted to give her a chance. By the way, little Five awakened. When we meet again, I hope we're still friends. The Jianghu is a long way off. May you get what you wish for in terms of martial arts. Calling the phone only showed empty numbers. Looking at the dead bodies all over the place, Lee Chang'an was confused. Chapter 67. I'm not convinced. On the way back, Lee Chang'an began to reflect. Regardless of whether or not the problem should be solved with killing, Jiang Shuibu shouldn't have fought for him. He should at least have a choice. It wasn't the incident he was reflecting on, though, but his own problems. Since joining the army, he seemed to have slacked off a bit. Slacked off more than just his usual self-requirements, but also his vigilance, and his killing intent had faded quite a bit. He was really enjoying himself while taking advantage of the day off, which was the perfect time to sneak back to the barracks to assassinate Zhou and Zhou uncle. The peace of mind that the team brought made him nearly forget his true self. It's also possible that the person he is now is the real one. But no matter what, wrong was wrong, and those without powers shouldn't rest on their laurels, even if he had the confidence to kill most of the A-ranked psychers. It was precisely because without his powers, he could neither fight smoothly nor have a killer move to decide victory or defeat that he had to hone his every move even more, striving to never make a mistake. I need psychic powers. Lee Chang'an silently clenched his fists. His only wish since childhood now becoming clearer and clearer. Leave immediately after finishing the battle in Sibei and head to the last Tianhan trial to survive and then kill all your opponents to win. Get baptized and have your own powers. That's the path I'm going to take. As long as I have my powers, they'll never say I'm a loser again. I can have my own business, my own family, and I can tell every friend about my powers with a straight face. Lee Chang'an raised the corners of his mouth, his simple mind imagining rare images of the future. Returning to the hotel, I took a hasty shower, sweating a lot from all the running, just in time to dissipate the smell of alcohol on my body. Chang'an, are you done yet? From outside the door came the voices of his teammates. Shouldn't be asleep, right? That drinking is too bad. Lee Chang'an opened the door with a bath towel around him. Didn't you say an hour? I just got a call. There are a lot of people going today. Let's go over early to take a seat, Meiho said and poked Lee Chang'an's abs. Your body is so exaggerated. I'm envious as a man looking at it. Not only Ma Hao, the other three were also full of envy, their eyes looking straight at Lee Chang'an. I'll go change. Lee Chang'an hurriedly closed the door. In the previous treatment, there were no scars on the regrown epidermis because some of the wounds were cut off even with the skin. Elita also took it upon herself to mention his scar removal, causing only a very small portion of the scars to remain on Lee Chang'an's body now. It was like a person without clothes, but Lee Chang'an was not quite comfortable with it. Still hit the car as before, only this time changed a high-grade private car, and the clothes of Meiho several people also tie a lot. The short, stout Meiho wore a black leather jacket so oily it looked like a paint bucket with limbs. But being able to take his teammates on a tour of his familiar hometown clearly made Meiho proud. He is literally sharing the land he loves with the people he loves. The car didn't go out of the city, stopping not far from the third city wall, different from the black boxing that Lee Chang'an used to know. While North City's black boxing ring was hidden underneath the slums, Sibei City's was in the middle of a busy street, on the third basement level of an 18-story building. At the door, handing over their admission tickets, the Flagstaff waitress with her fork fastened to her cackling nest led the trio to the ground floor. As soon as he pushed open the door, Lee Chang'an smelled a familiar odor. The smell of blood, booze, tobacco, and even some burning contraband drugs filled the ears with the riotous drumming and hissing of the crowd. The interior is divided into 2 levels. The upper level is a well-soundproofed box, and the one facing the field is a large floor-to-ceiling window with a single pane of glass, suitable for some elegant people who don't want to reveal their identity. It certainly didn't suit Lee Chang'an and the others, and despite disliking the cacophony of the scene, this kind of environment undoubtedly suited them well. Where do we sit? Hu Chai looked around and didn't find an empty seat. I thought you said you made a reservation. Ma Hao smiled awkwardly. You can book a place upstairs, but there's a minimum spend, and when I booked the place I realized that I didn't seem to have enough money. So, well, you should have said so. You're not going to stand, are you? Hu Chai glanced around. The wide ring was packed with people, and in the center was a large octagonal cage, 4 or 5 times larger than a regular octagonal cage. The best position is of course the side of the cage, but at this moment the side has long been filled with people, not a single empty seat. Lee Chang'an went first. You can take your own place in the black boxing ring. Meiho nodded. Chang'an is right, but why is he so familiar? Follow first. Zhang Qiangliang quickly followed. He could guess what Lee Chang'an was going to do just by looking at his imposing appearance. But this is a black boxing ring, and the people who come here are not law-abiding, good citizens. Dude, Lee Chang'an stopped at his picked spot. I don't like the look of you. Let's get in the ring and play? Crap, so direct. Even if they guessed what Lee Chang'an was going to do, a few people did not expect it to unfold like this. The burly man with bare shoulders had tattoos crawling all over his arms. Not a good person at first glance, and stood up with a sneer. Anyone else dares to? Before he finished speaking, Lee Chang'an copied the bottle and blew it directly on the burly man's head. You're talking too much nonsense. Let's fight here. While saying that, Lee Chang'an dropped the bottle and raised his foot to kick the strong man's shin. The strong man was in pain and couldn't help but kneel down on one knee. Lee Chang'an grabbed his head and smashed his fist heavily on the strong man's temple. Not bothering to see if the strong man was unconscious. Experience was enough to know. Lee Chang'an copied the ashtray on the table and threw it. The burly man's companion had just stood up and coalesced a water knife with both hands, when he watched the ashtray come face to face, and was busy splitting it open with a single slash. While the man was dropping his knife, Lee Chang'an had already bullied his way forward, swinging his elbow to hit his jaw and lifting his leg to tuck in his een, and when the man covered his crotch and fell down, Lee Chang'an didn't forget to make up for it by throwing a punch at the back of his head. In an instant, the 2 men were both killed, and the spectators on the side who had only just realized that there was a show to be seen just turned their heads in the effort, and the battle was over. Chang'an knew this. Meiho was too shocked to speak. He could fight in the ring, but not off stage. As expected, there were soon tall security gathered towards this side, and the one leading the way stopped 2 steps in front of Lee Chang'an. I understand your rules. Lee Chang'an's face was as cold as frost. Anyone could see his killing intent. Picking up the Kleenex on the table and wiping his hands, Lee Chang'an took off his jacket and threw it onto a chair, smiled faintly at his teammates, turned around and opened the door of the iron cage and walked onto the stage. Brother is a man who knows the rules, so I won't talk nonsense. The lead security frowned. Win 3 games on stage, and you're even for causing trouble in the venue. After a moment of silence, the audience on stage erupted into a tidal wave of cries. Didn't everyone who came here want to see this scene? Captain, what about this? Haka looked around warily. The cynical Hu Chai also had a solemn face. Zhang Qiangliang shook his head. Can't you guys see that Chang'an is holding his fire? Just let him vent it out first. If things don't go right, we'll step in and take him away immediately. Meiho opened a bottle of beer for himself, boozing half of it before slurping a few times. Honestly, I think it's whoever is his opponent right now that's sad. Unlimited black fist, do you guys really think he's going to lose? Lee Chang'an leaned against the iron cage, the cold wires pressing against his torso. The captain wasn't wrong, he was now in a rage. It would be better to say that it was Chun Zhen's death that had stirred up the anger he had endured for more than 10 years, even if Zhang Shuibu had given a reason for it. I understand the reasoning, I just don't buy it. Chapter 68 Fear of Death. The rule in the black boxing ring is that if there is a conflict to be resolved on the stage, if you do it off the stage, you will either be invited out or you will go on the stage yourself for 3 fights. 3 games of life and death at your own risk. If you win, the owner of the venue will forgive you and treat you as an honored guest. If you lose, I'm sorry, not only will you die here, but this is not over. The organs of a shifter are still valuable, and they won't stop until they've squeezed every last bit of value out of you. The city guards couldn't even control it, and to be able to open a black boxing ring in a big city, there had to be at least a connection between the city guards and the inspector general's office behind it. What's more, the big part of the black boxing ring's money-making is betting and making money on the opening. It's more of a show than the recognizable fighters that get thrown on the stage after making a scene. What's more, Lee Chang'an got on the stage by himself. If it wasn't for the long history of this venue, I'm afraid that some people would suspect that Lee Chang'an was a trustee hired by the owner. Watching the security come to drag away the two bodies on the ground, Puchai couldn't help but say, "Chang'an's hand is really ruthless. Two people who have no grievances and no enmity he said he would kill. Nope, he's got a thing about picking people." Manhwa shook his head and explained for the group. Those two people's tattoos have a special meaning. The left arm is a six-armed wrathful Buddha statue. And the rule in the area is that you can't stab it until you're wanted after being killed by a soldier. The right arm is the Rakshasa dance, a green Rakshasa for killing a family, a red Rakshasa for raping and killing, a red Rakshasa for killing and then destroying the family. Haka blurted out, 3 green, for red, and the other one is 5 green. Puchai suddenly realized, I told you, Chang'an doesn't seem like that kind of villain either. But with the ruthlessness of his hand, coupled with his knowledge of this kind of tattoo, it's really hard to say what Chang'an used to do. Zhang Chong sighed. He was worried that Lee Chang'an had no bottom line. It's not exactly a good deed to kill everyone who is evil. In the middle of the arena, Lee Chang'an is stretching out as his opponent, who was set up for him, is coming out of the back passage. Given that Lee Chang'an had killed 2 people with a thunderous strike, the opponents arranged for him would not be mediocre either. For the sake of the show's effectiveness, the bosses behind the scenes certainly don't send out the killers right off the bat. It doesn't matter anymore that Lee Chang'an is causing trouble. What the capitalists are looking at is the benefits that can be brought behind the scenes. Sure enough, as soon as the handicap opened, Lee Chang'an's odds were as high as 1 to 3, but only a few people bet on him. Manhwa took his short legs and ran quickly to place a bet. And when he came back, he looked at his teammates mysteriously. Guess how much I placed on Chang'an? 100,000. If Chang'an wins, my sister's dowry will come. Just leaning against the side of the iron cage, Lee Chang'an cried and laughed, taking out his identity card and tossing it over. I still have 100,000 here. Bet on myself. Can't let you lose alone. Manhwa's face collapsed. Brother Lee, brother and don't joke. That's all my savings, you can't let me down. Lee Chang'an smiled without saying anything. Puchai and Haka looked at each other and at the same time took out their identity cards, pulled on Strong Zhang and ran towards the place where they placed their bets. I bet 20,000 too. Puchai waddled back. I bet $500,000. We'll die together if we die, and we'll all go to the clubhouse if we win. Haka's eyes were filled with determination. Several people were alarmed. You're so rich. Haka scratches his head. My mom says boys should have more money on them. How much did you bet, Captain? 3,000. Zhang Chong lowered his head in embarrassment. It's not that I don't want to support Chang'an. I only have that much money. Manhwa and Puchai immediately got together and exchanged pleasantries. The captain's an old bachelor. I haven't seen him out of the barracks in years. Where does he spend his money? Is it kryptonite to the game? I don't see him playing games either. But he watches live streams. My God. Is the captain a top one on some live stream? Only Haka was thoughtful. The time for placing bets passed, and the burly man in black opened the octagonal cage, and the bald man, dressed only in a pair of shorts, stepped through the door. The burly man locked the door, which would not open until one of them was dead. Of course, begging for mercy was allowed, but not Lee Chang'an. Abusing your opponents is also part of black boxing. No more nonsense. Those who can come here know the rules. There is no victory or defeat, only life and death. Win and you leave, and you will always be our honored guest in the future. If you lose, including those friends of yours, you have to stay today. The burly man looked at Lee Chang'an coldly. His voice was loud enough for the entire room to hear. Lee Chang'an no longer hid his killing intent. 3 matches later plus 1 more. I'm going to beat you to death. The burly man's spine went cold and he walked on with a grin. The bald man didn't say anything. His scars were proof of his strength. There are no rules for black boxing, much less requiring both sides to report their powers and classes. That's why trash talk is also a tactic, and when you don't know the other person's powers and class, you might want to use trash talk to provoke them to get information. But the bald head didn't even have the time to open his mouth, and with a clang sound from outside the arena, Lee Chang'an straightened up like a sword and charged straight towards him. It turned out to be a rash person who thought he had some strength. The bald head secretly snickered and put on a panicked look on the surface. Matter of fact, he gathered his strength in his right hand, and his ability, stored strength, could gather his strength in a certain part of his body in normal times for a duration of 2 hours or less. He was already building up his strength before he even got on stage, and if he let his right hand slap him, even a tank would be able to fly. If it were a human body, I'm afraid it would shatter on the spot. Seeing that Li Chang'an had gotten close to within 2 steps, the bald head was no longer in disguise. He was an experienced fighter, and the killer move was hidden behind a false move. First handing out his left fist, using it as a cover, and then secretly slapping it out with a palm, this kind of move was tried and true. However, Li Chang'an was the truly experienced fighter, and when the bald man's left fist slammed down, Li Chang'an didn't dodge or avoid it, and took the punch on the top. A punch that didn't hurt. Li Chang'an smoothly grabbed the bald man's wrist and yanked it towards him. Looking at the fact that the bald head's pace had been disorganized, yet he was still hiding his right hand, Li Chang'an was already able to guess what the bald head was thinking. Don't know about your powers, but know that your right hand is dangerous. Intelligence is perfectly adequate. Li Chang'an sidestepped and spared behind the bald man, slashing the back of his neck with his palm. Even though he had no supernatural powers, his palm was close to 500 kilograms. It was enough to shatter the back of a person's neck before the end of time, but now it only made the bald man black out and faint slightly. However, what Li Chang'an needed was this momentary loss of concentration. Holding the bald head's chin with both hands, stepping on the bald head's lumbar vertebrae with one foot, and wrenching it backward with force. The crisp sound of bone shattering was hard to notice in the din, but everyone could see the bald man's lumbar vertebrae snapping, his head knocking on his heels, his waist against his hips. And Li Chang'an hadn't stopped yet. He still tried to avoid the range of the bald right hand as much as possible, took a deep breath, and slammed his fist down heavily. Many people have seen a fist go through the chest cavity, but it is not often that you see a fist go through the facial bones and into the brain. Shaking off the red and white objects on his hands, Li Chang'an raised his head and scanned the surroundings, his gaze like a knife or a sword. Obviously the temperature as usual, the surrounding audience but feel cold all over the body. I do not know who is the first to start back. The crowd around the cage involuntarily gave way to a circle. Next, Li Chang'an wiped the blood on the bald body and walked to the other side of the iron cage. Hu Chai swallowed the spittle in his mouth. Don't scold me, you guys. I really feel that Chang'an looks like a villain. Then we're in cahoots. Haka picked up his cocktail and took an elegant sip. I'm glad we're friends with him. Meiho rolled his eyes. Don't shake when you say that. Zhang Strong sipped his wine with his head down. He had just earned 9,000. But he was not happy at all. He could not see the fear of death in Li Chang'an's eyes. Strong, are you afraid to die? Report, Captain. I'm scared. It's good to be afraid. One should have a fear of death, so you can live long. And are you afraid, Captain? I'm scared less. On September 14th, 20 years of the imperial calendar, 4 people were killed and 1 injured when the 7th Squad of the 1st Brigade of the 1st Army encountered a red alert during a mission. Chapter 69. The first fight ended in less than half a minute, and perhaps the boss behind the curtain realized that he had underestimated Li Chang'an's strength, and the second opponent didn't come on immediately. Li Chang'an didn't mind and leaned against the iron cage to recover his strength. Long-distance runners need to learn to conserve energy as well as find the right time to relax their muscles on the run. Muscles cannot always be in a tense state of force. It will only make themselves too fast fatigue. A relaxation is the state of the war should have. However, in the midst of the battle just now, Li Chang'an did not relax for a second, and this was the way he fought. This seemingly not very powerful body routinely punches around 500 kilograms and can approach 1,000 kilograms regardless of body damage. In a sense, hammering the human body to this point is considered an extraordinary ability. Unfortunately, there were plenty of people in the world right now who were stronger than him in terms of physical ability alone. The crowd was no longer roaring, just whispering, and there were already people who realized that the youths on the field were different from the usual troublemakers. Didn't even show his powers, maybe he did. Anyway, killed a fighter in a matter of seconds, and the regular patrons of the ring knew the bald guy. Of all the fighters that have appeared in the ring so far, that bald guy would rank in the top 20. As the heavy metal rock music continued, Strong Zhang got up and walked towards Li Chang'an, leaning against the side of the iron cage and lowering his voice. Let's go back when we've had enough fun. Li Chang'an shook his head. It won't go away. If I say 3 matches, it has to be 3 matches, and I've added 1 more. If the gym lets us leave, this gym won't have to open in the future. We'll leave after the fight. Captain, don't worry. I've been fighting black fighters since I was 18 years old. I'm still very famous in North City. This sentence is considered self-effacing, Lee Chang'an rare self-effacing, the uncrowned king of the black boxing ring in the North City, as long as the fight is a must-win and must-kill, the first lethal rate. It was also fortunate that no S-ranked masters would go into black boxing, even A ranks were considered rare. Every time the bookmakers at the North City Black Boxing Arena opened the market, Lee Chang'an's odds were low to after the decimal point, but there was still a steady stream of people betting on him. All right then, be careful, we'll run if things don't go right. Don't hold on for dear life. Zhang Changliang sighed and returned to his seat anyway. He couldn't stop worrying. In the eyes of Zhang Changliang, Lee Chang'an was like an uninitiated child a lot of the time, but once he fought, he was like a wild beast. Sooner or later, people like that will play themselves to death or become insane. Whether it was the sense of justice in his heart or his relationship with Lee Chang'an, Zhang Chang did not want to see that scene. The second contestant came out of the passage, wearing a war skirt sewn from animal skins, and the fur of some unknown animal covering his head. Crap! That's Wolf's servant. Meiho stood up in shock. The 7th-ranked expert in the Black Fist Arena. That guy is a humanoid monster. Hu Chai hurriedly copied the bottle. What does it mean? It means Chang'an is in danger. No. Meiho shook his head and sat back down again. Instead, I'd say I'm looking forward to the showdown, and to put it mildly, Nagi is more of a monster than he is. The wolf servant stepped into the iron cage in his shackles, and it was the same burly man from before who stepped forward and unshackled the wolf servant's hands. Kid, if you don't die this time, there's no need for a 4th match. I'll be the one to fight you in the 3rd match. The burly man smiled coldly and turned around to walk out of the iron cage. At this point, Lee Chang'an's odds increased instead of decreasing, from 1 to 3 to 1 to 3.5. Over there they were placing bets, and over here Lee Chang'an was sizing up his opponent. He was reckless but not brainless. The vast majority of people's psychic abilities could be felt from their appearance, and the same psychics who hadn't specialized in exercising their bodies, the reinforcement and warfare categories would both be stronger. From the wolf servant's body, he could tell that most of the injuries were left in close quarters, thus determining the fighting style that the wolf servant was adapted to. The betting had just ended and the bronze bell immediately rang. The ring did not intend to give Lee Chang'an a chance to prepare. The wolf servant rushed towards Lee Chang'an near the same time the bell rang. His nails were like the sharp claws of a wild beast sweeping towards Lee Chang'an's face. What a dangerous guy! Lee Chang'an leaned back to avoid it and rolled over to the side with his hand on the ground. Without waiting for Lee Chang'an to get up, the wolf servant charged again. Narrowly avoiding from under the claws of the wolf servant, Lee Chang'an, who was in the middle of getting up, even if he twisted his waist and dodged through, he was still inevitably cut by the sharp claws on his skin. Unlike the bald head from before, wolf servant was faster in his control of the rhythm, and he wanted to seal off Lee Chang'an's route to counterattack. When the wolf servant's sharp claws once again ripped through the air to meet his face, Lee Chang'an had already regained his center of gravity and bent down to avoid it while landing a hook punch right in the wolf servant's ribs. Feeling a sharp touch coming from his back, Lee Chang'an stopped dodging and wrapped his hands around the wolf servant's waist in a dry, arching fall. Already hearing the sound of the neck bone twisting and breaking, Lee Chang'an, however, still turned around and stomped towards the wolf servant's head. The supposedly dead wolf servant cocked his head to avoid it, rolled on the ground and dodged to the side, standing up and breaking his head to put it straight, as if it wasn't him who had just broken his neck. A self-recovery type of supernatural ability, Lee Chang'an affirmed his suspicion, noticing that something was wrong when he struck the wolf servant's ribs. The ribs were clearly broken and internalized, yet healed when he withdrew his hand. Incorrect. Lee Chang'an suddenly rejected his guess. The wolf servant was covered in scars. Self-recovery type of supernatural ability could not leave scars. Or does it only restore bones? There was no time to test the conjecture. The wolf servant was already charging again, even more like a wild animal because of his injuries. The hands swung with no pattern at all, simply attacking with brute force and speed. Lee Chang'an's pace was unruffled, and he carefully avoided it while backing up, not rushing to strike. The opponent's powers may be related to recovery, and rushing out is just a waste of stamina. Avoiding the wolf servant's claws once more, Lee Chang'an finally struck out, striking the wolf servant's eye socket with a thunderous force. Both fingers like cones stabbed straight into the wolf servant's eye socket, and when Lee Chang'an withdrew his hand again, there was a round eyeball caught in both fingers, with blood still sticking to the eyeball. Yanking off the adhesive with a little force, Lee Chang'an drew back. The wolf servant was covering his face as he was howling in pain. Blood was spilling out from among his fingers. The pain of losing his eyeballs was not something a normal person could endure. The pain was making him lose his mind. The eyeballs didn't grow. Could it really be that I guessed wrong? Li Chang'an muttered to himself, but did not give up his attack. For insurance purposes, he scurried to the wolf servant's side and raised his hand to strike the wolf servant straight in the solar plexus. Just as Li Chang'an's fist was about to hit, the wolf servant, who was still wailing, suddenly raised his hand to block the punch, and his other hand was as fast as the wind, reaching Li Chang'an's face in an instant. Li Chang'an barely had time to raise his hand before he felt the terrifying power surging in, and immediately there were cracks on his arm bones, and even more so, he was slapped onto the iron cage wall. There was already a dizziness in front of his eyes, and Li Chang'an rolled on his side by instinct, and a loud bang came from the place where he stood. The wolf servant leapt high and stomped down, but stomped on the open ground, angrily letting out a roar of unknown significance, and then grabbed towards Li Chang'an on the ground. Before his mind had regained clarity, Li Chang'an was grabbed squarely, and immediately felt the sharp claws piercing into the muscles of his arm. People, D. A slurred hiss escaped the wolf servant's mouth. Following the direction of the voice, Li Chang'an did not hesitate to hand out a fist. The touch of a human face came from his fist, and then he felt a looseness on his arm. The dizziness in front of his eyes finally dispersed, and the first thing Li Chang'an saw was the gradually enlarging giant mouth with yellow, fishy teeth and canine teeth like razors. It was too late for his arm to draw no. Li Chang'an could only raise his feet against the wolf servant's collarbone to keep that huge mouth from getting close to him. I never thought that I would have a day of being bitten. With this comical thought flooding his mind, Li Chang'an couldn't laugh and stiffly twisted his body to break free from the claws of the wolf servant. Inevitably, both arms were left with claw marks deep enough to see through to the bone. Hands like a lotus, upward striking the wolf servant's jaw, closing his hands and then connecting with the shoulder leaning. When the wolf servant was leaning back, Li Chang'an stepped on the wolf servant's knee and rolled over and leaped up. This time it was not a strangulation. Both hands probed into the wolf servant's mouth and grabbed the canine teeth. Li Chang'an let out a low growl and broke the two canine teeth hard, and the pinky finger long canine teeth became his weapon. I for one am the beast. Chapter 70 War. This battle was completely different from the previous one. It was not a one-sided suppression and killing, and despite the general level of excitement, the people under the stage watched with great interest instead. While Li Chang'an's hands were ruthless and cruel, the wolf servant carried a beastly oppressive force. Finger-length canines as a weapon might seem ridiculous to an onlooker, but the wolf servant who bore the brunt of the attack only felt danger. The two canine teeth were clamped onto the fingertips of Li Chang'an's left and right hands respectively, using this as a nail as well as a knife. The wolf servant's psychic ability is Berserker in the battle lineage, which speeds up self-healing through injuries and increases strength at the same time. To some extent, it was similar to Zhang Strong's supernatural ability, Strong, but Berserker only increased strength, and the more injuries he received, the more strength he had. If it's only the above, then Berserker doesn't deserve the name at all. It's better to be called the King of Beatings. The so-called Berserkers are those who will never fall before they die. The Berserker ability is like that. No matter how heavy the injuries are, they can recover immediately, but they can't be reborn with broken limbs. It's as if a Berserker has a blood bar and never dies until it runs out, even if it's pierced through the heart or even decapitated. This was the case with the wolf servant, bleeding all over his body, and then all healed in the next moment. He was still brave and crazy. Like a maggot in his hock, Li Chang'an displayed his agility to the extreme, flipping his hands to cruise around the wolf servant. The two canines left wounds on the wolf servant's body over and over again. Physical strength was depleting at an extremely fast pace. His muscles were starting to feel tired, but Li Chang'an wasn't doing nothing, relying on his experience. He was able to calculate the wolf servant's blood bar. Li Chang'an remained calm, but his teammates under the field couldn't sit still. Is that guy infinitely self-healing? Hu Chai squeezed Meiho's shoulder anxiously. Ma Hao shook his head. I don't think so. There is no that kind of psychic ability. Even the self-healing psychic ability consumes mental energy. Now it's just to see who can't hold out. Not exactly. Zhang Strong was barely considered calm. Chang'an's pace is not disorganized. It's not like he's forcing himself to wear down his opponent. How about more like savings? As we were talking, the situation on the field changed again. Once again, the canines slashed through the wolf servant's back, opening a large gash down the spine, and the wolf servant snarled as he raised his elbow and struck backward. As he turned around, The wolf servant clearly saw Li Chang'an burrowing out from under his armpit, as if he had predicted his movements from the start. Li Chang'an leaned down to avoid the elbow strike, and the canine teeth of his left hand pierced into the wolf servant's chest, tearing a bone-in scar with a vicious downward yank. At the moment, the killing aura was overflowing. Raising his right arm, the small arm starting from the elbow became the weapon as Li Chang'an flicked his arm towards the front and stabbed. In the eyes of the onlookers, what Li Chang'an stabbed out was not an arm, but an iron spear. Zap guns. The canine teeth became the tip of Li Chang'an's spear, which pierced through the wolf servant's still healing flesh, and Li Chang'an turned his fingers into fists. The right foot, which is a half bow, steps forward, lightly lifts and drops, stomps the leg, rings the hips, twists the waist, drops the elbow, and gathers the strength of the whole body into a single point. Avalanche. The wolf servant spurted out a large mouthful of blood, a noticeable bump on his shoulder blade. When Li Chang'an drew his hand out, the blood and flesh from the broken heart was still clinging to the blade of his fist. The colonel in the army had seen that what Li Chang'an had learned was refuted, and there were still shadows of martial arts before the end of the day. But what he didn't know was that what he saw was still the tip of the iceberg. From the moment he met Jiang Shuibu, Li Chang'an was like a sponge, frantically absorbing all the fighting techniques Jiang Shuibu taught him. At the end of the day, Jiang Shuibu was unable to teach him, and he didn't know where he recruited paper books and threw them at him. So Li Chang'an would read the next one after he learned it. Until Li Chang'an passed the 6th trial, Jiang Shuibu no longer had anything to teach. Chang'an is a master of technical combat, and not counting his psychic abilities, anyone who gets close to him is looking for death. These words came from Jiang Shuibu's mouth, and with his current status as one of the 12 archbishops, the gold content could be said to be as high as it could be. The left hand tore through the flesh and blood, the right hand stabbed in with the zapping spear from the gun technique, the body followed after re-entering the flesh and blood, and finally shattered the wolf servant's heart with an avalanche of fists. Everything was as pleasing to the eye as it was to the eye, and before the audience on stage could react, the wolf servant had already fallen on his back. He was still not dead, but the pain of a broken heart and a brief lack of oxygen still made it difficult for him to stand. And he was nearing his limit. If it was an ordinary person who had died several times, he was nearing the end of relying on his powers to last until now. That's right, hold up. From the time he faced Li Chang'an until now, all of his actions were like a joke. Outsiders looked like the two were evenly matched. Only he who was the one involved knew the pain. The small man in front of him had no fear, no matter how furious killing intent he exuded, or terrifying brute strength. None of it could move the small man. In terms of killing aura, this small man was even better. It was hard to imagine whether it was a killing aura forged by innate indifference, or whether it was honed by killing people later in life. That's a lot of people to kill. You're in a lot of pain, aren't you? Li Chang'an suddenly opened his mouth. He actually did not choose to end the wolf servant's life in the first place. The wolf servant looked at him in silence, a cold smile spreading at the corners of his mouth. Until now he had looked human. Clearly you are supposed to be a strong man, yet you are surrounded as a beast by those weaker than you. Stance turned his head toward the grim-faced strong man outside the cage. Those people didn't give you any respect either, did they? They didn't even treat you like a human being. Until your limits, your heart is healing. But as soon as I break it again, you will die instantly. I respect the strong. So let me end your suffering. You don't deserve this. Li Chang'an raised his fist and took one last look at the wolf servant as his fist fell heavily. When he raised his fist, the wolf servant looked at the ceiling with wide eyes. His life was dissipating a little. The door to the iron cage opened and two men came up to carry the body of the wolf servant out, while the burly man leapt right up, ripping off his tie and stripping off his suit. Kid's good. My boss is upset. The burly man took off his watch and put it outside the cage with his clothes. Let me be your opponent for the third match. I'll torture you so hard that I won't let you die easily. The audience under the stage chanted and rushed to place their bets. In the first two games some people won and some lost money, but this third game even the losers were looking forward to it. And right at this moment, the burly man pounced on Li Chang'an, with no bells at all, no time to prepare, and no chance for Li Chang'an to recover. Li Chang'an sidestepped a punch. He knew the rules of the black market too well. Those who made the rules were the rules, so no one intended to be fair to him from start to finish. Obviously, having avoided the fist, Li Chang'an suddenly had a dangerous premonition rise. Spikes suddenly grew on the elbow of the burly man in front of him, reaching half a foot long in just a moment. The spikes pierced into Li Chang'an's cheek. He barely twisted his head. The spikes left a bloody mark on his cheek, Luckily, it didn't pierce through his skull. Grade A, strengthening departments, species strengthening. Someone under the stage exclaimed in shock. This ability is so recognizable that any part of the body can be changed at the whim of the mind, changing into impenetrable armor or making the hands like the sharp claws of a monster. A terrifying ability that could be ranked in the top 3 of close combat abilities. Unlike the wolf servant, the burly man is a true humanoid monster, and he can have everything a monster has. Prepare to strike. Strong Zhang prepared to unleash his powers. The rest of them felt for their weapons. However, Li Chang'an on the stage suddenly revealed a smile, and the blood on his cheeks that flowed to his lips was also licked away by his outstretched tongue. If cells had their own consciousness and were able to make sounds that belonged to them, then every cell in Li Chang'an's body was now roaring the same word. War! 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 Chapter 71, I'm the Villain. A duel to the death with nowhere to bet on, but it brought the atmosphere to the peak of the night. He saw red in the opening scene, and the cuts on Li Chang'an's face were vaguely visible on his back cheekbones. But he had a smile on his face. No one knew what he was laughing at, only that he was mocking his opponent. Wouldn't you be looking for death? Although this battle was going to be a matter of life and death, who would mind living too long? Li Chang'an was in a happy place. The burly man had come with his arms wrapped around him again, barbs sprouting from his arms, and with a single tug after a tight hug he could tear off large chunks of flesh. Less than a foot away, the hug was nearly a sure thing. The burly man even anticipated several ways that Li Chang'an would respond. As long as Li Chang'an chose to dodge, he would fall into the backstroke that he had already prepared. However, Li Chang'an was not as good as he wished, his body leaning forward, his rigid head but breaking all laws, slippery as a mud skipper, sticking to the barbs to disengage from the strong man's arm. In close combat, the hands can stop, but the feet can't. Li Chang'an reached the left side of the burly man in the blink of an eye, and because of his height, he chose to hit the ribs better. With a bang, the fist seemed to hit on the iron plate given. The next moment the strong man swung his arm and smashed. Li Chang'an blocked the side of his face with both hands, and flew out backwards along with the huge force. Despite his body smashing against the iron cage, it was just painless. Rather than being smashed away by the strong man, it was more like Li Chang'an pulling away along with that force. My entire body's vitals are covered with armored stomach. What are you going to fight me with? The burly man laughed and walked towards Li Chang'an once again. Species enhancement can make the alien not resemble a human, and only need a drop of a monster's blood to possess that monster's physical characteristics. What he didn't tell Li Chang'an was that the internal organs he transformed into those of an echinoderm, so he could live even if his internal organs were ripped out. The only thing that was considered his weakness was his head. But unfortunately the layers of thick scales were not for show. Up to now still did not see Li Chang'an's supernatural ability, but it did not prevent the strong man from guessing Li Chang'an's strength. With Li Chang'an's existing strength, it was impossible to break the armored stomach on his body. At least double that to be sure, but that wouldn't constitute a fatal injury. And his recovery is not weak. None of the close combat adepts were afraid of getting hurt. Even if they didn't use their adepts, their physical qualities were still far stronger than other adepts. Li Chang'an's battle spirit was high. Both times he fought with the monsters he felt suffocated. The feeling of survival when being crushed was not pleasant. But many of the human shifters restrained him, and it wasn't easy to find the right opponent he craved battle, and the pressure it brought could make him grow. It's certainly best if it's one that can be near death without actually being dead. Today is a good day, kid. Let me see what kind of waste of supernatural ability you really have. The burly man attacked again. This time his body was covered in bone spikes. Strong Zhang frowned. Why do you always want to see Chang'an's supernatural powers? That said, why doesn't Chang'an use his supernatural powers? Because he wasn't wearing gloves, of course. The gloves were in his jacket pocket underneath the field, and Li Chang'an hadn't intended to use them from the start. The oncoming punch was powerful, but the route and force of the punch was like a young child playing around. Li Chang'an simply avoided, and finger like a sword straight stabbed the strong man's throat. The throat is a special location. Cannot be covered with armor stomach. There is just a layer of scales. Underestimating old me. The strong man lowered his head, his chin blocking before Li Chang'an's fingertips. Li Chang'an simply switched to his fists, slamming his fist on the burly man's chin, and following the punch with an elbow strike. The fist is like a whack, the palm is like a sword, and one move is like opening a mountain. The strong man was wide open. His arms swept across the room. Li Chang'an shook and dodged, rising to punch right in the jaw, and his 200-pound body left the ground at once. Li Chang'an took another step up to the top of the heart elbow. His pace followed the strong man. His right foot was in front of him, and he stomped the ground violently, like a tiger pouncing on another punch. Cannon fist. There is the sound of a cannon in the fist, and the sound of the armor and stomach cracking can be heard when the body is in the air. The strong man had just landed on the ground when Li Chang'an once again stood in front of him. Lift your elbow and chop down. The strong man barely crossed his arms to block his head. He was half kneeling at the moment. Even lifting his arms was a bit of a struggle. Taking a hard elbow, the burly man felt a sharp pain coming from his arm bone and was about to take advantage of the situation to get up when he felt his head being held in a hug. What Li Chang'an knew could be more than that, to the point where he had merely displayed his boxing skills. Holding the head of the strong man is a dominant knee, right foot retracted when the heavy landing, the trend of the left leg up, but not a knee but a poke foot. Along the location of the armored stomach that had just been broken, the toe kick shattered the ribs and went straight into the chest. Even though his elbows and knees were bleeding from the barbs on the burly man, Li Chang'an didn't care. No need for anything lethal, he was just going to beat this guy alive. Give it to me. Get out of here. The burly man roared and swung his fist forward, his entire arm transforming into a clawed blade like a scythe. Unfortunately, Li Chang'an was faster than him, and this swing only slightly cut through the skin on Li Chang'an's chest. You are too weak. So weak that you make me feel bored. Li Chang'an finally spoke as he moved his wrist. Do you think I just went all out? The cries from the stage paused momentarily as they sensed what seemed to be something exciting about to happen. Li Chang'an took a step towards the strong man. Just now, I also only used half of my strength just to wait for you to come on. I don't like the way you look at me. With his muscles slightly bulging, Li Chang'an was like a god of war approaching the world, with a killing intent that was impossible to look at, even more so than before. Some people had hallucinations in front of their eyes, as if they saw a shackle on Li Chang'an's body. But now the shackle had cracked. Kid, don't be too rampant. The strong man just stood up, was startled as Li Chang'an's face suddenly appeared in front of him. Instinctively swinging his fist down, the strong man then realized that Li Chang'an had already disappeared from in front of him, and just as Li Chang'an had said, he had only used half of his strength. As for speed, he hadn't had a chance to show it yet. A sharp pain came from beside his eyes, and while his eyes went black, the strong man swung his fist towards the side with his senses, and it still hit nothing. Li Chang'an stood right in front of the burly man. One hand probed out, and when he retracted it again, there were 2 more eyeballs in his hand. I don't like the way you look at me, then have to take off your eyeballs. Actually, the power of my right hand is much stronger than my left hand, and most of the time I can only deliberately control it. Li Chang'an spoke slowly. Even though the strong man swung his fists randomly, he was unable to touch Li Chang'an in the slightest. He was like a ghost wandering around the strong man's side. Li Chang'an raised his fist. About twice as strong. The fist fell, and the thick-scaled armor covering the head was as fragile as a cookie. Just one punch dented the burly man's skull, and the burly man's exuberant life force became a burden instead, unable to either die or make a counterattack. Tell me you're afraid. Li Chang'an raised his fist again. Fear me. The burly man desperately turned around and roared. Go to hell. Another punch slammed down, this one shattering the burly man's shoulder blade. Tell me out loud that you're afraid of me. Beg for mercy. Beg me to spare your life. Kneel at my feet like a mole. There were already people in the audience covering their eyes. Punch after punch, the strong man had long since lost his human form. His head was like a ping-pong ball that had been crushed into a ball. His body was full of dents, and the armored stomach that he was so proud of was like a piece of paper. Yeah, no, get up. A weak voice came out of the burly man's mouth. Spare me. Li Chang'an, who had just raised his fist, gave a violent start, then revealed a warm smile. Kneel. The burly man struggled to get up and knelt down in the direction of the voice. Please. The fist fell as if it was just smashing a watermelon. Death can make me stronger, and so can killing. Chapter 72 Fame and Fortune. The octagonal iron cages used by aliens were different from those used by ordinary people, with the floor being a sturdy cement base, and the topmost layer covered with steel plates. But now a fist mark was left on the steel plate, and further up the fist mark was a red and white field of sickening gore. Li Chang'an's punch not only killed the burly man, it was also tantamount to a resounding slap in the face of the ring owner. Before the door to the iron cage was even opened, the The surrounding security had already gathered towards it. Outrageous. How did Chang'an suddenly become so much stronger and hit too hard? Huchai copied a bottle and held it in his hand, while one hand grabbed the dagger hidden on his waist. Strong Zhang lifted up a chair straight away. I should say he's always been this strong. Dealing with humans is his forte. He's had so much excitement today that in addition to venting, he's proving he's not a loser. I don't know what happened, but it's like he broke free from his chains, and I'm afraid he's going to go astray. Huchai, who was still full of shock, suddenly calmed down. He's just giving back what others have done to him. That ain't no damn wayward path. It's the right way. The door to the iron cage was opened, and burly men with knives poured into it, blocking the only exit. At the same time, half of them surrounded Strong Zhang and the others. Hey, little gold, don't you want your other ear too? Li Chang'an suddenly shouted towards the upstairs with a smile on his face. Ben's stupidly strong men stopped in their tracks, and even the spectators on the sidelines immediately quieted down. Many of the people who came here knew that the owner of the boxing ring was surnamed Jean, and if there were no other people with the surname Jean, Li Chang'an was afraid that he was addressing the owner of the place with contempt. Besides, no one else seems to be one-eared. There was the sound of a door opening from the second-floor booth, followed by heavy footsteps, and it wasn't long before the skinny man with one ear stood at the top of the stairs. Judging by his figure alone, he didn't look like the owner of a black boxing ring, except for those eyes. There were no pupils, just ghastly white. Wow, wow. Looks like you've had a good time. I remember your name was Jean something or other. Li Chang'an smiled and walked forward. Jean Wu. On the second floor, Jean Wu took a step down, assisting with the stairs, a little unsteady on his feet. The men who were close tried to go up to assist their boss, but they were kicked away by Jean Wu. Zhang Chong and the others who were still planning to make a move also stopped. It seems that there is another turn of events. Li Chang'an stopped in his tracks. He was still blocking people in front of him. As long as someone raised their sword, they could immediately stab him. Don't want your men to get out of the way? A bunch of DS can't stop me. Jean Wu stopped and just stood at the edge of the stairs. I remember who you are. You said that before you cut off my ear and left in the first place. But you didn't believe it at the time. Li Chang'an shrugged. That's right, that's why I lost all my men. You and that guy made the darkness of my Sibei city lose its color. Jean Wu nodded. Li Chang'an cocked his head and smiled brightly. How about, lose it again? After a long silence, Jean Wu waved his hand. Let them go. A wise decision. Li Chang'an took a step forward. Perhaps because of his nervousness, one of the strong men raised the knife in his hand. But the next moment his wrist was as if it had been slashed by a sharp blade, and his palm detached from his arm and fell to the ground. Blood didn't gush out of the break until the palm fell to the ground. I said to let them go. Jean Wu's cold voice came out, and the one who made the move was him, not Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an spread his hands and stepped out from the separated crowd. 3 years ago was the first time. Now is the second time. I don't want to see you appear in front of me again. Jean Wu turned his head away, not bothering to look at Li Chang'an's back again. Li Chang'an turned his head. But you're blind. Jean Wu was indifferent in the face of Li Chang'an's provocation. It was a pity that it was not provoked, and it was not possible to kill without reason in front of his teammates. Li Chang'an could only sigh quietly. Strong Zhang watched the security thugs warily until Li Chang'an returned to their camp. It's fine, he doesn't dare to make a move. Li Chang'an smiled. 3 years ago he brought people to North City and wanted to meddle in the black boxing business in North City. Then the owner of the boxing ring at that time asked me for help. He was planning to hire someone to get back at me again when he got back to Sibei, so my friend and I made a trip to Sibei to find him. Since he didn't dare to retaliate before, he'll be equally afraid today, and he'll be even more afraid in the future. The fear would grow with each passing day, and he would constantly visualize the spectacle of breaking me into pieces, when in reality he wouldn't even dare to raise his knife when he saw me again. No one chimed in. They knew that Li Chang'an was not only talking about Jean Wu, but also himself. He had been overwhelmed by fear until today, and wondered what had happened to make him give up his fear. But now the fear shifts to tyranny, and it's not clear if that's good or bad. Walking out of the black boxing ring, Huchai suddenly took Li Chang'an's shoulder and gave him a hug. It's okay to fight violence with violence, but don't go and become like them. You have your own life, or at least it belongs to you from now on. After a moment of silence, Li Chang'an said quietly, I'm 30 years old. Huchai froze. What do you mean? Meaning you seem to think of me as your brother. The air was suddenly filled with joyous laughter. Really can't tell. Hu Chai snapped and withdrew his hand. You guys look like you're in your early 20s at most. Li Chang'an smiled faintly. I age more slowly. Truth be told, he does age at an unusual rate. Even at the age of 60, it is estimated that the physical ability will be even stronger than it is now. But today's battle in the ring, he felt he had gotten stronger. The power that comes with each near death is extremely noticeable. A boost that can weigh the change. And killing was going to be much less. Li Chang'an used to think that it was the improvement in experience brought about by combat, until a certain quantitative change caused a qualitative change. That day happened to be when Li Chang'an killed 100 people. One near death is approximately equal to 100 human lives, and it's obvious which is simpler. Well, regardless of that, let's go sing first. Meiho pushed the crowd forward, coming out in a hurry without calling a car, and had to go to the side of the road to wait for a car. Say, Haka's been looking at his cell phone since just now. All those little girls and you don't even strike up a conversation? Haka held up his phone with a puzzled look on his face. I just messaged Miss Alita and she asked me where I was doing and what I was doing. So I told her I was watching Chang'an fight a black box. Then she pulled the plug on me after asking for my name, and I couldn't figure out what I'd done wrong. With a target to change the subject, Hu Chai immediately teased. Maybe it's because your name is bad. Bull. It took my parents 2 days of flipping through books to come up with the name. Haka retorted disgruntledly and went back to looking down at his phone. But the next moment everyone raised their heads to look outside the city. The ear-piercing sirens came from outside the city, through the walls of the third and into everyone's ears. Enemy attack. An alarm is not a beast wave coming. We have to get back. Chapter 73 The War Begins. The people may not know what the length of the siren means, but they do know that something big is happening outside the city, and it's probably the monsters attacking again. So when the siren sounded, the businesses along the roadside closed their doors without hesitation, and the pedestrians running around quickened their pace and dared to head for their homes. No one pondered whether it would be too late, just hoped that the army outside the city would be able to hold it off. The trouble was that the roads were paralyzed, and even with high-level aliens out to maintain order, the streets were still crowded. The 5 people could only rely on their feet to head towards the outside of the city. The tall walls relied on the gates to get in and out, and now they were too lazy to make a detour to the gates, taking out their identity cards and climbing directly onto the walls. I'll go and understand the situation first. Let's gather at the tent. Hu Chai directly leapt down from the city wall, flashed to the ground in mid-air, lifted his leg and ran. Zhang Chong opened his psychic ability. 40 to 50 meters of the city wall jumped down in one go. Li Chang'an followed closely behind, grabbing Zhang Chong's shoulders with both hands, and when he was about to land, he landed on a flip to unload his kinetic energy. The trio went on their way, and Meiho and Haka had to climb down by the rope ladder. Li Chang'an followed closely behind Zhang Chong, adjusting his breathing to control the tension and relaxation of his muscles, and relying only on his physical body to keep up with Zhang Chong, who had turned on his supernormal abilities. Not being in a fighting state, Zhang Chong's supernatural enhancement was also limited, otherwise his speed could have been raised by another notch. At this point, they could not care less about whether they would destroy public facilities. The two were able to climb over the wall, and finally simply ran on the roof of the building. Hu Chai's supernatural ability was used in succession, and he had long since disappeared in front of him. More than 10 minutes later, Li Chang'an and Zhang Changliang also stood at the entrance of the barracks. At the moment there was a slight bit of chaos in the barracks, but overall it was still in order. Zhang Chong, who had been in the army for more than 10 years, immediately realized that something was wrong. There were quite a number of bad characters in the Sibei army, but the quality of the entire Sibei army was not low. I'm afraid it's not just an enemy attack that can disorganize the barracks to this extent. Looking at the other soldiers, they don't seem to know exactly what happened. I'll go to the Special Warfare Department. That side might know something. Li Chang'an finished speaking and left. Strong Zhang didn't stop him and ran in the direction of the tent. Walking through the barracks, Li Chang'an found that everyone was armed. It was no longer just a matter of being on guard. He couldn't help but speed up. It wasn't chaotic at all in the Special Warfare Department. Many of the tents had collapsed and the rest of the men were nowhere to be seen, with only a handful of people cleaning up the mess. Li Chang'an avoided the soldiers cleaning the battlefield and turned into the logistics department. He only knew Alita alone here, so naturally he looked for Alita to ask. It was still the same big tent, but there was no sign of Alita, only a little girl in a red cloak sitting on the ground in the corner, staring. Who are you looking for? The little girl raised her head to look at Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an's breath stuttered. By instinct he sensed danger. Even though the little girl's body did not leak out half a bit of killing intent, he was alarmed. Calming his mind, Li Chang'an asked, "Is Alita not here?" "Not in." The little girl shook her head. General Lin was injured and all the healing aliens rushed over. Lin Zhen was injured? Lin Zhen was injured in the barracks of the Sibei army? Li Chang'an only found it unbelievable. Could it be a psychic who immediately disappeared from the scene after a single blow? Seeing Li Chang'an dazed, the little girl added, "You're not a member of the Special Warfare Department. What do you want from Sister Alita?" "I'd like to ask her." "Wait, you're Fenrir?" A scene from before he passed out appeared in Li Chang'an's mind. The red-robed figure that came stepping on the moonlight. "You should call me Little Red Riding Hood. Fenrir is too hard to hear." The girl wrinkled her nose, a little less than pleased. Fenrir was surprisingly just a little girl, and she had killed her way out of the trials as well. Li Chang'an's face was a bit ugly. Even such a small child had killed his way out of the trial house, so he was really still too weak. "That?" Li Chang'an hesitated. "I thanked you before. I was the one you saved." Cocking her head in thought, Little Red Riding Hood spread her face and smiled. "So it's you? You're so powerful. You're obviously weak yet you can block a black-level monster." "Yes, I am indeed weak." Li Chang'an did not have any embarrassment. Facing one's weakness was a necessary lesson for the weak. "I was on vacation when I heard the alarm bells, so I came back to see what's going on." Since the other party was Fenrir of the Special Warfare Department, Li Chang'an didn't bother with Alita. Who isn't to ask? Besides, Fenrir looked quite nice to talk to, and Li Chang'an still retained deep feelings for children who possessed strength. "Wow! You actually have a vacation." Little Red Riding Hood looked at Li Chang'an enviously before continuing. "About 2 hours ago, the Pope and 3 archbishops of the New World Church came and killed the command without any concealment. After half a minute's time the big battle broke out, the Pope cut Lin Zhen at the waist, the 3 archbishops were responsible for holding the rest of the strongest, and 2 of the Special Warfare Department fell and 1 was seriously injured. Lin Zhen exploded his powers at the end to seal off the retreat, but in the end, he still didn't leave the 4 behind. Heavily injuring General Lin in the military camp? Li Chang'an still found it hard to believe that so many people from the Special Warfare Department, along with the other strong people in the military camp, were unable to leave these 4 people behind. Wasn't it a play about a monster? Little Red Riding Hood scowled. "You're underestimating the enemy too. Look at the walls out there." Li Chang'an complied and lifted the curtain to look out. Just walked in a hurry. Just felt that the city wall was a bit strange. Didn't have time to think about it. But now, the already half-repaired second wall 400 meters to the east all but disappeared. The Pope of the New World cult is 3rd on the list of powerful people within the Empire, and also surpasses one of the 3 great marshals of the Empire. Born with the supernatural ability mythic lineage, Candle 9-een. When she opens her eyes, everything she sees before her eyes is annihilated. Both of the Special Warfare Department died at the small of her glance, as well as about 2,000 soldiers, and the barracks would have disappeared long ago if the move hadn't been so consuming. Little Red Riding Hood sighed in an old-fashioned manner. No one expected her to defect, and originally the military department had placed a lot of shifters to monitor her. What I didn't realize was that even those watching had already defected to her. One of the 3 exalted is of the mythic lineage Azura, another is also of the mythic lineage Horus, and the last one is 80% mythic as well. You little soldier wouldn't understand what the 4 mythic families represent, and there are only 9 mythic families in the entire Special Warfare Department, which is only 10 including my dual mythic. Li Chang'an gulped. He understood too well. The mythological department was different from other departments, with an extremely obvious separation of strength and weakness. You can tell by the name. Like black fairy tales are of the lowest class, just written dark stories. For example, Charles's God of Law belonged to the 2nd class. After all, the legendary God of Law was still in a human body. Lastly, there are the powers given in the name of the gods, such as Fenrir, Horus, and also Batusai, which is deified by Meshoga. However, Batusai is also on the lower end of the strongest column, otherwise it wouldn't have so many restrictions. It's all strategic weapons. Li Chang'an let out a bitter smile. This was not something he could meddle with. Even just understanding it was a nuisance. "Thanks for telling me, bye." Li Chang'an knew enough, even too much, and he didn't want to stay here for a moment, not only because things were troublesome, but also because of Jiang Shuebu. Dam Xiao Zhangjiang is the Archbishop of the New World Church. He said he came to Sibei to do business is to assassinate Lin Jin. The world's gone mad. He was about to leave when the shrill alarm sounded again outside the tent, this time twice. What were the two alarms? Just as Li Chang'an was thinking about it, a small hand behind him plucked him aside. The beast tide is coming. Little Red Riding Hood stepped on the air and ran to the walls. 50 kilometers outside the city, the beasts roar to the heavens. Chapter 74. Let's go. Little Red Riding Hood went up to the wall and looked like she wanted to get out of the city for a fight. Countless soldiers quickly mounted the walls of the city to defend the enemy under the organization of the officers, and the less powerful would control the artillery on the walls. Elite departments like the Special Warfare Department were the exception to the rule. Most of the rest of the soldiers were still at D and C rank, which was why they were divided into squads of 5, one squad against one monster. Li Chang'an turned around and walked away, as free as a swimming fish in the crowded crowd, quickly rushing back to the tent. Meiho and Haka also rushed in panting, and as soon as they opened their mouths, they said, "What's the situation?" General Lin was attacked by the Pope and 3 archbishops of the New World cult and has not awakened from his serious injuries. The beast tide is 50 kilometers away and will reach the second city wall in less than half an hour. Zhang Strong's face was gloomy. Even after taking credit, the squad still belongs to the bottom and doesn't get much useful information. 2 dead and 1 injured in the Special Warfare Department. Li Chang'an took over. It's equal to 3 less combatants in the Special Warfare Department. I forgot to ask which 3 exactly. General Lin Jun is badly injured. He must be unable to command. What is the exact number of the beast tide? Hu Chai spread his hands. I don't know. We are attached to the patrol guard. If it's not an emergency, we are considered a reserve unit and are not required to go up to the walls. It's natural that news of the beast tide won't be sent to us first. Li Chang'an pointed at Zhou Mu, who hurriedly ran past the door and said suspiciously, "Then what's his hurry?" "Mixing battle merits." Meiho spat disdainfully. His ability is speed enhancement, and the Empire doesn't stipulate that the patrol guard must not be the first to go into battle. There will be a registration on the command side, and as long as you go to war, you get war credit, and as long as you survive a few battles, any pig can get credit. After thinking about it, Meiho turned back to Strong Zhang. "Captain, I wasn't talking about you." Zhang Strong smiled awkwardly. "It's fine. A C-class alien like Zhou Mu is able to act out of the military formation if his alien ability is special. The battlefield is so chaotic, and the command will only record kills. In other words, he can mop up with abandon. As long as the deaths are in his hands, it's counted as his battle credit." Li Chang'an realized that if it was a monster that he had beaten half to death and ended up being patched up by Zhou Mu in the end, it would be considered Zhou Mu's battle merit. It was assumed that the person in charge of recording the battle achievements at the command headquarters was a special perception faculty. It was just that in such a large battlefield, one person couldn't record it, right? "Captain, then I'll go too." What Li Chang'an cared about wasn't battle merit. What he wanted was Zhou Mu's life. Zhang Chong firmly objected. "That's a wave of beasts, different from humans, and it's not like your supernatural abilities are applicable on the battlefield. Most of the beast wave is made up of monsters with extremely fast fertility, most of which are D-ranked, just in horrific numbers and not good for you." Li Chang'an shook his head. "Monsters don't really matter, and my goal isn't war merit." The words were already considered to be clear at this point, and Li Chang'an simply said, "As long as I kill him, I will immediately retreat back. I'm not going to forget that he victimized us just because I've received a merit badge, and if we let him continue, we won't have a good time afterward." Zhang Chong frowned. "Plotting to kill a fellow officer is a major offense. I can't let you go." After thinking for a moment, Li Chang'an added, "Then I'll go and mix up the battle credits." The 4 of them had a black line. Chang'an was treating the captain as a fool, changing his words too quickly, but Chang'an actually learned to lie. Finally, a bit of villainy. Zhang Qiangliang silently looked at his teammates, as if he wanted to memorize each and every one of their faces, and I don't know what he remembered, but his eyes dimmed slightly. "Come on, I'll go down to the wall with you, and the 3 of them will cover us on the wall. None of you are to come down here without my order, and you're not to stray too far from me, Chang'an." Li Chang'an frowned slightly. "But Captain, you will drag me down." "Shut up." Zhang Strong blackened his face. The sensationalism he had just thrown away. Chang'an is good at everything, but it has a long mouth. Without further delay, the squad grabbed their handy weapons and ran towards the city walls, where a number of people were already standing in strict anticipation of the monster's arrival. The intelligence department had sent word that the number of monsters that had come to attack the city was less than 30,000, which could only be considered a small beast wave, which was barely good news. It must be followed closely by bad news. There are over 200 monsters above the red level. Suspected black level monsters in the beast wave. Appeared. Many of the bastard soldiers who had gone up to the city wall to mix up their battle feats had already begun to beat a retreat. But as the 30 or so silhouettes stood up on the wall, their morale was suddenly shaken. The 30-odd heavenly pride of the Special Warfare Department were out in full force. All of the combatants in the Special Operations Division were in action, except for the 2 who were dead and the 1 who was seriously injured. Li Chang'an scanned through, but did not see the figure of Alita, presumably completely transformed logistics, when in the trial house this woman's strength is still not weak. Pity. The entire army. On the highest city tower, the pure white-cloaked general shouted, "Prepare for battle!" Cannonballs were loaded, soldiers raised their guns, the artillery on the city walls was ready, and the psychics with long-distance combat abilities began to condense their psychic abilities. Thermal weapons were once mankind's greatest weapon, but with the advent of psychic powers, they were greatly limited. When given enough buffer distance, missiles simply can't hit nimble, high-level monsters. Li Chang'an was kind of a special case that time with his watch for location tracking and secondly, Li Chang'an using his body as bait. So the real fight will break out at 3 kilometers. A black line slowly came between heaven and earth. 30,000 ants were not much and 30,000 people attacking the city was not much, but 30,000 monsters whose smallest were close to sedans attacked, and the scene was nothing but spectacular and frightening. "We should go." Zhang Changliang nodded at Li Chang'an and rolled over to jump off the city wall. Li Chang'an followed longitudinally. This time there was no borrowing force and rolled forward to unload the force when he landed. As his strength rose, the strength of his body also increased, and now he weighed more than 200 pounds. As soon as he landed on the ground, Zhang Chong directly liberated his supernatural ability. Any supernatural ability that enters the A level will produce a qualitative change, and his was no exception. This is only about 5 meters tall, skyrocketed close to 10 meters, rock like muscles like meat. Color armor covered his body. Li Chang'an grabbed Zhang Chong's sturdy muscles and climbed onto his shoulders, bending his legs and sitting on Zhang Chong's shoulders. "Sit tight." Not knowing what came to mind, Strong Zhang grinned. "It's going on." Huge drums were beating on the city walls. Artillery roared, machine guns fired, and the sky was filled with alien powers of all colors, all of which were directed towards the wave of beasts 3 kilometers away. At the same time, the exalted who went out to fight at the foot of the city wall also acted, with some transforming into a speedy wind and moving forward, while others stepped on the void. There were even people who rose up into the sky like a meteorite and smashed into the beasts. The ground is dusty, and the air is full of different colors, casting a total of sand and blood. The melee system psychics pushed forward horizontally like a wall of flesh and blood, while Li Chang'an sat on the captain's shoulders and wiggled his legs, while in his hands he carried the long knife taken from the captain's waist. A giant snake leapt up from the beasts and opened its mouth to take a bite out of the incoming missile. Boom! The flames exploded, and the giant snake just shook its head. Not even a single scratch except for the slight scorching in its mouth. "This one is mine." There was a thunderous explosion in the flat ground as the giant snake's head exploded into pieces, and the tall figure of the barbarian god stood at the side of that headless body. Next, a black panther suddenly appeared on the city wall, taking the lives of more than 10 people between its raised claws. "This is actually the best place for me." Li Chang'an swayed his feet and flung his sword, gently leaping down. Go to war. Chapter 75. The old building falls and the new one rises. In the command center, a group of pale-faced healing exalts surrounded the even paler-faced Lin Jin. "At least the life is saved. The broken hand can only be figured out later. We lost a lot of mental power. If we fight again we will die, and General Lin will not necessarily get better." Alita took off her gloves. The healing team was all hers, and she could certainly see that quite a few of them were at the end of their rope. They tried their best. Destroyed half of his body by a single hit from Candle 9. It was considered fortunate that he could survive, and now that he had remodeled a small half of his body, he was just short of a hand. If the Special Operations Group hadn't been sent to Sibei this time, Lin Jin would definitely be dead. Half of the strongest healing aliens in the entire empire could be here. Enough. It's a blessing to be able to save a life. Lin Jin smiled faintly. He had awakened halfway through the treatment, only unable to move. "Everyone go and rest first. The battle has already started outside the city, and later on there will be a bunch of wounded again, so it's still hard work for everyone." The group said polite things and trudged away, polite and indeed exhausted. "Alita, wait." "Alita." Who was the last to leave? Stopped? Anything else? There's something you should know a little bit about. Lin Jun didn't get up, sighing and smiling. How much do you know about the New World religion? Alita turned around, puzzled but answered anyway. Not much is known. The sect that was born when Armageddon fell. Cult. Dedicated to rescuing civilians. Of course, after today I don't feel that way, it's a cult. Cult, I guess. Lin Jun smiled with difficulty. It's not a cult. Cult, outsiders don't know much about the Doomsday and New World cults. The Empire could have suppressed the news. Without waiting for Alita to ask why, Lin Jun went straight on. Both the newly compiled textbooks and the folk rumors believe that the end is a natural disaster. But what if I told you it was man-made? Alita instantly frowned. Man-made? What kind of alien could manage to wipe out nearly half of the world's population and cause the land to sink? I do know that there are other realms above S rank, but this is too much. Of course, it's not an alien. Lin Jun sighed. The emergence of Xenos goes back a long time. It was not born after Armageddon. The Empire's 3 marshals all awakened their Xenos before Armageddon. We'll talk about the powers afterward. The Empire will announce them to you slowly. What I'm going to tell you is what happened when the end happened. Alita quickly called a halt. Wait. I'm not related to General Lin and I'm not a high-ranking member of the Empire. Why are you telling me this? You will soon be. Lin Jun seemed to have suddenly aged several years. Even if the New World sect really appeared after the end of the world, it has been almost 30 years by now. 30 years of the Empire letting it grow. How many of them do you think will be in the Empire now? You were brought to the War Department by me from the trials, so at the very least you're still considered part of my faction. And whether you recognize it or not, that's really how it's divided in the War Department. Intuition told Alita that it was best not to listen to what came next. It wasn't good to know much, but no one could be uninquisitive about the end of the year. Silently looking at Alita for a moment, seeing her acquiesce, Lin Jun continued. Everyone knows that Armageddon refers to the massive beams of light that fall from the sky. But what the vast majority of people don't know is that there are figures in the pillars of light. Just opening her mouth caused Alita's face to change, but she didn't interrupt, allowing Lin Jun to continue. We don't know exactly what kind of figure it is, we can't rule out humanoid beings or weapons, but the New World cult knows that they are in possession of a lot of information that the Empire doesn't know about, which is why I said that the New World cult might not be a post-apocalyptic founding religion. Part of the reason the Empire has allowed the growth of the New World Church is because of the information held in the hands of the New World Church, or to be more precise, in the hands of the Pope. From him we learned that the pillar of light that descended was randomly removing some of the humans, but the humans that could die were not limited to the pillar of light. It seems to be a screening mechanism that screened out humans who were unlikely to be born with psychic abilities, and then modified the Earth's environment so that the humans born afterward could easily awaken psychic abilities. Speaking of this, Lin Jun took a deep breath. Alita couldn't help but follow up with, so who really did it? A gesture of this magnitude was beyond human, and Alita sensed that she might be about to touch the unthinkable. Take it easy. Lin Jun forced a smile. In our words, it's a deity, but the New World cult calls it the original will. They believe that everything is in order and that all life should function according to the will of the original. Before today, parts of me and the military department thought it was nothing more than doctrine, but now I realize it's more than just doctrine. They seem to be planning to create a class-divided world where humans are ruled in classes, with the highest tier of rulers being the mythic exalted. Thinking it over, Alita had more confusion. The world was actually sort of class rule now, just not put into the open yet. Does it need to be treasonous? I know what you're thinking, but it's not just what you think. Rinjin sat up, propped up on the bed. What they are going to make is the kingdom of God on earth, practicing the rules set forth by the original will of that one, cast. 10 times, 100 times worse than that is about right. There was still a lot that Alita didn't understand. Ordinary people offer up their flesh and blood and souls, and the highest order of people dominated all. You haven't experienced theocracy yet. It's more frightening than one might think. Lin Jun got off the ground and walked towards the door of the room with weak feet. The current situation is more troublesome than you think. And the only good news is that the Shinsei cult is unable to use that world-destroying power for the time being. Primordial will or no primordial will, there is indeed a human figure present in the pillar of light that destroys the world, and that is a force that we cannot resist at this time. Opening the door, one could clearly hear shouts of murder coming from the city walls. What are you going to do? Alita stepped in front of Lin Jun. Of course it's up to the city wall. My Empire men are fighting. I'm hiding behind and playing dead? Leaving aside Alita's hand, Lin Jun took a step towards the city wall. Stay by my side. If I can't hold out, I'll have to trouble you to step in and heal me for a bit. Fallen angel is able to transform one's desires into any form of energy. It's unlikely that you'll be mentally drained on the battlefield. His own body knows best. Lin Jun knows how much he is injured, and also knows that he shouldn't show off now, but he can't sit still. If even the commander of an army doesn't show up, how can we stabilize the hearts and minds of the troops below? Do you really think the tide of the beasts is that small? Then how do monsters deserve to be mankind's only great enemy? Of course, now to add the New World Church. Chaos has already begun, and no one in the entire world is immune to it. While an external enemy is present, mankind is unable to prohibit internal strife. Many people in the Empire's hierarchy thought Lin Jun was obstinate and old-fashioned, but now Lin Jun was starting to prepare his own squad. What would it be like for the great city of Sibei to be independent from the Empire? You old undead sent me over to take over Sibei with full authority. You really guessed today. Lin Jun muttered to himself and suddenly sneered. Just in time to use me as bait to clean out the unstable guys. The Special Operations Department is now mine. On the top floor of Tongtian City, 12 chairs surrounded a round table, and Wang Jianjun stood by the table, carrying a headless corpse in his hand. In my old age, I can't always control the strength of my hands, and my memory is so bad, I almost forgot to ask you guys. Where do you losers get the nerve to interrupt me? Chapter 76. Do what you say you're going to do. The beast that came straight at us was 1.7 meters tall at the shoulder and weighed around a ton, and was known as a water dolphin before the end of the day and now, but before the end of the day it was still an herbivore. Seconds ago, the beast bit the head off a soldier and swallowed it whole. There are few vegetarian creatures to be seen after the end of the day, and not far away there are giant rabbits with soldier limbs in their mouths. Li Chang'an gripped the battle knife in his hand tightly, charged forward 2 steps, and rushed into the belly of the monster with a sliding shovel. The first person to die will be the one who slides the shovel and disembowels it. However, Li Chang'an didn't intend to kill the enemy by sliding shovel. Gripping one of the beast's front legs in a death grip, the combat knife stabbed through the soft abdomen, and leapt out with his sword drawn before he was trampled to death. The dolphin's subcutaneous fat machine was thick, and Li Chang'an's slash was unable to cause a fatal injury, but the pain was enough to make the dolphin angry. With a hiss, the water dolphin chased after Li Chang'an's back. 7th only. There were already 7 monsters following Li Chang'an. Zhang Strong grabbed the upper and lower jaws of the giant rat and tore open the ugly head, not without worrying about Li Chang'an, who was galloping on the battlefield. Doesn't he have any sense of crisis? It was no longer necessary to mention the direction that Li Chang'an had gone to. Zhou Mu was over there in a great hurry, like a gust of fresh wind traveling through the monsters. Falling in Li Chang'an's eyes only felt ridiculous, and a little jealous, obviously having such a good psychic ability, but just abusing it. The use of psychic powers is purely kept to a literal understanding of the body that has not been worked out to match the footwork. Not to mention borrowing the kinetic energy generated by the speed to hurt the enemy. With that kind of speed, shouldn't you hammer your flesh and make your body a punching weapon? On the other side of the battlefield, the barbarian god leapt high into the air and climbed all the way up the nose of the elephant-shaped monster in front of him, imprinting his palm on the monster's massive forehead and tumbling to the ground. The monster wailed and fell to the ground with a loud thud. Being of both the battle system, unparalleled, and the mystic system, sonic domain, the barbarian god's palm slapped the power of the sonic domain into the monster's skull, shaking the monster's brain into pulp. On the other side, the tall Po blossomed with a holy, pure white light, with wings on her back and a 10-foot-long spear in her hand. Like streams of light sweeping past, wherever they passed, the monsters all died with their heads blown off. Mythological system, Valkyrie. This man and woman are both battlefield killers. So far, Li Chang'an hadn't killed a single monster. The ones following behind him were getting more and more, and there were already quite a few people who had noticed his abnormality. Almost. Li Chang'an coldly smiled. His feet sharply braked. Li Chang'an turned back and slashed. The fastest-running giant rabbit behind him was immediately cut off both ears. Avoiding the giant rabbit's sharp teeth, Li Chang'an bowed slightly, and the tip of the knife stabbed into the giant rabbit's throat, picking through the artery, then turned around and fled again. A single avoidance of battle would have been seen, so he put on a guerrilla appearance to keep from being suspected. And now he was close to Chuki. Zhou Mu was cautious, both wanting to mix up the battle credits and worrying about getting caught in the center of the beast tide. so he stayed active in a small area. When Zhou Mu's figure appeared in his eyes, Li Chang'an slightly lowered his figure and hid behind a rhinoceros monster before the angry monster behind him could attract attention. His body was covered in the blood of the monsters, waiting for this moment. Without Li Chang'an's figure in front of them, and the monsters couldn't smell his scent. All of a sudden the 10 or so monsters that had chased all the way here vented their anger on the nearest human. Zhou Mu, who bore the brunt of the attack, became their target. Grass, what the hell? Where did so many monsters come from? Zhou Mu, who was still planning to steal someone else's battle merit, panicked and turned to flee. Not knowing what his foot had hooked into, Chucky stumbled and fell forward. Hidden in the shadows, Li Chang'an frowned, a bit of pain. After all, it was Zhou Mu in the midst of high-speed movement. He stretched out his leg to trip, actually a bit risky. Luckily, Zhou Mu was really too weak to ignore the importance of his own body by possessing awesome psychic abilities. Not only is the physical body weak, but there is a lag in the activation of the ability when turning around, and the start is not fast, and more importantly, there is no flexibility in shifting speed. Zhou Mu fell to the ground, but his first reaction was not to get up, but to crawl on all fours, worthy of the speed enhancement. Crawling on all fours was not that slow. However, the monsters were faster, and in just a moment there were several monsters pouncing towards him, and Zhou Mu was unable to dodge, and his calf was bitten by a giant rat. If he wasn't worried about being discovered by the Intelligence Department's Perception Department that he had laid hands on his fellow officers, Li Chang'an would have already taken advantage of the situation to cleave Zhou Mu in half with a single slash. But it wasn't enough for now. If this continued to develop, Zhou Mu might still escape. After all, there were other exalts on the side as well. They wouldn't just sit back and do nothing. Not everyone is Chucky, although everyone in the world is imperfect and has their own faults or weaknesses. But people always grow up learning to take responsibility, and a sense of duty and empathy can cause a large percentage of people to act irrationally in a dangerous situation. Rescue, for example. Li Chang'an was still climbing on the back of the rhinoceros monster. This kind of huge-sized monster generally had a low IQ, and its thick shell made it not notice Li Chang'an on its body. The battle knife was a bit weak against the thick armor skin, and Li Chang'an's target was not the epidermis. The battle knife stabbed towards the left eye of the monster. Determined to stab and blind his left eye, Li Chang'an landed and fled. His speed was by no means as fast as Zhou Mu's, but his control of rhythm was unrivaled. The rhinoceros that had lost its left eye in pain roared angrily and charged towards Li Chang'an. However, it had a blind spot in its vision, which was Li Chang'an's aim. Before Zhou Mu could get up, he watched as a figure scurried in front of him and circled around him in a half-circle, followed by the roar of a monster from behind him. The nearly 1-meter-long unicorn horn stabbed in from behind Zhou Mu and penetrated out from his front chest. The enraged rhino flung its unicorn horn, wanting to shake off this human who was obscuring its vision, and in return, naturally, the wound on Zhou Mu's chest widened. Li Chang'an no longer looked back. Zhou Mu was already dead. Now he needed to return to Zhang Qiangliang's side and take the captain to exit the battlefield already. The artillery fire was endless, and the exalted on the walls didn't slack off. The coverage remained 3 kilometers away, and countless monsters were blown to smithereens. But more monsters went forward. More than 3 kilometers later is the combat area of melee alien. Artillery will not fall here. When all the monsters are over the defense line is a real short combat. More and more monsters crossed the defense line, and it became even more difficult for Li Chang'an to return to the place where he had just been, even if he tried his best to dodge without tangling with the monsters. Glancing over the city out of the corner of his eye, Li Chang'an was slightly stunned that Lin Jun, who should have been seriously injured, had appeared at the top of the city, deadly holding on. Only a momentary lapse of concentration. Li Chang'an felt bad. The bone-piercing sharpness came from behind him. It was too late to dodge at this moment. He could only barely avoid the vitals. The expected damage did not come, and Li Chang'an turned around just in time to see the youth behind him slap the monster away. "Kid, which team? How dare you wander off on the battlefield?" The youth smiled back. "Be careful. Next time won't be so good." A light pink tongue broke through the air and cut the youth off, going on to wrap around Li Chang'an's waist. Before he was ripped away by his tongue, Li Chang'an looked down. The youth's smile was dissipating, as was his life. There was no time to react. I couldn't even see the trajectory of my tongue. It wasn't that I was too weak. It was that my opponent was too strong. A black-level monster that was hidden until now, so the target is me? Li Chang'an didn't have time to think about it carefully as darkness enveloped his eyes. Chapter 77 Li Chang'an's Abnormal Ability. There was nothing but darkness before my eyes and a sticky, thick liquid like glue, but it wasn't stomach fluids. Li Chang'an could feel that he was not swallowed, but was held in the mouth of the giant frog, which was not the instinct of a wild beast. Much less monsters coming onto the battlefield to take food and hide it, illogical and irrational. By now Li Chang'an could be sure that he had been captured, too absurd that he could not convince himself. Too many questions came crashing down, but Li Chang'an remembered the winged tiger at first. The toughness of the inner walls of the giant frog's mouth dictated that Li Chang'an could not break his mouth, and he could not even roll over, so he could only wait in silence. Less than 10 minutes later there was light in front of him, and the giant frog opened its mouth to spit Li Chang'an to the side. There was too much slime, it would affect the fight later. Li Chang'an frowned and rolled to the side twice. There were fallen leaves all over the place, and the walls of Sibei City could not be seen at all within sight. But there was a tiger the size of a small mountain on the side. "Oh, come on, it's over." Li Chang'an sat cross-legged on the ground and looked up at the giant tiger whose head and tail could not be seen at a glance. The giant frog dropped its head and nodded, turning around and leaping hundreds of meters, far away. It's clear who the real boss is. From the moment he landed on the ground, Li Chang'an's instincts did not have any warning, and he certainly did not think that the other party did not have the ability to kill him. One could only say that the white tiger's power had exceeded the range of his instinctive perception, and he simply didn't have the slightest bit of room to fight back. So what was the point of warning? That's why Li Chang'an was honestly sitting on the ground. What's the point of resisting in a certain death situation? However, the white tiger was slow to make a move, and its two eyes, which were bigger than trucks, silently surveyed Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an was also sizing up the other party. There weren't too many adjectives, just one word big. Even if he couldn't see the tail, what he saw in front of him was more than 300 meters long. "Hello, human." The dull voice rang in Li Chang'an's ears. "Hello." Li Chang'an marveled in his heart. High-level monsters really do speak human language. The white tiger cocked his head as if he had been lying down for a long time to move around. "You're very special. I thought I'd never see a god rebel again." "Rebel god?" Li Chang'an couldn't understand, but he didn't ask any questions. Even if Li Chang'an didn't ask, White Tiger still explained. Rebel gods are also known as old humans who are unable to awaken their supernatural abilities. But in the last world, the old humans who could not be awakened attempted to harm the gods, though that world was destroyed, and since then the old humans have been known as rebels. The original will should have destroyed all the old humans by the time it gazed upon this world. You are special. I'm guessing that your mother probably just happened to be pregnant with you when the ancient gods sent by the primordials destroyed the world, and that you were somewhere between existence and non-existence and avoided the world cleansing. A rebel against the gods who survives among multiple coincidences. Perhaps this is fate. Li Chang'an stared. A large portion of the words he couldn't understand, except for the last few sentences. However, being pointed out that he didn't have any supernatural ability somehow made him feel a little bit panicked, even if the other party was a big tiger. What can be summarized is that the end of the world is not a natural disaster, but the guy named Original Will messed up, and the current human beings with psychic abilities are also related to Original Will. There was one thing that concerned Li Chang'an. By the last world, do you mean the world in the trial center? Li Chang'an asked the doubt in his heart. It also had something to do with the fact that the white tiger hadn't made a move yet. Otherwise he wouldn't have dared to open his mouth. Right? The white tiger nodded, kicking up a gust of wind. After the ancient gods finished cleansing the world by order, 9 of them landed and transformed into a testing ground. The trials are connected to worlds that have been destroyed by the original will, and there are still some things left over from the previous world in there, so you should have already been there. Li Chang'an blurted out, "How did you know?" "Because you don't have an alien ability." A humanized smile appeared on the white tiger's face. "You are an alien in the world of humans, so you will definitely go to the Trial Institute. And your question is your answer. If you've never been to the trials, why do you think it's the last world?" Knowing that he had missed the point, Li Chang'an hid his other doubts in his heart and stopped asking questions. The white tiger continued, "You don't have to worry. I don't mean you any harm. And there aren't many people who don't mean you any harm these days. The Shinsei cult is a hawk of the original. If they find out that there are still rebels in existence, they will definitely go after you with all their might. The humans won't make it easy for you either, and the rebel gods aren't affected by the primordials without their powers, so you can stop the primordials. You will be stripped of your consciousness and become a weapon carrier, and it would be better to die at the hands of the Shinsei cult. I really have so many questions I want to ask." Li Chang'an gritted his teeth. He didn't want to be seen by the white tiger again for anything. so he could only hold back from asking. You're holding back a lot. Humans just have too many ideas. The white tiger was very dissatisfied. According to human talk, the primordials are gods. He has no entity and can be any object, life, will, or imagination. He wanders through the gaps of time and space. Every world that he gazes upon becomes a part of him, also called a return to the original ring. Because of his scent, his watchful eye, beings take on abilities of their own imagination, which are psychic powers, but once they have them, they can no longer harm the original. By slicing you up and creating weapons and armor from your flesh and your bones, erasing the scent of the original from your body, mankind can refuse to return to the original. A whole new world unfolded in front of Li Chang'an. He had no sense of honor, much less mission. He just felt sick, disgusting, and a little sad. Obviously, the people of the previous world had tried to rebel, but in the end, they should have failed, but they might have partially succeeded, which would result in the fact that there was only one rebel against the gods in the world today, Li Chang'an. However, there are now two more problems. The corners of the white tiger's mouth quirked up. You want to ask me how I know, right? And to find out which side I and my compatriots belong to. I can tell you that the life of the last world did not die out and some came to this world. You also saw some beings in the trysting place that were not devoured because they were too weak, so weak that they were disliked by the original. So there was this benefit to being weak. Li Chang'an smiled to himself. The subject matter has been finished. The white tiger slowly stood up. We belong to a third party. We have a way to avoid the original as long as enough beings are sacrificed, but it has to be human lives. A long time ago, your human powerhouses knew about this method, but unfortunately they didn't agree, so we switched to a different method. How about joining us? I can tell you don't have much attachment to humans, and you don't care if people you have nothing to do with die out. So we're here to help you become a high-ranking human being, and you're in charge of picking out the sacrificial beings. Li Chang'an laughed bitterly. I don't even have any supernormal abilities. How can I become a top human? I can give you powers. Powers that won't be tainted with the original aura. The moment White Tiger spoke, it was like thunder pouring into Li Chang'an's heart. Still need to hesitate. Chapter 78 Hope. The fist-sized fruit floated in front of Li Chang'an, looking like a small fist as well. The fruit poured by the lives of 100,000 Xenos, condensing the blood of 100,000 people. And after 3 years, we've only gotten this one. The white tiger lay back down again. Eating this will definitely awaken the mythic system interdiction, and as long as the time of death doesn't exceed 5 minutes, it will also save your life. If it was used to save your life, you wouldn't have awakened your powers, and I don't think you would have wasted one. Yes, Li Chang'an would never waste it, and it was still a mythic alien. He didn't even know how he could restrain the desire to eat the fruit immediately. Maybe it was because the other party was a monster, or maybe it was because they weren't sure if the fruit was edible. In fact, he didn't know why he had thought he would never miss any opportunity to awaken his powers. Don't be afraid. Interdiction is an ability condensed by blood, a manifestation of human battle intent, and has nothing to do with the original. The white tiger shook his ears. If battle mind can materialize into a psychic ability, and primordial can awaken one's psychic ability, could it be that primordial is actually a psychic ability? Li Chang'an inexplicably wandered off, using the wandering to restrain the desire to eat the fruit. I guess. The white tiger blinked, and the fruit fell into Li Chang'an's hands. Take it. Whether you want to eat it yourself or give it to someone else, consider it as a kindness from my clan. Humans are not your allies, we are, and we're still the only ones you can ultimately choose from. Become a high-ranking member of the Empire and return our goodwill. Until then, we will help you become strong, and make my son your mount as well, and my men your war heroes. Li Chang'an came back to his senses and asked with a frown. When you said that human sacrifices are needed, exactly how many people are needed? The white tiger thought for a moment. Not much. There are still about 400 million humans left, probably enough to die until there are about 1 million left. Anyway, humans are very fertile, and in a few hundred years they'll be able to produce a few 100 million more, and they won't let the human race go extinct. As soon as you become the leader of the humans, my clan will make a pact with you that my clan will live in the sea and the land will belong to the humans. Could it be that you care about the deaths of other humans? A population of 1 million is enough for you to leave behind those you care about. Li Chang'an nodded. I can't trust you, but I will consider it. Fruit you can. Take it. The white tiger gently waved his paw. The mythic one can raise your starting point to the so-called S rank, though it's not invincible. Interdiction is an ability that possesses the name of a god, When you reach the king level, there will be a qualitative change. Only then will you be able to show your true power, and you will be among the strongest in the same realm. The strongest column? It was tantalizing enough. However, White Tiger's words also confirmed that other realms did exist above the S rank. To be crowned king? Li Chang'an hesitated with the fruit, but he still couldn't hold back. The rebels you mentioned, rebels don't have psychic powers, so how do they fight against psychics? How can a rebel god without powers be a threat? A stronger class A could easily kill me. The White Tiger narrowed his vertical pupils. The question you ask will lower my favor with you, but I can tell you. They rely on death to get stronger, whether it's someone else's death or their own. And as long as they manage to survive, they get stronger, with an all-around stronger body. According to the news brought by those who escaped from the previous world, there are people among the rebel gods who are capable of leaping 3,000 meters in a single bound and smashing large mountains with their fists. So most of them are killers, either in the act of killing or on the way to killing, and all of them fight for their lives. The White Tiger's eyes were deep and noticed the uncontrollable joy on Li Chang'an's face. So he continued. However, after the Exalted One reaches the king realm and produces a qualitative change, the strength of the physical body will also skyrocket, so that the advantage of the rebel god's physical body will no longer exist. Not to mention that above the king level there is the emperor level, and there are even levels that I don't even know about, where powers with divine names will become true deities, and the power of the flesh is a ridiculous struggle. It could be said to be a pot of cold water poured over his head, and Li Chang'an's face immediately darkened. How am I going to get back? Listening to Li Chang'an's dispirited voice, a hint of sarcasm flashed in the White Tiger's eyes. I will send you to the battlefield, and you will go back from the beast tide by yourself. Yes, Li Chang'an nodded. The next moment a strong force came. Li Chang'an could not do to resist has flown into mid-air, the scene below the speed of the far away. In an instant he can see the distant city walls. It was still the same giant frog that had just been there, leaping 100 meters high, swallowing Li Chang'an in one bite and flinging it in the direction of the beast tide. Was it so that the humans wouldn't get suspicious, so they didn't just let me fall into the battlefield? That's right, no one would believe me if I was able to escape from a black-level monster. While thinking, Li Chang'an did not forget to adjust his body posture, trying his best to protect his internal organs and head, so as not to land on the ground as a serious injury. After smashing over a giant rat, Li Chang'an quickly got up, with cracks on his shoulder blades and multiple contusions on his body, but at least it didn't hinder his movement. There were already monsters around that had noticed this side. Li Chang'an didn't dare to stay, landing on all fours to reduce his presence, and flew through the tide of beasts. The vast majority of the monsters had already leapt over the 3-kilometer line, and the 1 kilometer outside the city walls became a veritable meat grinder. By now, it was no longer a one-sided casualty among the monsters, among the humans. There were a considerable number of casualties. There is still a chance of salvation if you withdraw from the battlefield in time, but if you are attacked while withdrawing, you can be killed on the spot. Death is never far from a human being, let alone a battlefield. The good news was that most of the monsters above the red level had been cleared, and with very few left, the Special Operations Division's war effort could be put to work across the battlefield. Managing to avoid the claws in front of him, Li Chang'an felt the bone-piercing deep cold behind him again, barely rolling to avoid it, but there were still layers of frost covering the back of his shoulders. The shoulder blades that still felt some pain were completely numb and lost perception at the moment. Li Chang'an half-kneeled on the ground, looking at the white bear that was less than 4 feet away. How could there still be monsters that could only have supernatural abilities hidden? Li Chang'an frowned. Monsters aren't bigger and stronger, at least not to a degree where size doesn't determine everything. But the smaller the stronger is the truth. After the end of the monster size skyrocketed, rarely can you see the size of the body instead of smaller. This white bear, Li Chang'an could not match. If one eats this fruit, Li Chang'an gritted his teeth and still didn't choose to eat it here. It would be bad if it moved too much. However, the white bear seemed to have set its sights on Li Chang'an. Regardless of the other aberrations, it only chased after Li Chang'an, spewing light blue frost out of its mouth from time to time, turning everywhere it passed into a cold ice hell. Yo, there's still a leak here. The barbarian god descended from the sky, crossing before the white bear and slamming down with his hands clasping his fists. Boom! Like a bomb buried in its skull. The white bear instantly exploded into bloody pieces. You kid looks familiar. The barbarian god turned his head suddenly dumbfounded. The soldier who had just escaped was gone in a flash. Are you running so fast because you're afraid I'll recognize you? It can't really be that Li Chang'an kid. The barbarian god grunted and waited until the battle was over to go back to the camp to search a bit. If it's really that kid Li Chang'an, he'll have to be punched at least twice. Chapter 79 You as bait. Damn it, how could it be discovered by the barbarian god? Li Chang'an gritted his teeth, both angry and disgusted, from the barbarian god's strike just now. He could be no match for the barbarian god at all right now. And even if the elite of the Special Warfare Department killed an ordinary soldier, the military department would probably just give a verbal warning. The world is horribly unfair, and the only way to be taken seriously is to have enough strength. Go back and immediately find a quiet place to eat the fruit. Whether that tiger is lying to me or not, it's good to gamble. Interceptor, the ancient god of war, a fruit that could be named after him would never be simple. I'm just missing my powers. I'm by no means weaker than the other Celestials except for my powers, and with them, I'll become very strong. I'm strong, and with powers, I can be stronger than them. Biting his tongue. Tip. Li Chang'an endured his agitated heart with pain. In the midst of the wave of beasts, Zhang Strong still fought in blood. His own blood was also on his body in addition to the blood of the monsters, and his heart's beating rate had already reached more than 130 beats per minute. His powerful blood production ability coupled with his recovery ability caused his body temperature to rise extremely rapidly, and the blood staining the surface of his body rose in a white mist as if it were boiling. You bastards! Give back my teammate! Having witnessed Chang and being swallowed into the mouth of the monster, Zhang Strong's anger had reached the extreme. That's the teammate I brought out, Chang'an. You're back. Strong Zhang, who was still in his berserk state, froze. Li Chang'an held his battle sword and chopped the giant rat that took the opportunity to sneak up on Zhang Chang into two. Nope. A little more force. While still puzzled, Li Chang'an was thrown over his shoulder by Zhang Changliang's grip. Don't wander off. Let's retreat back to the walls. Li Chang'an nodded silently. His left hand hadn't regained its sensation yet. The white bear's cold ice spit was at a lower temperature than expected, and heavy frostbite on the muscles couldn't be recovered that quickly. While forcing back the monster in front of him, Zhang Strong backed up smoothly and took Li Chang'an with him as he quickly climbed up the city wall. He was already badly injured, so retreating back wasn't a violation of military rules. Crap. Chang'an, you came back alive? I clearly saw you get eaten just now. Haka and Hu Zhai hurriedly greeted them. Meiho was still making sniper bullets in the back, working with the perception-based psychic ability to get a shot off. It didn't swallow it. It seems to have treated me like a toy. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to come back. Li Chang'an made up an excuse, albeit somewhat guiltily. They are my friends and can understand me. So comforting. It's good that you're fine, don't go down there next. The people from the Special Warfare Department will free up their hands and the battle will be over soon. Zhang Changliang patted Li Chang'an and turned to lean back to wait for treatment. Virtually an entire squad was not very badly injured, and not many monsters leapt the walls, so they were quickly strangled by a concentrated force. Instead, the one who was hurt the most was Li Chang'an. The cold ice spit injured his left arm all the way up to near his shoulder blade, and the strong recovery power wasn't really effective against frostbite. The healing team was small, and Li Chang'an stayed at the edge of the city wall while waiting for the treatment. The beast tide would only die and never retreat, so the monsters that pounced on the city would still be there. After teaming up with Hu Chai to kill the giant rabbit that only had the ability of a chameleon, Li Chang'an turned his head to look at the battlefield. As the captain had said, the addition of the Special Operations Department would bring the battle to a quick end, and a battle with too much of a difference in levels was a slaughter. A battle with too much difference in level is a slaughter. The strength of the Special Warfare Department was also uneven, but the weakest were the best of the A ranks, and they had no fear of taking on a red rank alone. And the strongest column could handle even facing a black level. The giant frog that had taken Li Chang'an captive was being hunted down at the moment. Boar held a silver-white lance. The tip of the lance flowed like electricity and fire. Li Chang'an couldn't even pierce the fragile lining of the mouth. But Boar was able to make the giant frog see blood with a single shot. The difference in strength is visible. So strong. Li Chang'an swallowed his saliva. Po couldn't kill the giant frog. The giant frog was just too lazy to fight anymore now. But it was a big deal to be able to hurt the giant frog. On the other side, Little Red Riding Hood was floating in midair. A bonfire was burning under her feet. Hundreds of monsters were rejoicing around the bonfire, and then one by one, they threw themselves into the bonfire and burned themselves to death. The bonfire wasn't just any bonfire either, it was also part of the Black Fairy Tale, and with the lilting flute from Little Red Riding Hood's mouth prompting the monsters to go crazy, She should have the most kills of any Alteran so far. Li Chang'an was envious, so envious that he pressed the fruit hidden in his chest. Soon he would also have supernatural powers, and he would be among those who were admired over there. There were also injuries in the Special Operations Department, but no one was killed. The death and injury rate of ordinary soldiers was not that high, at least for Li Chang'an. Less than 1,000 deaths and injuries at the moment was already too little to mention. Chang'an, come and give me a hand, Hu Chai shouted distantly. Li Chang'an was busy rushing over. A few more monsters had just leapt onto the wall, and one of the artillerymen was stabbed in the shoulder when he couldn't dodge. Carrying the artilleryman to the rear, Li Chang'an turned his head to look at the vacant artillery. Can I use this? Ma Hao looked around. Use it. Anyway, there's just a shortage of people at this moment. You fight towards the back of the beast's tide. Just don't hit your own people. Don't worry. I've still played a few times. Li Chang'an raised the corner of his mouth and put his hands on the artillery. How many times? What in the world haven't you touched, you brat? Meiho bristled and lowered his head to continue making special ammunition. Without a few seconds, Meiho raised his head and looked at Li Chang'an as if he was looking at a madman. Crap? Have you really played? Ma Hao looked towards the bottom of the city. The monsters at the edge of the beast's tide were falling in pieces like cut wheat. Each shell was aimed at the monster's head with a deviation of less than 50 centimeters. A target 1 kilometer away could achieve this accuracy. Do you think it was a sniper's rifle? Played with it, I don't know why, but I'm particularly quick on the uptake with these things, though I don't really like using them. Li Chang'an shrugged and pulled the trigger again. The speed of harvesting. Sensed like a tidal wave, he indulged in this. In his eyes, each target's activity trajectory is clearly visible. His brain in the shortest possible time to make a path prejudgment. Then fire. It's just abuse though. Hot weapons are limited in their usefulness, just slaughtering weak monsters. The thrill of bullying the weak. The feeling is so addictive that, humanity, morality, and guilt aside, no one can deny it. The feeling. What stops Li Chang'an from indulging is the amount of ammo. After a few minutes he was forced to stop. The artillery was overheating and the ammunition was extremely depleted, so he had to pick up his combat knife again. On the city wall in the distance, Lin Jin turned his head for the third time to look at Li Chang'an. A very good prospect. He's good for the battlefield, but a bit selfish. Think of a way to keep him. He'll be a sharp knife. Captured by a black level and still able to come back. He's still harboring a lot of secrets. Maybe he was tempted by that tiger to become a human mole. Anyway, let's transfer him to the elite squad first. We can use him as bait to count that tiger. Behind her, Elita frowned. Li Chang'an still didn't know what he was going to face. He was still waiting for the end of the battle to go and have his powers. Chapter 80 Jinshi. The last red class also died under the barbarian god's fist, and the battle was declared over, with the few remaining monsters not lasting more than half a minute. It's a victory for Sibei. It's also a victory for humanity. Sibei is undefeated. As a general officer on the city wall yelled, all the generals began to cheer. After the attack on the commander, the humans were just in need of a big win to boost their military morale, and for the upper echelons, the beast wave came at just the right time. A modest wave of beasts is just in time. The leader of the tide of beasts, perhaps the white tiger, or a more powerful beast, harnessed the lower-ranked monsters to sap the living strength of the humans. There were hundreds of dead aberrants in this battle, but to the monsters, these 30,000 low-level monsters were not even a drop in the bucket. Evolution is not just about individual strength, but also about fertility. Until the end of time, rabbits and rodents were capable of producing more than 10 litters at a time, and could reproduce up to 7 times a year, while it only took 3 or 4 months for the young to become sexually mature and then go on to reproduce. Not to mention the waifs and fishes with thousands of eggs in a litter. And it wasn't just amphibious frogs that were caught in the tide of beasts, but also a number of fish that were supposed to be aquatic. The 30,000 beast tide that died didn't have to wait long. It could be replenished in about 2 days' time, and the individuals would be able to grow to the level of a D-class alien after 3 or 4 days. Humans are individually powerful and far more intelligent than normal monsters, but at least 16 years of development and learning have limited their combat power. It's not that there aren't aliens who were born with powerful psychic abilities, but high-level psychic abilities and combat power aren't linked, and it takes a long time of practicing and sharpening to truly bring out combat power. Psychic powers are innate, but warriors are not. It was enough for the Rangers to participate in the battle. It wasn't their turn to clean up the battlefield, and the squad returned to their tents as everyone cheered. In addition to the battle credit for defending the city, I also killed 4 more, so I guess I can get quite a few points. Hu Chai broke his fingers and counted for a while, and smiled heatedly. Li Chang'an was still lost in thought. He was looking for the right opportunity to eat the fruit. There were too many people in the barracks. It could wait until the night. He had memorized the route of the patrols, and when the time came, he would bypass the patrolling guards and go to the outskirts of the city to eat the fruit, hoping that the fluctuation of awakening his powers would not be too great. There were still quite a few people in the Special Warfare Department, and there were even more perception system adepts, so they had to avoid the range of perception in order to do so, and it would be hard to explain in case they were discovered. If he was discovered, it would be a good time to take those people and try the power of criminal sky. Li Chang'an unconsciously raised the corners of his mouth. What are you kid giggling about? Strong Zhang patted Li Chang'an. Nothing, thought of something happy. Li Chang'an smiled naturally. I feel like I'm going to awaken my second psychic ability after fighting so much lately. After a moment of silence, everyone gasped. Crap, really? A double alien. Streaming batches. I've got a friend with dual psychic powers. Don't forget to introduce me to a girlfriend when you're popular. The crowd, which was still surprised, looked at Haka. Aren't you boys smitten with Miss Alita? Haka bristled. Can a goddess and a girlfriend be the same? If Ms. Alita can look at me, how can she be considered my goddess? A goddess is one that can only be adored, but definitely not obtained. You make such a good point. The 5 people present, 3 of whom were maternally single, could not think of a counterargument at all. When the battle ended and the crowd was cheering, Lin Jun had already returned to the command headquarters under the protection of his subordinates. The more humans die, the stronger those guys get, and their numbers don't get attenuated. Help to sit down on the edge of the bed. Lin Jun coughed a few times. It's going to take a big battle to kill at least 10 of their black levels. Get ready, the storm is coming. A few of the school officials nodded heavily and turned to walk out after saluting. A female soldier walked through the door and sat down at a side table as if no one else was there, pouring herself a cup of tea. It's also time for you to come to the front of the stage. Lin Jun smiled and laid back on the bed. Let's go to the Special Warfare Department first. A few pricks in the Special Warfare Department to clean up a bit. You're the secret weapon I've been preparing, hiding you for over 20 years waiting for today. The female soldier put down her teacup and smiled slightly. For me, but I've been holding back until now. The vengeance of my parents, the honor of our family, all taken back by me together. When the town won. The female soldier picked up her own cup and turned to leave. Erita watched the female soldier leave, a sneer spreading across her face. Is it because you think it's impossible for her to win by challenging the Special Warfare Department? Lin Jun tucked himself in. Heal me. My insides are cracked again. Alita could only utilize her supernatural ability to land on Lin Jun's body, then continued. Even the 3 great marshals wouldn't dare to say that they could suppress the Special Warfare Department. Even though I'm just logistics, I can't be beaten by a normal S rank just like me. Po and the others are stronger than me. Do you think that little girl can be even stronger than Po? Rinjin smiled and closed his eyes for a nap. We'll see. She's worthy of that name. Before it gets dark, the guards go out of the city as ordered to check within 30 kilometers to see if there are any monsters left. Li Chang'an observed the environment in passing during his inspection, looking for a suitable place for him to awaken his supernatural abilities. Only after darkness fell and it was determined that no other monsters had been missed did the group return to the barracks. There were still a few kilometers away from this barracks, when they heard a roar in the barracks, and a bloody light rose up to the sky. Zhang Strong stared with a stare. It's not possible that the people from the New World cult are here again. No. Li Chang'an shook his head. It looks like the Special Warfare Department, and that bright light is the Valkyrie's silver gun. The Special Warfare Department? Those heavenly prides are fighting amongst themselves. Hu Chai was suddenly excited. Let's go back and take a look. Geniuses fighting geniuses can be a great sight. Unperturbed by Hu Chai's bad taste, the squad picked up speed. There was another earth-shattering boom like a missile explosion, and then a silhouette was seen flying high out of the city, landing exactly not far from Li Chang'an and the others. Li Chang'an frowned. It's the barbarian god, beaten out, who's so strong? Still in doubt. A woman's soft cry came from the sky. Fight again! The silhouette came across the sky, stomping the ground and splattering countless debris. His willow leaf eyebrows slightly raised, lifting his leg to slash downward. The barbarian god on the ground hurriedly avoided. The original landing at the figure's leg suddenly collapsed, the ground more than a dozens of meters in diameter of the big pit. The barbarian god rose up and roared. His arms swung up like bronze cannon barrels, shattering the air and hitting the woman directly in the face. The silhouette snorted coldly, and the roar that the barbarian god emitted was sandwiched by the power of the sound domain, but it was unable to injure her in the slightest. The arms that were swung were even casually blocked by the figure, then stepped and charged his fist, punching the barbarian god's chest, and an invisible shockwave exploded from the barbarian god's chest. The naked eye could see that the barbarian god's chest was sunken, and an unknown number of bones in his body were broken. Just you dare to call yourself a barbarian god? I'll depreciate your god character from today, and come back to take it back when you're able to defeat me someday. The silhouette casually tossed the barbarian god to the side and turned to look at the city. Po! Come out and fight! The female Valkyrie carried a silver spear, the tip of which was intertwined with streams of electric light, like a shooting star exploding onto the stage. The silhouette inclined his head. The tip of the gun swept past his ear and chopped off a few strands of hair, before grabbing the silver gun with one hand and slashing it straight with the other. The silver spear in his hand shook so loudly that Po could only feel his tiger's mouth crumble, and the barrel of the spear nearly fell out of his hand. Female Valkyries are nothing more than that. One by one, they carry the name of a god, but they are weak. The silhouette let go of the silver spear and slammed a fist into Po's face. This fist, with the momentum of thunder, Bor only had time to rise up to the idea of resistance, but simply too late to make a move, a fist under the broken half of the facial bones, flying horizontally nearly 100 meters before landing on the ground. This is all the Special Warfare Department has? The silhouette waved his hand dismissively and droned. You all go together. Jean sure. Hearing a voice from behind him, the figure turned his head to see the dazed five, and the one who was planning to gouge out his eyes, Meiho. This is never my sister. I must be blind. Let's just gouge these eyes out. Chapter 81, Bad Memory. The not-so-tall silhouette dispersed the domineering look it had just had, revealing the shy look of a young daughter. Brother. Meiho froze, unable to convince himself that it was something wrong with his eyes. It couldn't be something wrong with his ears too. Could it? The other four could no longer doubt what they saw before them. The one who hanged the barbarian god and fist-bumped Po turned out to be Meiho's sister, Ma Jinshur. Brother, you go back first. When I beat up a few others too, I'll come over to find you, so you can go back to the city to enjoy your life without going to war. Ma Jinshur smiled sweetly and leapt hundreds of meters, disappearing in front of several people in an instant. Old Ma. You also didn't know that your sister is so bullish, right? Haka gulped. He had once tried to hit Ma Jinshur, but now that he thought about it, he was really looking for death. Ma Hao's eyes were voiceless as he muttered. You guys? Did my sister become a test subject for the military's human experiments? Or was she taken away from her body? Is this the way I raised my sister? Seeing that Ma Hao was about to start doubting his life, Zhang Chong quickly said, Don't think too much. She's still your sister. Let's go back first. We'll know when we go back. Zhan sure. Li Chang'an slowly spat out 2 words from his mouth. Hey, don't call it so close. Meiho was startled. Li Chang'an shook his head. No, I'm referring to her ability, the Zhenshur lineage ability, Zhenshur, the only one in the Trial Institute that has a separate lineage listed. About 20 years ago, it made a startling appearance at the Trial Institute, and then no trace of its appearance could be traced, and some people thought that it was an error on the part of the Trial Institute. But I don't think the Trial Institute can be wrong, except that I'm afraid that the alien is being hidden for some reason. Now I know. It's your sister, named after Zhenshur, with Zhenshur's power. Ma Hao grabbed Li Chang'an's collar and shook it violently. Don't you say these strange words. That's definitely not my sister. My sister is well-behaved and cute little girl who likes pink. Her being strong doesn't stop her from liking the color pink. Li Chang'an sighed. It was normal for strong people to have a bit of quirks. Liking pink was just a very common quirk, right? He never hated your mouth so much. Meiho let go of his hand with a black face. He had to accept this fact. His sister, Ma Jinshur, I'm afraid that she was truly a strong person amongst 10,000, far too much stronger than this brother of his. So what have I been protecting for the past decade or so? Protecting the heir? Ma Hao cannot help but recall when he was a teenager. Some half-grown boys look at them fatherless and motherless to bully, from time to bully his sister. Once he spared his head to fight off those boys. I thought I was protecting my sister, but now that I look at it again, it's incredibly funny. Hu Chai wanted to say something like, you have such a sister, don't forget to take care of us in the future, or some other nonsense. But seeing that Ma Hao's face didn't look right, he simply covered his mouth. You can't learn from a good one, and you can't learn from Chang'an's mouth. The battle that erupted in the city shifted to the other side of the city, presumably because Ma Jinshi deliberately avoided the squad. Back at the barracks, at Li Chang'an's suggestion, the squad made a special detour towards the Special Warfare Department's camp. Fighting is fighting. Why do these people always like to tear down houses? Li Chang'an frowned. The camp was mostly demolished, and there were 2 wounded lying on the side. Elita was finishing healing the 2 and had just gotten up when she saw Li Chang'an and the others probing outside the camp. Hey! Li Chang'an beckoned and pointed to his feet, signaling if he could go in. Come on in. The ones who can run things have been knocked down. Alita shrugged, suddenly offended. What did you call me? Li Chang'an answered rightfully. Hey it's smoother that way. So angry. It's a desire to escape. Isn't it? It had to be. Elita took a deep breath and smiled again. You guys aren't coming over to see the Special Operations Department laugh, are you? I advise you not to laugh out loud, or some of the guys back there with a belly full of fire might not be able to resist. A few people cocked their heads and peeked back a few times. The corner was being filled with rage by a couple of guys with blood still dripping from their bodies. Ma Jinshi hit not only their bodies, but also the self-esteem of these people. Originally, they thought that they themselves were the ultimate heavenly pride. Even if the Special Warfare Department was full of geniuses, they never thought that they were weaker than others. But I didn't expect to come out of nowhere. The little girl with no name picked the entire Special Warfare Department, and now the strongest people in the Special Warfare Department are still fighting outside. And the results of the battle are not objective. It is still Ma Jinshi who has the upper hand. Is she strong? Meiho stammered. He believed in the fact that his sister was strong, but more or less, he had to have an idea of her strength. Alita glanced at Meiho and nodded. Very strong. The strongest in the strongest column of S-class. I should say the top one, the only one. I'm afraid there's no one in the younger generation of the Empire who can match her. Originally I didn't believe it either, but I kind of watched the whole battle up close just now. Maybe she's not far from breaking through the S rank. So it's almost at the king level? Li Chang'an secretly nodded. At least one of the 3 marshals of the Empire should be at the king level. Otherwise, with the strength shown by the winged tiger, it would not have been able to drive away such a monster back then. How many king levels are there in the Empire? And how many king levels are in the monsters? In recent years, the 3 great marshals have not had any record of striking, and the winged tiger has not bloodied Sibei. Could it be that some kind of agreement has been reached above the S rank? If that was true, Ma Jinsei would never be able to break through to the king rank, and she would be fighting as the strongest of the S ranks. Or perhaps Lin Zhan's bottom card. As for why it wasn't the Empire's bottom card, Li Chang'an could only say that it was instinct, and he couldn't connect Ma Jinshi to the Empire. What the hell is Lin Zhan trying to do? Soon, Li Chang'an had an answer. The messenger came hurrying in, whispered a few words in Alita's ear, and hurried away again. Li Chang'an looked at Alita in doubt. He had excellent hearing, but there was clearly no sound just now. It should be a psychic sensing or some other supernatural ability. Could it be some important news? Looking at Li Chang'an's puzzled face, Alita stole a smile and cried out in her heart, "Come and ask me. Come and ask me quickly." After hesitating for a while, Li Chang'an still didn't ask, but instead it was Alita who couldn't help herself. There has been a change in the Empire. Grand Marshal Wang Jianjun initiated a roundtable and took sole control of the Empire's military power with a unanimous vote. The great cities of the Western continent have issued a declaration that they will be split off from the Empire, take charge of their autonomy, and call themselves the Western Kingdom, with the New World religion as the state religion, theocracy ruling the country, and the Pope as the first king of the Western Kingdom. Li Chang'an suddenly realized that he probably guessed what was going to happen. Bells came from the walls, not alarm bells, just a reminder for all to pay attention. Lin Zhan walked up to the top of the city, surrounded by many school officers and generals, and his voice could be heard throughout the entire Sibei under amplification. Imperial Marshal Wang Jianjun, relying on his own force, used his power to force the top brass of the Round Table to surrender their military power, harboring evil intentions to disorganize the empire and jeopardize social stability. I, the generals of the northern part of Sibei, have sacrificed my life for mankind in the battlefield, but I will become a victim of the power struggle. This general is willing to lead the generals to rebel against Wang Jianjun's dictatorship. Discretionary dictatorship. From today onwards, Sibei City will refuse to receive imperial military orders, and we will unite with the garrisons from all over the world to march against Tongtian City in the coming days. Bring justice and protect peace. Li Chang'an bristled at the mess. Chapter 82. I am a rebel against the gods. In the tent, Zhang Changjin was pacing back and forth anxiously. How did it come to this? What is Sibei City and the Empire up to? It doesn't matter about Western continent. It wasn't on good terms with us in the first place. Marshal Wang isn't like that either. Several people looked at each other. No one had an answer, inexplicably from the Empire. Soldiers became soldiers in the north of Serbia. Further down the line should not become imperial rebels, right? Captain, sit down first. It's actually not a big problem. Li Chang'an helplessly pushed the chair towards the captain's ass. Push it under the stock. Zhang Chang could only sit down, scratching his scalp. I've been an imperial soldier, and now all of a sudden I'm talking about marching to Tongtian City. I'm gonna go crazy. The problem is too big. Li Chang'an crowed. Even though the captain was usually a goon, this was the first time he had seen this look today. In fact, Captain, if you think about it from a different perspective, before Marshal Wang made his move and sent General Lin to take over command of Sibei, do you think there's just no connection? Strong Zhang asked rhetorically, what's the connection? Of course there is a connection. Li Chang'an was patient. Because the empire is too big for him to really be the sole ruler, which means divide and conquer. I'm afraid General Lin is also part of the layout. Sibei still belongs to the empire. It's just temporarily acting like it's split from the empire. When he thought about what that white tiger had said, Li Chang'an felt that Wang Jianjun and Lin Zhen were afraid that they also wanted to use this opportunity to clean up the unstable elements in the empire. The New World cult was able to infiltrate even the top echelons of the empire, and I'm afraid that the Round Table didn't have their people in it as well. Having been a soldier for so many years, Zhang Chang is not a fool, only that his thinking has not yet had time to shift over, and now a little bit of it is clear. But what is the marshal doing? Outside the tent there were people running around telling them that Ma Jinshi had beaten the last man in the Special Warfare Department and was now taking over the department, temporarily becoming the head of the Special Warfare Department. Incidentally, the original minister was Kim Sung-hae, who I'm afraid could not have imagined that he would be taken out of power at a time like this. Ma Hao collapsed his face and several people wanted to laugh but didn't dare to, for fear of striking Ma Hao at this time. Li Chang'an, on the other hand, was preparing to leave the camp. When Ma Zhenshi attracted everyone's attention, it was the right time for him to leave the camp to take the fruit. Which one is Li Chang'an? Outside the door walked in the famous colonel, and as soon as he entered the tent, he directly shouted. Li Chang'an frowned and stood up. The school official sized him up. Come with me, General Lin wants to see you. Damn. Li Chang'an secretly clenched his fists. Lin Jin picked this time. It couldn't be that he had discovered that he had had contact with the white tiger, right? It was impossible to say. After all, there were quite a few perception aliens in the command, and there was no telling if the range at the time could avoid those top perception faculties. Being in the barracks, rioting at this moment is looking for death. Li Chang'an can only follow the school officers back, waiting for the opportunity to move. Anyway, Lin Zhen is seriously injured. The big deal is to hold Lin Zhen as a hostage. Within 3 steps, he was still confident that he could hold Lin Zhen hostage. In the command center, the infamous Ma Zhenshi stood behind Lin Zhen, having changed into the uniform of a close guard, imposing, with a pure white cloak behind him to match the woman's face even more. After glaring fiercely at Li Chang'an, Ma Zhenshi turned around and walked out, surprisingly leaving Li Chang'an and Lin Zhen alone in the room. Li Chang'an stood in front of Lin Zhen frankly. If he was to take him down, Ma Zhenshi would have done it when he entered this room. But in the end, Ma Zhenshi just glared at him. Such an eye because Li Chang'an had taken her brother on a risk, indicating that Ma Zhenshi had no idea of taking a shot at Li Chang'an. Sit down. Lin Zhen nodded slightly as he sat in his wheelchair, covered with a blanket. Only after watching Li Chang'an sit down did Lin Zhen smile slightly and say, "That tiger looked for you, didn't he?" At the moment, Li Chang'an was not sitting on a stool, but a fireplace covered with spikes facing upwards. Can't make a move, now make a move will definitely die. Don't make a move, there is still a way to live. Li Chang'an barely maintained his composure and nodded. I don't know what it promised you, but surely one of them was to help you become a high-ranking member of the empire, right? Lin Zhen sneered. Don't take his word for it. With your talent, you don't need its help to have that day when you become a traitor to the monsters. There will be no room for you in the human race. You have a mother and a sister. Think of them as well. They could be more than dead if you become a mole. By the way, I've sent someone to the North City to protect your family. Berserk killing intent instantly erupted from Li Chang'an's body. Li Chang'an's emotionless eyes stared deathly at Lin Zhen. Are you threatening me? Ma Zhenshi pushed open the door and looked into the room, frowning. Do you need help? Lin Jun smiled and waved his hand. It's fine. He doesn't dare to make a move here. Yes. Ma Jinshi looked deeply at Li Chang'an and took the door with him again. You are still a human for the time being. You should think more about humans. Lin Jun picked up his teacup and took a sip. What the monsters can give you, we can also give you. I want you to act like you're working with them, double agent, understand? But give them false information. Li Chang'an gritted his teeth, unable to vent his murderous intent. Whether it was a threat or a double agent, he didn't care. It was just that his family was being used as a bargaining chip that made him angry. That's family I was just about to cherish. Lin Jun pushed the computer on his desk over. Take a look at this. Li Chang'an held back the anger in his heart and looked at the computer. The killing intent he had just felt suddenly dispersed. On the screen was the scene of a middle-aged man fighting 4 people alone. The middle-aged man was holding a 4-foot sword. His blood chi erupted, forming a god and Buddha-like shadow outside his body. Someone in the opposing hand summoned a meteorite to smash down, and the middle-aged man held a long sword to break it. Whether it was thunder, flames, meteorites, or tsunamis, they were all like papier-mâché in front of the middle-aged man, and as they fought, the blood chi condensed into a shadow that gradually grew. And then it is as high as the sky. The battle doesn't end and the scene cuts off. This is an image left behind from the previous world. Do I need to explain the previous world for you? Lin Jun closed the computer and looked at Li Chang'an with a smile. No need. As things stood, Li Chang'an didn't bother to hide it. Lin Jun nodded. Very well, you should also know about the original will. The image you just saw was of the battle between the rebel god named Rebel God and the alien. Rebels is an alias for the Nocturnals. A crappy name the neoclassical gang came up with. The last world we called the second sequence world, the current world is the third sequence world, and when the second sequence was destroyed, some people escaped to the current third sequence world by the power of world obliteration. The Pope of the New World sect, one of the 3 marshals, Marshal Li, are all strong people who escaped from the second sequence world, only they had a disagreement, and there should be strong people from the second sequence behind those monsters as well. You don't need to know the specifics, you just need to know that we need rebels, and that living rebels produce flesh and blood that can obscure the sight of the primordials. He doesn't know that I am the god rebel? Li Chang'an had a judgment. But how did that white tiger know? Humans are really dangerous, it's better to awaken your powers early. Lin Jun wasn't done yet. Now the 3 forces, including us, are looking for the rebel god, and the New World sect wants to sacrifice the rebel god to the primordial. We need the flesh and blood of the rebels. And the monsters want to continue the second sequence world's plan to take over the rebels by ablating their spirits through some kind of fruit. This kind of fruit is harmful to rebel gods, but it's a great tonic to other exalts, and it seems to be able to cause exalts to awaken their second or even third exalted ability. We don't know the method of manufacture, though, so I can't have psychic powers? Li Chang'an's heart went cold. Lin Jun sighed. We've done many experiments and determined that the rebel god's body can't accommodate the powers, and will even be immune to some of the negative effects of the powers. But by killing and evolving, powerful rebel gods are able to interrupt mountain ranges with just their flesh. The newly cool heart was on fire again. Chapter 83. No abnormal power. The restlessness inside caused Li Chang'an's blood to spurt, and he couldn't restrain his heartbeat that was getting faster and faster. Lin Jun keenly noticed Li Chang'an's abnormality and frowned as he looked over. Li Chang'an was flabbergasted in his heart and hurriedly asked with a straight face, "Don't rebel gods have no supernatural abilities? How can they still evolve? At least they are called rebel gods." Lin Jun bristled. They were able to gain evolution by killing the exalted. For example, if you kill a fire elemental controlled exalt, the rebel god will have fire resistance, and if you kill a water elemental, you will have water resistance. It's equivalent to stealing. The stronger the person he kills, the more benefits he can gain, including physical strengthening and mental strengthening. Marshal Li said that a renegade god decapitated a mythic alien and then possessed part of that mythic's divine right. You don't even know what divine power is. I don't know, but you can go on and on. Li Chang'an had already cursed more than one sentence in secret. But the more you know, the faster you die. Lin Jun's willingness to tell him so much was not a good thing. If it was the usual, Li Chang'an would have shut up long ago. But what's being said now concerns his future, his whole life. General Lin, since the rebel gods are so powerful that they don't need supernatural abilities at all, why don't they just cultivate rebel gods? Li Chang'an took great pains to keep Lin Jun from changing the topic. Lin Jun silently glanced at Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an's heart skipped a beat, knowing that he had asked too many questions, and he was afraid that Lin Jun had already become suspicious. However, Lin Jun continued, rebel gods are powerful, but the cost of cultivating a rebel god is too great. The original has watched over this world, and no more rebels will be born. That means that one less rebel godbearer is dead, and the military ministry spent a lot of money to leave 10 rebel godbearers behind, and now they're also dead. The rebel god's evolution stems from hunting other exalted, and from torturing themselves. By torturing yourself, breaking your arms and legs, stabbing your heart, crushing your internal organs, and other methods to strengthen your physical body, you can advance by killing a certain number of aliens after your physical body strength reaches its extreme. The military department does have a book of physical techniques to help rebel gods evolve, but that's top secret, so ordinary people can't read it or practice it. Li Chang'an gulped. He was now suppressing one more item craving. The craving for that body art. How many shifters do we have to kill? Lin Jun glanced at him. Level C2A is about 300 kills, and we don't know any further. The rebel gods of the second sequence world are all god killers, and can be called the public enemy of mankind. Those rebel gods we trained either didn't make it through the self-torture or were lost in too much killing, unsuitable wastes. Hearing the last two words, Li Chang'an couldn't help but frown slightly. The older you get, the more serious the loss of blood qi is, and the harder it is to reach the limits of your physical body. So it's important to find the rebel god earlier. Lin Jun turned his head to look at Li Chang'an and smiled faintly. Those who survived the second sequence world have some sort of senses for god rebels, but Marshal Li was unable to make a move for some reason. The Pope of the New World cult and the people hiding behind the monster have no concerns that they will find the rebel before we do, and I want you to poke around from the monster's side. The rebel gods must not be allowed to fall into their hands. The rebel gods should be a treasure that belongs to humanity. Oh, why don't you ask the god rebels if they are willing? Li Chang'an snorted, but couldn't explode here. Recalling what Xiao Zhangjiang and Lin had taught him to say, Li Chang'an organized his thoughts and responded with a solemn face. This is a responsibility I am duty-bound to fulfill. As an imperial soldier, I will definitely put the empire and its people first. Please don't worry, General Lin. I'll try my best to find out information and try to find out about the rebel gods before their two forces do. Lin Jun nodded. That's good. I'll transfer you to the elite squad under the Special Warfare Department, and it will be convenient for you to report to me. Wait until the tide of beasts is resolved. Then you will come to me as my personal guard. Our enemies are humans, not monsters after all. Remember to be more careful. Don't believe what the monsters say. If it's not my kind, their hearts will be different. Remember. Li Chang'an nodded his head heavily, saluted and turned around to leave the door, exchanged a glance with Ma Zhenshi outside the door, and lowered his head again to leave at a quick pace. Looking deeply at Li Chang'an's back, Ma Zhenshi returned to his room, taking the door with him and asking with a frown, "Will he believe it? Believe it or not? It's not like I'm plotting. This is a Yang plot." Lin Jun sneered. "Since you are a human, you shouldn't go to join those beasts. It's better for me to tell him in a dignified manner than the guys who are hiding. He'll be suspicious and will probably make contact with that tiger in recent days. Keep an eye on him. The fact that that tiger would seek him out means he might know something. And I intentionally scared him. If he really knows the whereabouts of the rebel godbearer, he will definitely go and contact the rebel godbearer. At that time, you guys will just go directly to arrest him." Ma Zhenshi frowned and said suspiciously, "Could he be the god rebel? It shouldn't be possible." Lin Jun firmly shook his head. "First of all, the age is not right. He was born after the end of the world, and a rebel god would not be born after the end of the world. And the divine crystal that Marshal Li handed me didn't react." Saying that, Lin Jun took out the pendant on his collar, on which hung a finger-sized yellow crystal. "I've read about him and the timing doesn't add up. Besides, if he's a rebel god, he has to kill someone before his roots are full-grown at 15. How hard would it be for a 15-year-old kid with no psychic ability to kill a psychic? Besides, the information is a record that he grew up as a waste to be trampled on because he awakened his psychic abilities late." "A waste?" Ma Zhenshi shook his head. "The killing intent just now wasn't something a waste could have. The Grand Marshal's killing intent wasn't much stronger than even him." Lin Jun shook his head again. "Psychologically twisted perverts who endured bullying from a young age and lost part of their humanity, once they awaken their powers are common. If he is a rebel god instead, it will not be like this. Folk grow up rebel god without powers, will only be at the bottom of the society to hide and let people humiliate. The more perverted and dehumanized he becomes, the more he proves instead to be the rampant rage of a petty man. But it's a good sword, sharpen it for a while, throw him back to Tongtian City to deal with disobedient guys, keep an eye on his family, and if necessary, you can kill his family to force him to go completely crazy. If we use our families as chains to bind ourselves without losing our humanity, then we must hold the key to the chains. Ma Jinsher nodded silently. The divine crystal given by Marshall Lee would never go wrong. It was something left behind after the death of an Emperor-level perception system alien. The second sequence world had produced Emperor-level or above powerhouses, but there were less than 5 such crystals. Downstairs, Li Chang'an, who had walked out of the command headquarters, had his shoulders shaking slightly, and the soldiers guarding the door whispered and discussed what kind of shock Li Chang'an had gotten. However, he was just excited. I should have reached the limit of my physical body, and with 300 alien lives, it seems I'm only missing 2. Neither side is telling the truth, and half-truths are best deceived. But do you really think I'm stupid enough to believe what I hear? What inner traitor two-sided spy are all fake. In fact, it is just to use me as bait. Lin Zhen, this old man, wants to use me to fish for rebel gods. That is, he does not yet know that I am the no alien ability. Threaten me with my family, and I will kill you. Clenching his fist, Li Chang'an didn't realize that the glove had saved his life. If it wasn't for the fact that the temptation of the supernormal ability was too great, Li Chang'an wouldn't have even accepted that fruit. How can there be a reason to give benefits before letting someone do something? It's too fake. But even now, he still wanted to eat the fruit. Both Lin Zhen's and White Tiger's words were half-truths, and he needed to verify whose words were truer. The best way was to kill 2 Xenos first, and if they could really start the evolution, this fruit could be put aside for the time being. I'm a little jiang with assholes. Do you guys really think I don't have a place to verify the falsehoods you're telling me? But how should I contact little jiang? Li Chang'an had a headache. His cell phone dinged and Li Chang'an rubbed his head and pulled out his phone. It was a text message. See you in an hour in Sibei. From Wen Anren. Chapter 84 Perception of Strength. Waiting time. Li Chang'an took his teammates to the martial arts field. He was about to be transferred to the Special Warfare Department under the Elite Squad, before leaving to make more of his friends to save their lives. Your physical bodies are too weak. Even if you have enough fighting sense, you will be dragged down by your bodies. Li Chang'an's first sentence made the crowd puzzled. Hu Chai raised his hand as if he were a student. May I ask, Mr. Li, if our physical bodies are still weak? Li Chang'an nodded. There was a strength testing machine right at the side. He directly walked over, took a deep breath, and blatantly threw a punch. The machine jolted, and then the red numbers on the screen jumped wildly, not stopping until 2,570. 2,570 pounds a punch. Several people looked dumbfounded, but Li Chang'an silently looked at his fist. He still had a little bit of strength left. At most he should be able to burst out 3,000 kilograms, which might be the limit of the C rank. It's grown a bit over the past few days, otherwise I'm afraid it's a couple 100 pounds short of the limit, and the weight is going up like crazy. No way. You kid really isn't a power-enhanced ability? Hu Chai gulped and looked at the captain. Captain, how much can you reach in one punch? Strong Zhang frowned as he stepped forward and slammed his fist down just as hard. The numbers jumped up a bit, stopping at 2,800. Don't be too surprised. Your bodies have never been exercised to their limits. Li Chang'an was speaking the truth. Being able to fly in the sky, being able to cut down the enemy with a long-distance sword, who would be happy to spend time to exercise the body? Even the reinforced system of the alien will not spend time to extraordinarily exercise the body. Not many people have noticed that times have changed, that the upper limit for humans is no longer 9+ seconds for 100 meters, no longer 500+ kilograms for hard pulls. Even a producer can manage to carry 100 pounds of rice and walk as if flying, and the evolution of psychic abilities will also slightly strengthen the physical quality. Because of this, people forget to consciously exercise. The body is the capital of the revolution, and it should be the same when put into the present. After Zhang Strong turned on his supernatural ability, he was able to drag the nearly 3-ton sports car and run, even if he didn't enter a combat situation. Li Chang'an's 2,500 pounds of a punch head-on is not weaker than the damage of a bullet, the evolution of the level of the upper limit, but if you do not go against the exercise, in fact, is still a mortal body. The limit of strength for a C rank was 3,000 pounds, while an A rank was feared to have more than 5,000 pounds, and if it was a flesh-strengthening type of psychic ability, this upper limit would be even higher. You need to exercise your physical body first so that your body can keep up with your brain's reactions. Li Chang'an was not a qualified teacher. All he taught was experience. Some people in combat can clearly see their opponent's movements but are unable to follow them, not because their reflex arcs are too long, but because their bodies are too weak. The rhythm of response should be C action. Make counterattack, not C action. Think about counterattack method. Body can't keep up. Get hit. However, the people in the Special Warfare Department seemed to have exercises about their physical bodies. At least every one of them that Li Chang'an had seen possessed a strong physique, including Little Red Riding Hood and Alita. Even without using their powers, they could manage to annihilate Zhang Strong's entire squad alone. The upper limit is high and the lower limit is also raised, and Charles, who has clearly not worked out his physical body, is also evenly matched with Li Chang'an in terms of strength. Li Chang'an took an offensive stance. Taking a beating is the fastest way to realize one's inadequacies. You guys come and attack me. 7 seconds later, Haka collapsed with his nose covered. A minute or so later, Strong Zhang arched his back and slumped to the ground. Hu Zhai ironically did not want to suffer so much, and relied on Blink to hide far away. The only remaining Meiho stood up again after falling down 3 times, dislocating one of his arms, a bruise under his ribs, and would have had a broken collarbone if not for Li Chang'an's timely collection of strength. If there is too much difference in strength with your opponent, standing up again and again is the most foolish behavior. Li Chang'an frowned as he thought that Meiho was doing something useless. Ma Hao shook his head. You said you were helping us find our own weaknesses. So since my life is not in danger, how could I possibly fall? With a low roar, Meiho once again lunged towards Li Chang'an, holding his hands open towards Li Chang'an's waist. There's too much arm movement, and if you're trying to hold your opponent, both arms should be locked in front of your chest and spread out when you're close to your opponent. Li Chang'an said as he easily avoided a lunge by Meiho and closed his sword to gently land on the back of Meiho's neck. You're dead. Obviously, Li Chang'an didn't use much force, but Ma Hao collapsed to the ground as if he had lost all his strength and smiled to himself. Am I weak? Very weak indeed. Your powers rely on hot weapons, and without them in your hand, you'd probably only last 2 seconds on your body. Li Chang'an answered Meiho's question very seriously. Even with a hot weapon in hand, you will still die if you are close to someone within 7 steps. Hu Chai walked over and smiled sarcastically. I don't think old Ma said it in a questionable way. Have you never been in love? The 2 people lying on the ground looked at Li Chang'an with the same curiosity. If Li Chang'an had ever been in love, what kind of legendary woman should that be? Normal women definitely couldn't stand his mouth. Li Chang'an's eyes lit up as he finally found the opportunity to say this. Women will only affect my traveling the world. Not only have you never talked about it, but you seem to be proud of it? Bah! Women will also affect the speed of my sword. Hu Chai rolled his eyes. Li Chang'an frowned. Will it really? Can't get serious with this guy. Hu Chai sighed, not answering Li Chang'an's boring questions, and bent down to help Meiho up. You're already strong and have protected her for so many years. What's wrong with letting your sister protect her now? Look, we all got beat up by Chang'an and got on the ground. But the captain with his powers on could beat him to a dog. And he couldn't catch me with my powers on. People always have their strong side. You've brought your sister up without ever impoverishing her or starving her. And that's strong as hell. I get it. It's not that I'm weak. It's that I'm weaker than my sister. Li Chang'an understood and took it to heart. He had thought Meiho was seriously asking for an evaluation of his own combat prowess. Zhang Strong also stopped pretending to be dead and sat up from the ground. Old Ma, are you in a mood because Jin Shi is stronger than you? Or because Jin Shi is hiding it from you? Meiho raised his head numbly and said after a long time, It's probably because of hiding it from me. It's a good thing that she's better than me. But I'm her brother. She shouldn't hide it from me. It looks like I've been acting like a fool all these years. Li Chang'an interjected. Do you still blame her if she told you that she might have harmed you? Then of course I won't blame her. I'm sure I'll understand if she has a hard time. A cavity of depression was mostly relieved. Ma Hao slapped his head. Chang'an is right. Why didn't I think of that? No, I just think that General Lin is not a good person. Your sister working for him might be under duress. Li Chang'an spat. Thinking of Lin Jin made him angry. Sooner or later, I'm going to kill you, old man. Haka, who was just about to get up, slumped back down and buried his brain in the sand pit. I didn't hear anything. I don't know anything. It's none of my business. You really dare to say anything? Zhang Qiangliang shook his head helplessly. Don't say things like that in the barracks. It's not good for someone with a heart to hear. However, they did not refute that Li Chang'an was wrong. General Lin parachuted into Sibei to take over the command. And now that the empire is in chaos, the veterans can smell something wrong. Li Chang'an! A shout came from afar. Li Chang'an turned his head with a smile on his face. Chapter 85. The future is promising. When Anren came flying, Li Chang'an caught it steadily and laughed. You seem to have gained a little weight and grown a little taller. After less than a month of separation, when Anrin had changed significantly, and Li Chang'an was a little envious. It's good to be tall. Too high for combat, though it affects flexibility of movement. It's gained a bit of weight. The food in the military department is good. All day long except for exercising is eating and drinking. When Anrin patted Li Chang'an's shoulder and frowned, "Are you getting stronger again?" Li Chang'an nodded. "To the limit of the flesh. It is estimated to be almost 300 pounds. You guys are getting more and more perverted." When Anrin muttered, then noticed Zhang Chong and the others at the side and grinned. "Hello guys. I'm Li Chang'an's friend. Thank you for taking care of my family, Chang'an." Zhang Changjin. Several people were busy waving their hands in succession. No, he's the one taking care of us." When Anrin nodded, "That's true, he's quite good at taking care of people." The few who were still polite blackened their faces. Li Chang'an's friends were just like him, they couldn't talk. The last one didn't even look them in the eye. Ma Jinshi came slowly, glanced at Li Chang'an, nodded with Zhang Chong and the others, and finally walked up to Ma Hao. "Brother, there's something I want to say to you." "Just in time. I also have something I want to ask you." Mei Ho's face was full of gravity. The siblings walked to the edge. "Captain, you guys practice first. I'll go for a walk with him." Li Chang'an happened to be leaving as well, and the topic to be talked about next was not suitable for a third person to know. Zhang Chong was just about to say something when Hu Chai took a step ahead and patted him, pointing to the watch on Wen Anrin's wrist. Unlike the ones on the hands of ordinary soldiers, Wen Anrin's deep black watch had a circle of patterns like ink-dyed rice paper, exclusive to the Special Warfare Division and to officers above the rank of colonel. Taking Wen Anrin away from the martial arts field, Li Chang'an looked around but did not find a suitable place. Lin Jin had revamped the military department, dividing specialized combat teams based on different psychic abilities, so now the entire barracks was full of people coming and going, with few secluded enough places. Go to the command headquarters. The walls of each office are laced with the bone powder of a special monster that can withstand a certain degree of perception. When Anrin flashed his rank. "Colonel rank?" Li Chang'an smiled and nodded. "Once in the Special Warfare Department, the lowest rank is captain, but it seems that the only one with the rank of colonel in the Special Warfare Department is Ma Jinshi." Watching his friend rise high, Li Chang'an would only be heartily happy. Jealous of his friend was something he couldn't do. Back in the command headquarters, when Anrin closed the door of his room, locking it in the process, the calmness he had just felt faded away, and his face was so full of tweedledums that he was almost ready to fly. "Do you know what I found in the military department?" When Anrin instinctively lowered his voice. "There's information in the military ministry about an alienless person called some kind of rebel god. There's also a special physical art for rebel gods, according to the description on it. Even if you don't have supernatural powers, you can become stronger step by step, even exceeding S rank." Li Chang'an grinned. "Hey, I know this too. That's what I wanted to tell you." "What?" When Anrin puckered her mouth in displeasure. "You should pretend you don't know and let me be smug about it, instead of being smug yourself." Despite not understanding why he couldn't be pleased with himself, Li Chang'an honestly apologized and then retold the entire story of what happened between the White Tiger and Lin Jin. After hearing this, when Anrin frowned and took the fruit from Li Chang'an's hand, "There are truths and falsities in what Lin Jin said, but at least it's true about this fruit. You can't eat it. After you eat it, your humanity as a human will slowly disappear, and your body will gradually evolve in the direction of a monster, and finally become a beast empty of powerful flesh." Li Chang'an sighed. Even though he was mentally prepared, he was still sad now, incomparably sad. It was good for the physical body to be able to evolve. It might be more powerful than the vast majority of psychic abilities, but Li Chang'an still envied psychics. Even if it was just to be able to have a psychic ability to light fires, it would be good. Soon Li Chang'an showed joy again. "Then eat it. Isn't it useful for you?" "I can't eat." When Anrin shook his head, not being polite, and he wouldn't be polite with Li Chang'an. "I can't have more powers, the brain field can't handle it. I'm sorry I wasn't honest with you. I'm actually a triple alien." When Anrin's voice was getting lower and lower, he felt that he had failed Li Chang'an's trust. Especially Li Chang'an's joy when he saw him. It made him blame himself. "Why didn't you tell him earlier? It would have been better if I had told him I was a triple alien from the start." "Wow!" Li Chang'an's eyes were glowing. "A triple alien. My first time seeing one, and it's my friend." Just as he wanted to reprimand Li Chang'an for his naivety, when Anrin suddenly froze, realizing that it was not Li Chang'an who was naive, but himself. "It's not that he doesn't care, and acting surprised and happy is comforting me. It's that he doesn't want me to take it personally. Even if it was because when Anren had hidden his strength when he was in the trial house that Li Chang'an needed to fight to the death. What little emotional intelligence you guys have left is used up here. Don't wow. When Anren skimmed his head, not wanting to be seen by Li Chang'an with his reddened eyes. Well, it's fine. Then it's good for you to take the fruit. It seems like it can still save someone's life. Giggling, Li Chang'an hid his insignificant lassitude. Wiping his eyes, when Anren still put the fruit back into Li Chang'an's hands. It's not that simple. The Empire has no method of making this thing, and only 2 have been captured from the monstrous side. 2 trials killed 2 no-shifters, so we don't have the luxury of confirming this yet. Besides, I'm too close to Lin Zhen. It's not good for him to find out that the fruit is on me instead. Lin Zhen is an old fox. Because of the 3 altered powers, the Empire gave me a high level of authority, and I found out that Lin Zhen had once led troops to suppress some disturbances during the time when the end of the world had just fallen. But none of the places he's gone to suppress can be found on the map now. There's no record of any population, and I suspect he simply massacred the city. Taking a deep breath, when Anren sensed again with his supernatural energy to make sure it was safe now before continuing. The permission of that principal art is a bit high, I can't view it yet. This time I came to Sibei, I came to make a merit. As long as I accumulate a bit of battle merit, I can go and view that principal art. When the time comes to copy it down and bring it to you, you won't have to worry about the powers anymore. I'm afraid I know about as much as you do about the Shinsei cult. And on the Imperial side, it's only for officers of general rank or higher to inquire, more so than the requirements for the physical arts. You'd have just the right opportunity to kill 2 shifters. Li Chang'an was overjoyed. What chance? I was going to find 2 soldiers who were up at night and kill them. Don't you at least have a bit of a stance? You can't be like this in the future. You can only kill those who deserve to be killed. When Anren reprimanded with dissatisfaction, Li Chang'an secretly frowned, but he didn't retort. Perhaps feeling that his words were too heavy, when Anren hastily picked up the topic. In 2 days, the connected Sioux City will send someone over for an exchange, nominally to discuss the matter of Marshal Wang's sole control of the military. In reality, it's an opportunity to remove the traitors hidden among the humans. After all, Marshal Wang's power grab is a front, the top brass is unspoken, and none of the intelligence systems in the northern part of Sibei have been disconnected from the military. When the time comes, there will be an exchange match between a few soldiers from the non-special warfare division on the grounds of measuring military prowess, and you can get up there and do it at that time. You want to push me to the front of the stage? Li Chang'an just raised this thought and immediately rejected it. When Anren was a friend who had saved his life, how could he harm him? At that moment, he immediately nodded and responded. After 2 Xenos, he'd be able to turn on the evolution, and then get his hands on the military's physical skills, and he'd no longer have a bumpy road after that. So what if I'm the public enemy of the shifters? As long as I'm the strongest, no one dares to make a move against me. For the first time, there was a shift in Li Chang'an's thinking. Chapter 86. Silly Boy. After chatting about some trivial matters, Li Chang'an excused himself first and left. The fights with Centipede and Ripper were all lightly brought up by him. He also listened attentively to Anren's experience in the military department, except that he rarely expressed himself other than with a smile. When Anren stood by the window and watched Li Chang'an fade away, frowning to himself, "Aren't you going to ask me what kind of psychic ability I have? I'm sure it still bothers me. Don't you have any secrets to hide from me?" Li Chang'an didn't know what Anren was thinking and couldn't think of any secrets he had if he knew. Martial arts field captain, a few people are still sparring. A little light injuries go to the medical team to treat. The alien can be healed by touching it. Of course, go too often will be hated. Using psychic abilities consumes the spirit, and the current methods of recovering the spirit are limited and either expensive or troublesome. So it's good for everyone except Meiho to wait to heal themselves. Li Chang'an's idea was that he was about to leave the squad, so he taught his experience to his teammates before leaving, but what he didn't expect was that the reality was a bit different from his idea. Collective transfer to an elite squad? Receiving the incoming news, Li Chang'an had some anger. The overall strength of the squad was on par with that of a normal elite squad, and having 2 Class A psychics was indeed considered good. But in reality, the elite squad under the Special Warfare Department was trained in the same way as the Special Warfare Department. At the same level and with the same alien ability, members of the elite squad could generally beat up 3 ordinary soldiers. Zhang Strong's squad as a whole transferred to the elite squad must belong to the bottom of the list, but to go out on the same mission, the death and injury rate is afraid that it is not low. Li Chang'an only thought that it was because Lin Zhen had transferred the entire squad en masse into the elite squad in order to clamp down on him. But he didn't realize that it was because he had shown that he cared about his teammates. He is familiar with the viciousness of the human heart, which makes him cherish the rare kindness around him, but he does not know that his cherishing will expose his weaknesses. In terms of heart, he is merely clever. Having enough strength, all conspiracies and calculations were a joke. But he didn't have it yet. A few people also simply stopped practicing against each other and sat in the bunker peering at each other face to face. A few moments later, Zhang Qiangjin let out a bitter laugh. It was originally quite an honorable thing to do, but as a result, I just can't be happy about it. Being transferred at this point in time, it's almost like we're being sent to our deaths. Isn't it? Haka said bluntly. Sorry. Li Chang'an lowered his head to suppress his anger. Favoring Lin Zhan's was a young plot. Even though he knew he was a pawn, he was powerless to jump out of the board. By now, he even wondered if Lin Zhan was seriously injured or not. Zhang Strong waved his hand. What are you apologizing for? We're comrades in arms, and you're not to blame for this. No, Lin Zhan is targeting me. Li Chang'an didn't hide it. Because he thinks I'm connected to a secret, so he's using you guys as leverage to threaten me. The three of them glanced at each other, and Hu Chai grinned. The fact that the few of us can be used as a bargaining chip to threaten you, doesn't that mean that we are important to you? You guys are indeed very important to me. Li Chang'an didn't say it out loud, but only added another layer of killing intent towards Lin Zhan. Zhang Strong probed and patted Li Chang'an's shoulder. We haven't spent much time together, but we all know how you are, and you're not at fault in this matter. You haven't jeopardized the security of the empire, you haven't jeopardized the people, and you're still laying down your life for the sake of stability. So no secret of whatever kind should threaten you with these tactics. The fault is not yours, General Lin. It's a good general, but there are some of his behaviors that we can't understand. Elite squads aren't that dangerous, and I still know a few ways to stay alive. Hu Chai lost his smile. The captain is as wimpy as ever. What a wimp. In the past, that was wimpy because there was no strength. Now that we actually have that kind of strength, it's not called wimpy. Zhang Qiangliang had a red face but spoke righteously. Ever heard of living in a chaotic world and not seeking to be a vassal? You kids born in the imperial calendar sure don't know how powerful the people who say that are. This is called go, not fear, not greed for death. It is to save oneself and save the useful body to do great things. Hu Chai was like recognizing the captain for the first time. Shocked. Captain, you're not right. Did you go to school? Up a little, well, at least I'm over 40 this year. With an awkward smile, Zhang Strong barely straightened his back. It's a loss of face. Do you little brats think I'll just wimp out? But looking at Li Chang'an's slight smile, Zhang Qiangjin felt kinda straight again. By the way, Chang'an doesn't have a weapon that he can use right now. The elite squad can order weapons. Hurry up and take him to change one. The awkward topic was simply carried over, and on the way to collect the weapons, several people also heard about the Sioux City Exchange Group. There was no need to wait 2 days. They would arrive tomorrow, and the exchange would begin tomorrow night, perhaps with an unexpected situation forcing them to speed up. North City $1 breakfast shop, 70 years old. Customers are accustomed to call the boss Lao Yang-tu. In fact, he is less than 50 years old. When a pillar of light fell from the sky that year and took his father's life, he was forced to take over the old ancestral store for the sake of the family's livelihood. Having awakened the useless temperature sense psychic ability, but it was just right for deep-fried food. His family's deep-fried donuts, horse ears, and fritters were always in short supply. But before closing the stall today, old Yang-tu hesitated. There's a stupid kid standing outside the door, dressed in a way that you know isn't cheap, and doing nothing but standing outside the door staring at his deep fryer for 2 hours. What else could it be but a stupid kid? It's a shame, it's quite handsome, and I don't know whose kid it is. The parents have to cry their eyes out. Old Yang-tu sighed, flashed a smile and pointed to the deep fryer. Want some? The silly boy at the door nodded and pointed to the donut in the hand of the diner inside the door, then to the horse's ear in the hand of another, and finally, after a moment's hesitation, to the soy milk. 1 donut, 1 horse ear, and a bowl of soy milk. The noodles are gone. I'll go get you some separately. Old Yang-tu pointed to the chair. This one can sit. The silly boy frowned, seemingly puzzled, but took a seat in the small chair. A few minutes later, the hot fried fries were put in front of the silly boy. The silly boy looked around and did not find the cutlery he wanted. He could only frown and pinch the fries with his fingers. After 1 bite, the silly boy's face shifted several times. It tastes better when dipped. Old Yang-tu pointed to the donut in the silly boy's hand with his cigarette in his mouth, and then pointed to the soybean milk, gesturing a dipping motion. After a careful attempt, the silly boy's eyes glowed as if he had opened the door to a new world. A few moments later, the plate was empty and the bowl was empty, and the silly boy stood up with a contented, "How much is it? I'll treat you, no money." Old Yang Tu smiled, extinguished his cigarette and began to clear the table. "I've never had this particular delicacy before, and I'm disturbed that you're treating me." The silly boy stood up and tapped his ID card on the payment button. "I take your kindness to heart. Payment does not prevent you from gaining my friendship, and I hope you will do me the honor of being a guest at House Pendragon when I return home." The silly boy owed his head and walked out of the breakfast place with his head held high. "Still really a silly boy, ah?" Old Yang Tu shook his head helplessly. "Young people nowadays call this a middle child, right? It's also family." As he was talking, the cash register machine on the counter shuddered slightly, followed by a female voice reporting the bill. "Collect $500,000 in full." "How many?" The rag in his hand became unrealized, and Old Yang Tu counted it with trepidation. A solid $500,000 more in the account. The old poplar head slumped in his chair. What the hell happened? In midair, silly boy walked under the dome of the sky and smiled as he muttered to himself, "Life at the bottom isn't that bad. The food, though not exquisite, has a different flavor. It's just as close as you can get to living there. It looks a little dirty, but otherwise it's not bad. $500,000 should give more than enough. This meal is about $100,000. It's better to save a little." Old Yang Tu on the ground, however, was still confused, and he still didn't know the name of the silly boy he had seen that day. Chapter 87, King of Head Busting. "Li Chang'an lives in this place?" Charles frowned. He imagined that Li Chang'an should have grown up in the slums and relied on his own ability to make a good life for his family. But now the old residential building in front of him turned Charles's imagination upside down. With his special psychic ability, even as an assassin, he could earn a lot of money in a year, right? So why was he still living in the slums? It's not really a slum anymore, it's kind of a ghetto if you want to call it that. After resurrecting from his home, a calm Charles deeply realized his own inadequacy, and his indignation towards Li Chang'an disappeared. Li Chang'an, whose strength was obviously weaker than his, was already full of courage when he was able to raise his sword towards him. Not to mention the fact that he later braved death and injured him step by step with his weak body. It's just that the guy who shoots the black gun later is really annoying. Charles still thinks that Li Chang'an and Wen Anren aren't in cahoots. And Charles also regarded Li Chang'an as an opponent, an honorable opponent. As the heir of the Pendragon family, he was not a brainless person. Facing up to one's mistakes is a fine tradition in the Pendragon family. Charles let go of his mental power to cover the entire neighborhood and quickly retracted it again, having fully mastered his S-class power. The mental power of the God of Law didn't just support him in using his powers, it could equally be used as a perception faculty. To show his respect for his opponent, he just probed Li Chang'an's aura once. "He's not at home and it would be rude of me to pay a surprise visit, so I'd better wait until he returns." With that, Charles looked to a window in another part of the neighborhood. Surprisingly, someone is spying on this place, with malice in their sight, and a very heavy aura of death on their body. Could it be Li Chang'an's enemies? Yes, father said that the strongest people who came out of the poor people started out by stepping on other people's interests. It should be the people that Li Chang'an had offended in the past. They don't look like good people, and I'm afraid they have a lot of lives on their hands, so you can't let them hurt your family. Charles grunted coldly as the clouds in the sky turned into ink, and endless thunder fell from the sky, drilling as much as it could into the house that harbored malice. Amidst the lightning flashes, not even a single miserable scream came out of the house. After a few moments, Charles dispersed all the thunder with a wave of his hand, making sure that there were no living souls in the house before slowly walking out of the neighborhood. Spying on the strong should come with a price. What's even more detestable is that you dare to show malice towards the strong. Death is not enough. Charles left in the air. He wanted to see where Li Chang'an had grown up, and he hadn't been able to do so yet. While preparing to receive the exchange group, Lin Jin heard unpleasant news. All dead? None of those sent to spy on Li Chang'an's family. Ma Jinshi nodded, his face grave. It should be a strong person among the S-class who strikes, with a high probability of Thunder Mastery, and a small probability of Mythic System, Thunder God. One move to total annihilation. No one fled the scene and there were no signs of resistance. The bones were scorched by the heat, but did not affect the occupants next door. Lin Jin frowned. There are only a few people that Li Chang'an knows, and there is no one who is attached to the conditions. Could it be targeting the people of the Empire? Is there anyone in the New World Church who is attached to it? Not really. Ma Zhenshi shook his head. I'll have the investigation continue. Do we need to send more people to keep an eye on it? Lin Jun stood up. Not for the time being anyway. Li Chang'an can't escape for the time being. I'm afraid he still has quite a few secrets. Maybe we can get Wen Anren to cooperate. Let's go and prepare for the exchange first, and Li Chang'an arrange for the second seat, so that he can go on second. Li Chang'an didn't know what the others were calculating again. He was seriously preparing for the exchange, with boxing bandages wrapped around his hands and having to get used to his newly acquired battle sword. The blade was 3 feet long and less than 2 inches wide, yet it weighed 17 kilograms, and both the hardness and toughness were extremely close to Li Chang'an's requirements. This was the weapon that Li Chang'an had been most satisfied with for more than 10 years, a weapon that was standard in elite squads but cost nearly $20 million or so in the traveling hunters. A high price he couldn't afford. Chang'an, do we really have to fight? Strong Zhang brought him a cup of coffee. The new tent was more than twice as nice, even with luxuries like a coffee maker. Well, just kill 2. I'll come down after that. I've seen the grounds. It's even smaller than the octagonal iron cage before. I won't have a problem. Li Chang'an turned around and smiled. Less than 5 meters wide at its widest point, with opponents separated from each other by a maximum of 10 paces. Knowing that this was Lin Jun's order, Zhang Chong couldn't do anything to change it, and could only whisper, "Try not to kill anyone, so as not to arouse the anger of that party. General Lin is going to leave them behind, but it's okay to injure them anyway. When we get to Sibei, it's all up to General Lin, and it's none of your business if those people die of serious injuries." Li Chang'an's heart warmed. The always ancient captain saying these words had been unexpected. However, he didn't plan to stay his hand. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made any preparations at all. As long as he killed 2 more people, he would be able to evolve. For dinner, Li Chang'an ate a lot, more than double the usual amount of food, and then he lazily walked towards the venue of the exchange meeting, holding his sword. The few Zhangchongs were not qualified to enter and could only watch him leave from afar. Meiho, who had been listless after talking to his sister, suddenly shouted, "Come back alive!" Li Chang'an's footsteps lurched, and then he stopped stopping. The side of the quadrilateral platform was already filled with people, sitting on the ground with their heads held high and legs crossed. They were the elites of Sibei City, and even more so, the talents that Lin Jun had single-handedly cultivated since a few years ago. Lin Jun and Major General Liao Cong of Su City sat side by side. General Lin, Sibei City is full of talents. Even without the Special Warfare Department, it should still be the strongest city in the empire in terms of combat power. Liao Cong ate a peanut, smiling with an inexplicable deep meaning. Of course he knew that the subordinates brought in this time were all traitors to the empire. These people were bound to die. But as a member of Su City, it would be good to take advantage of these people's deaths to see the strength of Sibei City. General Liao is joking. What does the strong strength of Sibei City have to do with me? Lin Jun, I am just the steward. Lin Jun smiled faintly and did not want to waste any more time on this topic. When everyone is here, let's start, and we can rest early after the fight. Ma Zhenshi on the sidelines nodded and waved his hand towards the crowd on the field. A man stood up on Liao Cong's side and walked onto the stage carrying a foil sword. A man from the Sibei Army also stepped out and walked onto the stage wearing heavy gloves. Su City Army, Ledi, Battle System, Sharp Penetration, Grade A. Sibei Army, Kilda, Elemental System, Earth Elemental Mastery, Grade A. Ma Zhenshi waved his hand. Begin. Both men on the stage acted at the same time, with Ledi quickly bullying his way in. Kilda stomped her foot. The ground cracked and fissures spread towards Ledi. The ground thorns rooted out of the cracks. At the same time, the earthy armor spread towards his body. Bared. The foil stabbed into Kilda's head, passing through the back of his head. The earthy yellow armor, clearly taking the lead in covering the head, was like papier-mâché in front of Ledi's face. Li Chang'an, who was watching the battle, judged in his mind. The footwork was good, easily avoiding the ground thorns, but it was mainly a foreign energy restraint. The earth system, which was good at defensive power, could not resist the sharp penetration. So this battle was a send-off? There was no way that Lin Jun didn't know who the other side had struck first, and it was too much of a coincidence that the first one on the field, Begilda, had encountered an alien ability restraint. Not only is he clearing out the traitors among the humans, but Lin Jun is also clearing out the aliens in the Sibei Army. No, it's possible that it's a factional fight, and I'm afraid that Kilda doesn't belong to his faction. Li Chang'an walked onto the stage and drew his battle sword. Ledi didn't need the time to recover, and as soon as the cry began to fall, he rushed at Li Chang'an once more. as if he wanted to replicate his victory from the last hand. You have to pay a price if you want to kill us. Letty's voice reached Li Chang'an's ears. Li Chang'an was unperturbed and calmly swung his sword to the right. Letty, who was coming in from the right, ducked down slightly to avoid it and stomped his foot with an explosive burst of speed. It was faster than just now. Was it hiding his strength? Li Chang'an retracted his sword and turned back, and then quickly let go of his hand. The battle sword was thrown by him towards Letty, who was coming close to him. Letty didn't expect Li Chang'an to have this hand, and could only scramble to avoid it. And with a lag in his feet, he watched Li Chang'an lunge towards him and raise his fist to smash his face bone. With a cold laugh, Letty pulled his foil sword and stabbed at Li Chang'an's brow. A punch for a sword is just a punch. Can you still kill me with one punch? It was not Li Chang'an's intention to die together. He managed to deviate his head, and the flower sword grazed his cheek and pierced through his ear bone, half of his left ear falling off. Affected by the sword, his fists were also less powerful, but fists were different from swords. Turning his fists into fingers, Li Chang'an stabbed both fingers into Letty's eye sockets and did not pull them out. The remaining fingers reached out together, grasping Letty's cheekbones and smashing them towards the ground. Your sword has no edge. Li Chang'an's voice entered Letty's mind along with the severe pain. So, Letty watched as Li Chang'an grabbed the foil, bent it, and then smashed his fist towards his head regardless. Shaking off the blood and brains on his hands, Li Chang'an bent down and picked up his own battle sword. Next, Chapter 88, The Return of the Soul. In the shadowy corner stood Wen Anren, his brow furrowed slightly as he watched Li Chang'an smash Letty's head with a single punch, the hard skull unbeatable under his fist. Doesn't this guy even know how to write the word grace? What is this obsession with heads? Sighing, Wen Anren did remember that Li Chang'an had said that certain powers could survive even if their hearts were broken. So the best way to do that was to break the enemy's head. But don't you know that his ability is sharp penetration? Are you really treating every opponent as a multiple alien? What kind of darkness shrouds the world before you? And how do I bring you out of it? Wen Anren didn't want to let down that heavy trust, the everlasting days in the trial, the figure that always stood in front of him. Li Chang'an, you shouldn't look up to the light. The one who brought darkness to the world is a god. Then you, the god rebel, are the very light of the world. Walk with me to the altar. But you have a long way to go before then. When Anren turned towards the depths of darkness, at least let Li Chang'an learn to respect his opponent a little, so that he could at least leave a whole body for the other party. In the ring, Li Chang'an's hand rested on the battle sword pinned on his waist. He was not tall but stood tall like a pine, and stood there diffidently with a kind of evil beauty. The remaining 4 people on Liao Cang's side glanced at each other. According to the original order, the one who should go on should be the fat man sitting at the back. I'll do it. Standing up, a tall, thin man waved his hand towards Li Chang'an. Dude, mind switching? Li Chang'an shook his head. The tall, thin man stepped into the ring and smiled slightly. Sioux City Army. Sung Chul. Class A. Li Chang'an watched silently and didn't say anything. Dude, you don't even want to introduce yourself? Sung Chul's smile dissipated. It's not because you're looking down on our Sucheng army, is it? Li Chang'an drew his knife. You make me feel sick. Either split life and death in an honorable way or simply give me a fatal blow in a sinister way. In favor of being and standing again, I don't want to hear your last words, so let's begin. Ma Jinsher, who had a stern face at the top, poofed and quickly squared his shoulders again and shouted, Begin! Li Chang'an stepped forward in large strides, less than 10 meters away in an instant, lifting his sword and slashing down, simple to the extreme. The battle sword passed through the human body, but Li Chang'an frowned and took 2 steps back, and in front of him was a body broken in 2, but not Sung Chul's. The corpse decayed and dissipated extremely quickly in Li Chang'an's eyes, as if it had never appeared, while Changzhe, who was originally standing in front of him, had somehow stood 2 steps away. It's the first time I've encountered one who dares to mouth off to you like that. Sung Chul shook his head and lost his smile. But it still delayed it a bit. Now come and meet my powers. In an instant, several silhouettes appeared out of thin air, standing above the heads of the crowd. There are men and women, old and young. The same as everyone's face is miserable eyes red. All of these people had fatal wounds on their bodies, and many of them didn't even have heads, with the headless accounting for about 1/5 of them. Li Chang'an swept through with a glance and did recognize quite a few. These were all people who had once died under him. Mystic Department Soul Return. Invokes the souls of those you once killed, Sung Chul said and gulped. You've killed quite a few people. The people standing in mid-air did not emerge at the same time, but emerged one by one in a very short period of time, and in a split second, there were already nearly 500 of them. 482, 299 for exalted, and 183 for producers. Li Chang'an muttered, but no one heard him. Turns out that people really do have souls after death. Li Chang'an also saw Letty, who had just been killed by him. Sungchul took a deep breath to calm down. He had never seen such a big battle before. Was this guy in front of him a murderous maniac? Whatever, he was gonna die later anyway. Kill him! Changzhe shouted and raised his hand to point at Li Chang'an. However, the situation was somewhat unexpected. Not only did all the spirits not pounce on his enemies as usual, they hesitated. What's going on? Sungchul was stunned, although he couldn't figure out the principle. But what his powers invoked wasn't an illusion, it was a real soul. Fear him even after death? The others are fine. Why are you afraid to go on too? Letty? Sungchul couldn't figure it out. Li Chang'an, however, did not care about that much, carrying his sword and rushing towards Changzhe once again. Those who had already been killed once, even if they were to do it again. So what? No! Seeing the battle sword coming, Sungchul only had time to let out an unwilling roar. In the next moment, a silhouette in mid-air swooped in to block Changzhe's body before being cut in two by Li Chang'an. The silhouette smoldered away, but Li Chang'an did not stop his sword. The battle sword was raised and dropped again and again, while the spirits that did not dare to make a move against him rushed down again and again. What the hell is going on? Sungchul felt like his head was about to explode. What was happening in front of him was beyond his knowledge of his powers. The spirits that were summoned back should have gone to attack the murderer who killed them in front of them. But these spirits didn't dare to make a move on Li Chang'an, but they went ahead and blocked the knife for him. Why on earth? Li Chang'an didn't care. He only had Sungchul in front of him, just one person away from opening the evolution. You want to die by my hand again? I'll let you. Whether the person in front of him is a man or a woman, an old man or a teenager, Li Chang'an will cut them all with one knife, and his heart can't afford to have any ripples. Monster! You're a monster! Sungchul's spirit crumbled. How can there be a monster like you when you can lay your hands on old people and children? Surrender! I surrender. Let me down. I'm not fighting. However, no one paid any attention to him, and everyone watched in shock as Li Chang'an knifed the soul. Is it insensitive or inhuman? Not bad. Not bad. I like this kid more and more. Lin Jin smiled brightly. Liao Tsang smiled a few times in agreement. More than 400 people, even if they stood still and let themselves be killed, the murderer would feel his hands soft. But Li Chang'an wouldn't. He forgot about his fatigue and would never stop until Sungchul was dead. Eventually, all the souls dissipated into thin air, and Sungchul had no way to retreat. Li Chang'an frowned slightly. The number was not right. Since he could summon all the souls, there shouldn't be one missing. The old man who had sold the copper sparrow to him surfaced in Li Chang'an's mind, and there was no that old guy among the spirits just now. One more score to settle. Li Chang'an raised his blade for the last time. There was no way back under the blade. No matter how Sungchul dodged, the blade would fall on him. Ems, die together. Sungchul gritted his teeth and pounced on Li Chang'an, feeling out the hunting knife at his waist that had more decorative significance than practical. As Sungchul's head left his body, the hunting knife stabbed into Li Chang'an's waist. Lin Jin frowned. Sungchul will surely die. There is no need for him to exchange his injuries for his life. Probably tired. Ma Zhenshi added in a low voice. Lin Jun was non-committal and waved his hand. Let him go down then, and there's no intention of letting him fight through the remaining three alone. Liao Tsang on the side could no longer laugh. At this moment, Li Chang'an couldn't wait to get out of here. He could feel the beating of his heart slowing down, the blood in his body sluggish as if it was frozen. Dizziness from the lack of oxygen was surging through him, and there was only one thought left in his mind. Evolution has begun. Chapter 89, Hitting a Woman. Leaving the military tent, Li Chang'an bit his fingers again and again to stay awake, and rushed to the logistics department as fast as he could. He needed a place to evolve, and judging by his body's reaction, he feared that the process of evolution would incapacitate him and perhaps cause some considerable movement. There are only so many places to choose from, and the tent must not be accessible without explaining it. When Anren's office is even more impossible to stay in, it's too close to the center of power. Going there is looking for death. So that leaves the last place. The wounds on his fingers were healing faster than desired. Almost as soon as he felt the pain, and the stab wound on his waist was even more so. Li Chang'an's mind was as if it was with his body, and the images of the recast blood vessels in his body were able to surface in his mind. Evolution sweeps in unstoppable. The logistics department, in addition to the medical team, is also responsible for the deployment of supplies, the construction of defense facilities. In short, there are too many things besides fighting. As the head of the logistics department, Alita was busy beyond imagination, except that her psychic ability, Fallen Angel, was not too ordinary. The Fallen Angel alien possesses indescribable charisma, and any member of the opposite sex cannot resist this charisma and will uncontrollably desire the Fallen Angel. This desire, in turn, is divine, causing them to instinctively trust Alita and be willing to do everything for her, to varying degrees with strength. Desire is yet absorbed by the Fallen Angel and transformed into the energy that Alita needs, including physical and mental energy, so Alita counts as half a perpetual motion machine. 24 hours a day she could use to the fullest, and it was because of her that the logistics department could run as normal. When Li Chang'an pushed the door in, Alita was checking the progress and expenditure of the wall construction. "Are you injured?" Alita hurriedly got up, and in her panic, she couldn't care about her unnecessary reserve, carefully assisting Li Chang'an in the direction of the hospital bed. "I'm fine." Li Chang'an shook his head. "Do me a favor. Let me be alone for a while. No matter what happens, no one can disturb me. Count me as owing you another favor. I'll promise you whatever you say. Please. Why should I help you?" The words came to her mouth, but Alita couldn't say anything, and when she met Li Chang'an's serious eyes, a certain indescribable emotion surged to her heart. Blushing trumps all dialogue at the moment. Nodding, Alita turned around and walked out of the tent, no longer thinking about what Li Chang'an was going to do or why she wanted to help him. Much less think about why you're blushing. Somewhere in an unseen ring, Li Chang'an won again. Though he doesn't know it now. The body churned and calmed in a moment, then continued to churn in the next, all over the blood rolling as if something unseen had burrowed through the air into the pores and finally into the bloodstream. Li Chang'an gritted his teeth. The pain in his body was a bit unbearable even for him. Veins were being stretched, bones were cracking and being repaired as before in an instant, only stronger. The heart shrunk to the extreme and then violently exploded, spewing blood all over the body, just like going through a sieve, clearing all the impurities and leaving the purest blood. It was as if there was a thunderbolt exploding in his brain. All thoughts terminated at this moment, leaving nothing but blankness, and all kinds of voices came to Li Chang'an's ears. Someone was talking. There were birds of prey passing through the air. The monster hissed. The clouds are converging. Breeze over the sea bay. As if countless years had passed, and as if it was just an instant, Li Chang'an stood up, opening his mouth and spitting out a mouthful of black gas. Watching it dissipate in the air, Li Chang'an raised his hand to feel the body that was already completely different. The dust floating in the air was clearly visible, and the dark corners of the tent shone as brightly. The sound of buttons being fastened came to my ears, and I don't know how far away it was. The heart's beat was strong and powerful, and with each beat, it felt like an endless surge of power, and the lungs expanded even more. Li Chang'an felt that he wouldn't feel tired even if he ran at full speed for an hour. Raise your hand and press the skin on your arm. The skin is soft. Soft but with a toughness, a fist smashed down. The arm did not have the slightest pain, on the contrary, the fist is a little slightly numb. Li Chang'an drew his knife and with a little effort cut open the flesh of the arm, revealing the arm bone underneath. The next person's is white bone, but his is light ink color. The blade scraped through without leaving half a trace. Not steel is better than steel. The skin was like a layer of rubber, but the flesh and bones were harder than blood, and the blunt force of the blow touched the skin first, and the skin trembled as it removed most of the force. What's left of the last remaining force falling on steel. Strength and speed were not good to test. After all, he was still in the tent, but Li Chang'an could be sure that his strength broke through the limit of 3,000 kilograms. The new limit was probably over 10,000 pounds, at least a threefold increase, far better than a normal alien breaking through to a rank. As much as I want to fight, I'm afraid Lin Jun will see the changes in me, so it's better not to risk it. Li Chang'an sighed and took a step towards the door. Idiom take 3 steps and wobble all over the place. The evolved body was surprisingly unable to adapt for a short period of time. How much stronger have I gotten? Feeling the urge to bleed from just getting up, Li Chang'an held the knife and gazed at his own blood. To his own shock, a scene appeared. Blood oozed out of his pores, and as his consciousness covered the battle sword, the blade was instantly crimson, radiating scorching hot heat. Pulling a paper towel off the edge and throwing it onto the knife, the paper towel burst into flames. Before he could get excited for long, a feeling of vertigo came from Li Chang'an's brain. He sat down on the ground in a hurry, and the blood on the knife to flow back into his body. Only a little less than what flows out. It's a pity that it's not an unlimited ability. Despite saying this, Li Chang'an was still satisfied. By now he finally had something that was different from ordinary people, and his battle power had increased even more drastically. The pre-evolutionary and post-evolutionary him were two completely different concepts. Sitting on the ground for a while before recovering, Li Chang'an let out a bitter laugh. It's becoming less and less human. The blood is thick as mercury and the bones are harder than iron. But shifters aren't human in the first place, so it's only natural that I don't look like one. Just a little hungry. The door to the tent pushed open, and Alita peered in, her expression relaxing. You're finally awake. If you hadn't woken up, I would have been unable to keep it down. Li Chang'an said with an apology. I'm sorry. How long was I in there? Less than 2 hours. But something happened, so I guess I'll be coming to me in a while. Alita shrugged her shoulders and squatted in front of Li Chang'an, curiously sizing him up. What are you doing in there? No sound at all for 2 hours, you didn't answer when I called you, and if you didn't still have the breath of life in you, I would have thought you were dead. Li Chang'an scratched his head, not knowing how to explain, but suddenly his eyes lit up. By the way, are you an S rank or an A rank? S rank. Just broke through not long ago. Alita was unsure. Just watch as Li Chang'an leaped up, his face full of excitement. Then you let me punch you. What? Say that again if you can. Chapter 90 Breakthrough. A punch doesn't end up landing as Alita seems upset. I just wanted to cut and try because I just happened to break through. I didn't mean to hit you, sorry. Li Chang'an's apology was barely sincere. Alita wasn't that careful, and more importantly, she had heard Li Chang'an's breakthrough. You broke through to S rank? The joy of having just finished evolving disappeared, and Li Chang'an forced a smile. No, it's a breakthrough to Class A. Obviously unable to accept the unexpected news, Alita stiffened for a moment before easing up. So you weren't pretending to be a C rank before? But you were really a C rank? Li Chang'an nodded. He didn't have psychic abilities, so he just divided his registration according to the strength of his body. In fact, strictly speaking, there would be no equivalence between those without psychic abilities. The limit of Class C was the only limit he had ever felt, and before he met Lin Jin, he had thought that the upper limit of himself was Class C strength, but he had never thought that it could still evolve. Alita was speechless, her inner frustration rising to another level. Had Li Chang'an been fighting over the top? Indeed it does. What qualitative changes occurred after your psychic ability broke through to a rank? Alita had just finished asking when she suddenly wondered. Speaking of which, what is your own psychic ability? Oh my god. Li Chang'an's brain is down. How do I explain this? Li Chang'an, who was not good at lying, adhered to the principle that concealing was not the same as lying and thus survived until now. But how should he conceal it now? Li Chang'an began to stutter. No, the hysteresis ability is considered a lie, right? A lie has to be covered up with a bigger lie, right? Then, Li Chang'an revealed a smile. Of course, it's total strengthening. So it is. Alita didn't doubt it, it would make sense. Fully enhanced, combined with his strong close combat ability and that glove. It's a killer against the altered. Fooled over? Li Chang'an snickered in his heart. Definitely lying to me, and specially using a smile to cover it up. Seeing through Li Chang'an's lie made Alita's heart steal joy. It would have been unusual for the always cold and serious Li Chang'an to show a smile, not to mention being so honest. Please don't tell others about my breakthrough. Thank you. Li Chang'an finished seriously and then planned to leave. Alita rose up with an open heart, and there were some things she wanted to say, but she couldn't get them out. And in the end it only became, don't forget the favor you owe me. I won't forget. I will remember every favor in my heart. Li Chang'an nodded heavily and walked out of the tent. In the 2 hours since his breakthrough, something not so unusual did happen. Everyone in the barracks heard the sound coming from the direction of the ring. Liao Tsong, how dare you sneak up on General Lin? After Ma Jinshi's yell, the direction of the ring returned to calm, and news quickly spread. Liao Tsong of the Suchong army betrayed the human race, and at the end of the competition made a sneak attack on General Lin, who was already seriously injured. Fortunately, Minister Ma of the Special Warfare Department made a timely move and has killed Liao Tsong on the spot. Those who understand, understand, and those who don't have any use for talking about it. This is Sibei City, and death is considered the best possible outcome for even striking out at the highest general of an army in the Sibei army. So Liao Cong is a dead soldier? Was it the dead man who came to strike at Lin Zhen while he was seriously injured? Li Chang'an preferred to believe that Liao Cong was a dissident to Lin Zhen, in addition to removing spies planted among humans by the New World cult or the monsters. But did the Sioux City army send Liao Cong specially, or did it just happen to send Liao Cong? It had nothing to do with him, Li Chang'an. While it was completely dark and there were not many people on the martial arts field, he could just test how much stronger he had become. The limit of a punch had skyrocketed from 3,000 pounds to 5,000 pounds, capable of delivering a ton of force with a casual punch. If you don't count wrist and finger damage, a punch is capable of exploding 2.5 tons, punching through a concrete wall with ease. At around 150 kilometers per hour and 40 meters per second, it actually takes about 8 seconds to accelerate from rest to 100 kilometers per hour, with an average acceleration of 12 meters per second. However, the human body could not be calculated mechanically, and he could only manage to approach his opponent at 6 meters per second in the middle of a short-range battle. Of course, if the opponent was able to give a little bit of time and explode at full power without regard to bodily damage, within 10 meters would fall within the range of an instant kill. There's also a combination of reflexes and instincts involved, and the data can't be made accurate. People can rage all day long in extreme anger, and they can explode beyond themselves in battle. But other than strength and speed, the conditions were unmeasurable, and the wound on his arm that he had cut himself was healing extremely fast. Self-healing improves significantly, but there is no particular measure of it, and the cuts are minor, and minor injuries are not lethal. Back in the tent, Li Chang'an's first glance seemed to see a cloud hanging over him, and several of his teammates were sitting on the edge of their beds with their heads hanging down. "What's wrong with you guys?" Li Chang'an grew angrier and angrier. Surely Lin Zhen had done something again. "You're back." Hu Chai sighed listlessly. There was a small incident. Li Chang'an walked up and frowned as he clutched the hilt of his sword. "Is there some troublesome task?" Haka, who was looking at the book on the side, grinned. "No. It's that they bet on you to be able to string 3 together, and you ended up going down after 2 fights, and he lost badly." The hand that clutched the hilt of the blade was slightly hard. Li Chang'an still frowned tightly. "Since it's not a troublesome task, you should be happy. But why are you a bit angry?" Glancing at the equally demoralized Ma Hao, Li Chang'an was puzzled. "You bet on it too?" "No, he didn't bet a dime. Just the captain and Hucha placed heavy bets." Haka couldn't stop laughing either. His sister told him to retire. Then retire. Li Chang'an didn't need to think and said bluntly, "It's not like the army can't do without you. There's no difference with or without you. It's safer to retire." Strong Zhang, who was keeping his head down, couldn't hold back a snort of laughter, patted the even more depressed Meiho, and laughed. "I said don't wait for Chang'an to give advice. Don't you know this mouth of his?" Meiho let out a bitter laugh. "I didn't expect him to say it so directly either." Sitting down on the edge, Li Chang'an cocked his head. "Am I wrong? It's not like you're going to have any effect on the army if you retire. Now that the Sibei army is full of military power, it's still the high-end combat power that really decides the battlefield victory. You have to worry about whether you'll die someday if you stay in the army. Why don't you retire and go live in the outback? With your abilities, you'll be very popular in many of the ranger squads and have no problem securing a wealthy life." Zhang Changliang smiled helplessly. "You're right. But Meiho didn't join the army to make a living in the first place. He used to worry about his sister having a bad time. But now that she doesn't need him to worry, it's time for him to plan for himself." But his intention for himself was originally to join the army. That was his dream. Li Chang'an scowled. Meiho's heart suddenly skipped a beat as he suspiciously said, "You're not thinking of taking the opportunity to cripple me during the next fight and force me to retire, are you?" Li Chang'an rubbed his face, a little puzzled. "Can you tell? Please don't raise such dangerous thoughts." Meiho exhaled and looked seriously at the captain. "Isn't it time for a little common sense for Chang'an than something like me retiring?" Chapter 91 Common Sense in Life. There is no war in the northern part of the country. The patrol also had quite a few missions during the warless period, but Li Chang'an's squad was transferred to the elite squad, and all that was left was the daily training routine. You can rest after reaching a certain training target each day, and it doesn't matter whether you read a book or play on your cell phone. It's just that the elite are also elite because of the rigor they place on themselves all the time, and most of them train from the time they wake up to the time they rest. It made no sense to Li Chang'an. The body has an upper limit, too much is not enough, and you should stop after a certain level of daily training to give your body and mind time to relax. Training that doesn't break the limit is a pointless waste of time. No one trains to be strong in one day. Better physical fitness is for better psychic abilities. The powerful elemental system possesses terrifying destructive power, yet it is also afraid of getting up close and personal, so the degree of strengthening of the body when the psychic ability breaks through the ranks is minimal. But the upper limit of their physical qualities was not lower than that of other exalts, it was just that the reinforcement of the breakthrough class worked more on the mental power. After reaching the limit of their body through exercise, even if they were close to someone, they possessed enough power to counterattack and not be killed in a single blow. Li Chang'an hopes they don't exercise. Everyone being strong only emphasizes his weakness. That's why Li Chang'an had planned to work out from the moment he woke up until the evening. He had only just finished evolving and was still far from the upper limit. And his body was different from others, maybe it had something to do with the rebel god, and the workout was excellent for him. He could feel the strength getting stronger in 1 kilometer of frog jump with a weight of 500 kilograms, and it could be said that he could feel the changes in his body every moment during the workout. Waiting for a guess, by the way. Nowadays, the only person who knew about his breakthrough was just Alita, and of course Wan Enran knew about it as well, but in Lin Jin's eyes, the only person who came into contact with Li Chang'an after his breakthrough was Alita. If you want to blame it, you can only blame Sungshul. The soul return materialized every person he had ever killed, and Lin Jin should have already known that there were exactly 300 xenomorphs among the people he had killed. Coupled with the fact that he left the scene midway through, I'm afraid that he has become a target of Lin Jin's suspicion. Given Lin Jin's thirst for god rebels, it's better to kill the wrong person than to let them go. As long as he knew that he had spent 2 hours in the logistics department for a breakthrough, I'm afraid that Ma Jinshi would have appeared directly in front of him. Against Ma Jinshi, Li Chang'an had no chance of winning. But Vin Anran has. If Alita was truly untrustworthy and told Rinjin the news, he would give up his resistance and be taken away by Ma Jinsei. A living rebel god must be more useful than a dead one, and he would be brought before Lin Jin, and then he would join with Wan Anran to decapitate Lin Jin. He would then team up with Wan Anran to decapitate Ma Jinshi, and then use Lin Jin's head to make a deal with the White Tiger outside the city to let him leave for the Western continent. There was still Jiang Shuibu in the Shinsei church whom he could trust unconditionally, though sooner or later he would beat him up. After evolving, Li Chang'an's confidence swelled like never before. As long as he could get within 2 meters of Lin Jin, he had absolute confidence. He had contacted Wan Anran and was waiting for Alita to spill the beans. If Alita did hide it, maybe we could try to work together next time. Lin Jin would definitely seek out Alita to inquire, but if even Lin Jin could be deceived, Alita must not be as simple as she appeared to be. Nowadays, there are not a lot of societies that are discriminated against to sit in high positions because of being a woman, and maybe Alita is one of those who want to fight back. There are favors owed until then that need to be repaid. The ideal is beautiful, the reality is bone dry. Li Chang'an, who had just planned to go to the martial arts field after breakfast, was brought back to the tent, where his teammates formed a circle to block him in. Before you go out, we feel the need to give you a bit of common sense. Strong Zhang said as such. Common sense? Li Chang'an was puzzled. What common sense? Common sense against the enemy? Li Chang'an sat down obediently. If it was common sense in combat, he wouldn't mind too much. No, it's common sense amongst life. Seeing that Li Chang'an was planning to get up, Zhang Qiangqiang pressed him back. Yeah. Why does it feel like it almost didn't click? Hu Chai cleared his throat and was the first to ask, Chang'an, what do you think is the best way to comfort someone when they are lost? There is no need for comfort. Li Chang'an replied directly without thinking. The loss is his own cause, and comfort from outsiders will give him the illusion that he can be relied upon. So it's best to leave him alone and comfort him that he'll be wasting each other's time. Sure enough, he was in great need of common sense. Hu Chai was so torn that he switched it up. What if it was someone important to you who was lost? This time Li Chang'an revealed a thoughtful look, and after thinking about it, he replied, invite him to dinner and leave him alone afterward. The 4 of them glanced at each other, and it was Zhang Chang's turn to ask. For example, if you had chickens at your house and your next-door neighbor stole one because he was hungry, and you had hard evidence, what would you do? My family doesn't have chickens. Suppose. What if? Right? Li Chang'an replied helplessly. Then go to his house and beat him to death, bring back the chicken, and if he kills it, take away the corresponding price of the property. The crime of theft versus murder? Zhang Strong smiled bitterly. The evidence should be handed over to the security team, who will be responsible for punishment and compensation. Li Chang'an shook his head. No, stealing chickens is a minor offense. He will be fined and imprisoned. But he won't be imprisoned for long before he is released. What if he retaliates against me then? The four men's faces darkened 3 more times. Haka took over the captain's task and continued the question. Suppose, yes suppose, you're walking down the street and a girl you don't know suddenly stops you for your cell phone number. Emphasis on the word. A vivacious, lovely, beautiful and dignified female, with a front and back. So what do you think she means? Looking at Haka suspiciously, Lee Chang'an seemed to be unable to figure out why Haka asked such a strange question. But adhering to the camaraderie between teammates, he still replied helplessly. Of course it's trying to hurt me. Would it still be hitchhiking? Haka waved his hand. It's hopeless. Completely hopeless. The 4 men turned their backs to Lee Chang'an and discussed in low voices. People, law, love, 3 kinds of common sense he doesn't have. How can we teach it when it lacks more common sense than we thought? Empty of such good innate conditions, if I were Chang'an, I would have opened a harem by now all right. I haven't asked yet. Let me ask first. Meiho's protests were ignored, and Lee Chang'an was pondering what was wrong with his answer. Was it wrong? Loss is the most useless emotion, and if you can't get out of it yourself, how can you expect others to? Once you strike, you should not give the other party a chance to retaliate. Isn't there a saying that there is no time for revenge? Retaliation is endless. How could a woman I never knew and who was extremely good at what she did hit on me? Absolutely trying to hurt me. It feels like people have so little common sense. Chapter 92 Easy Days Before the War. The chief commander, the battlefield commander, possessed an office that was just less than 40 square meters, and compared to the extravagance hidden in the low profile of the military ministry, Lin Zhan's office could only be considered minimalist. He is particularly fond of the industrial style, and his office is based on black, supplemented by white interlacing. Raw concrete walls, unintentionally hidden pipes, rugged metal and wood tables and chairs. In the rest of the big cities, including the military department, the decoration of the offices of the officers continued in a single style. The only one that was different was Sibei cities, and it wasn't redecorated after Lin Zhan took office. With strong tea brewing on the table, Lin Zhan put down his pen and laughed. When I used to work on cars in the garage, I really didn't expect to sit here one day. At that time, $8 a month, but the master tube meal, young and strong Emil can eat 3 bowls of rice. Counting is not a lot. I was thinking that one day I would be able to be a master and be able to lead a disciple. But then that day the last name Wang stood in front of me and opened his mouth and said, "We are not ordinary people." Pull his egg. How is not ordinary people? Eat, drink, and do not see him which fall. Rinjin was talking and Ma Jinsei was listening. She knew she didn't need to comment. From the outside, it was no longer obvious that Lin Zhan had been fatally wounded except for the faint scent of medicine. But Ma Jin sure knew that Lin Zhan could have avoided it. Bucket transfer can transfer not only material, but also some intangible objects, no matter how much you transfer yourself. But Lin's town chose to get hurt anyway. Ma Jin sure didn't know why Lin Zhan did what he did, and it was none of her business. The vast majority of the time she kept silent. Anyway, as long as it was enough to get her brother out of the Sibei army properly. The knock on the door sounded softly, and Alida pushed the door open and walked in, exchanging a glance with Ma Jinsher and looking at Lin Zhan with a calm face before giving a military salute. "Sit down, no need to stand." Lin Zhan waved his hand, biting a cigarette but not lighting it, and asked directly, "What is Lee Chang'an doing in the logistics department?" Alida's heart skipped a beat, and on her face she calmly replied, "Healing wounds. Although I treated him, he healed a bit fast. I suspect he's a dual shifter. The smarter you are at concealing one secret while surrendering another possibility, the easier it is to be confused." Was Lin Zhan a smart person? Of course he was. That's why he wouldn't doubt Alida's authenticity. If Alida didn't say anything, he would think there was something wrong instead. He's got a bit of a secret in the first place. It's not unusual for him to hide an ability. Give him a test sometime. Don't let him think it's weird. Lin Zhan picked up the lighter, hesitated and put it down again, and sighed. The secret agents in the northern city have sent word that Lee Chang'an once had contact with Peacock of the New World Cult. The New World Cult, what they are scheming is not small. Now with the addition of the monster side, Lee Chang'an is standing in the middle of our 3 parties. Keep an eye on him more. You can sacrifice something if necessary. As long as you can extract useful information, it will be considered a great honor for you. As an attractive female shifter, Alida knew what she could sacrifice and couldn't help but be dumbfounded. What I sacrifice for useful information, might as well sacrifice more to get him on our side. Lin Zhan shook his head gravely. That's not enough. He's selfish and cold-blooded, and his methods are even more brutal. I even suspect that the care he has for his family and friends is feigned. Yesterday, Sungshul of the Suchong army summoned the spirits of those he had killed, and guess what? He killed those people again. Expressionless, about the same as chopping a watermelon. Those are even ghosts to us. He's the one who's even afraid of ghosts. Of course, if you can make him fall in love with you, that's the best. And since it's a big gamble, it's okay to have some hope. After thinking about it, Lin Jin didn't care about Alita's ugly face and continued. After clearing those monsters, Jin sure, you go walk to the North City and kill his mother. His heart isn't in the military, and although I don't know his reasons for joining, he will choose to retire once the war is over. By the time we return home and find our mother dead, and trace the clues back to Tongtian City, we'll be in for a treat. Alita's body was cold. If Ma Jinshi really killed Li Chang'an's mother, the three people present and Li Chang'an could be deadly enemies. The premise is that Li Chang'an can know the truth. However, Ma Jinshi only frowned slightly, quickly stretching his brows before nodding. Today Lin Jun could send her to kill Li Chang'an's mother, and tomorrow he could send someone else to kill Meiho. Put aside the rebel gods first, since we know that he is related to Peacock. I'm afraid that rebel gods is not that easy to find. Lin Jun sighed and lit a cigarette. There are things you just can't quit. After more than half an hour of conditioning, Li Chang'an finally had some changes. It turns out that friends need to be comforted when they are lost. There are also a lot of rules in the world, and some things are meant to be done by the rules. Of course, it's wrong to kill someone. But pretty girls coming to me for my cell phone number must be out to get me. The last item the four were powerless to change and chose to listen to it, and one day Li Chang'an would have to suffer the pain of love. You're not weak, that's important. It's right to clearly recognize your weak side, but you're too extreme. Strong Zhang added one last point. However, I'm just weak, at least I can't beat Ma Jinshi, and it's hard enough to beat Xiao Jiangjiang. Words hidden in his heart. Li Chang'an nodded, unable to bear to disappoint the captain's bitter words. Then I'll go exercise now. Li Chang'an got up and walked out of the tent. The four men behind him looked at each other. After a long time, Hu Chai sighed heavily. How much do you guys think Chang'an has heard? Listening is definitely listening in, but can it be memorized? Zhang Chong was helpless in 100 ways. Chang'an's state was very wrong. It is like a person who has completely closed his heart and acts according to his likes and dislikes, which sounds good as being spontaneous, but sounds bad as being humanly obliterated. Such people can live comfortably in the last days, but not necessarily for long. Standing as friends, they didn't feel that what Li Chang'an did was wrong. It was just that, after all, it didn't match the current world, whether it was legal or moral. Those who are too good cannot survive in this world, but those who do not have the distinction between good and evil cannot live long. Li Chang'an had no idea what his teammates were thinking as he indulged in his workout. As long as he worked out on the line of his body's tolerance limit 12 hours a day, he would be able to boost his strength by about 100 pounds. Such a rate of improvement was astonishing, with changes every single day, yet he was still a bit unsatisfied. Even if he persisted for a month, he wouldn't reach the limit of his physical body, and he initially estimated his limit to be above 12,000 kilograms. Wanting to raise his strength faster, his hope was still in that principal art, but wanting that principal art to rely on him was not enough. What needed to be relied on was one Anren. It doesn't feel very comfortable to rely on others. Shaking his head helplessly, Li Chang'an continued to squat deeply. Hey, kid over there, go get me a bottle of water. It should be talking about me, right? Li Chang'an paused and began to hesitate. The captain said there are rules for everything, just follow them, so I'll just ignore him. Chapter 93, Brush Up on Your Honor. After waiting for a few seconds, Li Chang'an sensed someone approaching from behind. What the captain said is useless, but it's kind of true. I can't kill anyone in the barracks, and he still has a chance to retaliate for punching him. Li Chang'an turned around and threw the 1,500-pound barbell in his hand to the ground, and the heavy barbell made a muffled sound. Punching power is not the same as the amount of weight that can be lifted. The muscular, fierce man who walked towards Li Chang'an with a bad face. The man's footsteps stalled, looked down at the barbell on the ground, and then looked at Li Chang'an. Anything? Li Chang'an didn't want to waste time and wanted to get rid of the other party early. Perhaps because he felt that Li Chang'an was nothing but a brute force. Perhaps because he was afraid of losing face. The muscular, fierce man still walked up. Didn't I just talk to you? Li Chang'an frowned. I heard you, but I don't want to talk to you. So direct? Mighty. Man was stunned, then a bit displeased. Which team of yours dares to talk to me like that? It has nothing to do with you. Want to fight? Li Chang'an took off his top and threw it aside. Then cut the crap. I have to continue working out after the fight. Looking at Li Chang'an's wing like broad back muscles, the fierce man swallowed his saliva. His eyes swept over those scars again, and there was timidity in his heart. Young people don't move and fight. If you want to exercise, exercise, and no one is stopping you. I have something else to do. I won't talk about it. Fierce. The man turned and walked away, expecting a new recruit, but stepped on a landmine, and you have to do it as soon as you open your mouth. It's totally out of order. Inexplicable. Li Chang'an shook his head and bent down to pick up the barbell, and was suddenly stunned, only to feel that the barbell was a little lighter. He was extremely sensitive to weight, sensitive enough to be sure that the barbell was indeed a little lighter, probably in the neighborhood of a few dozen pounds. 1,500 pounds less by a few dozen pounds wasn't much, but it meant that his strength was just breaking through, and the cause of the growth, battle spirit, because I intend to do it, my body stress response stimulates the advancement of power. It must be so. Li Chang'an was overjoyed. It was true that exercise was the slowest way to improve. Hey, don't go fight me. Li Chang'an rubbed his fists and walked towards the front. Muscle slam. The man shuddered, and his head quickened. What's wrong with you? I've given in and you still want to fight. Seeing that the muscle man is about to run away, Li Chang'an is not happy. The man is about to run away. Li Chang'an is not happy. Just now you want to pick a fight is you. Now you want to run is also you. Are you sick? Just as he was about to catch up, Li Chang'an stopped again. The scent of one Anren came from behind him. It was more important to accompany his friend than to fight. What's going on? Why are you scaring people like that? When Anren crowed, the big man in front of him was running fast enough. Li Chang'an shook his head. He's the one who came to pick a fight. I said I'd fight him and he'd run away. I don't know what he's thinking. Looking at Li Chang'an, who was wearing bare shoulders, when Anren probably understood something and laughed helplessly. Don't be a bully. You'll have your share of fights later. Li Chang'an's eyes lit up. Another person from Sioux City? When Anren nearly choked and cried. Not humans. I'm the one who doesn't want you to go after humans. It's monsters you have to fight. There have been quite a few times that they have already tried each other out before, but there have actually only been 2 beast tides that exceeded the number of 100,000. I mean in 3 years. But now I'm afraid that the decisive battle is coming, and what human power can be consumed is pretty much depleted, and what's left are the elites and the strongest. It's about the same on the monster side. The information reported up by the intelligence department has more than 400 red-ranked monsters, and 7 black-ranked ones excluding the winged tigers. Li Chang'an regained his composure and said gruffly, if the 7 feet are all on the same level as the winged tiger, we'd better run away first. We can't beat them. Not so much. The winged tiger is estimated to be infinitely close to the king level. There aren't many experts of this level in the entire world. When Anren pulled Li Chang'an to the side. The strongest person in the empire today is Marshal Li on the surface, but I learned that he is actually injured, so the actual strongest should still be Marshal Wang Jianjun. Both of them are king-level strength, true king level. There's about 8 king ranks on the monster side, but for some reason, 4 of them can't even make a move, so it's considered 4. The New World sect has grasped some sort of power from the original will that can rival the king level. They don't really have any king level experts, but there are 11 quasi-king levels, the most of any power. The king level can't make a move easily, and once it does, it will break the balance or the tacit understanding between the top powerhouses. It's still below the king level that really divides the winners and losers, and the quasi-king level is also included in this. Li Chang'an looked in the direction of the command center and whispered, Ma Jinshe is a quasi-king level. No. When Anren smiled slightly, she's at the top of the S rank, but she's different. She's the son of Heaven's destiny. The kind that belongs to the original's own daughter, and it's possible for an S rank to battle level the king's rank. Oh? Li Chang'an was puzzled. She and Meiho aren't biological siblings? What with what? When Anren bristled, it doesn't make sense to you. Not only do you have no common sense, you don't even understand jokes. Li Chang'an commiserated. Obviously, you're the one who said that Ma Jinsei is Hara's own daughter. When Anren sighed, unable to see Li Chang'an's aggrieved expression, he could only change the topic. Sea level to a level. The supernormal ability produces a qualitative change. The supernormal ability will go from use to fusion. For example, elemental mastery can make part of oneself elementalized. S rank to king rank is metamorphosis. The supernatural ability becomes instinctive, the self and the supernatural ability become one, and the flame controller can become a Vulcan-like existence. But the limit. Limit is that they need to understand where they're going, whether it's an infinite limit to raise the temperature or to evolve from extreme heat to extreme cold. Different people have different directions. Ma Jinsei hasn't gotten that far yet. Li Chang'an suddenly understood the difference between mythological lineages. For example, the mythological lineage Vulcan had already set the direction from the very beginning. They would easily break through to the king level as soon as they reached that critical mass of power. Seeing Li Chang'an reveal a look of understanding, when Anren was satisfied and continued, Ma Jinshe is too strong. So strong that she is unable to clarify her direction. But it's enough for now. If the winged tiger strikes, she'll go to fend it off, and the odds are 50-50. But now that I'm here, it's going to end differently. And with me, it's just an absolute must-win. Li Chang'an nodded. Then when will the duel open? Duel? When Anren was stunned. No, don't you want to ask why I'm a sure winner if I join? Shouldn't I be shocked that I'm so powerful? And you're totally not curious about my powers. Without a step to take. When Anren couldn't pull the face to brag about himself, and could only say stiffly, about 1 to 2 days. Li Chang'an continued to pursue. Then there will be no more battles after the duel. Will you still be able to scrape together enough merit? I need that body art badly. How much merit would I need if I were to get it together on my own? Opening his mouth, a sense of frustration rose in when Anren and waved his hand. You don't need to worry about that. I'll definitely get it for you with the physical arts. Just take care of yourself. I'm afraid I can't protect you when the beast tide comes. Don't die. Silently watching when Anren go away, Li Chang'an scratched his head. Why was Anren's back so depressed? No, he seems to have grown taller again. Chapter 94, The Road to Evolution. What exactly is the original will? Since it's a will, it should be invisible. Is it unintentional or intentional that you can get powers just by being gazed at by it? Everyone gets different powers, as well as stronger and weaker ones, so it should be intentional. Or else it's also based on luck. I've never had much luck. It's only been 30 years since the end of the world. But why doesn't anyone talk about it? It's as if everyone has forgotten that the end of the world ever happened. Treating existing life as normal, everyone mentions the end as if they were talking about long ago, and mentioning it before the end as if they were talking about another world. It's okay for others, but the captain and those of them who were born before the end of time are also like this. It doesn't make sense. Li Chang'an sighed and looked up at the pale blue sky. The sand pit underneath him was soft and cozy, with a bit of warmth from the sun. Whenever this happened, he felt that he was the only one left in the world, and what came flooding in was not loneliness, but relief. Forget it. Li Chang'an shook his head and stood up. Keep fighting. The 4 panting on the side were alarmed. Come again. Take a break. At least let me have a drink. Zhang Qiangliang barely managed to hold himself up. Just now the 4 of them surrounded Li Chang'an. Even though they used their supernatural abilities, they only fought to a draw. In the end, he took a hard slap from Li Chang'an and was able to smash his fist into Li Chang'an's jaw, and Li Chang'an fell down in the middle of the sand pit with a poof, and they had a moment to catch their breath. Li Chang'an surveyed his teammates. You guys aren't injured. A rest should be enough. It's not a life and death battle that improves little, so it's even more important to practice more against each other. Yesterday, after discovering that the outburst of battle intent could stimulate the evolution of the body, Li Chang'an simply gave up his workout and came to train his comrades instead. Perhaps it was because he had just broken through, and the enhancement brought by sparring was obvious, but it was still not as good as a life and death battle, and hovering on the edge of death was most beneficial to the evolution of the body. The only thing that can stimulate the body to grow desperately, from bones to cells, is the intense shock of death. Zhang Strong's body swelled after he turned on his powers. His strength and speed rose dramatically, but he could only manage to barely hold Li Chang'an back. The remaining 3 saw the opportunity to attack alternately, but were still put down one by Li Chang'an. Ma Hao did not have supernatural powers for the time being. Hu Chai's blink was successfully predicted by Li Chang'an every time, and Hakka's mental interference was also ineffective against Li Chang'an after his breakthrough to a rank. It was only when they truly faced Li Chang'an head on that they understood the kind of power that was different from the next person. No fancy fighting style, a simple punch or kick, and once you're in close proximity it's death. From start to finish, they didn't even see Li Chang'an use his supernatural abilities. Of course, they didn't know that Li Chang'an didn't have any supernatural abilities at all. It's not like you have to wear gloves to practice against your teammates. Don't say it. Sparring does have an improvement on the supernatural abilities. Hu Chai was still sitting on the ground and panting, only with a smile on his face. It's only been 1 day of sparring, and the time it takes me to activate my powers has already shrunk by roughly 0.1 seconds. Li Chang'an nodded. You used it too little and got into the habit of not consistently going to unleash your powers. You used it only after estimating the time. This slows down the speed of the ability to raise. Blink isn't a powerful ability, but I've seen people who can blink to anywhere. Instead of having to be where the eyes are watching, not to mention not being able to blink to where they can't land. Keep working out like this and you should be able to reach a rank soon. And before S rank it's still a good upgrade as long as you use your powers more. However, there wasn't much time left now. The duel was coming, and Li Chang'an only wished to let everyone improve a little more before the duel. Chang'an, when Anren leisurely walked over, how about sparring? How about a fight with me? Speaking of which, we haven't sparred yet. Li Chang'an laughed slightly. Good. It's true that I've never fought before. How are you going to practice? When Anren had 3 supernormal abilities, and even though he didn't know what the 3 supernormal abilities were, as the person whose authority was second only to Ma Jinshi's in the Special Warfare Department, when Anren's power could be imagined. To this day, Li Chang'an had never bothered to mention when Anren's powers. He had never been angry at his friend, so he didn't know that his mesmerization was anger. To put it another way, he's having a meltdown. Since you're going to keep this from me, just don't tell me for the rest of your life. Let's just use 10 to aggression. The second ability is not suitable for sparring, and the third ability is not convenient to use. When Anren shrugged, you're all close up anyway. Crouching grass, 3 alien energy. Zhang strong 4 people dumbfounded, no matter what alien energy, the amount is flow batch. The 4 of them retreated to the side, leaving room for Li Chang'an and one Anren. Li Chang'an frowned. He was a little upset. When Anren's words were like saying just use XXX, so as not to say I'm bullying you. Is it normal to say things like that between friends? Don't be distracted. When Anren violently rushed, a fist smashed to Li Chang'an eye socket, punches fierce and not see with the age in line with the youthfulness. Li Chang'an raised his elbow to the side of his face to prevent a graze, then bent sharply with the intention of delivering a hook. However, when Anren's fist changed, violently grabbed Li Chang'an's arm and yanked it in his direction, turned around and hooked onto Li Chang'an's foot, and with one force it was a perfect over-the-shoulder drop. Despite being in a down state, Li Chang'an didn't panic and clasped his hands to Anren's calves. But when Anren seemed to anticipate it and jumped back a step just in time to avoid it, the eating foursome looked dumbfounded. A photo op and Chang'an was dropped? Even though it didn't do much damage, it was the first time so far that he had seen Li Chang'an suffer a defeat, and it was after getting close. Li Chang'an climbed up. He certainly did not feel that when Anren was cheating or felt unfair. Psychic ability is equivalent to some people have long hands and some have long legs, individual advantages. Jealousy of an individual's superiority is the stupidest behavior. What he was pondering was how to fight. For the first time, he had encountered someone like Wen Anren, who was able to predict the direction of approaching danger in advance. Again, Li Chang'an charged ahead, punching like a cannon. Unsurprisingly, Wen Anren bent down first to avoid it, and without waiting for Li Chang'an to raise his knee, Wen Anren bent down and clasped his hands to Li Chang'an's knee. Li Chang'an stopped his fist and leaned back, his body straight as a seesaw, his body falling back with both feet together, his toes bumping straight into Wen Anren's jaw. There was also this trick. When Anren was stunned, he foresaw the danger but didn't realize that Li Chang'an had a lot of tricks up his sleeve. At least he hadn't seen this move in the technical training he received at the military headquarters. Having suffered the loss of experience at the moment, Wen Anren avoided a bit of a mess. Li Chang'an was in hot pursuit, not giving Wen Anren time to react. His left hand was propped up on the ground, and while he was still in mid-air, he had already chopped down with a foot. When Anren tumbled more than this foot fall sand pit blasted, dusty Chinese Anren frowned, just got up and then hastily moved sideways. A fist passed through where he had just stood, followed by an arm like a sword cutting across. Li Chang'an's offense was continuous, not giving Wen Anren a chance to catch his breath. Tend to good fortune and avoid bad fortune. Was able to see the routes of good fortune and bad fortune. However, right now, Wen Anren's face was full of bad fortune. The evasive routes were all about to be sealed. Knowing that Li Chang'an had no killing intent, Wen Anren was also in a cold sweat. What was in front of him was not a great evil, as he still had 2 more supernormal abilities that he had not used. Tend to good fortune and avoid bad fortune wouldn't exclude his own 2 supernatural abilities, but the bad fortune in front of him now meant that even if he used the other 2 supernatural abilities, there was a not-so-small probability that he would still die. When did Shangan become so strong? Or have I made a mistake in recognizing him? Alarm bells suddenly rang, and the beast tide appeared in silhouette. Chapter 95 looks like you. All of the armored lines outside of the city were withdrawn, and the buildings were simply left there except for supplies and personnel equipment, many of which had been destroyed in the last wave of beasts, and some of which were still there. At the end of the duel, the humans, if victorious, will restart the cloth defense line, and the third wall will be built from there. Just like what when Anrin had once said, top-tier powerhouses had a tacit understanding that existed, and even though they didn't know the reason, they wouldn't just strike out. With the top powerhouses not making a move, it's up to the people below to sort out the winners and losers. The monster side needs more humans to die for watering out that fruit and such, and also to cut down on the numbers in the clan and control the beasts' mouths. Also competing for habitat areas, I guess. Li Chang'an wasn't sure. His were all guesses, guessing that infinite possibilities from limited information, leaving the most likely in the end. Back then, the monsters also occupied a lot of land, and even fought their way inland at one point, and in the end, Marshal Wang and the others came out of nowhere and fought the monsters back from the inland to the sea. The vast majority of monsters are now able to live on land and water, and it's to the credit of the three marshals. I'm afraid that it was at that time that the top powerhouses of the two forces reached some kind of agreement that the monsters wouldn't invade the human world in a big way, yet they still had the qualifications to fight for the deer. The wave of invading beasts reached 170,000, and with the previous waves of beasts that were either big or small, the total number should be 400,000. While the total number of the Sibei city garrison was 40,000 Xenos plus a number of the rest of the producers. A difference of exactly 10 times is not so coincidental. The intelligence department had sent word that the beast tide had landed from the coast and was in the midst of assembling, with smaller forces spread out in all directions to encircle towards the northern part of the city. By then, the main beast tide that Sibei would need to face would be roughly 120,000, while the remaining 50,000 beast tides would make small-scale breakthroughs and harassment from the left and right flanks. I'm afraid that there is no lack of red level among them. After all, just the black level observed so far has reached 6, and not including the winged tiger. The squad received the order, and the geniuses of the Special Operations Department led the squad out of the city to intercept them. Each member of the Special Warfare Department led around 2 elite squads, while the number of small-scale beasts that needed to be fought against was around 100. With 2 squads plus 1 Special Operations, 11 against 10 times the number of monsters should be no problem, at least for command. Several people took their replacement weapons and left the city, waiting for the Special Warfare Department's Heavenly Pride who was in charge of leading the group. Strong Zhang changed into a nearly 2-meter-long chopper, which his strong body held just right after he turned on his powers. Li Chang'an was in the habit of abandoning his sword for physical combat, so he specially brought along 2 combat knives and wore a cut-resistant glove on his left hand, while his right hand still had the same half-finger glove. The other 3, Ma Hao and the usual is almost the same. Hu Chai's special ability, the weapon is rather less important according to the experience of the last battle. He specially wear a waste of grenades this time. When the time came to rush to the monsters and drop one, then blink to flee, it kind of confirmed their tactics. Only Haka was a real bird in the hand, with a 20mm anti-material sniper rifle over his shoulder, plus special armor-piercing bullets, and Meiho attached. If you encounter the Ripper again, it's not as bad as the previous bullet scrapes. The other squad arrived as well, sitting silent with no desire to speak. Strong Zhang tried to go up and climb up, but the other party didn't care. Not even communicating before battle, they're pretty confident in themselves. Haka bristled in displeasure. Li Chang'an shook his head instead. No, they exude a mournful aura, as if they think they're dead this time. That's why they don't bother to communicate with us. That's right, I've seen the elite squad quite a few times, and they're all pretty confident people, never like this. Strong Zhang also returned to the team. The look of the other squad gave him some bad vibes. Li Chang'an took over. We've just transferred to the elite squad, and we're not familiar with them, so I'm afraid they know more than we do. Maybe there's an inside story to this mission. We're a daredevil team, can't say for sure. Going out of the city to hunt small-scale beasts seems risky to me. Instead of hunting, it's more like they're planning to use us as bait to intercept the other party's experts when the time comes. By Li Chang'an's words, the faces of several people also sank. Li Chang'an's thoughts were on the pessimistic side, but it was not impossible for this to happen. They didn't qualify to be the bait, but the Special Warfare Department's Heavenly Pride did, and it was normal to add 10 supporting characters in order to make the play more genuine. As long as they could round up and kill a black level on the other side, the lives of 10 people really didn't count for anything. Little Red Riding Hood leapt down from the city wall, looked at the 4 people present, and faintly said, Let's go. She is the Fenrir who saved us before. Strong Zhang whispered, thinking that Li Chang'an hadn't seen the other party yet. It's Little Red Riding Hood, not Fenrir. Little Red Riding Hood turned back to him, all upset. Li Chang'an grinned and didn't reply. Both teams were downcast and worried about the future. And only Li Chang'an alone had a smile on his face, which seemed very strange. But no one bothered to care why he was laughing, and some even thought the boy was not in his right mind. The elite squad had also hammered their physical bodies, and their own physical fitness was good, so they had no problem running right after Little Red Riding Hood. Meiho and Haka were sitting on Chang's strong shoulders, and the two of them were probably the weakest at the moment. Even Huchai was quite a bit stronger. The wave of beasts had not yet approached Sibei, and the first batch of beasts appeared 15 or 16 kilometers outside the city, sweeping about nearly 100 at a glance. That Li Chang'an. Little Red Riding Hood pointed at Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an nodded. One for you and one for me. Whoa, you got it before I even said it. Little Red Riding Hood was a bit surprised. With two red level in the herd, she had no problem fighting two of them alone, but it certainly wasn't as quick as just killing one. The intention was for Li Chang'an to stall one. After all, he could stall a Ripper. He should have no problem stalling a red level. However, listening to Li Chang'an's tone, it was clear that he intended to kill that red rank. So arrogant. Never mind. It's good that he can do it. Little Red Riding Hood nodded and stepped into the air, staring at the huge parrot monster at the head of the beasts. Li Chang'an turned his head and said, I'll take care of that gorilla. You guys don't stray too far from me. Haka stops right here. Captain goes for the hold. Haka decapitates. Meiho and Huchai, you two take care of clearing the weak monsters on the captain's periphery. Those that are slightly more powerful and can't manage a single hit are all left to the captain, whose powers can hold up, and I'll be back to back you up once I've killed that ape. After saying this, Li Chang'an drew his sword and left. Yes, Captain. Haka grinned and started looking for a suitable place to set up his gun. Zhang Strong deflated helplessly. I'm being robbed of my power? Ma Hao jumped down from Zhang Strong's shoulder and shouldered the man portable rocket launcher. Not hesitating to pull the trigger, the missile rushed into the beasts. The battle opened under the roar of flames. Looking at the extra Huchai on his shoulder, Zhang Chang sighed. There was a time when their squad was still serious, but now it was everyone who jumped on his shoulder. Kill! With a stomp of his foot, Zhang Strong's body swelled as he grabbed the pig-faced monster charging at him and ripped it in half with both hands. Li Chang'an ran recklessly. A smile blossomed on his face, but his killing intent was sweeping away endlessly. The weak monsters were already shivering under his killing intent, and they had no power to resist at all. As for the ones who could still barely resist, couldn't last a single slash from him, and in less than a moment he was already standing in front of the gorilla. Roar! The gorilla let out a low roar and ran wildly on all 4 feet. Li Chang'an easily avoided it, but suddenly realized something and couldn't really help but laugh and shout, Captain! This ape looks like you. Strong Zhang, who was in the middle of the battle, stumbled on his feet and narrowly escaped being grabbed by the monster's sharp claws and roared without lifting his head. Off! Chapter 96. You're home. Just returning home, Li Yan frowned as her mother, Huang Xinglu, went through the photo albums again, one for each of the 2 children, the one belonging to her older brother, Li Chang'an. Yenner is back. Hearing the commotion behind her, Huang Xinglu turned her head, a smile piling up on her face. I've cooked soup for you. You can drink it later. It's been boiling for 6 hours. Don't even get me started. A trace of displeasure flashed in Lian's eyes as she waved her hand and said, No need. I'll eat with Yu Xian later. Mom, how have you considered what I told you last time? Yu Xian and I are getting married. We can't even have a new house. Closing the album, Huang Xinglu showed a difficult look. Yenner, you've taken back all the dowry money that Yu Xian and his family took, and I also took the money for the banquet. Mom really doesn't have much money left. Isn't Yu Xian's family not bad? You can't make our family pay for buying a house. In response to her mother's question, Li Yan was extremely displeased and raised her volume. Yu Xian is an A-class alien or a main combatant. How can he be made to pay for it? Don't you still have $300,000 in savings? And some jewelry. I'm already pregnant with Yu Xuan's child. You can't just tell me to get a fight at this point. Huang Xingliu's face changed again and finally laughed bitterly a few times. Those are reserved for your brother. You also know that he can't earn any money, and his supernormal abilities aren't powerful. In case I die someday, I can leave him a meal. At the mention of her brother, Li Yan was even more enraged and shouted angrily, Why are you still mentioning him? He is already a waste. Isn't it a waste to leave him? Besides, if I marry Yu Xian, wouldn't it be better to let Yu Xian mention him later? Why waste money on him? Most of your 300,000 is mine too, right? I disagree. Li Yan skimmed her head. Her face was like frost. Her brother was her shame. Just because she had this kind of brother, she had not been joked about this in the unit. There's nothing in there for you. Huang Shenglu lowered his head and sighed. Household is what I get paid for working for someone, and what you bring in each month you get back the second month. Your brother came back so little that he didn't spend the family's money, but he didn't leave much at home either, and those savings I had were left by your father. Your father and I have saved some money for your education and living, less than $1 million in total. All these years you've been studying and living, eating and using, and this time you got married and bought a house, using that deposit, and now there's only $300,000 left. And you're going to rob your brother? Li Yan opened her mouth and softened her tone. Mom, think about it in a different way. Brother is now worthless. He might not even be able to keep the money if you leave it to him. You also always scold him for being useless. He is indeed useless. The money might as well be given to me. Yu Xian is now an A rank, and in the future it might be an S rank. As long as Yu Xian takes care of taking care of him, it would be better than if you left money for him. Huang Shanglu hesitated, her eyes suddenly reddening. I scolded him because I was sorry for him. It's my heart that's weak. Your brother's powers aren't good, and his rank isn't high, but he hasn't done us any wrong. Being a parent can't cover for him, and it's hard for me to see him every time he comes back. And I hate God for being unfair to him, and I hate that I can't do anything to help him. For so many years, it was the first time Li Yan had heard her mother speak from her heart. And instead of scolding her brother, her mother was also scolding herself. It's guilt to the point of hysteria. But Huang Xinglu hadn't finished. The family casserole, you hate fat, so the lean is for you, and the fat and skin goes to your brother. You hated the vegetable bang, and from that time until now, whenever you ate at home, your brother never ate a leaf. After you awakened your psychic abilities, your brother simply dropped out of school and went out to work as soon as he heard that you would have to spend more money on your studies in the future. His psychic ability is so bad and so poor that he was bullied outside. His boss fired him on purpose without paying him for his work, and with no food and no place to live, he went to pick up garbage for a bite to eat, and continued to go looking for a job the next day. He hasn't taken much money from the family, but he hasn't spent any of your money either. Huang Shenglu, who had long been in tears, wiped her tears and forced a smile. Do you know that your brother has always been bullied at school? It's been like this since he was a kid. Li Yan blushed and shook her head. He was beaten up that year, and I went to his teacher at school only to have his teacher say, "You deserve to be beaten up if you don't have powers," and threatened me with expulsion if he went to school again looking for trouble. So I went home and yelled at your brother and hit him with my hands, and your brother hasn't spoken to me since that day. But I know he's constantly hiding in the bathroom rubbing it in. There's not a lot of good spots on his body, and those goddamned boys deliberately avoided hitting him in the face. Even for a brother like that, when he hears that his sister is being bullied, does he rush to your school without a second thought? Even after being beaten to a bloody head, he bit the kid who bullied you so hard that no one has bullied you since. That was also the only time I didn't scold him. I was the one who rubbed the medicine on him, and he didn't say a word, just giggled. The only time he resisted was for you. Li Yan stood up and turned her head, saying in a low voice, I'll think about the money. Mom, you think about it too. With that, he hurriedly pushed the door and left. The suppressed cries of his mother behind him had not stopped. After a long time, Huang Xinglu looked towards the door of his son's closed room. Son, where are you? Exchanging punches with the gorilla, Li Chang'an retreated more than 10 steps before stopping, shook off his somewhat numb fist and shouted angrily, Again! The gorilla rushed wildly and slapped his palm down. But there was no Li Chang'an's figure under his palm. He turned his head in a panic, and at some point, Li Chang'an had already leaped onto his shoulder. Taking a deep breath, Li Chang'an ruthlessly slammed his fist into the gorilla's eye socket, 2 tons of power bursting out in his fist, the pressure brought by the small fist shattering the gorilla's skull in one blow. But the gorilla was still not dead, and for its more than 4-meter frame, such injuries were not fatal. Without waiting for the gorilla to make a counterattack, Li Chang'an leaped up high, clasped his hands around his ankles, and landed heavily on the gorilla's heavenly cap with his knees as his feet. With a click, the gorilla's skull dented, its 7 orifices bleeding, and its brain exploding into a mushy, dying mass. It bested itself by lifting a hand and slapping it to the top of its head. Li Chang'an rolled over to avoid it and landed lightly on the ground. Watching the red-ranked monster fall to the ground with a thud, it had only been less than a minute since the battle started. He didn't even bring out his full strength. This gorilla could only be considered weak among the red levels, empty of brute strength. However, even the weakest of the red levels had given Li Chang'an a considerable boost, but there was some not-so-good news. In addition to strength and speed, there were several areas of the body that had improved resistance to blows, all of which were locations that had been struck during the fight just now. In other words, the condition for resistance to hit is to be hit. Sighing, Li Chang'an turned his head in the direction of Little Red Riding Hood. The battle over there is coming to an end. Chapter 97 Danger. A huge shadow about 30 meters tall towered over the earth, like a giant wolf standing up. The red-ranked strange bird was being held in the giant wolf's arms and sleeping soundly, like a baby in swaddling clothes lying peacefully in the giant wolf's arms, with a peaceful smile on its face. Even though the giant wolf was crunching and swallowing the strange bird's body in one bite, the strange bird didn't show any signs of wanting to wake up. The wolf grandmother from the black fairy tale? Li Chang'an muttered, stopping the monster running towards the captain with his hand. Black fairy tale's alien ability was invisible when it was unleashed, and Li Chang'an had not faced it directly, so he did not know what it would feel like. Attacks could be done in no other way than tangible and intangible. Little Red Riding Hood's psychic ability clearly belonged to the latter. Li Chang'an guessed that it should be the influence of spiritual power. But doesn't it seem like the giant wolf's shadow is an illusion, turning mental energy into a real presence? It's like fantasy embodiment. The battle sword was sheathed, and the giant snake that was burrowing out of the ground had its head severed by a single slash. Li Chang'an withdrew his sword into its sheath, and was distracted by two things, both thinking and fighting. The other squad had one muscle hardening and one earth elemental mastery, and the two became the high wall of the team, blocking all the monsters that came. At the back was a bow technique mastery and fire elemental mastery with powerful long-range point-blank kills and wide-range flame-blocking abilities. The last person is a rare auxiliary system, self-healing acceleration. It is said that a rank can increase one's self-healing speed by up to 50 times. Technically speaking, this squad had both offense and defense as well as assistance, and was quite a bit stronger than Li Chang'an's squad. But in reality, the results of the war are limited. Hundreds of monsters they had divided into 60 or so, but while many were now seriously injured, very few were dead. On the contrary, on Li Chang'an's side, excluding the 6 or 7 that were killed by Li Chang'an in passing, the 4 Zhongchangs alone had decapitated to double digits. It's not a matter of strength, but the other squad is somewhat negative slacking. Captain. Li Chang'an moved closer to the captain's side. Go over there and help. They're not quite right. I'll carry this side first. Zhang Strong was a bit hesitant. It's not good to carry this side either. Are you all right? Of course. Li Chang'an easily avoided the monster's pounce, adding a punch to break the monster's spine in the process. Seeing this, Strong Zhang no longer hesitated. His burly body rushed across like a tank, and with Hakka's support from the rear, Strong Zhang reached the other squad's side unhindered. Li Chang'an's fighting style was completely different from Strong Zhang's. His teammates were just assisting and he was the main attacker. Every time they struck they were either dead or wounded, and the monsters surrounding them decreased at a rate visible to the naked eye. When he was at C rank, Li Chang'an was comparable to chopping up grass when he killed monsters of the same rank, let alone crushing them on all fronts now. Li Chang'an's aura climbed higher and higher, getting stronger and stronger the more he fought, the blood in his body boiling, causing a white mist to linger on his body. His bones, which were already like steel, were also densifying at a very slow pace, and even when he sparred with the gorilla, he didn't cause any damage to his bones. Nowadays, what is strong on Li Chang'an is a white bone cast in iron. Zhang Strong went to the other side and didn't know what he said. In any case, the efficiency of the other squad's kills started to rise as well. The strange bird that had been soaring in the sky had been eaten down to nothing, and Little Red Riding Hood once again played the flute that had been used in the last wave of beasts. The flute that appeared. The monsters gathered at Little Red Riding Hood's feet bobbed their heads, and after a few moments suddenly pounced on their companions around them. Nearly fighting for their lives, the beasts were in complete disarray, and more than a dozen of them died tragically in a matter of moments. The pressure on Li Chang'an was greatly reduced, causing him to be a bit disgruntled. He couldn't get stronger without fighting, and he couldn't wait to fight until he was exhausted. But now the number of monsters had plummeted, with only 2 or 3 big cats left in a matter of minutes. No fun. Skimming his mouth, Li Chang'an arrowed forward, his leg like a whip, and blew out the head of a bear-type monster. And then lifted the leg fierce cleave down like a battle axe. Just rushed to the boar monster. Dodge is not as good as cleaved in the neck. The big head fell down on the spot. The break was rugged, but it did look like it had been cut down with a dull knife. Li Chang'an's hands, feet, arms and knees have been like killers. The monsters in front of them were all gone. Only the other squad's side was left with less than 20. Li Chang'an was unwilling to waste it and circled around to the back of the beasts to attack and kill them. The palm was like a knife slashing horizontally. Li Chang'an suddenly frowned and tilted his head as a sharp bone stomach passed through the side of his ear. The tail of the bone was silent and came from behind itself. Li Chang'an could neither see nor perceive it. Only in that instant, a big danger word vaguely shook in front of his eyes. When he saw the word dangerous, he dodged with his instincts, not realizing that he had really avoided the fatal blow. This was Enron's special ability? With a huge shock in his heart, Li Chang'an rushed forward and leapt behind the captain, taking advantage of the moment of safety to feel the difference in himself. During the time he spent with one Enron, Li Chang'an had already known the feeling of tend to good fortune and avoid bad fortune. When it was used, it was like different illusory trajectories appeared in front of his eyes. Each track is classified as lucky or bad according to its color, and there are shades of color depending on the degree of danger or good fortune. The word danger he saw looked like one Enron's powers, but it was still different. At least he didn't see any trajectory. Before going out to battle and blending in with the beasts, Li Chang'an gathered his concentration and a small word of danger once again appeared. Dodging according to the location where the word dangerous appeared, Li Chang'an was overjoyed. It wasn't an illusion, he really saw the word dangerous, and the next moment a mountain-piercing armor drilled out from the ground. If he had been slower to dodge, the sharp claws of the mountain-piercing armor would have cut through his thighs, and compared to the fatal crisis just now, it was indeed a small word of danger enough. He couldn't see the trajectory, though, and he couldn't see Cat. It's good enough to see the danger. What more do you need, Gi? Li Chang'an hated to slap himself. When did I start being picky? Only the danger was more like a danger perception that couldn't be controlled, and Li Chang'an couldn't bother relying on it. Similar perceptions he had before, his body's instincts reacting in the face of a great crisis. Now the equivalent is that danger perception is enhanced and becomes clearer. In an instant, the beasts were decimated and Li Chang'an paced to the captain's shoulder and began to fume. A rebel god can gain some of the abilities of an altered by killing an altered, but he didn't kill one Enron. If he said that it was an ability evolved from his body, it was also too similar to one Enron's, and he also happened to fight with one Enron before leaving the city. How in the world could there be such a coincidence? The acquisition of the supernatural ability must have something to do with one Enron, only it was not yet known exactly how it was done. Li Chang'an, good performance. Little Red Riding Hood fell from the sky, and without much ado, continued to rush to the west. Only this time it slowed down. After all, the battle had just ended and some of the people in the group hadn't recovered their strength yet. The words of praise didn't make Li Chang'an complacent. He was still fuming. If he figured out where this special ability came from, he might even be able to become more powerful. No one bothered Li Chang'an, and the two squads mingled together and started chatting. Chapter 98 Bones Cannot Be Broken. Li Chang'an is still trying. The enthusiasm and excitement that had begun was dissipating, and rather than gaining powers of his own, it was just his own sense of danger that was being enhanced. And passive, unmanipulatable. A battle with a gorilla, a beating boosts resistance. Cutting with one Enron, danger perception is strengthened. It's resistances he gets by fighting, not powers. The rebel god's special abilities gave him the qualifications to fight any exalted, and as long as he had built up enough resistance, the exalted's damage to him would just be minimal. Now I have the intention to try it, but out of everyone present, only that fire elemental control is the most suitable. You can't put your face in front of them and beg them to burn it. What if you're treated like you have a special fetish? Besides, it was fine to be treated as a special fetish, but it wouldn't be good if it got to Lin Zhen's ears. Li Chang'an could only hold back the restlessness in his heart. It wouldn't be too late to try again when he could encounter other beasts later. A brother said that a few squads are acting as decoys for this interception, and that there are strong and weak experts in the Special Warfare Department. Weakly paired with one or two elite squads, tempting the top of the monster side to strike, and then a few more masters hiding on our side, it's ambush against ambush. The captain of the other squad, muscle-hardening alien Wang Li, lowered his voice, as if he was worried about being heard by Little Red Riding Hood in front of him. We're definitely the bait, don't you guys realize that? Actually, both of our squads are pretty good, especially suitable for dragging down the opposing powerhouses. Wang Li especially looked at Li Chang'an one more time. I heard that he even once dragged down a black-level ripper. Strong Zhang shook his head. I don't think so. Not necessarily, ooh. Li Chang'an snapped back. The bait may be there, but it doesn't have to be us. Looking at Little Red Riding Hood in front of him, Li Chang'an continued. You guys would think so because you think her strength is on the weak side, right? You guys are probably mistaken. Her strength should be ranked in the top 5 in the Special Warfare Department. Even if she's a decoy, the other side won't choose us to fight. Having faced the Winged Tiger directly, Li Chang'an understood the terror of this fellow better than the vast majority. And he didn't think that the Winged Tiger would show mercy to humans. Therefore, Little Red Riding Hood, who had taken a blow from the Winged Tiger but had not died, was definitely not weak. Besides, the Winged Tiger was still technically a sneak attack, not a head-to-head battle, and Little Red Riding Hood and Nightmare's mission was to save the day. Are you sure? The tall woman in the back came forward. She was the Earth Elemental Mastery Empath, Louis, and the closest in size to Strong Zhang in the 2 squads. Zhang Chong strong 2 meters 4 or more tall, 220 kilograms or so weight, stand there like a brown bear. And since Ryuichi was also nearly 2 meters 3 or so tall, with a strong and athletic frame, it would be rude to hastily guess a woman's weight. To be more precise, the shortest person among the 2 squads was Ma Hao, who was about 1 meter 7, followed by Li Chang'an. After the end of the human body quality rose dramatically, and even the size has grown a lot, the world's hundreds of millions of people, the average height of men are more than 1 meter 84, and women also have 1 meter 8. If the squad took a half-body photo together, Li Chang'an could only appear above the shoulders. Glancing at Little Red Riding Hood once more, Li Chang'an nodded. Okay. I can kill the weaker ones in the red level alone, and I'll be able to hold back the stronger ones, and you guys will be in charge of spot kills. If we are passive with a fear of death, we will die faster. Wang Li's few people looked at each other. All of them were quite relieved, and Li Chang'an's performance just now was also seen by all of them. There were quite a few A ranks present and 4A ranks in Wang Li's squad, but to say that they were alone against the gorilla that had just been killed could be considered fanciful. That was why Li Chang'an's words could be convincing, and he had enough strength to represent eyesight beyond those present. Wang Li's squad didn't mince words after they were put at ease. Each introduced their powers and ranks, and the captains of the 2 sides even started discussing combat coordination. Bao Technique Mastery Chun Zhenglong. Fire Elemental Mastery Max. Self-Healing Acceleration Marjorie. The only female is Ryuichi. Strong Zhang had the intention to have Magritte cooperate with Chang'an, which was equivalent to bringing an exclusive nurse for Li Chang'an. But Li Chang'an shook his head slightly and refused, not only because Mager was the only C rank on the other side, but also because his self-healing speed didn't need to be accelerated. Really, by the time even he needed to speed up his self-healing, the squad would probably have been attenuated quite a bit. Are you done chatting? Little Red Riding Hood turned back to me, seemingly smiling. Prepare for battle when you're done chatting. I can't protect you guys with my weak strength. Several people looked at each other, embarrassed and speechless. They thought they had lowered their voices, but they didn't realize that the person in question could hear them clearly. It's too embarrassing to badmouth people behind their backs. Li Chang'an didn't have this kind of self-consciousness. He didn't say anything bad about Little Red Riding Hood. He said it in a nice way. 500 meters ahead of him, he could already see the black pressurized beasts. The number was still over 100, but there were quite a few powerful breaths. Little Red Riding Hood gulped softly. 2 red level and 1 black level. I'll pull the black level ones and you guys can distribute the rest. After saying that, he directly stepped into the air, and there was a red apple in his hand, which grew with the wind and instantly reached the size of a basketball. Little Red Riding Hood weighed the apple and slammed it down on the beast. A black shadow leaped up from the beasts, a giant lizard of 7 feet in length, with a thick, the long tail flicked out, bursting the apple in mid-air. Green poisonous mist filled the midair. Hiss! The giant lizard let out a low roar and flicked its tail as it rushed towards Little Red Riding Hood, while the rest of the beasts still rushed towards Li Chang'an and the others. Li Chang'an stood on Zhang Strong's shoulder to look out. A praying mantis, the other one I don't recognize, kind of like a turtle, and kind of like a catfish. That one will be called Catfish Turtle. Strong Zhang reminded the name was indeed a bit scribbled, but it was vivid. All right, Li Chang'an shrugged. Mantis seems a bit more dangerous. Leave it to me. Captain, you go stop Catfish. Turtle, the others focus on defense. One of the captain and I will counterattack after one of us is empty. Li Chang'an stomped his foot. and Zhang Chong immediately understood, grabbing Li Chang'an and throwing him towards the mantis monster with force. That! Wang Li hesitated. Aren't you the captain? Why is he the one talking? Get used to it. Strong Zhang sighed helplessly, slamming both fists against each other. His body rose nearly 5 meters in size, and he furiously ran towards the catfish turtle. Li Chang'an descended from the sky and landed more than 10 meters before the mantis. And as soon as he landed, alarm bells rang loudly in his heart, and the word dangerous lit up vaguely in front of his eyes. Hurriedly leaping back half a step, a knife foot slashed through his body, tearing through the flesh and blood of his chest, slashing through his ribs to bring up a toothsome sound of friction. So fast. Li Chang'an frowned as he looked at the mantis not far away. Not only did it move fast, it struck even faster. The attack range of the scythe foot was close to 4 meters, while the attack speed was close to that of a bullet, so if he hadn't been staring at it all the time, Li Chang'an was afraid that he wouldn't have been able to react in time. But, you can't break my bones. The battle spirit boiled over. Chapter 99 Black Fairy Tales. The blade foot came again. Li Chang'an no longer remembered how many dodges it was, maybe 50, maybe 60. In less than 2 short minutes, one person and one beast went straight from meeting to fighting to fire. Man versus beasts do not need to be prepared for battle. Once contacted, it is a matter of life and death, and there is no such thing as captivity or surrender. In the eyes of the monsters, Li Chang'an was difficult food. For Li Chang'an it was a millstone. He is the knife. Mantis belongs to the arthropods. The sicklefoot is extremely explosive, and with its own compound eyes, there is nearly no dead angle on the front. Compared to the gorilla just now, the praying mantis was more than a notch stronger. Li Chang'an was drenched in blood, and when he focused on attacking he failed to avoid the scythe foot attack many times. But this was exactly what Li Chang'an wanted. The damage he was taking was decreasing, not because the mantis was exhausted, but because the skin and flesh were becoming tougher. Resistance to sharps is on the rise. Rolling like a praying mantis under the belly, Li Chang'an and pointed upwards to stab, out tough as cowhide, but inside is extremely soft, and cannot be pierced by fingers alone. Turning back and twisting his waist, he swiped his leg at the mantis mid-foot, and this time, the mantis let out a howl of pain, and a large dent was visible to the naked eye on his mid-foot. The weakness was too obvious. Li Chang'an skimmed his lips and suddenly lost his motivation. The size difference became the mantis' fatal point instead. Hiding himself underneath the mantis's stomach, the massive body of the mantis couldn't attack below, with the intention of drilling out and then facing off head-on. But after looking at the distant captain who was powerfully carrying another red level, Li Chang'an still sighed and drew his sword. Blood rolled out from his arm and the back of his hand in his palm, and in moments it covered the battle sword, which was red and burning hot. Swinging the sword, the battle knife cut off the mantis mid-foot like tofu before the mantis could dodge. The war blade lifted up again, easily slicing open the mantis's abdomen. Li Chang'an took a quick step to avoid the entrails that fell out. The mantis howled in pain and fell to his knees. Li Chang'an climbed onto the mantis back in the process and severed his head with a single slash. Before the feeling of dizziness came to his brain, Li Chang'an withdrew the blood attached to the blade. But despite this, he still felt a wave of weakness within his body. Pulling out a few military food pills from his pocket and throwing them into his mouth, Li Chang'an took a deep breath as his physical strength quickly returned. The battle ended in 2.5 minutes, during which Li Chang'an incidentally decimated some ordinary monsters to relieve some pressure on the rear. "Captain!" Li Chang'an let out a yell as he rushed towards where Strong Zhang was. Zhang Chong understood and turned his back towards Li Chang'an, right between the catfish turtle and Li Chang'an. His tall stature was enough to obscure the catfish turtle's vision. Even though Li Chang'an's yell had put the catfish turtle on the defensive, its simple brain didn't think about when Li Chang'an would show up. Li Chang'an was like a ghost, noiselessly circling around from behind Strong Zhang, and as soon as he appeared, he raised his sword and chopped. The battle knife nearly came off. The catfish turtle's epidermis was covered with slippery slime. Without the blood to add to it, the battle knife was unable to break through the catfish turtle's defense. No, even if you hit it with your fist, it will cut open. You need to change your weapon. Strong Zhang stepped forward to block Li Chang'an's body, blocking cat turtle's attack once again. Its shell bullets can't penetrate it, and Huchai just threw a grenade into it, and it turns out that the lining of the esophagus can't even be blown up by a grenade. Li Chang'an frowned and pointed at the catfish turtle's eyes. Without needing to say any more, Zhang Qiangliang already understood what Li Chang'an meant and nodded slightly. As the catfish turtle took a bite, Zhang Qiangliang shouted angrily and grabbed the upper and lower jaws of the catfish turtle, with both hands in a death grip. Taking advantage of this moment, Li Chang'an leapt high into the air and stabbed his battle knife at the catfish turtle's eyeball. Sensing the crisis, the catfish turtle couldn't break free from Zhang's strong hands and could only close its eyes. It wasn't a species that had failed to evolve, and its eyelids were, instead, some of the toughest spots on its body. Li Chang'an clenched his teeth. Some blood spilled out from his fingertips. It did not attach to all of the blade, but only to a point on the tip of the blade. In the heat of the moment, he discovered a new use for blood, one that was more labor and blood-saving. The tip of the blade touched the eyelids of the catfish turtle and stalled slightly. Li Chang'an gritted his teeth. The muscles on his arms rose and then tightened, all the strength in one point. Snort! The tip of the knife pierced through the eyelid straight into the eyeball, and the blood on the tip of the knife was consumed. Once the eyelids were pierced, the fragile eyeballs couldn't stop the sharpness of the battle knife, and the catfish turtle shook his head in pain. Li Chang'an held the war knife in a death grip and twisted the hilt as hard as he could, and the war knife tumbled among the catfish turtle's eye sockets, churning the eyeballs into mincemeat. When Li Chang'an pulled out the knife, all the blood and flesh flowed out of the eye socket, leaving a hollow eye socket. Hu Chai! With a yell from Strong Zhang, Hu Chai appeared above Cat Turtle's head, grasping the grenade with both hands with the bolt pulled out and throwing it into the eye socket. It looked as if he was worried that the grenade would fall out and was still planning to cover it. Li Chang'an was busy grabbing Hu Chai's foot and jumping off of the catfish turtle's forehead. He would have been almost unable to stand up as well. 2 explosions in a row, flames and smoke came out of the catfish's eye sockets as well as its head, and the top of its head suddenly rose and then dented as far as the eye could see. The top of the turtle's head suddenly rose and then dented. The power of the 2 grenades had not managed to blow the catfish turtle's head open, but it had shattered its brain. After a final feeble wail, the catfish turtle's body smashed into the earth. Zhang Strong breathed a sigh of relief, scooped up Hu Chai and wrapped him around his waist, and droned, "Cover us!" The teammates at the back aimed their firepower at this end for the time being, and Strong Zhang charged across the room to force his way through. Li Chang'an still sat on the captain's shoulder, guarding the rear sneak attack for the captain. The 3 of them returned to the rear line of defense without any danger, and Mager immediately went up to the 3 of them and threw self-healing acceleration on them. "I don't need it. Save some mental energy." Li Chang'an waved his hand. He was worried that he would also develop antibodies to the healing powers, so he didn't need to use it if he could. Looking at Li Chang'an's back, Mager's eyes were radiantly alive with light that was reverence. Powerful, selfless, cold and nonchalant. Simply the perfect man. An idol. If only I could be that powerful. Li Chang'an drew his second battle sword and charged into the beasts with one hand. Side-raiding monsters. Kill. Flying falling monsters. Kill. The monsters that burrow low. Kill. Any monster that wanted to break through died under Li Chang'an's sword, and he was like a war machine that would not get tired, wandering among the beasts and harvesting one life after another. If they weren't still in the middle of the battle, Wang Li and the others would simply want to stand on the sidelines and applaud. Li Chang'an's fighting style was not elegant, but it was extremely efficient, giving up the ornamental aspect and leaving behind only the most practical killing moves. Over 100 beasts, he alone killed 40% of them. And at this moment, Little Red Riding Hood's side was about to be split. 7 dwarves surrounded the giant lizard with axes in hand. The dwarves had bloodthirsty and numb grins on their faces as they landed axe after axe on the lizard's body. The giant lizard's body was strewn with wounds, blood flowed in rivers. Its huge body had been cut off an unknown amount of flesh and blood, but it could only roar with unwillingness. Its speed could not keep up with these dwarfs. There was also a black and white swallow in the sky that would occasionally drop down to take away the eyes, scales, and entrails of the giant lizard. The gargoyle also tries to swoop in and kill Red Riding Hood, but Red Riding Hood sits in the attic of a candy house, staring silently down from the window. The candy house is indestructible, and to destroy it you must defeat the old lady with the chainsaw outside the door. The old lady who is 4 feet tall. Sleep forever in the midst of a beautiful fairy tale. Chapter 100 Fighting Again. The battle had just ended, and Li Chang'an also put on a tired appearance and sat down to rest. He wasn't quite the same as the others. The thing that everyone consumed the most was their mental energy, even if they were a melee alien like Strong Zhang. Strengthening the body and restoring strength consumed the power of the spirit, so the stalemate fights were spiritually exhausting at the end of the day, and the spirit was the fuel for the supernatural powers. But what Li Chang'an consumed was physical strength. Self-healing consumed stamina, as did bursts of power, and what was attached to the warblade was also real blood, except that it was extremely thick after it had been concentrated. Wrapping the entire knife would take roughly 3,000 milliliters, or about 20% of his total blood volume. Normal humans could go into shock if they lost more than 20% of their blood. His physique was strong and his blood production was strong. 20% would make him weak but not affect his normal movements. And the remaining blood could be returned to his body, so long as it didn't exceed 30% at a time. It wasn't an excessive drain on him. But once the battle is over, it takes a lot of eating to regain strength. Everyone sat and rested to recover their spirits. Only he was gulping down dry food. Hungry. Strong Zhang handed over his share. It wasn't a secret that everyone knew that Chang'an had a large meal. Li Chang'an is not ambiguous. After receiving it, he stuffed it into his mouth. The water was just finished. Ma Hao handed over another pot. Mental power was everything to an alien, but physical strength was everything to Li Chang'an, or rather eating was, and unable to replenish his physical strength, Li Chang'an could starve himself to death. Before he finished eating, Li Chang'an suddenly frowned and looked into the distance. The black tide at the line between heaven and earth spread out. The earth is shaking. What's going on? Little Red Riding Hood put down her kettle and stood up. Li Chang'an also looked at Little Red Riding Hood. They, the elite squad, were not qualified, but the Special Warfare Department's Heaven's Pride had an exclusive perception-based psychic ability to take care of the contact. Communicating through supernatural abilities such as spirit sensing, the latest information was passed on to the Celestial Pride leading the battlefield. It was likewise no secret that the Ministry of War had an instrument that enhanced the range of perception, and even C-classes were able to extend their perception range to more than 10 kilometers. Yet now Red Riding Hood's reaction clearly meant that she hadn't been tipped off that the beasts that had appeared were out of the plan and shouldn't have been encountered by them in the first place. Was it an unexpected situation, or was it really used as bait? One black level. For red levels. Little Red Riding Hood frowned. Together with the previous 2 waves of beasts, it had already encompassed 1/10 of the Beast Tide's powerhouses. The 30-odd squads led by the Special Warfare Department were only supposed to deal with a maximum of 4 black levels and 60 red levels. Is the other side increased troops? At this moment, Little Red Riding Hood could not figure it out, but it could be fought but not retreated. Little Red Riding Hood turned her head, her tender face covered in seriousness. That black level is very strong. I might not be able to kill it right away, so a black level and a red level will be left to me. Then he pointed at Li Chang'an. Let the others carry the 2 red levels. You quickly kill 1 red level and then assist me. Wait until the red level decimates on my side. Then you can go back and help them. Li Chang'an shook his head. If I pester that black level, how many red levels can you decimate? Little Red Riding Hood raised an eyebrow, not questioning Li Chang'an, and asked instead, how long can you wrap your arms around it? 30 seconds to a minute shouldn't be a problem. Li Chang'an drew his sword and nodded towards Meiho behind him. Meiho didn't hesitate to crouch down to set up the mortar. For in a minute shouldn't be a problem, but your limit is 1 minute, so let's count it as 30 seconds. Little Red Riding Hood had just finished speaking when Li Chang'an had already charged forward. 2 red levels in 30 seconds. Kill them and come swap. The black level in the group of beasts was particularly notable, nearly 5 feet or 16 meters tall, shaped like a red-haired orangutan, walking on both feet, holding a cane as high as his body in his hand. Li Chang'an was like a mole cricket in front of it, but his aura was so strong that he didn't have half a bit of fear. Instead, he was battle-hardened. The oppressive force brought by the red-level monsters was no longer enough. Li Chang'an needed more pressure and a life-and-death crisis. He participated in the battle, but he did so to fight against strong enemies to promote his own evolution, and he grabbed the captain's command because he was worried that the captain wouldn't let him take the risk. In 2 fights, his strength alone had increased by thousands of kilograms, and his one-punch power had already reached the category of 7 kilograms. The shell exploded through the beasts, bringing up shards of flesh and blood, and a second shell followed. The red-haired gorilla raised one eyebrow, showing his displeasure as a human would, and swung his cane, hitting the still falling shells with precision. The shells flew backwards several meters and exploded in the air above the beasts, shrapnel splattering against the massive bodies of the orangutans. The effect was not much better than rain. Crap, this is okay. Meiho raised an eyebrow and stuffed the shells that had been strengthened with his powers into the mortar. The shells flew out again. Li Chang'an had to clear some of the monsters before contacting the beasts. Otherwise, he might be rounded up and killed if he got caught in the middle of the beasts. The shells that had been strengthened by Meiho would explode at the touch of a button and were incendiary. and the red-haired gorilla dared to swing at it with his cane, giving it even his hand to burn by then. Seeing the shells flying, the red-haired gorilla did not swing his cane again, but suddenly grabbed a rhinoceros beside him and threw it out with force. The shell crashed into the body of the rhinoceros and detonated directly, and the blazing white flames engulfed the rhinoceros in an instant. Not waiting for the rhinoceros to fall, the beasts on the ground will avoid to both sides, until the rhinoceros wailed and smashed down to the ground. The beasts have already vacated a vacuum area. None of the beasts were stuck by the flames. The crowd in the back could be sure they saw contempt in the red-haired ape's eyes. The intelligence is not lower than normal, but rather higher. Zhang Strong was terrified. I'm afraid we're in trouble. Don't worry about us. Assist Chang'an with all your might. The bow-wielding Chun Zhanglong and Haka both aimed their weapons at the red-haired orangutan, while Max built a fire wall in front of the beasts. Behind the wall of fire was a wall of earth built by Ryuichi, and when the fire-covered monsters rushed out of the wall of fire, they were blocked back again by the earth wall, forcing them to take more damage. Each squad has its own way of fighting. Little Red Riding Hood hovered and floated, not slowing down, closely following Li Chang'an's side. Send me over to its feet. Li Chang'an didn't say much. He believed that Little Red Riding Hood could understand. This young girl might actually be a veteran of 100 battles, and she never hesitates to act, so I'm afraid she'd be the perfect partner if she could be trusted. Sure enough, without Li Chang'an having to say much, Little Red Riding Hood already understood, and her left hand transformed into a huge wolf claw several meters long, grabbing Li Chang'an in her hand. Little Red Riding Hood rocketed upwards, instantly crossing half of the battlefield to reach the middle of the beasts, and Li Chang'an was thrown towards the red-haired orangutan by her like a cannonball. You, come. The red-haired orangutan's mouth let out words that sounded close to a human voice as it raised its hand and grabbed at Li Chang'an, who was shooting rapidly. Li Chang'an flipped his hands. Blood gushed out wrapped around the blade, and at the same time bit into the military food pill in his mouth. I'm coming. Chapter 101 Black Level Storming Li Chang'an. The red cloak fluttered to the ground, and the giant wolf of extermination appeared out of thin air, letting out a long howl to the sky. The giant wolf with a shoulder height of nearly 4 feet was no better than the red-haired orangutan, and the galloping red-ranked giant lion was trampled underfoot by the wolf's paw with a slap. Li Chang'an fell into the giant palm of the red-haired gorilla, flipped his blood-red battle knife with both hands, tore open a wound, and leaped out of the palm, not being held by the giant palm. Stepping on the wrist of the red-haired orangutan all the way wildly, the battle knife in his hand like a plow cut through, the red-haired orangutan was torn wounds on the blood and flesh scorched for a moment cannot heal. Even though he had already attached the battle blade with blood, Li Chang'an could still feel the toughness of the red-haired orangutan's outer skin, and the opponents he had encountered before were not in the same class as this orangutan at all. I'm afraid that only the Ripper could be compared. That was the strongest enemy Li Chang'an had ever met in his life, but now there was another one. The red-haired orangutan frowned slightly. The obtrusive little bug was trickier than it thought, given that it still had the power to fight back. But bugs are still bugs. Just as he was about to climb onto the red-haired orangutan's head, Li Chang'an suddenly rose up with a warning sign. Not from one place, but from all sides, without any hesitation. He directly rolled over and leaped down. Then he was slightly slower than an instant, the red-haired gorilla, all the hairs such as pinpricks erect. Li Chang'an and then slowed down a little bit less cannot be left all over the holes. In mid-air, he could already feel the strong wind coming at him, and the red-haired gorilla once again swung his cane and smashed it. Disproportionate to its massive size, the orangutan demonstrated its own swiftness time and time again. Li Chang'an had nowhere to use his strength to dodge. He could only fold his hands in front of his body to resist. He was worried that the battle sword would be broken. It was difficult to cause damage to such a huge-bodied monster with just his hands. The flesh and blood on his arm exploded the moment it came into contact with the cane, splattering and scattering the blood and flesh, revealing the grayish-black bone underneath, and the strongest of the bones cracked at that moment. Not only that, the huge force pressed in, the arm pressed into the chest, the power penetrated the body into the heart. Just one blow, Li Chang'an spat out blood and flew out backwards. The battle sword remained tightly gripped without disengaging, and Li Chang'an tumbled through the air and landed on the ground, both swords piercing through the ground but still sliding a few meters before coming to a stop. Once his figure stopped, Li Chang'an did not take a moment to catch his breath and rush towards the red-haired gorilla once again. The red-haired gorilla already had the intention of wanting to attack the giant wolf of extinction. Li Chang'an would never let him succeed. We agreed on 30 seconds. I'll only take more, not less. Don't underestimate me. With a hiss at the bottom of his heart, Li Chang'an swallowed the blood in his throat, and his battle knife slashed towards the red-haired orangutan's ankle. 10 seconds have passed. The battle sword broke through the epidermis, and Li Chang'an's arm was pierced with multiple small holes from the inverted red hairs. And the blood on the battle sword was close to being exhausted. Once there was no more blood attached to it, the sharpness was going to drop by more than one step. Li Chang'an retrieved his left-handed knife and unhooked 2 grenades from his waist. One pulled off the bolt and threw it into the red-haired gorilla's still unhealed wound, and the other one was in his mouth and turned around to escape. With the explosion on his leg, the red-haired gorilla grunted in pain and stumbled on his feet, no longer walking towards the giant wolf of extinction, Fenrir, and turned to glare angrily at Li Chang'an, who had switched his orientation on his feet. 13 seconds. Fenrir dodged the pure white bear's lunge and bent down to take a bite out of the giant lion's head, which she had subdued long ago but had never had the chance to kill until now. 15 seconds. Li Chang'an's warning signs had not been broken. The Ripper he encountered earlier was powerful but more like a child, lacking more than enough combat experience. But this old monkey did not lack. The body was huge but not bloated, and the swiftness of movement was already frightening enough. But what Li Chang'an could not have expected was that the cane in the red-haired ape's hand was really a weapon. The cane smashed down in the air. Li Chang'an leapt up with a big step to avoid it, but he didn't expect the cane to turn sharply in mid-air and smashed horizontally on his shoulder. Anticipation of danger can't even work before you take a hard hit. This is the pivot of the stick. A monster knows stick fighting who'd believe it if it got out. Now only Li Chang'an believed that the onlookers could not see it did not mean that he could not see it, because the cane was so big that it looked like a smash, but standing in the same volume it could be seen that it was a stick technique. Perhaps it was because the bones were too strong and recovery was extraordinarily time-consuming and laborious. Li Chang'an felt that his physical strength had dropped drastically and had no choice but to take 2 military food pills again. In less than 20 seconds so far, he had eaten 4 of them, 4 days' worth of meals for an average person. The physical exertion is horrendous. The powerful blood production was at its peak, but it didn't allow him to use the twin blades again. The blood once again attached itself to the blades, and the pain coming from his arms made him even more conscious. The cane came again. Li Chang'an gazed and bowed, and in a moment he shot up explosively. The cane just barely grazed his back, and he had already stabbed into the red-haired gorilla's knee like an arrow off the string. Stick work. I know how to do that. With a cold laugh, Li Chang'an stabbed into the bloody flesh on his knee and violently broke towards the side. One hand probed into the wound and grabbed the edges of the wound to hang on, followed by another stab. 2 consecutive cuts dissected the surface of the knee and the joint capsule, and Li Chang'an pulled off the grenade in his mouth and threw it in. At this moment, the red-haired orangutan was slapping his palm towards Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an simply let go and dropped down. His body curled up into a ball shape, and the giant palm slapped on his right shoulder, like a volleyball foul, and slapped him to the ground. Under the tremendous force, Li Chang'an landed on the ground and also bounced. Blood sprayed out of his mouth like no money. Unable to pursue again, the explosion and pain in his knee caused the red-haired orangutan to howl in pain as it fell to one knee. 25 seconds. White bear, black fox, and sheephead rabbit, the 3 red-ranked monsters that surrounded the giant wolf, were only decimated when the giant lion died, and were just barely able to hold their ground. The giant wolf bit down towards the sheep-headed rabbit, and as the sheep-headed rabbit dodged, the giant wolf suddenly tilted its head to bite the black fox that was planning to sneak attack in its mouth. With a force of sharp teeth, the black fox wailed and blood spilled into the air. 29 seconds. The giant wolf let out a low growl and charged towards the red-haired orangutan. And at this moment, the red-haired orangutan raised his cane high, but not just holding it with both hands, just holding the end of the cane with one hand. Swordsmanship, stabbing. Always calm. Li Chang'an also won a foul mouth, not Handan learning. The red-haired gorilla's grip on the sword looks like a long time immersed in martial arts. Did not learn a dozen years and 20 years to hold this momentum. The cane fell, and Li Chang'an rolled over and over, not caring about his image or his instrument. The warning signs that his heart was about to explode made him sure that it was more than just a thorn. As expected, the cane stabbed down. The tip of the cane was like a flower blooming, and in an instant the ground exploded with 5 puffs of smoke, the last one on Li Chang'an's abdomen. Visceral fragments mixed with blood gushed out from Li Chang'an's mouth. But he was not dead yet. After all, it was a staff, not a sword. The powerful force shocked his lungs and internal organs but did not directly cut him at the waist. Roar! The giant wolf finally arrived and lunged with its sharp claws, forcing the red-haired orangutan to leap back to avoid it. The giant wolf took advantage of this opening to glance down at Li Chang'an. The meaning in his eyes was probably, "Can you still fight?" "Don't worry." Li Chang'an stood up with a carp, staggering a bit but still rushing extremely fast towards the remaining 2 red levels. Without looking back, he shouted, "Be careful. This old monkey might have supernatural powers." Roar. The giant wolf let out a low growl, seeming to already know, instead feeling that Li Chang'an was alone. Hearing the contempt in the giant wolf's roar, Li Chang'an took the time to look at the combat watch in his hand. Black level monster number 31, mythological, Saru Kung. Chapter 102, Who Are the Brainless? The difference in strength and weakness between black levels was too great, and even though Li Chang'an had nearly doubled in strength, he was still no match for this red-haired orangutan. Only a few of the monsters can have powers, let alone the mythos line. The mythological system did not only refer to deities, but also referred to stories or characters that had been passed down by word of mouth for a long time, and Li Chang'an felt that compared to the word myth, it should be deification that was more apt. Sarukung was first published in Wuyu Chunqiu, the spring and autumn annals of Wuyu before the end of the last century, and it was said that Fan Li introduced a Yu woman to Go Wan, who asked about the art of swords and halberds. Yu Lu then told of meeting an old man on the road who called himself Lord Yuan and came to ask to see Yu Lu's swordsmanship, and Lord Saru used a bamboo branch as a sword. When the two fought, the end of the bamboo branch fell down. The Yu female caught the bamboo branch, and Yuan Gong flew up the tree to turn into a white ape and left. From then on to the ape gong, meaning sword mastery of the hermit, people passed it on from mouth to mouth, and poets for poetry scribes writing. Once a song is widely sung, it is considered apotheosis. Of course, there is a difference in the degree of apotheosis, which is what creates the internal grading of mythic powers. If the red-haired gorilla didn't have any special abilities, Li Chang'an could barely drag himself for 10 minutes against the red-haired gorilla. However, monsters with supernatural powers and monsters without supernatural powers are two different concepts. The physical strength of their own bodies is far higher than that of humans, and with the addition of supernatural powers and also mythological supernatural powers, grown man with a flintlock standing 3 meters away beating an 8-year-old. The metaphor wasn't always apt, but it felt about the same to Li Chang'an. When he was 7 or 8 years old, he was crouching by the side of the road watching his mother bargain with a vegetable vendor when a passing drunk kicked him over a meter away. The mood then was similar to the mood now. It wasn't so much that his stomach was full of anger, just more or less suffocated, even overshadowing the excitement of his body's evolution. The 4 red levels, the dead black fox with its cunning nature and the berserk giant lion, and the remaining sheepshead rabbit and white bear were relatively weak, which should have been deliberately done by Little Red Riding Hood. Li Chang'an was not really struggling to resist, but he was lacking a bit of strength to quickly decapitate. The red-haired gorilla's last strike had shattered some of his internal organs, and the recovery speed of internal organs was quite a bit slower than that of limbs. While dodging the attack, there was also blood gushing up from his throat, which was swallowed back hard by Li Chang'an. A mouth full of rusty taste in the throat. The military food pills thrown into his mouth could not be swallowed immediately either, and his jaw to esophagus trembled slightly. Nausea and regurgitation, severe pain and shivering, the negative state lingered for a moment. Chang'an's not in the right state. Hakka could see it clearly from the sniper scope. Zhang Chong tore a giant rat with his hand and shouted without looking back, "I'll go help Chang'an first. Cover me. It'll be a good fight after we decapitate a red level." Wang Li nodded without comment. The quality of the beasts rose, but the number was still around 100. With the first 2 trials and tribulations, they could still handle it. With his finger close to the trigger, Hakka took a deep breath as his powers blossomed to their limits. His powers qualitatively changed after advancing to a class. A cheetah monster that was planning to sneak attack Zhang Strong from the side suddenly shook its body, and the gleam in its eyes quickly faded, just standing lifeless. Hakka wiped his nose, a handful of sticky, thick nosebleed, and wore down his opponent's mental power through mental resonance. Once you lose your mental power, any life will die. But as much as you wear out, you will lose yourself. In other words, as long as the other person's mental power is in line with Hakka's, this is just a means of dying together. Zhang Qiangliang's tall stature, coupled with the fact that he had someone to cover him, he scurried to Li Chang'an's side after a few steps, and took a big step forward to block in front of Li Chang'an's body. The white bear happened to bite down, and Zhang Strong raised his hand to block it, allowing the white bear's sharp teeth to pierce into his arm, and with a low growl he fought to slam the white bear into the ground. "You hide behind me to recover and help me block the other monsters. Leave these 2 guys to me first." Zhang Strong was like an iron wall, blocking all the attacks rushing towards Li Chang'an. Back. Li Chang'an leaned against the captain and suddenly realized what it was like to be able to trust his back to him. No matter how terrified I had been, at least this moment was reassuring. With one breath at a time, Li Chang'an's body recovered rapidly. Monsters below the red level were no threat to him. On the other side, the giant wolf of extinction and the red-haired ape were fighting fiercely. The cane was like a sharp sword in the hands of the red-haired orangutan, pointing, pivoting, stabbing, avalanches, and retreating upward. It was hard to imagine whether the mastery of the sword technique was a function of the ape duke or the talent of the red-haired orangutan itself. Now from a distance, it probably looked like a human beating a dog with a stick, and the stick was swinging quite nicely. But the dogs aren't weak either. The power of the exterminating giant wolf was similar to that of Li Chang'an, with strength, speed, defense, and self-healing, all of which were far stronger than that of the red-haired orangutan. It looks like the red-haired orangutan is closer to a human, and the giant wolf of extermination is more of a monster. The people present didn't know much about Fenrir, and not everyone was going to familiarize themselves with the information that could be found in the Trial Institute. Fenrir, a giant wolf in mythology, so powerful and terrifying that the god of war took a Gleipnir magic chain to bind Fenrir, and sacrificed a hand to do so. At the twilight of the gods, Fenrir bites the god king and is later killed by the god king's son. So it's only going to be powerful? Li Chang'an didn't think so, but seeing that Little Red Riding Hood wasn't happy to use Fenrir to fight before, I'm afraid that Fenrir also has many restrictions. I'm afraid that Fenrir also has a lot of limitations. While regaining his strength, Li Chang'an had also decimated a number of incoming monsters. His internal organs were still somewhat fragile, but they no longer affected him. It's time to fight back. The captain is holding up hard, right? Li Chang'an smiled coldly and turned his head but was suddenly a bit puzzled. Monsters are mostly humongous and have a hard time understanding surrender and begging for life because of their low IQ. However, the red level and above all have a certain amount of intelligence, but it is still instinct that prevails, and once they fight they are willing to give up their lives. But now Strong Zhang fought the two red levels evenly. It wasn't that Li Chang'an was looking down on his captain, but Zhang Chang was new to a rank, and he could draw against two red ranks that were more than 3 or 4 times his own strength. Two red levels are saving their strength. Or maybe it's stalling Strong Zhang. Li Chang'an immediately replayed his fight with the two red levels in his mind. No, they want to leave us all behind. Li Chang'an suddenly roared, straddling Zhang Strong's shoulder and slashing at the white bear's neck. As he expected, the white bear did not explode in ferocity due to the pain, but instead stepped back a bit, and the sheep-headed rabbit immediately filled in to cover the position. The attitude of the monsters towards humans was to kill one for one, never laying out with the idea of destroying each other as a group, but now all the signs were proving it. They have a plan, I'm afraid, and even the red-headed gorilla is draining Fenrir's stamina by defending it. As the captains of the squad, Zhang Chang and Wang Li both understood the meaning of Li Chang'an's words at the first moment. If there was no preparation, who could say that the group would destroy their opponents? I'm afraid the two squads are now in the inning. Zhang Changliang flew forward and grabbed the horns of the sheep's head rabbit with both hands and flung them to the side, then shouted, Chang'an, retreat while fighting. It's too late. Li Chang'an's eyes widened. He had thought that he and Zhang Strong were the other party's breakthrough. After all, liberating the red-level combatants was more important, but he had overestimated the other party. A large figure had broken through the ground at some point, and darkness enveloped the small group in the rear. Chapter 103 Killing to Stop Killing. Wordlessly, the nearly 10-meter-tall beast burrowed out of the earth. Cam! Feeling the fishy odor dangling overhead, Meiho cursed, but his hand continued to slide the shell into the chamber. In the distance, Huchai was running wildly, his mouth wide open as if he was trying to yell run or something like that. Not far away, Haka severs, turning up the power of his powers to the max, but it seems to have little effect. The captain and Nagi were still further away, and it was hard to read the expressions. No one thought that the target of the monster side would be the last fireman. The low-level monsters on the battlefield were just expendable. To liberate the battle force should also be red level or above. The bloody mouth of the worm-like monster turned outward and swallowed Meiho in an instant. The next moment, the shell discharged, blossoming into a bloody firework amidst the bloody mouth. Ho ho ho! The monster wailed, twisting its massive body to fling debris from its mouth, as well as half of its mangled corpse. You! Strong Zhang instantly reddened his eyes and suddenly watched as a bloody shadow sword passed in front of him. Li Chang'an's face was like frosty killing aura, and blood once again attached to the blade. Give me death. Resisting the white bear's palm, Li Chang'an did not move at all. His sword swung down to break the white bear's palm, and he crashed into the white bear's belly like a cannonball. One cut open. The sharp horn of the sheep-headed rabbit took advantage of this to pierce through Li Chang'an's body, picking him up high. Li Chang'an held the horn in one hand to prevent the sheep-headed rabbit from throwing him off, and slashed at the sheep-headed rabbit's neck with a backhanded slash. The already small amount of blood on the blade depleted, and the war knife stuck in the bones of the neck. His body sank. Li Chang'an landed violently and twisted his body hard. The sharp angle tore the blood and flesh of his flank. He didn't care. He just clenched his fist and slammed it down. With a wail, the sheep-headed rabbit's skull was dented, not far from death. Die for me! Li Chang'an's eyes were crimson. His hands clasped the head of the sheep-headed rabbit. The muscles of his arms swelled to the limit. The capillaries exploded as much as they could, and blood instantly drenched his clothes. The large goat's head was ripped off hard, and Li Chang'an left the headless body behind and ran in Meiho's direction. Don't die! Thick blood gushed out once again, this time attaching to both of Li Chang'an's fists. The earthworm-like monster recovered and was about to attack Haka when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his skull and couldn't think fast enough before his skull exploded. Using his fist as a tip and his body as a gun, Li Chang'an pierced through the earthworm's head in one move, and his blood loss had exceeded 30% of his body. Haka, mental power coverage. Li Chang'an dropped a sentence, then pounced on Meiho without any hesitation. The sheep-headed rabbit was dead, the white bear was seriously injured, and the earthworm was dead, so he just had to focus on Meiho. The fruit was still in his pocket, and as long as he gave it to Meiho to eat, he might have a chance. However, the mental power overlay was able to shield some of the perception faculties, but it could not shield supernormal abilities such as clairvoyance, so as long as he pulled out the fruit, he was afraid that the first time he would be known by Lin Jun. Lin Jun was so sophisticated that he could immediately guess that he was the god rebel when the time came. Otherwise, how could the white tiger have handed over this kind of fruit? The previous trial was equivalent to seeing the results directly, and when the time came, Li Chang'an would have no place in the empire. No, he would have no place in the entire human world. The novice ordo will kill him, the empire will kill him, and the monster side will kill him. Save a life, sacrifice yourself. No saving. Nothing to lose, just teammates I've just met not too long ago, barely friends. Li Chang'an hesitated. Half of Ma Hao's body was less than a meter in front of him. The head was shattered in a small half, but more than half of his body was blown away. At this moment, he still hadn't broken, but in 10 seconds at the most, Meiho would die immediately. Meiho's eyes turned hard to look at Li Chang'an, and his lips opened for unnoticeable. Despite the lack of any sound, Li Chang'an could tell what Meiho was trying to say. Help! Take care of, sister. Grass. For the first time in his life, Li Chang'an exploded into foul language, took half a step forward, and touched his hand to his pocket. Whatever. Suddenly, the ground tumbled and erected for earthen walls, like a bunker wrapping Li Chang'an and Ma Hao inside, and the sight from outside was completely impenetrable. Ryuichi's earth element mastery. Wang Li looked at Lui in surprise. The monsters that burrowed out of the ground were originally my responsibility, Ryuichi said in a nonchalant manner, then turned his head and continued to face the enemy. Wang Li shrugged. We don't even know what happened today. The earthen wall shattered open, and Li Chang'an poked his head out and shouted anxiously, Mager, come and help. Without questioning the captain, Mager rushed into the earthen wall without hesitation, and then it closed again. Meiho's breathing had gradually faded weakly. His pupils were dilated, and bruises floated on the whites of his eyes. The tricky thing now was that Li Chang'an had no way to make Meiho eat the fruit, let alone eat it. Meiho couldn't even open his mouth, so Li Chang'an cut open Meiho's stomach and threw the fruit right in. Throw the alien energy. Hurry up, before the activity of his body dissipates. Li Chang'an roared. Mager didn't feel bad. Instead, he felt handsome. The look of a strong man worrying about his dear friend was handsome no matter how you looked at it. The supernatural energy was thrown at Meiho's stomach like it was no money, and the wound that had been cut open by Li Chang'an healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Li Chang'an wasn't satisfied yet, and with a clench of his teeth he isolated his wrist and let the blood fall low on the wound. He could be sure that his blood was unusual. Thick blood can be used as a weapon, but normal blood is full of life force. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to support his body's outbursts. Sure enough, Li Chang'an had gambled correctly. His blood not only allowed the healing to be completed instantly, and his stomach temporarily regained its activity, it actually began to digest. The peristalsis of the stomach can be felt through the lining of the stomach. A trace of life force dispersed from the stomach, and delicate flesh and blood began to appear out of thin air on Meiho's body, and bone growth could be seen on the broken bones. It really works. Li Chang'an was overjoyed but did not relax, until the blood in his body began to circulate. Meiho was not truly resurrected, and the lack of oxygen to the brain for too long will cause brain damage, and you may be an invalid even if you live. And Mager witnessed it all, so if Mager goes out and talks nonsense. Li Chang'an quietly gripped the hilt of the knife, carelessly stood up, turned his head but froze. Mager was wiping the bean-sized beads of sweat on his forehead, and the alien energy in his hand was still being thrown at Meiho's body. His face was white and his body was slightly trembling. He had obviously reached his limit. Originally only a C rank, the successive battles, coupled with the non-stop use of his powers now, Mager's mental power was close to being depleted. Take a rest first, Li Chang'an said softly. Mager shook his head. It's fine. It's good to be able to help. I'm afraid I'm dragging you guys down by myself and won't be able to do anything. No, it's already enough. Li Chang'an shook his head and forcefully pressed Mager to sit down. You rest for a while. Leave the outside to me. You should have reached your limit as well. Mager looked up at Li Chang'an, and in his eyes was an adoration that Li Chang'an could not understand. Li Chang'an smiled slightly. I have no limits. The earth wall broke open, and Li Chang'an was like a god of killing approaching the world. Chapter 104 Right and Wrong. Once the city of Luo in the western continent, half of the city is now home to a church. The main room of the church did not have an idol, but 13 massive chairs with high backs. In the center, on the main seat, sat a tall woman, wrapped in the black robes of the Pope and wearing half a crown. Jiang Shuibu stepped in from outside the church, each step incredibly solemn, slow but firm, until he reached the 13 seats. Kneeling down on one knee, Jiang Shuibu spoke, Your Holiness, the white tiger has opened the beast tide as promised. Rise, we are all children of the original. I am only the leader, not your superior. The Pope nodded and smiled a little. The beast tide opens and our cooperation with Linzhen ends here. Let Vishamitan and Nephthys go over there, and the beast tide ends to attack and kill Linzhen. Linzhen has more heart than the others. If you can't kill him, you have to make him leave Sibei. I don't feel at ease with him being too close to me. Standing up, Asuibu nodded in response. There was no denying that people like Linzhen, who were not in the upper echelons of humanity before the end of the world but suddenly leapt up, also belonged to the category of heaven's pride. Jiang Shuibu was just about to leave when the Pope suddenly spoke again. You have a friend who is also enlisted in the Serbian army, don't you? Jiang Shuibu didn't deny it and said bluntly, Yes, counting the days, it should have just reached a rank by now. Was it only C rank before? The Pope didn't hide his surprise and smiled slightly. The usual C ranks aren't qualified to receive your recognition. It's a time when the church is short of people, so if he's willing bring him here, it's just as well that you're traveling with Vishwamitan and the others. Jiang Shuibu frowned slightly. Dare I ask His Holiness? Why did you pick him? He didn't think that the Pope was speaking casually. In the eyes of everyone in the New World Church, His Holiness was no different from a god. Would he just point out an ordinary person? The Judgment Institute still lacks a commander-in-chief. The Pope closed his eyes and shook his head. You 12 have followed me for many years, but you're actually still a little less hostile. I saw him from afar when I was in Sibei City, all hostile, and the position of the Judgment Office is just the right place for him. And since 3 of you 12 have become living beings, the 3 missing positions will be filled, and I will baptize him so that his strength can keep up. How far is far? One is in a military barracks in Sibei, the other in an underground boxing ring. Jiang Shuibu was still a bit hesitant. Your Holiness, doesn't the position of the 12 archbishops have to be of the mythical lineage? He is not of the mythical lineage. It doesn't matter if it's a mythic department or not as long as you can slaughter a god. And if you slaughter a mythic, you can take that mythic's place. The Pope waved his hand. Go on. Jiang Shuibu said no more and left the great hall after slightly owing his head. Unlike mortals, the Pope Sama who could hear the voice of the original was different, and no one could guess what the Pope Sama was thinking. But since it could be beneficial to Chang'an, Jiang Shuibu wouldn't mind, and His Holiness the Pope's baptism was a baptism that exceeded the extent of the trial house. The battle draws to a close, the beasts slaughtered, leaving only Fenrir and the orangutan to fight. Li Chang'an also withdrew his sword and returned to the earthen wall to sit leaning against it. The remaining military food pills were all thrown into his mouth. All of his previously healed wounds had split open in the final explosive battle, and now his body was riddled with holes, with no shortage of cracks in even his hardest bones. As long as Manhwa could recover, he could care less about anything else. The rest of the group didn't take it easy though. Fenrir's fight wasn't over yet, and if Fenrir lost, no one would be able to fend off that red-haired gorilla. It was just 2 squads, and it wouldn't take long to kill them. Zhang Changliang walked over with a grave expression on his face, looked at the earthen wall, and winked towards Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an nodded slightly, signaling that there was no harm. At least Manhwa was already in the stage of recovery, and it would be good to wait next. Phew! Strong Zhang also breathed a sigh of relief and looked in the direction where Fenrir was fighting. Old Zhang. Wang Li waved his hand. Let's go up and help? Without waiting for Zhang Changliang to agree, Li Chang'an softly said, Don't go. You guys will drag down her rhythm if you go. If you want to help, Hakka and Chun Zhenglong assist remotely. Max throws a wall of fire at the back of that gorilla. Melee heads to don't go. In fact, Louis could also assist. Earth Elemental Mastery had the same ability to hold back. But Li Chang'an wanted her to focus on maintaining this side of the earth wall, so he deliberately skipped her. Unconsciously, Li Chang'an became the backbone of the 2 squads. Little Red Riding Hood was indeed powerful, but too high up for the squad. A leader but not a peer. And since Li Chang'an was equal to them in status and position, and his strength was prominent enough, what he said would be easier to convince people. Being too powerful would cause stratification, and Li Chang'an unintentionally blended right in instead. No one hesitated and all did what Li Chang'an said. Hakka set up his sniper rifle, aiming primarily above the orangutan's nose. Chun Zhenglong, on the other hand, was slightly closer, and all of his bows and arrows were directed towards the red-haired orangutan's knees, where the wounds blown out by Li Chang'an had not yet healed. The arrows are then attached to a bit of kerosene and other flammable materials. The ants bite the elephants to death. Li Chang'an once again entered the earth wall and switched Mager out, though Mager was a bit reluctant. After a short while, Zhang Changliang walked within the earthen wall, looked at Manhwa lying on the ground, and quietly sighed in relief. The half of Manhwa's body that had been shattered by the blast had recovered quite a bit, and he was able to make out most of the outline, and at this rate, he would be fully recovered in an hour or so at the most. Captain! Li Chang'an shouted, crouching down to write on the ground with his hand. Don't make a sound. You might be able to hear it outside. Zhang Changliang nodded and crouched down by Li Chang'an's side to watch him continue writing. The way I saved Manhwa can't be known. If it is known, I might die. Zhang Chang ran. Ma Hao had been blown up into that hellish state, and yet he was still able to recover. The method of salvation could definitely make everyone's eyes redden. Don't worry. We'll all keep our mouths shut. Looking at the captain's reply, Li Chang'an frowned and shook his head as he continued to write. I'm not worried about you guys, you're my friends. There's no way you'd betray me. But what about the other squad? They didn't see how I saved the day, but they know that I saved the dying Manhwa. Indeed, Zhang Chang also frowned in thought and wrote down a reply. I'll go talk to Wang Li later. Just have them pretend they don't know anything. No. Li Chang'an shook his head again. What if they lie to us? It would be a great credit to report this back. People are unreliable in the face of profit. Take advantage of the beast tide. Later on you pretend that you can't defend and retreat, so that the beast tide will surround you, and I'll hide in the middle of the beast tide and kill them. After you kill them, you guys leave immediately. I'm gonna face Fenrir. It's better to have a black-level monster to deal with Fenrir, so I can sneak in secretly. In an instant, Zhang Chang was chilled all over. Chapter 105. A good flag to set up. Looking at Li Chang'an calmly and freely saying that he was going to kill everyone in the other squad, Zhang Chang only felt a chill. Not just the body but the mind. Chang'an. They're comrades in arms. Comrades in arms who fought alongside you. Li Chang'an frowned at the line and hesitated for a moment before continuing to write. But they might betray me, and by the time I die I will be dead. Strong Zhang sighed. You also said it's possible, so why don't you go and try to believe someone else? Maybe they won't betray you and are more worthy of your trust. Li Chang'an was in a tangle. His reasoning made him want to kill Wang Li and the others, but Zhang Strong was trustworthy, and trustworthy people were stopping him. Should he trust man or reason? Without waiting for Li Chang'an to think about it, Zhang Chang stood up and said in a low voice, Listen to me, don't think about this for now. I will take care of it, and you absolutely must not make a move against them before that. If friends wouldn't snitch, then why don't you choose to turn them into friends? People have choices, but choices should go both ways. No will choose to die, you don't want to, they don't want to, so go ahead and turn them into friends instead of killing them. To this day, Zhang Chong has understood what part of Li Chang'an's lack of common sense stems from its empathy. It's hard to see empathy in Li Chang'an. He hasn't learned to put himself in other people's shoes, or maybe he has, but whatever it is, he treats it as evil first. It's not wrong, but it's not right either. There must be more good people than bad, otherwise the good people would have died out long ago. It's the single-mindedness of treating everyone as evil that limits the steps that Li Chang'an takes. Zhang Strong left inside the earth wall, but Li Chang'an was still thinking. He was not stupid. He could hear and understand what Zhang Strong was saying. Yet it was impossible to comprehend for a moment, and for him to be able to do so would be tantamount to overturning bits and pieces of his own life for the last 20 years or so. All the accumulated experience, the knowledge of human nature, has to be re-accumulated. It was a clash of worldviews and the desire of Zhang Chong, who wished to use his words and actions to destroy the thick castle that Li Chang'an had constructed, so that he could come out and see the world. "How's it going?" Wang Li greeted him. Zhang Changliang smiled faintly. "It's fine, he's recovering quite well. Chang'an is in there taking care of him. There's no problem in preserving a life." "That's good." Wang Li sighed in relief. Even if they were working together for the first time today, the camaraderie of comradeship for soldiers did not lie in the number of years they had known each other. Mager stood not far away. He was overexerted and was relaxing and resting at the moment. And the battle between Fenrir and the orangutan is coming to an end. The red-haired ape's powerful psychic ability brought with it superb sword skills, but unfortunately it wasn't a real sword after all. Ape Gong wasn't a sword god, wasn't a sword immortal. The separate strengths and weaknesses of the mythological lineage are too obvious. The cane was able to pierce Fenrir's hide, but could not bring about a fatal wound, and ordinary wounds would heal unharmed in a few breaths. If Li Chang'an was here, he would still be able to see how special Fenrir was. The so-called giant wolf of extinction, the existence that bit the God King in the twilight of the gods, each bite that fell not only acted on the opponent's flesh, but also deprived the opponent of their supernatural abilities. So far in the fight with Fenrir, the orangutan's body had hundreds of wounds of all sizes, and with them, the power of his powers was fading away. If the gods of mythology are creatures of great alien power, then Fenrir has the power to slaughter any god. It's also just having that power, it's not that simple to utilize it. "King, will, revenge." The red-haired gorilla roared with unwillingness, and on the verge of death, he erupted with his last strength, his cane breaking through the air and stabbing straight into Fenrir's skull. Haka's trigger pulled and the bullet ripped through the air and slammed into the orangutan's brow. Fenrir growled and fought hard against the blow of the cane, which sliced through her scalp to reveal a white, blood-stained skull. And Fenrir also bit off the throat of the red-haired gorilla at this moment, and then with one more push she bit off the neckbone together, and the whole head was flung to the side by her. "Ow!" Fenrir growled to the sky as the headless body in front of him hit the ground with a loud thud. The huge wolf's body quickly shrunk and finally resumed its appearance as Little Red Riding Hood. Falling from her mouth and picking up her red cloak, Little Red Riding Hood gently patted the dust and mud off of it. Putting it on and walking slowly, she was no longer imperious. The two squads finally relaxed and the big enemy was gone. "We can't stay long. In case there are more reinforcements, we may not be able to hold them off any longer." Little Red Riding Hood looked over to the fortress built with earthen walls just as she finished speaking. After a moment's hesitation, Little Red Riding Hood sat down. "Rest a little longer, and when you're rested leave immediately." Zhang Changliang looked at the earth wall at the back with a smile on his face, and his sight seemed to penetrate the wall to see Li Chang'an at the back. "You see, Chang'an, there is always goodwill." After more than 10 minutes, Li Chang'an smashed the earth wall and carried Meiho, whose body had finished recovering, out, nodding his head towards Little Red Riding Hood. Little Red Riding Hood nodded and stood up. "Depart." This time the speed of the march was slightly slowed down, as if they were deliberately taking care of Li Chang'an and Ma Hao. "Captain." Li Chang'an's face was tangled as he approached Strong Zhang. "Is it figured out?" Zhang's strong heart was happy, and when Xing asked, "What's wrong?" "Anything you have to say can be said." Li Chang'an sighed in relief. "Can you give me some of your army food pills? I finished mine." Stunned, Zhang Chong helplessly pulled out his own military food pills and handed them over. "You eat it? Have you finished all 7 days' worth?" Li Chang'an cocked his head. "I'm more easily hungry." "It's not easier, it's very easy to get hungry." Just now he had forced himself to endure it, but now he couldn't. The hunger made his muscles tremble under his skin. His internal organs were empty and weak, If he continued like this, he was afraid that he would be unable to make the journey. The physical exertion of the battle was fine, but the move of attaching the blade with blood was too consuming, and the powerful blood production was supported by the energy from eating. Drop half of the military food pills into your mouth and place the other half in the bag. The corner of Zhang Chang's eye, who glimpsed this scene, twitched more than once. Eating an adult's 3 days' worth in one bite. Next time you go on a mission, bring more military food pills. Li Chang'an was thinking of something else at the moment. Everyone else's stance seemed to have a name, no more than the name of their powers, but he didn't have powers or stances, and now the blood was even his stance. So should we name the stunt? You call that a stunt? Isn't that a bit silly? At the same time, Hu Chai, who was hanging on the flank, was frowning in thought. I think I'm about to break through? There was nothing to do in the battle just now other than throwing grenades, causing Hu Chai to rise with a sense of powerlessness. But if he broke through to a rank and his powers produced a qualitative change, perhaps his powers would no longer be weak. A great blink. Hu Chai grinned and looked over Chang'an's shoulder at Meiho. Old horse, you'll be the only one who isn't a list from now on. Of course Chang'an can't be counted. Unbeknownst to him, Meiho is undergoing a heavenly change. Chapter 106 Black Level Battle. Outside of the city, it was dark and the tide of beasts pushed in like a dark cloud. Unlike the raging of the past days, the beast tide this time was more like the dark clouds that coalesced before a storm, calm and depressing. 120,000 humans might not be a lot, but those were monstrous beasts with massive bodies, and the oppressive force on humans in terms of size difference was now exponentially greater. Since the founding of Sibei, this time was not the largest, but it had the most powerful people. In the midst of the tide of beasts stood a tall and powerful monkey at intervals, 3 feet tall, with a hairy face and thunderbolt mouth, and a fierce light in his eyes. In a pile of 100 meters, like a human squad, the monkey is the captain, and the captains are all above the red level. The number of monkeys alone is over 80. The number of red ranked had reached over 100, and that didn't even count the monsters that were running to the flanks. Even if the monster side was extremely fertile, a few years down the line would just be enough to fight this one. There was no need to even grade below the red level. It wasn't a level of existence at all. It was impossible for alien powers to exist below the red level, and with simple intelligence it was even more impossible for alien powers to exist, and a human C rank could be killed without much effort against it. Only by reaching the red level and going through a step known to humans as spirit opening is a monster considered to have a spirit, and the red level is the watershed. The walls of the city are solemn, but only where Lin Jun is a little more calm. He is all elegant, and in previous years he was known as a Confucian general. Even Ma Zhenshi couldn't figure out why Lin Jun treated Li Chang'an in an uncharacteristic manner. A conspiracy is called a conspiracy only when it is hidden, but Lin Jun was forced by a Yang conspiracy. For Ma Jinsei and others, it's probably the collapse of Lin Jin's persona. Where did that tiger go? Lin Jin took the binoculars and looked around curiously. Ma Zhenshi held his head slightly high and gazed with a frown. It's about 40 miles away, and it looks as if it doesn't intend to come over. It's not too ambitious. Look at the beast tide outside, isn't it becoming more and more like a human army? Lin Jin pointed at the beast tide outside. Ma Zhenshi nodded. The beast tides were once all disorganized, ferocious but without rules and regulations, and it wasn't difficult for humans to deal with them. However, the tide of beasts now has the momentum of the army. There is a small team distinction, and not according to the type but with a military model. Lin Jin continued. They have also been learning from the battles over the years, and without deploying their king-level combat power, they already have the qualifications to compete with humans. So this time we have to beat them up and make them know they are wrong, otherwise growing their confidence. That tiger could have more power of speech, I am afraid. It's best if you can cut it down here, confident? Ma Zhenshi smiled slightly and did not reply. Lin Jin also laughed at himself for asking a pointless question. The beast accelerated its push. The speed of its advance was so high that it seemed as if it could smell the scent of blood coming from miles away. The people under the walls were equally fist-pumping, and the most Lin Jun had done during his time in the northern part of the city was to transfer generals from place to place. But any intelligent creature could see that Lin Jun was transferring his inner circle into Sibei. But those weren't just inner circle, those were veterans of 100 battles. It's a bunch of militants. War. Lin Jun softly exited but spread halfway across the city. War. War! War! Shouts rang out from below the city. Some gripped the hilts of their swords. Others sheathed their rapiers. Just not a single hot weapon. Counting the time, it's almost time. Let all the ones from the Special Warfare Department come back. When they come back, they'll join the battle directly below. There's no time for them to rest. Lin Jun sneered. If they are celestial pride, all the more reason for them to be at the forefront of the defense line. With the artillery roaring from the walls, the battle broke out completely. The wave of beasts coming from 30 miles away could theoretically be cleared directly with nuclear weapons, but the strongest human nuclear weapons were useless in front of a number of black levels and some red levels. Nuclear weapons to clear out low-level monsters would only force the strongest to step in. For example, a king class might just enter the city and clear out the humans. The defense of the city will be a joke by then. The most conspicuous monkeys among the beasts were picked by Lin Jun's old subordinates. But despite this, nearly half of the monkeys were still without a great general's opponent, and were only pestered by the soldiers of the squad system. Numbers are ultimately where humans fall down. Even though the artillery extinguished thousands of monsters in the first round, it was still too little compared to the base of 120,000 people. However, the red class can't turn over the sky in this battle, and the vast majority of them still fall into the category of being able to be killed by hot weapons. A black eagle lizard leaped up from the tide of beasts, lifting its tail and sweeping it, and the human psychics beside it flew several people backwards. Black level 39 one-eyed hawk lizards. Who's going? Just as Lin Jun's words fell, a man stood out from the back, clenching his fists and grinning fiercely. Leave it to me. I'm the one who blinded that eye. Lin Jun smiled and gently waved his finger, and the burly man disappeared into thin air, replaced by a bewildered monster that was punched into flesh by Ma Jin before he could make a move. The burly man appeared out of thin air in front of the eagle lizard and shouted, "The Big Dipper descends!" A mighty silhouette between the unreal, tore open the space out, stepped into the strong man body. In an instant, the strong man's body soared to 6 feet high. A fist repelled the eagle lizard. In the west leapt up by Lu, her feet stepping on the void in a delicate manner, but she bit into the upper half of an alien's body with a bite that was ferocious and incomparable. The 28th white deer of the black class. Anyone from behind Lin Jun out of a person silent also do not need Lin Jun help. A step out to the white deer's back. The next moment people and white deer at the same time appeared 9 miles away. Smoke and dust filled the sky. The 26th blue-eyed green lion of the black class. Who's coming? Leave it to me. The 13th of the black class, the rainbow flying eagle. Watch me buy you guys some chicken wings. The 7th headhunting fly in the black class. Poe, who had just returned from another battlefield, smiled slightly. I'll do it. After saying that, he unfolded his light wings and left like a swift wind. Each black level was taken over by someone, and the barbarian god who was a step behind had a black face. He was surprised that he didn't get a share of one. The first black level winged tiger, near king level, with the ability Astral Image White Tiger. Who's coming? The barbarian god took a step forward, and before he could say anything he was thrown back inside the city walls by Ma Jin. What are you trying to do? Is this something you can fight? Ma Jin flashed a cold smile. I'll do it. Sonic booms rose, wild winds swept through, and Ma Jin was no longer in the same place. A white line outside the city broke through the tide of beasts, leaving behind heavy broken flesh and blood wherever it passed. The body of the winged tiger in the sky had just descended when it was punched back into the firmament. Roll back. All that could be heard in heaven and earth was Ma Jin's stern shout, and the clouds in the firmament rolled in. The silhouette of a man is like a dragon when the town is won. The crowd of Lichangin who were rushing towards the city looked on from afar. The number 1 person in the Special Warfare Department, the number 1 person in S-Class, Ma Jin. Wang Li stared, his eyes filled with envy. Little Red Riding Hood bristled and didn't say anything. Li Chang'an happened to catch a glimpse of it. So he opened his mouth and asked, "You're very unconvinced? Could it be that you can beat her?" "Off. I can't beat her, I can beat you." Little Red Riding Hood had a black face. "You could have beaten me in the first place." Li Chang'an was helpless. Women are inexplicable. Why are you yelling at me? Chapter 107, The Reappearance of Enemies. The command did have aliens in the command that were able to communicate with each other remotely, which was why Red Riding Hood was able to receive the order without taking out her cell phone. Moreover, there was no point in staying outside anymore. From the red-haired orangutan, Li Chang'an and the others encountered the beasts once again. But there was only one red level among the nearly 100 monsters. Li Chang'an couldn't make a move in time, and the red level monster was crushed into mud by Little Red Riding Hood. No combat experience whatsoever. Despite carrying Meiho on his back, Li Chang'an still had the heart to bathe in blood. There were still beasts roaming around outside the city, But the few that possessed black level or multiple red level combat power were wiped out, and the rest were not worth mentioning. Everyone would head to the front of the city wall to fight. Lin Jun had made up his mind to suppress the beast tide with a thunderous force, not giving the winged tiger any chance. It would be best to leave this tiger behind, but defeating and killing were two different concepts. The winged tiger was determined to escape, and Ma Jinshi wouldn't necessarily be able to leave it behind. Do we have to go up to the city wall as well? Li Chang'an was a little worried. It's the big white tiger that's the worry. Zhang Changliang nodded. The previous small-scale beast tide could be left off, but now it should be a showdown. Everyone has to go to battle. Okay. Li Chang'an was helpless. What if he was targeted by that white tiger again? I wonder if Ma Jinshi can kill it quickly. It was quite loud, but it didn't really do any damage. Li Chang'an was able to see that the winged tiger was not injured, but at best it was in a bit of a mess. Jinshi is worthy of its name. The more opponents there are, the stronger it gets. The more it fights, the stronger it gets. The more it is injured, the stronger it gets. In short, it is the son of destiny. But the strongest part of Jinshi was the ability to mimic her opponent's powers in battle. And even though it was only 80% as powerful, it was enough to make her stand undefeated. Against White Tiger, this ability just doesn't seem to do much. Astral Image White Tiger was an ability that only tiger-like creatures could possess, and even if Ma Jinshi imitated it to 80%, it was meaningless. The military orders were so strong that they still had to head for the city. Crossing back over the city wall, Li Chang'an planned to carry Meiho to the battlefield. Meiho was in the middle of his metamorphosis, and he didn't feel comfortable leaving Meiho in the logistics department. Under the repeated persuasion of Zhang Changliang, Li Chang'an had to be entangled in the logistics department to put Meiho, but also covered the quilt to wear a respirator. When he returned to the walls again, it was a hellish scene outside, a defense of flesh and blood forged 3 miles away. The human soldiers had kept the beast tied at 3 miles away, and none of them were able to break through this line of defense. This was Lin Jun's Iron Blood military order. In order to beat the monsters, to fear and cripple them, we must make them not see any hope of victory, and no matter how many lives we give, we must fight to crush them. Before going down to the city wall, Li Chang'an hesitated. He longed for battle, longed to become stronger, but the current situation did not allow him to go down to the battlefield. The winged tiger was in the air, and if he was able to take him away from the fight before, he could do the same this time, and he preferred to stay on the walls. However, Strong Zhang and the others are going down to the city wall. We all belong to the melee sequence, and regardless of whether it's the melee sequence or the long-range sequence, the members of the elite squad must be at the front line. Strong Zhang finished and grinned. The captain is here to protect you. Li Chang'an's eyes were a little strange, as if he was suddenly relieved, and he sat on the captain's shoulder. He didn't bother thinking about whether or not the captain could protect him, he just thought it sounded good. The white tiger had shrunk in size, and now it was only about 4 meters, not counting its tail, which was also its limit, and when it could shrink its body to under 4 meters, it would be considered to have stepped into the king level. Living up to the name of near king, just shrinking his body was not something anyone could do. Both Ma Jinshi and Ma Jinshi were streaking across the sky, and the speed of both the one man and the tiger broke the sound barrier. Ma Jinshi's fist fell and smashed into the white tiger's spine. The naked eye could see the void ripples scattering, and the blood and flesh on the white tiger's spine shook. Nearly 2 meters long and short tail swept across. A cut in the air seemed to crop Ma Jinshi's waist, but it was only a stump. The next moment, the white tiger's neck was hit hard, and his body flew backward hundreds of meters in the air. Ma Jinshi's figure emerged and frowned slightly. Even though she was currently the one who was suppressing the white tiger in the fight, she had already sort of used her powers. Astrological white tiger, but it has not yet appeared. Her power has to be based on the power of her opponents, and if the white tiger is only at her current level, then she will only be able to utilize her current strength. She had wanted to take advantage of this sound battle to break through to the king level, yet it seemed that she had been seen through by the white tiger, and without enough pressure she would not be able to transcend her current self. What's the point of winning? He stayed in the Sibei army because his brother was in Sibei, and enlisted in the army to go to war to become Lin Jun's hawk and dog, but also to make his brother's life better. How else could she have stooped to her level? She's a Ma Jinshi. The only way to transcend quite a few of the rules of today's world was to reach the king level or above, and become a true human being, and my brother would be able to stay at home and enjoy his happiness. Ma Jinshi flew across the sky. His body was more than just a figure, grabbing the white tiger's head, then rushed straight towards the ground, like a meteorite airborne. In an instant, Ma Jinshi landed on one knee, smashing out a tens of meters big pit, while the white tiger was smashed into the ground by her fiercely, shattering a small half of the mountain. Show your strength. Ma Jinchu's voice was as cold as a stern ghost, and with a fist slamming down, the huge head of the white tiger that had just gotten up was once again slammed into the ground. As a monster close to the king's level, you already possess no less than human sanity. So do you know what humiliation is? The white tiger slightly angled his head, his face with a smile. As a human, do you know about Han Xian? Forget it, you humans destroyed your ancestors, and all the things left behind by your ancestors were snowed under. Let me tell you, to make it simple, there was a man named Han Xian who was humiliated in ancient times, and he knew he'd be at a disadvantage if he fought hard. So he drilled under someone else's pants to save himself. Han Xian is not as good as me. If he can do it, so can I. What is humiliation? Dignity and face are worthless compared to great deeds. Ma Jinchu is not pleased and just slams his fist again. With a shock of his wings, the white tiger instantly flashed to a few meters away to avoid the punch, a smile in his eyes. You want to take the invincible path to break through the realm and become a king? I'm not going to let you do that. There aren't many as strong as you on Earth. I can't kill you, and I won't be an aid to you in breaking through the realm, and if I were to escape, you wouldn't be able to catch up with me. Wind from the tiger and clouds from the dragon. In terms of speed, you are far inferior to me. The truth, all of it, is rather exasperating because it's the truth. Ma Jinchu was very depressed and had nowhere to use all his strength. The same level of combat power, one side to avoid fighting and the advantage of speed, then inevitably cannot be divided into life and death. On the ground, Li Chang'an didn't move too far away from the captain, almost to the extent of back-to-back. Even if he didn't do his best, these monsters didn't pose any threat to him. I've broken through. Not far away, Hu Chai let out a high cry of delight, feeling the change in his body from the inside out. He will also step into the middle tier of the war chest. Before he could be happy for him, Strong Zhang shouted lowly, "Watch out!" A tiger twisted like a rope of flesh and blood noiselessly approached Hu Chai, its head splitting into a horrible mouth with layers of sharp teeth. Ripper. Chapter 108. The savage god disobeyed. The giant mouth closed and bit off a piece of the coat. Hu Chai stepped on Li Chang'an's head with a cold sweat on his head, and in the nick of time he unleashed his supernatural energy, which followed his heart and eventually landed on top of Li Chang'an's head. Not caring about the Hu Chai stepping on his head, Li Chang'an sprinted forward. Hidden in the shadows, the muscles and ligaments of his legs instantly tensed and released, like springs bursting ahead. Li Chang'an's figure had just surfaced in the eyes of the Ripper, when he felt a huge force coming from his jaws. His head involuntarily tilted upwards. The force was on the surface of the body but penetrated into the bones. Having already exchanged blows once, Li Chang'an would not be foolish enough to think that his evolved strength would be able to pierce through the surface of the Ripper's body, and thus used the so-called dark strength. A secondary burst the moment the fist touches the opponent. The force penetrates from the surface of the body into the Ripper before exploding with a loud bang. The Ripper wailed and flew backwards several meters, blood spilling from the spot where it was hit. Roar! The Ripper also recognized Li Chang'an in front of him, and the enemy lunged forward. A man and a tiger fought to a standstill. Quickly, the Ripper realized that something was wrong. After not seeing it for a few days, the kid who could only tangle with it at that time was now vaguely showing signs of being an even match with it. Li Chang'an played his stance to the extreme. His feet stepped on the 8 trigrams and walked 6 times, like flying swallows and colorful butterflies, weaving in and out of the Ripper's frenzied attacks. It could be extremely draining on physical strength, and having evolved to this point, he was able to affirm that he was not yet a match for the Ripper, and that there was still a considerable gap between the two. His strength was in skill and experience, so he was not at a disadvantage in a short tussle, and could vaguely overpower the Ripper, but he could not inflict fatal injuries and would eventually lose. No, the physical exertion is too great, there is no chance of winning. Li Chang'an frowned with the intention of retreating. It is not cost-effective to continue to fight. Besides, he was still far from his current physical limit, there was a long way to go, and he didn't have to worry about reprisals if he stayed in the city. As he was about to pull back from Ripper's lunge, a pair of large, strong hands came from behind Ripper's back, wrapping their arms around Ripper in an arching backbreaker. Chang'an, I'll hold back, you main attack. Strong Zhang arrived at the right time and rolled over to hold the Ripper's head, his arms tightening like iron locks. Yeah, whoops, I still have teammates. Li Chang'an hurriedly followed. With the captain in check, he no longer needed to expend too much of his physical energy in prancing and dodging, and his right arm began to build up momentum. The chi and blood surged like a tide. It was as if high mountains and rivers were rushing through his veins. Every cell of Li Chang'an's body was leaping, and the state of his body was left to him to adjust. An immersion will explode with unparalleled destructive power. The Ripper's head opened and closed, and the 3 human faces in it had already grown back, and the originally miserable human faces were now looking at Li Chang'an with as much anger as they could muster. You should die. Li Chang'an did not move, he just attacked with a punch that reached his head, and his head collapsed. Second shot. The fist pierced Ripper's skull. Ah! The Ripper let out a human-voiced wail. Several dangerous auras suddenly gathered around them, and Li Chang'an frowned as he pulled on the captain and backed away, joining up with Hu Chai, who was coming to help. The fact that the winged tiger had once saved the Ripper was enough to prove that the Ripper's identity was not simple, and it was feared that he was the heir of the winged tiger. And now, with the wail of the Ripper, there were actually quite a few red levels hiding among the beasts gathering towards this side in the surroundings, further revealing its extraordinary nature. There's a black level. Li Chang'an suddenly spoke. Can't fight it. It was surprising that there was still a black level hidden in the beasts when all black levels had shown their faces, and it had been hidden from the command's perception department. Maybe it was supposed to be a backhanded move by the winged tiger, just forced out when the Ripper was traumatized. The 3 who were planning to evacuate suddenly stopped in their tracks, and Li Chang'an queried, "What is this?" The body is fat, light gray fur is messy and thick, round head and round nose, fluffy ears, and strong sharp claws. It was a monster that Li Chang'an had never seen before, vicious with a touch of cute, a bit of an urge to go up and touch it. It should be a koala, but a 4-meter-tall koala has never been heard of. Zhang Chong frowned. He was born before the end of time. Koalas had still seen diagrams. It stands to reason that koalas aren't dangerous. They're not very intelligent, they're slow, and they're extremely weak in aggression. The only wildlife people know after the end of time are monsters. There aren't many species of tame animals left. Hu Chai held his short sword in his hand and said warily, "It's an unrecorded black level. It's dangerous. A black level that is not on the record means that it has never been seen before, with unknown strength, unknown powers, and unknown weaknesses. Including the Rippers, 2 black level, for red level surrounded them, and the monsters below red level automatically avoided them, their natural instincts making them feel the death crisis." Zhang Qiangliang looked at Li Chang'an. A little puzzled, Chang'an's eyes seemed to be glowing. Was it the desire for battle? However, Li Chang'an did not lose her head. 2 black levels were already beyond their squad's capacity. Unless they could get an S-ranked alien to help. "I'm coming!" With a loud shout, the barbarian god came from nowhere and raised his fist to smash the koala as soon as he showed up. The fist pierced through the residual shadow, and just as the barbarian god was about to turn around, he felt his body tighten, and the koala that had appeared behind him in an instant clutched him. After 2 hard smashes into the ground, koala casually tossed the barbarian god to the side. Zhang Strong had a dark face. "I think either my memory is faulty, or this one isn't a koala. Isn't the koala the dorky guy lying on a tree eating eucalyptus leaves? Grass. Anyone can bully me, right?" The barbarian god scurried out from the beasts with some inexplicable aggression in his voice. What a dominant and brash man he once was has now become. The barbarian god leaped back into the arena and roared through clenched teeth. "Li Chang, and help me block one of them. I'll kill this bear with my own hands. The grudge between you and me is written off, and I can forget about the matter of you injuring me in the first place. But you also injured me, and I was injured more severely." Li Chang'an skimmed his lips and reluctantly stretched out his hand. "Give me your military food pills." The barbarian god froze, unhappily removing his own army ration bag and throwing it over. "What time is it, and you still think about eating? Shoot these 2 guys, and I'll give you as much food as you want." At this moment, Zhang Chong wanted to advise the barbarian god not to talk big. But in the end, he held back. "On!" The barbarian god shouted lowly while utilizing the sound domain. Invisible sound waves struck towards the koala as he followed closely behind the ripples. "Captain, you guys hold back the Rippers. I'll deal with the 4 red levels." Li Chang'an also went with the wind. The red-class moray eel had just turned its head, and its misshapen head fell to the ground. Li Chang'an's sword was dyed crimson, like blood and fire. The pupils of the barbarian god who was clashing a punch with the koala shrank as a wave of resentment surged through his heart. What makes him so handsome? Chapter 109, 1,000 Years of Jinshi. For red-ranked, preemptive spike moray eels, remaining gray squirrels, red guardians, and mutant wasps. Li Chang'an's second target was the wasp because among the 3, both the red guardian and the wasp were poisonous, but the Red Guardian's poison favored corrosion, while the Wasp's poison would paralyze the nerves. Gray squirrels are swift and close in immediately after reacting, their big fluffy tails being not only a weapon but also the best fortification. Li Chang'an opens up with punches, but then struggles to build in front of Ui. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Wasp lunged down from mid-air, slightly bowing his body with his tail pin up, making a gesture to encircle Li Chang'an before stabbing his tail pin in. However, Li Chang'an waited for this moment as well. The gray squirrel's large tail swept in, and Li Chang'an raised his elbow to protect his head, allowing one tail to sweep him toward the Wasp, holding the hilt of his blade in his other hand. The Wasp opened its forelegs, seeing that Li Chang'an was about to be hugged solidly. The face is the knife light storm, such as the Z-type from bottom to top, first broke the tail needle and then split the Wasp mouthpiece. The sound of breaking air came from the side. The Shogun spat out its tongue and wrapped it around Li Chang'an's neck, and there was actually cooperation between the three monsters. Gray squirrels are on defense, wasps are on offense, and Shogun delivers a timely killing blow. Shogun tongue attached to the toxin, strangling at the same time corroded Li Chang'an's flesh and blood in an instant. White smoke rose. However, the speed of regeneration and corrosion of the speed of equal. The crimson blade swirled upwards with the flipping of Li Chang'an's wrist, and only the resilient tongue broke at the touch, with highly poisonous blood spewing out from the severed mouth. Li Chang'an moved his feet to avoid the highly poisonous blood, and in the process, he also avoided the nibbling of the gray squirrels. An arrow stepped towards the Guardian Palace. It was just over 7 seconds at this point. Only 2.5 of the red level remained, and half was a wasp, which was not dead but not far from it. The successive battles caused Li Chang'an's body to always be in the midst of evolution. Every moment his body was changing. Compared to when he left the city, he was more powerful and faster. What evolved the most was still his body's defense, and the slaps of the gray squirrel's large tail couldn't even leave half a scratch on his body. Just some numbness at the point of impact. The only problem was that he ate too much. In the hour or so since leaving the city, he had consumed over 15 military food pills. The Ripper was deadlocked by Zhang Chang, and as he watched his own kind being killed one by one, the Ripper was both anxious and angry. With a soft roar, the hundreds of eyes all over his body turned, and the 2 human arms on his shoulders became thick and slammed into his neck, becoming transparent at a speed visible to the naked eye. Immediately after the blood traveled through the arms, the 2 arms were like thick, large blood vessels still transporting blood. Strong Zhang, who was pestering the Ripper, suddenly had a bad feeling rising. Hearing Li Chang'an yell, "Duck!" behind him, Zhang Changliang didn't dare to hesitate and hastily lunged towards the edge. An invisible wind blade passed through the place where Strong Zhang had previously stood, and a monster in the back suffered an unmitigated disaster, being directly decapitated at the waist under the wind blade. "Captain, change!" Li Chang'an pulled out the battle sword that pierced through the Shogun's head, and without asking if the captain heard him, he held the sword. Raising his sword to block the sharp claws, stooping down to avoid the wind blade, sticking to the ground, like a wild dog showing its teeth with a sharp edge, his body rising like a dragon scroll, and his sword is a thunderclap. Li Chang'an only felt that at this moment. There was a breath in his chest that he couldn't exhale. He didn't know what it was. He just faced his heart straight on. "Kill me!" The winged tiger on the dome looked down and immediately showed shock. How can someone raise invincible potential at this strength? "At my command, surround and kill that celebrity." The next moment Ma Zhenshi blasted out a fist to shatter the clouds. A punch that struck hundreds of meters of vacuum, and the sound of the winged tiger was dispersed before the clouds fell. "I'm a bit jealous, but as long as I can make you upset, I feel good." Ma Jinsei raised the corners of his mouth. At the start of the battle, this tiger would only dodge, much to her displeasure. She had to borrow countless victories to raise the invincible momentum to break through to the king level, including the previous one person picked the Special Warfare Department. The momentum could not be weakened, as long as the defeat of one of her this life king level hopeless. Zhenshi would be a joke, but she was confident that she was invincible within her class. The winged tiger's face was displeased. He had already recognized the celebrity as the god rebel he had found, and judging by the situation, the god rebel should not have eaten the fruit yet. The bias is that it has not yet become a problem to eat the fruit. The god rebel was out of his control, and once the god rebel had cultivated invincibility, he would no longer rely on external objects, and would never eat the fruit at that time. Therein lies the confidence of the strong. Even weapons are only aids. What's more, Li Chang'an was covered in surging blood qi, while onlookers couldn't see anything. He knew that it was a sign of the evolution of a rebel god, and there were no more than 3 people in the entire world who knew about it. And it was even more unlikely that he would call out Li Chang'an's identity once Li Chang'an's identity was revealed. Lin Jun wouldn't be obsessing over what king level couldn't participate in the battle. How could it give up hope when it was right in front of it? You don't know what's good for you. Do you really think that I can't defeat you? The winged tiger flung its long tail, and at this moment, it moved with real fire. Ma Junshi sneered. The powerful aura that came upon her would not intimidate her, but rather excite her. Use you to forge my path to kingship. Going across the sky, the sound explosion cracked behind him, and Ma Junshi raised his fist. The shadow of a world unfolded on the sky, with strange peaks, picturesque rivers and mountains, and a flourishing world of living beings. And the next moment the sky suddenly dim. The dark night sky stars countless points of starbursts connected to form a ferocious white tiger. The evil tiger enters the world. Mountains and rivers in the millions. This river and mountain has my human race for 10,000 years. Ma Junshi was like a god or a devil. His small figure was now towering over the heavens. In this life-I'll town, a wail resounded in all directions. The sky sprinkled blood rain, and Ma Junshi threw down the white tiger feather that was torn from his hand. Li Chang'an tilted his head and glanced up, not as a distraction, but just an inexplicable emotion that prompted him. I want to be like her. Ah! The Ripper hissed in rage, all the eyes on his torso closing as much as they could as a wave of power surged out of his body. Crisis instincts began to warn. Li Chang'an should have avoided it, but there was an inexplicable emotion that made him not want to back down. Returning it is for life, and I'm not returning it. The earth crumbled, and the Ripper's body glowed gray, one step heavier than the next, as invisible winds wrapped around his body to remove the resistance. Li Chang'an threw out the battle sword in his hand. His body was close behind the battle sword. The oncoming sharp claws attacked and slapped his shoulder, while he merged his fingers like a sword to pierce the Ripper's throat. The sound battle finally became a fight, nearly exchanging lives for lives. Li Chang'an was torn between being injured and killing the enemy. Once again, the tiger's palms slapped, leaving inches and inches of cracks on the skull, while Li Chang'an also broke through the Ripper's epidermis and probed in with one hand to grab the Ripper's heart. The heart is not my weakness. At this moment, the Ripper spat out human words, its sharp claws piercing into Li Chang'an's chest and penetrating through his back. But the heart is your weakness. Blood spilled from his mouth, but Li Chang'an smiled incomparably. It's not like I'm trying to kill you. I am going to eat you. Withdrawing his hand, Li Chang'an grasped the huge heart in his hand and gnawed on it without hesitation. I can't town for a lifetime, but since I'm fighting, I must win. Winning every battle. That's the way I'm going to go. Chapter 110 Brothers Letter. Chang'an, when I heard that you have made a battle success in Sibei, I am heartily happy for you. You are slowly growing up. I remember the first time I met you, you were 6 months away from adulthood. Your eyes were full of distrust of the world, and at the time I thought it was just another cynical little guy. A little bit of getting to know you and realizing that life hasn't been fair to you and that you're justified in your resentment of the world. The first time you showed me trust, I decided to treasure that hard-earned trust, and that it was my duty to live up to your disappointment as I had grown older by a few years. You learn things quickly but are limited to martial arts and enemy techniques, and I used to worry that one day I'd leave and you hadn't yet learned how to get along with people. But now you've not only learned, you've done it better than I ever thought possible. You've given to your friends and fought for the unrelated. We've known each other for over 10 years, 10 years in which I've watched you grow and change day by day, and I forget when it was that the light came into your eyes. When I came to North City, I just wanted to escape, and it was fate that I met you, and it was the change in you that made me feel like I should face it. You've come from nothing and will have everything in the future, and I've come from nothing and have seen the world, so it's all the more important that I set an example for you. Life is long and short, and what has to be faced always has to be faced, whether by you or me. I should go to face what I should have faced a long time ago. I do not know when we will see each other again. I still feel a little relieved before leaving you. For you going to join the army in the north of Serbia is for the sake of thought and has nothing to do with the common people, but in the same way you are protecting people who have nothing to do with it. You may have saved untold numbers of people without even realizing it, but unfortunately you have yet to feel the satisfaction that comes with saving someone's life. Killing should be to save people is right, you kill too much, but it can't be blamed on you. The world is like this, people come from the darkness will feel the sunshine harsh. But you are not the same, you are alone in the darkness under your feet. Always refuse to look at the sunshine beside you. but you did not think that perhaps you originally belonged to the light. You're not like most people, the ones who have suffered through maybe didn't make it or maybe fell, and you still have a chance, and more importantly, you have the ability. The wind is born in the earth, and the rest of the green weeds are at the end of the earth. It is only by climbing up from the lowly to walk up to the high tower to look at the world that we can bring hope to those below the tower. Your family was being secretly watched by the military. Charles saw it just in time when he came looking for you, cleared out the secret watchers, and I arranged for someone to watch over the neighborhood. Enclosed with this letter is a hand rope, woven by my wife in her early years, which I have always carried with me, and which I now pass on to you. See the rope as you see me. Remember at all times to stop killing and anger, to restrain yourself, and you will become a better version of yourself, not just stronger. I don't approve of Jiang Shuibu's education of Xiao Wu, but unfortunately I've run out of time. She's the first person you've saved on your own initiative, and I want you to take her with you. And in redeeming her you will learn to grow. The Battle of Sibei is nearing its end. I should have waited for your return before saying goodbye, but if I don't leave now, I'm afraid you'll stop me again. It's been a blessing in my life to know you. My only regret is that I can't accompany you on your journey. You often say that you are doomed, but you forget that you are prosperous in martial arts, and that you are not a hero for shattering your own doom with martial arts, but you can live like a chivalrous man. Your older brother Lin Shernyen. Putting down his pen, Lin Feng looked out of the window, resumed with a helpless smile, folded the letter paper and put it into an envelope, handing it over to the boy at his side along with a hand rope. Do you remember those words you were asked to dictate? The little child nodded. All memorized in my heart, not daring to forget a single word. That's good, go. Lin Shernyen waved her hand. All of you go. Several figures outside the house followed the little boy and left together. The room was silent, and at some point Lin Feng's figure had disappeared. This day some people flooded a wooden boat out to sea. Countless monsters in the sea rolled, but no one dared to approach. Li Chang'an continuously elbowed and hardened the Ripper's sharp claws, but suddenly felt his heart empty, as if something bad was happening. While distracted, he was swept across the room by a tail sweep of the Ripper's chest. Zhang Chong leaped from the side and swept Li Chang'an back with one hand, wondering, "What's wrong? Look at you, you're not in a good mood. Weren't you fine just now?" "I don't know. It always feels like something is happening." Li Chang'an covered his chest, not because of the injuries from the Ripper's sweep, but because of an unspeakable feeling of emptiness in his heart. Slightly wretched, the barbarian god shouted, "Can you, kid? Can't you? Can't you just say it? I'll follow and withdraw. Don't get me killed. Are you unable to recruit?" Li Chang'an finished his speech and charged at the Ripper once again. Both one man and one tiger only had each other in their eyes. Fart. How could I possibly not be able to resist? The barbarian god couldn't speak with a red face. A bit overwhelming indeed. He had only entered the S-class for the first time, the power of his physical body had not yet been developed to its limit, and among the S-classes, apart from that monster Ma Jinsher, he had not yet seen anyone whose speed could exceed the speed of sound. On the contrary, this koala was already at the edge of the speed of sound, just short of a critical kick, and the biggest limitation of his sound domain was the speed of sound propagation. Li Chang'an once again killed the Ripper, his side-shoulder Iron Mountain leaning to shock back the Ripper, while roaring, "Do you have to use your mouth to use your supernatural ability? Dang. No." The barbarian god was startled, suddenly realizing that he had missed something. The sound is a ripple, a vibration. It is not speech. In just an instant, the originally crushed barbarian god presented a counterattack, and a single change made him an even match with the koala. He was also a heavenly pride. How could anyone who could kill their way out of the trial house be weak? But the powers have been around for less than 30 years, and there are a number of people who have powers that have no analogs at all, and everyone is fumbling their way through them. It was a path of the survival of the fittest in search of knowledge, and when the original had not yet harvested mankind, the so-called celestial pride merely possessed a higher starting point. There are opportunities for everyone. It wasn't as if there were no strong people among those who knew of the existence of the primordial, who wanted to transcend to above the primordial. You've reached your limit. Swift as the wind, Ripper swayed to avoid Li Chang'an's fist. Li Chang'an lazily ignored it, took out 2 military food pills and threw them into his mouth, and his newly weakened aura rose at a rate visible to the naked eye. The Ripper was horrified. "What did you eat?" "The secret elixir the humans say you took." "Food." Li Chang'an smothered his head and went on again. His heart had just been pierced by a sharp claw in the battle, Perhaps that was why he felt that the heart cavity was empty and uncomfortable. But at least he wasn't dead, and if he wasn't dead, he could recover, and so far in the tussle, his injuries at least didn't seem as heavy as the Ripper's. The Ripper had been disemboweled, and even the human face in his head had been shattered by one, and to be able to battle the black level up to this point, Lee Chang'an was enough to be proud of himself. But that was as far as it went. The Ripper's injuries were healing, his aura was climbing, and his already extremely fast speed was now strewn with residual shadows. Lee Chang'an couldn't fight anymore, and if his guess was correct, the Ripper had already displayed his second alien ability, a black-level monster with dual psychic abilities. If the Empire didn't hide the information, I'm afraid it would be the first time in the world. Chapter 111. Growing up means losing. Someone Ripper can't kill. The second psychic ability is similar to the Big Dipper's descent that appeared on the battlefield earlier, and its body gradually grows stronger as it fights, not knowing if it's temporary or permanent. All in all, compared to the battle that had just started, the Ripper had become nearly twice as powerful, and Lee Chang'an's strength was close to 10,000 pounds after eating the Ripper's heart. Yet he still didn't dare to touch it hard. In a real fight, the Ripper could lift his skull off. There was still a considerable gap between the bodies of humans and monsters, and the power that Lee Chang'an had desperately evolved to was innate to certain monsters. The world is inherently unfair. The monster's body strength is far stronger than that of humans, and humans possess an intelligence that is difficult for the monsters to match. Unfortunately, it's all a thing of the past. Both wisdom and power these two groups are possessing. Lee Chang'an, the barbarian god, shouted behind him. Lee Chang'an frowned. They understand what we say. Think about whether you can say it before you say it. Cam. The barbarian god let out a low curse, and then shouted a short while later. You're from Beijing, right? Can you understand the Beijing dialect? The barbarian god said a few more words. The northern city was now several provinces united together before the end of the day. He had learned Cantonese by chance, and now he could only hope that Lee Chang'an would be able to understand it. What the hell? Lee Chang'an answered back. The barbarian god was overjoyed. It seemed to be more or less understandable. Then, amidst the puzzled gazes of Zhang Chong and the others, the two of them talked for several sentences in a row. Hu Chai missed a blow and was nearly left behind by the Ripper, hastily blinking back to Zhang Strong's side, saying suspiciously, "What are they talking about? I don't know. I can't understand it either." Zhang Qiangliang shrugged his shoulders and stepped forward to help Lee Chang'an share the pressure. Why the sudden and inexplicable change of language? But the two monsters did look like they couldn't understand. Suddenly, Lee Chang'an couldn't dodge in time to be slapped by the Ripper's claw and flew out backwards again. Zhang Chong hurriedly followed up, intending to take down Lee Chang'an, when he watched Lee Chang'an, who was in mid-air, blink at him, and the tacit understanding he had over the past few days caused Zhang Chong to immediately make a judgment. With one hand wrapped around Lee Chang'an's waist, Zhang Chong twisted his body like a gyroscope spinning in a half-circle and violently flung himself in the direction of the barbarian god. The barbarian god, who was in the middle of a battle with the koala, felt the blistering wind behind him, grinned, and looped both his arms towards the koala. Koala instantly backed up half a length. Right at this moment, the barbarian god's open hands closed together and the two palms slapped together with force. There was a snap, an invisible ripple spreading, and this time the koala was too late to avoid it, her eyes bewildered for a momentary lapse of concentration. Lee Chang'an came from the sky with blood attached to his fist, like a titanic pressure. If you throw a punch, you have to go forward. When the koala came back to his senses, the savage god was already close to his body, and there was a crimson fist on top of his head zooming towards his face, so it was already too late to dodge. Hello! A low growl escaped the koala's mouth as the fist smashed its eye socket at the same time, collapsing half of its brain. The Ripper finally realized the two's calculations and intended to go forward to help when the koala let out a low roar, but Zhang Chong blocked in front of it regardless. Even though he had several bloody claw marks on his body in a matter of moments, Strong Zhang remained determined to stop the Ripper. After Lee Chang'an winked at him, he knew what Lee Chang'an was planning to do as a captain. He should have no choice but to defend his comrades from the rear attack. If I can live up to my promise, I can die. Glancing at his captain's miserable condition out of the corner of his eye, Lee Chang'an knew that the captain was no match for the Ripper, and was more than a little anxious. Kill! Lee Chang'an bellowed, a switch of killing intent and an urge to the barbarian god. The barbarian god was also suffocating as a dual alien. He could not use his undual mobility, and exchanged his power by jostling with his opponent, but the koala did not give him a chance to jostle him by virtue of his speed. And now the situation was suddenly turned upside down. With the addition of Li Chang'an and the first strike hitting the koala hard, in just a few seconds the savage god built another feat, poking out one of the koala's eyes at the cost of his thighs nearly being bitten off. Taking advantage of this time, Li Chang'an leaped onto the koala's shoulder and pointed his finger like the head of a gun. Zap guns. The tip of the gun pierced through the koala's neck, tearing through the flesh and blood, and the tip of the gun, that was attached to Li Chang'an's blood, easily touched the koala's neck bone. Stop him! With a falling voice, Li Chang'an fiercely grabbed the koala's collarbone, and all his chi power exploded in an instant. As the threat of death struck, the koala didn't care about the still entangled barbarian god, and swung its claws to grab Li Chang'an on its own shoulder. However, the barbarian god was already halfway in the way, unable to keep up with the speed, but the koala's movements had been predictable as a fool could make them. The barbarian god raised his arm and went with a punch that broke through the air. Whoosh-wong! Fists and claws colliding set off heavy waves of air. After Li Chang'an let out a low roar, blood light swung like an arrow, and a blood-stained and flesh-stained spine was added to his hand. The koala's unwilling eyes gradually grayed out, and there was no longer any figure of Li Chang'an in its eyes. Captain left! Li Chang'an's voice came from behind him, and without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Qiangliang took a step to the left. A spine broke like a sharp arrow until it pierced the Ripper's shoulder with a dull sonic boom. Holy! The barbarian god, who was still gasping for air, turned his head in disbelief at the sonic boom. Striking out with a sonic boom was a privilege of the near-king level. However, looking at Li Chang'an's bloodied right hand, the barbarian god relieved himself quite a bit more. It seemed to be a costly move. The price was certainly not small. Li Chang'an used his spine as a javelin in the nick of time. In exchange, his right arm was temporarily half-ruined, countless muscle fibers crumbled, blood vessels exploded, and his hard bones were covered with cracks. However, the effect was also significant. The spine pierced through the Ripper's shoulder, and with the piercing came the misshapen arm that had passed into the Ripper's shoulder. In an instant the Ripper's aura slipped crazily, just as Li Chang'an had guessed. The two arms on the Ripper's shoulders represented two different supernatural abilities. One was wind elemental mastery or gaseous mastery, and the other was an ability that was added to the body. Li Chang'an clearly bet right. Kill it while you can. Ignoring the injury to his right arm, Li Chang'an charged forward with his sword in his left hand. The light of the blade was as brilliant as fire, and in a single glance it broke through the face of the Ripper, and once again the human face in that bloody mouth let out a wail of pain. The barbarian god hurriedly followed, opening his mouth and bellowing as the Ripper retreated, and the sound domain unfolded. Coughing up blood in his throat, his voice nearly hoarse, the barbarian god was one voice after another. The soundscape swept away into a beam that penetrated the Ripper's skull straight to the brain. The Ripper's eyes froze, lost under the soundscape. Li Chang'an barely raised his right hand and gripped the hilt with both hands as he tried to stab through the Ripper's head. How dare you! There was a thunderous shout from the sky, and then a long white tail was seen falling from the sky, stabbing straight at Li Chang'an like a heavenly condemnation. Li Chang'an went unabated. He has been unable to stop. This strike spells all. Miss this opportunity, I'm afraid no longer have. Seeing that the long tail was about to pierce through Li Chang'an's head, out of thin air, a strong silhouette lunged forward and pushed hard on Li Chang'an's back. The warblade stabbed into the Ripper's skull, and the long tail punched through Chang's strong chest. The sky has fallen on Li Chang'an. Chapter 112. I don't deserve it. It's okay. It's fine, it's fine. It'll be fine. Li Chang'an crouched down and his battle knife slashed his wrist, pouring thick blood into the captain's mouth. Vitality surged through strong Zhang's body, only to quickly dissipate. The empty chest did not regenerate, and the edges of the wound were covered in scorched blackness. The blow from the winged tiger had completely cut off the possibility of strong Zhang's recovery. It's fine, Captain, you'll be fine. I'll take you back. Li Chang'an carried the captain on his back. His eyes were lifeless, and he only knew to run towards the city. There's still help. Hurry to the city. With all those healing aliens, there's always a way. Chang'an. It's too late. Leaning on Li Chang'an's shoulder, Zhang Qiangliang smiled faintly. His life force was draining away. His powerful body caused him to endure an extra period of near-death pain, but it also gave him time to finish what he hadn't said. Captain, don't say. No, you say. Don't fall asleep. Hold on a little longer. Blood spilled from the corner of Zhang Chang's raised mouth. It's okay. All people have a day to die. On the day of doom, my parents. Died. I grew up in an orphanage, muddled through my 20s and joined the army. Once I had captains and teammates. I was just a recruit too. But they died too. Ever since then, I've thought, never want to see my teammates die in front of me again. That's why they all call me Zhang-gun. Haha. This smile coughed up blood again, and blood dripped down Li Chang'an's shoulder. But curse me and laugh at me, no one in my squad has ever died. Li Chang'an didn't say a word. The city wall was right in front of him. The captain was still saved. I've been a failure all my life. Couldn't save my captain. And haven't done much good in my 10 years as a soldier. You're a good kid. I knew it from the first moment I saw. You're afraid of being hurt by others. How could such a person like you harm someone? But killing is wrong. Never become the person you hate the most. Negan, never go astray. There are plenty of good people in this world. If you don't meet one, become a good person yourself. It's a cold winter in northern Serbia. I've ordered thicker fall clothes for you. Remember to wear them. Remember to eat more. There's nothing more important than staying alive. Everyone actually, all live very hard. But they also work very hard. Li Chang'an nodded his head heavily. Fine, we're almost there. Captain, bear with us a little longer. Zhang Qiangliang seemed to have suddenly gained strength. Okay, I'll hold back a little longer. To live in hope. Long peace. Your name should be long life and peace. I was going to retire after this battle. And wanted to go home and open a breakfast store. The strong can go and protect the weak. But it's not your responsibility to become strong. It's okay to be protected. Weakness doesn't need to be inferior. The person being bullied hasn't done anything wrong. What's wrong is the person who bullies you. It's so tiring to be alive. I miss my mom and dad. I've almost forgotten what they look like. But now I miss them so much. Chang'an, you're very, very good kid. And both your parents, and us, would be very proud of you. As captain, I didn't bring you guys to be better. I'm sorry. The voice faded, yet seemed to surround the ears more than once. Crashing through one tent after another, Li Chang'an rushed into the middle of the logistics department and hissed sternly, Alita! Alita sniffed. Quick, save him. Li Chang'an hurriedly, but didn't dare to exert himself, carefully placed the captain on the bed, then looked at Alita with anticipation. He, Alita sighed with a slight frown, is dead. Put your ass. For the first time in his life, Li Chang'an exploded into foul language. He's not dead. Hurry up and save him. Enduring Li Chang'an's murderous intent that came to her face, Alita's shoulders trembled slightly, but she still hardened her heart and said, Come to your senses, he's already dead. Li Chang'an didn't pay any attention to it and slit his wrist again to drip blood into the captain's mouth. The wound healed too fast. He then slashed after slashed, wishing to cut off his wrist directly and forgetting to control his self-healing ability. Come on! Alita had no choice but to condense a small light ball in her hand and put it into the hollow in front of Zhang Chang's chest. And the light ball immediately overflowed when it was taken out of her hand. Look, he's dead. He can't even absorb the life force. His heart and lung lobes are all gone. And his spine is broken into several pieces. Condolences. No way. Li Chang'an turned around and knelt down with a roar, tears uncontrollably breaking out at the moment. The earlier forcefulness dissipated, and all that was left was a man with trembling shoulders and incoherent speech. Please help him. Aren't you guys S-class? A very powerful S-rank. You guys are so powerful. There must be a way to save him. I beg you, please save him, whatever the cost I can bear. Your power is fallen angel, right? Don't angels resurrect? I'll work for you. I'll go and make money for you, whatever I can do. By the way, I know a lot of secrets. You can get a promotion if you turn me in. Just save him, please, please. Heavily kowtowing, his head shattering the ground, Li Chang'an raised his head and looked at Alita. On Alita's face he could only see intolerance and not a single bit of hope. It's okay. There are still many medical aliens. They must have a solution. Li Chang'an stood up and stumbled towards the door. Alita quickly stepped forward and grabbed Li Chang'an, anxiously shouting, I know it's hard for you, but he's really dead. No one can save him. There is no supernatural power in this world that can bring the dead back to life. Life passes away and does not return. No. Li Chang'an suddenly realized with a start that there was another way. Captain, wait for me. Li Chang'an joyfully dropped these words and violently rushed in the direction of the city. Aren't you looking for rebels? It doesn't matter if they're pawns or experiments. Just give me the fruit. There must be more. Elita silently watched Li Chang'an's departing back and did not stop him. Even though he didn't know what Li Chang'an had thought of, it was just self-deception behind all the elation. In midair, Ma Jinshi stood in the air. The figure of the winged tiger was no longer in front of him. The large tiger struck out towards the soldiers below her and was struck in the forehead by her punch. Surprisingly, he used his strength to scurry down, scooping up the ripper on the ground and fleeing. She couldn't even catch up with him. It was only a little bit short. Ma Jinshi clenched her fists unwillingly, just a little bit short of her breakthrough. Lin Jun's voice suddenly rang in her ears. There's no need to rush. You'll definitely be able to make a breakthrough today as long as you don't die. We still have guests. When Ma Jinshi looked around, two silhouettes were coming from the sky, one with a blood aura that reached the sky, and the other surrounded by a death aura. Two archbishops. The specifications are getting lower and lower. Ma Jinshi smiled disdainfully and moved his arms. Li Chang'an climbed up the wall in a few steps. His feet stumbled and accidentally tripped over the steps, so he simply went on his hands and knees, not wanting to linger for that moment. Where did it go? Li Chang'an looked around. The tiger's figure was already gone from heaven and earth. Why is it gone? Am I late again? Why are you doing this to me? I'm obviously just trying to live. Is it wrong to live? Should anyone who's nice to me die? Why? Jiang Shuibu stood beside Li Chang'an as if no one could see him. Chang'an! Li Chang'an, who was sitting on his knees, raised his head, and his tear-filled face turned into a smile. Xiao Jiangjiang? You came. Yu Shinsei cult is very powerful, right? There's a way to resurrect a person, right? You teach me quickly. Not convenient to teach to outsiders? I can join the religion, do odd jobs, or kill people, anything. Jiang Shuibu sighed. There's no way for people to die. No, don't you guys believe in the original primordial? If the original primordial can give you guys supernatural powers, then there must be a way to save people as well. Li Chang'an climbed up and grabbed Jiang Shuibu's shoulders. We're friends, you'll help me, right? Jiang Shuibu's heart twisted. He had never seen Li Chang'an's current appearance. How could Chang'an be in such a sorry state? Chang'an! Jiang Shuibu gently wrapped his arm around Li Chang'an's shoulders. All people have a day to die. Look on the bright side. Li Chang'an seemed to cry and laugh. I can't look away. I can't look away. Breaking away from Jiang Shuibu's embrace, Li Chang'an rolled over and leaped off the wall. His strong body hunched over like an old crone as he took one step at a time in the direction of the captain. I don't deserve. All the goodness I don't deserve. Chapter 113. No more Li Chang'an in the eastern continent. The battle outside the city drew to a close, the winged tiger fled, and the monsters no longer had any resistance against the humans. Ma Jinshi will also make a name for himself not only in Sibei, but in the whole world. With the strength of one person to carry the two archbishops of the New World Church, the woman's body battle to break the dome of the sky, show the hero itself. Today she is the hero of the northern part of the Sibei, is the sealing of the king. However, all of this had nothing to do with Li Chang'an. He was left alone alive in the tent, sitting on the floor beside his bed, and his mutterings could only be heard if he was close to his side. Captain, I knew at a very young age that I was different from the others. They were buying snacks and toys. I was reading books. Without powers, I was destined to be ridiculed and bullied. So I had to go and become strong. I've killed a lot of people, but I think I've killed people who deserve to be killed, and when they tried to make a move on me, I just resisted. I'll do as you say, and from now on I won't kill anyone even if I resist. The cold body in the hospital bed didn't know if it could hear his words. Thank you. Actually, my life isn't that bad, but can you come back to life? I don't seem to be good at anything in my life. I'm only a fast learner at fighting, so I'll go do something else later. I'll open the breakfast store, but I don't know anything. Why don't you teach me again? Captain, say something, will you? Outside the city, Lin Zhen's voice spread throughout the city. Congratulations for the king. Today, a great victory. The sound waves below the city shook the sky, and cheers rang out in all directions. Li Chang'an lay on the edge of the bed, feeling a little noisy. Huchai and Hakka walked in through the door, their eyes red with tears, while Li Chang'an's tears had dried up. Chang'an, let's give the captain one last ride. Huchai stepped forward and helped Li Chang'an up. Li Chang'an nodded woodenly and bent down to carry the captain, suddenly smiling. The captain has become so light. Hakka twisted her head to cover her eyes, unable to control the tears in them any longer. Dead bodies are disposed of uniformly, and the rudimentary incinerator at the back of the barracks takes care of everything. But none of the four wanted the captain's body and everything else human to be burned. It would be good to leave the captain alone until the bodies were recovered outside the city. Not one person spoke on the road. Hu Chai talked to the officer in charge of the incinerator and paid some money to have the officer turn on the incinerator for Zhang Chang alone. Watching the body disappear onto the conveyor belt, Hu Chai took out his cell phone and played a song. The captain used to have a favorite song. This one he hummed, called Father's Prose Poem. He said that if he got married and had children in the future, he would definitely want to have a daughter, and that daughters are meant to be pampered, and that he couldn't let her suffer a bit. The captain has been worried about you. He has no family, just some friends he grew up with at the orphanage, and he is treating you as his own. Hu Chai wiped his tears and grinned. Crying my ass, he said himself, if he dies. No one is allowed to cry. Crying is bad luck. In this Thai world nowadays, death is considered a happy funeral. Li Chang'an nodded his head woodenly. Hu Chai spread his hand and handed an object to Li Chang'an's hand. The captain's military license plate, you keep it as a reminder. Taking the military license plate and looking at it in his hand, Li Chang'an carefully put it on his neck. The Imperials didn't have a tradition of wearing military tags, and this was probably prepared by the captain himself. All right, patting Li Chang'an's shoulder, Hu Chai sniffled. All people have their day of separation. We have to learn to get used to it. You have to live. Li Chang'an finally spoke, his tone incomparably serious. Live well. This is what the captain said. After a slight freeze, Hu Chai nodded heavily. Holding a box from nowhere in his hand, Hu Chai whispered, Take the captain back. I'm leaving. Li Chang'an suddenly raised his head. My staying here will bring you trouble. Someone is coming to pick me up. Where to? Hu Chai frowned. Go to the New World cult. Li Chang'an smiled faintly. Don't worry, I can survive anywhere I go. Sighing, Hu Chai and Hakka did not stop them. They knew that Li Chang'an had a lot of secrets, and perhaps leaving would be the best choice for him as well. Before the two of them opened their mouths, Li Chang'an smiled. There will be a time to see each other again in the future. You must live well. Meiho will probably become very strong when he wakes up, but with his sister around, no one will do anything to him, and if anyone asks, just blame it all on me. If anyone comes to you asking about me, tell them I'm dead. Be sure to stay alive. As if anticipating the future, Hu Chai stepped forward and hugged Li Chang'an, followed by Hakka's participation. The same goes for you, no matter what happens. As long as you're alive, there's hope. Don't be alone in anything. Even if you can't understand it, we're on your side. These are the same words that Hu Chai tried to tell his now dead brother years ago, only one step too slow, and that one step was forever. The New World Church is in the Western continent now, isn't it? My home inn is right here in the Western continent, so I'll come find you when I'm discharged. Hakka sobbed but forced a smile. I'll introduce you to your girlfriend when the time comes, and I'll be your wingman. Li Chang'an nodded. Good, all good. Not far away stood Jiang Shuebu, silently watching as Chang'an parted from his teammates while walking towards him. Let's go. If we don't leave now, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave. Li Chang'an wore a smile, but it was not the usual genuine one as usual. The Shinsei cult wants me, right? I don't know why, but you're my friend and I'm not going to make it hard for you. Take me. The corners of Jiang Shuebu's mouth trembled lightly, but in the end, it just turned into a speechless soft sigh as he grabbed Li Chang'an's shoulder and disappeared into thin air. On the city wall, Lin Jun looked to the rear of the barracks and opened his mouth to ask, Peacock, what is he doing in the barracks? I don't know. Ma Zhenshi shook his head. I just broke through to the king level. My power is a bit out of control. I can't see anything. Yes. Lin Jun looked deeply at Ma Zhenshi and indeed did not ask again. Ma Zhenshi had already stepped into the king level, and if she didn't want to speak, then no one could force her to speak. Everything beside him passed in a flash. In the blink of an eye, Li Chang'an had already reached the inner city, and the two of them landed in a secluded alley. Jiang Shuebu handed Li Chang'an an item that looked like a ticket, as well as the package he was carrying. What do you mean? Li Chang'an was uncertain. Jiang Shuebu was in no mood. I'm your friend? Aren't you my friend? You don't want to make things difficult for me, and I'm more than likely not going to harm you. Take this ticket and go wherever you want, and pretend I never found you. After a few moments of hesitation, Jiang Shuebu continued to speak out. Whether it's the Empire or the Shinsei cult, There are no absolute good guys or absolute bad guys. That when Anren met with me, he will go and forge a corpse of you. And from today you, Li Chang'an, are dead. Don't blame me, it's the best solution, and if I can, I'd still like you to go to the Western continent, the least place where I can find you quickly. A lot of times I can't help it. The world is more complicated than you think, and you'll only be in a position to ask questions when you step up to S-class. Taking one last look at Li Chang'an, Jiang Shuibu turned around. I'm leaving. No matter what happens, we're all friends. That's unchangeable. As if a fresh breeze had brushed by, Jiang Shuibu disappeared so dryly in front of Li Chang'an's eyes. Looking at the ship's ticket in his hand, Li Chang'an took out the military license plate in his collar and looked at it in his hand for a moment. Finally, he suddenly raised his hand and tore off half of his face. The wound instantly stopped bleeding but did not grow new skin, leaving half of his face horribly scarred. Changing into his own clothes, the uniform was thrown into the trash can to take the lighter and light it. The remaining 200,000 in the identity card took out 50,000 and put it on his body, and the rest was all transferred to his mother's account. Vast Eastern Continent. There will be no more Li Chang'an after today. A few moments later, a small child appeared out of thin air, looked around, and then suspiciously dissipated like a cloud of smoke. Chapter 114: The Life of Kizuna Nagi. 6 months ago, the Imperial Seabay won a great victory in the battle against the monsters, wiping out a total of more than 300,000 invading monsters in a month and a half at the cost of more than 50,000 deaths. In a month's time, the allied armies of North City, Sioux City, and Seabay City sent troops to Tongtian City, forcing Marshal Wang Jianjun, who had disturbed the order of human society, to abdicate. In the battle, the Seabay Ma Jinshi came out of nowhere, laying down the name of the first strongest human, one person alone, Wang Jianjun, under the command of the 4 major generals, to crush the momentum of suppression of the 4 people. The other alien under Lin Zhen's command, named Ma Tingtian, who was unknown, had collapsed half of the Tongtian Tower in this battle, and none of the 30A-ranked aliens in the Tongtian Tower could hold him back in the slightest. The name of Twin Horses is known throughout the world. After the war, Wang Jianjun was imprisoned, and one of the 3 great marshals of the former human race had ended up like this, and secretly I don't know how many people shed tears. Lin Zhen later rose to the top, replacing Wang Jianjun, becoming the Empire's new 3rd Grand Marshal, and concurrently holding the position of Speaker of the Imperial Council. 3 days later, the Empire proclaimed that it recognized the New World religion as a state, and that the Western continent was the land of the New World religion called the Religious State. Marshal Lin Zhen's granddaughter, Lin Yubai, also walked onto the world's Hall of Fame, and in the Battle of Seabay, she led her squad and Lieutenant Colonel Fenrir of the Special Warfare Department to kill 2 black-level monsters, and killed over a handful of red levels on her own. Such is the case with the pride of the present generation. But all this has nothing to do with the French city of the Church Kingdom, where the people are used to a life of leisure and dissipation, and where wars are far away from this place. After another month had passed since the dust of world events had settled, there was one thing that pleased the civilians of the French city: a breakfast store with excellent taste in what used to be the North Shore area, known as the purest flavor of the East Island. Breakfast is much more important than founding a country. What does it matter to the common man, no matter who establishes the state? Croissants and jams are now replaced by bun fritters in the North Shore, and there's a limited supply of sticky rice fritters every Saturday. For native Frenchtowners, the chef's face is part of the meal, and ugliness can be unappetizing. The owner of the breakfast store then has a horrible face that could stop a child from crying at night. Not so much ugly as huge scars that overshadow the original features. But now that we've all gotten used to it, the slightly mousy owner is still kinda cute, and the delicious breakfast is still high on the list of goodies even if you subtract the owner's face value score. The owner's name is Mu Zichong, and he is said to be a refugee who wandered from the Eastern continent, and his face was injured by a monster while on the road. Barely a D-class shifter himself, he did labor along the way to save money and eventually settled in Frenchtown to open his own breakfast place. Sub-chief, 2 tails of buns and a shelled tea egg, and if you send me another cup of soy milk, I'll introduce Liv to you. Clark tossed off a wink. As a longtime customer of the store, Clark's wonderful day began by molesting Kimiko Nagi, who, from her point of view, had a body that was worthy of the golden ratio. Like a sculpture listed in a museum full of male beauty, clothing can't hide it at all, but unfortunately the face ruins it all. Clark had said the same thing nearly 100 times, and as usual, Chief Kizuna didn't say a word, handing over a cup of soy milk after wrapping up breakfast. Thanks. I'll send you Liv's number later. Clark waved and walked quickly to the curb to get into his boyfriend's sports car. With an expressionless face, Chief Kizuna pulled a small book from under his desk and drew a mark after Clark's name. 5 marks make a positive, and Clark's name has more than 30 positive characters after it. There are also a number of names on the book, all of which have varying amounts of block letters after them. This is the number of times customers have taken advantage of him, with the most positive characters being a name called Wan Taiping. A full 26 orthographic characters. The store doesn't have much decoration, but it's clean and tidy, and the 2 small tables are even more cozy. And there's even a line of people just to finish their breakfast with their other half in the store. 2,000 buns of different flavors were on sale from 6 in the morning and were all sold out by 8 o'clock. Mu Zichang closed the door of the store and loaded the 200 buns and dozens of eggs that he had prepared additionally into the insulated box and carried them onto the motorcycle together with a bucket of soybean milk. More than 10 minutes later, the motorcycle stopped at the entrance to the North Shore District Orphanage. The dean, Mrs. Hannah, was already waiting at the door and greeted Chief Woody warmly as soon as she saw him. "Mr. Wood." Kizuna nodded, a thermos in one hand and a bucket of soy milk in the other. Hannah led the way, talking eagerly about little things as she did so, and Kimiko Nagi brought a slight smile to her face, but never said a word. The mode of getting along looked a little strange, but Hannah had long since grown accustomed to it. Mr. Wood wasn't serious. He just didn't seem used to talking to people. But he's definitely a good guy. The orphanage, which had lived on the patronage of the empire, now depended on the patronage of the church state, which was much more generous in its appropriations for relief than the empire. However, running an orphanage with no income is not a simple task, and even with a grant from the church state, the orphanage is still struggling to make ends meet. 3 months ago, Mr. Wood appeared outside the orphanage and took over the orphanage's breakfast, and for 3 months there was no break in the rain or shine. Isn't giving without expecting anything in return enough to prove that Mr. Wood is a good person? Even if Mr. Wood did look a little scary. "Uncle Woody. Uncle Wood is here. Uncle Woody, hold me." Mu Zichang put the buns and soybean milk on the table, picked up a 5-year-old girl. The girl smiled cheekily and wrapped around Mu Zichang's neck, unwilling to let go. "The children love you." Hannah smiled gently and arranged for the teachers and carers to distribute breakfast. "They." Kitsune Nagi hesitated for a moment, as if thinking of the right words. "Cute." Hannah covered her mouth and laughed softly. "You're cute too, Mr. Wood." Appearance doesn't mean everything. Hannah, who is under 30, has a number of suitors, all of whom, I'm afraid, are coveting her beauty, and as a result she doesn't like people who judge her by her looks. "I don't think Mr. Wood has a family yet." Hannah's cheeks reddened slightly and she hurriedly looked away, mentally chuckling to herself for a few moments, steady on the point. Hannah, unable to resist turning his head to steal a glance. Mr. Wood was holding a bun and handing it to the little girl in his arms, the tenderness overflowing. "No, maybe I should just hold on tight." An inexplicable urge prompted Hannah to walk towards Kizuna and ask in a warm voice, "Mr. Wood, are you free tonight?" "What's wrong?" Kizuna turned her head. "You've been helping the orphanage, not just with breakfast, but also with fixing the roof and mowing the grass before. I'd like to buy you a meal to show my appreciation." Hannah gathered her courage. Kimiko Nagi frowned slightly. "Excuse me. Please wait a moment." Amidst Hannah's puzzled gaze, Kizuna turned around and pulled out her cell phone and tapped on the memo, rummaging through it. Don't easily refuse someone's thanks. Taking a deep breath and putting away his cell phone, Kizuna turned back around and said softly, "I'm free. Just name a time, Dean." What was Mr. Wood doing just now? Despite some confusion, it was quickly overshadowed by joy. Hannah tucked her hair around her ear. "I'll meet you at the door at 6 p.m. then. Okay? But come back early. I have to put the kids to bed." 6 o'clock? It's only 7 o'clock after dinner. Will it be too late for the kids to go to bed? Kimiko Nagashi had more than a few doubts. Retrieving the thermos box and soybean milk bucket, Kizuna Nagi returned to the store after a brief goodbye, and just as he reached the door, he saw a youth sitting on the steps covering his stomach. Starving to death, starving to death. Where did Zichang go? Hurry back and make me breakfast. Breakfast that doesn't cost anything. For a moment, Kizuna wanted to turn around and leave. Chapter 115. It's for the best. The youth at the breakfast place was tackling a plate of fried rice with a spoon, and with the other hand was performing a stunt of peeling 2 eggs with one hand. For his part, Mu Zichang took out a small notebook and drew another line after Wan Taiping's name. Dabbling in food and drink for Wan Taiping. Zichang. It's too condescending to open a breakfast store with your skill. Throwing 2 eggs into his mouth, Wan Taiping yelled with his cheeks puffed out. It's a wonder he didn't choke. While Mu Zichang didn't answer, Wan Taiping couldn't stop talking. You're just too good-tempered, always giving people the benefit of the doubt. How can you make money this way? Or else you can share half of your shares with me. You'll be in charge of the cooking and I'll be in charge of the marketing, and trust in my ability to make you a rich man selling buns. This shredded meat is a work of art. I was just about to say that when I watched you cut it. Your knife skills are too good too. It's almost like you're a veteran who's been playing with knives for years. The first words all fell on deaf ears. Only the last sentence Mu Zichang heard into his heart. Can't you be too good with a knife? Next time, instead of putting meat on him, just crack an egg. The price can't go down. Wan Taiping is still talking. The flavor of your buns is really good. I'm also from Eastern Continent, and since I was a child, I've never eaten a better bun than the one you make. Special recipe? I promise I won't tell anyone. You're not too young. Can't see it on your face, I guess. It's time to start a family. I'll introduce you to a wife. How about you share half of your secret recipe with me? Don't want your secret recipe either. Not that I'm saying you're good at everything, but your face is too scary. Women nowadays look at their faces. If I don't introduce you, you're afraid you'll never have a girl to invite for the rest of your life. Kimiko said quietly. Hannah invited me to dinner. The sound of picking up rice suddenly stalled, but soon had continued, and Wan Taiping's voice continued to ring out. She was taking pity on you. Pity, understand? On the one hand, it's also to thank you for helping the orphanage. There's no way she's looking at you. I saw the son of the owner of Henry's shipyard at the docks show up in front of the orphanage not long ago, and he's better than you, right? Hannah didn't even look at him, so how could she possibly look at you? Zichang, you are a good man, and good men are destined to be alone. Kizuna looked down at the ground with some puzzlement in his mind. Were good people lonely? A plate of fried rice peeled clean. Wan Taiping again familiarly found a cup to make himself a cup of tea. Zichang, don't think too much, people have to recognize themselves. You have no other merits except a good hand at cooking, but even the best cooks are only going to be cooks. Hannah would be a bad thing if she would actually take a liking to you instead. Can you fight off her competition? Even if I'm willing to bail you out for the sake of eating you so much, I can't bail you out for the rest of your life. The only truth in the world is to be strong, and nothing else is worth anything except your own strength. Kimiko Nagi walked over to the door and pushed it open with a slow walk. Come on. Good medicine is bitter and loyal. Wan Taiping waved his hand. There's no need to send it off. If anyone bullies you, just talk to me. I'll set you straight. F.A. Chung. My words of Wan Taiping still count for something. After seeing Wan Taiping go away, Mu Zichang remembered that Wan Taiping had taken the cup with him. Drawing another mark after Wan Taiping's name, Mu Zichang walked up the stairs. When he rented the store, the landlord rented the second floor to him, and he slightly arranged it as a living room with nothing of value in the room except for a computer. Turning on his computer, Kizuna Long clicked on the search engine and typed in "What are women inviting me to dinner for?" A flurry of responses quickly popped up. At the top is, if you have money, you are seeking your money. If you have power, you are climbing over you. If you have face, you are craving your body. If you have none of these, you are probably dreaming. I have no money, no power, and no face, but I'm not dreaming, right? Mu Zi sighed long and hard. Women are really troublesome. Completely unreadable. Shutting down the computer, Kimiko sat down long enough to raise her right leg to her chest and hook it around the back of her head, and her left leg against her back and forward to hook it around her neck. Put your hands together through the gap between your legs, and sit in such a way that you have to maintain your body from falling down. A month ago, someone left a handwritten book with the words "Body Arts" in large letters on the cover as they paid after breakfast. Kizuna knew who had sent the book, and there was only one person left in the world who could still find him. When Anrin. And his name is not Mu Zichang, he should be called Li Chang'an. Since leaving Sibei and arriving at Sioux City by boat, he switched to walking, and after a month of traveling over the mountains, he finally arrived at Fa City. The monster furs and teeth and claws killed on the road were put into the Rangers Guild and sold for money, and then a breakfast place was opened in the City of Law. More than 3 months of peace and quiet, all the things that had nothing to do with him, and for the first time he enjoyed the pleasures that life had to offer. Peace. Peace is the greatest pleasure. No more agonizing over whether to be strong or not. No more worrying about killing. Just making buns and going to the orphanage every day. 3 hours later, after the workout, Li Chang'an walked into the middle of the bathroom, retired his clothes, and took off the military license plate around his neck, slightly lost in thought. Captain, what I'm living now is probably what you want. You're right. Living well is more important than anything, and I've never been more fulfilled than when I get up every morning and don't have to worry about the next kill. Weakness is not a crime, and weakness has a weak life. I haven't killed anyone in 6 months, and I haven't had another nightmare in 3 months. How wonderful it would be if you were still around. Shaking his head to disperse the distracting thoughts in his mind, Li Chang'an turned on the shower head and let the water rinse his body. He had been practicing the body art for a month, and the effect was obvious. His body's vitality was awakened, and even if he didn't fight, he still improved at an extremely fast rate. He had already approached 10,000 pounds of fist power when he was in Sibei, and now that he had made a complete breakthrough, I'm afraid that the power of one fist had reached about 11,000 pounds. Still, exercising was a remnant of what he once wished for. Not that he was on a quest to be strong, and if he could, he would prefer to keep living like this. It would be best to save a little more money to bring my mother to Frenchtown. After the shower, it was time to prepare myself lunch. It's gone. I just took my share in when I cooked for Wan Taiping. Miscalculation. Li Chang'an was suddenly happy. I have to go to someone else's restaurant to eat if I run a restaurant. It's just inexplicably Cola, he's got a bit of a quirky laugh. Giggling to himself for a moment, he went downstairs and locked the door of the store, and was just about to leave when 2 burly men stepped in front of him. Mr. Wood, it's time for you to pay this month's management fee. The tall, burly man held a cigarette. I know you've already paid this month, but the price has gone up now. It was 2,000 a month, now it's 2,500 a month, and you'll make up the 500 for this month. Li Chang'an frowned slightly. Because my business is good, so I already pay more than others every month. Would it be too much to raise it further? The burly man shrugged. It is excessive, but you are a sensible man, aren't you? Sighing, Li Chang'an took out 500 and handed it over. The so-called management fee is just a protection fee. This street is under the control of the Brotherhood. If you want to do business properly, you have to pay an extra management fee. Ordinary merchants pay 1,000, he pays 2,000, and now it's gone up 500. Good luck with your business. The burly man smiled and nodded, turning to leave. Once upon a time. No, there was no once upon a time. Now Li Chang'an is just the owner of a breakfast store. A breakfast store owner has no ability to resist. Let's eat less for lunch. Dinner is another expense. Li Chang'an tightened his jacket. Winter in Frenchtown freezes a lot of people to death. Chapter 116 Dating. The owner of the restaurant is also a regular customer of the breakfast restaurant, and seeing that it was Li Chang'an who came, he not only gave a discount but also increased the portion. In a trance, Li Chang'an seemed to see Luo Cheng's somewhat fat middle-aged man again. Li Chang'an didn't commission anyone else to help with the investigation, and before he left Sibei, he found the middle-aged man who died because of him from the database. He was discharged from the army a few years ago due to both of his arms being broken, but the truth was a bit different from what Li Chang'an had heard. That restaurant owner was called Zhao Xingjuan, and was originally just a cooking soldier. Not a hero, not an elite, just a very ordinary cook, no individual merits, only a couple team merits. When you live, no one knows you. When you die, no one cares, you're just a little person. The fried rice was put on the table, and the store owner Dong Dahui also sat down in front of Li Chang'an, who was a hybrid before the end of the world. But after the end of the world, there was no such thing. Little brother Mu, eat more. Giving you a free meal is not possible. I'm afraid my wife will be unhappy, but more white rice is still no problem. But when you pay later, you give me cash. Ahem, I'll give you a cheaper rate. For $180 you give me $155, and when my wife asks, you'll say you gave me $150. I'm a smoker, and she's in charge of the money at home, so I've got to hide some for myself, so I mustn't talk about it. Li Chang'an looked up from his rice bowl. Does she care even about $5? Let alone $5. She's in charge of 50 cents. Dong Dahui shook his head. Where does a married man have financial autonomy? Can't you get a divorce then? Isn't it true that you won't be able to share the money after the divorce? Li Chang'an was puzzled. Dong Dahui froze, shook his head and lost his smile. You're not married yet, you don't understand. It's called pain and pleasure. Having someone who loves you who you also love is more important than anything else. Is it more important than living? Is it happy to live so hard? Li Chang'an didn't ask the question for fear of growing doubts. Bury your head in your mouth and eat. There were not many customers in the store at the moment, so Dong Dahui sat across from Li Chang'an and chatted, mostly him talking and Li Chang'an listening. Recently, it seems like the New World cult is trying to clean up those gangs, and the Brotherhood is having a hard time, so they're starting to go after us guys. It was only $1,000 a month for the management fee, and now it's gone up by 500, and they're probably waiting to see if Shinsky teaches the sound of the rain, so they'll go up by 500 until they do. If the New World sect really makes a move, I'm afraid they'll make a hard score and then disappear. You don't know anything about these things, so be careful these days. Give them money if they want it, and don't offend them for a little money. Li Chang'an took the time to respond, sort of listening. The street was inhabited by all sorts of people, from commoners like them, producers mostly, to higher aliens and doctors with special powers and such. Overall, the environment is quite friendly and there is no conflict between each other. Most of the people are at the bottom of the social ladder trying to make a living. A meal was quickly finished, and Li Chang'an paid $160. Dong Dahui, who received the money, winked at Li Chang'an with a you-know-me smile on his face. Just as he returned to the front of the store, he saw Wan Taiping sitting in a flirty convertible sports car, which was parked in front of the store. "Yo, little Long, look what I've prepared for you." Wan Taiping jumped out of the car. DN Factory's latest electromagnetic accelerated sports car, with a maximum speed of 600 kilometers per hour, a maximum of 100 meters above the ground to drive, and it also gives you the right of lift, 40 meters or less to fly as you please, and above 40 meters you have to be towed by the Ministry of Transportation on a special road. Li Chang'an was overly puzzled today. "What is this for me?" "Open it for you." Wan Taiping looked like he was looking at a fool. "Didn't you say Hannah asked you to dinner? Are you planning to ride your little motorcycle?" "Yes. It's true that you don't have much hope, but you can't weaken your voice. I can't help you with anything else. A limousine is still within my reach. With this on, even Nanko earns enough face." Li Chang'an thought about it and said warmly, "Thank you. Is this your car?" Wan Taiping held his head high and was very proud. "That's for sure. This is the seat that is worthy of me." Walking into the store and taking out his own small book, Li Chang'an said seriously, "Then can you settle the money for the previous meal for me?" Cough, cough. Coughing a few times to hide his embarrassment, Wan Taiping suddenly looked lost. "I thought we were our own people and shouldn't talk about money." Li Chang'an put away the book, not because Wan Taiping was one of his own, but he could see that Wan Taiping didn't want to pay. Satisfied with Li Chang'an's understanding, Wan Taiping pulled Li Chang'an to the side of the car to enter his usage rights. "Remember to perform well. It's not bad if you have a good result with Hannah. She's a good girl and you're a good person, you're quite compatible." Wan Taiping lightly punched Li Chang'an's shoulder. "She's not so bad that she can't see you. She's mainly afraid that you won't be able to handle the pressure of being with her. And I'm quite optimistic about you guys anyway. I'll take you outside the city to hunt some monsters when I have the chance. Fighting will make one grow. And if you are ranked, you won't be looked down upon at the very least. By the way, what are your powers?" Li Chang'an clenched his fists. "It's full strengthening." "Yo!" Wan Taiping's eyes lit up. "Not a bad ability. Your chances aren't bad. After eating so much of your food, consider it meal money. I'll help you figure out how to get up to a rank." "So troublesome." Li Chang'an shook his head. "No need. I'm fine now, it's enough." "Bah! What do you mean by enough? Abilities are just the stronger the better. You don't even understand what the concept of a rank and above is." Wan Taiping was once again complacent. "Take me for example, I can fight 10 at a level, 100 at sea level, and as many as come at D level. You understand the disparity, don't you? If you had my kind of strength, even with this face of yours, the people chasing you would be lined up all the way to Queen's Road." Li Chang'an was skeptical. "Then why are you single?" The atmosphere suddenly became subtle. Actually, Wan Taiping stammered, intending to muddle through. However, Li Chang'an looked at him very seriously, waiting for an answer. "That, I have to go beforehand. Good luck." Wan Taiping dropped these words and took a step into the air, as if stepping on an invisible ladder, and scurried up to the roof of the building in a few steps. Looking at Wan Taiping's back, Li Chang'an shook his head, having forgotten the cup. But Wan Taiping was great. That was Li Chang'an's intuition, and his intuition had always been quite accurate. "I went home for a nap and woke up to the grocery store guy delivering the mince and veggies for the next day. After putting everything in place and it was almost time to go out, Li Chang'an changed his clothes and stood in front of the mirror to look at his face one last time. Is it really ugly? Why is everyone talking about my face? How about a little recovery? Or not?" Downstairs in his sports car, Li Chang'an hadn't realized that this dinner was generally referred to as a date. Chapter 117, Picking Up Treasure. "Brother, it's time to eat. I made you stone pot chicken and blood sausage." Ma Jinshi carried a tray into her brother's room. In front of her brother, she was not the invincible and unrivaled Ma Jinshi. Meiho, sitting on the edge of the bed, looked up, his scruff sparse and straggly, his eyes red and lifeless. Ma Zhenshi froze, put down the tray, and painfully took a towel to wipe his brother's face. Brother, eat something. I have no appetite. Meiho shook his head, his face showing indignation. The captain is dead, and so is Chang'an, and it's only me who's alive. If Chang'an hadn't saved me, the captain wouldn't have had to die. You really couldn't save the captain then. Meeting his brother's burning gaze, Ma Zhenshi didn't avoid it and nodded seriously. That's brother's captain. As long as I can save it, I will definitely save it. After a few seconds of staring at each other, Meiho lowered his head and waved his hand. You go out. I'll eat when I'm hungry. Standing up, Ma Zhenshi hesitated for a long time, but finally he couldn't bear to see his brother suffer from this, and said in a low voice, Brother, Li Chang'an should not be dead. Ha! Meiho looked up sharply. Are you serious? But that corpse. False. Ma Zhenshi spread his hands. Others can't see it, but I can still see that life tastes different. That day I saw the peacock of the New World cult appear in the military camp to take away Li Chang'an, and then the news came that Li Chang'an had died. But as far as I know, Li Chang'an and Peacock were supposed to be friends, and the person who came into contact with Li Chang'an's body was one Anren, who was also Li Chang'an's friend. If I guessed correctly, Peacock took Chang'an Li, and Chang'an Li is probably in the New World cult now. Check out what powerful newcomers have appeared in the New World sect in the past few months, probably Li Chang'an, who is basically invincible amongst the A ranks. Meiho rose in hope and asked eagerly, Yes. Ma Zhenshi shook his head. No. The New World Church is unexpectedly calm. Seeing that his brother was showing signs of losing it again, Ma Zhenshi hastened to add, But he's definitely not dead. I can guarantee that. Gazing into his sister's eyes, Ma Hao finally chose to believe, and with a clench of his teeth, he cursed, It's all because of Lin Zhen. If it wasn't for him, the captain wouldn't have to die, and Chang'an wouldn't have to escape. Calling the name of the boss in Ma Zhenshi seems to be nothing wrong. Lin Zhen, many years of layout buried, I don't know how many out of the dark chess. Just after entering Tongtian City, he jumped to the highest level of the empire. But does it matter? Doesn't matter at all, so what if it's the highest level of humanity? She, Ma Zhenshi, can still kill 10 Lin Zhen with one punch. When Lin Zhen had let her step into the king level, he had not expected that she would not feel any knowledge at all. If it wasn't for the fact that her brother was still in the empire, how could she possibly listen to Lin Zhen's orders? Once she entered the king-level, heaven and earth were different, and the things in front of her eyes had a pulse. Ma Jinsei is even suspecting that the death of his parents is also related to Lin Zhen. Brother, when Anren has been making a lot of small moves lately, I think he might be planning to join forces with the other two of the three marshals. It's not guaranteed that he wants to sit in the marshal's seat as well. And he's also a friend of Li Chang'an's. So maybe you can get in touch with one Anren and break away from Lin Zhen's camp. Ma Hao's eyes lit up and then quickly dimmed. General 1 is a big man, less than 20 years old general, absent from the past. I am afraid that he cannot see me. Ma Zhenshi rolled his eyes and said in a good-natured manner, Brother, you're now a mythic S-class alien, No matter which side you put it on, you'll only be the guest of honor. You're more noble than the vast majority of people. Right-o. Meiho, still a bit uncomfortable with his current status, smiled to himself. This was supposed to be an ability that belonged to Chang'an. He wasn't stupid, how could he have somehow awakened his mythic system powers? And before he passed out, he vaguely remembered Chang'an shoving something into his mouth, so he probably had something to do with that. Li Chang'an? He is not blessed to eat it. Ma Zhenshi didn't say anything. If her guess was correct, then Li Chang'an was the god rebel and what her brother ate was the precious fruit given by the monster side. Unlike Lin Zhen, Ma Zhenshi had not seen the products of the Imperial Laboratory and would not blindly trust the conclusions given by the Imperial Laboratory. Lin Zhen, on the other hand, believed more in the formalities that he could get his hands on rather than guessing, and the fact that Li Chang'an did not fit the characteristics of a rebel god meant that he was not a rebel god. Too much information can instead mislead the way people think. After pacifying her brother, Ma Zhenshi went out of the house. As an imperial general and a human hero, she had her own house in the city of Tongtian, and just outside the door was the Tongtian Tower. But she wasn't going to go up, she was going to go in the opposite direction to see that Marshal Wang. A former human hero and a new generation of human heroes. The convertible sports car was a bit noisy. Li Chang'an did not like it and regretted listening to Wan Taiping's words. Compared to a motorcycle, the convertible sports car was obviously a bit noisier. In front of the orphanage, Hannah looked out from a distance, having changed into a knee-length burgundy sheath gown for her evening date. Wearing her beloved black spiked heels, The nice gadgets had been irrelevant to her since she became dean. After an afternoon of hesitation, Hannah opted to don a silver-gray plush trench coat, all bought a few years ago and perhaps a little out of step with current trends. However, she had no choice. She didn't have the money to spend on such things, not to mention that trends depended on the person. But the moment she saw Lee Chang'an, Hannah was dumbfounded. Lee Chang'an was wearing a white shirt with green silk tracery, not two fat work pants, black marten boots, and a thin black trench coat. Simple and easy, not at all like the boys who are solemnly facing a date. I can't believe I spent more than an afternoon getting dressed up. Hannah sighed quietly, but quickly put on a smile and got in the car. After all, that was the sparkle she saw in Lee Chang'an. Not the least bit pretentious, dry and practical, just too much less romantic. But Hannah was suddenly elated. Did you rent a car specially? Buying it was out of the question, but she knew the value of the car. No. Lee Chang'an shook his head. A friend lent it to me. He said something about how although he doesn't think highly of me, I should take your invitation seriously. Your friend is a good person. Hannah was instantly so impressed with her unseen friend that if Lee Chang'an had come on a motorcycle today, she would have had to get on it in her little dress. The location Hannah had already set, and with the help of the navigation, Lee Chang'an quickly parked the car in front of an upscale restaurant. For tonight, Hannah was hemorrhaging money. One meal was 2 months of her salary, and she didn't know that Lee Chang'an was planning to pay for it. On the short walk to the store door, Hannah suddenly smiled to herself. How had it become as if I was chasing him? Upon taking a seat by the window, the mixed emotions in Hannah's mind dissipated as much as possible, and Lee Chang'an's eyes under the pale yellow light exuded a charm that she had never noticed before. He should be very handsome if he didn't have the scar on his face. The thought was overwhelming, and Lee Chang'an's face began to change in Hannah's eyes. The ghastly scars faded a little, gradually restoring a cold and resolute face. Hannah's cheeks began to burn. I may have picked up a treasure. While Lee Chang'an was looking out the window, not far from the side of the street, a little girl was holding a much younger boy, and her thin clothes could not block the cold wind. Excuse me. Please wait for me for a moment. Lee Chang'an owed a slight bow and walked out of the door with quick steps. Eh? Hannah stood up in a hurry and watched through the window as Lee Chang'an ran towards the pair of children who were supposed to be siblings on the side of the street. No, I really picked up a treasure. Chapter 118. Though I'm not in the Jianghu. There are so many poor people in this world that you can't help them, but now that you've met them, you might as well help them as much as you can. Ringing in his head was Ringo's voice. Once upon a time Lee Chang'an might not have remembered it, but now he had made this a habit. I can protect people, I can help them, just 1 or 2 won't affect me, then why not do it? Taking off his own trench coat to cover the 2 children, Lee Chang'an thought for a moment and asked in as gentle a tone as he could, Is there anything I can help you with? Looking at the girl in her early teens, she looked at Lee Chang'an and timidly said, Can you give me some food? I cannot eat it, but my brother has been hungry for a long time. It's okay. Lee Chang'an didn't bother to ask about their parents, didn't bother to ask about their experiences, and just extended his hand towards the little girl. Without hesitating for too long, the little girl reached out and placed her hand on Lee Chang'an's warm palm and followed him towards the restaurant. Stopped at the door by the waiter. Sir, you can go in. But they can't. We have a rule in the restaurant that producers and unclothed people are not allowed in, I'm sorry. Obviously an old bridge, Lee Chang'an was puzzled and followed up with a question. I can pay for it. Can't I do the same? The waiter's professional smile also inevitably took on a bit of contempt, stopped speaking and simply shook his head. All right. Lee Chang'an turned his head to the little girl and whispered, You guys wait for me here. I'll go in and talk to my friend. The little girl nodded knowingly and went to crouch in the corner outside the door. This time the waiter didn't stop Lee Chang'an anymore and let him enter the store. Hannah had witnessed everything and heard the waiter talking to Lee Chang'an, and she had grabbed her handbag and walked over when Lee Chang'an entered the store. It's okay. Let's go back to the orphanage and eat, and try my cooking on the way. Hannah's smile was warm. Lee Chang'an didn't know what the emotion echoing in his heart was. Perhaps it was reassurance. Wait for me before you go. Hannah walked toward the waiter and lowered her voice to ask, So, is the deposit refundable if I don't dine? The waiter's eyes twitched at the corner of his eye and he smiled politely. I'm sorry, it's non-refundable. Hannah nodded a little heartily and asked no more questions. Lee Chang'an clearly heard the conversation between the two and made up his mind to give Hannah the money later. Walking out of the restaurant, Lee Chang'an was just about to take the little girl's hand when an obese figure chased out of the restaurant behind him. I am the proprietor of this establishment. Exempt from your name, Kim, a single solid character, the Wyatts walking. Dog 1. Jin-koo bowed deeply. It was toward Hannah, not Lee Chang-an, and even deliberately avoided Lee Chang-an, the self-proclaimed walking. The dog didn't even want to leave a bow for Lee Chang-an. Hannah frowned. I'm no longer related to the Wyatts. What are you stopping me for? I wouldn't dare stop you. I just wanted to ask you why you were leaving. This is the Wyatts' property. And I'm afraid I'd be in a bit of trouble if it was known that you came and left without eating anything. Jin-koo looked at the siblings hiding behind Lee Chang-an and had a smile. If it's because of these two little ones, my humble servant can do the honors and let you bring them in. But as you know that the guests here are either rich or noble, I hope you can allow my humble servant to arrange for them to dine in the back kitchen. Hannah gritted her teeth without a word. Jin-koo smiled and added, Please don't make it difficult for my humble servant. A sentence broke Hannah's defense. She didn't know how to answer. She was about to turn her head to look at Lee Chang-an, but suddenly remembered that Lee Chang-an was a quiet person. And it was also only a D-class alien. In case he offended Jin-goo and was held a grudge, it would be bad instead. With that thought in mind, Hannah mustered up the courage to plan on refusing Kinku, fearing the consequences and more than anything else, not wanting the poor pair of children to feel the humiliation of their status class. Why didn't you ask me? Lee Chang-an came forward and frowned at Jin-goo. You knew that I was the one who wanted to bring them in to dine, so why didn't you ask my opinion? Jin-goo froze, obviously not expecting Lee Chang-an to come forward. Lee Chang-an frowned. I'm talking to you. Why don't you answer me? Or are you deliberately looking for trouble with Ms. Hannah? Ms. Hannah is a hard worker and a very nice person, and I hope you won't give her a hard time. Some people wanted to laugh and others had their hearts racing. Sir, I'm not good at jokes, but I really can't help but ask you. Jin-koo seemed to smile. What if I just want to make things difficult for her? Just as he finished speaking, Jin-koo snorted. Sorry. It's just that you're so funny, sir. I'll be difficult, Lee Chang-an said and sighed. Right at this moment, Jin-goo met Lee Chang-an's eyes. Without looking back, Lee Chang-an said, Ms. Hannah, could you please take them to the car first and wait for me? I want to talk to Mr. Jin for a few more minutes. No. Jin-koo changed his look from just now and waved his hands repeatedly. I think this gentleman is right. It's too much for me to even embarrass Miss Hannah. I apologize for what I just did. What just happened? Hannah was shocked beyond words. Lee Chang-an just asked flatly, Are you a nomad? Or a soldier? It's a traveling hunter. Kingu smiled coyly. Was a traveling hunter for quite a while before working as a dog for the Wyatts. Lee Chang-an stopped asking more questions and bent down to pick up the boy, holding the little girl with his other hand. Ms. Hannah, let's go back. Hannah followed behind Lee Chang-an headlong in confusion, the doubts in her heart about to crash through her chest, but she could only hold it back hard. It wasn't until both of them had walked away that Jin-koo rushed back into the store in a hurry, picking up a white hand towel and wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. What's wrong with you, boss? The secretary and lover came with hot tea, never having seen Jin-koo look so disoriented. Met a big shot. Jin-koo picked up the hot tea without caring about burning his mouth and drank it in one gulp. A big shot in the traveling hunters. The secretary was surprised. Which one is it? Lord ALS. Jin-koo shook his head and leaned against the secretary's soft, Jade's warm embrace and said feebly, No, I don't know who he is, but he is ranked 3rd on the hunt list. There are 4 ranks in the Rangers, black, red, blue, and white, and not to mention the other 3. The highest black rank is small in numbers, so I'm hardwired to keep track of every single one of them. He's one of them, and I'm afraid I wouldn't have thought it was him if it hadn't been for the sudden sense of crisis. Even though he was never masked, those eyes were exactly the same, and facial disfigurement is only normal when masked like that. The secretary gently rubbed Jin-koo's temples, still a bit puzzled. But boss, you're also in the top 10 of the red list. You're now in awe. The last word was not uttered for fear of offending Jin-koo. However, Kingu didn't mind. Fear, right? That's what I'm cringing at. The hunt list, do you understand what that means? Rangers don't just kill monsters. They kill people too. The list ranked by the number of kills is the hunting and killing list, and he is ranked 3rd with a whopping 197 kills. Most horrible, this is the number of a year. What's so strange about fearing this kind of killing god? If you offend such a person, you won't be able to sleep peacefully in the future. Jin-koo sighed. Don't say anything about today's incident. The biggest skill I can survive until today is that I'm cautious enough. So what if I'm mistaken? The The fact that he can ask me if I'm a ranger is enough to say it all. Let the Wyatts worry about it and kill my walking dog to vent his anger. Lee Chang'an in the car was reflecting on himself. He shouldn't have moved to kill Jin-gu. But now Jin-gu had become a threat. Should have killed Jin-gu before bringing more trouble. No, I can't kill any more people. Why don't we break his arms and legs and bury him outside the city? Chapter 119. It's on. It's on. Back in the orphanage, two caregivers took the two children to wash and change into clean, warm clothes. Hannah really planned to cook for herself, but she didn't expect Lee Chang'an to follow along in the kitchen. It was already the usual dinner time, and the cook had made and served the meal, leaving the kitchen empty. Instead, someone happened to come to the kitchen, but after a quick glance at the doorway they snickered and left again. Hannah blushed with shame, but when she turned around, she saw that Lee Chang'an was impassive. What a piece of wood. No, a rock. Zichong is a big rock. He must not have half a romantic cell in his head. With limited ingredients in the orphanage, Hannah didn't have much choice beans stewed with savory pork, cream of mushroom soup, and slices of bread smeared with minced garlic fried in butter. Hannah was busy with her hair tied up. It was a bit rude to prepare such a dinner for a man and woman on a date, and she didn't know who to complain to. There was none of the expected candlelight and romance, and even a bit of a mess. Lee Chang'an looked at it for a while and suddenly said, "I'll do it." Took the knife from Hannah's hand and cut up the portobello mushroom. "He's still very sweet, nah." Hannah smiled sweetly. She cut so slowly. Lee Chang'an was helpless. Truth be told, he was hungry now, especially after smelling the food, and if he hadn't taken into account that he was still a guest, he was afraid he would have gone to the cafeteria to eat with the children. While helping Hannah with the bread, Lee Chang'an had already sneaked a piece. So that he can eat dinner quickly, Lee Chang'an joins Hannah and the two of them cook together. To Hannah, it was as close as a married couple could be, 100 times more romantic than going to a restaurant and still cozy enough. With a meal done, Hannah had the beginnings of worrying about where to dine, and feared something was amiss if she went to the cafeteria. For his part, Lee Chang'an had already started to clean up the side cooking table and served the dishes on it, not forgetting to run out of the kitchen to bring in 2 chairs. Lightly traveled and as comfortable as if you were in your own home. Hannah watched silently as Lee Chang'an arranged everything on the fly, then took a seat in the chair Lee Chang'an had pulled out. "Sorry." Before picking up the cutlery, Lee Chang'an suddenly spoke. "Because of me, I have to work hard for you to cook specially." Hannah was a little surprised and rushed back. "Actually, thanking you doesn't have to be in a restaurant, so you don't have to feel sorry." By now Hannah had finally realized that for Lee Chang'an, it was more solemn for her to cook in person than in an upscale restaurant. Lee Chang'an didn't say any more and silently picked up the cutlery. The first bite was taken without a word of praise for the deliciousness. Complimenting the host family's food was part of etiquette, and Lee Chang'an was, for the time being, a polite straight man. "My mom's specialty is red wine stew. It was my favorite when I was a kid, but the beef is so expensive. I hope I can treat you to it next time." Hannah's blushing face was sort of a disguised invitation to Lee Chang'an once again, and the fact that she took the initiative to mention the cozy things of her family was also a sign of intimacy. Lee Chang'an looked up and swallowed the bread in his mouth. "Beef? I can bring you some if you want." "Huh." Hannah was exasperated at Lee Chang'an's lack of understanding. There was the reminder that Lee Chang'an was from East China. Perhaps it was the cultural difference that caused the generation gap in communication. Seeing that Hannah didn't answer, Lee Chang'an went back to dealing with his dinner. He didn't even think elsewhere. "Pure beef, how expensive. Ah, there is not artificial meat, nearly $1,000 a pound. Used as a gift is valuable enough. There are still some breeds of hogs that can be domesticated. Beef is all that is left of cows, and the rest of the species have all become bloodthirsty monsters. Want some beef? Go out of town and hunt it yourself." Over the course of a meal, the two would occasionally chat, and each time Lee Chang'an would swallow the food in his mouth and answer seriously. It may not be romantic enough, but it's just right to poke Hannah's heart, and gradually Lee Chang'an builds an honest and friendly, honest but not mute side in her heart. Together with Jin-ku's performance side by side proving that Lee Chang'an is still, or was an awesome hunter, the image of a perfect man emerges. As for looks, Hannah didn't mind, and even if she did, she could save up some money for surgery to restore it. No flaws, romance isn't really a strength, it's just an extra plus, and without the extra plus Lee Chang'an is still great. Lee Chang'an took the initiative to clean up the dishes, but also cleaned them alone and dried them. He did as he pleased, and did not think that he was madly brushing Hannah's favorability. "Thank you for your hospitality. I have to go back." Li Chang'an picked up his trench coat and said a friendly goodbye. If she wasn't in the orphanage, Hannah would have told Li Chang'an to stay, but now she couldn't find half a reason and could only lightly bite her lower lip to see Li Chang'an off. The car did not drive in the direction of the store, but toward the outskirts of the city. Li Chang'an was busy today. First, take the car to the city gates, then go to find Jin Ku, break his limbs and then go out over the wall, find a secluded place to bury it. Li Chang'an clearly remembered that he could not kill anyone, so he would expose Jin Ku's head outside the earth. Then there's a trip to the Rangers Guild to find out where there are cattle-type monsters in the neighborhood, and deliver the beef to the orphanage when the hunt is done. Only at the end of the day was it time to go home and rest for a while, and then get up at 3 a.m. to make the buns. It's so busy. The schedule is so full that time must be freed up every night to practice the body arts. Not far away was the parking lot, where Li Chang'an was waiting in line. There was a sound of shattering glass overhead and a figure leapt from the air, covered in shards of glass and blood. Zi Chong. The silhouette looked up. It was a shocked Wan Taiping. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be in a hotel at this time of night with you? You can't do that, can you? Li Chang'an frowned. What doesn't work? Whatever. Wan Tianping rushed in and stepped into the car. Run! Without hesitation, Li Chang'an started the car and rushed to the side. Several silhouettes leaped down from the upper floor and immediately stared at Li Chang'an and the two of them. Go after him. Don't let him get away. Chop off his head and bring it back. Li Chang'an watched this from the rearview mirror and wondered, what bad thing did you do? Robbing money? What do you mean by robbing money? I was robbing the rich to help the poor. Wan Taiping just finished yelling and touched his injury, grimacing in pain. Sure enough, it's a money grab. Li Chang'an was helpless and stomped on the gas with one foot. A few black sedans behind them were in hot pursuit, and surprisingly, they were not left behind by Li Chang'an. Driving out of the city could not be done. Li Chang'an drove around a few times. Seeing that he could not get rid of the other party at all, he simply drove the car towards the slums, where there was a not-so-small open space. Where are you going? Don't make a scene. Go towards the city center. There are many people in the city center, they wouldn't dare to be so flashy. Wan Taiping, on the other hand, didn't realize the direction of Li Chang'an until now. Li Chang'an didn't say a word, and after confirming that he had arrived at an unoccupied territory, then he put on a sharp brake. The car was still sliding forward and he had already unbuckled his seatbelt and leapt out. There were several people sitting in the black sedan at the back in the lead, only to feel the car shake as if something had landed on the roof. The next moment a fist smashed through the roof of the car, taking the driver's head with it into his chest. Withdrawing his arm, Li Chang'an had a momentary lapse of concentration as he looked at the blood staining his hand. I'm defending myself and I'm defending Wan Taiping. It shouldn't be a problem to kill someone for that, right? Chapter 120. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Li Chang'an didn't want to kill anyone. In the past 6 months or so, he hadn't killed anyone, even if he was bullied at his door. He avoided it if he could, and just tried to get revenge when he couldn't. But today was different. The bullying of the past might not have endangered his life. Today's would definitely. How could he not feel the killing intent of others? Even though it was Wan Taiping who caused the trouble, Li Chang'an did not intend to sit back and do nothing. For one thing, Wan Taiping was not a bad person. At least his reputation in the neighborhood was still very good. Aside from liking to take credit, and of course he was literally broke, it was rumored that he donated all of his money. The second was that Wan Taiping was also good to him. If you throw me a wooden peach, you will be rewarded with a Qiong Yao. Gaining someone's favor is remembered for 1,000 years. These two words Li Chang'an remembered in his heart and used them in his actions. When he first arrives in the French city, he meets Wan Taiping when he rents a store for the first time, and it is Wan Taiping who helps him to cut down the price, and there are people with discriminatory skin color who come to the store and deliberately make trouble, and it is also Wan Taiping who steps in to drive them away. Even if Man Taiping is a less than decent guy, what's it got to do with me? Do you have to look at what kind of person the other person is to return a favor? I only look at how he treats me. The driver of the first car was punched to death by Li Chang'an, and the car spun and crashed to a stop on a mound of dirt on the side of the road, with the next few cars a little slower. In an instant, 8 people surrounded Li Chang'an, and the remaining 3 didn't even look at Li Chang'an and directly rushed towards Wan Taiping in the sports car. Brother, can I call you brother? How did you come up with the idea of getting off the bus and playing 12? Now it's 11A levels. Wan Taiping walked towards the car with a bitter face, all helpless. I thought you said you could beat 10A ranks? There are only 3 that went to you now. Li Chang'an looked at his sleeves and helplessly took off his jacket. A punch just caused the sleeve to suffer an unwarranted injury. The last coat of this winter. Wan Taiping leaned against the car door and yelled in anger. I am now seriously injured. Seriously injured, do you understand? After those 8 people beat you to death, I'll have to beat 11. I only said I can fight 10. I can't beat 11, okay? Li Chang'an nodded his head, and before he could speak, he had already disappeared in place. His momentum was like running thunder, bullying his way in between snapping his fingers. The man chosen by Li Chang'an clearly looked at the fist that was about to come and folded his hands in front of his chest to block it, his legs zipping down one step in front of the other. Coincidentally, he was exactly fully strengthened and had never been afraid of close combat. The fists destroyed the man's arms, breaking them and punching through his chest. Then the other one came through from the side, and Li Chang'an passed his hands through the man's chest, exerting force towards each side. Warm blood splattered everywhere as the man was torn in half in front of the crowd. It's 10 now. Wan Taiping gulped and stammered. 10 is a bit too many. Good. Li Chang'an nodded. The leading man was busy yelling, don't split up too much. Kill this ugly one first. You two go trap that Wan Taiping kid. The man's pupils dilated as the words left his mouth, and Li Chang'an unexpectedly chose his target to be him. The man clasped his fists with both hands, and an aquamarine barrier was violently opened in front of his body. A layer of barrier was not enough. Another layer surged up, and then the man opened both his hands, and an ice lance was condensed in his hands. It was still a simple punch that came, and the 2 layers of aquamarine barrier didn't resist for a moment, dispersing into gorgeous ice crystals under the punch. The ice lance had only just condensed, and the man could only take a quick step backward, holding the ice lance towards his body at the same time, in a vain attempt to pierce through the fist in front of him with the ice lance. And contrary to his imagination, the ice lance shattered under his fist inch by inch, and the man watched as Li Chang'an's fist struck his palm. With a snort, under what could be called an iron fist, the man's arm bone penetrated the skin of his elbow, and his entire arm looked like a paperweight that had been built up into a ball. A gunshot came from behind him. Li Chang'an didn't look back. Arrow steps forward, closing the knife and chopping down to break the man's neck bone. Only then did he turn around and reach over his back shoulder to pick out a deformed slug, the bullet merely breaking through the skin and being stopped from advancing amidst the muscle. Pull back. He's a melee shifter. With someone in the crowd shouted. Everyone quickly flew back to distance themselves from Li Chang'an. However, Li Chang'an didn't care about the others and stared at the one who opened his mouth, transforming into a speedy wind and swept in. The man raised his hand and raised his gun. His ability was gun mastery, and with a large caliber pistol in both hands, he fired 6 shots in a row in an instant. Li Chang'an shifted on his feet and 4 bullets grazed his body, the remaining 2 hitting his upper arm and calf before regrettably stopping on dark gray bone. When the man pulled the trigger again, Li Chang'an threw out the long bar in his hand. It was the arm bone he had removed from the man he had just been with. An arm bone thrown with the force of a punch of tens of thousands of pounds is still a murder weapon. The man with the gun couldn't dodge in time and raised his muzzle in a hurry. The bullet pierced through the arm bone and the broken bone flew towards the side. One of the cuts then fell into Li Chang'an's hand, and the next moment the arm bone pierced the enemy's throat. 8 left. Li Chang'an shook his hand, squeezing the slugs out of his body between muscle tensions. Wan Taiping shouted, It's 7. Look at my 9-headed dragon flash. Several knife lights flashed down. One of the people surrounding Wan Taiping stiffened. A line of blood gradually enlarged on his neck, and then his entire head slid to the ground. Go! Someone else shouted, lest they be targeted by Li Chang'an, and simply spat out a single word. Unfortunately, Li Chang'an had made up his mind to hit whoever spoke, and the moment the words fell he had already charged up again. Grass! With a low curse, the person who opened his mouth fled without looking back. The rest of them rushed up, as many as they could, all of them staring at Li Chang'an. What's the point of leaving? Leave them all behind today. Wan Taiping spat out a mouthful of blood, but his aura skyrocketed to its peak. Enumalus, heaven and earth are perverse. The star of the opening. The golden ripples spread towards the surroundings and converged towards Wan Taiping's sword at a faster speed. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Boundless pillars of crimson light swept in, and those who were enveloped by the pillars of light were crushed without even being able to utter a single plea. It was worth mentioning that the light pillar grazed everyone's head, just avoiding Li Chang'an. I will become the god of the new world. Ha 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 ha. Wan Taiping laughed up to the sky, countless tiny wounds crumbling open on his body, and in an instant blood stained his entire body red. That has slaved code. Of yours. What kind of move is it? Li Chang'an frowned, feeling that it was a language he didn't understand. Did you create it yourself? Creating your own moves like that and then materializing them through your powers would be too much. I'd rather admit it. Wan Taiping scratched his head in embarrassment and sat down paralyzed. But it's a bit shameless to admit it. The nine-headed dragon flash is a move of Saishiru Bigu. The one in the back is the Hero King's move. Li Chang'an took a long breath. It sounds like a very powerful person. Is it a strong person who is still alive? I haven't heard of them before. I'll take you back to get patched up first. You haven't heard of these two? The corner of Wan Taiping's eye twitched slightly. If he hadn't known them for the past 3 months, he would have suspected that Li Chang'an was mocking him. Haven't heard of it. Li Chang'an shook his head and helped Wan Taiping into the car. I haven't seen much. Wan Taiping grinned. That's good. No, I mean it's too bad. They're the heroes of humanity. Truly great heroes, it's all thanks to them that mankind is where it is today. Why do you think there are so many humans left at the end of the world? It's all because of these heroes who are paying. And I'm their only disciple, tasked with saving mankind. Now that I've said that, can you stop writing me down in your little book? After a long time, Li Chang'an nodded. Okay, I won't remember. Wan Taiping had a twinge of guilt. Chapter 121. Why are you going here? When Li Chang'an got out of the car and opened the door, Wan Taiping still didn't survive the guilt test. I lied to you. There's no such thing as a hero. It's really just my powers. Li Chang'an pulled open the store door and said without looking back, I know. Fantasy embodiment. Eh? Wan Taiping was surprised but more puzzled. How did you know? You're willing to exempt me now that you know? Turning back to support Wan Taiping, Li Chang'an's face was expressionless. I've thought before about whether or not fantasy embodiment can simulate someone else's supernatural ability and then manifest it. Waive your bill because you're not going to give me the money anyway. So just waive it. After a moment of stagnation, Wan Taiping lowered his head. I'm sorry I took you for a fool. It's okay, you're not the first to treat me like a fool. No ripples could be seen from Li Chang'an's face. He was really used to it. Then Wan Taiping watched as Li Chang'an took out a large box of trauma medicines, both internal and external, and started to disinfect and medicate him with ease. Li Chang'an's technique couldn't be described as gentle. It was better in terms of being quick and sturdy, but it was a bit difficult for the person being bandaged. Wan Taiping grimaced and was too embarrassed to scream out, so he could only think of ways to divert his attention with small talk. Say, you're not D rank today, are you? Grade A. It's not easy for an A rank to instantly kill the same rank. Not bad. Wouldn't it be too condescending for you, a ranked expert, to hide over here and sell buns? No. After a few seconds of silence, Li Chang'an added, my buns sell well, and so does the soy milk. Wan Tianping blackened his face and gritted his teeth. Concealing your identity and hiding here. I'm afraid you also have an ulterior motive, Li Chang'an didn't lift his head, straining at the end of the bandage to tighten it. No secrets, just want to live like this. Without giving Wan Taiping a chance to pursue the question further, Li Chang'an asked first. Where did those moves you materialized come from? They shouldn't be real, right? Wan Taiping nodded. It's manga. You don't know manga, do you? Popular in the pre-apocalyptic world. A form of storytelling through imagery with a variety of stories in it. Magical themes, otherworldly travel, and rebirth. All in all interesting. Li Chang'an muttered a few times. Comics? I've never read it. I'll get you 2 books when I have the chance. Save the difference. Wan Taiping sighed. The Empire seized them after the end of the world and banned the entertainment industry. Manga video discs are counted as contraband, and I don't have many of them, but some of the battles depicted in them are perfect for me. It's more of a hassle to materialize the moves myself, and it's better to just materialize various powerful monsters, but with the manga, I'm equivalent to having a perfected idea already, so I just have to add to it myself. What you saw today wasn't my strongest move, know about mechs. I'll show you my unicorn sometime. The more Wan Taiping spoke, the more excited he became. This was the path he had taken, and his own limited imagination was not as good as unifying other people's concepts. Just between words, Li Chang'an had already finished bandaging Wan Taiping, whose recovery was simply terrifying, even a little stronger than him. Is it because you think my self-healing ability is strong? Wan Taiping smiled smugly. I embodied a vampire body, so as long as I don't get pierced through the heart, I can recover quickly. But it's quite troublesome. I can only manage to keep one embodiment at a time now that I'm at S rank, and I can't use any other moves if I embodied a vampire's body during battle. Li Chang'an nodded. You need to get to the king level. After the king level, the quality of your alien ability will change, so you might be able to retain 2 embodied objects. King rank. Wan Taiping was filled with surprise. Is it an S rank or above equal rank? While packing up the medicine box, Li Chang'an responded flatly. Above the S rank is the king rank. The king rank further up seems to be the emperor rank. I don't know anything else. Then how do I break through to the king level? I think I've reached a bottleneck. As long as you tell me the method, I'm sure I can break through to the king level immediately. Wan Taiping rubbed his fists in impatience. Glancing deeply at Wan Taiping, Li Chang'an sat down in silence. Do you really think that you have reached the limit of S-class? That's for sure. Wan Taiping slapped his chest and nearly coughed up blood. If now is your limit. Li Chang'an hesitated a bit, but when he thought that Wan Taiping himself had said that his words of advice would not go unheard, he decided to say it again. A limit this low means your talent is poor. Even if you break through to the king rank, I'm afraid you won't be able to beat most S ranks. Besides, I don't know the method. I've only seen one person, and she broke through to the king level by striking an invincible momentum. Wan Taiping's face was comparable to the bottom of a pot, and he said stiffly, How is my limit low? You don't understand. I'm already the best of the bunch in the S-class. Not really. Li Chang'an turned on the straight talk. Of the S-classes I've seen, you're only average. Not counting the one who just said he broke through to the king level, plus the ones I haven't seen put up a fight but judged by intuition, there are a total of 4 or 5 of them, and basically all of them can hang you. Li Chang'an didn't lie, nor did he care to lie. All the S-classes he had seen were put together and compared. The strongest was of course one Anren. Ma Jinshi had already broken through to the king level, not counting. Next would be Jiang Shuebu, and beyond that there was Little Red Riding Hood and Aelita, and even the awakened Meiho was feared to be stronger than Wan Taiping. You're strong in one-hit power, weak in everything but one-hit power, and technically you should be at ease as an assassin before the king rank. The ability to manifest invisibility or something like that gets close to the opponent, then instantly contacts the invisibility, explodes the strongest blow, and immediately disappears far away after getting it. Li Chang'an spoke seriously, and Wan Taiping, who was still a bit upset, immediately sank into it. Master, I've realized it. Wan Taiping had a satisfied look on his face. It's because I know too little about my powers, so I can still use them like this. Li Chang'an shook his head. More than that, your physical fitness is poor, near total lack of exercise, and your fighting skills are lousy. A common problem with most psychics today, they are too lazy to work on their physical strength and are overly reliant on their psychic abilities. Only a small number of people also valued the importance of the body in psychic combat. Ignoring the fact that Wan Taiping was still contemplating, Li Chang'an collected his things, and since he was going home, he also brought his dagger along with him and prepared to go out. Where are you going? Wan Taiping was suddenly alarmed. Li Chang'an changed his clothes. I'm going to look for a man named Jin Ku. He seems to recognize me. I'm a bit worried that he's talking nonsense. I plan to bury him outside the city. Wan Taiping opened his mouth. Jin Ku is that Wyatt family's dog, right? Are you sure you want to kill him? Not killing him, but burying him outside the city. Li Chang'an explained. Isn't burying him outside the city the same as killing him? Not the same. Not the same. Li Chang'an frowned and stopped to turn back to explain. I only buried him outside the city. He wasn't dead when I buried him. How can you count me as killing him? But because you buried him, he couldn't move, sooner or later he would still die. How come it can't be considered that you killed him? Wan Taiping also stirred up a sense of goodwill. According to reason, you don't kill Bo Ren, but Bo Ren died because of you, so that counts as your killing. A thunderbolt exploded in the middle of Li Chang'an's mind. I'm the one who killed him? Chapter 122, Drawing the Sword for Murder. You open the door. I apologize. I said the wrong thing just now. Zichong, I was wrong. Okay? Open the door. You at least open the door and tell me where I'm wrong. Why are you suddenly hiding and not seeing anyone? Wan Taiping slumped outside Li Chang'an's door and still couldn't figure out what he had said that was wrong. Having just finished speaking 2 minutes ago, Li Chang'an's face suddenly sank, and then he muttered something out of his mouth, walking sluggishly towards his room and locking himself in. So what's wrong with that statement, Boren? It's not like someone important died because of him, is it? The more Wan Taiping thought about it, the more he felt that he had seen the truth. An A-class alien, or the kind that could instantly kill someone of the same rank. He hadn't even seen Li Chang'an's supernatural ability, and this kind of person was hiding in the North Shore district to open a Baozi store? Hiding his strength, facial disfigurement, not seeing his original appearance, and actually having a pretty good personality. He's definitely a man with a story to tell. With the way he's acting now, it's most likely that an important person sacrificed their life for Zichong, and Zichong came to Dharma City to live out the rest of his life in despair. But today my words woke him up and caused him to explode with guilt over that important person. He blamed himself for the death of that person. At the moment, Wan Taiping looked like a person who had read the script, and he didn't realize that his guesses were basically all right. Inside the house, Li Chang'an sat on the bed with his eyes blank, clutching the captain's military license in his hand. Dying for me means killing for me? Zichong. Wan Taiping was still banging on the door. Listen to me. It's my fault. You haven't heard the story about how I didn't kill Boren, have you? That does not refer to the one who saved you, but to the one whom you resented. Because you resented him, he died because of your resentment, even though you did not try to kill him. The people who died trying to save you are not in that category. They gave their lives for you. It was love. It was noble and pure. It had nothing to do with you. The so-called human nature is the realization that one is willing to give one's life to redeem another person or a loved one, and this realization is human nature. Others blossomed their humanity for you in the hope that it would shine through, and you felt the humanity, and their giving was worthwhile. Do you understand the legacy of the fire? This is a legacy, not you killing people. The silence in the room lasted for a few more moments, and then Li Chang'an opened the door and walked out. Without a word, he headed downstairs. What are you going for? Wan Taiping hurriedly followed. Go kill Jin Ku. Li Chang'an boarded his face. Anyway, bury Jin Ku first. What he can't figure out will be put aside for the time being. Wan Taiping cried and laughed, but at least he was considered not to have taken the bull by the horns. As for Jin Gu, don't kill it first. Tell me what's going on. Jin Ku is a villain, but villains are good at socializing. Quite a few people owe him favors. Wan Taiping could only pull Li Chang'an first. Li Chang'an didn't insist and simply told him what happened. After hearing this, Wan Taiping thought a little and laughed. Otherwise, you can give me face, I'll go and talk to him. And if he talks nonsense outside, I'll kill for him. I can see that you actually don't want to kill anyone, and you were torn for a while before in order to save me, so why don't you just don't kill anyone and leave it to me to do it? Okay? After hesitating for a while, Li Chang'an still nodded. He had saved Wan Taiping, and Wan Taiping had helped him with a lot of things, and it was basically an offensive and defensive alliance, but he wasn't going to let Wan Taiping contribute for nothing. Who is it that's after you? Do you need my help? Wan Taiping didn't hide this point and said bluntly, not good people. I found out that they might be selling human organs, so I chased them to the door. The technology of cloning organs is quite mature, but it's not cheap. Rather, the organs of producers are cheap. But I have no tangible evidence, so I'll have to follow up on the clues myself, and there's a basement over there with a lot of producers' bodies piled up. I was basically able to sit on the fact that they were trafficking in human organs, but I was caught while I was leaving, and then you know all about it. Li Chang'an frowned. Should we go report the city guards? City guard. Wan Taiping snorted. Isn't the place you met me next door to the city guard? Do you think the city guard is still credible? It was indeed untrustworthy, and looking at all the city guards he had seen, Li Chang'an could not find any that could make a good impression. The city guard is now under the jurisdiction of the New World cult, right? I have a friend I know who is in the New World cult, so I can talk to him. Li Chang'an had changed a lot, from being indifferent to being willing to take action, and unlike in the past, he didn't only use killing to solve problems. Wan Taiping waved his hand. Forget it. The world's affairs are in the hands of the world's people. The New World religion is able to establish a state. Can't this matter really be seen? Even if they're willing to take care of it, the officials will always have a bunch of paperwork to deal with. And by the time they're done cascading up the chain, how many more people do you think will be dead? My generation of supernaturals should be able to pacify the world's injustices without any shame. Li Chang'an nodded, but remained puzzled. Perhaps it's not appropriate for me to ask, but you almost died today. Meaning you're going to do it even though you might not be quite strong enough? Is it for money or fame? The face of Wan Taiping, who was still in a grandiose mood, stiffened and said resentfully, if I have to say it was for the name at first, I think it's quite cool to be a hero. Honestly, at first it was torn between fame and fortune, but by now most of the time it's just about helping them more. Is it true that I can't get it if I want glory and wealth as an S-class alien? Not really, it's a guest of honor everywhere you put it. I haven't suffered from a hard life either. My family is in a good environment, and my parents don't have a death income. At first it was about wanting to be famous, and after seeing so much of the nastiness and darkness, sometimes you can't help but ask yourself if you can do something about it. I cannot do to save the world's big hero, eat, drink, fame and fortune. I cannot be exempted from vulgar. But reach out to save. Why not save? Why not save a broken arm if you can? Why not save a serious injury when you can? I don't think it's a good idea to trade my life for one, but if I were to trade 100 for 1,000, I'd consider it. I have saved less than 10,000 people in my busy life. So if I can exchange my life for 10,000 people, why not? Li Chang'an frowned and thought, I seem to have heard similar words before. Well, don't think about it. Wan Taiping smiled and patted Li Chang'an's shoulder, and as soon as the words were spoken, he only felt relief. Since you don't want to kill anyone, just don't go. Today was just me being careless, and I'm telling you I'm super good. Saying that, Wan Taiping turned in the direction of the door, waving his hand without looking back. Just wait at home. Make the buns and wait for me to come back to eat. Leave everything to me. Wan Taiping left the store. Li Chang'an sat alone in his chair and muttered after a long time. Killing one person can save one person. Do I kill or not? Killing one person saves 10. Do I kill or not? Killing one person can save 100. So do I kill or not? The clock ticked to 12 in the morning. Li Chang'an got up and lifted an animal bone war knife from the side of the steamer and pinned it at his waist. Today, I draw my sword. Chapter 123. I'm a professional. There is no such thing as good or evil in life, nor is there such a thing as good or bad. If acting according to one's nature is evil, then human nature is evil. From what one sees and hears and thinks while growing up, one gradually determines one's concepts of good, evil, good and bad, and these concepts vary slightly depending on the nature of one's heart and experiences. The division between good and evil in Li Chang'an's eyes was extremely blurred, and his stubbornly held notions had been gradually corrected after being intentionally set right by Lin, the captain, and the others. In today's day, he is self-doubting because of an oft-repeated question. Is killing someone to save their life good or evil? There has never been a standard answer to this question, and there are those who measure the value of those who are killed and those who are saved, but life is inherently priceless. Killing peasants to save scholars. Killing a homeless man to save an officer. Kill civilians to save civilians. And what are the criteria for measurement? How could Li Chang'an possibly think about it? So he decided to throw the blame on Wan Taiping, who was only there to help. Half a year of cultivation is empty, but at least I have learned to dump the pot. The people who went after Wan Taiping had no news to come back, and the people in the building also found anomalies. All the important things were transferred, and it didn't matter if they left the evidence behind. A fire lit up the whole building. Li Chang'an stood at the street corner and looked at the blazing flames, seeing that the fire had been there for a while, but he didn't see the city guards come to put out the fire. The intent to destroy evidence has been extremely clear. Instead, there were water elemental mastery adepts helping out on the side, but some of the highest D-level adepts were still helpless in the face of the fire. Li Chang'an stopped looking at the flame-wrapped building and stepped into the crowd of onlookers, with all sorts of different smells wafting through the air. In less than half a minute, Li Chang'an found his target. A tall, short man stood inconspicuously at the edge of the crowd, his eyes sweeping through it now and then, listening intently to the conversations of those around him. The people who had evacuated the building had left behind a hidden sentry to keep an eye on whether or not Wan Taiping would return to his original location, and they were also curious if anyone was helping Wan Taiping behind the alibi. Li Chang'an didn't rush to make a move. He knew exactly how these people acted, and there was usually more than one secret outpost. There will usually be at least two people, one in the open eavesdropping and observing, as well as a decoy, while the other hides in the shadows to take care of the situation. And if the one in the open is exposed, the one in the shadows will send out the message. If those who profit from harming the lives of others are considered evil, then those who traffic in human organs are extremely evil, and most of them have no humanity at all. After another minute, Li Chang'an found the person hiding in the shadows and retreated his figure into the shadows. The man in the dark always stared at the crowd but did not notice Li Chang'an's departure. When he realized something was wrong, it was the moment his head left his body. Li Chang'an wordlessly walked and wordlessly returned to the crowd, standing behind the short man. The shorter man didn't notice the difference behind him. raising his hand and tapping it 3 times in his ear to deliver a message to his shadowy accomplice that presumably there was no difference or something like that. Before he could lower his fingers, the shorter man suddenly felt a sharp pain under his ribs, and a cold metal forced its way to his heart. Too late to react, he felt a hand on his shoulder, wrapped around him like a close brother, while a fingertip flicked against the knot of his throat, bouncing back the cry for help he'd almost made. "I'll ask you to answer. After 3 questions, I won't draw my sword, you go." Lee Chang'an's low voice rang out. The man nodded without uttering a word, knowing that he had met a ruthless man. The dagger stabbed into his ribs would have bled him to death in less than 10 minutes if he had pulled it out. First question. Where is your headquarters? 32 Birch Street. Sane. Second question. How many S-class masters are there? Just 1. And it's not in the headquarters. Okay. Third question. How much is your life worth? What's the problem? All you have to do is answer, and answer to my satisfaction. That's worth $100,000. The man didn't dare to say more, but he also didn't dare to say less. Who knew what would make this guy happy? Lee Chang'an nodded silently as the dagger went straight through the man's heart. Then his arms strangled the man's neck, breaking his collarbone. As if cradling a drunken best friend, Lee Chang'an walked to the side alley, set the man down on the edge of a trash can, and turned to leave. "I'll burn $100,000 over to you." For the first 2 questions, the most believable one was the address of the headquarters. The real address lured Lee Chang'an over there, and the false number of masters allowed Lee Chang'an to die there. The man was specifically left with the hope of survival in order to extract the truth, and if he knew that he would surely die, the truth in the man's words would be impossible to judge. But Lee Chang'an had explicitly said that he would leave him alive after asking the questions, and as long as a man believed even 1 point, his words could be listened to as half-truths. It's logical and reasonable that the real one is the address and the fake one is the number of masters, but if the fake one is the address and the real one is the number of masters, that's not logical. Of course, it's possible that both are false. Not that it mattered. Lee Chang'an would definitely make a trip to 32 Birch Road. Still, Lee Chang'an found it highly credible. After all, 32 Birch Road was actually less than a block away. After a few minutes of walking through the building, Birch Road was in sight, and number 32 was not far away, and could be seen at a glance. White dark gray 5-story building in a crowd of buildings appear not too eye-catching, too low profile is the same as outliers. This small building belongs to a glance will not leave too deep impression of the kind. No more, no less, just right. There was no one at the main entrance downstairs, but there was a man reading a newspaper standing by a newsstand about 10 meters away. It's a secret sentry. Lee Chang'an's eyesight was enough for him to see the calluses on the fist blade of the person reading the newspaper even from a distance of more than 10 meters. And with the cold wind blowing through, the man's clothes clung to his body just enough to have an abnormal outline at the calves. It should be a melee shifter with dual daggers. Lee Chang'an walked towards the newsstand, and when he was 7 or 8 steps away, he suddenly stopped and fumbled around at a few pockets on his body, a chagrin on his face. Then walked toward the newsstand and frowned. "Got any cigarettes?" The old man smoking in the newsstand looked up. "Which one do you want?" "Buy lawn." Lee Chang'an pulled out a couple of sheets of cash. "Get another box of matches." 200. The old man threw a box of cigarettes and matches over and took the money from Lee Chang'an's hand. "The matches are for you." Lee Chang'an did not thank you, took the things and left, while unpacking the cigarette box. Cigarettes are more expensive than meat in nowadays. But the important thing is that he miscalculated, walking to the newsstand only to realize that the old man in the newsstand was also a dark sentry. And the moment the two of them looked at each other, Lee Chang'an felt scrutinized. And he noticed a camera hidden in the corner of the newsstand, and he didn't cover his face. If someone had remembered what he looked like when he rescued Wan Taiping, the people in the building would have known of his arrival by now. "We can only do it Sighing regretfully, Lee Chang'an stopped his steps. The infiltration plan was afraid to fail. As he was turning back to grip the beast bone battle sword hidden behind his waist, Lee Chang'an suddenly frowned. There was a loud explosion overhead, and then Wan Tianping's arrogant and domineering voice could be heard. "Your grandpa Wan is here. Bind your hands and wait to die." At the same time, the man reading the newspaper by the newsstand rushed into the building, drawing the dagger in his calf. And the old man guarding the newsstand hesitated as he stepped out of the booth and returned to it. Just as he turned back, a knife came at him head-on. Chapter 124: The Innocents. Pulling the knife from the old man's throat, Lee Chang'an smoothly chopped the camera in the corner. The knife was not stained with half-blood, The animal bone from some kind of sea beast was sharpened by Li Chang'an for 3 months before it really became a knife. This was the best weapon Li Chang'an had ever used. Is Wan Taiping planning to face so many people alone? Li Chang'an frowned as he rushed towards the building. And before he even entered, he could already hear the noisy footsteps in the building. Just after breaking the door, a man not far from the door who hadn't had time to get his head on turned back to the door, and a combat knife gradually zoomed in front of him. The battle sword was about to cut down the man's head, but Li Chang'an had a bad feeling rising. The blade was bounced back as if it had hit something. It was as if there was an invisible barrier on the man's side separating his battle sword. Scared me to death. The man palpitated and patted his chest. You and that guy upstairs are in cahoots? One in the light and one in the dark. They work well together. Without a word, Li Chang'an took a few steps back and brought the door of the building with him, pulling out a few soybeans from his pocket and flicking his fingers to shatter the light bulb. The fiber optics of the entire floor dimmed at once, but did not fall into complete darkness. The man looked around and smiled disdainfully. Forget it. I'm too lazy to call for help. I'll take care of you myself. Why don't you tell me how many other accomplices there are, and I'll do my part to spare your life. Li Chang'an remained silent. In the time that had passed, he had turned over the man's identity from his mind. He had seen it before but did not recognize it. There was a profile of this man in the Rangers Guild. Black Ranger's 7th Tralov. The bad news was that the opponent was strong, and the good news was that Li Chang'an knew how strong Tralov was. The vast majority of black-ranked Rangers have been investigated, so for a little money you're able to buy information about them. Apart from the undercard, most of the euphoria is recorded in detail and is regularly being updated. Tralov's ability is Mystic Vision Barrier, an invisible barrier whose size is related to Tralov's field of vision. No one knows the exact value of the sturdiness, but it exceeds steel, and the trickiest part is that the barrier is attributed to the Mystic system. While the barrier was deflecting his opponent's attacks, Tralov's attacks could pass through the invisible barrier, and no one had ever really seen the barrier. Strictly speaking, it's like a mysterious phenomenon between existence and non-existence. In the records of the Rangers Guild, Tralov had never lost. Li Chang'an didn't expect to meet Tralov here, and he was sure he wasn't looking in the wrong place. Despite the good ventilation, the building still smelled faintly of corpses, and there was no way he could be wrong. So of course Tralov is connected to these organ traffickers. No, it should be one of the leaders because the Black Ranger stands for S-Class. Still not attacking? After waiting for a moment and not seeing Li Chang'an make a move, Tralov walked directly towards Li Chang'an. His posture could not be said to be arrogant. His hands were behind his back, and he walked in an old-fashioned manner, like an old man taking a walk in the garden after a meal. Li Chang'an could already feel an invisible pressure coming towards him, and the size of the vision barrier was the range of Tralov's vision. And the first floor wasn't big enough for Tralov to take in the whole thing. If Li Chang'an couldn't break the vision barrier, even without escaping, he would even be squeezed alive against the wall by Tralov's supernatural ability. Wow, he can break down walls. In the midst of the dimness, Tralov could see Li Chang'an's rough outline, but could not make out Li Chang'an's small movements. For example, at this moment, Li Chang'an bit through the thumb of his left hand. Feeling the pressure getting closer and closer, Li Chang'an instead walked forward, an invisible barrier between him and Tralov blocking the two. After a few seconds, Li Chang'an's hit the barrier. Tralov was then separated from him by less than 20 centimeters, which was just nothing. Tralov, known as the Untouchable, Li Chang'an finally spoke. Tralov gave an amused smile. You can recognize me? You are a wanderer too. That's right. And I'm quite famous. Have you seen me before? Li Chang'an leaned his face forward slightly. Let me take a look. Tralov leaned forward, vaguely able to make out Li Chang'an's appearance in the dimness. A few seconds later, surprise surfaced on Tralov's face. Wow! A legendary red prowler who never shows his face. 3rd on the hunt list. In case you didn't know, I gave you your nickname, the Innocent One. Isn't that nice? But what is a man like you doing here? Seeking wealth? It can't be to hunt me, can it? Li Chang'an sighed slightly. I can't help it, actually. Tralov instinctively moved a little closer to the front. In the next moment, the fiery red blade tore through the air, breaking through the barrier between the invisible and the tangible. A knife breaks the head. Actually, I don't want to kill anyone. Li Chang'an sighed. As he expected, his blood was filled with divine supernatural powers, as if it restrained all supernatural powers, and the vision barrier was unbeatable before his blood. The renegade has always had the ability to live up to his name. He was born to hunt shifters. This should be the first S-class I've killed, Lee Chang'an muttered, ignoring the dead Trailerov on the ground, and quickly went up the stairs. Trolov's death was attributed to the unknown, not gullibility. He never let go of slacking off. But how could he not expect someone to be able to cut through his sight barrier? There was never a strongest psychic ability, and if there was too much reliance on it, there would eventually be a second and third Trolov. Once again, Wan Taiping's arrogant laughter came from the roof. Is that all you guys got? It's still too early to kill your grandpa Wan. Lion elegy. Lee Chang'an was helpless. The more provocative it was, the closer Wan Taiping was to his limit. But he also said something about the unicorn ship's ability not being used. 80% of them are planning to die together after gathering everyone. Gotta pick up the pace. Collecting the knife and pinning it to his waist, Lee Chang'an broke one of the glass and climbed the outer wall towards the upper floor. He looked like an ape and was as light as a swallow, and he reached the top floor after several times of vacillation. Half of the wall of the top floor had been blown down by something, and Lee Chang'an stepped right in, and in front of him was Wan Taiping. At this moment, Wan Taiping was drenched in blood, with an unknown number of wounds all over his body, and there were at least more than 4 types of injuries just from the wounds. Even so, he still smiled a bold and somewhat arrogant smile. Ha 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 ha. That's it? No way, no way. So many people can't take one of me? I'm here today to kill you all or be killed by you all. Wan Taiping waved the 3-foot-long sword in his hand, forcing one person back with a single stroke, and more than 20 corpses had fallen in front of him. Why don't you get on? Trying to trick Grandpa into turning around? Grandpa won't fall for it. Wan Taiping grinned. The gazes from all around looking behind him were all deceiving. Lee Chang'an had no choice but to exit, lest he rashly went forward and was treated as a sneak attack by Wan Taiping. Wan Taiping. Hearing the voice behind him, Wan Taiping was stunned, but he didn't dare to turn around, so he could only shout, "You psycho, what are you doing here? I can kill them all by myself and make them piss their pants. Get the hell back. I thought you didn't want to kill anyone. Just live a good life. Today is the day I make a name for myself. Don't come and steal my thunder." With a sword picking and blowing up an oncoming fireball, Wan Taiping glanced back lightning fast and saw that it was really Lee Chang'an, and was even more anxious. "Hurry up and leave me alone." Lee Chang'an bristled and drew his battle sword to take a few steps forward to stand side by side with Wan Taiping. "Don't try to be brave. I'm a better professional than you at this kind of extermination. Just killed a black prowler downstairs, named Trolov. You know? He said he nicknamed me the Innocent One, like I'm more famous than you." The corner of his mouth lifted up. Lee Chang'an pointed the tip of his blade to the ground, and the injuries on his face healed a little bit, instantly restoring his original appearance. "I'm the third on the hunting and killing list. When it comes to the number of people to kill, these people can compare to me?" Wan Taiping slightly froze, suddenly grinned widely. "You son of a... Hide it from me so hard. Finish this fight with lousy worship. I'm going to be a brother, and from now on, I'm going to tell everyone that the Innocent One is a brother." Lee Chang'an spat but smiled broadly. "It's just killing. Can it be harder than surviving?" Chapter 125. Welcome back. The basin-sized fireball was split by Lee Chang'an's slash. The flames splattered in all directions, and the sparks splattered on Lee Chang'an's clothes, and he simply ripped off his already tattered and torn clothes. There was a long-range alien energy attack behind him. Lee Chang'an didn't turn around. The next moment, Wan Taiping arrowed forward. Both hands pulled in the air, pulling out a huge shield that topped the ceiling. All the attacks from behind Lee Chang'an were blocked by Wan Taiping alone. By now, Wan Taiping had also realized that just in terms of the efficiency of killing the enemy, unless he turned on a big move, it was definitely Lee Chang'an who was better. After all, there were about 40 corpses lying on the ground, and more than half of them came from Lee Chang'an's hands. But there was still a steady stream of people rushing through the door, and there was no telling when this fight would end. After another charge, the two stood back to back. "Can't finish killing." Wan Taiping gritted his teeth. It was impossible not to admit that he was relying on a single breath to hold him up as his mental power was greatly depleted. Lee Chang'an nodded silently. These people were not weak, not a single producer. At the very least, they were D-class alien. If the room hadn't been big enough to squeeze in more people, the other side could have drowned them by sheer numbers alone. But now continue to will war, the last 2 people are dead. See, but before death can pull how many people pad back. That guy seems to be a small leader or something. I've been staring at him for quite a while and he keeps talking towards the side. Li Chang'an's gaze looked into the crowd. Following Li Chang'an's gaze, Wan Taiping frowned slightly. I didn't hear him speak, are you sure? Okay. Li Chang'an nodded. I know a little bit of lip sync, he just said. Keep going, pile them up. Wan Taiping's eyes lit up. If I assist you, can I kill him? After hesitating for a second, Li Chang'an continued. I'll assist you. I don't have the means to burst in, you're more suitable. Neither did he push back. Wan Taiping was even more aware that the one who assisted was in greater danger. And that meant that Li Chang'an would have to block the attacks of the rest of the people to open up a bloody path. Both of them were smart people, and with those words being enough, Li Chang'an rushed towards the crowd with his sword, while Wan Taiping followed close behind. Seeing Li Chang'an charging, a strong man came out from the crowd, nearly 3 meters tall and as strong as an ox. His right hand transformed into a giant shield of steel from his shoulder. Li Chang'an threw out the war knife in his hand. The strong man was busy raising the huge shield in front of him. The war knife crashed into the huge shield with a crisp sound, then bounced up high. At the same time, Li Chang'an took a step into the air and leaped high into the air, catching the battle sword in midair and making a gesture to chop. The burly man raised his huge shield to his head once again, and what he waited for was not Li Chang'an's battle sword. Gathering all of his body's strength under his feet, Li Chang'an was like a shooting star falling down, smashing down. Even though the giant shield was unbreakable, the oppressive force was real. The strong man is not afraid of this kind of power, but the ground cannot withstand. Instantly the floor cracked and collapsed, along with the strong man, and the side of the number of people fell into the next layer. In front of Li Chang'an's body, it was suddenly a bit empty. Without giving his opponent a chance to converge again, Li Chang'an's blade cut his palm and smeared it with blood, and the crimson blade flowed with light. When a sword was swung, nothing in front of his body was unbreakable. The sword carried the man, and the man held the sword, charging forward into the enemy lineup, heading straight for the leader. In the rear crowd, a flash of panic flashed across the face of the lurking leader, but after estimating the interval between Li Chang'an and himself, he slightly lowered his heart. However, he soon ceased to be composed. There were daggers coming from behind, but Li Chang'an threw out the war knife in his hand regardless, the tip of the knife pointing straight at the leader. The first few people were slashed across the head by the war knife, directly breaking open the skull, and the people after them reacted to busy avoiding towards the sides. With the buffer of the person in front of him, the chief put his 2 hands together in the nick of time, and 7 consecutive ice walls surfaced in front of him. The sword broke through the 6 layers of ice walls, and was just a little short of dissipating. The chief breathed a sigh of relief when he saw a transparent figure emerge behind the sword and grinned. Fire transportation, fire dragon scroll technique. An explosive cry ran out from Wan Taiping's mouth, peered with boundless flames. The flames intertwined and swept in the gale. The chief was wrapped in a fire hose without making a sound. The dozen or so shifters who couldn't dodge were also killed in the fire tornado, and the house smelled more than a little burnt. Li Chang'an turned around and punched the head of the sneak attacker behind him, and looked at Wan Taiping with some envy. He didn't have such a cool move. As expected by the two, the death of the leader caused the herd to begin to panic. Without someone to give orders, these aliens would cower even if they were strong. These 2 people in front of him were completely unlike human beings, especially the guy with the knife. His face was devoid of any emotion, killing people and chickens alike. Li Chang'an knew that he and Wan Taiping couldn't kill all these people, and he wasn't immortal, plus he came in time and didn't bring a little bit of rations. Now he was already a little hungry. But as long as their opponents had the intention to retreat, they didn't have to kill everyone. As long as they thought about escaping, not many would dare to chase after them again. Guerrilla warfare was his forte, and it wasn't too hard to bury hundreds of people in a city as big as this one. Wan Taiping similarly sighed in relief. He could be considered to have reached his limit. All of his abilities depended on his supernatural powers, and now that his spirit was about to run out, the powers of his supernatural powers were all becoming less powerful. Otherwise, a fire tornado alone could skyrocket the entire building. Watching someone retreat in the direction of the door, the 2 men had to brace themselves even more to look fierce. There was a sudden commotion downstairs, and then I heard someone yelling through a megaphone. Listen up, people inside. You're surrounded. Put down your weapons and close your powers and come out and surrender, or you'll be killed without mercy. Someone in the minions was overjoyed and immediately shouted. The city guards are here. Pester them. Don't let them escape. Wan Taiping rolled over and returned to Li Chang'an's side, and smiled bitterly. It's over. The city guards have 2S ranks and 4 ranks, and they don't know how many are coming. I'm the one slowing you down. I'll break out later. You take advantage of the chaos and go out the back. There's an alleyway in the back. You can get out of the city through the sewers. Scram! Li Chang'an returned with a salty voice. If it was before, I would have left you behind and gone first, but not now. I'm not leaving any more companions behind. Don't be a tough talker. It's better for one person to die than two. Wan Taiping cocked the corner of his mouth and grinned. Let's show you what it means to be a man's romantic. Li Chang'an frowned and gave Wan Taiping an elbow, interrupting Wan Taiping's spellcasting, and continued. I have a friend in the New World cult. I'll contact him. And the city guards won't dare to go against the New World Church even if they're horizontal. Stop it. Wan Taiping shook his head. The captain of the city guard is also a member of the New World sect. Can your friend's status in the New World sect be higher than the captain of the city guard? Not to mention where there's time, the general's orders are not to be taken, and he's not going to do anything to him when he kills us and comes down after us from above. Li Chang'an didn't say anything. He just took out his cell phone and made a call. The call was answered quickly. I thought you weren't going to contact me afterward. Jiang Shuibu's voice came from the other end of the phone. You're coming back? Listening to this young voice, Wan Taiping was even less hopeful. Li Chang'an didn't waste any time and said bluntly, I was in FA City and ran into a bit of trouble. The city guards blocked me. Probably going to kill me. 10 minutes tops. 10 minutes, right? Jiang Shuibu's voice suddenly lingered. The phone hung up. Wan Taiping asked helplessly while alerting his surroundings. 10 minutes, eh? Is your friend in FA City? I don't know, but he's very powerful. Li Chang'an shrugged. You owe me a favor. How is it that I owe you a favor? Forget it, it's not a lot to owe. Wan Taiping had not yet grasped the meaning of Li Chang'an's words. At this moment, the city guards downstairs had already begun to rush towards the upper floors, the aura of an S-class alien on display. Wan Tianping tightened his grip on the horizontal sword in his hand. Li Chang'an looked at the sky with his empty hands. A black shadow sped across the sky, and in an instant, it reached the sky above FA City. It was a peacock that covered the sky. With a curl of his 2 wings, the peacock transformed into the form of a young man and stepped into the building, opening his hand and gently embracing Chang'an. Chang'an, welcome back. Chapter 126, I am the ruler. It was not the time to catch up for the time being. All of Jiang Shuibu's good temper was reserved for Li Chang'an, and when he turned his head to look at that captain of the city guards again, it only seemed as if a torrential rain was pouring down. What is your name? Jiang Shuibu did not have any expression and his tone was as cold as ice. The captain of the city guards frowned. I catch thugs. Does the Shinsei church have to care too? Forget it. Jiang Shuibu waved his hand. Wan Taiping came closer to Li Chang'an and whispered, This city guard doesn't seem to give your friend much face. Is your friend reliable? Was that big peacock just now an ability or an illusion? Or let's communicate with your friend. Make a false move and then run. Li Chang'an shook his head. His whole body's killing intent had long since dispersed, so he simply sat down on the ground and laughed. Don't worry, Xiao Jiangjiang is very reliable. Hearing Li Chang'an's words, Jiang Shuibu couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. And when he looked at the city guard captain again, he no longer had the indifference he just had. I'm in a good mood right now, so let's make your death a little easier. In an instant, a warning sign was born. The city guard captain was worthy of being an S-class adept. His 2 hands opened up, and in an instant, he laid down a 7-fold ice barrier in front of his body. Not only that, the city guard captain's chest and neck completed elementalization in an instant. Even though he was pierced through the fatal point, he would not die immediately because of the elementalization. Not only was he an S rank, but he was an experienced S rank who made the most accurate and wise choices when he sensed danger coming. This was equivalent to maximizing defense, and he was confident that no one of the same rank could do anything to kill him in an instant. And after holding out for a few seconds, his men would react immediately, and then there would be a choice whether to fight or flee. All was quiet, only to hear Jiang Shuibu slowly open his mouth, and a wisp of Chinese light shot out from his mouth. The flashy light flowed and the 5 colors rotated. When it touched the ice barrier, it went straight through, hitting the city guard captain's chest in the snap of a finger. From where the flashy light touched it began to disappear rapidly. No wounds, not ashes, but out of thin air. Like ink dripping into water, it started from the chest and spread out in all directions. But in the blink of an eye, a large living person just disappeared in front of everyone. The wisp of flashy light appeared from the place where the city guard captain disappeared and suddenly swelled up, and the crowd seemed to see a peacock opening its screen in their eyes. A white peacock. Without a sound, the entire city guards, including those guys who surrounded Lee Chang'an and the others, disappeared as much as they could, leaving only clothes and accessories on their bodies left on the ground. "I'm on a horse!" Wan Taiping exploded, unable to believe what he was seeing. "Peacock, great bright king. Nothing falls without the five-colored divine light. You do have some insight." Jiang Shuebu turned around and coldly glanced at Wan Taiping, then changed to a smile when he looked at Lee Chang'an again. Lee uneasily stood up and patted his ass, smiling. "Can we go back to my store first?" "Yes." Jiang Shuebu agreed so crisply that she didn't even bother to ask what kind of store Lee Uneasy had opened. Lee uneasily nodded and said to Wan Taiping, "Burn this place down. There are still many corpses in the basement, but not a single living person left." Not long after, the firelight rushed to the sky. Several black-robed silhouettes flew in mid-air, and a number of black sedans drove on the ground. Behind each silhouette was a pattern like an eye. This was the symbol of the New World sect. From now on, the entire city was completely taken over by the New World sect. In the small store, Lee Chang'an was quickly wrapping buns to prepare for the morning's breakfast, and Jiang Shuebu was sitting behind him helping to grind the soybean milk. Wan Taiping sat on the stairs leading to the second floor as he bandaged his wounds. To say the least, after a battle, Lee Chang'an couldn't see a single scar on his body other than his clothes being torn. But there were quite a few old scars, and he didn't know why Lee Chang'an didn't choose to heal them. Wan Taiping didn't believe that Lee Chang'an's self-healing ability couldn't do it. "I'm afraid that there was some special significance to it." "Chang'an, this friend of yours is also an S-class?" Wan Taiping voiced the biggest doubt in his heart. Jiang Shuebu's move shocked him. He thought he was something in the S-class, and this was a setback to his self-esteem. "Technically, I'm a half-step king rank, but not entering the king rank still counts as S rank." Jiang Shuebu took over. Wan Taiping opened his mouth and still couldn't utter a single word. Could he not be convinced? He could only mutter, "You guys are all freaks. Lee Chang'an can't really be a Class A, right?" As soon as Lee Chang'an was mentioned, Jiang Shuebu became interested and laughed. There are two tiers of A levels in the world, one being Chang'an and the other being the other A levels. The same reasoning applies the day Chang'an steps into the S class. "You can't praise me like that." Lee Chang'an smiled and shook his head, placing a drawer of buns on the pot. "I know very well how many pounds I have myself. I don't understand why you guys keep thinking I'm so powerful when you could kill me with one finger." Wan Taiping was not happy. "Excessive I do not have such thick fingers. Excessive modesty is called pretend X, do you understand?" "What's pretending to be X?" asked Lee uneasily in return. This." Wan Taiping was speechless. A group of black-robed men suddenly gathered outside the store and knelt down on one knee towards the store. Jiang Shuebu frowned and walked out of the store. "Go back first." All the black-robed men nodded heavily and turned to leave. The New World cult was in some ways more rigid than the military. Lee Chang'an wiped his hands clean, picked up a cup of soybean milk and handed it to Jiang Shuebu. Smiling, "Say, what can I do?" Jiang Shuebu, just received the soybean milk, was stunned, helplessly said, "You can ignore it. If there are any problems, I'll handle it." "That won't do." Lee Chang'an shook his head. "There is no such thing in the world. I disappeared this 6 months and met a very interesting friend who said he was from another world and had traveled to many more different worlds. But no matter where you are, there's no such thing as leaving the responsibility on someone else's shoulders." Knowing Lee Chang'an's temperament, Jiang Shuebu did not say more, much less ask Lee Chang'an who he had met. After a moment of silence, Jiang Shuebu said helplessly, "His Holiness the Pope wishes to have you take charge of the Judgment Institute, and he had plenty of people to choose from, but chose you. You know what I mean. I don't want you to take any chances. It's too late." Lee Chang'an shook his head. "I've already contacted you, so I don't intend to avoid it anymore. What needs to be faced has to be faced after all." In this case, Jiang Shuebu could only give up. He knew that Chang'an had many secrets. As a dear friend, he would not ask anything. Lee Chang'an looked at Wan Taiping and hesitated. Wan Taiping grinned. "Don't talk nonsense. I have nowhere to go anyway. You go to some inquisition, at least give me a squad leader." "Good." Without any hesitation, Lee Anxiety agreed and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. "Let's get going after we sell these buns." As dawn broke, a sports car stopped down the street and Clark yawned as he stepped out of the car and walked straight to the breakfast place. Zichong, 2 tails of buns. You! Clark froze in the doorway. Lee Chang'an handed over the buns and tea eggs along with the soy milk. Clark froze, his eyes widening as if in a dream. You turned out to be so handsome. I should have given you Liv's number if I'd known. It's not too late to give it now. Wan Taiping stuck his head out from behind the counter. Why are you here too? Don't teach Zichang a lesson. Clark couldn't help but look at Lee Chang'an's face a few more times and playfully said, keeping score first law. I'm sleepy and need to hurry back to catch up on my sleep. And seeing you now makes me want to sleep even more, said the man and threw a wink. In the kitchen, Jiang Shuebu chopped a pork bone hard. Lee Chang'an laughed. It's fine, today's are free. I won't sell buns from now on. No, what am I going to eat if you don't sell buns anymore? Clark stopped walking, full of shock. Is something wrong? Do we have to sell the store? Don't. I still have some money here, you take it. Why do you want to leave after a good time? Said Clark as he flipped open his small backpack to get the money. Lee Chang'an shook his head. No. Got a new job and had to go. So. Clark frowned, inexplicably, and simply walked into the store and sat down. Then I'm in no hurry to go back. I'd like to see more of a handsome man like you. Lee Chang'an smiled. New customers and old customers came and went one after another, and when they heard that Lee Chang'an was about to leave, many of them expressed their reluctance. Others are happy because of the free buns. Soon all the breakfasts were sold out. Lee Chang'an began to pack up his things, and Clark remained sitting in the store, unable to say anything, not knowing what was going on inside of him. Chang'an, it's time to go. Jiang Shuebu came out from the kitchen and coldly looked at this woman who dared to tease Chang'an. Another handsome guy? Just so cold. Clark bristled. Lee Chang'an walked down with his bag and looked at the door. Look, I can't hide. Outside the door at some point, 12 black-robed men suddenly appeared, dressed like the previous New Worlders, except that their cloaks were trimmed in gold and they had a coat of arms of a blood-colored scythe on their chests. When Lee Chang'an walked to the door, the 12 people knelt down on one knee in unison, their voices shaking the sky. By the will of the original, we welcome the judgment. Chapter 127. Do I look like an S-class to you? In these 6 months, Sioux City is probably the most miserable city. Since the last time he was cleared of dissidents by Lin Zhan, Sioux City had been under Lin Zhan's control, showing signs of being made into a backyard by Lin Zhan. With the plains to the north, the far northern ocean to the further north, and the land sinking to the west, it can be said that it is surrounded by the sea on 2 sides, while to the south it is inland with a superb innate geographic location. In the room lit with a small dim light, Jiang Shuebu was speaking for Lee Chang'an and Wan Taiping about the latest news that had been handed over to them, which was also related to Lee Chang'an's next mission. Wan Taiping yawned and asked, why do you say it's the worst? Jiang Shuebu continued, the last time Lin Zhan cleaned up the dissidents, a small half of Su Cheng's elites died, and Su Cheng's strength was greatly reduced. Some time ago, Lin Zhan planned to install his inner circle in the past, but on the way they were killed by Ma Jinshi for insulting their siblings. 1 half-step king level and 2S levels were killed by Ma Jinshi alone. Someone got the news before Ma Jinshi struck, but the reinforcements hadn't gone out yet, and Ma Tingtian brought Wang Jianjun's old troops to sit at the gate of Tongtian City to stop all the people. Ma Tingtian had demonstrated true S-class peak strength in that battle, carrying the 4 major same-level aberrations with 1 man, without retreating in half a step. After that, Ma Jinshi took over the city of Su under the pretext of accepting punishment, with the name of guarding the borders on behalf of the empire. Lee Chang'an sighed and said, retreating to advance, not bad for her. Yo, Wan Taiping discovered Hua. You know her? I've heard of Ma Jinshi, the empire's new generation of martial god. I've heard that she's invincible. Lee Chang'an shook his head. It's either Kancheng or invincible. She's stronger than most imaginations. In fact, many people in the original military department thought that she was just a pawn of Lin Zhan, but no one thought about who could control with her strength. She should have found out when I left Sibei City. I could feel that crisis, but in the end, Lin Zhan didn't send anyone to arrest me, showing that she and Lin Zhan aren't on the same page. Now it also proves my guess that the chip in Lin Zhan's hand at the beginning was her brother. But now that Ma Hao has been able to stand on his own, Ma Jinshi has no soft underbelly. How can a supreme celestial pride with no soft spots and no weaknesses be at ease with being a human pawn? Jiang Shuebu also nodded in agreement. We have reason to believe that she and Wang Jianjun have reached some kind of agreement, and right now her men are still mainly Wang Jianjun's old men. But I'm afraid that it won't take long for these old ministries to be purged as well. Now that she is nominally guarding the border on behalf of the empire, in reality, the entire city of Su is under her control. The king level has the power to crush all conspiracies and tricks. The word king level was like a great mountain, and above the top of the mountain was a landscape that transcended the mundane. After contemplating for a moment, Li Chang'an laughed. Wang Jianjun might be out of prison, waiting for an opportunity, and I'm now curious about what Lin Jun is plotting. To say that Lin Jun and Wang Jianjun aren't in cahoots, I don't quite believe it. That's something you'll soon have the chance to know. Jiang Shuibu picked up the letter paper on the table and burned it, smiling. 2 days later, Mazhen Shi Generation Empire comes. Nominally, it is to establish diplomatic relations with the teaching country, but in reality, it is also considered to be a strength probe of the two parties, and we have unsuccessfully attacked and killed Lin Jun twice, and this is their retaliation to come. As the new ruling, you'll be in charge of the reception, and you can talk about any problems when the time comes. God Hiem talk. Wan Taiping was dumbfounded, always feeling that he was extremely dangerous as the deputy director of the ruling institute. And Li Chang'an is only a rank. Really using a rank as S rank? Besides, even S rank isn't enough in front of Ma Jinshi. Less than king rank, it's a completely different world. But what Wan Taiping didn't expect was that Li Chang'an nodded his head very seriously and then said, "Don't worry. Leave it to me." "Wait. Chang'an, where did you get that confidence?" Wan Taiping couldn't help but exit. He really didn't think this was reliable. The other side is here to retaliate. If you send Shangan, aren't you sending Shangan to his death? It's not that I'm afraid of death. I'm worried about the danger in Shangan. Huh? Ma Hao and I are very good friends. His sister is also my sister. She won't hit me. Li Chang'an smiled warmly. Wan Taiping gulped. Ma Hao? Ma Tingtian? You know Ma Tingtian too? That said, isn't it time for you to tell me who you really are? We're in this relationship. It's too much if you're still hiding it from me. Starting off as a red-ranked hunter, and now knowing the imperial god of war siblings. Do I know some big shot? Li Chang'an was seriously thinking about what to answer. Jiang Shuibu laughed. Isn't he still not a big person? Is the ruling of the church kingdom still a small person? What heaven's pride is all dirt in front of Chang'an. Chang'an is a real combatant. He's done a lot of D-rank crossing over to killer ranks. Blankly glancing at Jiang Shuibu, Li Chang'an told the story of how he went to the north of Saibei to join the army and how he met Ma Hao, and even explained about the fruit. It is difficult for ordinary people to believe, but Wan Taiping is his Li Chang'an first recognized friend. To friends should be unreserved. No supernormal ability thing. Li Chang'an still hide in the heart, not unwilling to inform, just fed up with their own special, lest no supernormal ability to become a fuse for the extinction of friendship. Wan Taiping listened to a blank stare. This is not hot-blooded than the Boruto biography? Just as he finished speaking, Li Chang'an's face flinched as he picked up the half-mask on the table and put it on. Someone pushed the door open. Jiang Shuibu owed his body first and respectfully mouthed, "Your Holiness." With a jolt, Wan Taiping stood up in a panic and saluted like Jiang Shuibu. "Your Holiness?" Li Chang'an first sized up the tall woman before he owed his body. "How many times have I said it? I'm just a leader." The Pope angrily picked up Li Chang'an first. "Oh, lost one. We have been waiting for you for a long time." Li Chang'an looked up, frowning but not speaking. The three of them stood still before Jiang Shuibu held back his displeasure and said, "Just have someone notify, and I'll bring the ruling to you." Sitting in that chair, how can you guide the lost back to the original embrace? The Pope smiled slightly. Her face was like 6 years of cold ice transformed into spring water. Just a smile makes one's thoughts clear and comfortable. Only Li Chang'an looked down quizzically at his collar and then at the Pope's. The Pope smiled and waved behind him, and someone came forward holding a box, more than 6 feet long, looking to be a weapons case. When he opened it, inside was a horizontal sword with a blade 4 feet long, straight and glowing black. "I've heard that you don't have a weapon that's handy. This one is made from the spine of a king-level shifter. It should suit you." The Pope handed the knife over. Li Chang'an took it without any outward appearance, held it in his hand and compared it, and was happy. "Just heavy enough. As you like. Speak with Peacock if you need anything. I'll wait for you to reach S rank." After saying that, the Pope smiled and nodded slightly as he turned his head and walked out. This trip was inexplicable and puzzling, but Jiang Shuibu smelled something not so good. Wan Taiping probed out and looked to make sure that the Pope had gone far away. Then he said suspiciously, "Chang'an, you're looking at someone else's Pope?" I see you keep staring at that place of hers. What place? Li Chang'an didn't react and said suspiciously, I just think her collar looks better than mine, and this scythe on her chest is so ugly. Wan Taiping, can't we talk properly? Jiang Shuebu cried and laughed. You are the ruling. If you don't like this pattern, you can change it to your position. No one is a head higher than you. The original pattern was the preference of the last ruler, and indeed the ruler's is also the symbol of the original eye, and you can change the pattern on the chest yourself. That's good. Li Chang'an smiled happily and sheathed his sword. Where's little five? Xiao Wu isn't here. I had someone send her over. It's been almost a year since I've seen her. She's a big girl now. Jiang Shuebu smiled smugly. You'll be surprised to see her. Li Chang'an nodded. Good. I happen to have something to do. What is it? Wan Taiping blurted out. Breakthrough S-Class. Chapter 128, The World's Greatest Power Extra. The battle in Sibei half a year ago had struck the human race with great fame, and it was also the first time in the history of mankind that they had faced more than 10 or more black-level invasions at the same time. However, the one city in the northern part of the city, without the rest of the support, relied on Lin Zhen's one-man's ministry alone to hold back the vast tide of beasts. No one remembers the names of the tens of thousands of soldiers, but the name of Lin Town resonates throughout the world. Ma Zhenshi, who demonstrated the best human strength in the battle, was honored as a goddess of martial arts and was called Zhenshi Wu Shun by the people. Finally chased the beast, another heavenly pride Ma interceptor alone. Holding dry chi chopped down half of the mountain standing monument into the sea, the establishment of the prestige of the human race. This battle has brought out the prestige of the human race but also caused Lin Zhen to harvest the hearts of the people, and after that, he entered Tongtian City. At least in terms of public opinion, there is no one to stop him. The empire had always ruled in the form of a round table for more than 20 years, but ever since Wang Jianjun had suppressed the other counselors by force, the round table had become a joke. The first thing Lin Zhen did was to arrest Wang Jianjun and put him in jail, and then restarted the round table, but there was one more thing, that is, the establishment of the post of Speaker of the House, and he was the first Speaker of the House with a veto power. Re-established the 3 marshals and appointed 5 generals, with Ma Zhenshi as the head of the 5 generals. Many people secretly guessed that with Ma Zhenshi's strength today, it was not too much to be named 3 marshals. But now she was only given the title of admiral. Perhaps Lin Zhen was paving the way for her future. To outsiders, Lin Zhenji's eye for Ma Zhenshi, all the way to train up naturally as a successor to look at. But the Ma siblings didn't think so. Ma Zhenshi herself knows best. She is just a pawn under Lin Zhen. The big deal is the heaviest one in the pawn. Because of her brother, Meiho, she traded her life for her brother's life in exchange for selling her life for Lin Zhen. But she never thought that one day her brother would also stand at the top of the human battlefield. She had no more scruples after this, and had it not been for her brother coming out of nowhere during the final battle, she might have taken her place as one of the 3 great marshals. Just because Lin Zhen could no longer control Meiho, Ma Zhenshi's position was lowered after all. The 3 marshals were the true masters of the military. This includes the Special Warfare Division, which may not be mobilized by non-marshals. The Church Kingdom divided up the 12 countries of the Western continent, which was Europe before the apocalypse. There are still 3 large cities left, the cities of Gar and Rice in North America, and the city of Tooth in South America. 2 of the North American cities are sparsely populated, class divisions are severe, and it is the norm for the strong to abuse the weak. Order is just a joke there. The city of Teeth is even known as a place of chaos. If there were no accidents, Ma Zhenshi should have been sent to one of the 3 cities, leaving her to be a wild emperor, interfering no more than within the empire. As long as Ma Zhenshi had not betrayed the humans, even Lin Zhen could not go out of his way to kill a king-level alien. But I did not expect Ma Zhenshi's first step, with a thunderous force to hit the town of Lin a surprise, to retreat to go to Sioux City. The beautiful name is to guard the borders on behalf of the empire. Sioux City was already the northernmost territory of the empire, and Ma Zhenshi's excuse could not be picked. The 3 cities of North and South America continue to listen to the tone, and there is a vague drive to break away from the control of the empire. It can be said that the empire's bright peace under the dark tide. The human race can never break the infighting. Lin Zhen's men always lacked a master who could hold down the scene, and it was said that Lin Zhen had a lot of secrets. However, among the sect kingdom, Lin Zhen was still ranked as the number 1 enemy. The 12 great bishops of the Church Kingdom corresponded to the 12 great cities, and many had also speculated that afterward it was a bishop who guarded a city. But even when the empire recognized the church as a state, it didn't see any action from the church. Privately, some people have a small mind, the end of the world to believe in the fart of the religion, can reap the benefits of who wants to lag behind. It was like the Tiger Gang, which itself had been rooted for many years and had connections in whichever lane, so how could it be willing to have someone suddenly intervene? These forces were secretly allied, and they held most of the resources and connections in their hands, wanting to use this to threaten the New World sect into recognizing their position. But a few days ago, the Peacock Archbishop of Dharma City made a blatant move, and a group of high-ranking alienists were wiped out without any resistance. The rest of the city's power lords had just gotten the news, and before they could react, the rest of the bishops descended from the heavens and bloodied the Western continent. In everyone's eyes, the church is supposed to be merciful and kind, but they don't realize that they are the ones who are naive. The New World sect is ruthless. There is no room for negotiation, and those who resist are killed, suppressing the entire Western continent in 2 days with ironic means. The difference between a top-level psychic and an ordinary psychic is shown in front of the world. The same S-class, the 12 archbishops face the same level are killed in seconds. Mythic system, the alien is distinguished from the ordinary system, and within the same class, the mythic system is the king. All of this had nothing to do with the civilians, except for those who rebelled against the rule of the New World Church. The rest of the civilians were not half implicated, and many people realized that as early as half a year ago, the New World Church had begun to lay out its plans. A number of promising children in the folklore have been chosen by the neoclassical cult and brought to the northernmost land, the Isle of Gran, after talking to their parents, who are ardent supporters of the neoclassical cult. Due to its location, the Isle of Gran has not been known to have survived the apocalypse, and thus has never been noticed. The first time one walks up to the stage, one realizes that there is already a large building on Grand Island, and that there are masters in residence. This is Glen College, built to provide a steady stream of fresh blood for the New World Church. Class dismissed. The middle-aged woman with glasses closed her textbook and owed a slight bow. The 50 or so students in the audience rose and bowed en masse. Mr. Hard Work. The middle-aged woman laughed with her right hand pressed to her chest. May you all be watched by the original. Class is over. What's for lunch? I think we have roasted eggplant with beans today. I like that one. That's a hell of a lot of Napoleon the Great you're talking about today, sir. I still like Shi Huangdi. Shi Huangdi is the best in the world. The king is the most powerful. Hurry up and eat. You have chemistry this afternoon. You don't blow up the classroom again. What's the word that's called? It's no big deal for us researchers to blow up a classroom or two. The teenager picked up his textbook and chased straight toward the girl who was the first to walk out of the classroom, shouting in high spirits, "Xiao, wait for me!" A wisp of black fire suddenly appeared in front of the teenager, who retreated several steps with a white face. I said, don't call me little 5, you don't have the qualifications. The young girl turned back. Even though her face was full of frost, it was hard to hide her stunning color. Fine, 5th student, let's have a meal together. The teenager stared tightly at the wisp of black fire, not daring to slack off. A few days ago, a black level sea beast leapt out from the bottom of the sea and was burned cleanly by this strand of black fire. Less than 20 years old, a mythic system S-class alien, this was an existence that was known to be able to compete with the Jinshi Wushan in time. The black fire appeared and disappeared out of thin air, and the young girl coldly skimmed off a roll and turned her head away. Just a few steps out, the middle-aged woman who had just been in the classroom stepped in front of the young girl. What can I do for you, sir? The young girl curtsied slightly. There was respect, no emotion beyond that. Her eyes had long since been unable to tolerate anyone else, both men and women. The middle-aged woman laughed. Lord Peacock sent someone to pick you up, saying that Lord Ruler wants to see you. Ruling. The young girl shook her head. I have school work to do, so please decline for me. The middle-aged woman let out a bitter smile and continued. Lord Peacock said you would be there, and the new ruling is named Li. As soon as the words fell, the middle-aged woman could only feel the endless pressure coming on her, and even if she was an A-class alien, she would be like a rootless duckling, and she would be slapped over in the next moment. All the S-classes guarding the entire island poured in at this moment, rushing towards the place of the pressure in their own ways. But not waiting for them to get close, they heard a phoenix sound shattering the sky and miles of clouds. From the academy, a bird rose up in the air, its wings covering the sun and the moon, and lifting up an infinite wave. The 6 elephants, whose head resembles the sky, whose eyes resemble the sun, whose back resembles the moon, whose wings resemble the wind, whose feet resemble the earth, and whose tail resembles the weft, are called phoenixes. Only the feathers were like ink stains, but his eyes were as red as the great sun shining. But in just a breath, Phoenix disappeared again. The middle-aged woman was in a cold sweat like a water wash, panting heavily, only to feel that she had crawled back on the brink of death. Look at the young girl, where there is still cold face frost, is already smiling like a flower. The world of gentleness has 10. Then she is very accounted for at the moment. Thank you, sir. I'm getting married. Narrator. It's impossible. Don't dream about it. Chapter 129 beginning to be a big brother today. 30 miles outside the city of Law, snow-covered waist-deep, freezing cold. Not sea people. Short bushes left a tip exposed in the snow. From a distance looked like weeds. The jungle was still quite dense, but now it looked quite sparse, and most of the vegetation was still following its pre-apocalyptic habit of dropping all its leaves and looking not far from death. In a city like Fa City, even if the city guards were lazy, they would regularly clear out the monsters inside and outside the city, and with the absence of ordinary beasts, the forest was instead the loneliest place right now. But Li Chang'an's luck was not bad. A big guy he had long been eyeing did not enter the sea, and remained on land, and on the contrary, this big guy was very strong, and so far he hadn't been approached for trouble. There's still a bounty hanging in the Rangers Guild. Only the person who took it never returned. Selling birth control in this day and age is surely bloodless. There was red blood within a radius of hundreds of meters, and the warm blood spilled on the white snow melted out into a clearing with small puddles all over the place. Li Chang'an was gasping for air, carrying the horizontal sword sent by the Pope in his hand. His body was filled with heat like a cloud, and his naked upper half of his body was strewn with sacrificial blood. A scar on his waist that had nearly torn him in half was healing. Not far from him, a black yak that was about 4 meters tall at the shoulder was letting out a low roar that sounded like a tiger's roar. The thick fur made it difficult to see the yak's injuries, but the blood flowing down from the limbs made it clear that the injuries were not minor. Feeling that the injury on his waist had finished healing, Li Chang'an grinned and held his sword before moving on. Not far away, Wan Taiping's mouth grew wide-eyed. The black-level monster, Black Ice Yak, to put it simply, was a monster with high defense and thick blood that also had ice control, and the vast majority of the supernatural powers were unable to penetrate its fur. The oft-mentioned hairy and weak fire didn't apply to the Black Ice Yak, except for the S-ranked fire elemental exalted who could do a little damage, and the S-ranked ones going down were just takeaways. Even if Wan Taiping had always been proud, he didn't dare to say that he could steadily defeat the Black Ice Yak, but he could do it if he was given some time. But, even though the battlefield now looked as if it had been fought for a short time, any other person would have thought it had been fought for at least an hour. Wan Taiping, who had been watching the battle, however, knew that this fight had only just begun, and it had only been 3 minutes since Li Chang'an had taken on this yak. 3 minutes of time, several life and death exchanges, one person and one bull both suffered considerable injuries. Yet Li Chang'an impacted again and 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 again. Like a leather ball, the harder it hits the ground, the higher it bounces. It's outrageous. I, Mr. Man Taiping you, regard you as the most outrageous. It was fine for an A-ranked alien to fight a black-ranked monster and have a back-and-forth fight, but now it was only a matter of time before the Black Ice Yak died. However, Li Chang'an wasn't satisfied with this. He came here for a breakthrough. Hunting the Black Ice Yak was just incidental. Between life and death there are great terrors and even greater opportunities. The only way to grow is to be on the brink of death, and that is his destiny, to be torn between his own death and the death of others. The so-called accumulation had long since come to an end, and no one had accumulated more than he had, when the bells in town rang and he officially turned 30 on that day. More than 20 years of accumulation, starting as a coward who was allowed to be bullied, to the point where he picked up a sword for the first time and fought for the first time. From fighting aimlessly to the death in order to obtain his powers, his goals are shifting as he no longer needs them. What am I fighting for? For family? For friends? For the underdog? And after leaving everything behind? Fight for the supreme. Fight for the top. Some people town a world. Some people seek peace. More people buy power and wealth. The world's roads crisscross. Some people hobbling. Some people riding in the dust. No one knew better than Li Chang'an what it meant to be weak, and how much effort he had put in so that he could not be left behind by the world. Now that he had finally caught up with the common man, one step further was a strong man. On this day Li Chang'an saw his path, a path that runs through everyone. The horizontal sword in his hand, which he had named Long Hate, trembled slightly, and the yak in front of him opened its huge mouth, risking death if he traveled straight. "I won't die." Li Chang'an had said the same words countless times, but this time was different. Once it was just to cheer himself up. Only this time he was incomparably certain. "Even if I have to die, I'll die in the gaze of countless people in awe." The man with the knife stepped into the mouth of blood. Wan Taiping's heart jumped and he leapt up to rush to the rescue. But the next moment he fell out of the air and froze in place. The yak wailed in agony, and in less than 2 breaths, a loud roar escaped from its mouth and the breath of life dispersed from its body. Shoo! A bloody hole exploded in the large head, and Li Chang'an, whose body was dyed with blood, stepped out from the yak's heavenly cap. Looking at Li Chang'an's voice from afar, Wan Taiping swallowed and muttered under his breath, "You will be clothed in a river of stars. You will pick the sun and the moon with your hands. You will step onto the blood-stained throne. Crowned king." Members of the New World cult in black robes were on the move in all corners of the city, and the city's center of power had been cleared out. The commoners were not targeted by the Shinsei cult, but whether they were merchants or officials, all those who dared to disobey the rule of the Shinsei cult had only one end in store for them. The tip of the iceberg is revealed from this moment in the iron rule of the New World Church. It's not a matter of concern to the civilians, and the neo-seculars are more than a little kinder to the civilians than the empire. Though classes still existed, the possibility of having food and shelter and stability was enough to make the common man happy. What do rights changes have to do with them? Li Chang'an sat on the bell tower and watched the black-robed people in the city come and go. Many of the people here were his current subordinates. What the judgment did was inherently blood-stained work, and as the newest judge of the judgment, it was only natural for him to lead the way. But to avoid trouble, he'd had the word put out. The new ruler was staying in the bell tower, and as soon as someone could kill the ruler, the New World cult would naturally exit the French city. All those who traveled to the bell tower to assassinate it would not be stopped by anyone. But no less than 10 bodies now lay under the bell tower. "Have a drink." Wan Taiping flew up the bell tower with a bag of milk tea, sat down by Li Chang'an's side, and asked after looking down, "No one's coming?" Li Chang'an nodded. "No one came 10 minutes ago. I used to think that S ranks were rare. I didn't expect to kill 7 in 2 hours. You're the one who's rare. Killing S-class doesn't even break your clothes." Wan Taiping rolled his eyes. Li Chang'an's fighting style did not change in any way. It was to meet the other party's supernatural energy and charge forward, then slash to death if he could, and whack to death if he could. It's also less effort if the opponent is a melee alien. To outsiders, Li Chang'an was advancing into the S-class, but Li Chang'an knew that he didn't have supernormal abilities, and the class division of supernormal abilities didn't apply to him, and his breakthrough was based on his physique. Now less than 1 meter 8, he weighs close to 1,000 kilograms, not to mention the body fat rate, just say the body density, 20 millimeters. Anti-material sniper rifle can penetrate his skin but will be in the muscles of the block, will be left in the body of the warhead. The anti-material sniper rifle that could smash people to pieces could only cause Li Chang'an a small injury, so most of the supernatural powers were just scratching an itch for Li Chang'an. He was more than twice as strong and didn't have to worry about dying. Then it was a continuous attack. It's all offense and no defense. Speaking of which, are we still staying in FA City afterward? Wan Taiping put down the milk tea a bit reluctantly. Li Chang'an shook his head. "There is no need to leave. Xiao Zhangjiang said that I have a high position. After a while we will go to each city once, then we can choose a city to stay in. When there's something going on, you go out. When there's nothing going on, you leave it to the people below you. I've never even been a team leader in my class before, and my first time as an officer was so big." Looking at Li Chang'an's childlike giggling, Wan Taiping only felt oozing, not forgetting that there was a body lying below. After a moment of contemplation, Wan Taiping suddenly remembered something. "By the way, Sioux City's envoys are arriving soon, and besides Ma Jinsher there are a few others, all of whom are at least S-ranked. Whoa, who's all there that I might recognize? Bull, where did you get so many acquaintances?" Rolling his eyes, Wan Taiping still broke his fingers. The Ma Jinsei siblings, the former Special Operations Fenrir, the Fallen Angels, and yes, a guy named Barbarian. Li Chang'an froze and quickly smiled, and Wan Taiping had never seen Li Chang'an smile so happily. It's like a child who's been away from home for years comes home.